In the school laboratory, I was drawing the design plans for the 6th-generation fighter jet. Just as I was about to finish, a senior female student smashed my computer, destroying the design that carried the hopes of an entire nation. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the senior accused me of being a lecher and reported me to the school, demanding my expulsion. In an instant, I was plunged into despair, condemned by the entire student body, and the school, pressured by public opinion, decided to expel me. Then, I made a phone call that sent shockwaves through countless high-ranking officials in Dragon Nation. Luo Jiangwo, the supreme commander of the Chinese Air Force, personally came to apologize to me. With the design destroyed, I needed to return to my hometown to retrieve the initial draft of the plans. At the very moment I boarded the plane, Commander Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping, the director of the Science and Technology Park, were reading an article. Suppressing their fury, a trace of panic flickered across their faces. The article portrayed me as an utterly despicable rogue student, accompanied by millions of comments attacking me. Lin Tianlei clenched his fists, ready to take drastic action, unable to imagine how I would react upon seeing these posts. Lu Yongping shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with sorrow. That SAPHD who has made monumental contributions to Xia Nation. He couldn't fathom what kind of person would dare to spread such rumors, muddying the waters of public opinion and blinding countless netizens. At just 18 years old, the number of scientific research technologies I had developed was beyond counting. Once these achievements were revealed, they would cause a global sensation, leaving countless nations in awe of this unparalleled genius. Lin Tianlei sighed and said, "Such a disgraceful incident is our failure. The slander against Dr. G is our responsibility, and we must give him a satisfactory resolution no matter what." Lu Yongping took a deep breath, and the two exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. As pillars of Dragon Nation, they shared this sense of duty. With mutual understanding, they resolved to harshly punish those who flouted the law. They then called the Tianxin Department of Dragon Nation, investigate all online posts discussing Dr. G immediately. Identify the publishers and their locations. Without waiting for a response, they hung up. Minister Liang of the Tianxin Department muttered under his breath, "The internet is about to undergo a seismic shift." The mastermind behind the article, Ren Tingting, was ecstatic. She hadn't expected her fabricated story to go viral so quickly. Seizing the opportunity to boost her fame, she worked overnight to create 6 more posts, spreading them across major platforms, each attracting massive attention. For her, traffic meant money, and she couldn't care less about the cyberbullying I endured. Just as she was celebrating, her account suddenly went dark, followed by a glaring notification: violation of community guidelines. Account permanently banned. Stunned, Ren Tingting cursed under her breath, then immediately logged into her alternate account to continue the smear campaign, posting more defamatory content. This account also had 1 million followers, but as soon as she began, it too was banned. Now completely out of control, Ren Tingting forwarded her posts to 7,000 or 8,000 fan groups, unleashing an explosive wave of posts across the internet. At the same time, to avoid offending Lu Ruyan's mother, the principal was quite satisfied with the trending topics online. The issue concerning Lu Ruyan's reputation was completely resolved, making it easier to explain things to her mother. Just then, another school official stepped forward and said, "The online public opinion guidance was all orchestrated behind the scenes, meaning it had nothing to do with our school." However, the public response has been overwhelming, with many demanding that our school make an official statement. To secure his own future, Principal Su Dehua waved his hand decisively, and a notice titled "Expulsion of Rogue Freshman Ji Bubo" was posted on the official website of Shengjing University. As soon as the notice was released, it triggered a massive uproar online. Even though all employees of the Tianxin Department were frantically deleting posts, their efforts were like trying to extinguish a fire with a cup of water. More and more posts kept surfacing, making it impossible to delete them all. In the end, under pressure from the Dragon Kingdom's supreme commander, the Ministry of Information resorted to their ultimate move. At 2 a.m., the CEOs of major internet platform companies simultaneously received a phone call: all posts, videos, and information involving slander against Ji Boda must be completely removed. Not a single one is allowed to remain. Moreover, gather all useful information about the posters, including their details and IP addresses, and compile it into a report. Leave no stone unturned. In an instant, every CEO's face turned pale, and they immediately responded with deference: "We'll handle it right away." A directive of this magnitude was unprecedented and unparalleled. They couldn't tell whether this was Liang Yuan's way of asserting his new authority or if they had inadvertently crossed some powerful figure. For a moment, all the internet moguls who once dominated the Dragon Kingdom were thrown into panic. At that moment, the Hongqi car with license plate number 001 stopped in front of the Ministry of Information office building. Lin Tianlei took the elevator straight up to the 101st floor. Minister Liang, seeing the stern-faced Lin Tianlei, immediately sprang up from his chair. "Commander Lin, why have you come in person?" Lin Tianlei's voice was low, carrying an intimidating pressure. "If I didn't come myself, could you handle it properly? Who's breaking the law online? Have you found out yet?" For a moment, Minister Liang stammered, unable to get a word out. Suddenly, The office door was opened. An employee rushed in with a file in his hand. With an anxious face, he scanned around the office and ran directly to Liang Yuan. Minister Liang just found out the latest news. His words made Liang Yuan feel like a treasure. A hint of joy immediately appeared on his face. With that, he snatched the document from the employee's hand and forwarded it to Lin Tianlei. Commander-in-Chief, the latest news you found out. Just now there was an outbreak of hot traffic, a notice released by Shangjing University. Liang Yuan pointed to the information on the document and read excitedly. Shangjing University released a notice that said, Yibei attempted to molest his sister, Song Zirou. The plot is bad and serious, seriously corrupting the morale, so the school affairs office met and decided to expel Yibei from the school, never admitted. Liang Yuan said, his heart could not help but thump. As expected. In the next second, Lin Tianlei exploded. His anger was like a volcano that rose to the sky without warning. These pigs from Shangjing University, brainless things. They actually dared to expel Yibei from school, all of them didn't want to live. Lin Tianlei was already very upset. This announcement made him directly furious to the extreme. Without knowing the truth of the matter, the school administration actually dared to make such a conclusion. It also made this serious matter of direct expulsion from school. Lin Tianlei slammed the table and cursed angrily, turning black and white upside down, ignoring the law. These people are really tired of living. This is still working as a school leader? They must be dismissed and investigated, not one of them should be spared. He really hates these people who jump to conclusions without asking what's right and what's wrong. And it is still reversing black and white and killing people. Lin Tianlei cursed angrily and directly got up and slammed the door. Getting in his car, he flew out of the Tianxin Ministry's building. Liang Yuan, who was at the back, was trembling in fear. Where had he ever seen a general get angry, or this kind of rage and fury? Lin Tianlei was the Grand Commander of the Imperial Army. He had gone to war and killed people, and a random look would send chills down your spine. This scene of rage was absolutely terrifying. He returned to the office with a panicked face. Liang Yuan looked at the position where Lin Tianlei had just sat. In the end, he didn't dare to sit on it. Instead, he turned around and sat on top of the sofa, panting heavily. He poured himself a mouthful of tea. It was only then that Liang Yuan slowly came to his senses. Only now did he completely realize how horrible this Yibei was. Now the online fishing wheel was so serious. If he messed up, the consequences were unimaginable. There was no hesitation. Liang Yuan directly got up and went out, shouting loudly to the employees on the entire floor. All of you speed up, hurry up and investigate clearly for me, use all your strength to fight for your life. Everyone's rest leave is cancelled, we must finish this matter as soon as possible. Liang Yuan scanned everyone and ordered loudly. His voice was still a little shaky. However, none of the staff present dared to slow down. All of them sped up the speed in their hands and got busy. They had all heard Lin Tianlei's angry scolding just now, and no one was unaware of how serious this matter was. Anyone who didn't do a good job would be laid off tomorrow. For a time, the entire Tianxin Ministry building had an incomparably tense atmosphere. Leaving the Tianxin Ministry, Lin Tianlei directly had the driver drive to the Shangjing City military prison. This place held in addition to those prisoners. It also held Song Zirou and the others who were captured last night. Normally, those who had just been captured would go to the detention center first. But this time, the situation was different. That's why Li Ninghui didn't dare to slack off and directly put them in his custody. Under his eyes, his own heart is also assured. He who had trouble sleeping all night. Just when he had a little sleepy, he heard the phone call, saying that Lin Tianlei was coming to the arraignment. Instantly, he was energized. He got up in a hurry and summoned the personnel to go with him to wait and greet. After all, this kind of big leader can come once in a while. They didn't dare to be slow at all, and each one of them went to the military prison early to prepare to meet them. Song Zirou, who had been locked up in the prison for the night, didn't know what was happening outside. At the moment, she was still talking to her sisters. Chapter 26, Dare to Go Against You, Sister Zirou, Simply Looking for Death. Shangjing City Military Prison. An empty prison held Song Zirou and her three sisters. The two sentries at the door stood with serious faces, silently guarding them. Overnight, Song Zirou's anger had not subsided. Instead, it had gotten stronger and stronger. It was screaming non-stop at the two sentries outside. "Let me out, you bastards, do you know who I am? What right do you have to lock me up here? Bring me my cell phone, I want to call my home." Song Zirou's face was furious. Obviously locking her up here was very upsetting. "My mom will have you, and you, all fired. No one who offends me will have a good ending." But her shouts and threats didn't make the two men move in the slightest. They were both top soldiers under Li Ninghui. Having undergone professional training, no matter what these prisoners said, all of them didn't hear it. Song Zirou's frantic rage and arrogance was unbeatable. But the few girls behind her were not like this. They didn't have Song Zirou's monstrous power, they were just following her around. On weekdays, they were able to follow her to act as a bully, and they were also able to receive benefits from the school. But now, being held at gunpoint by so many soldiers. Caught in a place like this in the middle of the night. The cold steel bars, the chilly prison, they had all been scared long ago. At the moment, huddled in the corner, they couldn't stop trembling. A few people huddled together and watched Song Zirou cursing, praying in their hearts to be able to get out quickly. Fear filled their hearts. At the end of a round of angry curses, Song Zirou was tired. Turning her head, she sat on the ground and rested. After looking at the several sisters next to her who were scared like this, she laughed. What are you afraid of? What can't I handle in these years? Someone will definitely come and let us out later. Song Zirou's face was relaxed, not a little bit scared at all. These bastards don't even know me. When we go out there will be good for them. The things they do, all have to pay the price. Saying that, Song Zirou's face became vicious again. They actually dared to directly shoot Scar, although he is a gangster, but the crime is not to death. That Yi Bei, he's definitely messing around in there. I guess he is also a powerful guy, otherwise he would dare to go against me like this and call in so many people. But I'll show him who's boss in Shengjing. He is nothing. I want her to kneel down and lick my shoes. As she said that, the flame of revenge was even lit up in her eyes. For Yi Bei, now she really hated him. If it wasn't for Yi Bei today, she would be in this kind of place. When my mom comes to pick us up and take us out, don't be afraid, we have to expel this Yi Bei by then. Song Zirou looked sideways at a few sisters and said confidently. Several people also nodded their heads, believing what Song Zirou said. After all, the things they had done over the past few years had been smoothed over every single time. This time wasn't much of a big deal either. The only thing that was terrifying was that Scarface had been shot. But that guy was an unscrupulous gangster after all, so it was only right that he was shot. The Security Bureau surely had plenty of reasons to solve this matter. Now we're just waiting for Song Zirou's mom to send someone to save them. Well, we believe you. Zirou's family is definitely stronger than Yi Bei. We'll be able to get out soon. A few people nodded their heads and said that the fear in their hearts had mostly dissipated. Squatting together, they scolded Yi Bei together with Song Zirou. This Yi Bei doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to go against you, Sister Zirou, simply looking for death. This time, not only do we have to expel him, if we have the opportunity, we have to make him good. Dog, let Sister Zirou suffered so much, definitely want to make him look good. Inside the prison, several people cursed, one more vicious than the other. They didn't think it was their fault at all. All of them thought it was Yi Bei's fault and hated that they couldn't give him a lesson right now. And in the special cell in the deepest part of the prison, a man whose chest was covered in blood groaned and slowly sat up from the ground. He held his forehead, not knowing what had happened. Next to him stood a young soldier in military uniform. As he watched him gradually come to his senses, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. The efficacy of Frigga's bullet seemed to have been prolonged. The dosage had been increased, and now it could be anesthetized for up to 15 hours. A soldier next to him responded with the same smile. The Frigga bullet they were talking about was actually an anesthetic bullet. It looked like a bullet, but the structural composition was actually more like a shotgun shell. Moreover, the inside of the bullet was filled with an atomized anesthetic. This kind of bullet was actually a kind of bullet that Yi Bei had developed a year and a half ago. Its principle was that after the bullet was fired and collided with the human body, the anesthetic inside atomized and exploded into a blood mist. Not only was it able to locally anesthetize through the skin, but it was also able to allow the criminal to inhale it and subsequently directly anesthetize. At the same time can also produce the illusion of death caused by the intimidation effect. Practical application effect is comparable to real bullets, one-shot fatal. Yi Bei originally developed this bullet in order to deal with this kind of tricky criminals. One shot, right? It seems that the sentence is not enough. Do not shoot it? Then again, it might pose a threat to others. Now with the Frigidaire bullet, this problem was solved. Just shoot him and let him fall down first. Last night, this kind of thing was fulfilled in Yi Bei himself. Before Scarface could do any damage to Yi Bei, he simply fell to the ground and died. Where was this? At this moment, Scarface slowly sat up and looked around in confusion. Feeling his mushy chest, the large bloodstain. His mind felt like it had been electrified, and he suddenly remembered a lot of things. Immediately afterward, a great fear spread up from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 27, The Black Hand Behind This Must Be Found Out. Empty Sky Base. Shortly after Lin Tianlei left, Lu Yongping also explained things to the crowd. He always felt that it wouldn't be peaceful in these next few days. Moreover, all the important things on Yi Bei's side had yet to be resolved. One was the attacks and smears against him on the internet, and the other was the issue of the design drawings for the 6th generation aircraft. Work-wise he could only account for it first. Yi Bei was the most important thing. So in these few days, he definitely couldn't continue to be busy at work. After explaining everything, Lu Yongping walked out and opened his cell phone to check the situation online. The hot searches had indeed disappeared. but posts were still flooding the online platform. The heat about this matter had not weakened at all, and even had a tendency to strengthen. This made Lu Yongping's face instantly become bad-looking. Go to the Tianxin Department. Turning around and getting into the car, Lu Yongping spoke to the driver. Assistant and driver Xiao Lu didn't hesitate, directly ignited the engine and started, and with a single step on the gas pedal, he rushed out from the air and sky base. Sitting in the car, Lu Yongping's mind was thinking about today's matter. The details of this matter, he had already read them all. The evidence was missing. It was unknown who had taken the storage device in the surveillance room. So there wasn't any direct evidence to clear Yi Bei's name immediately. The people had the right to vocalize their doubts and open their mouths to question. But they couldn't. The officials had to produce evidence before they could speak publicly. This was why the officials hadn't taken a stance yet. But the facts are actually quite clear. Yi Bei's character was absolutely incapable of doing such a thing. Instead, Song Zirou had unjustifiably slandered it and even directly destroyed Yi Bei's computer. The most outrageous thing was actually calling in socialites in the school and attempting to surround Yi Bei. Every single one of these things was outrageous. But now, the truth on the internet was all different. Everything had been turned upside down. Yi Bei had become a sinner and a bad student. Song Zirou became a 3 good students instead, and was nearly molested by Yi Bei. Lu Yongping was furious right here. There were actually people who dared to falsify the facts like this, creating rumors and stirring up the state of affairs of the fishing wheel. How difficult and heartbreaking it would be for Yi Bei to see those unpleasant remarks on the internet. He was a top scientist for the country and the people. Everything he had done for Xia for so many years was to protect the people of Xia, and to bring them to a rich and strong future. But now, the people he was protecting were blinded by the great hand of evil. Attacks were being launched against him, claiming him and hurting him. Lu Yongping hates these audacious guys. He also hates those unknown, uninvestigated, ignorant bloggers who have similarly stirred the fishing wheels. None of these people should be spared. Dean, it's here. Xiao Lu stopped the car and whispered. Only then did Lu Yongping come back from his thoughts. Getting down from the car and glancing at the building, he got on the elevator and went straight up to the 13th floor. The door of the Tianxin Department was opened. Liang Yuan, who was supervising the work, was dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Yongping, who walked straight in at the main entrance, and recognized him at once. The director of the highest research institute in Xia. This was the oldest seniority of Xia's nationalist. The future of Xia's science and technology was in his hands. In all respects, he was an existence of equal status to Lin Tianlei. He was a figure in the top echelons of Xia. At this moment, he personally visited this inconspicuous place in the ministry of Tianxin. Dean Lu, why are you here? Liang Yuan quickly ran and hurriedly greeted him, respectfully opening his mouth to ask. How is Yi Bei's matter now? Lu Yongping did not waste time and went straight to the point, asking. This Lin Tianlei just left in the front foot, Lu Yongping came in the back foot. And it was all because the same person came, which made Liang Yuan panic in his heart. After a little thought, he hurriedly opened his mouth and answered. The heat on the internet right now is very great. There are nearly 100 million netizens who are paying attention to this matter. The traffic is very huge. We now suspect that behind this is someone who can spend money to guide the fishing vessel, but have not yet found the relevant clues. The netizens on the internet are following the crowd, and they are purely guided by the fishing wheels. However, many of these online bloggers are using this incident to adulterate their personal stuff, which has caused the most impact, and they are the main reason for the heat to be hot. I've asked all the platforms on the network to mobilize their forces for a comprehensive cleanup, and all sorts of posts slandering Yi Bei are being quickly swept away. Only this network is really too big. Every moment there are tens of thousands of posts appearing, just like a flood that breaks the dike. It is difficult to completely clean it up in a short period of time. And because of the explosive growth in the number of users and posts, some platforms have already experienced server crashes. Dean, don't be anxious, a little more time and it will definitely be cleaned up. Liang Yuan didn't hesitate and said everything he knew. He didn't want a big brother to come and ask him in a while. The pressure was really taking his breath away. Hearing these words, Lu Yongping was instantly furious. Check to the death for me, we must find out the black hand behind this. You can use all sorts of resources to investigate, no matter how much it costs, you must find her out. And all that internet trash, clean it up for me, don't let any of it go. Lu Yongping stared at Liang Yuan and angrily issued a death order. Liang Yuan replied with a nod of his head. Liang Yuan nodded his head and replied. He then watched Lu Yongping leave the place. His heart was now really scared to the extreme. What kind of person was this Yi Bei? In just a short while, 2 top-notch bigwigs had come one after another. It was too terrifying. His position was unimaginable. He was definitely a figure that the top echelons of the Summer Kingdom valued immensely. Otherwise they wouldn't have given such an order. Slandering him is like seeking death. A wave of fear filled Liang Yuan's heart. The seriousness of this matter was beyond his imagination. If we can't take care of this as soon as possible, when the next leader comes, I'm afraid I'll really have to kneel down. Now it seems that he feels that it's a small matter if he loses his black hat. Turn on the special privileges, all give me a quick check. Liang Yuan rushed at the department leaders not far away and opened his mouth to call out, within today, make sure to find out the person for me. Otherwise, everyone will be laid off together, and no one will be safe. After saying that, Liang Yuan also directly drilled into the office. Lu Yongping's car disappeared under the Tianxin Department. At the same moment, all the CEOs of all the major platforms all over the internet received a call once again. This time, each of their faces were all horrified. Chapter 28, Go Principal, Principal Mighty. 8 o'clock in the morning. Song Yunying got up from her villa's big bed. The servants had already prepared a delicious breakfast long ago. Without slowing down, he walked down the stairs. Song Yunying looked at her cell phone while eating her breakfast. The internet at the moment was still covered in various posts. The heat was running high. The news of Yi Bei's expulsion made everyone cheer. Song Yunying looked at the notice sent out by the school. After her own precious daughter had all been cleared by Su Dehua, she nodded with satisfaction. And that ungrateful guy had also been expelled from the school. This Su Dehua's movements were indeed fast. In just one night's time, not only did he take care of the online fishing wheels, and also took a stand to discipline the student. More importantly, Song Zirou was now a big hit online as well. Not only was she not in existence that was molested, but she was also the third best student of Shengjing University and a role model for the students. The gentle, beautiful and educated image made Song Yunying very happy. Although he knew in his own heart that this was not the case. But of course she was happy when her own daughter was praised by people all over the internet. Su Dehua can do things, it is considered that he did not cultivate him for nothing. Song Yunying took a sip of freshly ground latte coffee, and muttered to herself with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Madam, the car is ready to go. The sophisticated butler came over with a respectful face and said. Song Yunying waved her hand, go to the company in 10 minutes, let the secretary help me prepare all the documents that I didn't sign yesterday. She was the chairman of the group after all. There were a lot of things to deal with every day. It would be best if Su Dehua took care of this matter now, saving her the time of arranging for someone to waste. Looking at the time at this moment, it was estimated that her own daughter was already attending school normally. Putting the last piece of breakfast into her mouth, Song Yunying got up and wiped her mouth, picked up her own bag and left the large living room. Outside the villa, the red Ferrari had been waiting for a long time. Every day was too busy to stop all. As the early morning sunlight poured onto her face, Song Yunying couldn't help but sigh. She then got into her car and drove towards her group company. At the same moment, after Su Dehua and the others took a short break, they all gathered in the conference room again. The online matter was indeed taken care of now. But the most important step had yet to be completed. Song Zirou was still in Shengjing City's detention center. They now had to pick this lord up as soon as possible so that it would be considered a great success. Good job today, you all worked hard, double your salary next month. Su Dehua was already in high spirits after a short rest and said happily. Hearing this, the people present were also happy. The principal's plan is brilliant, if it weren't for the principal we really wouldn't know what to do. Yes, the principal did such a beautiful job this time, Mr. Song will definitely appreciate it. A few fast responders immediately kissed their asses. Su Dehua smiled from ear to ear. Well, the first order of business is to pick up Song Zirou out first, and we'll talk about the rest slowly afterward. Right, immediately call the security bureau and ask them to release the person. Hearing this, someone immediately spoke up and proposed. The vice principal was quick and took out his cell phone and immediately dialed the security bureau. However, it was only after some negotiation that he realized that Song Zirou wasn't even in the custody of the security bureau. Instead, she was taken away directly by the military department of Shengjing City. She was now in the prison of the military department in Shengjing City. If you want to find someone, you have to contact the military. But they don't know anyone from the military. The security bureau's information is still given by acquaintances, but the military department doesn't know anyone. This made Su Dehua's face darken immediately. What kind of people are so bold, do they not know whose daughter Song Zirou is? Seeing that Su Dehua's fire was about to come up, the vice principal quickly opened his mouth to propose. Since that's the case, then we'll directly find the military department to ask for someone. As long as we understand the situation with the people from the military department, they will definitely release the person immediately when they know that it's General Manager Song's daughter. Moreover, if we personally go to pick up the person, we can also give the school another wave of publicity, so that everyone can see how our school treats its students. As the vice principal spoke, a hint of smugness had appeared on his face. This was another best of both worlds. No matter what, it was a good thing for them. Hearing this, the sulking color on Su Dehua's face faded and he nodded his head. Good idea, we'll go to the military department to pick up the people now. In his opinion, this would not only serve as a propaganda statement for the school. More importantly, it would also reflect his concern for Song Zirou. This way, the next time he went to the Song family, he would definitely be able to get more benefits. With Edward Su leading the way, everyone agreed. With that, they contacted some well-known media and were ready to head to the military department in Xingjing City. The fermentation of the night's events made the heat of Xingjing University incomparably high. Just a matter of a few phone calls had attracted numerous excited media reporters. On the campus of Xingjing University, Su Dehua led 7 or 8 major university leaders. Behind them were dozens of hastily rushed media, followed by long guns and short cannons. A large number of people, just like this, walked towards the outside in a great hurry. In the school at 8 o'clock in the morning, there were many students in class. They were all thrilled to see Su Dehua's party. When they realized that they were going to the prison to pick up Song Zirou, many students directly cheered. The principal had worked hard to bring justice to the students of Xingjing. No scum should be in Xingjing. Good job, principal. Expel Yi Bei and support the school board. Principal punish the criminals severely. Xingjing will get better and better. Go principal. Principal is awesome. On the road on campus, students passing by along the way shouted and cheered for them. Su Dehua walked at the front, his face full of smiles. All the school leaders waved and greeted the students. Reporters were at the back happily snapping away. The scene looked as if the Righteous Division was about to go on a march. A feeling of righteousness. This pomp and circumstance came to an abrupt end when Su Dehua and the others arrived at the school's entrance. A huge military vehicle drove in from the school's entrance. It met up with them right on the spot. The few people sitting in the vehicle, Huaqing, listened to the sounds coming from the school and looked out the window. They happened to meet the eyes of Su Dehua and the others who were walking over. A large number of students at the entrance of the school also stopped to watch. The military vehicle had no choice but to stop. Chapter 29 Reversal. Shocking news. Huaqing. Several people in the car looked at the principal and a group of reporters outside. A group of school leaders looked at Huaqing. Several people outside the car. Numerous gazes crossed each other. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene became a bit strange. Huaqing and the others were uncertain. What were the school leaders doing with so many reporters? It was just this short period of a few seconds before anyone could react. These highly professional journalists had already acted with incomparable acumen. Dozens of people scrambled to the side of the military vehicle. They surrounded the window where Huaqing's men were. The microphones were all crowded up. Photographers were similarly lined up in several rows at the back, crouching and standing, filming the place. Hello, may I ask if you were participants in yesterday's incident? Are you witnesses? What's the official answer to what happened yesterday? Have you been released, and Song Zirou with you? Has Yi Bei confessed to the crime? Has he entered the judicial process? The reporters swarmed around the window and asked excitedly. One after another question appeared. This made Huaqing's few people really a bit confused. What in the world was going on here? They had been staying in the military prison last night. It was not clear at all what was happening outside. At this moment, they were surrounded and questioned by these reporters, and some of the questions asked them were cloudy. What Yi Bei confessed to the crime? What official punishment? What are these questions? Huaqing was confused and did not know how to answer. Behind him, Li Zhangwen listened to these. A moment of reminiscence reacted. Immediately peeled away Huaqing, through the window to the outside and said, "What crime did Yi Bei have? He wasn't even imprisoned. Plead guilty? Judicial proceedings?" Li Zhangwen had a puzzled look on his face. The moment he said this, all the reporters present froze on the spot. Yi Bei wasn't guilty? That wasn't what they had learned last night. The whole internet was saying that Yi Bei molested his schoolmate and then was taken away by the security bureau. Moreover, early this morning Xingjing University directly issued a notice of expulsion. All these have confirmed that Yi Bei is a molester. How could he not be arrested? How could he be innocent? What's going on here? Reporters froze in place, do not know how to speak. They were all thinking back to the logic and what was wrong with this. And just as they were thinking, Li Zhangwen spoke again. Song Zirou was still in prison. His expression was natural and didn't look like a lie at all. This also made the crowd even more confused. Yi Bei was a criminal. He wasn't locked up in prison, instead Song Zirou's victim was locked up? What kind of strange logic is this? They had been journalists for so many years, but they really hadn't encountered such a rare thing. And as Li Zhangwen's words reached here, Su Dehua also reacted. His heart couldn't help but stutter and cry out that it was not good. But before he could open his mouth, Li Zhangwen's mouth had already once again blurted out even more shocking words. Last night's matter was originally Song Zirou finding fault. She definitely had to be locked up. Yi Bei wasn't wrong at all. What kind of expression is this? Li Zhangwen's words made the scene completely out of control. Not only the reporters, but also the students who stopped to watch, all of them were in an uproar. Shock was written all over everyone's face. This was the complete opposite of what they knew to be true. "Shut up, you guys are making rumors here," Su Dehua shouted, directly pulling the attention of the crowd. Without giving them any time to think, he stepped forward. One finger pointed at Li Zhangwen in the car while speaking with a righteous face. This was all Yibei's roommate talking nonsense. His words carried the majesty of himself as the principal. Once again, it caused an uproarious sound at the scene. "Covering up for Yibei in front of the reporters and distorting the facts, you guys are really heavenly bold. Considering that you are not deeply involved in the world, you are punished to go back and write a review. If you don't know how to repent, Xinjiang University will definitely expel you." Su Dehua did not give the crowd a chance to think. He directly opened his mouth and said seriously to Li Zhangwen. The threat in these words sent chills down one's spine. These words caused the faces of Guoqing's few people to instantly change. What was going on here? How could the principal indiscriminately and directly say such words? The expulsion in his mouth wasn't a joke. This was something that Guoqing's few people knew well. The few people looked at each other and stared at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Seeing that they were stopped by themselves. Only then did Su Dehua turn around to look at the reporters again. These students were young and unintelligent. The school would give them a chance. Teaching and educating people was to train them to become useful to society. It is human nature to make some small mistakes. We will give these students the opportunity to grow and become better. The angry look on his face just now had disappeared, and he turned to say with a smile on his face. The reporters' microphones were all handed over. The cameraman's lenses were all aimed at Su Dehua. The matter of Yibei's attempted molestation of Song Zirou, the school had already taken evidence and implemented it. There was no doubt about it. Yibei knows the law, violates the law and discipline, corrupts the school's morale, and harms others, all of which are extremely bad influences, and we have also dealt with his serious treatment of expulsion from school this morning. Su Dehua said with a righteous face, appearing to be very righteous. But behind him, the Guoqing several people on the car window heard this and directly froze on the spot. Yibei didn't molest Song Zirou at all, it was all her own fault. Guoqing saw so many media, knowing how much of an impact this would have on Yibei, he couldn't help but speak out directly. These words caused the scene to clamor once again. The reporters' microphones turned to Guoqing in the car window again. Su Dehua's face instantly sank. Starting from his neck, his face flushed red as anger surged up from the bottom of his heart. However, the reporters were all excited. They loved this kind of news the most. This was simply first-class excellent material. This kind of hot news, once it was organized and aired, how much heat it would bring could be imagined. This could all be captured from the first scene. The reporters went crazy, and each one of them rushed towards Guoqing with happy faces. They knew. Explosive news was about to appear in their hands. Chapter 30, next, he's going to be in trouble. Guoqing's words were like a fuse, making all the reporters present all excited. However, Su Dehua's face was green with anger. With so many reporters, Guoqing's words were like a slap in the face. The fishing boat that was just fixed last night, now we can't let them mess it up. Otherwise that's not good enough. This led out of the things once exposed, Xinjiang University reputation, he himself cannot eat and walk. At that time, Song Zirou must be caught in the whirlpool of fishing wheels. Song Yunying accountability to their own head, that all will be finished. Immediately went up and rebuked. Nonsense, collusion with criminals like Yibei, is it conspiracy to conspire not to want to confess? Xinjiang University has always focused on student issues, you guys like this to turn black and white, is already in a serious violation of discipline. Yibei was expelled by me, do you want to follow him into this mess? Su Dehua was as righteous as ever. Every word he says puts him at the top of the moral ladder. He is the representative of justice, these students directly become bad students. They're aiding and abetting the criminal Yibei. The reporters were filming the whole thing, every frame has been recorded. So, Su Dehua didn't dare to waver his position at all. Even if he knew that there was something wrong with it. But that was all an afterthought. Right now in front of the media, Song Zirou had to be the victim and the good student. And Guoqing's few people were also dumbfounded at the moment. Yibei had actually been expelled. It had only been a few hours. The sun had just risen in the morning, and overnight, Yibei had become a criminal and was expelled from school. This was simply too unbelievable. They didn't understand why it wasn't Yibei's fault, yet it was such a result. What kind of monstrous power did this Song Zirou have that actually made a school leader do such a thing? This result made them freeze for a good half a day. Returning to his senses, Guoqing didn't hesitate for half a second and spoke again. It's not like that, Yibei didn't commit a crime, it was all Song Zirou who started the trouble. The school expelling Yibei was a completely wrong move, it didn't make sense. Guoqing said loudly to the reporters surrounding the military vehicle. Wanting to send out his voice through the power of the media. The reporters were also incredibly happy. The microphones were raised higher than one another, itching to dislike Guoqing's mouth and make him say all the words. Li Zhangwen also fought to open his mouth to speak. Song Zirou smashed Yibei's computer, it was originally her mistake, why should she blame Yibei? If it wasn't for her having to make a scene, this wouldn't have happened at all last night. He loudly defended. Although in his heart, he was really afraid of being expelled. But watching Yi Bei being slandered like this, their conscience couldn't get over it. Yi Bei was still very good to them. Although they had only spent half a month together, they still couldn't forget this friendship. The reporter closest to Li Zhangwan had a joyful look on his face that was visible to the naked eye. He already had a premonition of how explosive the news would be next. As the largest media outlet in Xinjiang City, he had been following this event since last night. The internet was full of things that were true or false. As a matter of fact, it was indeed possible that someone was creating rumors and reversing black and white to guide the fishing wheels. But Xinjiang University, as the official representative of the school, it had already issued a notice in the morning. And the notice was written very clearly. The credibility of Xinjiang University, which had a strong reputation in the country, was still quite high. His notice is equivalent to ironclad evidence. It shouldn't be able to deceive people. But now, Yi Bei's roommate who appeared in the military vehicle made a shocking statement. The facts in their mouths were the complete opposite. This made things bizarre all of a sudden. Questionable thoughts also began to appear. It even made the idea of whether or not there was some kind of inside job in this emerge. Someone had done something and wanted to harbor the culprit? The more complicated things become, the more people want to know the truth. And now the fishing boat explosion. Once what is happening now becomes news, it will be a huge blowout that will completely ignite the internet. After all, what melon eater doesn't love to watch puzzling mysteries? It was not only him. All the reporters present at the moment were thinking the same thing. Su Dehua looked at the restless reporters, his heart growing more and more uneasy. He knew that if he let these guys talk any longer, it was very likely that everything that had been done before would be undone. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, he was about to speak out again, completely shutting Guoqing up. And right at this moment, a voice interrupted everyone's roar. The two police officers inside the driver's cab couldn't stand it anymore. They directly got out of the car and walked out. Silence! Someone shouted, and the whole place fell silent. Everyone's eyes shifted to the two police officers. Do not make a scene, the security bureau is on official duty, no one can obstruct. What is going on will be investigated and publicized, hurry up and leave, don't obstruct the traffic. The police officers said to the people present. Their faces were cold, and their words were also cold. Seeing the police get off, the reporters didn't listen to half a word. Instead, they flocked over again. What exactly is going on with this matter? When will the officials give an answer? Who is the criminal between Yi Bei and Song Zirou? Has the judicial process started? Did Yi Bei really molest Song Zirou? The reporters' questions came one after another. But the police officers didn't pay the slightest attention to them. Waving their hands, they signaled the onlookers in front of them to get out of the way, they were going to pass. At the same time, directly to turn over to get on the car. And right at this time of getting into the car, one of the police officers glanced at Su Dehua, who was in a rage. An undetectable coldness flashed through his eyes. They were the ones who participated in the arrest yesterday. All of them knew very well how horrible this matter was. This Yi Bei's position was unfathomable. And this foolish principal actually made such a stupid decision without knowing the truth. Next, he was going to suffer. Chapter 31, We Won't Rest Until Yi Bei is Dead. Su Dehua watched as the police officer was about to get into the car. Hurriedly took a few steps forward to stop them. Comrade, wait a moment, these students released back, then Song Zirou should also have been sent back, right? Su Dehua inquired, wanting to know something from them. But both officers were personally instructed by Li Minghui. They were not allowed to disclose any details of the mission. So they looked at Su Dehua and were silent. Seeing this, Su Dehua hurriedly piled up a smile on his face. Last night this happened suddenly and caused a lot of trouble for you guys as well. With you guys being able to deal with it quickly, I will express my gratitude to you on behalf of the school. Song Zirou, these students were sent back specifically, it is really touching, there is a chance that I will definitely go forward to carry out thanks. Su Dehua, this kind of hypocritical words, has been at hand. But it did not even touch the half-point fluctuation of the police officers. This kind of person they have seen a lot, what kind of all have? At this moment, listening to Su Dehua's words, they naturally knew what he wanted to do. Song Zirou has not been released, this matter has not yet ended, will not be released for the time being. The police officer said directly. The cold words fell on Su Dehua's ears, making him unable to help but froze. The reporters were also confused. The police officer did not disclose a single bit of information, and the rights and wrongs are becoming more and more confusing. What was going on with Song Zirou and Yi Bei? Did the school privately expel Yi Bei without evidence? Things are getting more and more confusing. The journalists kept guessing in their minds, but they couldn't get an accurate answer. While they were thinking, the police officers had already gotten into the military vehicle. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, they went far away in the direction of the school dormitory. As for Su Dehua, his complexion was incomparably complicated at the moment. Behind him, a group of school leaders similarly looked at each other. The military vehicle carried Guo Chang and the others away. Only then did Su Dehua slowly come back to his senses. He looked at the place where the military vehicle was far away, and a hint of sulking appeared in his eyes. The face full of smiles just now had all but disappeared. We'll go and pick up Song Zirou now, and we'll naturally have a statement at that time. Su Dehua spoke with a big wave of his hand. He then went straight to the school car. The reporters were all very happy. This kind of situation. As long as there was a simple clip, it was immediately breaking news. This kind of news, one didn't even have to think about it, would definitely be the headline. Several cars headed towards the military department of Xingjing City in unison. Reporters will just shot these materials quickly to the headquarters to pass. Some anxious reporters were already sitting in their cars and started editing. The reporters sent by the largest media in Xingjing City were very skilled in their business. The fishing wheel posture of this matter was very clear and lucid. During the car ride, he quickly edited out a piece of news. After briefly reviewing it once, he directly couldn't wait to upload it to the major platforms. As soon as his news was sent out, it was only a matter of 10 or so minutes before it caught fire. After all, it was the first scene, the freshest news. The netizens who were concerned about this matter loved this kind of new fruit. All of them flocked over, and there were countless likes, comments, and retweets. But a moment of time. The car hadn't even arrived at the military department in Xingjing City, and the news had already exploded all over the net. A large number of female netizens stormed out on the spot after seeing this news. Countless fighters were completely enraged. There was a sea of excited voices inside the comment section. Song Zirou actually hadn't released it yet? This was so unfair. Other people could come back, why couldn't she? There must be Yi Bei behind this again. We jointly request that Yi Bei be severely punished. We must be given justice. We have to unite. We can't let this guy Yi Bei run amok. The fighters sprayed madly. This matter was really on top, making them feel like they were bursting with righteousness. Saving Song Zirou was saving all of them. It wasn't just the girls. At this moment, the Shangjing University girls' dormitory. Ren Tingting was attacking with an angry face. We have to stand up and fight for our own rights. We won't rest until Yi Bei dies. This kind of bastard must be severely punished and sent to hell. The current her was really going off the deep end. In one night's time, 7 or 8 accounts had been banned, making her completely frantic. Seeing people also about Yi Bei immediately went spamming. Taking the tens of thousands of boxers inside the group, she went around making waves. After all, she was a boxer blogger. Her appeal in the circle was still quite strong. In this process of constantly changing numbers, she still absorbed quite a few boxer fans. They hugged into a group and slammed Yi Bei all over the net, incomparably crazy. The roommates in the dormitory had all gone out to study long ago. Ren Tingting was the only one in the entire dormitory. In the middle of the room, the sound of keyboard clacking didn't stop for a moment. From time to time, her roars of anger and open laughter would also erupt. The current her was immersed in the internet. The network of smearing Yi Bei and proclaiming justice for boxers. But just at this time, a burst of knocking suddenly came from outside the dormitory door. Classmate, the student council is raiding the dormitory. The voice suddenly rang out, causing Ren Tingting to come back to her senses from her immersion. Looking at the doorway, she froze for several seconds. The student council raided the dormitory? Now, is there any mistake coming to check the dormitory at this time? Are you guys not sick? Ren Tingting, who was already a junior sister, was not afraid at all. While spitting and cursing, she got up and went to open the door. The dormitory door opened with a creak. The next second, 7 or 8 police officers rushed in. The one at the head was the one who had just conversed with Su Dehua. For a moment, panic suddenly rose. Chapter 32, 100-year-old puzzle solved. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yi Bei on the airplane had just fallen asleep from exhaustion. Su Dehua was leading people towards the military headquarters in Xingjing City. At the same time, Flandy stopped the work in his hands and opened his computer to check up on the newly arrived emails. A submission from Xia? Flandy glanced at the nationality that sent the email. Then clicked to open the email directly. For so many years, Xia hadn't really had many impressive papers in academia. So he also looked at it with a relaxed face. To be able to become the audit editor of the Nature scientific journal, his strength was also unquestionable. Nature as the world's top scientific journal. It is the journal that contains the most academic papers in the scientific community and is also the most authoritative. The headquarters of Nature journal had as many as 132 scientists as their responsible editors. That is to say, scientists such as Brandy are one of them. These people are the upper pyramid of the scientific community, the existence of the first echelon. After all, reviewing something like an academic paper simply wouldn't work without a certain knowledge base, without a certain amount of wisdom.
Many high-level papers were even unintelligible to the average scientist.
Therefore, the top scientists to review these papers are the most reliable. Each scientist has 2 to 3 days a year when he or she needs to review the back-end submission files on the Nature website.
Today is Brandy's second errand of the year, and the last one of the year. 5 minutes, that's the most I can muster up to review it.
Brandy muttered to himself with some impatience.
In his experience, sometimes even 5 minutes would not be used for papers submitted by people from Xia,
because most of them were doctoral dissertations which were considered very simple things in his eyes.
After a few seconds of loading, the document finally appeared in front of him. Energy conversion problems in controlled fusion reactors.
Looking at the title, Freddy smiled. It was a disdainful smile. Xiagua people were really unreliable. Nuclear energy research, Flandy naturally knew a lot about it. He wanted to laugh when he took a look at a paper with this kind of title. In his perception, if the person who wrote this kind of paper was not a titan of the scientific research world, then it was pure nonsense.
And this name below the title, Yi Xia.
He had never seen it among the top researchers in Xia. This made it even more clear that it was impossible for him to write this kind of paper. Or rather, this kind of problem was simply researched by people at his level. Of course, this kind of thing was still very common in nature. There are often papers that are written in a haphazard manner that are submitted in an attempt to muddle through. That way the gold-plated record of having published in Nature goes on the resume.
However, for science all reviewing editors are quite rigorous.
Even if this paper he already think is blindly written. At this moment, still sliding the mouse wheel down to look up. But it didn't matter if he took a look. Brandy's eyes gradually began to stare. He who had originally said that he would only give this paper 5 minutes of review time had broken his promise. Because this thesis was completely different from the scummy and disorganized writing he had expected. Instead, it was well organized, layered, step by step, and the projection process was all very logical. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was written by a very solid researcher. And with the emergence of those difficult problem-solving ideas, Franti's complexion changed completely.
Even the mouse in his hand pulled slower and slower.
Because the pace at which his mind followed the ideas traveling in the paper slowed down. The problem gradually went deeper and deeper, and more novel solution formulas appeared.
Brandy even took out a pen and paper to perform a simple deduction, trying to corroborate these thoughts written in the paper. After reading only halfway through, 20 minutes had already slipped by.
And as he continued to scroll down, one by one, the mysteries that had plagued countless scientists for decades were solved, and the questions burst like bubbles in layers. Brandy's eyes were growing unsettled.
The thought process that was beyond ordinary human perception took his breath away. The clear logic of each step made him more and more shocked the more he read.
Until the last page, when the fusion energy conversion problem was about to be solved, the paper came to an abrupt end. This made Brandy seem to wake up from his sleep. He hurriedly downloaded the email to the page and reopened it. But the paper was still closed here. However, looking at the line of reasoning, the author had obviously calculated everything, and he had done it on purpose. This drove Franti a little crazy. Hurriedly lifting up his pen, he followed the line of thought and tried to continue counting. But after trying a bit, he realized that without the support of those novel thoughts, he had no idea how to continue evolving downwards. This caused him to be even more shocked, and waves of terror rose in his heart.
Genius, this was absolute genius.
After circling back and forth in the room for several times, Franti couldn't help but shout out loud. Originally, he thought it was a muddled scrap of a manuscript. But he didn't expect it to give him such a surprise.
Originally thought of coming home from work to take the whole family out for dinner tonight.
Now he only had this paper in his mind. After sitting in his seat and carefully looking over the paper several times again, Freddy was completely shocked by the novel ideas in it. At the same time, without much hesitation, he immediately called a few of his scientist buddies. They were all top figures in the world's scientific community. Among them, there was also a Titanic-level existence in the scientific research world. They were all busy with their scientific research at the moment, and when they were interrupted by Brandy's phone call, each one of them was furious.
Brandy, don't you know that I'm busy? My thoughts were interrupted by you.
Someone answered the phone and directly shouted in anger. These scientists, most of them had strange tempers, especially when they were interrupted in their thoughts. But Flandy didn't care that they were mad at him at all. Just as loudly, he screamed at them, "I discovered something that shocks the world. The puzzle that has plagued us for hundreds of years has been solved. The scientific research community is going to be shaken tonight." Brandy shouted as ecstatic as a madman.
The sound confused the tantrum-throwing scientists. But a few minutes later, after they opened their computers and saw the paper that Franti had sent, all of them became even crazier than Franti. Chapter 33 Near-Death Shock, A Century of Answers. As several scientists read the paper, they went completely crazy. The paper immediately began to appear to be passed on from person to person. After it was sent to several other people from Brandy's hands, several other people quickly called and told their other close friends about the good news. For a while, more and more scientists began to know about it. Papers began to be frantically circulated. All over the world, in private laboratories, cheers and shrieks came from time to time. Not a single person was spared after seeing this paper. All of them were shocked beyond their control. Will country. In the middle of a small, solemn auditorium. In a crowded area, 30 to 40 men and women of varying ages were seated. Most of them were middle-aged. There were only a handful of people whose appearance appeared to be only in their 20s or 30s. Each and every one of these people had a solemn expression and listened with sideways ears. On the stage, the body was sitting on a wheelchair. A white-haired old man with a waxy, wrinkled face was drawing crooked lines on the computer tablet in front of him with a trembling hand. He tried to frame the lines of text as best he could. But the force was too much for him, and his fingers were already too tired to raise his arms after only half of the drawing. These are the project problems that you should focus on in the future. Putting his hand down, Andre Lester slowly said. His voice was hoarse and made people's hearts a little hairy. Now his body has been weak to the extreme. Next to him stood 3 or 4 Will country's top doctors, first aid equipment in their hands under the table. The most timely medical treatment could be administered anytime, anywhere. This kind of treatment was something that only Andre could have. This was because he was the top scientific research titan that had appeared in Will country so far. In the era of the Second War, he had contributed unrivaled strength to the Will country. He created a large number of top-notch weapons and equipment. He was also one of the pioneers of the nuclear age. If not for special reasons, he would have been the first to develop that world-changing Big Bang. Of course, he was also the first person in this world to develop a 5th-generation engine. Because of his engine, the Generation V took off at least 10 years ahead of schedule. He is a figure in the echelon of the world's top scientists. A titan of the scientific research world. But even for such a character, there is still the day of aging and extinction. Today, he is close to 100 years old. Old age spots crawled all over the backs of his hands. It was a great strain to speak. If it weren't for Will country's top-notch medical technology being supplied on a full-time basis, he would probably have already passed away by now. At this moment, he was lecturing his students. This could be his last lesson. So, rather than a lesson, it was more like conducting a final summary of his work and posthumous arrangements. Every student also knew this clearly in their hearts, so they listened very attentively. The small auditorium was filled with nothing but these people. A few meters behind Andre, there were a few big names standing straight up. They were all the top echelons of the Will country. At this moment, they were standing behind Andre. Everyone was wearing considerable respect and was solemn without making a single sound. The energy conversion of nuclear fusion, this was the most important information, it must be kept well. Andre said one sentence and stopped, taking 2 deep breaths of oxygen. The oxygen tube inserted on his nose trembled slightly, making one's heart tremble. After a little soothing, he once again spoke in a hoarse voice. All other work was given to Mary to continue all unfinished projects in my place. His gaze swept over all of the students and he said in a serious tone, "You must unite so that the Will country can have a future." As the words fell, Andre's gaze clouded over. The last glimmer of fire in his eyes gradually dimmed. Mary immediately got up and ran to Andre's side in 2 steps. "Teacher, I will remember everything you said." Meirue's eyes glistened with tears, forced down the choking in his throat. "What else do you wish for, you tell the student?" These words caused a hint of sadness to appear in Andre's gaze. He sighed as he looked at the unfinished information file on the computer screen. "I have lived for a century and contributed all my wisdom to the Will country, the war that had to begin to make the Will country strong as well as fall. I studied many amazing things during that era, some of which could have changed the world, changing things. It's just a pity that they all ended up disappearing along with history. I have experienced so much in my life, and it has been immensely fulfilling. I have no last wishes, only that you continue to work for the Will country." Andre spoke as if he had returned to decades ago. The memories in his eyes were so thick that they even flickered with a ball of fire. But this bit of firelight faded away in an instant, and a pair of old eyes were once again cloudy. In fact, there was still a regret in his heart. That was the energy conversion of nuclear fusion. He had studied nuclear energy for his entire life, and had always hoped to recreate the glory of that era. However, life was short, and he had only delved into a part of it, and there was still a long way to go before he could crack the end of the problem. If he could see the solution to the energy conversion problem before he closed his eyes, he would really die without regret. But he knew that it was impossible. Mary looked at his teacher, his heart clenched in pain. He knew that Andre still had a last wish, and there was still a reluctance towards this world in his eyes. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't help his mentor fulfill this wish. Andre was known as the originator of nuclear energy. He was definitely one of the top figures in the nuclear field. If he couldn't solve the problem, who else in this era could? Just as the entire audience was in mourning, the door to the auditorium was suddenly slammed open. A man dressed in an old-fashioned European butler's costume rushed in. His pace was rapid, heading straight for Andre on the stage. This caused everyone to be shocked. The Grand Commander of the Wool Country, who had been standing quietly behind Andre, frowned, and in 2 steps, he shielded himself in front of Andre. At the same time, the weapon at his waist was drawn in the blink of an eye. It was clicked and loaded, pointing straight at the impudent fellow in front of him. It was the teacher's butler. Someone among the students recognized the little old man and hurriedly called out. Hearing this, Andre waved his hand, and only then did the chancellor put away his gun and retrace his steps. Brandy's call, saying that he had something important to say to the head of the family. Hearing this, Andre shook his head slightly in rejection. His time was about to run out. All he wanted to do now was to take a good look at the bustling metropolis of the Wool Country and reminisce about everything that had happened. The butler looked at the crowd present. He also looked at Andre, who was looking out the huge floor-to-ceiling window and was in a weakened state. After thinking about it for a long time, he still spoke up. Master of the house. The butler stared at Andre, still speaking respectfully, just as he had before when reporting things. Brandy said that he discovered a scientific research result that shocked the world. He said that he made sure to show it to you, and that he would definitely not let you down. Having followed Andre for decades, he took care of everything for Andre. For so many years, he could count all the papers on the table. Naturally, he knew very well what the family head he served was after in his life. So, in the end, he still said it. The moment these words came out, Andre's eyes snapped open, and his hoarse throat forcefully spat out 2 words, "Bring it." The butler immediately handed over all the computers and phones he was holding. Everyone watched Andre pick up the phone. But after chatting for more than 10 seconds, Andre's face rapidly improved. His cloudy eyes started to become light, and it was an unusually strong light. The waxen color of his face also regained the blood color that was rare to see in the past half a year. Mary and everyone else all looked shocked. They didn't know what Frank had said to Andre, but it was obviously not something ordinary. Otherwise, Andre wouldn't be like this. "Send the paper quickly, I can't hold on much longer, thanks old friend." Andre finished with some excitement. He then hung up the phone and turned his head to look at the computer. Mary had already staked out the computer. Just now, even the circle cannot draw well. Andre, at this moment holding the mouse skillfully clicked up. Soon, a paper sent from across the ocean was opened by him. His eyes carefully scanned the content on it. With every page he looked down, his body trembled more and more violently, and there was more and more spirit in his eyes. An unprecedented hope surged into his heart. Chapter 34. He will lead mankind into the nuclear energy era. This was his lifelong pursuit, his last expectation. Now it was actually really in front of his eyes. What kind of genius wrote this thesis? Many of his visions in it were exactly the same as what Andre himself had thought. But the ideas shown in this thesis were much more than what he had researched. No one in the world knew more about them than he did. And the more deeply he understood, the more he was able to see the novelty of Yibei's thoughts. An absolute genius. Andre marveled out. He knew what this paper meant. Its appearance would lead the world into a whole new era. What led mankind into the age of steam? Franklin led mankind into the electrical age. And he would lead mankind into the age of nuclear energy. The history of human energy will take a huge step forward. Or rather, the energy of one of the great powers will soon take a giant step forward. The future of the world will change dramatically because of him. Energy conversion for nuclear fusion. That's an incredibly difficult problem. Andre knew nothing better than nuclear energy. He spent his entire life trying to come up with an answer. It was unthinkable what kind of person could have worked it all out. A shadow of an unseen face appeared in his mind. Turning his head, Mary had doubt written all over his face. "Teacher, what's wrong?" He didn't know how Andre could be so excitedly excited. For a dying man to suddenly burst into this kind of fire surprised Mary beyond measure. What gave him such tremendous energy? Andre didn't answer Mary's question. Instead, he picked up his cell phone and dialed the number over again. He wanted to know who this genius really was. If he could, he wished to meet him before he died. But unfortunately, after a phone call ended, Andre didn't get the answer he wanted. It was because Brandy didn't really know who this person was either. Yi Xia. He had checked, and there was no scientific researcher by that name in Xia. He hadn't left an address on his Nature account either. Everything was blank information. There was only a phone number for registration. Brandy was already using some means to inquire. Although there was no specific information, Andre's eyes looked to the east. Summerland, he knew. It was an ancient and great country. However, in recent times, there were hardly any world-changing modern scientists in Xia. Only a very few had left a colorful mark on history. But it was a far cry from changing the world. Who in the world could write such an amazing paper? Andre couldn't think of one. Shaking his head, he looked to the students beside him and, "Mary, Alex, pay attention to the recent movements of researchers from various countries, and pay attention to the recent situation in Xia.
The person who changed this world has appeared, the future of the scientific research world belongs to him.
Mary and Alex looked at each other and immediately opened their mouths to agree. They didn't dare to disobey their teacher's words. Although they didn't know which person the teacher was talking about, they both didn't dare to slack off. Immediately, they arranged for the personnel to start moving, starting to pay close attention to the situation of these two parties. At the same time, Brandy was in the background of nature, sending numerous messages to eBay's account. However, it never received a single message back. Flandy couldn't figure it out. Could it be that this person who had submitted the paper really didn't pay attention to the paper he had released? This was something that had shaken the entire scientific research community. Did he not have the slightest idea? Doesn't want to hit the Nobel Prize in Physics with this paper and research? Brandy scratched his head. He really couldn't figure it out. After all, summer people's thinking was always different from normal people. After reviewing the paper once again, Flandy reviewed and passed eBay's paper according to the process. Nature's Academic Library. A new paper was added, and it came from Xia. At the same time, the headline of the Nature website immediately published this paper. Stars and Stripes Country. In an extremely top-notch hidden scientific research base, Bernard was looking over eBay's paper. Brandy also called him the first time he saw the paper. He looked at the world-shattering thesis and his heart set off shockwaves. The several assistants at hand were working closely on the calculations. The calculations were done 3 times before and after. Each time, the arithmetic logic was without the slightest error. The entire idea written in the paper, without a single flaw, was perfect. Bernard was somewhat incredulous. How could Xia, whose nuclear research level had been left behind by them for decades, write something that transcended the times? This was a problem that had plagued all researchers for nearly 100 years. They hadn't even gotten any inkling of it yet. But someone from Xia had actually cracked it open. This was no less than the sportsman who had led a lap and was happily waving his arms to humiliate all the other runners. But the referee just threw the yellow card right in his face, telling him that you've already been thrown around 3 laps by someone else, so don't act like a pussy. The shock, horror, and panic can be imagined. He was supposed to win. But I didn't realize that the other guy had turned the corner and had 2 tubes of nitrous on. It was too much to hope for and even made people feel a bit desperate. This is too incredible, how did he do it? Bernard grabbed his hair and wondered for a moment. But right now he hadn't even had time to think about this. Immediately picking up the phone, he dialed the top level of the Stars and Stripes. It was necessary to immediately use means to find this person no matter what and find a way to dig him over. If we let the Xia Kingdom get this transgenerational technology, we will no longer be the hegemon. His words were incomparably serious. A major event concerning Star-Spangled Nation's world hegemony, he didn't dare to joke at all. Every word was absolutely rigorous and serious. When everyone else was still in the electrical era, if Xiagua stepped into the nuclear energy era first, that scene would go back to more than 100 years ago. Steam era of the world countries, driving ships carrying cannons to the feudal Qing dynasty. No matter how big your land is, it's all for nothing. Immediately needing, we must work out a program. Hang up the phone, Bernard looked at all the scientists present and said, has been in the science and technology leading the world proud of him. At this moment, for the first time, he felt threatened. At the same time, the senior management of Stars and Stripes also held an urgent meeting and began to formulate a plan. No one dared to take what Bernard said lightly. Will country. The students in the small auditorium had all left. Most of them had been assigned tasks by Mary to find out the whereabouts of that absolute genius. Only he remained by Andre's side. He had just finished reading the paper, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. No wonder Andre would react this way. That really was the person who changed the world. Following Andre as he looked towards the eastern skyline, Mary's heart inexplicably felt a bit flustered. Chapter 35. This test, can he survive it? Yi Bei's paper appeared on the front page of the Nature website. It quickly attracted the intense attention of scientists and scholars all over the world. It caused a considerable repercussion. All of the world's major scientific and technological countries were all caught up in the storm. The energy conversion problem of nuclear fusion may be solved. This is simply the detonation of the world's biggest nuclear energy bomb. Science and technology is the first productive force. This phrase has been written in textbooks around the world since elementary school. They all realized how important this matter was. The emergence of this research would definitely change the course of the world, and even the world pattern. Even the future development of mankind's sovereignty. The top brass of all the major countries all urgently convened meetings to formulate strategic plans, preparing to fight for this technology, or looking for a compromise. At the same time, some unseemly means were used. Although Yi Bei was far away in Xia, and there was very little information left on the internet, but there were still traces after all. Those top hackers were not vegetarians. The actions to search for Yi Xia were almost all carried out at the first time. No one wanted to be one step behind. The entire world was thrown into its first frenzy because of a paper. Likewise, the issuance of the paper also caught the attention of Xia's scientists. After reading this amazing paper, a large number of Xia scientists were shaken, even said to be epileptic. It was because this paper was published by someone from Xia. What this meant was self-evident. On the highway, the dark red flag car sped. Lu Yongping, who was preparing to head to the prison, suddenly received a phone call. It was someone from the institute calling. President Lu, big deal, big deal. Our summer country has a genius. Nature homepage has published his paper. The matter is important. You hurry to see. The other party said in an incomparable hurry, without giving Lu Yongping a chance to speak. After hearing this, Lu Yongping also hurriedly opened his computer to check. After reading this, he was truly shocked. If something of this caliber appeared in Bernard's hands, it would still be understandable. But for it to appear in Xia, even he found it unimaginable. When did Xia country have such a genius? Over the past few decades, although Xia's technology had advanced by leaps and bounds, but it hadn't yet reached this kind of skyrocketing terror. But when he saw the name of the paper's author, it was as if an electric current passed through his heart, causing him to tremble. At the same time, Yi Bei's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. Could it be him? Lu Yongping let out a cry of surprise. After thinking carefully for a moment, he finally finalized his thoughts. After all, the current Xia kingdom. Other than him, I'm afraid that there was really no one who could write this kind of thing. Yi Bei had already created a lot of impossibilities in the years he had contributed to the country. It was only him that could possibly crack this kind of world problem. Not daring to hesitate, Lu Yongping immediately dialed Lin Tianlei's number. Although this paper had only just been sent out a short while ago, but Lu Yongping was already able to think of what would happen next. Lin Tianlei, who was also driving to the prison. Anger rose in his heart. Already, he couldn't wait to interrogate this Song Zirou. Just a moment ago, he had already given the order to arrest her in the car. Have the military department find the Tianxin Department to get the information. Then, nationwide, he began to urgently arrest all the leaders of cyber violence. These people were frantically smearing Yi Bei, causing quite a serious adverse effect. If he didn't properly clean up this garbage, he would be sorry for his hat. It was important to sweep up all the internet trash within these 3 days. Lin Tianlei gave orders to the people from the military department over the phone. Be sure to find out the real culprit behind this, and if you can't, you'll be investigated for dereliction of duty. His words were short and strong. An answering voice immediately came from the opposite side of the phone. Hanging up the phone, the anger on his face only slightly subsided a few points. Immediately after, a phone call came again. After glancing at the notes on it, Lin Tianlei pressed the answer button. In the next instant, an urgent voice came from the opposite side. Before he could open his mouth, Lu Yongping spoke impatiently. You now hurry to make arrangements to immediately rush to Yi Bei's hometown, must arrive before the arrival of those foreign scientists, otherwise it will be late. Lu Yongping's anxious words made Lin Tianlei confused. What happened? You say it more clearly first. Lin Tianlei pressed his cell phone into amplification. Just now, a scientific journal included a new academic paper, written by our Xia scientist with the pen name Yi Xia. This paper is of great significance. I've asked the Tianxin Department to check his registered account. It was written by Yi Bei. Now that the thesis has been exposed, countries will definitely send scholars to bring in Yi Bei, and if we let them have their way, the loss will be unimaginable. Lu Yongping made the situation clear in 2 sentences. Hearing this, Lin Tianlei not only didn't worry, but instead laughed. Ha, old Lu, you still know too little about Yi Bei. What kind of person is he? Even if the stars and stripes made the seat of the supreme being a condition, he wouldn't even blink an eye. Not to mention any scholars coming to pull him in, even if Puchuan came, it would be impossible. But only after his words left his mouth, Lu Yongping immediately disliked him. Lu Yongping was far more thoughtful than him as a general. Old Lin, I do believe in Yi Bei, but don't forget what the situation is now. How do you think Yi Bei would feel when he saw that the entire internet was hacking him? How would he feel to see all the people he protects cursing him? The people of Xia are not bad, they are just blinded by people with ulterior motives. You and I can see clearly, but we are outside the bureau. And Yi Bei is in the middle of the situation at the moment. Can you guarantee that he can also see clearly? At this juncture, can you guarantee that he will not make other decisions? Lu Yongping's 4 consecutive questions caused Lin Tianlei to directly freeze. The expression on his face changed rapidly as he held the cell phone. The confidence and complacency of a moment ago had long since disappeared, and was replaced by a deep sense of panic. Lu Yongping was right. Yi Bei is still young, he is only 18 years old. In the face of so much verbal vilification, can his mind withstand it? Could he survive this ordeal? He had overlooked this point. If Yi Bei failed to figure it out, coupled with those skillful scholars following their lead, let him become disillusioned with Xia and join another camp. That would be an incomparably horrible outcome. Parking.
Lin Tianlei felt a chill in his heart after just a slight thought and immediately shouted out. The driver who was speeding along immediately slammed on the brakes. It made Lin Tianlei almost stumble and fall off the back seat. However, he didn't have time to care about that at all. Instead, he hurriedly spoke again, telling the driver to turn around and head straight for the airbase. Everything had to be left behind right now. He had to immediately rush to Yi Bei's old home. Although this matter was indeed Xia's fault for Yi Bei, there were always some inevitable bad guys in the crowd. In a deliberate attempt to guide and use the people with good and righteous hearts as guns, it had always been that they had been negligent in managing these internet scum. They used to focus on the international events but neglected the bad guys hiding in the crowd. Not bringing these scum to justice was their biggest mistake. But now they were already doing their best to make up for it. Lin Tianlei only hoped that it wasn't too late to strike now. He also hoped that Yi Bei wouldn't be knocked down by this small blow, to be able to survive all the setbacks just like his father. Just as Lin Tianlei turned his car around and headed towards the base, preparing to catch up with Yi Bei in a special airplane, an airplane had already taken off and was speeding towards Xia. A large number of scientists had been dispatched by various countries to compete for this genius who could change the world in Xia. Because of Yi Bei's phone number for registering his account, all countries coincidentally used technological means to directly locate and track Yi Bei's cell phone signal IP. At this moment, the scientists on each airplane had a tablet computer with a flashing red dot in their hands. The place with that red dot was exactly where Yi Bei's old home was located. A very ordinary small county, Hong County. Chapter 36, A Meritorious Family in a Small Mountain Village. While the wind was rising outside, in this inconspicuous small county of Hong County, it was still peaceful and quiet. Yi Bei walked on the streets with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He saw everything on the internet. To say completely calm that is impossible, after all, his heart is not made of iron. He couldn't say what it felt like. It was as if his heart had been stabbed, but he didn't know where the pain was. Just feel that the whole chest is stuffy. There is something blocked inside that can't come out and can't be dissolved. Master, weigh 2 pounds of corn cake. Stopping at the familiar street entrance, Yi Bei took out $10 from his wallet and said to the grandfather who pushed his bicycle to sell pastries, "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it." The man who was in charge of the project was a man who had been in charge of the project for a long time, and who had been in charge of the project for a long time. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Yi Bei took the pastries in the hands of the grandpa. Listening to the words of the grandpa, slightly smiled, turned around and left the place, leaving all thoughts behind. Taking the county bus, he returned to his small village. After getting off the bus, it was already evening. The beautiful scenery of the village is also covered with wisps of smoke. I don't know who a few children at the entrance of the village in the shallows to touch crabs. Laughter, interspersed with the barking of the big yellow dog. Looking at this familiar small village, Yi Bei's heart couldn't help but calm down. Carrying his computer bag, Yi Bei took a step towards the village. Just a few steps into the village, Yi Bei watched a pale figure sitting by the chess stall, looking in the direction of the village entrance. Grandpa. Looking at that familiar figure, Yi Bei's pace could not help but quicken. There was no one at the chess stall in the evening. The grandfathers had all been called home for dinner by their children and grandchildren. Yi Bei approached the old man and a smile appeared on his face. The old man was leaning on his cane, and his old military uniform was washed white. Although his head of white hair looked old, his eyes were still shining. Standing next to the chess stall, his back straight, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Wuzzy, you're back." "I'm back, Grandpa," Yi Bei said with an easy smile on his face, assisting the old man. "The life outside is more complicated than this small county." The old man looked at Yi Bei's face that had matured and said with kind eyes. These words made Yi Bei stunned for a moment. His heart felt like it had been gripped by something. "Aha!" Yi Bei nodded his head, but a smile immediately appeared on his face. Let's go home." It was true that things outside were complicated, but Yi Bei didn't want his grandfather to know those unhappy things. So holding him, he walked towards home. The old man did not speak again, but followed Yi Bei's assistance and walked towards home step by step. The twilight of the evening was quickly coming down. Under the numbly bright sky, Yi Bei's heart was somewhat touched as he walked past the chess stand. He didn't know when his grandfather was waiting here. The old men playing chess had all left long ago, and he was the only one still sitting here looking at the entrance of the village. It was as if he knew he would come today, so he was waiting patiently. The shouts of the village Amazons rang out in the distance. The children who had gleefully touched the crabs just now ran past Yi Bei with their clothes pocketing their catches, covered in mud, and rushed towards their homes spreading their legs. And Yi Bei's footsteps also reached the door of the house. The old man took out the key from his pocket and went to open the door. Yi Bei stood at the door and glanced at the red plaque hanging on top of the door. First-class meritocracy. The 4 large characters were as bright red as blood-stained, and each character was carved with vigor and strength. Even without the sunlight shining, there seemed to be light surging in the center. This plaque, Yi Bei had been hanging here since he could remember. The wooden door creaked open and Yi Bei pulled his gaze back. Assisting the old man, he entered the house. The spacious yard was filled with flowery potted plants. Every day they are carefully cared for, they are growing strong, green shoots full of vitality. Put the computer bag casually on the bench. Yi Bei rolled up his sleeves and washed his hands in front of the faucet. Grandpa, take a break, I'll cook today. Yi Bei helped his grandfather into the house and said with a smile. Saying this, he turned on the electric light in the yard. Under the dim light, moths and insects had already started to linger. Sitting in the car all day, you rest well, go, Grandpa will make you some delicious food. When he arrived home, the old man threw down his walking stick and walked out with a light and healthy pace. Today, the Dong family in the village killed a pig and sent me half a rack of ribs. Today, Grandpa will cook a meal of pork ribs with sauce to satisfy your craving. In fact, the old man's health has always been great. Although he is nearly 90 years old and his hair is all gray. But his body is still hard and straight, just like a 60-year-old man. Walking simply do not need to help. The reason for the crutches may be the village his age people on it. Watching his grandfather carry the ribeye steak, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the kitchen. Yi Bei smiled and did not refuse. The old man loved to cook. In the past, when Yi Bei went to school, he made some delicious food and watched Yi Bei eat. He was happy if Yi Bei ate big bites. At the moment, looking at his grandfather's still robust pace, Yi Bei was happy in his heart. Twisting the faucet and drying his hands, Yi Bei picked up his computer bag and walked into the hall. Placing the backpack on the mahogany chair, Yi Bei paused and his eyes fell on the wall facing the door in the hall. There were 6 photos hanging on the wall. Below each photo, there were again densely packed medals hanging. At a glance. Hero of the Defense, Special Merit, First Class Merit, Second Class Merit, Battle Hero. Yi Bei stood in the hall. Looking at the glittering medals, looking at the faces on the photos, waves rippled in his heart. Every person on this photo was Yi Bei's loved ones. It was his flesh and blood relatives. Some of them had been hung here before he was born, and some of them had been hung shortly after he was born. Walking to the mahogany table where the spirit tablets were offered, Yi Bei picked up 3 sticks of incense with a solemn face. He then bowed deeply to the spirit table. Immediately afterward, he knelt on the ground with a thud. Second grandpa, third grandpa, dad, mom, third uncle, third brother, I came to see you. Yi Bei inserted the incense inside the incense pot and deeply snapped his head 3 times. Raising his head again, Yi Bei looked at the photos of his parents on the wall. A trace of sorrow surfaced in his eyes and a trace of confusion appeared in his heart. 10 years ago. When Yi Bei was 8 years old, his parents sacrificed themselves. Yi Bei didn't know how they sacrificed themselves. At that time, he and his grandfather still lived in the city. He only remembered that some people in ordinary clothes came on the day his father sacrificed. They looked solemn and handed the box containing the ashes to his 80-year-old grandfather. They whispered something to Grandpa and then left in a hurry. That night, Grandpa resigned from his post and took 8-year-old Yi Bei back to the countryside. This return was 10 years. Since then, Grandpa had never left this small village. Anything that came up was entrusted to the neighbor's eldest uncle to help with. Yi Bei's gaze fell on the mahogany chair next to the table. In his memory, every day when he came back from school, his grandfather always sat on this chair and smoked a pipe. When he saw him running home with his school bag on his back, he then got up and smiled and went to clean up the meal. Grandpa would carefully clear everything on this table every day, including the sandalwood incense in the incense box. For 10 years, the burning incense had never been broken. Every time he renewed the new incense, Grandpa would always sit on the chair for half a day. Sometimes he looked at the pictures on the wall, sometimes at the table. But more often than not, his eyes were always looking at the courtyard outside the hall, smoking his pipe without any words. It was like he was looking at the void and was having a heated conversation with the people in the void. Only when Yi Bei appeared in front of him every time, a smile would appear on his silent face. Sometimes Yi Bei ran over to his grandfather to ask for pocket money, and his grandfather would touch his head and pull out a few brand new bills for him. Xiao Bei, get up and eat. In the middle of his thoughts, Yi Bei felt a familiar warmth coming from his head. Lifting his head, it was his grandfather who was stroking his hair and smiling kindly. He didn't know how long he had been kneeling here. There was an empty peace in his heart, just countless things flashing out of his mind that he couldn't count. He didn't realize that in this time out of his mind, Grandpa's meal could already be given ready. Well, eat. Yi Bei smiled faintly and stood up from the ground. Today's sauce ribs are still original and fresh, try it. The old man nodded, the smile on his face was still as kind as ever. Reaching out, he pinched a piece of ribs covered in sauce into Yi Bei's bowl. And right at this very moment, the small Hong County was already in the air. A plane landed at the neighboring airport, and a large number of the world's top figures had walked off the plane. Chapter 37 Wind and Cloud Surge, Past Events Enlightenment.
The first thing to land at the airport was Lin Tianlei's special airplane, a high-speed fighter jet specially deployed by the Air and Space Base. But by the time it arrived in Hong County, it was also already dark. If they traveled to Yibei's home now, Lin Tianlei didn't think it would be very feasible. It would take at least another hour or so for them to drive from here to the village where Yibei's house was located. By the time it was 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. After a brief thought, Lin Tianlei decided to settle down in the county tonight. He would wait until tomorrow morning before departing. Moreover, according to the information from the Aviation Bureau, those foreigners' airliners hadn't arrived here yet. It would be even later when they arrived. These people aren't little darlings either. And definitely wouldn't go to disturb Yibei in the middle of the night. Therefore, Lin Tianlei wasn't worried that they would beat him to it. It wouldn't be the least bit late to wait for tomorrow morning and depart with them. The crowd arrived in the county by car, found a hotel and stayed there. Lin Tianlei and his accompanying assistant, as well as a few guards, were sitting in the room. Worried that these foreigners would rush off in the dark early tomorrow morning, Lin Tianlei had also arranged for 2 people to go to the county's roads at night to keep an eye on them. Lest he got up tomorrow himself, the others had already talked to Yibei for half a day. Stars and Stripes sent Bernard, Wool Country's Mary also came, Bear Country's Abraham should be the first to arrive, and Bug Country also sent a few people. According to the latest news received, these flights would be landing soon. The assistant reported the situation Lin Tianlei had just received one by one. Listening to the names that came out of his mouth, his brows furrowed. All the countries had sent missions, this was a luxurious lineup, and every one of them was a renowned researcher. It was estimated that they had also made a comprehensive plan, this time it still couldn't be taken lightly. Lin Tianlei stroked his chin, his heart roughly calculating. Based on his own experience, he guessed what tricks these people would use. A wondrous talent, to be able to attract so many scientific research community bulls at once. Tomorrow I'm afraid that it will be a bloody struggle. The assistant was also in awe. This kind of gathering of top scientists was rare. Only the World Scientists Summit held every few years would have this kind of situation. This time, all of them even came out for Yibei. It could be seen how seriously they took Yibei. Yes, this time the problem was serious. Lin Tianlei also nodded his head. How is the arrest operation going? These internet assholes are unpardonable. If they break Yibei's heart, the consequences are unimaginable. It has been carried out, but the information is limited. The investigation is still continuing. The assistant immediately spoke up and replied, when you return, the operation will be fully opened. Lin Tianlei nodded. He, who had been running around for a day and a night in a row, couldn't help but yawn at this moment. Seeing this, the assistant immediately retreated with a few people. From the time things happened last night, until now, it had been 20 hours, and none of them had closed their eyes yet. Lying on the bed, Lin Tianlei thought about the strategy of how to deal with it tomorrow and slowly fell asleep. Just as Lin Tianlei was resting, Bernard and the others' airliners had all landed here around the same time. But it wasn't just the team of scientists that appeared after them. There were actually several major media outlets in Xia. The matter of the Nature homepage paper had already exploded online. These big media naturally will not miss. After finding out about these scientists' unusual itinerary through various means, they all quickly followed them. For a while, the quiet and peaceful Hong County unconsciously became lively. The hotel that usually has few travelers was suddenly full this night. From various countries, the bright and shiny team stayed here. Among these media, there was actually Wang Bing, a reporter from the central media. Her appearance was not by chance, but by a direct dispatch from the headquarters. She was requested to make sure she did a good job with this interview. Increase Yi Xia's popularity. Wang Bing's fame was unknown in Xia. The whole country knew this beautiful, cute, gentle and sweet female reporter. This time, the higher-ups also wanted to lend her a hand and use Yi Xia's name to build a bridge to Yibei first. Even before this, no one knew about this Yi Xia's existence. But this time, there was Wang Bing's heat in fans. As long as the news was done well, it would surely make him hot and famous both at home and abroad. This bridge for Yi Xia was well built. When the time was right one day in the future, Yibei would be able to smoothly walk across. Bernard and the others who had checked into the hotel were a bit worried at the moment. Although they did prepare quite a few means, they did not have the slightest understanding of this genius Yi Xia. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. But right now, they did not know the slightest thing about Yi Xia, and they were afraid that if they exported, they would touch someone's scales and lose the opportunity. Not being able to prescribe the right medicine made him a bit bitter at this moment. Not only them. Abraham of the Bear Country was feeling the same headache. Only Mary of the Wool Country was bowing his head in prayer. His mission here this time was different from Bernard's and theirs. Andre had instructed him not to attempt to draw Yi Xia in, just make a small request. Just try to get Yi Xia to agree to the request and don't get involved in anything else. Mary was praying before bed at the moment, hoping that tomorrow would be the day he wished for. He didn't want to see his teacher die with hatred.
As long as Yi Xia could grant his request and fulfill his teacher's wish, it would be enough. Meanwhile, a few scholars from the bug country were deliberating with serious faces. They were going to make all the preparations for tomorrow's action. However, it wasn't for the sake of competing for Yibei, but so that they could ingratiate themselves with the Star-Spangled Nation. Hong County was surging with dark currents, and all parties were rubbing their fists. Yibei, however, was unaware of this and was eating a hearty meal at home. The destruction of the sixth-generation aircraft in turn gave him such a quiet and leisurely opportunity. From the time he started high school. For 3 years, Yibei basically hadn't had any more leisure. As soon as he got home every day, after eating he dove headfirst into the research and development of various types of technology. Especially the research and development of the sixth-generation machine. In the past half a year or so, his heart had never relaxed even for a moment. Now sitting with his grandfather at ease, eating delicious sauce ribs. His mind was completely relaxed and his heart was steadily resting. Listening to his grandfather tell stories, he felt nothing but happiness. Back then, meat had to be exchanged for tickets, and you could only exchange £1 per month. Grandpa had to lead the soldiers to war and was often away from home. Your father was only 12 or 13 years old, so he went to the town to exchange meat tickets for meat. He was so bold that he not only took the meat ticket, but also took my wine ticket and exchanged it for wine. When he came back, he set up a fire in the house and roasted the meat, and called a few kids to drink and eat meat together. Eat more only eat enough in order to have the strength to study, in order to grow into a knowledgeable, contribute to the motherland. The old man set a few pieces of braised meat to Yibei's bowl. Yibei ate the meat in the bowl and looked at the familiar and distant picture on the photo. In his heart, he couldn't help but bring up the little yellowed memories that he had. Xiao Bei. The old man suddenly stopped the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Yibei, and asked softly, "Want to know how your father left?" His words made Yibei directly freeze. This question had always bothered him. But he had never taken the initiative to ask about it. Because he knew that asking too much would make his grandfather sad. But today, Grandpa took the initiative to talk about it, which surprised him. His mouth stopped chewing as he ate and looked at his grandfather in a bit of a daze. And what Yibei thought in his heart, how could the old man not know? Looking at Yibei froze looking at himself. The old master turned his head to look at the photo on the wall. He got up and took down the metal underneath the photo from above. Once again, he sat in front of Yibei. "Grandpa." Yibei looked at his move and called out softly with some surprise. "Wazia, Grandpa will tell you today." The old man clutched the golden shining metal in his hand. Looking up at the sky outside the door, a yellowish light gradually emerged in his eyes and slowly opened his mouth to talk about those dusty past events. Chapter 38: The Great Hero Who Shines Through the Ages. 25 years ago in the summer. Your father hid from me and filled out the narcotics police on the job application form for graduation assignment. At that time he was only 22 years old, high-minded as when he was a child, his guts are bigger than the sky. By the time I found out, it was a letter of acceptance from the city of Pingjiang. Your grandmother was still alive at the time, and cried out to prevent him from going. Narcotics work is dangerous, even the grandfather who led the army to war, I was worried. But I know your father's temperament. He would never change his mind. At least not at that time. The first year he joined the anti-narcotics work, your dad risked his life to kill 2 outlaws in the mission. This medal was issued to him at that time. The old man said and took out a medal in his hand and placed it in Yibei's palm. It was a triangular medal. Yibei knew that it was a third-class merit medal. When he got this medal, your father was so happy that he was jumping up and down. But when he arrived home he deliberately pretended to be on cloud 9. "Put the medal lightly in my hand," said proudly that the third-class merit is nothing. Yi Xiaoying is a man who wants to get a first-class merit. He was still mad, and his tail was almost up in the air. I thought to myself, how could I have given birth to such an arrogant son with so little skill? But I didn't want him to actually get a first-class merit. And also took the earth shaking, the country trembled. Yibei listened to his grandfather's words, his mind couldn't help but recall the appearance of that proud and unbeatable man. His arrogant look when he stood in this courtyard and boasted to his grandfather. At that time, he was so young and bloodthirsty. He had received a third-class merit, excellent grades in all aspects, and outstanding ability. If he hadn't gone to military school, he would have been a street gangster. Therefore, his superiors transferred him to carry out a difficult mission. He went undercover in a local drug den to provide information to the CID. That year, your dad also met your mom, who was also a police officer. Because of the mission, the two of them grew to love each other and hurriedly got married at the military headquarters. Soon after the wedding, your dad got a tattoo and dyed his hair, and through an insider's introduction, he started to carry out this mission. Originally, according to the mission plan, he only needed to confirm the situation of the ringleader and cooperate with the anti-narcotics group to close the net and end the small drug den. The mission, which could have ended in less than 3 months, became out of control because of your father's competitive spirit. Speaking of this, the old man's tone slowly became heavy. He discovered that behind this drug den, there was an intricate chain of drug interests coiled up. Doing everything responsibly, he reported this important information to his superiors. The superiors attached great importance to this, let him continue to dig deeper, find ways to dig out the root system behind. At the same time, began to mobilize more police force, spread the net layout throughout the country. And this bureau was 8 years in the making. In these 8 years, your father went from a street gangster, step by step, on the road of a drug lord. From the beginning, he followed the gangsters to fight and sell goods to collect protection money. To later walk into the eyes of the local snakes, began to lean step by step towards the dark tumor. In the beginning, when you were born, he occasionally found a chance to sneak in to see you. But as his position in the drug den grew higher and higher, the number of times he came to see you became less and less. By the time you were 6 and in elementary school, he never came again. It's not that he didn't want to come to see you, but he couldn't. During those 2 years, I often wondered when this mission would end. When it's over, I must transfer him to another department, where he can live a peaceful life, albeit comfortably. At the very least, I can watch you grow up and see you marry one day and give him grandchildren. But all this has become a pipe dream. One day, 2 years later, his superiors completely decided to start closing the net. A last piece of intelligence was sent to him to leave the drug den before the operation started. But your father was afraid that the cunning drug lord would escape and decided to follow him around to make sure he wouldn't go off the grid. He was proved right, as the drug lord received word from the mole shortly after the operation began and prepared to flee in a hurry. If the operation failed and the drug lord went off the grid, then everything in the past 8 years would be for nothing. The dozens of police officers who had sacrificed their lives for this would have bled in vain. In the end, at the moment of last resort, your father made his decision. He used his pistol to shoot down the drug lord in front of a dozen bodyguards. I think at that moment his emotions must have been incredibly complicated, he must have done a lot of thinking and fighting. But for the sake of something more important, he still bravely fired that shot. Even if the price to pay was a cold death. As the words fell, the old man's expression was a bit despondent, and an undisguised sadness was hidden on his aged face. However, the gaze that looked at Yi Bei was full of perseverance. Yi Bei, who had been quietly listening, had countless images floating on their own in his mind. It was like an edited video, appearing frame by frame. The man that he only had a few faces in his memory, smiling bashfully, hiding the true thoughts in his heart. Dancing on the streets with a baseball bat, but showing mercy to everyone who collected protection money, topping most of it from his own pockets. Standing with the 10 evil drug lords, stomping on the money box with a cigar in his mouth, only to turn his head and dump the few kilograms of drugs he's been given into the river. The arrogant look on his face was always that of an old man who was the best, but the arrogance had actually worn off years ago. For 8 years he lay with a bunch of demons. Looking up at the ceiling every night, he must have been looking forward to an early end to these dark days. Until finally that ear-splitting shot snapped from his hand. Amidst the pool of blood, all he could think of was his beautiful police wife and his sweet and adorable son. But he would never see them again in this life. My dad is a hero. Yi Bei's nose is a little sour, tears in the eyes, some choked and said. Yes, he is a hero. The old man nodded his head and took a deep breath. But immediately after the words turned, and sighed, but in the hearts of some people he is not. Yi Bei turned his head to look at his grandfather, not knowing what he meant by this. His own father had sacrificed his life for the people, for the motherland. How could he not be a hero? This kind of valor and fearlessness was a heroic existence even in the eyes of foreigners. In the hearts of the people of Pingzheng City, your father is an unforgivable bastard. His special status destined him to carry more responsibility and endure more incomprehension than others. For 8 years, no one except the top brass knew he was an undercover agent. He was a badass drug dealer in almost everyone's mind. He bullied men and women, committed crimes, sold drugs, and seriously jeopardized people's lives. Every time I walked through the neighborhood, someone would point at my back and say, "This old man has a triad son, he's an old man." They also said that your father would not die a good death for committing crimes, and that he would sooner or later be shot in a drug den. They were very nasty. When your father walks down the street, everyone avoids him and looks at him with disgust and fear. There were even bold children who secretly smashed rotten eggs upstairs. Every time your dad just growled a few words and left in a hurry. I think he must have struggled and felt sad inside. He was actually a police officer. Everything he did was to protect them. But why did he have to be treated like this? But no matter how hard it was, he knew he was doing the right thing. So all those years of darkness, he had survived step by step. The old man said, handing over the gold glittering first-class merit medal in his hand to Yi Bei's hand. Yi Bei looked at the medal and his heart was filled with that man's lack of understanding. He looked at the person he loved right across the street, but couldn't say hello, couldn't go for a hug. When those neighbors poked his spine and cursed him, his heart ached to drip blood, but he couldn't turn back. Xia needs unsung heroes, people who contribute without regret. Your father dedicated his life to the motherland. Even after enduring countless insults and slurs, he didn't say a word. To this day, the mission has ended 10 years ago. But he's still the same unsung hero, and probably still suffers the curse of gossip every day. But I believe that one day the truth will come out. The man who has carried countless curses will appear in the eyes of the world in the brightest light. His name will last through the ages, and his achievements will shine through the ages. Everything he did will remain in people's hearts for eternity. Moonlight poured into the middle of the hall. Silver light flowed over the photos on the wall. Yi Bei looked up at his grandfather. Grandpa's eyes were filled with a resolute light. His gaze gazed at Yi Bei, his eyes full of vicissitudes of life carried incomparable hope and determination. There was a hint of teaching and expectation in his kind tone. Little Bei, Grandpa knows that you've been through a lot. But even if filth holds you hostage, your heart must always be turned toward the light. Your father, your mother, your third brother, your third uncle, they have all suffered many injustices and tribulations. But no matter what kind of darkness they are in, what kind of filth they are drowning in, you must remember that you must never retreat in cowardice, just like them. Each of them did not die in vain, their deaths were exchanged for more people to live. In exchange for the strength of Xia, for peace and happiness. Grandpa did not give birth to them in vain, Grandpa is proud of them. As the old man spoke, his entire body felt like it was radiating rays of light. These rays of light were as blinding as the sun, making the things that had been glittering, and making the road ahead shine brightly. Listening to his grandfather's words and looking at his determined eyes, Yi Bei felt his blood flowing wildly, a strength growing swiftly in his heart. His hands tightly clutched the golden glittering metals. The people on those pictures in his mind all smiled and surfaced one by one. He tensed his body, feeling that his body was filled with unprecedentedly powerful strength. The two grandchildren looked at each other. Within their eyes flowed like a river from the inheritance of the bloodline, an undertaking of power. At this moment, Yi Bei seemed to have captured his true self. It was as if he saw his future path that would never break. Xiao Bei, after you finish eating, take a good rest and forget all those troubles. Tomorrow, when you wake up, you have to face the problem in the best state and smash it with your own strength. The old master stood up and touched Yi Bei's hair. Our Yi family hasn't given birth to a single coward, every single one of them is a great man and woman of the heavens, the Yi family only produces heroes. Grandpa hopes that you can still harbor ideals, and desperately fight for them to one day grow into a great hero who can stand up to the heavens and shine through the ages. To the Yi family to fight for honor, to the summer country to fight for glory. The old man's words were as powerful as iron. Endless conviction erupted from his thin body. These words fell on Yi Bei's ears, pounding heavily on his heart. In 18 years, these were the most important words he had ever heard. Every single word he had firmly memorized in his heart. Chapter 39 Mysterious Genius from the East. Late night. Yi Bei's room light was still on. His mood had calmed down. At this moment, he was crouching in front of the table, organizing the pile of manuscript paper in his hands. Everything in his own room Grandpa hadn't moved. So all those materials that had drawn the drawings of the 6th generation aircraft were also still quietly placed in the cabinet. Yi Bei took it out and carefully sifted through it. The useful parts inside were all sorted out and integrated. These things instantly saved him a few months of time. With these things in place, he would soon be able to completely perfect the drawings again. The 6th generation machine was a matter of great importance. Yi Bei didn't dare to stop for a moment. The light on the computer was a bit harsh, but Yi Bei's mouse didn't stop. The same model as last night had gradually appeared. According to this speed, Yi Bei felt that he could catch up with the progress within the next 2 days. By then, he would be able to catch up with the speed of physical development, and everything would still be in time. On the other side, what Yi Bei didn't know was that the matter about the thesis. It had completely exploded on the internet. At first, many people thought that it was a marketing number that messed up. But it was never expected. In just 1 day's time, many bigwigs in the scientific research world came forward to interpret that paper. Almost everyone pushed the paper and the paper's writer onto the altar, calling him one of the greatest scientists of the 21st century. They also said that the contents of this paper, once it became a reality, would greatly change the course of human history. When many scientists agreed on the same word, the netizens of various countries were completely shocked. At the same time, the photos of Bernard and other scientists in the summer country also came to light. For a time, the crowd was excited. It turned out that there really was a divine genius in Xia. The people knew very clearly that these people were going to compete for Yi Xia. Such a scientific genius who could change the world, anyone would want it for themselves. A demonic genius, no matter what country, was grabbed for. News from all sides came out like a tidal wave. All the major media outlets at home and abroad were excited and began to scramble to report frantically. All sorts of eye-popping front-page news published this amazing news. Global Times, divine genius emerges from the sky, one paper will change the development of the world. Stars and Stripes, the genius researcher hidden in the East has cracked the problems that have plagued mankind for a century, and the door to a new era is opening. Ice Daily, the dragon entrenched in the East opens its eyes, and the blue star is about to step into the vastness of the universe.
Will daily, the energy crisis will become a thing of the past. The mysterious genius in the East will lead mankind to open the great era of the universe. Countless newspaper news are reporting it. All the major mainstream media around the world spoke out at the same time. Everyone was praising this genius from Xia, Yixia. As the major media outlets frantically took a stance, the world began to boil. Countless fluttering people began to learn about the matter. Yixia's name, attention dazzling, topped the hot search list of all online platforms. The top bloggers in the science popularization industry in various countries immediately analyzed this amazing paper in simple and easy to understand language. The people of all the major countries of the blue planet understood the great significance of Yixia's thesis. For a time, the people of all countries were all curious about this mysterious Yixia. Xia even set off a wave of fishing wheel frenzy. The media's reports and bloggers' interpretations made Yixia almost a household name overnight. God, old man, what kind of god is this Yixia? This is too much for our Xia people to be proud of. Contributing to the country's glory, a rare character in 100 years. Heavyweight academic papers, only wrote more than half, let the scientific community completely boiling, too horrible. Can appear in Nature homepage headline, this paper is to be recorded in the history books. I wonder who he is. The most mysterious genius scientist in the scientific research world, shocking the world on his first appearance. Scarf, Douyin, Beep Station. All the major online platforms in Xia have fallen. The news was all over the place, and the two words Yixia shocked everyone. For a time, countless people became Yixia's fans. That frenzied fan growth rate, even if Mr. Law-speaking Zhang San came, he would have to retreat. And right in the middle of this frenzy, the slanderous attacks on Yibei still never stopped. Same surname Yi, why are some people so disgusting? Molesting a schoolmate in broad daylight, disgracing the face of the Xia people. Yixia is what the people of Xia should be like, Yibei is just trash, just disgusting. Yixia is the good man who can match us, Yibei should be immediately deported and get out of Xia. Yibei should have been killed earlier, it is simply tarnishing our Yixia's name. Even though Yixia's appearance attracted away a large wave of traffic. The Ministry of Heavenly Information is also in the process of comprehensively cleaning up. But the huge group of female fighters are still fighting like crazy. On the hot search list, apart from those celebrity hot searches, Yibei and Yixia each shared half of the list. And right in the middle of this frenzy, a notice from the central media directly rushed to the top of the hot search list. Reporter Wang Bing will go to Yixia's home at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to conduct the first live interview. This notice, with its short title, directly made everyone's boil. They who were already curious about Yixia's identity but couldn't find any information on the whole internet were scratching their ears anxiously. The central media had already started to act. It actually sent the gentle and beautiful Wang Bing reporter to interview. Also tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock? Many people were so excited that they were about to jump up and down. Setting their alarms for tomorrow morning, they were afraid that they would miss this live interview. In the late night when countless people were wildly happy, Yi Hongyuan looked at the lights in Yibei's room upstairs which were still on, without the slightest bit of sleepiness. He sat in the hall. Still sitting on that mahogany chair. Holding a pipe in his hand, he smoked it, looking at the moon and thinking. After a long time, he still picked up the cell phone next to him. His wrinkled hands rummaged through the contacts and found the phone number he hadn't dialed for years. Although he had already said everything he had to say, he also felt that Yibei should be able to stand up. But his heart still couldn't let go of his only grandson. In his life, Yi Hongyuan had never asked anyone to do anything. Today is the first time. Press the dialing number. A few seconds later, in the middle of a hotel in Hong County, Lin Tianlei's phone rang violently. The sound of ringing woke him up from his sleep. Picking up the phone and glancing at the note on it, his heart sank. The old leader was calling now. He mumbled as he looked at the note on his cell phone. After 10 years, the old leader had never called him. Now at this juncture, a sudden phone call made one have to float to the surface. It couldn't be that something had happened, could it? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lin Tianlei looked grave and pressed the answer button. Old leader, your recent health can be good ah? It's late and you haven't rested yet. When the phone was connected, Lin Tianlei immediately opened his mouth to greet respectfully. It was like a soldier hearing a call from a retired old leader. Lei Zia, there is something I want to ask you. The old man didn't answer these polite words and opened his mouth to get straight to the point. This made Lin Tianlei feel even worse, and he stood up from the bed at once. You say, what I know will tell you. His heart was tense, and his cell phone was turned on with amplification in his ear and listened. The other side of Yi Hongyuan looked at the moon, a little thought, and then said everything. He just wanted to know what exactly happened, what went wrong, and how it was going to be resolved. Hearing these words, Lin Tianlei's face was also a bit ugly. After all, this matter had fallen into the old leader's ears, so it was indeed a shame. Old leader, what you said is true, it did make a big mess and was unpleasant to watch. All of this is my dereliction of duty.
This matter said simple, said complex, also complex. I have let people go to do, no matter who is behind this trick, must be pulled out. Mingjing typical, must give Yi Bei and you an account, but also to our own and the people an account. Yi Bei these 3 years to make contributions to the summer country is crucial, his achievements are indelible, the upper face of him has always attached great importance to, always as far as possible to give him help. Just Yi Bei this child love low profile, do not want us to follow too closely. This incident also happened suddenly, all aspects of the investigation are still in progress, the destruction of the 6th generation aircraft design plans really let a person is very hit, think he is more upset it. But no matter how, we will do our best to deal with this matter, you can rest assured that we treat Yi Bei must be as pro as you, this matter is not resolved, I voluntarily removed the military position to find you to thank you. Lin Tianlei said with a serious face and swore to Yi Hongyuan. 6th generation aircraft? He's been contributing to Xia for the past 3 years? Yi Hongyuan listened to Lin Tianlei's stream of words and keenly grasped a few points. He was a bit puzzled. Because Yi Bei had never told him about these. This you do not know? Lin Tianlei was even more puzzled as he listened to the puzzled voice coming from the other side. However, no more voices came from the other side. Yi Hongyuan was silent. Looking outside, he didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Tianlei didn't dare to hang up either, so he waited quietly. Only after a few moments did Yi Hongyuan slowly open his mouth. Well, lazy you rest, I'm fine. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yi Hongyuan returned to his room. As usual, he leaned on the bed and flipped through his cell phone. A piece of news slid by in front of his eyes. Looking at these things on the internet, he suddenly understood. Under the reflection of the moonlight, a never-before-seen smile of pride and relief appeared on the old man's face. On the other side, Lin Tianlei, who had put down the phone, was in deep thought. He carefully pondered over what the old leader had just said, thinking about his intentions. But there wasn't a single bottom in his heart. Yi Bei was the grandson of the old leader, and all 3 generations of the Yi family had worked and died for Xia. Each generation had several great heroes who topped the world. Yi Hongyuan was a founding father, and had once commanded many soldiers under him. Lin Tianlei was one of his soldiers. This former old leader had fought many battles for Xia. It was a truly legendary old hero, someone Lin Tianlei had always respected immensely. He had actually always understood the Yi family's affairs. 10 years ago, when so many changes happened, the old leader retired to the mountains. He had once instructed him not to come to the mountains to disturb him. And once again, it was because of this matter, and it had caused the old leader to call himself. Thinking about the recent events in Yi Bei, and what Yi Hongyuan had just said, Lin Tianlei's heart fiercely rose again with a hot flame. At the same time, his bad premonition became even stronger. Tomorrow, I'm afraid something is going to change. Lin Tianlei looked at the moon outside the window, his sleepiness gone. Chapter 40 Shocking, pay tribute to the ancestors and martyrs. Yi Hongyuan leaned on his bed, feeling proud and happy from the bottom of his heart. The smile on his face had not been this bright for a long time. Gave the Yi family a good name. Xiaoying, your son is much more outstanding than you. Yi Hongyuan murmured in his heart as if he was speaking to someone who had passed away. It wasn't until today that he realized that directly this grandson was more than just a scholar who studied well. It was also a scientist who contributed to the Xia country. 6th generation aircraft, this word he still understood in his heart. That was the hope and guarantee of Xia's air and sky, a strong reliance for Xia to be able to stand firm on the blue planet. To be able to contribute to Xia's research and development of the 6th generation aircraft is to give Xia a face. Yi Hongyuan's heart was proud of his grandson. The 18-year-old teenager had already walked into the eyes of Xia's top brass and had already turned his hopes into reality. Several generations of the Yi family had bowed down for the country, and there were many heroes. When it came to Yi Bei, pioneers at the forefront were actually born. His grandson had become a hero who guarded the Xia kingdom. Thinking about this, his heart also completely let go of all his concerns. Yi Bei had already grown up, not that naughty little child in his arms. He had his own independent thoughts and his own sound personality. He believed in Lin Tianlei's words. Since Yi Bei was able to do such earth-shattering things, the Xia kingdom would definitely not treat him poorly. This old man himself would not need to worry anymore. With his heart settled, Yi Hongyuan quickly went into dreamland. The next morning, Yi Hongyuan woke up early. He went to the vegetable garden in the backyard and picked fresh vegetables stained with dew. He was busy cooking Yi Bei's favorite breakfast. And just when he was about to pack these, outside the village, the caravan was like a dragon. All of them drove towards Yi Bei's home. In so many vehicles, sitting there were Lin Tianlei, Bernard Mary, and others. Dozens of people were all targeting Yi Xia. Getting up early in the morning, these people didn't even bother to eat breakfast before rushing over, fearing that they would be a step behind. The major media teams that followed closely behind them were also in a hurry. Even Wang Bing, who had always been steady and generous, was a little nervous in her heart. This mysterious scientist gave her a strong sense of oppression. No one knew what he looked like, and no one knew what kind of personality he had.
And the more mysterious it was, the more uneasy it made people. A few minutes later, the vehicles all arrived at the village entrance. Lin Tianlei, who was at the very front, took the lead to stop and didn't drive in again. The countryside in Xia is relatively compact, so many cars driving in, not to mention disturbing the people, there is no place to park. Moreover, the old leader had always disliked people disturbing him. So this car can't be driven in even more. As soon as he got out of the car, he naturally played an exemplary role. The team of scientists from various countries following behind, as well as the cars of those news media also followed and stopped at the entrance of the village. All of them walked down from the car. Prof. Bernard, I really didn't think that the countryside of Xia would be so attractive to you. Lin Tianlei deliberately waited for these guys to walk over and gather together before he feigned surprise. These words made even Bernard feel his old face burn a little. Commander Lin, long time no see. Bernard hurriedly opened his mouth to respond. I heard that Mr. Yixia's hometown is here. We are all visiting in admiration as well. After all, he was an old fart. Bernard did not look embarrassed, but graciously found pretexts. You didn't even attend the last World Scientists Summit, but now you condescend to come to this small rural village. In that case, Yixia is really giving our summer country a face. Lin Tianlei smiled faintly, and in 2 sentences, he pressured Bernard into not knowing what to say. He looked relaxed on the surface, but in his heart, he was already facing an enemy. These old greaseballs don't look like they're all kind. In their hearts, they had a lot of tricks up their sleeves, and they must have prepared a lot of tricks to dig up eBay this time. However, Lin Tianlei had also raised his guard this time. No matter what, we can't let them cheat eBay away easily today. The two of them briefly chatted for a few moments before they started walking towards the village. Behind them, the scientists from various countries were also following closely. The reporters and photographers from the media had already started to move, turning on their equipment and filming. However, with the presence of the central media, they all didn't dare to be reckless this time. The team from the Summer Daily was quite professional. Reporter Wang Bing took the microphone and quickly adjusted the equipment. 8 o'clock in the morning exactly. The live broadcast that the central media had warmed up in advance finally opened. Welcome to the live broadcast, 8 o'clock in the morning in Kyoto. I am reporter Wang Bing. Today we have come to the hometown of scientist Yixia, and I will be conducting an interview with Yixia. Wang Bing said and followed the front line forward. Because of the preheating, the live broadcast attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers as soon as it was turned on. Because of what happened in the news yesterday, the netizens were quite concerned about Yixia. Many people were excited to climb up to watch the live broadcast, wanting to catch a glimpse of the true appearance of this demonic genius. And Wang Bing's voice also attracted the gazes of the people around him. Lin Tianlei was not a bit surprised to see Wang Bing and the others appear. His face was clouded. However, the scientists from other countries had very bad faces. Especially Bernard and the others. After all, they had come to Xia to snatch talent today. This kind of thing itself was not a good thing, and it was also broadcasted out live, so I'm afraid that they would have to receive a lot of scolding. But the one who turned on the live broadcast was the central media of Xia. In their hearts, they are 10,000 unwilling but also can't say it. They could only let Wang Bing shoot them in. With the instructions from above, after some introductions, Wang Bing accelerated his pace and walked to the front of the crowd. Bernard and the others could only follow behind. Walking on the road, other than Wang Bing's voice, the crowd seemed very quiet. The 3 parties of people, silent, all had their own thoughts in their minds. Instead, the network was buzzing with activity. More and more netizens joined the live broadcast. Some were holding their cell phones, some were staring at the TV, all looking forward to Yixia's appearance. Many people were even more curious about what the home of such a genius would be like. We are now in the middle of the village and will soon be able to see Yixia's home. I'm just as curious as everyone else. What kind of environment could grow such a genius scientist? Next, let's go and see together. Wang Bing said, and the pace of his feet once again quickened a bit. Taking photography little brother with her, she quickly walked towards Yibei's home. She was still very curious. It was really her first time to interview such a mysterious scientist. Yixia's academic achievements were world-renowned, and coming to interview him was just like a treasure hunt, which kept people's hearts filled with curiosity. Soon, Wang Bing followed the address given above to Yibei's doorstep. In this simple and unusual small village, Yibei's home was just as simple. A modest yard, an old-fashioned 2-story small tiled building. The whitewashed walls had already yellowed and peeled off, revealing the red bricks inside, looking very old. But underneath this old house, on the wooden front door, there was a plaque with red letters on a gold background. First class merit. Looking at the huge plaque on Yibei's door, Wang Bing directly exclaimed in shock. It wasn't the creative language, but the words engraved on the plaque. Each one of those large red characters was strong and powerful. With Wang Bing's exclamation of surprise being broadcast live by the camera boy altogether. At once, the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked in unison. Many veterans similarly exclaimed out in shock and respect. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was even more excited. First-class meritocracy, this was too shocking. Is this Yi Xia's family? Never thought Mr. Yi Xia is actually the House of Martyrs in glory. It's too shocking. This is the highest honor. Those who can get this plaque are almost always heroes who gave their lives. My God, at this moment, Mr. Yi Xia really makes me stand in awe. Salute! Salute to the forefathers and martyrs of our country. The viewers watching the live broadcast were all shocked and were talking in the pop-ups. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. For a time, the live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 41. Who the hell is this old man? Behind Wang Bing, Lin Tianlei and Bernard and the others walked up. Everyone looked up and saw this huge, ancient plaque. It was unknown what had been hung here, but it had to be at least a few decades old. Looking at the 4 large, pale words on the plaque, a strong color of memories appeared in Lin Tianlei's eyes. For a moment, it was as if he had returned to a few decades ago. At that time, he was still a young and tender recruit. Like now, he had come to this small mountain village with an apprehensive mood. At that time, when he saw this plaque, his heart was shocked, thinking about the honor of first-class merit, feeling his blood boiling. At this time to see, his heart is full of reverence, but also with a little sigh. I didn't expect time to pass in an instant. Wrinkles have climbed on his body, pale cheeks, that teenager is no longer. It was just that he had gotten older, but the plaque was still as shiny as ever, and the bright red words didn't even seem to have left traces of age. For decades, it had been displaying the glory that belonged to it. Lin Tianlei looked at the plaque, took off his military cap, straightened his spine, and gazed at it squarely. Eyes serious and reverent, he raised his hand in a deep salute at it. Behind him, the assistant and several guards all saluted solemnly, gazing at the lintel, their hearts filled with reverence. As Xia's soldiers, they were all incredibly clear about what this first-class merit represents. This is the supreme honor, behind it is full of blood and tears, is all the people of Xia to remember. Behind them, Bernard and Mary and the others had no understanding. They could only learn the information above through translation. Although there were cultural differences, they didn't particularly understand the story inside. But all of them learned that this was the house of heroes of the Summer Kingdom. A hero, regardless of the country, was an existence that was honored by the people. Without hesitation, the crowd all bowed deeply to the plaque. Dozens of top scientists from all over the world bowed in unison, expressing their respect for the heroes of Xia. This precious scene was recorded by the Central Media's camera boy in no uncertain terms. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene. Everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of worship and admiration for the hero rise in their hearts. Almost all of the viewers in Xia, even more so, stood up across the live broadcast to deeply salute. Their hearts had been harboring countless heroes since they were young. From the ancient sun-shooting Hui, the heaven-mending Yuwa, to the modern war heroes. When it came to their forefathers and heroes, the Xia people would always honor them. And just as everyone was saluting, suddenly, the gate under the plaque made a creaking sound. The tightly closed door opened a little crack. Instantly, countless pairs of gazes were cast in unison, looking inside the gate. Everyone was gazing closely at the gate. The netizens in the live streaming room even widened their eyes in excitement, eagerly wanting to see the silhouettes inside the gate. It was under the gaze of these millions of eyes. The gate opened wide. An old man on crutches with a calm demeanor walked out. He was wearing an old military uniform that was washed to a somewhat white color, and the walking stick in his hand was also ordinary to the extreme, looking incomparably plain. But the aura on his body shocked everyone. Straight waist, open chest, dignified demeanor, steady steps, plain but not lose the majestic gaze. This aura that did not belong to an old man from the countryside swept through everyone's hearts. They were all able to feel this somewhat powerful aura. Under his sweeping gaze, their expressions all looked a little unnatural. Lin Tianlei even boomed with respect. After freezing for a moment, he immediately took a few steps to run to the old man's body and respectfully saluted Yi Hongyuan. Old leader good, Summer Country Air and Space Army Commander Lin Tianlei greets you. Lin Tianlei looked solemn and said with a respectful face. The old master nodded, and only then did Lin Tianlei lower his hand. All of this seemed to be as plain as could be. But in the eyes of others, it was like thunder. The dozens of people present looked at him with such a sudden move, all of them had stunned faces. The assistant and a few guards looked at Lin Tianlei with shock in their hearts. Bernard and dozens of other scientists similarly stared with shocked faces, their hearts suspicious. Old leader? Many people's mouths were even broken, not knowing what Lin Tianlei meant by this. Could it be that this old man in front of him was even higher than Lin Tianlei's status? He was the Grand Commander of the Summer Kingdom's Air and Space Army. How powerful a character must this be to be able to make him call him a leader? The crowd was in disbelief. And at the same time, the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room also felt incredulous. None of them expected that even this kind of big shot had come. This Yi Xia was simply amazing. A paper had directly startled a bigwig of the level of the Air Force Grand Commander. And the old man who came out was actually mysterious as well. Everyone was shocked without knowing why. To be able to let this kind of character call the leaders, respectfully go up and give a salute, what kind of identity must this be? This is also too terrifying, right? What's going on here? Who is this old grandpa? The commander-in-chief has to call him leader. I've already taken a screenshot of the face search, but nothing on the internet cannot find out half a bit of information. This is from Yi Xia's house. He's not Yi Xia, is he? Can be treated with such respect by the commander-in-chief, it is likely that he is the top scientist this age to write out such academic papers, research for a lifetime. I estimate that Yi Xia is him. Too shocking, Yi Xia's family still has that first-class character. Hurry up and decipher it for me. Is this Yi Xia or not? Or is he Yi Xia's family? There is no moment that I would be so anxious as now, so looking forward to his identity being revealed. In the live broadcast room, pop-ups came in like a tidal wave. Millions of viewers were eagerly discussing. All sorts of speculations appeared. Everyone wanted to know if the old man was Yi Xia. The closer it was, the more impatient people were to know the answer. Millions of viewers looked forward to the reveal of the old master's identity. But Yi Hongyuan, who was standing in front of the door, thought nothing of it. He scanned the so many people of all shapes and sizes that had appeared in front of his house and pondered. He recognized Lin Tianlei, and he could understand his appearance here today. But why these blonde foreigners had come here, he had no idea. What were these people doing here? What were their intentions? What was their relationship with Yi Bei? One question after another appeared in his mind. He didn't know the exact answer, but the veteran could make a rough guess. Gathered in front of my house, what's the matter? After carefully sizing up the people present, the old man turned his head sideways and asked Lin Tianlei with a bland face. As soon as he said this, Lin Tianlei's complexion became a little unnatural. How many times had he seen the world? How many powerful people had he dealt with? But when it came to the old master, he was still a bit timid. Old leader, it's for Yi Xia. I don't know if he's at home at this moment. Lin Tianlei paused and spoke straight out. But this was all he could say. After all, he was here for Yi Bei. Of course, it couldn't be called Yi Bei yet. He was the scientific genius Yi Xia. As for the others, it was up to them. He was still sleeping. The old man was not polite at all and spoke directly without any expression. Afterwards, his gaze swept over the crowd once again. Turning around, he was about to head inside. Lin Tianlei had a bland face. He had already thought of all this. The old leader's character wouldn't talk too much nonsense with people like them. And Bernard immediately felt the pressure when he looked at this cold and hard character of the old master. At the same time, seeing that the old master was about to turn around and leave, his heart felt even more bad. If this came up and ate a closed door, then I'm afraid that the negotiation will be even more tricky. Without hesitation, Bernard immediately looked at Igawa Shiro, who was standing next to him. With just a look from him, Igawa Shiro understood. This was to let him go up first to test the old master's false situation. Facing such a cold and hard old master, Inukawa Shiro's heart was a little weak. The expression immediately looked a little difficult. But Bernard's gaze once again looked. That cold gaze further chilled his heart. There was no way around it. He could only stiffly take a few steps forward and stand out, taking the initiative to greet the old man. Buckle you chi wow, valet valet. Inukawa Shiro just opened his mouth. Before he could finish a sentence, the old master's footsteps stopped. On the originally calm face, the complexion changed instantly. Chapter 42, Beating You with a Wolf's Heart and Dog's Lungs. Igawa Shiro didn't know exactly what the identity of this old master in front of him was. But Lin Tianlei's actions just now had shown that he was very unusual. And his temperament could tell that he wasn't a very good talker. But with Bernard staring at the back, he had to go up and test the waters. For this reason, he had already smiled all over his face and opened his mouth as politely as possible to say hello. But Yi Hongyuan, who was just about to go back, immediately turned ugly when he listened to the language of the insect country he was emitting. Turning his head, a stern aura suddenly appeared and disappeared in his eyes as he looked at Inukawa Shiro. This gaze made Inukawa Shiro's heart instantly tense. This time, when they came to Xia, they did not have much hope of competing for Yi Xia. The reason why they came was all because of Bernard's request. Bernard's meaning of calling them to come was also obvious. That was to let them play the lead and try to test the situation first. After hesitating for a while, Inukawa Jiro still opened his mouth and continued. Elder, we are from the Science Research Institute. The reason why we came to find Yi Xia this time is because we want to understand academic matters with him. He is very much needed internationally right now. Inukawa Jiro smiled as much as he could and opened his mouth, respectfully speaking to the old master. However, the old master's gaze on him grew colder and colder. That sense of oppression, Inukawa Jiro had never seen in his life. The old master was looking at him as if he was looking at an enemy. The feeling that if he dared to say a few more words, he would draw his sword against him. Igawa Jiro felt more and more shaken in his heart as he was stared at by the old master. Hastily, he turned his head to look behind him. Takagi, come over and greet Senior.
He really felt too much pressure and could only hope for Takagi Kazuo. Takagi Kazuo was, after all, once a Xia countryman. Being able to use Chinese proficiently, perhaps he was coming up to communicate could ease the atmosphere a bit. But in the face of Inukawa Jiro's request, Takagi Kazuo felt the same pressure. Turning his head sideways, Bernard's gaze was dead on him. The eyes signaled him to immediately do as he was told. Although he was a bit flustered, he could only take a few steps forward and bowed to Yi Hanyuan to greet him. "Good day, Senior. Senior Takagi Ikkyo has met old sir," Takagi Ishion said with a trembling voice. And his appearance made the audience in the live broadcast room riot on the spot. It was because of this man, who had caused a ruckus in the Summer Kingdom a few years ago. What kind of dog is this? How did he appear here, so shameless? Back then, he left his family and abandoned his country, bent on joining the insect country's nationality, something that eats and eats. Get out. What qualifications does he have to meet, Mr. Yixia? Does he deserve it? This kind of traitorous dog, it makes sense for the old man to spit on him. He once studied at Shengjing University and spent much of his country's educational resources, but he turned around and gave his allegiance to the Bug Kingdom, betraying his ancestors. He went to the Bug Kingdom to denigrate our summer scientists. This kind of person can never be forgiven. The old man cannot be deceived by him. Looking at the Sven, in fact, is a betrayal of the ancestors of the bastard. The millions of netizens who were watching the live broadcast, many of them recognized him at a glance. Immediately inside the live broadcast pop-up screen madly cursed angrily. Back then, he had made a lot of noise in Xia, and even more so, the scientific community in Xia was in a state of turmoil. His deeds were very clear to the Xia people who saw the news at that time. Since childhood, he has been subjected to all kinds of welfare treatment in the motherland, and received high-quality educational resources. More so, the physics department of Shengjing University consumed a lot of the motherland's valuable educational resources. Squeezed the only one doctoral quota that year. But as a result, after studying abroad for only 1 year, he vowed to join the insect country. Giving up Xia nationality, leaving his wife and children behind, he joined the Academy of Sciences of the insect country to start working for the insect country. During the period also repeatedly denigrated the summer scientists, can be said to be bad to the bone. This kind of person now reappeared again. The people of Xia could not wait to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. At this moment in front of the old man also bowed and greeted him. This scene was even more disgusting and hypocritical to the netizens. And just at the moment when the netizens in the live broadcast room were cursing Takagi Kazuo, suddenly, the old man's eyes turned cold, and that stern killing intent became incomparably thick almost instantly. His sharp gaze was like a long sword. Falling on Takagi Kazuo's face, it instantly pierced through his false smile. It instantly pierced through his dirty and despicable heart. "Get out of the way." The old man turned around, took a step forward, and said to Inukawa Jiro. His words with majesty caused Inukawa Jiro to move a step to the side without even thinking about it. Like a child being reprimanded by an adult, he did exactly as he was told. He took a step backward, leaving Takagi Kazuo standing opposite the old man. Facing the gaze cast by the old master, his heart was still terrified. With his 2 hands crossed in front of him, Takagi Kazuo was somewhat at a loss for words, subconsciously feeling uneasy. However, his footsteps did not dare to move the slightest bit, as if he was fixed by that gaze. The entire person froze in place, his eyes fluttering, not daring to meet the senior's gaze for even a second. "Elder, I have great reverence for Yi Xia's academic achievements, his achievements." At a loss for words, Takagi Kazuo hurriedly opened his mouth to speak, stammering in an attempt to gain a little favor for himself. After all, before he came, Inukawa Jiro had explained that he had to be respectful to anyone, especially to show considerable respect to the people around Yi Xia. At this moment, his words were trying to bring the relationship between the two closer. However, the old man who stepped towards him did not listen to a single word of his words at all. The moment his words fell, the purple bamboo walking stick in the old master's hand lifted up. The next second, it landed hard on Takagi Kazuo's leg. Splat! The crisp ringing sound of the cane striking flesh and skin spread throughout the room. This cane strike was quite powerful. A weak scientific researcher like Takagi Kazuo rarely even participated in physical exercise. It was simply unable to withstand this seemingly light blow from the old man. On the spot, he was struck down on one knee, trembling all over. "Ah!" Takagi Kazuo covered his calf with one hand and screamed in pain. Looking at the old man in front of him who was coldly looking at him with some annoyance, he questioned, "Senior, did I do something wrong? Why did you hit someone?" Takagi Kazuo grinned and opened his mouth to question. This sudden blow of the cane hit him in an uncertain manner. An expression of disbelief filled his face. The surrounding crowd was even more shocked by the scene and stared wide-eyed. Everyone froze in their tracks. Some looked at the old man, some looked at Takagi Kazuo, all dumbfounded. Even Wang Bing, who was broadcasting live from the sidelines, was so shocked that he covered his mouth, his face astonished. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked. No one expected this mysterious old man to suddenly make such a move. Without even saying a word, he directly came up with a cane. This cane knocked everyone out of their minds. After all, no matter what, Takagi Kazuo was a scientist in a foreign research group. Although he had rebelled against his ancestors before, he was indeed a person with the nationality of the Bug Kingdom now. But the old man, actually not the slightest bit of mercy, in front of so many scientists' bulls, already the face of the live broadcast to beat him. This move was truly incomparably shocking.
You ask what you did wrong?
The old man looked down at Takagi Kazuo, who was kneeling on one knee, and gave a cold questioning laugh. If you have no remorse, don't set foot on Xia country's soil. As a Xia native, you enjoy the generous treatment of Xia and consume its precious resources, but in the end, you have sold out your country and betrayed your ancestors. The old master's gaze fell on Takagi Kazuo's face as if the scorching sun was burning. Invisible pressure like rolling heat waves exploded from his body. This staff hit as your wolf heart and lungs. The old man's eyes were like dragons, and the anger in his heart spewed out without hesitation. Everyone on the scene was shocked to the core by these powerful words. Chapter 43, The Summer Kingdom has no such thing as waste. This cane, the one that hits you with a wolf's heart and dog's lungs. The old master's words were so strong and powerful that they sent a shiver down one's spine. The dozens of scientists around were shaken. Inuka Wajiro, who originally wanted to open his mouth, instantly shut it tightly. Takagi Kazuo looked at the old man, and it was hard to hide the fear on his face. His heart was quickly filled with terror. That shame that was hidden deep in his memory surfaced in his mind once again. For a moment, his heart was irritated again. But the next second, before he could even think of opening up, the old man's cane had already lifted up once again. Splat! It was another cane that viciously smacked him on his other leg. Takagi Kazuo screamed in pain. Trembling, his body directly fell to the ground with both legs in unison. Now, the little bit of anger that had just surfaced instantly disappeared, and the entire person was disheveled all of a sudden. As a Xia native, your body flows with the bloodline of Yin Huang, carrying on the incense of your ancestors. You should serve the country all your life, even if you can't go through fire and water. You should contribute what strength you can to the nation. But you, for the sake of that petty profit, for that false fame, but shamelessly betrayed the Xia country, betrayed your ancestors and the entire Chinese nation. As the old man spoke, his body's aura erupted with a roar, as if a dragon was roaring. His eyes were even sharper like knives, gouging deeply into Takagi Kazuo's heart. This cane strikes you for your villainous heart, treason against the people and the country. Anger erupted in the old man's voice. With 2 consecutive strokes of the cane, Takagi Kazuo had been completely terrified. In front of the old master's immense aura, his heart was so weak that he couldn't even say a word. He had never been as afraid of a person as he was today. Nor had he ever been in such a sorry state as today. Looking at the old master, there was nothing but fear in his heart. And when the old master raised his cane again, Takagi Kazuo was frightened and panicked. Immediately, he was about to roll over and pull out his legs to escape. But just as he braced his hands on the ground and wanted to use his strength to get up, the old master violently shouted angrily, "Stand still." With one sound, Takagi Kazuo trembled from the inside out, forgetting what he should do. Both hands froze on the ground, raising his head to look at the old master in fear. The next instant, the cane landed hard on his spine. Hitting Takagi Kazuo in pain, he fell to his knees and wailed. "This cane is on behalf of your ancestor, to beat you, this unworthy son. You betrayed the summer country thing, sell the country to seek honor, to your ancestors cannot wash the shame. Our Xia people's spine has been firm for generations, soft bones like you, kneel down properly and give thanks to your ancestors." The old man said, looking at Takagi Kazuo with incomparable anger. While Takagi Kazuo was grimacing in pain, he didn't dare to contradict a word in the face of the old master's lecture. Fear was written all over his face and his heart was filled with fear. Anger didn't even dare to rise because he was just a weakling. Facing the old master's aura, he didn't even have the guts to raise his eyes to his eyes. No matter how the old master scolded him, he did not dare to say a word about the grievances in his heart. At this moment, kneeling down in front of the old master, his heart was completely chopped into pieces by the old master's knife like sharp eyes and words. The soul that supported him was also shattered by these 3 canes. Every word of the old master's would be eternally engraved in his bone marrow. Each of his words left Takagi Kazuo without even a chance to retort. He knelt on the ground with nothing but fear. The Summer Kingdom didn't have such wasteful things. Drag away. After the old man finished cursing, he waved his big hand and turned his back without paying the slightest bit of attention anymore. Lin Tianlei didn't dare to hesitate, immediately letting his guards drag Takagi Kazuo away from here. And this thunderous move of the old master. Everyone at the scene was stupefied and completely stunned. Everyone's gaze towards the old master became mysterious. What had just happened was like the feeling of a parent reprimanding their own child. And the mistake this child had made was irreparable. His only outcome was to be expelled from this family and never be allowed to come back in. The reprimand ended. The old man turned around and proceeded towards the door. There were so many dozens of people standing at the door, he didn't even look at them, directly ignoring them. And all of this was all broadcast live at this moment. For a time, the crowd was excited, and the millions of viewers all boiled over. Everyone was shocked to their core by the old master's vigor. The old master's fight was a good way to beat this kind of boneless thing. It's crazy, caning a scientist in front of everyone. I'm impressed. This kind of dog should be beaten so hard. Let him know the price of betraying Xia. The old man is really handsome, never seen such a handsome old man, too domineering. This aura across the screen, I feel oppressed, then Secretary Dakong's eyes are more frightening. I forgot what kind of blood is in my bones. He is not a good person. He's not a good guy. He's too secure. I'd love to have an old man like that. He deserves to be caned like this for being ashamed of his ancestor. Serving for a piece of like the bug kingdom is disgusting. Look at him now, he's still being used as a gun by others. Soft bones can't hold their heads up anywhere. Give praise to the old man, this is the attitude and example of our summer country. The netizens in the live broadcast room excitedly sent out pop-ups. They were all shocked by Yi Hongyuan. These 3 hits had knocked this traitor over, but had raised the spirit of the Chinese nation. People had long hated this traitorous dog for a long time. Today it was finally lending the old man's hand to give all the Xia people a breath of fresh air. This kind of wolf-hearted thing is ashamed of everything that the entire Xia nation has given him. Now shamelessly come to the old master to find Yi Xia, really is not a bit of pussy, should be beaten by the old master hard. The old master did what everyone could not do and did not dare to do. Sanctioned and punished this dog. And this bold move also made the crowd even more curious about the identity of the old master. What exactly is his identity? The aura that erupted from his body, that sharp gaze that erupted with a murderous aura, impacted everyone's mind. It made everyone feel incomparably mysterious. Who was he, in the end? What kind of relationship was there between him and Yi Xia? The curiosity of the netizens ensued. Everyone was also looking forward to Yi Xia's appearance more and more. And what had just happened was quickly posted online by the netizens who recorded the screen, attracting countless onlookers. At the same time, it made the number of people in the already hot live broadcast room skyrocket again. Where is Yi Xia? Where is Yi Xia? My god, is this the old man? Too shocking. Too much anticipation, I wonder what Yi Xia looks like. Outside the fiery live broadcast. Live on the air, Takagi Kazuo was carried out of the village by his escorts. Dropped beside the vehicle. He still remained motionless on his knees as if he had lost his soul. The entire person was staring blankly into the distance, like a dead body. The 2 guards who were responsible for carrying him away looked at Takagi Kazuo's appearance, and a cold smile floated out of the corners of their mouths unanimously. This kind of trash thing, no one would pity him. The Summer Kingdom wouldn't, and the Insect Kingdom would do the same. And in front of the door, the old man had already walked into the courtyard, only leaving a group of people standing at the door. Bernard looked at the frightened and disoriented Inukawa Jiro, a flash of scorn in his eyes. The others also looked at each other. In the end, they looked at Lin Tianlei, who was standing at the front. Facing such an old master, everyone knew that none of them were in a good position to move first except for Lin Tianlei. Lin Tianlei scanned a circle of so many scientists present. He also knew in his heart that they definitely wouldn't leave until the problem was solved. With that, he glanced at the plaque on the wooden door. A glint flashed in his eyes as he lifted his steps towards the courtyard and walked in. Chapter 44, full of loyalty, Yi family are all heroes. Yi Hongyuan, who had returned home, saw Yi Bei walking down from upstairs. The sound of the crowd and clamor outside woke up Yi Bei, who had only fallen asleep a short while ago. Grandpa, what's going on outside? Yi Bei walked down from upstairs, straightened his messy hair and asked. There are some blondes and blue-eyed foreigners. Yi Hongyuan said lightly with a calm face. As if what happened just now has been put behind him and never happened. Watching Yi Bei get up, the old face showed a smile again. On the column incense came to eat breakfast. Today's egg custard is very sweet. Yi Bei nodded. He went to the courtyard to fetch water to wash up. This was followed by returning inside the hall. Applying incense, since Yi Bei remembered, he would do one thing every day. Before going to high school, every morning when he got up, after washing up, he had to go to the incense first. This was the rule set by his grandfather, and Yi Bei had been like this since he was a child. At this moment, after washing up, he grabbed 9 incense sticks and burned them on the candles on the offering table, just like before. And just as he was burning the incense, in the courtyard Lin Tianlei and the others walked in. Their footsteps were slow, and they were all careful, as if they were afraid of creating a little noise. As long as the old master came out and roared, they would immediately withdraw. Bernard and the others were even following at a slow pace, their gazes behind Lin Tianlei constantly scanning the courtyard, observing everything around them. Wanting to get more information from the arrangement of this courtyard to facilitate the next pull. In this, reporter Wang Bing also brought his camera boy to shoot the whole thing. All of them did not know much about Yi Bei's family. Even Lin Tianlei was no longer clear. After all, back then when he came here he only stopped at the entrance and didn't visit the courtyard. At this moment, when he finally stepped into the small courtyard, his heart was still more or less a bit nervous. As for the others, basically their hearts were clenched tightly. Apart from Lin Tianlei, all of them didn't know exactly what the old man's identity was. Walking in the residence of an old man with such a mysterious identity, anyone would be terrified. All of them followed behind Lin Tianlei, ready to turn around and leave at any time. It was Wang Bing who was slightly more generous. She guided the camera boy to live stream everything around her as carefully as possible. After all, the chances of being able to personally visit this place were few and far between. So she didn't want to let go of the slightest detail. As the crowd went deeper, their feet quickly arrived outside the hall in the center. Yi Xia. Seeing the figure standing upright in the hall, Wang Bing's expression instantly became elated. Although it was not certain that he was Yi Xia. But Wang Bing felt that it should be him. After all, other than the old man, there was no one else seen in this courtyard. The camera boy heard her voice and quickly stepped forward to take pictures. Their trip today was to interview Yi Xia. This mysterious scientific genius had filled himself with curiosity and anticipation. The two of them, one after the other, walked towards the entrance of the hall. And just as they reached the doorway, Wang Bing fixed his footsteps and did not dare to move forward. Because he saw that in front of that back, the wall was covered with photos and medals. Those gold glittering medals shone in the sunlight, causing Wang Bing to freeze directly. Her eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Her big eyes didn't even blink as she stared at those photos and medals. My goodness! Behind her Lin Tianlei and the others followed. Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked and stood in place. The expressions on everyone's faces changed, their mouths opened wide, their eyes widened, and they stared at the medals with a look of disbelief. With so many medals, anyone who came would be shocked. And this was actually gathered in the middle of a family, on top of a wall. This had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. They simply did not expect Yi Xia's identity background to be so special. Bernard and the others had begun to have difficulties on their faces, and their hearts were even muttering. And Wang Bing at the front had already broadcast all of this live. At this moment, the live broadcast room has reached tens of millions of netizens have clearly seen this scene. Seeing the photos and countless medals on the wall. The gazes and expressions of countless netizens were fixed at this moment. The shock in their eyes exceeded everything, and the awe that originated from the depths of their souls appeared in their eyes. Everyone was deeply shocked from the bottom of their hearts. In the hall under the sunlight, in the golden light stood a young figure holding incense in worship. And directly in front of him, on the yellowed wall, there were 6 photographs hanging. Under each photo were medals, glittering in the sunlight. The camera shone forward motionless. It was as motionless as the young man in worship. All the viewers in the live broadcast room froze in shock for a few seconds before coming back to their senses. In the next instant, the live broadcast room completely exploded. Is he Yi Xia? My god, the back looks so young. Are those hanging on the wall Yi Xia's relatives? Are they all martyrs? My god, so many heroes from one family, it's unbelievable. Heroes of the defense of the country, heroes of the battle, first rate, second rate, and third rate are simply unbelievable. It's shocking. It's really a family of heroes. These are all people who sacrificed their lives for the sake of the country, right? The medals that each one of them got are extraordinary. They're all heroes in Yi Xia's family. They're all heroes in Yi Xia's family. They're as loyal as the Yangs. They've sacrificed everything for their country. Who is this old man? His identity is too mysterious. Is he Yi Xia? My whole body is shocked. What kind of existence is he? A family of heroes. Can it be no wonder that they can raise such a scientific genius? I feel like my soul is trembling. This is so admirable. Tens of millions of netizens kept posting pop-ups on the live broadcast. Everything on the wall was truly shocking to everyone, shocking to the bottom of their hearts. It was because everyone did not expect Yi Xia's house of first-class merit to be such a first-class merit. Not 1, but 6. A full 6 meritorious ministers, more medals than they could count at a glance. The whole family, several generations, were all heroes who had spilled their blood for the country. This scenario that would not even appear in a TV show was now realistically displayed in front of everyone. In Yi Xia's home, every photo on that wall represented a hero who had sacrificed his life for his country. These were inevitably all Yi Xia's family members, all his dearest relatives. They had all given their lives for the country and disappeared into the human world. At this moment, everyone watching this was in solemn silence. Lin Tianlei was even more deeply shocked. He had gone to console many families of martyrs, and he also knew that Yi Bei's parents were both martyrs for the country. But he didn't expect that besides them, the Yi family actually had so many martyrs. A full 6 photos. Put in an ordinary family, that would be a full family. Looking at the photos on the wall, his heart had long set off waves of shock. He was still prepared for this. The others were even more unprepared. Seeing this moment, they were all deeply shocked in their hearts.
As they looked at these medals, it was hard to imagine what great feats the members of this family had made. Wang Bing looked at the photos on the wall and was slow to return to her senses. She had mixed feelings in her heart as her eyes looked at the young photo. The person in that photo was similar to her age. She was only in her early 20s, in the beautiful time of her youth, but had dedicated his life to his country and people. A first-class firefighter of the Summer Kingdom. For the sake of more lives, his young life faded away early. She didn't know who it was, but her heart was filled with admiration. Chapter 45 Glorious History, Hero of the Nation. Wang Bing tensed his body at the photo on the wall and gave a deep salute. Although it was not as standard as those soldiers, the respect contained within was just as sublime. In her eyes, these were all the guardians of the true Xia kingdom. They were all heroes that should be remembered forever. These people held up the prosperity of Xia, maintained the stability of Xia's society, and guaranteed the safety of Xia's people. Behind her, everyone was also touched by this act. All of them raised their right hands and saluted the picture on the wall. Even those foreign scientists bowed deeply. Facing so many heroes, anyone would sigh and lament. Even Inukawa Jiro followed suit and bowed at this moment. Even if the old man had just came to Kagikazuo, he didn't dare to complain. Dozens of figures bowed in homage. This spectacular scene was broadcast live by the camera boy. Tens of millions of viewers all over the country could see it clearly. The shock in their hearts was unrivaled. The heroes of our summer country, who sacrificed their precious lives for us, are our faith. I really want to cry. So many photos, how many heavy blows this family has endured. They are the ones we bled and sacrificed. We must always remember them. The backbone of Xia, generations of heroes, have held up our now vast blue sky. Without them there would be no present or future for us. Salute to the martyrs. Salute to the martyrs, the later generations will never forget. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were filled with tribute pop-ups, occupying the entire screen. Countless netizens were moved to tears. Many people also followed that young man's back and joined their hands together in silent prayer. In their own way, they paid high tribute to these heroes. Everyone wept for Yi Xia, the extraordinary family of heroes. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, the atmosphere became incredibly solemn. There was only one person, the little photography brother, who gently walked to the position of the threshold, focusing the lens in his hand, so that those photos could be presented more clearly in front of the world's eyes. In an instant, the 5 photos on the wall were incomparably clear. The camera slowly traveled over each photo. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also completely shocked amidst this footage. Because some people had already found out the identities of these martyrs. Yi Xiaoying, the heroic martyr who had once gone undercover in a drug den for 8 long years, and was only 33 years old at the end of his life. My God, I saw it too. A hero of the defense of the country. There's so little information about him, I could only find so little in the encyclopedia. He was involved in the 666 drug bust that shocked the nation. That's incredible. The 3/6 drug bust was the biggest drug bust in Xia's history. A total of over 300 police officers were sacrificed to bust them. It was beyond tragic. Mr. Yi Xiaoying is the first person to be credited for this case. He used his young and precious life to die with the drug lords. My goodness, this is truly a hero of the nation. Many people quickly found out about Yi Bei's dad's life and accomplishments. Although the information was few and far between, it left everyone deeply shocked. As the camera continued to move, the young and beautiful photo of Yi Bei's mom appeared in everyone's eyes. With just a glance, many people directly recognized her. Lu Yuexin. Wasn't this once the #1 policewoman in Xia country? The youngest and most outstanding criminal investigation expert in Xia country, who had solved several large and difficult cases. I didn't realize that she was actually Yi Xiao's relative. Unbelievable. Yes, 10 years ago, in order to solve the case of the disappearance of a 100-people giant ship, to the team to the other side of the ocean to investigate, but the plane accidentally crashed. Too heartbreaking. Detective Lu, if she is still alive, how much contribution she has to make for Xia. Alas. I seriously doubt that the plane crash was a deliberate act, but it's a pity that time has changed, and I'm afraid no one can crack it except her. Remember Detective Ryu, remember this angel who has done countless people in Xia to redress their grievances and solve their problems. To the hero to pay the highest and most reverence. In the live broadcast room, countless netizens were deeply shocked. A segment of secret history was uncovered. The hero also reappeared in front of the eyes of the world. Yi Xiaoying, who had been invisible and buried for 10 years, finally appeared in the eyes of the world at this moment in the most glorious position. Tens of millions of people pay tribute to him and to his wife. The internet boiled enthusiastically. But the scene was silent. Everyone was solemnly watching Yi Bei worship the incense. Lin Tianlei stared at those photos in a daze. Those people, he didn't need to look them up online, he could name them just by looking at them. He knew the story of each and every one of them very well. Yi Xiaoying, Yi Bei's father. A landmark figure in the history of the Summer Kingdom's drug extermination.
His shocking shot shattered a huge chain of drug interests worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
8 years of anonymity taught the drug lords of the world a lesson. As long as the Xia people wanted to do it, there was nothing they couldn't do. The day Yi Shouying sacrificed himself, drug lords all over the world were horrified. His death did not bring them elation, but eternal suspicion and trepidation from now on. He also understood at this moment why Yi Bei was so desperate. Perhaps it was inheriting Yi Shouying's will. His eyes moistened at the thought. For a 6th-generation aircraft, working day and night, only hoping to be able to make the Xia airspace safe as soon as possible. Like Yi Shouying, he fought to the death so that the people of Xia could live happily away from poison. Maybe the moment he died, he was still thinking about the future of Xia. Can't imagine how sad that day was. Xia lost one of its top police officers. The little Yi Bei also lost his only father. That same year, Lu Yuexin also embarked on an airplane to cross the ocean. But unexpectedly in the vast ocean in the inexplicable crash, eternally disappeared in the world. As a modern version of Conan, she cracked hundreds of special cases in her young life. The bizarre case of the missing 100-person ship had overwhelmed countless top experts. The international community pinned their last hope on her. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. That day, the whole world was in an uproar. Those who had been following her were all in mourning. Now, whenever one talks about criminal investigation, almost everyone will think of that Lu Yuexin who sacrificed herself for the world. Returning to his senses, Lin Tianlei put down his hand that had been saluting for a long time. And Yi Bei, who had been concentrating on the incense, also finished his worship at this time. Although he had heard the commotion behind him just now, he hadn't even glanced at it. It wasn't until after completing everything. Only then did he specifically put on a mask and turn to look at the crowd outside the hall. The reason why he put on the mask was because Yi Bei didn't want to discredit Xia. If the world knew that a molester was a genius scientist of Xia, how would Xia be discredited? Maybe it would be because of him that the entire Xia scientific research community would be discredited. This was something Yi Bei couldn't allow, so he preferred not to reveal his identity and wore a mask that hid his face. He turned around and his young image immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although his face could not be seen. But everyone knew that this was a young man in front of them. Most of the eyes that everyone looked at him carried a bit of heartache. After all, a family that had lost so many loved ones could not imagine how much pain he had gone through. Yi Xia. Lin Tianlei looked at Yi Bei and softly opened his mouth to call out. It was as gentle as calling out to his own child. The current him could not address Yi Bei as Yi Bei yet. Yi Bei's identity could not be exposed for the time being. So he can only call him by the pen name Yi Xia on his thesis. In the eyes of the world, Yi Bei was a molester. And Yi Xia was a genius figure in the scientific research world. Before all the preparations were sufficient, Yi Bei could only be Yi Xia. He couldn't participate in the interview with his real identity. He could only appear in front of the public under the thesis pen name Yi Xia. Although this did make things difficult, there was no way around it. Lin Tianlei could only make such a helpless move. Yi Bei pulled his mask upwards, covering himself as tightly as possible. Scanning around the crowd, he walked out towards the door. Let's talk outside, I don't want to disturb the family. Yi Bei had a bland face and stepped out of the hall. The crowd immediately all followed and retreated backwards. All of them retreated to the courtyard of Yi Bei's house. At this time, Yi Hongyuan was already lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard, smoking a cigarette and sunbathing. Now he no longer looked as majestic and domineering as he did just now. All of his aura had dissipated, just like an ordinary old man in the village road, he didn't look the slightest bit intimidating. But of the dozens of people present, it was obvious that no one treated him as an ordinary old man. Hurry up and finish eating breakfast is going to be cold. Yi Hongyuan had a leisurely face, and gave a slow admonition to Yi Bei who walked out. It will be done soon. Yi Bei nodded and then looked at the people present. The same sharp gaze swept over Bernard and Mary and the others. What's the matter with you guys? Yi Bei had a calm face, as if he had expected this. Facing Yi Bei's question, Lin Tianlei did not open his mouth again, but quietly stood aside, exposing Bernard and the other bunch of scientists to Yi Bei's front. Looking at the young man in front of them who was beyond their expectations, Bernard's eyes flickered as he took a step forward. He knew that the opportunity should be seized first. Chapter 46 Shocked. I am a Summerlander. Bernard took a step forward with a rich smile on his face. Looking at Yi Xia, he opened his mouth with great respect. Mr. Yi Xia, my visit to your residence today has left me in deep admiration. I didn't expect you to be so young and have already made such a huge research. It is really the luck of the world. As a youth of the new era, I feel that you should go out and have a look around the world. I have already contacted Harvard University and applied for you to study abroad, and at the same time, I have also helped you apply for the right to use the most advanced laboratory in the world today. With more opportunities for learning and exchange, as well as a better environment for scientific research, I believe you will be able to create more academic research that is beneficial to mankind in the world.
You can rest assured in all aspects, scientific talents are the wealth of the world. We, Stars and Stripes, will give you the best treatment without requiring you to bear any expenses. Moreover, I will apply for a huge amount of scientific research funding from the higher-ups in my name, so as long as your academic research needs, money will never be a problem, and you can roam freely in the ocean of science. Of course, we can apply for the green card immediately. With me, these will not be a problem. Your spirit of academic research is very much in line with the founding principles of Harvard University, and we sincerely invite you to go to the Stars and Stripes to make more contributions to the world. Bernard did not know how long he had been brewing his words. At this moment, it was full of temptation. These conditions that he opened his mouth had already sealed the mouths of quite a few representatives of ordinary small countries behind him. As his words fell, the crowd's expressions changed somewhat. It could be seen that Bernard had made enough preparations and was determined to take down Yixia this time. Lin Tianlei, on the other hand, looked at Yixia with some nervousness. The netizens who had been watching the live broadcast were all confused when they heard Bernard's words. They originally thought that the scientist was just visiting in name only. They never expected that they would have a ing agenda. This is also too ing shameless, right? Openly robbing people. Open your mouth and shut it for the sake of the world. It's really like being a whore but still wanting to set up a house of cards. This is too much. Xia's talent, how can they be so shameless digging people wall foot death family? Star-Spangled Nation's usual routine, this time the conditions are quite generous. In order to pull Yixia, they really can give anything up. I didn't expect Yixia to be so young, that future is really unlimited, never let them dig away. Do foreigners deserve it? Do they deserve such a scientific genius? I'm so nervous, I'm so afraid that Yixia will open his mouth and say yes, I'm afraid I'll pass out if I nod my head. Turn down this asshole. You're shameless. You're a descendant of the House of Heroes. You mustn't dishonor your ancestors. I'm sure Yiha will never waver. Even if the Stars and Stripes get richer, our own family will always be the best. Don't forget that the Stars and Stripes are still scolding us for not being able to build a Generation 6, and they'll surely come to taunt us in 3 months' time. That's right, the 6th generation aircraft incident is still fresh in our minds. We definitely can't go and be a traitor to them. The netizens in the live broadcast room were thrilled. Many of them even recalled the previous rampant remarks about the 6th generation machine. Stars and Stripes had threatened to put their Generation 6 aircraft in the sky within 3 months to put pressure on Xia. They also scolded Xia's scientists for being trash and never being able to build a Generation 6 machine. At this moment, they shamelessly came back to snatch talent. Everyone's hearts were filled with indignation. They never wanted Yixia to join Star-Spangled Nation and work for foreigners. At this moment, all of them were praying for Yixia to reject Bernard immediately. Just now, they had been looking forward to Yixia's appearance. Now Yixia appeared. Yet they still hadn't been able to see what he looked like. Still not knowing who his mysterious identity really was. And not even waiting for them to lament all this. What happened immediately put them on edge. Everyone's hearts were all hanging high, staring blankly at Yixia at the other end of the screen. Lin Tianlei had long known that Bernard and the others had malicious intentions. At this moment, the eyes looking at Yixia were also filled with anticipation, looking forward to the sound of his refusal. Wang Bing, on the other hand, was shocked. It was obvious that she hadn't expected this kind of thing to happen. Her heart instantly seized up. The conditions given by Bernard this time were absolutely crushing. There was whatever he wanted, and money was not a problem. If this were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have already agreed with a smile. But Yixia was different. His identity was mysterious and special, and so far even his appearance was unknown. He is also the son of a hero. He was also the hope for the future of Xia's scientific research community. If he agreed, the damage that would be done to Xia would be incalculable. And just at the moment when everyone was nervous, Yi Hongyuan, who was lying on the rocking chair, however, just gave Bernard a disdainful glance and then turned his head away, continuing to barf his pot, not caring at all about what was happening. And under these countless gazes, Yixia looked straight at Bernard and opened his mouth in an unassuming, calm, and powerful manner. Thank you for Professor Bernard's kind invitation, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Yixia's words fell and stunned everyone. Bernard's expression was even a little shocked. Because he clearly saw that Yixia's face did not even have the slightest bit of hesitation. It was an unthinking open-mouth response. The exit directly rejected him. And Yixia's words made the tens of millions of netizens in the live broadcast instantly boil. Opening his mouth and directly rejecting it. This kind of vigor, this kind of temperament, was as extraordinary as the old man. All those who were worried about Yixia's promise. Hearts all relaxed in an instant. Joy arose. Yixia was too handsome, he was too gentlemanly when he said this. Bernard said so much, and Yixia responded to all of him with just one sentence. The Qing dynasty died a long time ago, Xia has changed, we don't need charity now. From today on, Yixia is the star I'm going to chase, he's the god in my heart. Yixia is so manly. Really love.
This is the son of a hero. This is the temperament of a man of Xia.
Feeling immensely proud of Yi Xia, this is the backbone of a Xia man.
The pop-up screen completely exploded.
Countless cheers filled the entire live broadcast room. However, Bernard's face on the scene turned ugly. The other scientists beside him all looked at each other one by one as well, frowning. Obviously, they had all thought too simply. It was always thought that coming to Xia to dig for talents would be as simple as before. But this time, it was out of all of their expectations. The young man in front of them not only didn't even show his face, he even opened his mouth and directly refused. This made many people directly beat a retreat. Yi Xia, actually. Bernard rearranged his words and hurriedly tried to open his mouth again, attempting to increase the temptation to give better conditions. However, his words only spat out 2 words before he was interrupted by Yi Xia's voice. Professor Bernard, I am touched by your heart, but I am destined to not accept everything you say. Even if you give the best conditions, you won't be able to shake the beliefs and ideas in my heart. You have to know that I was born in Xia, my bones are flowing with the bloodline of Chinese civilization inherited for thousands of years, and the souls of the martyrs of my forefathers are deeply hidden in my bone marrow. I am a Xia person, I was born destined to dedicate everything for the Xia country, and die before I die. Yi Xia's voice was not loud, but every word was powerful and resounding. Although it was covered in a mask, it completely shocked everyone.
Lin Tianlei's heart was even more deeply shaken.
These words poked into his heart.
He was a Xia native. But right now, he couldn't even expose his identity. He couldn't even reveal himself to the world yet. He was obviously called Yi Bei. All because of that woman. Because of her, Yi Bei has to endure the anonymity with today.
Tonight, he had to personally interrogate Song Zirou.
No matter what her background is, he will make her pay a cruel price. Yi Bei's reputation must not be tarnished. Right now, he was Yi Xia.
But soon, he would make Yi Bei appear in front of the entire world in an even shinier way than he was now. At that moment, the world would tremble for Yi Bei.
The next plot will be completely drawn out. Thank you for your continued support.
A 1,000,000-word outline is complete, the end of the Song family is approaching, and the test flight of the 6th-generation aircraft is imminent. The prologue of the world's scientific research community is kicked off, and the door to the universe is about to open.
Chapter 47, The Battle in the Scientific Research World, completely pulled apart. Countless netizens were dancing with excitement at this moment. Everyone was shocked by Yi Bei's words. Every word carried full power and landed hard on everyone's heart.
At this moment, they felt the pride of their family and country.
The power of a hero was exhilarating.
Great, what Yi Xia said was great. Yi Xia shocked the world with a paper, and his speech equally shocked the world. If all of us in Xia can be as tough as Yi Xia, then the future of Xia will be incredibly impressive. Foreign dogs still want to poach our people, they're not worthy at all. The heroes of Xia are all ambitious, although the Dragon Kingdom is not as rich as them, one day they will make Xia rich. This refusal of bravado slaps the capitalists in the face. Support Yi Xia, support our young talents in Xia. The netizens were passionate.
None of them were infected by what Yi Bei said.
Each of their hearts were boiling with blood and felt unrivaled pride. As for Yi Bei, who was at the scene, he stopped paying attention to Bernard after he finished speaking. He turned his head to look at the crowd next to him. The scientific research corps of the other countries all lowered their heads.
Everyone clearly knew that it was impossible to pull in Yi Xia.
Only Abraham jumped in his heart. However, he was pulled back by his peers. We can't repeat Bernard's mistake. Bear Country can't make an enemy of such a genius. His voice was so small that it only rang in Abraham's ears. Looking at Yi Xia, who was close at hand, Abraham could only suppress the thoughts in his heart.
Seeing that everyone was silent,
Lin Tianlei secretly smiled in his heart and walked over.
Everyone, we've seen enough, we've finished talking, so let's go back earlier.
Mr. Yi Xia still has to rest, so he can't keep you all company much longer. Lin Tianlei had a smile on his face, and without hesitation, he directly began to send off his guests. Yi Bei's words showed all of his heart. With such a firm attitude, there was no need to say more. Under Lin Tianlei's words, Bernard and the others could only leave even though their hearts were unwilling. They knew that this heart of Yi Xia would not change.
And in the pace of everyone leaving, Mayuri stayed behind.
He watched the crowd walk out of the courtyard before he turned towards Yi Bei. Mr. Yi Xia, I am the scientific researcher of the Wool Country, Mary, and this time I sincerely invite you to make a trip to the Wool Country. My teacher, Professor Andre, doesn't have much time left, and his last wish is to be able to see you once. He said that as long as you are willing to meet him, he will solve many mysteries of the scientific world for you.
Mayuri didn't say much, but his attitude was quite sincere.
There was a hint of pleading in his gaze towards Yi Bei.
Professor Andre,
the world's most famous nuclear energy researcher, almost no one in the scientific research community knew about him. The achievements of his life were something that countless scientists could not catch up with in several lifetimes. To be able to be invited to meet by him, this was probably still the first time ever. Listening to this idea, Yi Bei first asked Yongping to cut off the live broadcast.
This was followed by a reply. I admire Professor Andre, but right now I can't leave Xia. If there's a chance, let's meet again after the World Scientist Summit. I'll pass on the message to my teacher. Mary glanced at Yibei, nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Mei Rui's back as he left, a trace of curiosity appeared in Yibei's heart. He knew what those mysteries of the scientific world were in Mei Rui's mouth. He had researched it before, but he hadn't found much information. There were too many strange things in that era. But with the times, they were all sealed away in history. Perhaps the only way to get an answer was to find it in an old demon that had lived for hundreds of years. Although Yibei really wanted to know those mysteries. But the stars and stripes were eyeing him, and Xia's air and sky had not yet been secured. He couldn't stay away until the 6th generation aircraft was in the sky. Good job, you didn't let us down. Lin Tianlei watched everyone leave and said happily to Yibei. But after finishing his sentence, his words immediately turned around. Please forgive me, I can only address you as Yi Xia in public now. The evidence about the Song Zirou incident is still continuing to be investigated, and the library's surveillance disc disappeared. But don't worry, we will definitely find out the evidence and return your clean reputation. Looking at Lin Tianlei's sincere eyes, Yibei smiled faintly. I'm relieved. Hearing this, Lin Tianlei nodded heavily. His eyes were full of gratitude for Yibei's understanding of him. You rest well and recuperate at home for a few days. I've left a plane at the Hong County airport. Call anytime you want to come back. I have other things to do, so I won't stay much longer. Lin Tianlei finished speaking and went to greet the old man. Only Yibei was left in the empty courtyard, and Wang Bing, who was at a loss for words, next to him. Sister Bing Bing, is there anything else? Yibei turned his head to look at Wang Bing and asked softly. Looking at the beautiful reporter in front of him who was on fire all over the internet, Yibei couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The gentle and sweet look, really whoever looked at it felt so kind. Wang Bing, who had been standing all this time, could not help but be a little shocked when he heard Yibei address him in this way. Mr. Yi Xia knows me? I read the Xia Daily every day. Yibei responded with a bland smile. He. These words made Wang Bing feel a small shyness in his heart. But hurriedly, she opened her mouth and answered Yibei's question. This time, I came here because I want to give you an interview. Interview? Yes, an interview with the central media. Just take up half an hour of your time. Do you think it's okay? Wang Bing hurriedly said when she heard Yibei's hesitant voice. She knew that this kind of scientist's time was precious and could not be wasted for even a minute. So she hurriedly opened her mouth and at the same time narrowed down the interview time to the shortest. After all, this opportunity was not easy to come by. If she missed it, she was afraid that she would be sad for days. Yibei looked at the nervous eyes of the woman. Yibei nodded as he looked at Wang Bing, whose eyes were nervous. In the next second, Wang Bing's face suddenly bloomed into a sweet smile. Then immediately, she began to make preparations. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. An interview quickly ended. Although half an hour was not much, it made Wang Bing feel quite happy. In this half hour, she had asked many questions and learned many things from Yibei's mouth. These interviews were recorded one by one. When they went back, they would be organized and edited for production, and would end up appearing in the public's eyes in the form of news. The form of live broadcast was not used. After all, news should be more rigorous. After the interview with Yibei, Wang Bing also specially consoled the old man. For this gentle little girl, the old master was quite fond of her. Watching her leave with people, his face was still full of smiles. Xiaobei, this Xiaobing is quite good. You have to communicate with people more, have more contact and get to know them more. Yibei, who was sitting in the courtyard eating breakfast and sunbathing, cried and laughed at the words of the old man. You cannot worry about this, I am now busy which have time to engage in these. I'll be waiting. The two of them were talking to each other. Yibei also rarely had such a leisurely morning. The interview ended, Wang Bing left his contact information and quickly left Yibei's house. And at this moment, Bernard and the others who drove away were sighing sadly. I didn't expect this Yi Xia to be so determined. It's not good for us. After giving him such a good offer, he didn't even look at it. He doesn't know what's good for him. Alright, go back and think of another way. In short, never let Xia stand up just like that. Bernard said, a glint in his eyes. This matter wasn't over yet. He wouldn't leave the scene so hastily. He had worked so hard for so many years to get to where he was now. The future of the world's scientific research should belong to him. No one could shake his future. Yi Xia's future has infinite possibilities. I hope we won't meet as enemies. Abraham, the latest generation of scientists in the Bear Country, sat in the car and said silently in his heart. And unlike them, Lin Tianlei was sitting in the car with a happy face. Chatting openly with his assistant, he was proud of Yibei's domineering speech today. At the same time, he was full of expectations for the future of Xia. Everyone drove away from the village one after another. Yibei finished his breakfast and after chatting leisurely with his grandfather, he hurriedly went upstairs and continued to start perfecting the drawings of the 6th generation airplane. He wanted to get all the theoretical designs done as soon as possible within these 2 days. The 6th generation plane, to be assembled in the sky and successfully test flown within 3 months. This was the goal Yi Bei had set for himself. Chapter 48, Action Begins, Nationwide Attack. Lin Tianlei didn't stay in Hong County for much longer. After leaving Yi Bei's house, he directly took a special airplane back to Xinjing City. He was sincerely happy to see Yi Bei stay again. Lu Yongping, who stayed at the Air and Space Base, nodded his head just as happily after seeing the live video. He also saw Yi Bei's clanking heart. Those words brought him to tears. Contributing his whole life to the Xia country and dying, this determination really moved people. Such a national hero. Lu Yongping vowed to cleanse him of all the filth. He would not allow anyone to come and insult such a hero. Those who spoke on the internet, all of them should be punished as they deserve. Moreover, Lu Yongping had thought it over. No matter what, he wanted Yi Bei to attend the World Scientist Summit a few months later. At that time, he was going to make Yi Bei the most talked about person in the world. Everything about him had to be seen by the world. To let the world see that the heroes of Xia could stand on top of the world just as well, and could enjoy endless glory just as well. The airplane landed at the military headquarters in Xinjing City. Lin Tianlei didn't get off the plane and went straight to the office building's military aircraft room. Commander Lin. Seeing Lin Tianlei enter the office building in a flurry, someone immediately greeted him. Where is Li Minghui? Already waiting in the military aircraft room. Call Yao Qian over and prepare for an arrest. Yes. As soon as the assistant pushed open the door to the military aircraft conference room, many people were busy inside. Lin Tianlei didn't even look at them and went straight to the command seat at the front. Seeing his appearance, the crowd gathered around. Li Minghui was even terrified as he presented a pile of information with both hands. Commander-in-Chief, this is the investigation into all the people involved. Sitting in his command seat, Lin Tianlei frowned as he flipped through it. It had to be said that this network of spammers was really many. That information was densely filled with names and all sorts of information. All of these people were people who had posted slanders against Yi Bei. The CEOs of Douyin, Scarf, and many other platforms all stood on the side in fear, watching Lin Tianlei go through the list. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear. They originally thought that it was just Li Minghui and Liang Yuan, the minister of Tianxin, who were in charge of this matter. Never in a million years did they expect that the person who had come was actually the Grand Commander of the Imperial Army. This was a truly top-notch big shot, enough to determine life and death with a single word. Seeing his appearance, they realized how serious this matter was. This time, it was really his grandmother who had broken through the sky, able to let the Grand Commander personally deal with it. The one who had been provoked was definitely an even more terrifying existence. The large military aircraft room was silent. The many CEOs stood trembling in place, their bodies furiously sweating coldly. Li Minghui was also tense. Everyone stared at Lin Tianlei, closely watching his expression. Finally, after a few minutes of rummaging, his gaze lifted. Li Minghui, call all the relevant provincial and regional security bureaus involved and tell them to immediately follow the addresses to arrest the people. Also, has Yao Qian arrived yet? Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, Yao Qian is at the ready for orders. Yao Qian, who hurriedly arrived, immediately responded after taking a breath. Good, your security bureau should not have enough manpower. Transfer 200 people from the military department in Xinjing City and give them to you to command. Go and arrest them. Throwing the information on the table, Lin Tianlei opened his mouth to the two men and ordered. Yes. Yes. Li Minghui and Yao Qian immediately opened their mouths to agree. At the same time, they immediately began to take action. The other senior officers of the military department and the security bureau all stood aside solemnly, waiting for orders at any time. Yao Qian, the director of the security bureau, went to Xinjing City directly to lead an arrest operation. On the other hand, Li Minghui, the commander of the military department in Xinjing City, was constantly contacting the security bureaus around the world. A message was sent out. As they began to move were the security bureaus across the country. At the same time, the computers in the military aircraft room all began to run. A stream of precise data were all read and then presented on the large electronic screen in the center. These were all checked through IP belongings. Each IP was localized through the satellites, presenting a red dot on the large screen. In just a few moments, the red dots covered the entire screen. Densely packed, it looked like the pimples on a patient's back. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, all the suspect IPs have been entered into the system, and the Sky Eyes are tracking them in real time. The soldier who finished his work immediately reported the situation. Well, cooperate with the security bureau to make arrests, we can't miss a single person. Lin Tianlei said with a gaze of gravity and nodded his head. As the arrest operations began, the red dots on the screen disappeared with every successful arrest. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, arrest operations have begun everywhere. Li Minghui, who had been busy for half a day, respectfully said. However, Lin Tianlei didn't pay any attention to him at all and instead looked at the group of CEOs next to him.
Among them, Wei Jianping, the leader of the Douyin platform, stood at the front, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. His beads of sweat were not from heat, but from being scared. They were already panicked in their hearts, and now that they were being gazed at by Lin Tianlei's gaze, their souls were almost scared out of their wits. Without seeing the coffin, there are so many rumor-mongering, law-breaking netizens. How big of a mistake did your platform make? If it wasn't for your relaxed management and wanton indulgence, could it possibly have caused such serious consequences? Lin Tianlei's stern voice rebuked, frightening everyone to the point of trembling. The crowd of platform leaders were so scared that their legs began to tremble, the fear on their faces visible to the naked eye. The fishing wheel has gotten to this point, there must be something fishy within yourselves. I'll give you guys a chance to find out the guys who are collecting money to sell traffic, or else wait for the platform to be shut down. Lin Tianlei finished with a wave of his hand and directly told them to get lost. These things that don't have it, make sure to fix it properly. Watching the group of people leave with trepidation, Lin Tianlei looked at Li Minghui again. Tell the Ministry of Heavenly Information to supervise, make sure to properly rectify the internet platforms in the country. Yes. Li Minghui immediately answered. Lin Tianlei's appearance just now was terrifying. But the more this happened, the more curious he was about the identity of this Yibei as well. A few moments. Seeing that Lin Tianlei was in a better mood, taking the opportunity to report back, Li Minghui still couldn't help but ask about the doubts in his heart. Commander-in-Chief, Yibei is in the end. But before he could finish his words, Lin Tianlei's head lifted up. A pair of eyes full of majesty gazed at him coldly. This caused Li Minghui's entire body to directly freeze, and the words in his mouth stammered out. Do what you should do, understand? Lin Tianlei shouted angrily, sternly reprimanding. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Li Minghui was startled and quickly stood up straight and nodded his head in agreement. After reprimanding Li Minghui, Lin Tianlei's sharp gaze swept across the room. As expected, everyone had their heads stretched out to look this way. The curiosity in those eyes was as one. It was obvious that they all wanted to know who Yibei really was. His identity is not something that the current you guys can access. You guys don't have the qualifications to know who he is yet. Work well, one day you guys will know. Lin Tianlei's voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough to spread throughout the room. As the words fell, everyone in the room immediately lowered their heads and continued to start working intensely. Looking at the red dots on the electronic screen that began to fade away, Lin Tianlei lowered his heart. Li Minghui, prepare the interrogation room. I want to personally interrogate Song Zirou. Yes. Li Minghui nodded his head in agreement. The two then left the place one after the other, heading to the military prison to prepare for the first interrogation. Chapter 49, Evidence Conclusive, take them all away. Xinjiang City Security Bureau. Hundreds of police officers and soldiers moved collectively. In the face of Lin Tianlei's orders, Yao Qian didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Commanding hundreds of military vehicles, she began to conduct arrest operations throughout Xinjiang City. For a time, police cars whizzed through the streets. The sirens were even louder, and the entire city was enveloped in it. The police officers and soldiers all quickly traveled through the streets and alleys. Based on the clues they had, they arrested the suspects involved in this matter in various locations. It was an entire day. Hundreds of people didn't even have time to eat. After arresting one, they immediately rolled over to the next target point. At this moment, an old residential neighborhood in Xinjiang City. A group of young men and women were gathering at the dining table to drink. The room was messy, with melon peels and beer bottles everywhere. Everyone was sitting in a group, listening to a short and frustrated woman who was 1.5 meters in height and weighed 150, talking about the world. The Yibei on the internet is actually my ex-boyfriend. He used to look at me as a good guy and tried to stick it to me, but he also wanted to take my first time. Unfortunately, I did not get on his pawn. This is good. Itchy hands actually went to molest other girls, really disgusting. The woman's words fell, the scene was in an uproar. Really? Nyoerhua, you still have this ability? That's right, let other boys backward paste. Why I don't believe it. Many people laughed, not taking this seriously. After all, with her size, no man would fall in love with her. Not to mention pouring money into her body. Calling me little flower is really obnoxious. You know that sis is a master of online dating. What man hasn't died in my imperial voice? That Yibei is my ex. Don't believe me, I know exactly what he looks like. The moment this statement came out, it instantly aroused the melon-eating interest of everyone present. Yibei's news was making a lot of noise. Regarding this scum, everyone still didn't know what it looked like. Many girls were even excited and came over. Little flower, hurry to take out the photo to show everyone, avoid lightning. That's right, I don't want to meet this kind of trash pervert in the future. Listening to their words, Nyoerhua had a smug look on her face. Hey, I'll show you later. About this Yibei, he has done a lot of bad things in the past, I knew it a long time ago. Nyoerhua said with excitement. Just as she was talking, outside the door of the neighborhood, 2 police cars rushed in. Several police officers, based on their positioning, directly rushed up to the second floor. The people in the room looked at the several police officers who suddenly rushed in. All of them were confused. Before they could react, the police officers' handcuffs were already on Nyo Erhua's wrists. "What are you doing?" Nyo Erhua, who was suddenly tackled, shouted with an innocent face. "Nyo Erhua, you spread rumors on the internet, provoking trouble, causing serious adverse effects, suspected of violating the Xia State Public Security Punishment Law. You are now under arrest." The police officer in the lead read the arrest warrant with an expressionless face. Listening to this, Nyo Erhua's eyes widened, written with panic. Twisting the obese body, non-stop hissing, "I did not, you arrested the wrong person, I did not internet rumor. The evidence is conclusive, there is no chance for you to deny, take away." The police officer in charge of the cold gaze, not giving her the slightest chance to play tricks, directly waved his hand and escorted her out. The police sirens in the courtyard of the neighborhood went away, leaving only the people in the room who looked at each other in dismay. "Nyo Erhua play is really flower this time I do not know what trouble. Just did not also said Yi Bei it? I guess she's the one who started the rumor on the internet, she deserves it." At the same time, in a mahjong parlor in the East District of Shangjing City, 4 women were happily gambling. On the table, cigarette ashes and banknotes were scattered. "Still need to practice, with your skills, even your husband will lose to us today." Someone opened his mouth to tease, making the other 2 giggle. The woman with a head of wavy curls and a cigarette on her index finger was impatient. "That dead thing to lose to you guys I would save trouble. The summer country of men can really ing no one good thing," the woman said and quickly coded the cards in her hand. Outside the room, the sound of mahjong clashing and the men yelling were endless. The boss was humming a little song with a teapot at the front desk. But the next second, the door of the mahjong parlor was suddenly kicked open. Immediately afterward, 7 or 8 police officers barged in. The boss and the gamblers outside the box were so scared that they immediately stood up with panicked faces. Why did they suddenly come to investigate? This is the end. The boss screamed in his heart, thinking that he was here to check on gambling, so scared that he scurried out from the front desk with a brush. The police officers, however, did not pay any attention to the boss and rushed straight to the inside. "Finished, the box can be real money The boss, heart violently seized, hurriedly followed up. The police officers did not say a word, directly toward one of the boxes. As if they had already thought about checking this one, they stopped in front of the door. One of them reached out and twisted the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Looking sideways at the boss next to him, he opened the door. That icy cold face, icy cold words scared the boss so much that he almost pissed his pants. Hastily and tremblingly, he took out the key from his waist and opened the door. In the next second, the police officers rushed in. The people inside all jumped when they saw the police come in. But the police officers didn't pay any attention to the other 3. Instead, they went straight to the wavy woman and grabbed her wavy hair and ripped her over. The silver bracelet prepared by another police officer was cuffed to her hand with 2 clicks. "What are you arresting me for? Why are you arresting me?" the wavy woman screamed at the top of her lungs. But the police officers escorted her straight out of the mahjong parlor. The owner of the mahjong parlor watched these police officers come and go in a hurry and broke out in a cold sweat. Standing at the door, he stared at the place where the car left and froze for a long time. He didn't even want to understand what was going on. Nowadays, only one person needs to be arrested for gambling? The store doesn't even need to be closed? And such a scenario. It's playing out all over the country at this very moment. Police cars are whizzing through the streets, sirens blaring for an entire day. A large number of suspects were arrested, and car after car was sent to detention centers. Chapter 50. Let me take a good look at these assholes. Outside the military prison in Shangjing City, Lu Yongping's car was parked on the side of the road. Because there were a lot of people surrounding the prison entrance, even the road was a bit blocked. This strange situation made Lu Yongping interested, so he got out of the car and walked to the prison. Just now, he had already learned about Yi Bei's situation. Reassured in his heart, he came to the prison one step ahead of Lin Tianlei, wanting to personally meet this asshole called Zirou. He had been living in seclusion all these years. Apart from conducting scientific research at the base and occasionally attending some university lectures, he rarely appeared in the public eye. At this moment, no one noticed him as an old man when he walked up to so many people. The people crowding in front of the prison gate were the president of Shangjing University, Su Dehua, and a group of university leaders who had rushed here early this morning to ask for someone. Behind them were many local media reporters and photographers. A whole day's time, Lin Tianlei had flown back and forth to Hong County. They were still here yelling to see the prison leaders and release them. Su Dehua also didn't expect the prison guards to be so headstrong. Actually, do not even go to report. As long as they didn't approach the prison gates, they didn't pay attention to them no matter how much they yelled. After this day, Su Dehua felt exhausted. At this moment is sitting on the side of the road, with a group of school leaders eating fast food, discussing the law.
Reporters are also persistent. They are waiting to capture the news. Yongping passed through the crowd in silence and walked to the front of a guard. Taking out his documents, he showed them to the other party. The guard was instantly excited after seeing the words of the institute's director and raised his hand to salute Yongping. But he was stopped by the assistant. "Do you kid want the dean to be surrounded by reporters?" The guard shook his head repeatedly when he heard this and stopped his excited behavior. However, he was still full of respect and somewhat flattered to greet him. "What is going on with these people?" Yongping pulled the guard aside and asked in a low voice. "Report, Dean, the ones sitting there eating fast food are the president and school leaders of Xinjiang University. They are here for the matter of Yibei and Song Zirou, and they have to scream to let Song Zirou be released, and they also want to see our leaders. Those reporters are also following them here, already from the morning to now." The guards opened their mouths one by one and told everything. "The president of Xinjiang University? Are you sure?" Yongping glanced back at the few people sitting on the street eating fast food and questioned. "Yes, Dean, 1,000 times over, it's them." The guards opened their mouths to reply without hesitation. The moment this certainty came out, Yongping's face instantly changed. Anger rose up in his eyes once again, far angrier than before at the base. Xinjiang University had turned black and white upside down and directly expelled Yibei. He hadn't even bothered to settle the score on this matter yet, and now these guys even sent it to his door. He definitely couldn't let this go easily. "Let's go, let me take a good look at this group of assholes." Yongping twisted his head and directly walked towards Su Dehua and the others who were not far away. Su Dehua, who had finished his meal, quickly came to life. Throwing the lunchbox in his hand, he stood up and chanted once again. "Let us in, call out your highest officer, this isn't that simple today. Song Zirou is the victim, you are already suspected of illegal detention, you don't have the right. Open the gate, let me in to see my student, I want to give her family an explanation, I want to talk to your officer." Su Dehua screamed, and the school leaders behind him followed to make a strong statement. All sorts of remarks were being said out of their mouths. But the guards didn't pay the slightest attention to them, they all looked at them with cold eyes and did nothing. After a few minutes of this, there was still no effect. Su Dehua was furious, blowing his beard and eyes. From the morning until now, he had called all the military personnel he knew, but none of them answered his call. It was only when he had no other choice that he yelled so much. But even then, it was still useless. Seeing that it was getting late, his heart became even more impatient. And right at this moment, Song Yunying's phone call came over. After glancing at the notes, Su Dehua immediately clicked to connect. "Mr. Song." When the phone was connected, Su Dehua immediately greeted fawningly. "Well, you did a good job last night." Song Yunying came up and directly opened his mouth to praise. Su Dehua was flattered. "Song's business is my business, I will definitely do my best to do it." "Good, come home some other day, I have a few good projects here that are lacking people to do them. Your school seems to be looking for investment recently, right?" Song Yunying smoked a cigarette and said lightly. But just a few words made Su Dehua smile. "Thank you, Mr. Song, thank you, Mr. Song, things are packed properly, I will come to your door to say clearly." Su Dehua's heart was both happy and scared at the moment. After all, Song Zirou was still in prison. He doesn't have a bottom in his heart. How is Zirou? She's back in school, right? What comes to mind? Song Yunying's question fell on Su Dehua's ears and made him shudder. He wanted to tell the truth, but he thought about the good project, the good investment. His heart crossed, to the mouth of the words changed, "Safe and sound, Mr. Song, you do not have to worry, I will all be resolved." Su Dehua said on the mouth, the heart keeps comforting himself. As long as the prison knows that this is the daughter of Mr. Song, surely immediately released. Then everything will be fine. If you tell the truth, if Mr. Song gets angry, all those things will be gone. Good, I believe you. Song Yunying nodded with satisfaction and then hung up the phone. Looking at the end of the call, Su Dehua didn't have time to think about his next countermeasures. Many messages popped up on his cell phone. Opening it up, he actually saw that all those videos and posts they posted last night had all been officially deleted. And even those fake IP registered accounts were blocked. Su Dehua had a strange look on his face and immediately clicked on Douyin's scarf to check. As expected, all the information they had posted about Yibei on the internet had all been deleted. A casual search was all blank. This made Su Dehua feel even more odd. He hurriedly opened his contacts and dialed a mysterious phone number. And what he didn't know was, at this moment, just a dozen meters next to him, Yongping was watching his every move with a face of iron. Chapter 51: The Last Arrogance, the principal goes to jail. So many videos and posts on the internet were actually gone. Su Dehua also realized that something was wrong. Taking out his cell phone, he called the Douyin insider who had bought the traffic before. After taking more than $800,000 of his own money, how could he still take it down for himself? Although the effect had been achieved. But this money, Su Dehua felt that he had spent it unworthily. The school leaders and reporters next to him also checked up as they listened to Su Dehua's words. As expected, the news on the internet were gone. There were all kinds of negative fishing wheels about eBay all disappeared. There was a lot of talk for a while. What happened? The news I just posted was deleted. Yes, mine was deleted as well as Douyin's and Scarf's. Is it that the fishing wheels are too serious? Is it possible that the fishing wheels are so serious that the platform itself blocked them? I don't understand. Wait to see the official notice. There is heat in. It is impossible to be without a trace all of a sudden. The reporters said, and all of them muttered in their hearts. And just as they were discussing, Lu Yongping had already walked over with big steps. Su Dehua, who had dialed twice in a row without being connected, saw Lu Yongping as soon as he turned his eyes. Professor! Su Dehua froze for a moment when he saw Lu Yongping and directly exclaimed in shock. Lu Yongping he recognized. He had heard him speak in a college leadership lecture before. Although he didn't know what this old man's name was, he was a renowned professor. To be able to give a lecture to a university leader was still quite impressive. Professor, what are you doing here? Although Su Dehua couldn't name him, he at least remembered that he was a professor, so he was busy and greeted him. With a smile on his face, he took the initiative to greet him. When the reporters at the scene saw him appear, several of them recognized Lu Yongping's real identity. Immediately, they let the camera boys hurry up and start filming. It must not be simple for such a big shot to come here. Professor, are you here for Song Zirou's matter? Su Dehua, who quickly approached, asked in a low voice in front of Lu Yongping. Lu Yongping, who originally wanted to teach him a direct lesson, paused when he heard this. With another glance at the unusually active reporters, he had a better idea in his mind. I came for this matter. Lu Yongping nodded and said frankly. Hearing this, Su Dehua was so happy that he was on the verge of jumping up and down. As expected, just as he had guessed, this old professor was someone sent by the Song family. Otherwise, how could someone like him appear here? Professor, thanks to you coming, otherwise I would have been in a hurry. Su Dehua smiled with an open brow and a respectful face to Lu Yongping. Let's hurry in and get Ms. Zirou out first. It won't be good if it drags on for a long time. Well, bring your people and talk inside. Lu Yongping nodded his head and said with a hint of a smile floating at the corner of his mouth. This made Su Dehua completely happy. He himself had been screaming here for a whole day without any half effect. Once this old professor came and said enter, could he not be happy? Immediately beckoned to yell other school leaders together into the prison to receive people. The reporters at the back, looking at the situation, were all shocked. They didn't expect Su Dehua to actually have a relationship with such a big shot. And the relationship looked extraordinary. I didn't expect the president of Xinjiang University to be so powerful. Even Dean Lu had found him, so there must be no problem this time. Yes, a Song Zirou's matter, did not expect to actually alarm this kind of big shot. It's so awesome, to be able to invite this kind of person to come out and do something. This energy is simply invincible. The president of Xinjiang University is really the most powerful I've ever seen. The reporters gathered together and marveled, shocked by such a strong social network of Su Dehua. And Su Dehua was just as excited. Turning around, he blurted out to the reporters. Everyone go back and write up the news today, and I will double the cost of inviting you this time. With the professor here, we will definitely be able to bring justice this time, so that the criminals will be severely punished. Su Dehua spoke happily, showing off his vocal power. Lu Yongping looked at his clownish appearance and didn't pay the slightest attention. Principal Su, let's go. Watching the crowd of school leaders run over, Lu Yongping said coldly. Su Dehua immediately nodded his head like garlic. Hastily turning his head, he ran over. Yes, Professor, you first. There was Lu Yongping's opening the way. A crowd of people just walked in with such great vigor. The guards at the entrance didn't stop them in the slightest, and opened the closed big iron door without hesitation. Seeing the actions of these guards, the reporters in the back became even more wildly excited. The guards were dead set on not opening the door after making a scene all day today. Now that Lu Yongping came, he didn't even greet them and directly released them. This is simply too invincible. You don't say. Now that the information on the internet has been handled so cleanly, it's very likely that Song Zirou's family did it. Maybe Dean Lu was invited by Song Zirou's family. It's hard to believe that Song Zirou's family is powerful. I reckon there must be a connection here, or else why would they delete the news? Yes, molestation will definitely affect the daughter's reputation, and the parents won't be indifferent. With this background, it's too awesome. Song Zirou will definitely be released tonight. This news is too explosive. This time the promotion of deputy editor's hope. The people are talking. They all gathered at the prison gate, unwilling to leave. They'd rather not eat today, but also want to take down this explosive news. Inside the gate, Lu Yongping led them, step by step, towards the inside of the prison. The group of people walked in with a smile and a laugh. However, the gate behind them slammed shut with a bang, frightening the group of school leaders to tremble. Having arrived in this completely enclosed environment, it had been completely cut off from the outside. Lu Yongping, who had been walking in front, turned around with an incomparably grim expression on his face. Professor, are you alright? Su Dehua looked at Lu Yongping's grim face and hurriedly asked. However, Lu Yongping did not answer at all. Instead, he rushed at the dozens of soldiers standing around and shouted, "Arrest me!" With a wave of his big hand, dozens of soldiers immediately rushed up. Su Dehua and the others were instantly confused. The faces looking at Lu Yongping were filled with puzzlement. Chapter 52, Interrogating Zirou, the whole family in one pot. Just at the moment Su Dehua and the others were arrested, a brand new black and red flag sedan rushed into the prison gates. Lin Tianlei, who got down from the car, went straight to the prison interrogation room. At this moment, Zirou was still waiting impatiently in the prison cell. Seeing a soldier come to open the door, she thought that she was going to be rescued and was excited. But unexpectedly, as soon as the soldier opened the door, as soon as he grabbed her handcuffs, he dragged her directly out of the cell. The iron handcuffs strangled her delicate wrists, causing her to grimace in pain. "Let go of me, you bastards!" Zirou shouted loudly, using her entire body to struggle and twist. But under the two burly soldiers, her moves were not even half effective. Along the way, she was pulled directly into the interrogation room. She was thrown into a chair that had already been prepared. Only then did the two soldiers leave. "On eye-catching things, I'll make sure to make you look good when I go out," Zirou viciously shouted at them. But she didn't notice that a few meters away in front of her eyes, directly across from her, behind the table sat a man with a gloomy face. The soldier closed the door and left. Only then did Zirou lower her head and rub her still painful wrist. Raising her head to look around, she then saw Lin Tianlei sitting in front of her. Looking at this man who was staring at her with a frown, Zirou didn't have the slightest bit of concern on her face. Ever since she was a child, she had always been lawless. Especially in the past few years when she went to university, without the constraints of her family, she had even more often caused trouble. She had also gone in several times to the security bureau in Xinjing City. But every time she was caught in, her family would send someone over to give her an aftercare solution. So far, it was all about staying inside for a few hours and then leaving. This time, I'm afraid it's the longest. It's been a full day and a half since she was caught. Squatting in the iron house of the prison almost didn't suffocate her. And every time someone sent from home, they basically had the same expression as Lin Tianlei. Frowning, grimacing, and pretending to be high and serious. To this look, she was disdainful. In her eyes, these people were just serving her. So they wouldn't be taken to heart at all. Sometimes, one would even complain because they were too slow in coming. Even if one complained about the insults, they basically wouldn't say anything. They all went through the process as quickly as possible and picked themselves up when they were done, and even had to be sent back to school specifically. That was how many times it had been done. In her opinion, these people are no big deal. Are not all by their own father and mother to handle, no matter how much they cattle, but also have to listen to the words of the father and mother. Rubbed her wrist for a moment. After feeling her pain subside, Zirou raised her head to look directly at Lin Tianlei. At this moment, she had clearly taken the Lin Tianlei in front of her as someone her family had invited to do her a favor. Having been locked up for a day and a half, she had long since built up resentment in her heart. Raising her head, she directly cursed, "Are you brain dead, coming so late? I've been here for a day and a night, I didn't sleep well, I didn't eat well, what are you up to? The last one who slowed me down let my mom clean up long ago, do you not want to be a part of it too?" Zirou stared at Lin Tianlei and scolded with a face of indignation. How unhappy she was in her heart, she had no problem venting it all out. Whoever you are, she doesn't care. But as her words fell, Lin Tianlei was not the least bit moved. This made Zirou's expression even angrier. "Don't pretend to be serious here, hurry thee up and let me out, my old lady is starving to death. My parents called you here to do something, not for you to put on a show. You are already late, if you are still here to give me delay, when I go home to report, have you good to suffer?" Zirou's false tiger-like demeanor was once again on display. Facing Lin Tianlei, there was not the slightest bit of timidity. "Right, there's one more thing you have to do for me. That dog Yibei, find out his details clearly, I'll go out and chop him into pieces sooner or later. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have suffered so much, I don't know what to do, I want him to look good." Speaking of Yibei, Zirou's expression was incomparably hideous. Speaking to Lin Tianlei in succession, she gave orders. Not looking Lin Tianlei in the eye at all, he couldn't stop venting with one mouth. And Lin Tianlei, who had been sitting and observing. Before he could even open his mouth to ask a question, he was scolded non-stop by such an asshole. He was also treated like a subordinate. He opened his mouth and closed it with an order. In the end, he even directly threatened to take revenge on Yibei. This made the anger in his heart, which was already angry, rise even more crazily. He had been in the military for decades, and in his whole life up to now, what hadn't he experienced? He had killed people and shed blood on the battlefield, and he had spoken out and shown his sword in the international arena. What kind of people he hadn't seen, what kind of things he hadn't experienced. But so far, he had never seen someone as arrogant as Zirou. Being imprisoned into an interrogation room, she actually had no fear, but instead was arrogant to the extreme. This was simply beyond his knowledge of criminals. If this were a few decades ago, I'm afraid he would have already pulled out his gun and shot this by now. But at this moment, after a slight recollection in his mind, he curbed his anger. Song Zirou's words just now were full of tasteless things. Her family seemed to be very powerful and influential. From the sound of it, it seemed like she often went to the police station and was always let out. This interestingness gave Lin Tianlei a better idea in his mind. Since her parents were so powerful, it would be better to fish them out together and get rid of these assholes. Although he'd already had people check before he came. But the situation in Song Zirou's family seemed to be very complicated, and the information hadn't been sent to him until now. However, it seemed that he could now probe it directly from this fool's mouth. Looking at the arrogant and domineering Song Zirou, Lin Tianlei nodded secretly in his heart. To be able to terminate their entire family, then this result would surely satisfy eBay. Determining a good idea, Lin Tianlei slowly suppressed his anger. The expression on his face as he looked towards Song Zirou began to change. After being scolded by a flurry of anger, his previous seriousness disappeared and was replaced by more arrogance. It was as if he had been enraged by Song Zirou Dehua. Lin Tianlei opened his mouth with a wild look and responded, "You have quite a big mouth. You're right, I was invited here at a big price, but it's not your turn to threaten me like this. Money? With your attitude, I won't do this job, I won't make this money. Is your family powerful? Who are your parents? They still won't let me mix, you're ridiculous." Lin Tianlei laughed coldly and opened his mouth, the same way he didn't put Song Zirou in his eyes. The moment he opened his mouth with these words, it was the most direct test. Just from his observation just now, he had already seen through Song Zirou's temperament. He had plenty of ways to deal with this kind of youngster. As expected. As his words fell, hearing him speak to himself so arrogantly, Song Zirou instantly changed her face. Chapter 53 Shengjing City, I'm in charge. This was the first time Song Zirou had seen someone with this kind of attitude from Lin Tianlei until now. In the past, the ones sent by the family, which one was not obedient? I scolded them, they will also do the same thing for themselves. The family spends money to find them, is to let them to do things. Song Zirou looked at Lin Tianlei with ill will in her eyes. I paid money to hire you, originally I was the master, what kind of thing are you? What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that? Song Zirou's face became even more ugly as she screamed angrily at Lin Tianlei. Are you not long-eyed? My name is Song Zirou, don't you know my family? My family can make it difficult for you to move an inch with a casual move of their fingers in Shengjing City. Don't be aggressive in front of me, this money you don't want to earn is not up to you, hurry up to me to do the job. Song Zirou had an arrogant face and spoke without ceremony. In her eyes, those who were able to do things for money were all poor bastards. They were not worthy of giving her a face. Ever since she was a child, anyone around her was subservient to her. Even now that she's in college, there wasn't a single person in the school who could piss her off. Walking on the road, whoever saw her had to be respectful. Even the principal and the others would take the initiative to greet her when they saw her. As for Zhang Jiajing and the others who had been following her around, they were even more respectful, and they were in front of her every day. Giving them a little bit of her inexhaustible luxuries was a great gift to them. Money was something that she had never lacked in her life. One of Yibei's computers was actually just a bit of her pocket money. She could buy a brand new one at the drop of a hat to compensate him. But she will never bow down, dare to openly provoke her, even a dime do not want to get. Now that things had gotten to this level, after going out, she must use money worth several times the value of the computer to properly screw him. Yibei, let him know what happens when he provokes himself. And at this moment, she still classified Lin Tianlei as one of those poor bastards who sold their lives for money. Looking at Song Zirou not going out of her expectations, an imperceptible cold smile flashed across Lin Tianlei's eyes. Then, it continued to respond with a contemptuous opening. What? Your parents are very powerful? Why haven't I heard of them? The person who called me here didn't specifically emphasize to me how powerful you are, don't be a fox here. Lin Tianlei had a disinterested look on his face, feigning an appearance of not putting Song Zirou in his eyes. Do what you need to do, you'll know when I get out. Don't be ungrateful here, if you give me any more airs, you'll have a good time. Song Zirou laughed coldly and opened her mouth. In her heart she had already completely treated Lin Tianlei as a country bumpkin. He was the only one who didn't know her family's name in Shengjing City. But in the face of Song Zirou's words, Lin Tianlei spread his hands with a disdainful expression. I really don't care about that little bit of money, how capable are your parents? A hairy girl also dares to shout at me. Forget it, you were already bragging, I'm too lazy to talk to you, you continue to stay, this money I do not earn. Lin Tianlei's few words had already pinned Song Zirou to death. Every single one of those words of his was a direct penetration into her heart. The more arrogant and cocky and ignorant a person was, the more they would provoke her anger. People who lost their minds tended to speak the truth. Moreover, Song Zirou could tell at a glance that she was a pampered young lady. After spending a day and a half in a place like this, she must be in a hurry to get out. He only needed to put a little more pressure and intimidate her, and he would be able to make her know everything. After saying 2 words, Lin Tianlei got up and headed outside, pretending that he was really leaving her alone and unattended. Looking at this situation, Song Zirou was really anxious. This kind of place, she didn't want to stay for even a moment now. After waiting for more than a day to finally wait for the person sent from home, how could she possibly let Lin Tianlei leave? The irascible Song Zirou stood up without saying a word. Stand still. If you dare to take half a step out of this door, tomorrow I'll let your hat fall to the ground and immediately go back home to be a farmer. Song Zirou roared and shouted at Lin Tianlei. Although she didn't want Lin Tianlei to leave, her own posture would definitely not be lowered in the slightest. At the moment, she was staring at Lin Tianlei with a proud face, her eyes full of anger. But looking at Lin Tianlei not moving, she became even angrier. You don't even recognize me, you've really lived in vain. Let me tell you, my mom is the chairman of the Prime Technology Group. Have you heard of Song Yunying's great name? Asshole. My mom knows more powerful people than you've ever seen, and she can make you lose your job with the snap of her fingers. My family already thinks highly of you for inviting you here, so don't give me any. Even some of your chiefs in Kyoto have to be polite to my mom. What kind of a person are you to call my bluff? In the whole city of Xinjiang, our family has hundreds of properties, and all the city leaders have to greet my mom politely. If she gets mad and pulls out all the properties, Xinjiang will be paralyzed. Go out and ask who in Xinjiang dares to mess with the Song family, you country bumpkin. I'll put it this way, if you drive out today, your whole family will be finished tomorrow. Song Zirou's arrogance had almost reached the point of breaking through the sky. Staring at Lin Tianlei, her face was full of smugness and arrogance. In her eyes, their family was powerful, her mom was rich and powerful, there was nothing they couldn't handle. Her family's background was her greatest capital, her best support. No one dared to say a bad word about her in Xinjiang City. In front of absolute financial strength and power, everyone would have to bow to her and serve her. Even if this guy in front of her was even more arrogant, he still had to weigh it up. Song Zirou from childhood to worship as their own mother. Her mother single-handedly created such a huge industry in her elementary school when she lived in the luxury villa. To this day, she envies the power in her mom's hands and her ability. Everything was well organized by her. The president of Xinjiang University before she went to college was not yet Su Dehua, but in order to be able to make himself well in the university. Only a few days after the school year started, Su Dehua stepped into the position. On the first day she came up, he got her a commendation for being a third-rate student. This kind of strength that subsequently changed everything had always been what Song Zirou admired the most. Therefore, in school, she also liked to dominate everything she could. Every time she took her mom to hold them down, it was like her mom holding down those people with her money and power. She enjoyed this feeling. At this moment, seeing Lin Tianlei halting his steps that were ready to leave, he sat back down again. Her heart was filled with a feeling of complacency. Because she was clear that Lin Tianlei was intimidated by himself. But what she wasn't clear about was, right in front of her, Lin Tianlei, who she thought was intimidated, was sneering in his heart. It had only been a few minutes. An incomparably simple movement of the mouth and a few words. This fool's mouth had already opened on its own. These self-righteous words from her mouth. Next, would completely change her own destiny. Chapter 54. Behind Yi Bei's back stands the entire Xia kingdom. Song Zirou displayed her family background, wanting to use it to threaten Lin Tianlei. But Lin Tianlei didn't care at all. It just pretended to be contemplative, looking like he was weighing the pros and cons. Prime Technology Group Song Yunying, but did hear of this person, where is your father? Lin Tianlei continued to export temptation. For this Optimus Technology Group, he did have heard of it. In the summer country is indeed very famous, and do very big. The company's main business is to provide raw materials to other technology companies, as well as some of the parts of technology products processing and other aspects. Of course, the companies under this group were spread all over the country and involved in a wide range of industries. Song Yunying was able to recognize bigwigs and leaders from all walks of life, and that really wasn't a difficult thing to do. Moreover, a technology trading company like this would also have some business dealings with the Xia State's military department. It was even more understandable to know some of the officers. It was just that Lin Tianlei was not the Minister of Logistics and knew very little about this. At the moment, he can only remember a rough idea. You know who my mom is, you don't need to know that much. Now, hurry up and deal with the release, pick up a few of my sisters as well, and send us back to school. Song Zirou resumed her seat and said as if she was giving orders to her servants. In her opinion, as long as she reported her mom's name, he would immediately be honest. Now Lin Tianlei's actions had confirmed this result. I'm afraid your dad is a soft eater, right? Otherwise you wouldn't even dare to say his name, joke. Lin Tianlei leaned back in his chair and deliberately opened his mouth to mock. Put your mouth clean, I think you're really tired of living. Hurry up and let me go, old lady doesn't have time to waste words with you here, don't give your face away. As soon as Song Zirou heard this, she immediately became furious. But her mouth didn't even mention her dad in half a word. It was as if this name was something that couldn't be brought up. Lin Tianlei's words were so harsh that they were also directly skipped over by her and replaced with other attacks. Looking at this appearance, Lin Tianlei already had a number in his heart. Don't be in a hurry, let's check it out first. A smile full of deep meaning floated on his face, and he said unhurriedly. At the same time, his heart began to think about how to continue to set her words. Song Zirou, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was strangely excited when she heard this. She thought it was Lin Tianlei who was going to investigate Yi Bei. This showed that this old boy was truly afraid of himself and wanted to do more to please himself. Thinking in her heart, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Song Zirou's mouth. But as soon as she thought of Yi Bei, her expression immediately became angry again. Check this guy out properly, this Yi Bei is by no means a good thing. Because of a broken computer, he pestered people, called the police to arrest them, and even shot Scarface. I don't care if Scarface died, but I was actually held at gunpoint and handcuffed by them. It's because of this Yi Bei that I've been here for so long, I have to get him. Turn over all his family's money. If he dares to go against me, I'll let him know what cruelty is. Let me see how bullish their family is, not only will I take it out on him, but I will also make his whole family suffer with him. Song Zirou's face was vicious, spiteful eyes, clenched her teeth and said fiercely. That look was simply more frightening than seeing her father's enemy. After all, she had never been so wrong since she was a child. Yi Bei was still the first person who made her suffer so much. So her hatred towards Yi Bei was unprecedented over the years. Now as long as she had the opportunity, she would never give up on getting revenge on Yi Bei. With her family's background as support, she really didn't think Yi Bei was that powerful. Yi Bei in her eyes is at most a second generation of rich people, second generation of officials, sooner or later he will be screwed by himself. Listening to Song Zirou's angry outburst, Lin Tianlei was on the verge of bursting into laughter. How could he not figure out who gave her the courage to be so rampant? The light standing behind Yi Bei alone could make them helpless. What's more, he wasn't the only one standing behind Yi Bei. The one who supported Yi Bei was the entire Xia state. Whoever dares to go against Yi Bei is the enemy of the entire Xia state. Except for those international wolves and tigers, who can go against Yi Bei? In front of Yi Bei, Song Zirou was no better than an ant. Wanting to exterminate Song Zirou and the entire Song family as well as their so-called huge power, it was all a matter of snapping their fingers. It's just that they didn't get so rough because they were thinking about the bigger picture. After all, investigating the facts clearly and feeling out all the stinky fish and shrimps behind this. All in one net, that can give Yi Bei to clear all the humiliation and filth. Doing all this well, then when Yi Bei stood at the tip of the world's pyramid in the future. Even if there are any hostile forces to take the previous things to smear Yi Bei again, they will have ironclad evidence, and they will also have indelible evidence to hit their face. Only then can they truly ensure that Yi Bei's future is eternally clean and untainted, and only then can they truly give Yi Bei an explanation. Truly stand up to him, stand up to the Xia kingdom. It wasn't the least bit late to exterminate them after taking care of all this. Moreover, Lin Tianlei was now acutely aware of the huge and complicated dark chain behind the Song family. They had to be ripped out and cleaned up all of them. Only then could they bring more security to the harmony and stability of the Xia society. It was just that getting this done would take time. After all, things had only happened a short while ago, and most of them were still hidden in the darkness. But he was confident that it wouldn't be long before everything would be clearly revealed to everyone. What are you laughing at? Song Zirou looked at Lin Tianlei who was sitting across from him and was puzzled. Oh, casually laugh. You can rest assured that the investigation I will check, a person will not miss. Lin Tianlei came back to his senses, the corner of his mouth flashed a trace of unnoticed mockery and said with a smile. His voice was not loud, but it was full of power. After all, this time, he was truly not going to spare anyone. Chapter 55, She understands, but it's too late. Hearing this, Song Zirou nodded in satisfaction. But the two of them had been chatting for so half a day, she had also gotten impatient a long time ago. Well, hurry up and let me out first, what should be investigated you slowly investigate, broken place I can't stay for a second. Looking at Song Zirou so impatient, Lin Tianlei just wanted to continue to open his mouth to conduct an investigation. But suddenly there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It's me. Hearing Lu Yongping's voice outside the door, Lin Tianlei opened the door and let him walk in. Song Zirou looked at the person who walked in and talked to Lin Tianlei, as if the relationship was not ordinary. Immediately, she took Lu Yongping as someone sent from her own family as well. Looking at Lu Yongping with the same contempt in his gaze, he did not put him in his eyes. On the other hand, Lu Yongping looked at Song Zirou with a rather cold intent in his eyes. He knew that it was this in front of him who had destroyed the computer and the design plans for the 6th generation aircraft.
She was the one who even attempted to call for a group beating of Yi Bei in the first place. Her capriciousness and rampage had caused incomparably serious losses to Xia's air and space endeavors. And she had nearly caused him to be injured as well, and now she was even causing him to lose his reputation. Thinking about Yi Bei's haggard face when she was at the base, his heart felt anger and rage. This kind of person, Lu Yongping absolutely had to make her pay the price she deserved. The school leaders of Shangjing University had arrived. Sweeping a glance at Song Zirou, Lu Yongping stepped inside while saying to Lin Tianlei. Hearing this, Song Zirou instantly smiled with a frown on her face. Then she said to Lin Tianlei with an arrogant face. Just waiting for Su Dehua to pick me up, hurry up and uncuff me, I'm going back to school. Su Dehua will come as what she expected early on. Just did not expect to come so late. She estimated that must be her mother severely criticized a meal, which rushed to come. After all, before when she had an accident. In less than 3 hours, Su Dehua would immediately find someone to set himself right. No matter what happened in the school leaders would be the first to help themselves clean up. With his mom behind him, he's always treated himself quite well. It's just that it came too late today. Song Zirou said, her heart was already calculating how to go out and teach these school leaders a lesson. Come so late, to properly give them a downward spiral. But Lu Yongping, who had just walked in 2 steps, couldn't help but freeze when he heard Song Zirou speak so arrogantly, looking at Lin Tianlei with suspicion. Lin Tianlei didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he first asked about what was going on outside. Shangjing University had expelled Yi Bei, and now he was sending himself to the door? The moment these words came out, before Lu Yongping could even open his mouth, Song Zirou was already on the verge of jumping up in joy. Ha, well done, Su Dehua, Su Dehua, you can be considered to have done something that makes me sore. Yi Bei, this waste thing, still dares to fight with me, he should be fired so that he knows how powerful he is. Wait and see, firing him is just the beginning, I'll make him taste the pain of the world. Humph. Song Zirou laughed wildly and shouted happily. It could be seen that this incident had released a lot of anger in her heart. At this moment, she was very relaxed and happy. She herself would be able to go out soon, and Yi Bei had even been expelled, so of course she was happy. But these were definitely not enough to satisfy her. After all, she hadn't personally tortured Yi Bei to vent her anger. Su Dehua must have done this because he was afraid of his family's power, in order to give himself an explanation. But if she really wanted to relieve her anger, she still had to do it herself. However, no matter what, right now at this moment, she was full of joy. Dismissing Yi Bei did make her feel happy. But with this look, she fell in Lu Yongping's eyes, like a stupid beep with no brain. He originally thought that arrogance was only the case for those school bullies. But the facts that were now unfolding in front of his eyes completely made his perception rise to a high level once again. It turned out that there really were people who could be crazy to the point of lawlessness. People in the interrogation room, being interrogated by Lin Tianlei, were so rampant in appearance. That meant that in the past, when no one was in charge, they rode on the head of the emperor almost every day. Now seeing Song Zirou with his own eyes, he was also finally able to realize the scene Yi Bei had spoken of at that time. Such a rampaging thing could grow up so peacefully until now, and was still arrogant without boundaries. That meant that behind her, there must be a huge dark umbrella. With just this one side, Lu Yongping had already understood everything. Turning back, Lu Yongping coldly answered Lin Tianlei's earlier question, coming to take her away. Take her away? Haha, no? Lin Tianlei looked at the sulking Lu Yongping and suddenly laughed. He was truly angry and happy at the same time. These school leaders of Shangjing University were really something. They actually dared to come to the military department to ask for someone so boldly. It seems like they have quite a bit of trust in this backstage power behind them. You're the one who's being slow, or Su Dehua is the one who's being sharp. If you slow me down for half a day, I'll go back to my mom and tell her about it, so you'll have to suffer. Hearing this, Song Zirou completely let go of her heart. Looking at Lin Tianlei, she directly opened her mouth and scolded. The way she changed her face was quite fast, not giving Lin Tianlei any face at all. But the current Lin Tianlei didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. A silly beeping thing, latching onto her words was enough. Right now he was concerned about these few people outside, actually bold to this extent, it was really rare to the extreme. What did you do with them? Walking to the door, Lin Tianlei turned his head again and asked. All have been handcuffed, not a single one has fallen. Lu Yongping took a step inside the interrogation room, looking icily at Song Zirou while opening his mouth to answer the question. Hearing this, Lin Tianlei nodded in satisfaction. However, Song Zirou, who had been elated, was instantly dumbfounded. The smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by puzzlement. But soon she realized that something was wrong. Turning her head to look at Lin Tianlei, who was standing in the doorway with a smile on his face, her entire body directly froze. It was as if she understood something. But everything was already too late. Lu Yongping was stepping towards her with a gloomy face. The coldness in his eyes had the appearance of sharp blades, as if he wanted to pierce her through at once.
Chapter 56 Shock. Pain, to pay back 100 times. Song Zirou looked at the two men and inexplicably felt a chill in her heart. What are you saying? Handcuffed Su Dahua? She asked somewhat incredulously. But Lin Tianlei didn't even want to pay attention to her. Now Lu Yongping came in. Since he had already revealed everything, there was no need to bother talking to her. This kind of brainless thing, to be able to live until today, is all thanks to her life. There are also the leaders of Shangjing University. Unauthorized dare to expel Yi Bei is also brainless. They always think that the power they hold in their own hands can be monstrous. They can control a student's fate at will. Good, it is best to lock up this kind of trash, lest it harm more students. Lin Tianlei nodded his head, approving of his approach. He then turned his head to look at Song Zirou, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He no longer hid it at this moment. As for Song Zirou, who was eye to eye with Lin Tianlei, a layer of frost floated in her heart as she looked at his gaze. She's the daughter of Song Yunying, the chairman of the Prime Technology Group, and she seems to have many minions. I'll go investigate now. This fellow will be handed over to you, feel free to do as you please. Lin Tianlei rushed at Lu Yongping and said. Hearing this, Lu Yongping's brows furrowed. Prime Technology Group Song Yunying? I didn't expect that it was actually related to her. Although Lu Yongping had been conducting scientific research at the base all these years, he had come into contact with this group quite a few times. Because some of the raw materials needed for scientific research, as well as some imported parts and materials, and even some of the military's parts production had to be purchased and cooperated with large groups. Although he has not seen Song Yunying. But his desk of many information contracts in the drop, this name he did not see less. Prime Technology Group is not only strong in the country. Even if it was placed internationally, it was quite rowdy and powerful. Their group has many hundreds of millions of dollars of transnational trade. You have to check it out. This group can have cooperation with our military and have some confidential business information. Why am I suddenly a bit uneasy? Have someone check their transnational trade. Lu Yongping thought for a moment and opened his mouth to Lin Tianlei to instruct him. He did have a bit of a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Tianlei nodded, then directly left the interrogation room. All of a sudden, the interrogation room became silent. Song Zirou listened to the conversation between the two. It was obvious that she knew what they were going to do. This was going to check on their house. What was going on? Wasn't this the person sent by the family to pick her up? Who the hell were they? Could it be Yi Bei's people? Song Zirou's breathing became rapid as she thought. Su Dahua had been arrested by them and was now going to check out Mom's group. This wasn't right. But before she could thoroughly think about the situation, a cold and icy breath came over her, causing her to tremble. Looking sideways, Lu Yongping was walking towards her position step by step. That icy cold aura that made the air freeze was precisely what emanated from him. Song Zirou couldn't help but hug herself tightly, wanting to move but being trapped in the chair, unable to move. Lu Yongping's gaze was incomparably cold. Looking at Song Zirou, the anger in his heart was already burning madly. Although he was a scientist, he didn't seem to have the slightest killing spirit. But when it came to scientific research matters, he was even more vicious than Lin Tianlei. At this moment, facing Song Zirou, this person who had destroyed the scientific research results they had only obtained after pouring countless hours of hard work, his heart did not have the slightest bit of pity. His heart had already accumulated countless amounts of anger. Now that the opportunity had arrived, he was going to use this fire to properly teach her a lesson. Lu Yongping slowly approached. Song Zirou looked at his angry expression and panicked in her heart. But having never been hurt before, she still felt that Lu Yongping wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Who the hell are you? Don't play any ghost tricks on me here. Hurry up and let me out, or else, my mom will make you step down and go home to farm in a minute. Song Zirou pointed at Lu Yongping and stood up to loudly chide. The expression on her face was still incomparably arrogant, exactly the same as how she treated Lin Tianlei. But it was obvious that Lu Yongping didn't take her words seriously at all and still pressed on step by step. Don't come over, I'm a girl. If you come one step closer, I'll shout molestation. You dead old man, if you dare to touch me, then you are molesting me. I will make sure you go to jail. Seeing Lu Yongping walking closer and closer without paying any attention, her heart became more and more scared and she shouted in a hurry. But these words happened to enrage Lu Yongping even more. When he thought of her slandering Yi Bei in the same way, the anger in his heart rose violently. These words completely pierced through Lu Yongping's mental bottom line. Get lost, you old man. My mom is Song Yunying. If you mess with me, my mom will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Song Zirou roared vigorously, attempting to intimidate Lu Yongping with threats. Only when Lu Yongping walked in front of her did she shut her mouth. At this moment, Lu Yongping's complexion was iron blue, and his face was filled with hatred and anger. The moment Song Zirou's words fell, Lu Yongping's voice suddenly rose. All get thee out, what are you still looking at there? Bring out everything that punishes spies, punishes traitors, I want it all of it. Bring it to me now. His furious roar was like the roar of a downhill tiger. The entire interrogation room was shaken by his roar. The people who had been watching the camera surveillance in the other house were all startled. They had never seen someone interrogate with such a big fire. Especially such a kindly old scientist. The hearts of the crowd were pounding. They knew that this female must have committed something heavenly. But right now, it was simply too late for them to think much. Lu Yongping's order was the rule of heaven, making them move with their hands and feet. The door of the warehouse that had been sealed for many years was opened. Pieces of strange-looking things were taken out. These things that hadn't appeared for many years were the torture devices that were previously used to deal with spies and traitors. These things made of steel were held in their hands, and the clanking sounds between the collisions made people's hearts grow fuzzy. And Song Zirou, who was in the interrogation room, had a look of fear on her face. Shaken by Lu Yongping's roar, she fell into a chair, not daring to move. The door of the interrogation room opened again. A group of people walked in quickly in a line. Everyone's hands held several things that could be considered cruel to the extreme. When Song Zirou's eyes saw these things, the expression on her face changed instantly. From horrified to twisted, her face turned pale in just an instant. The arrogant swagger from earlier disappeared. The complacent heart was completely filled with endless fear. Chapter 57, a mud bodhisattva crosses the river, cannot protect himself. In the prison cell, Zhang Jiajing and the others were all still locked inside. Seeing Song Zirou being directly and roughly pulled out by the soldiers, several of them cowered in the corner in fear. Having witnessed all of this just now, each of them were terrified in their hearts. It had already been an hour since Song Zirou had been taken out, yet she still hadn't returned. This made several people panic even more in their hearts. Without Song Zirou's support, the few of them were nothing. At this moment, curled up in the corner with each other, comforting each other. Don't be afraid, I'm sure Sister Zirou will be able to settle this little matter. Thinking back to what happened before, Zhang Jiajing said to the other two. She controlled her emotions as much as possible, her eyes as firm as possible. But this time, it seems like the matter is very serious. So many police officers and soldiers have come. Can Sister Zirou really handle it? Feng Shuang trembled her voice and asked in a low voice. Don't worry, the previous more serious than this have been taken care of. How can this time fail? Zhang Jiajing immediately patted her chest and said, cheering up the two. I estimate that Zirou's sister was taken away, must be their family to save her to come. We will not be long to go out. Zhuang Yunying also stammered and said. That's right, it won't take long, we will definitely be released. Zirou's sister's family is so powerful. Yes, the principal can't help it, he'll have to take us out. Well, trust Zirou, she will save us. Several people opened their mouths, all cheering themselves up. The more they said this, the firmer their hearts became. After a few times of cheering up, several people all associated themselves with Yi Bei again. Thinking back to what happened last night, they were all furious. It was all his fault. If it wasn't for that bastard named Yi Bei, where would this have happened? That's right, the pig-brained dead straight boy. He wanted to contradict Sister Zirou, for the sake of a computer. Was he too much? Provoking Zirou's majesty, he's just looking for death. We'll see, Zirou will definitely teach him a lesson when she goes out, and I'll take it out on him too. I'll let him know what we're capable of. What can a freshman do to fool around? Now that it's such a big deal, I guess Zirou's family will be in trouble. It's good to be done with it, and it's best if I don't see it again to add to my problems. Several people sat together, chattering and cursing. In their hearts, like Song Zirou, they blamed Yi Bei for all the faults. Just at this moment, a sudden sound of footsteps rang out in the prison corridor. Someone? Zhang Jiajing was the first to hear it and shrieked out. It must be Sister Zirou coming to save us. Feng Shuang said excitedly, her eyes looking out. Several people looked outside through the bars of the cell. Soon, a group of people walked over this way. Upon seeing their appearance, the three of them almost coincidentally exclaimed in shock. Principal! Principal? Principal! Their appearance caused the three to rub their heads and stand up. The school leaders walked towards them with their collective hands behind their backs. At their side followed a few baton-wielding soldiers. Looking at this appearance, the few people burst into joy. The school leaders collectively appeared here. There was nothing more to say, they were definitely here to save them. The three of them were so excited that they hurriedly waved and shouted at Su Dehua. Principal, we're here, we're here. Look this way, Principal, look this way. Yay, so happy, finally able to get out. The three people shouted loudly, frantically attracting the attention of Su Dehua and the others. In his heart, he was even happier that Song Zirou had really succeeded. She really had been released, and even let the principal and the others come to save them. As for Su Dehua, who originally had his head lowered and was incredibly frustrated in his heart, when he heard this sound, he immediately looked up. The crowd of school leaders also looked up with astonished faces. Only to see that not far in front of them, on the bars of a cell, several female students were shouting excitedly. That happy look was as if they had seen a savior. And this made Su Dehua's face become more and more ugly, itching to immediately drill into the ground. He, a principal, was a rather powerful existence in the eyes of these students. A casual wave of his hand could directly change their future.
All along he had maintained his face in front of the students. But now, it was meeting with the students in prison. And he had already heard that these guys thought he had come to save them. But he was actually caught in here too, and couldn't even save himself. This made him feel even more embarrassed, and his walking steps couldn't help but slow down. But the soldiers didn't care about that. Seeing their steps slowing down, they immediately urged them loudly. When he came to the front of a few students, he even loudly scolded, "All go back, do not make a fuss." The soldier's stern voice scared a few people immediately shut up. Your principal, who is a clay bodhisattva, can't save himself, save you. Don't even think about it. If you make a fuss again, you'll be punished by being locked up in a small black room. One of the soldiers threatened even more harshly. Hearing their words, several people froze on the spot, looking at Su Dehua with eyes filled with fear. After scolding these few students, the soldier opened the door of the next cell and drove Su Dehua and the others inside. The door to the cell was then securely locked. Through the bars, looking at the group of school leaders in the next cell with their hands behind their backs in handcuffs, they despaired. It was thought that they had come to save the day. Walking over with their hands behind their backs, so imposing. It turned out that they were handcuffed. The school leaders have also become like them, need to be rescued by others' existence. The momentum of a moment ago was instantly gone. Su Dehua, who was in the cell next to them, was also embarrassed. Just like that. In the two cells, there were more than a dozen people sitting. All of them looked at each other, their gazes intersecting with each other, but not a single word could be said. What was on everyone's mind was different, and no one wanted to be the first to speak. For a time, the air in the cell became frozen. And right in the middle of the dead silence, someone suddenly popped out a fart. This loud sound caused the already awkward atmosphere to be completely pushed to an incomparably awkward point. A minute passed. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhang Jiajing, who couldn't stand the atmosphere, was the first to open his mouth to break the silence. Principal, what's going on? Why were you guys caught in here as well? Her face was filled with confusion as she asked the question in her heart. The awkward atmosphere disappeared at once when someone spoke up. Su Dehua hurriedly followed the other party's question and opened his mouth. Yi Bei's background is not ordinary. Found someone to backstab us. Su Dehua sighed and said. Afterwards, he recounted all the things that happened outside. After hearing these words from Su Dehua, a few people finally knew what was going on and also knew what it was like outside now. However, after learning about the situation, they became more and more fearful in their hearts. Because they knew that this time, things were really serious. Chapter 58 Demon Mother and Daughter, Time to Die. Xingjing City Military Department. After Lin Tianlei came out of the prison, he headed directly to the Records Bureau. The assistant had already conveyed all the information in advance, allowing the various departments to assist in the investigation. The Xia State Archives Bureau governed all the various types of archival materials in Xia State. Of course, other than the figures at the top of the Xia State, other people were simply not qualified to utilize the Archives Bureau. After all, it involved a large amount of confidential information. If it was leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Lin Tianlei didn't have all sorts of worries, and he had more than enough power to mobilize the Archive Bureau. The assistant drove and sped off, quickly arriving at the Archives Bureau. The person in charge of the Records Bureau who had learned the information in advance was already waiting in advance. Is the information all checked? Lin Tianlei, who walked straight towards the Archive Bureau, did not talk much. Checked, you can check at any time. The person in charge immediately responded respectfully, not daring to neglect the slightest bit. Saying that, he brought Lin Tianlei to the interior and brought over a bunch of information. These information files were all searched out from the National Information Database. Of course, there were also some age-old paper materials that had been pulled out of the local archives as well. A large pile of information that had been sent over via email from all over the world looked rather ponderous. Lin Tianlei didn't hesitate to open the information and check it out. Song Yunying, chairman of the Prime Technology Group, once known as Song Xiaoyun. As the information turned over, all kinds of criminal records about Song Yunying, records on the case, information on her life, industrial information, as well as her network of relationships and business dealings, all presented themselves. The Xia State Archives Bureau, a rather low-profile and nameless unit. But the strength is really quite powerful. The size of the summer country are in their hands to control things. As long as you know who this person is, provide his basic information. Then very quickly, the Records Bureau would be able to find out everything. This large pile of information, Lin Tianlei carefully proceeded to look through it, and soon understood the general information. But these weren't important to Lin Tianlei. What he focused on was Song Yunying's criminal record and record of being on the case. It was these things that would be able to see how heavenly a background she had. Soon, as the information flipped, all of these things appeared before his eyes. On September 10, 20XX, Song Yunying had joined forces with Gu Qifeng, Shui Wei, and Fan Jilian to carry out a serial financial scam on the internet, and was prosecuted by Nieliang. The lawsuit continued to say 16 days, and finally acquitted due to insufficient evidence. On June 14, 20XX, Song Yunying organized and planned the shorting of Feng High Technology Group's stock price, resulting in the collapse of the other side's stock price. A large number of customers therefore cancelled the cooperation, making the company bankrupt. The chairman of Feng High Group appealed for only 3 days, automatically withdrew the case, and sold the company to Prime Group at a very low price. On December 8, 20XX, Song Yunying was implicated in Li Quan's embezzlement case, and was cited as having paid a bribe of 8 million to Li Quan, but the evidence was later found to be forged, and Song Yunying did not take the bribe. On February 19, 20XX, Song Yunying was accused of being involved in a murder case, in which the victims all had joint bidding projects with Prime Group, and then the only witness died accidentally. The lawsuit lasted for 57 days, and was eventually acquitted due to insufficient evidence.
March 22, 20XX, Song Yunying. Every single one of these things was recorded in incomparable detail. Densely packed page after page. If Lin Tianlei hadn't viewed these things, I'm afraid they would never have been able to see the light of day. Everything on this information, this various case records, made his brows furrow more and more. It was too strange. How come all of them are not guilty? Lin Tianlei muttered in some surprise. Every single case regarding Song Yunying had been closed. Either there was insufficient evidence, or the person who reported the case withdrew it himself, or it was a mistake by the staff and the evidence found was wrong. All of these did occur in all kinds of cases. But Song Yunying alone actually gave all accounted for, and also involved in so many cases. It was too unbelievable that she was so lightly and bizarrely acquitted in every single one of them. After reading this foot more than 10 pages after the record of the case, Lin Tianlei's intuition told him Song Yunying is by no means a good thing. But just look at the crimes associated with her. Financial scams, tax evasion, vicious competition, shorting the stock market, bribery, murder. Which one of these is not a serious case? He saw 7 or 8 that involved human life alone. Every time it's a coincidence, every time there's no evidence? Lin Tianlei doesn't believe that. Damn it. On the surface, they're honorable, but behind the scenes, they're cruel and corrupt. This kind of dregs of society must be killed. Anger bubbled in Lin Tianlei's eyes as he gritted his teeth and cursed. If such scum were to be allowed to continue to run rampant in Xia, it would have to have a serious impact on Xia's businesses and economy, as well as society and order. If she was allowed to continue indulging like this, I'm afraid that the market in Xia will be monopolized by her. Xia can't afford to have a few more entrepreneurs with the surname Ma. Bring Song Zirou's information. As the words fell, another pile of information from the person in charge was presented. Simply scanning the basic information, Lin Tianlei went straight to the record of the case. On August 16, 20XX, Song Zirou joined with social workers to round up and beat up another person, and filmed the video to show off, causing the victim to suffer from severe depression. Song Zirou assumed civil liability. Song Yunying stepped in to compensate the other family 800,000 yuan. On September 19, 20XX, Song Zirou assaulted another person for no reason, causing the victim to be permanently deaf in one ear and permanently disabled in the left leg. He was later prosecuted but acquitted due to insufficient evidence. On December 4, 20XX, Song Zirou was expelled from Shangjing University for attempting to beat Song Zirou, and the police were called to punish her. On August 19, 20XX, the student was released from prison, and on his way home, 3 of his ribs were broken by masked thugs, resulting in a permanent disability. The student sued Song Zirou and others, but there was insufficient evidence and the complaint was dismissed. On October 8, 20XX, Song Zirou. One thing after another unfolded in Lin Tianlei's eyes. Looking at these things that had happened alive, the anger in Lin Tianlei's heart erupted like a volcano. His body was trembling because he was too angry. Those were all just teenage children, actually having their lifelong hopes buried just like that. Not only were they permanently traumatized physically, but their psyches were left with scars that could never be healed. They may not be able to walk out of this shadow for the rest of their lives. It was unimaginable that that girl, the indecent video was spread by Song Zirou as a capital to show off. It probably hasn't been cleared up to this day. How much pain she must have felt inside when she was depressed and died. And yet, this was all something that really happened in this world. All things that Song Zirou had done with her own hands. Over the years, how many sins had she committed, how much evil had she created? And yet, she had never been punished in the slightest. Song Yunying solved all the problems with a wave of her hand, utilizing banknotes. This was all a bloody tragedy. The veins on Lin Tianlei's head were veiny, his veins were bulging high, and his blood was boiling. Damn it, if this mother and daughter don't die, then it's Xia that's guilty. Lin Tianlei no longer suppressed his emotions and roared angrily. His voice scared the few people present all to tremble, each with a horrified expression. Together with Yibei's account, we will make them pay for their blood debts. Lin Tianlei said in an incomparably icy voice. That voice was like it was spat out from the mouth of a killing god, without the slightest bit of emotion. Under his words, the entire office was instantly filled with a dense killing intent. Chapter 59 Frightening Dean Lu on the spot.
Commander-in-Chief, you calm down, I'll immediately find someone to investigate. The assistant saw that Lin Tianlei was infuriated like this and hurriedly stepped forward to speak. Lin Tianlei, however, did not take in his words, but gazed at the blankness in front of him and shook his head. This matter has been dragging on for a long time, I don't want to wait 10 days and half a month longer. Call the Tianxin Department, I'll speak to them personally. Lin Tianlei coldly opened his mouth. Hearing this, the assistant first froze for a moment, then immediately took out his cell phone and started calling.
The Tianxin Department was a higher-level existence than the Security Bureau. It was an independent departmental organization.
There were only a few thousand special operations commissioners in total in this department. Each and every one of the people in here was a top elite selected from over 1 billion people in the country.
By having them mobilized, the efficiency and speed of their work was extraordinary.
Lin Tianlei was now directly trying to mobilize their people. This was truly a murderous intent.
Song Zirou and Song Yunying had committed so many crimes.
If the case investigation was reopened, if it was replaced by an ordinary security bureau, I'm afraid it would take at least half a month to re-investigate it. But in the hands of the Xia Security Department, it would take at most 3 days for everything to come to light.
Lin Tianlei couldn't wait any longer. Only if the Xi'an Department took immediate action could they completely dig out this tumor. Those unjust things will be rehashed, so that justice can be manifested. Give those who have been victimized an explanation. Grand Commander, and Long sends his regards.
As soon as the phone was connected, a man's voice came from the other side.
Well, Long, I'm looking for you today to ask you to do something for me.
Lin Tianlei didn't say much, he opened his mouth and went straight to the point. You just say, but wherever I can do, I will certainly give you to do it properly.
Good, having you say this is enough.
The corner of Lin Tianlei's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. I'll let Xiaolu send you the information. You reopen the case of this mother and daughter. Within 3 days, I want results.
Yes, promise to complete the task.
Chen Anlong immediately opened his mouth to respond. There was no reason for him not to comply with the orders of the Chancellor.
The phone hung up.
2 pieces of information appeared in his computer mailbox.
After checking them out, anger rose in his heart as well.
Haven't really seen such a hateful mother and daughter. No matter how difficult or stale the case was, in 3 days he was going to find out.
Transfer 1, 2, 3 teams out. Chen Anlong looked at the assistant next to him and said, this time I am going to personally investigate. When the Xi'an Department goes out, that will be the end of them. Just after hanging up Chen Anlong's phone, Lin Tianlei's cell phone then rang again.
And with him as his phone rang was Lu Yongping, who had just gotten out of prison. Opening his cell phone, it was a message from the base. After the two of them glanced down at it, the looks on their faces all changed drastically. Then they immediately drove towards the base. The car sped. The two arrived at the airspace base at almost the same moment. Quickly getting out of the car, the two of them went straight to the laboratory. The hardware experts who had been working hard for 2 days and 2 nights to fix it were waiting for them to arrive. Seeing Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping come in together, they immediately all walked over.
Did it really fail? Lu Yongping almost ran and rushed over, asking with a nervous face.
Lin Tianlei also followed closely behind, his expression filled with worry. Looking at the appearance of the two, several experts glanced at each other, all of them showing a difficult expression. In the end, one of them opened his mouth to reveal the answer. The internal damage of the hard disk is far more serious than the external. We tried a variety of repair methods, but in the end, we can only repair 15 of the data. His words fell. Lu Yongping whole person only felt a black eye, leg strength was instantly drained, directly toward the back fell down. The assistant was quick on his feet and immediately stepped forward to hold the old dean. This situation scared the crowd into a panic. Several experts also scrambled around. If they didn't fix the hard disk and scared the esteemed director of the institute out of his mind with a single word, then they would never feel at ease for the rest of their lives. Although Lin Tianlei didn't faint like Lu Yongping, his heart thumped. Feeling a pain in his head, he hurriedly reached out to support the assistant beside him, allowing himself to regain his footing. Slightly slowing down for a few seconds, he came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at Lu Yongping next to him. Old Lu, are you alright?
Lin Tianlei pinched Lu Yongping's middle and anxiously called out.
It was already a serious matter if the 6th generation aircraft design was destroyed. If Lu Yongping collapsed again, then the problem would be heavenly.
It's fine, I'm fine.
Lu Yongping, who was surrounded by the crowd, slowly opened his eyes and shook his head with a somewhat weak voice. After half a minute, Lu Yongping stood up again. But it was obvious to see that his spirit collapsed all of a sudden, as if he had instantly aged a dozen years. The data of 15, if we recover again, it is impossible for us to catch up.
Lu Yongping took the restored hard disk in the expert's hands and shook his head.
Lin Tianlei also sighed with difficulty.
This news was too much of a blow for them.
Originally, the plan was to have the 6th generation take off within 3 months. Now with this mess, even if eBay did it all over again, it would be next year. And the pressure of the stars and stripes was hanging over their heads. Those harsh words were still fresh in my mind. A year ago, the Stars and Stripes had arrogantly stated that they were going to develop a sixth-generation aircraft in recent years so that it would appear in the blue star sky. It was this remark that caused eBay to begin the research and development of the Generation 6 machine. And not long after that, just a few days ago, when eBay had just entered Shangjing University, Stars and Stripes suddenly announced that they would have a Generation 6 airplane in the sky within 3 months. And they blatantly mocked Xia as never being able to develop a Generation 6 airplane. Because Xia didn't have any top aerodynamics experts, no high-speed engine development experts. That arrogant tone, mocking looked like years ago when Xia was poor. They mocked that we could never build a big firecracker. Couldn't build a super weapon to defend our country. After making these remarks, Stars and Stripes even sent warplanes directly over the Xia country's waters to provoke all kinds of provocations. A look of a tiger watching intently, causing considerable pressure on the air and space defense. Because there were no equivalent fighter planes to fight against. And the radar can't catch the ghostly warplanes that appear and disappear. We could only stand by and watch as they swaggered over the sea and left peacefully. Despite the endless grievances in his heart at the time, there was no way to dislike them. This also made eBay directly set a goal. Must go to the sky within 3 months. Can't give Stars and Stripes a chance to really slap us in the face. If they can make a 6th-generation plane, Xiaogui can just as well. But now, with the design destroyed, Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping had both despaired. 3 months, it was impossible for the Generation 6 to take off. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, eBay had just closed his pen cap. In his hand, he was holding an incomparably complete manuscript paper of the Generation 6 aircraft. The scene was filled with lamentations. Everyone was heartbroken over the destruction of the 6th-generation machine program. And just as everyone was grieving, a soldier from the base rushed in hurriedly. With an anxious look on his face, he seemed to have some kind of emergency to report to Lu Yongping and the others. Chapter 66 Generation Aircraft Version 20. Don't know how to knock on the door? What's the matter panicking? Lin Tianlei glanced at the soldier who had hurriedly barged in and opened his mouth to reprimand. The soldier gasped under his breath and handed the tablet computer in his hand to Lin Tianlei. Lin Tianlei glanced at the soldier and picked up the computer. After Professor Bernard traveled to the Summer Kingdom to visit Yi Xia, immediately after returning home, he released a statement that Stars and Stripes would let the 6th-generation aircraft lift off in 30 days. And made a statement for the world to look up to the Star-Spangled Nation's scientific research. The so-called science and technology of the summer scientists is just empty paper. Really want to talk about practical work or to the Stars and Stripes scientists too? Xia's so-called big country science and technology so far is not enough to be called big country science and technology. Developing science and technology may be more suitable for them. Looking at the information above, his face was ironic. Behind him, Lu Yongping, who had also finished reading this, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Such a crazy and violent slamming and mocking simply didn't put Xiaogui in his eyes at all. He came to eBay unsuccessfully and then went back to throw stones at him. This kind of face was simply abominable to the extreme, making people hate them so much that they could not tear them to pieces. Deceitful. Lu Yongping was trembling with anger. This star-spangled nation was now poking and prodding wherever they could find pain. It was as if they knew that the design plans for the 6th-generation aircraft had been destroyed, and they were directly poking knives into his heart. What was originally said to be in the sky in 3 months was now directly advanced to 30 days. 30 days, even if the design of the 6th-generation aircraft is intact, it is almost impossible. The purpose of Bernard's statement is to stimulate eBay. At this moment, Lu Yongping was no longer worried about the Generation 6 issue. Anyway, it couldn't be successful, so he couldn't do anything about being slapped in the face by the Stars and Stripes. It was just that this failure to repair the design drawings of the Generation 6 that had cost eBay countless efforts, coupled with Bernard's slamming taunts, and the takeoff of their Generation 6. With this triple blow coming down, could eBay withstand this kind of blow? He was still young, could he withstand it? Lin Tianlei felt the same indignation in his heart. He had watched how Bernard was coy in front of eBay. Although eBay's identity could not be exposed, he could only hide his face and appear as Yi Xia. But his results Bernard coveted to death. Now it is actually a face again. If you can't get it, you have to destroy it. Really shameless to the extreme. He didn't know what other ways Bernard would use to target eBay next. But he knew that Bernard would never let eBay have a good time. The fights among the scientific research community were sometimes more terrifying than the battlefield. I wonder if eBay can withstand this heavy blow? Alas, he's so young, yet he's endured so much. Lu Yongping sighed and opened his mouth as if talking to himself. Lin Tianlei, who was next to him, immediately looked over when he heard this. Although he is young, but his mind is not comparable to ordinary people, I believe him, he will not be crushed by this heavy difficulties. Lin Tianlei's words were incomparably firm. It was derived from the confidence and trust in eBay in his heart.
Believe me, he will never be defeated, instead, he will become more and more courageous. Lin Tianlei patted Lu Yongping's shoulder and said as he looked at him with firm eyes. After saying that,
Lin Tianlei hesitated for a moment, but still decided to call Yi Bei to report.
It was a fact that the hard disk repair had failed. It was the same if he said it earlier or later, he believed that Yi Bei would be able to pull through. He picked up his cell phone and dialed. However, after a few rings he was told that he was not in the service area. This made Lin Tianlei nervous all of a sudden. After dialing several times in a row it was still the same, which made his heart clench violently. What's going on? Even if you live in the village, it is impossible to have no signal.
Then called a few times or not.
Lin Tianlei completely panicked, hastily looking for the address book to Yi Han Yuan called the past. Although when he left, the old man repeatedly told him not to disturb him in the village to cultivate his heart. But now, he had to call. Lazy didn't we just meet? Why are you calling me again? As soon as the phone was connected, the old man asked in an old-fashioned manner. Being disturbed, he was very impatient with his tone. Old leader, do you know what Yi Bei is doing right now? How come I can't get through to him on the phone?
Lin Tianlei did not dare to delay, directly opened his mouth and asked.
Xiao Bei has already left, saying that he is looking for you to go.
The old man did not hurry to open his mouth and said, estimating the time, this moment should be almost there. Hearing this, Lin Tianlei froze.
But with the news, his hanging heart immediately relaxed. Well, I'll contact the airport.
Lin Tianlei hurriedly said, old leader, you recuperate well, I'm fine. As soon as he finished his words, the old man's phone hung up as soon as he could.
The next second,
the sound of rumbling airplanes outside the base suddenly came. Hearing this sound, Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping looked at each other and immediately ran out.
On the huge base airport, a small airliner slowly landed. The cabin door opened and a thin and tall young figure appeared in the eyes of the two.
Yi Bei, who had stepped down from the airplane, walked towards the direction of the lab step by step with a bag on his back. Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping hurriedly greeted him.
He didn't rest at home for a few more days, why did he come so quickly? Walking forward, Lin Tianlei looked at Yi Bei and asked suspiciously. I'm resting at home, what about the 6th generation machine? Ha ha.
Yi Bei listened to Lin Tianlei's words and responded with a smile. But these words made the expressions of the two people in front of him become embarrassed all of a sudden. At the mention of the 6th generation machine, Lu Yongping's face immediately paled.
Heartbroken, he covered his chest and couldn't even speak. Lin Tianlei's face was also very unattractive and his mood seemed very low. Looking at the appearance of the two, Yi Bei was confused. Commander Lin, Dean Lu, what's wrong with you two? Are you not feeling well? Yi Bei went forward and held the arms of the two and asked in confusion. Lin Tianlei shook his head, it's fine. Nothing? Yi Bei's face was complicated, do you guys look like you are fine? What exactly happened?
Listening to his question, Lu Yongping had a pained face.
Lin Tianlei hesitated for a few seconds and finally opened his mouth.
Yi Bei, the hard disk repair failed, only 15 of the data was repaired, I'm afraid that the design drawings. Moreover, Stars and Stripes has advanced the 6th generation Ascension program, and will send the 6th generation into the sky in 30 days, we are going to lose to them this time.
His expression was sad, and he spoke as carefully as possible, afraid that Yi Bei would not be able to withstand the blow. But Yi Bei, who was listening to this, smiled. This perverse look made the two men look even more ugly. It was thought that Yi Bei had a mental problem. Failure is failure, we don't need it now. Yi Bei took a piece of manuscript paper out from his bag and lit it up in front of the two men. Brand new drawings of the 6th generation airplane, it has been completely perfected. This time I not only reduced the weight of the fuselage, but also improved the original engine. This time the optimization will make the performance of the 6th generation machine get a great improvement, enough to call it a direct 6th generation machine version 20. If she didn't drop my computer, maybe there wouldn't have been this optimization after rethinking it, improving it by mistake, huh? Yi Bei looked at the two men and said with a smile. Looking at the drawings in Yi Bei's hands and listening to what Yi Bei said, the two were wide-eyed and directly froze on the spot. Chapter 61, 1 month, Canton must be able to. How could they not expect Yi Bei to actually be able to recover it so quickly? This was a day and night for more than half a year to make How could it be recovered so quickly? And Yi Bei actually optimized and improved it. This is simply incredible. It's already incredible to be able to design a 6th generation aircraft. He hadn't even conducted test flights and put it into practice for real tests, but he actually directly came up with an upgraded version of the 20. This really is surprise mom opening the door to surprise to the house. My goodness lord, how in the world did you do it? Lu Yongping came back from the shock and took the manuscript paper from Yi Bei's hands excitedly and carefully and read it. Looking at the 6th generation aircraft that had indeed been perfected on it, tears spilled out directly without argument. God bless Huaxia. It was as if his entire being was suddenly saved from the cliff of despair to the clouds, and the light of hope stabbed his tear ducts wide open. The expression on Lin Tianlei's face changed instantly. The downturn he had just experienced was instantly gone. Going forward, he gave Yi Bei a big hug and laughed out loud. You are truly the miracle of Xia. That happy emotion couldn't even be described in words. Despair turned into hope in a second, excited awe. Looking at the two people who were so excited that they were about to jump up, Yi Bei smiled and shook his head. A moment later, the two people's emotions had finally stabilized. Together with Yi Bei, they walked towards the inside of the base. It's good to be able to perfect it, so that we will soon be able to build a 6th generation plane as well, and then we will show all the dogs of his stars and stripes country. Lu Yongping said hatefully as he kept the manuscript paper in his arms with immense care. Obviously those words of Bernard stimulated his nerves. If they want to fly first, let them fly, it won't take long for us to follow, and it is not too late to be afraid of their eggs. Lin Tianlei, also grumpy open-mouthed, said. Although there was still some regret in his heart that he couldn't follow the plan and fly ahead of the stars and stripes. But now that Yi Bei had already saved the 6th generation machine again, it was already very good, and he didn't dare to expect that much. But the words of the two men fell on Yi Bei's ears but made him shake his head. 3 months advanced to 1 month, how well, 1 month is 1 month. Since the star-spangled nation is screaming non-stop, then we must make it to show them. Yi Bei stopped and said as he clenched his fists. Saying that, he glanced at the two men and turned his footsteps directly towards the RD workshop. Hearing Yi Bei's words, Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping were both startled. But immediately, they followed Yi Bei's footsteps. Deep inside the base, the RD workshop with hundreds of meters high ceiling. All kinds of huge hardware equipment were busy running, making rumbling sounds. In the air, the large crane claws were constantly rotating, grasping a huge airplane part and sending it to where it should go. Many scientists with helmets and experts in actual airplanes were busy in an intense manner. Yi Bei walked into the workshop, looking at these parts designed according to his own drawings with a twinkle in his eye. Lu Yongping and Lin Tianlei also walked in. However, Lu Yongping did not stop to watch like Yi Bei. Instead, he went straight to the inside of the workshop. Within a short time, he gathered all the personnel to meet the talented designer who had designed this fighter jet. Many of these people had been taught by Yi Bei before. Seeing Yi Bei appear again at this moment, they all smiled happily. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mr. Yi Bei, the designer of the 6th generation aircraft, everyone welcome. Zhang Ping, the chief workshop manager, said loudly. At once, all the scientists and experts of the actual machine behind him applauded warmly in welcome. Numerous people who had never met Yi Bei gathered around, wanting to catch a glimpse of the genius designer. These scientific experts, although they hadn't met Yi Bei, his name had been spreading for a long time. Many people looked at Yi Bei with incomparable admiration. The research and development of Xia's 6th generation aircraft had directly seen an unprecedented rapid progress because of Yi Bei's appearance. Their admiration for Yi Bei was not without reason. Especially at this moment, after seeing that Yi Bei was a teenager who was only 18 or 19, they were completely invigorated. So young, so talented, that future was simply unlimited. Lu Yongping brought Yi Bei to introduce him to the top military experts in the workshop one by one. After greeting them, Yi Bei followed the crowd into the workshop, where the 6th generation aircraft was assembled. Looking at the mold of the 6th generation plane that already had a basic shape, Yi Bei opened his mouth. Everyone, if I overturn this warplane shell design now and ask everyone to make a new one again, can everyone accept it? His gaze swept over the crowd and he said aloud. In the next second, unhesitating voices rang out in unison, can. Each and every one of these experts was a genius among men. They could have utilized their abilities to make a name for themselves outside, but they chose to contribute to their country. Even if they now overturned and redid what they had worked so hard to make, they had no regrets. These people were the very backbone that supported the summer country. Yi Bei's drawings were now changed again, overturning and redoing was a must now. Listening to their voices, Lu Yongping nodded with satisfaction. He then turned his head to look at Yi Bei. Yi Bei's face was expressionless, then proceeded to speak again. So how long do we need to be able to load up the Generation 6 unit? Zhang Ping, the chief director, listened to this question and immediately opened his mouth to reply, 4 months. With the previous experience, we will be able to put the remake of it back together again in 4 months. However, hearing this, Yi Bei shook his head. His eyes swept over the faces of everyone at the scene. 4 months is too slow, too slow. 1 month. We have to completely finish the 6th generation aircraft within a month, and we also have to send him up into the blue sky of Xia. His words carried an undeniable tone that spread through the ears of everyone on the scene. This caused everyone's expression to change instantly. One by one, the eyes that looked at Yi Bei were filled with shock. A month? This was something that was simply impossible. They had researched the 6th generation machine for 10 years, and they were all incomparably aware of every detailed aspect of it. Wanting to complete everything in a month was simply a pipe dream. If it wasn't Yi Bei who said this, I'm afraid he would have been kicked out of here by the crowd by now. We still have the most central engine that hasn't even been built yet, and it will take time for the shell to be overturned and remade. A month's time, is this really possible? Yongping was shocked and looked at Yi Bei and said carefully.
Beside him, Yongping and Lin Tianlei were also shocked.
Unexpectedly, Yi Bei was really doing this.
At this moment, when Yi Bei's words were out, the two of them couldn't speak well and could only look at him.
Can.
A confident light flashed in Yi Bei's eyes as he looked at the crowd with a grave gaze. As long as everyone cooperates with me, it will definitely be possible. I know that this is an extremely difficult task, but now that the pressure of the stars and stripes is at our head, we have no reason to back down. In a month's time, their 6th generation planes will be lifting off, and at that time, they'll be slapping us in the face with the grandiose words they've released, flaunting their power over our waters. The dignity of the Summer Kingdom could not be ravaged by them so recklessly. Yi Bei's words carried an incomparable infectious power that penetrated deeply into everyone's heart. Everyone's complexion changed with his words. Obviously, they also resented the Star-Spangled Nation's move in their hearts and were unwilling to have their motherland's dignity trampled on. Watching the crowd's gaze change, Yi Bei did not stop and continued his speech. The forefathers had 8 years, without drawings or facilities, even without enough food, they were able to come up with super weapons in the Great Desert. We now have a base, hardware, equipment, talent, and drawings. There is no reason why we can't make it in a month. For the dignity of our motherland, our forefathers endured the wind and sand, suffered from radiation, and contributed their lives. There is no reason why we can't make it.
We Xia people can do whatever we want. There's nothing we Xia people can't do. 1 month, just 1 month.
We'll let the 6th generation take to the skies. We'll let the world see Xia, and we'll hit them hard in the face.
Everyone, can we do it? Yi Bei shouted loudly to everyone.
The gaze passed by was like a flame igniting the accumulated gunpowder.
Everyone's hearts burned at this moment.
All were deeply infected by Yi Bei, boiling their blood and shouting loudly.
1 month, can't and must be able to. Chapter 62 to crush.
Everyone's gazes carried rolling flames. Like they were infused with the immortal will of their predecessors, everyone was incomparably determined. Even Yongping was deeply infected by Yi Bei's words.
Good, then let's start working now.
Yi Bei nodded his head as he scanned everyone and said aloud. He didn't have time to waste. After all, 1 month was really tight. As the words fell, all the empty sky machine research experts all followed Yi Bei towards the side conference room.
Yongping also made an instant decision and appointed Yi Bei as the chief designer of the 6th generation machine without any hesitation. Yi Bei became chief engineer Yi.
Not a single person from the entire research team raised an objection to this decision.
Becoming chief master Yi Bei held a working meeting at the first opportunity. Now that the 6th generation machine was being re-improved and optimized, a lot of things were going to be overturned and redone. This meeting was the beginning of the work. It was also the basis for the next month of desperate efforts.
The redesigned 6th generation aircraft optimized the power system, control system, reduced the weight of the fighter, and reduced the impact of wind resistance. The combat radius of the fighter was increased to 4,500 kilometers, and the optimized engine could increase the speed of the fighter to Mach 5. In the huge conference room, Yi Bei looked at the hundreds of airspace plane experts and smoothly spoke out the latest situation of the fighter plane.
To get the combat radius to 4,500 kilometers? My god.
That's 3 times the combat radius of Stars and Stripes' 5th generation aircraft.
At Mach 5, you can fly around the world in 2 hours. That's twice the speed of the Caress. This is incredible. It's a big step up from the previous figures. The entire conference room immediately boiled over. Which of these warplane data was not very noteworthy?
Yi Bei's optimization this time was to completely crush all of the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th generation planes off. His words were just too astonishing. Everyone who heard it felt incredibly shocked and incredulous. After all the scientific research experts had thought that it would be good to be able to catch up, and had never thought of surpassing or even crushing the Star-Spangled Kingdom's warplanes in a short period of time. After all, from the time the Caress came out, the Star-Spangled Nation's hegemony was to the extreme.
It had always claimed to be the strongest air and sky fighter in the Blue Planet.
Almost everyone thought that they would even completely pick off the whole world after their 6th generation machine came out.
But now Yi Bei told them,
Xia is going to build a version 20 of the 6th generation that can surpass and even crush their 6th generation.
This is really unbelievable. The matter is in the hands of people.
Yi Bei looked at the crowd's expression and said with a strong voice, as long as everyone goes all out, believe me, we will definitely be able to do it. Yi Bei's words woke up the shocked ones. Looking at Yi Bei's calm and confident demeanor as he stood on the podium, and feeling the overwhelming aura of confidence on his body, all the experts of the empty sky machine also had a look of confidence on their faces.
Chief Master Yi is right, it's up to us, we'll go all out. Star-Spangled Nation is nothing great, we're sure we can do it. General Master Yi, give the order, what do you want us to do?
Xia scientists all have an unconquerable heart. They are brave enough to climb the impossible craggy peaks. At this moment, they were mobilized by Yi Bei, and all of them had a high fighting spirit. Yongping looked at the experts of these research institutes were mobilized by Yi Bei. His eyes were full of admiration for Yi Bei.
Good, now I will arrange the work.
Yibei looked at everyone majestically, nodded with satisfaction, and started to arrange the work. The engine manufacturing should start immediately, and the hardware.
After arranging the work, Yibei immediately went into the work.
He began to bring hundreds of experts of the air and sky planes to carry out the rational scheduling and accelerated marching of all aspects of the work. At the same time, both Lin Tianlei and Yongping had also transferred a large number of hard-working fighters and various types of scientific research experts according to Yibei's requirements.
In the huge scientific research workshop, Yibei sat in front of an ultra-high-performance computer and was busy commanding. Everyone was working desperately, not daring to stop for a moment with both hands. The warriors made one trip after another to transport various resources to facilitate the scientific research workshop. There was no day or night. When Yibei was resting, Zhang Ping, the workshop chief, immediately took over on. Everyone was busy in the workshop in shifts. A month's time was hardened into 2 months.
And they also had to use those 2 months to make something that would be difficult to accomplish in 4 months. But even though it was difficult, they were all filled with confidence. With Yibei at the helm, everyone in the research workshop was filled with vigor and strength. For the sake of the glory in a month's time, everyone worked frantically. Just as Yibei and the others were busy day and night. On the other side, a team of personnel ran to various parts of the country. Each of their squads was assigned a task to turn over the cases that had been dusty for years. Looking for those who had been persecuted by Son Yunying's mother and daughter, investigating the truth behind those things. Make sure to investigate all the tragic and unjust cases. They had hurt not only Yibei, but also many families and the hearts and minds of the entire Xia country. This time, Lin Tianlei must bring back all the justice.
Under Chen Wuan's guidance, these elites collected a useful clue, a key piece of evidence.
Countless pieces of news were sent to the Xian Department at a rapid pace and gathered in a unified manner. Chen Wuan also personally led a team to search for a girl who had once been persecuted in the remote countryside.
Is anyone there? Shen Anwu knocked hard on the broken wooden door and shouted loudly.
But there was no response. Just when he thought there was no one in the house, suddenly, the wooden door creaked open from inside. A girl with her right ear stretched out sideways and sitting in a wheelchair opened the door. Looking at this girl, Shen Anwu froze and softly called out, "Lu Xinyao?" This was the girl recorded in the data. Now that she has grown to the age of 18 or 19, she looks quiet and sweet, very cute.
"Hello, uncle, do you have something to do?"
The girl looked at them as if she didn't hear Chen Wuan's words and smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting, I can't hear you. What do you have to say? Please come to my right ear to say, really sorry." The girl's eyes were clear, and she said in a good-natured manner. These words fell into Chen Anwu's ears, causing his heart to stab violently. He looked at the girl and thought about the cruel things that had happened on the profile. His heart was filled with mixed feelings.
"Uncle came to find justice for you."
Chen Wuan bowed down and came to her right ear and said firmly. At this very moment, a similar scene was staged all over the country.
Countless clues and evidence were being rummaged through once again.
Those truths buried in the depths of darkness. Once again, they were dug up by the elites of the Xia Ministry. Look here, look here.
P.S. I've read all of everyone's messages and comments.
The problem with the plot, there was no reader feedback before the 100,000 words, and I didn't grasp it well, and there were inadequacies. Now everyone's suggestions I have absorbed. In the case of not affecting the outline as a whole, has been compressed to speed up the advancement of this plot. This pair of mother and daughter not only hurt Yibei, but also hurt many people. Author Fungus has fused them as the epitome of many bad guys, hoping that more can be shown through them, so there is more molding of them.
Please rest assured that we will definitely pronounce all the sins next. Thank you all for your support and critique suggestions, we'll keep working on it. Also,
the author's draft fee for the past 2 days was very small, but everyone who watched the video and sent gifts, dime for dime, accumulated dozens of dollars for me. I'm really touched. Also, yesterday list of Big Brother, Shrewd and Strong JXAN, list 2 Big Brother, Old Bulby, surprisingly rewarded more than $10 of gifts, really love it.
Here the author Fungus thank you all for the gifts. Chapter 63, Mysterious Character Song Tianyi. 3 days time.
It flew by in the midst of Yibei and the others being busy as if they were in full swing. Under his command, all the departments were running at a rapid pace. The assembly speed of the 6th generation machine was several times faster compared to before. Moreover, the most crucial core component of the Generation 6 machine, the Dragonheart engine, was now being manufactured. The name Dragonheart was still given by Yibei. It symbolized the heart of the Chinese dragon, carrying the heavy responsibility of guarding the security of the summer country's air and sky. Everyone was waiting for the birth of the most important dragon heart. As long as it was manufactured and tested correctly, the 6th generation aircraft would really be expected to take off. On the other side, Shen Anwu re-entered Kyoto with all his personnel. Lin Tianlei, who had gotten the news, immediately set off for the Xian Ministry. The Xian Department was worthy of being the most powerful organization. In just 3 days, 3 teams of people investigated thoroughly, not sparing a single detail. The secrets and truths that had been buried for several years were revealed like a cocoon. At this moment, the large pile of documents placed in front of Chen Anwu's eyes were all information that had already been organized.
Grand Commander, the investigation has been completed, all the information is here. Seeing Lin Tianlei, who suddenly barged into his office, Chen Anwu immediately got up and said, "Good, I'll credit you." Lin Tianlei had a happy face, and with that, he sat down to look through it. The things on this, detailed records of the real aftermath of each case records. And even the various evidences were organized in it. Lin Tianlei carefully looked through it, the smile on his face showing more and more. Very good, very good. I knew things weren't that simple.
Closing the information, Lin Tianlei signaled his assistant to send it all directly to the car. Later on, he was going to take this information and head to the prison to put this hateful mother and daughter on trial together.
Seeing Lin Tianlei happy, Chen Anwu felt just as happy.
These cases, his heart felt incomparably angry as he watched them. To be able to bring back the truth and give justice to the victims, how could it not be a great joy? However, he still had one more important piece of news to inform Lin Tianlei.
Grand Commander, in this investigation, I have also found out about a special character. Chen Anwu looked at Lin Tianlei and calmly said, "Who?"
Lin Tianlei put away the smile on his face and said suspiciously,
"Song Tianyi."
Chen Anwu handed over a piece of A4 paper, Song Zirou's dad and Song Yunying's husband. Lin Tianlei looked at the handwritten contract on this A4 paper and frowned. Song Tianyi, this person is very mysterious. Before I came here I looked for the archive bureau to check his information, the archive records that he died in 03. And the identity information is very blank, almost indistinguishable from a farmer. This is very bizarre.
Lin Tianlei nodded.
He had also gone to the archives to check before.
Song Tianyi was indeed a person, but his identity and origin were quite ordinary.
It wasn't even in the same world as an elite person like Song Yunying, who was able to single-handedly create a large corporation. The two of them also never had a marriage registration, just folk gave birth to this daughter named Song Zirou. After giving birth to the child, Song Tianyi inexplicably died and was cancelled by the records bureau. And since then, Song Yunying has never gotten married. The whole thing seems very bizarre, making it impossible to believe that this is the truth.
Forget it, go and arrest someone first, this will be said later.
Lin Tianlei A4 paper put away, waved his hand and said to Chen Anwu, "In addition to Song Yunying, all the people involved in this investigation, including those corrupt officials, not a single one of them will be spared, all of them will be arrested for me.
Yes, guarantee to complete the task." Chen Anwu straightened his body and snapped a salute. He then ran out of the office and sounded the emergency assembly alarm. In the next second, hundreds of elite soldiers all moved. Prime Technology Building.
Song Yunying was smoking a woman's cigarette as she stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 36th floor to look at the scenery. At a glance, the entire city of Xinjiang was in full view. Standing here and enjoying the scenery, there was quite a feeling of being in control of this territory like an emperor.
In fact, Song Yunying's current industry was indeed firmly in control of the entire Xinjiang city's economy.
A group with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars and hundreds of large and small companies. The wealth earned every day was more than all the ordinary people in Xinjiang city combined could earn in a lifetime. And just as she was enjoying the beauty of the city, suddenly, the cell phone rang. Song Yunying glanced at the English name docket on her cell phone, the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile, and pressed connect.
"Why did you remember to call me today?" Song Yunying asked with some lethargy.
"Recently heard some of our daughter's wind, in the summer country made a lot of noise, ask you."
A man's deep voice came from the opposite side. His words have very little emotional fluctuation, making people feel very flat.
"It's fine, I've already let people do it, the girl loves to make a fuss, it's all just a little thing. The last few days are too busy, also did not care to ask her, let her play it, someone watching, do not worry."
Song Yunying blandly opened his mouth to respond. Not at all put this matter on the heart.
After all, Song Zirou has been in trouble not once or twice, with Su Dehua watching, she is still at ease. Xinjiang city was such a big place, she couldn't stir up any big blunders.
"That's good."
The man still responded in a deep voice.
Then went on to ask, "Has the new batch of information been sent to me?" "It's already on its way."
Song Yunying nodded her head, and her complexion became a bit serious. She had just gotten the news that they seemed to be preparing something very important, and that the internal control was very strict lately. "It's fine, with this information in place, no matter how they toss and turn, they won't be able to escape our grasp." The man smiled blandly, not putting what Song Yunying said at all in his mind, and said confidently. After saying that, he followed up with a reminder that the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation aircraft program is just the beginning, and that there will be new moves next to give them an extremely heavy blow.
"You need to keep a low profile, lest you reveal any cracks."
Hearing this, Song Yunying's expression became even more serious, and he hurriedly promised, "Don't worry, I have my own measure. After a few days of work, I'll come over to find you, and we'll go to Xiaowei Island for a vacation."
Well, that's it. The man emotionlessly finished the last few words and the phone was hung up. Putting the phone into his bag, Song Yunying directly left the company. After a busy day of work, she was going to take a good rest. On the other side, at the same time Song Yunying hung up the phone, the Xi'an ministry followed Lin Tianlei's orders and immediately contacted the Tianxin ministry. It quickly determined what they wanted to know. Chen Anwu even understood the seriousness of the matter this time. Not daring to take it lightly, he directly took to the battlefield himself and began to gather his team. But in 3 minutes' time, more than 200 of Xia's topmost elite narcotics teams armed to every pore were fully loaded and ready to go. In the playground of the Xia Security Ministry, the elite soldiers were neatly lined up. All of them wore masks, and the only eyes they revealed were cold and incomparable. Looking from afar, they were black and pressurized, giving people a huge sense of oppression. They knew that this was an urgent mission, but none of them were nervous because they had long since adapted to this kind of life. At this moment, everyone was incomparably serious and on standby. Just waiting for Chen Anwu to give the order, killing gods and destroying devils would not be an option. Chapter 64 Arresting Song Yunying, Dirty Den. Chen Anwu looked at the hundreds of elite soldiers below with a grave expression. This mission is of great importance. Wherever suspicious people are found, they will be arrested and brought to justice. No one will be allowed to be left out. I want to see your fastest action speeds, thunderous strikes, and one-strike victories. Don't let anyone make a mistake. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Neat voices thundered out, absolutely illustrating their competence. Now, the action begins. Chen Anwu didn't say much, but every sentence was to the point. With an order, all the soldiers immediately moved at a rapid pace, running towards the garage. Watching them move, Chen Anwu also immediately followed. In just 10 seconds or so, dozens of military vehicles sped out of the garage. Through the gate, they drove into the empty streets. Chen Anwu was not wearing any equipment, just a black suit. The 7 or 8 attendants escorting him around were also all dressed in black suits, looking quite presentable. Dressing up like this was convenient for their usual actions. As for these soldiers from the other narcotics teams, they were all uniformly equipped and ready to fight at any time. The convoy sped along at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour. Chen Anwu quickly arrived at this huge private manor based on the positioning provided by the Tianxin Department. The entrance of the manor was decorated in a rather luxurious manner. At a glance, it was something that only the rich and powerful could enjoy. Under his orders, the convoy spread out and surrounded the entire manor. A portion of the people then followed Chen Anwu as he got out of the car and rushed towards the manor. The few security guards at the entrance saw Chen Anwu and the others coming over and wanted to go forward to stop them. They were subdued on the spot by a few attendants. Immediately afterward, the soldiers swarmed in and quickly took control of the front lobby. The security guard still wanted to press the remote control to report, but was directly stepped on by the soldiers and broke his wrist, howling madly in pain. Chen Anwu didn't even look at it and went straight to the interior of the manor. In the middle of the hall, everyone was crouching on the ground, not daring to make a sound. The black hole of the gun was pointed at everyone on the scene, scaring them so much that they couldn't stop trembling. All handcuffed. Team 2 guarded the place to prevent anyone from escaping, while the others continued on. Chen Anwu didn't even stop, giving orders as he walked. Yes, sir. Captain 2 immediately complied and blocked the gate area. This was followed by the sound of clicking and wearing silver bracelets. Everyone in the hall had a pair in their hands. One of the men saw that he was going to be handcuffed and screamed in fear, directly rushing towards the door in an attempt to escape. But just as he rolled up, he was pressed to the ground with a tackle by the nearest soldier, and the silver handcuffs were instantly locked on. Whoever dares to not cooperate with law enforcement, I am authorized to shoot. The 2 captain opened his mouth icily and said, although you can't be killed, there is no half a problem with breaking your legs. The law enforcement efficiency of the elites of the Xi'an Department was absolutely unrivaled. After all, they had a death target. When it came to all types of incidents that concerned the security of the Xia Kingdom, they were absolutely not going to be soft. Those weapons, they were not for bluffing. Chen Anwu walked straight towards the inside of the manor. Along the way, he saw quite a lot of luxury boxes, and there were all kinds of people who did everything inside. Some of them Chen Wuwen recognized. What wins the sky half-son of Qi Tongwei, talent and appearance Li Shaoqin, Taoist Gao Yuliang. But no matter what people, how high status, all were handcuffed by Chen Wuwen. This also really makes Chen Wuwen feel fearful. I didn't expect a small manor to be a den of buried rot. And just as the outside was busy arresting people, in the deepest part of the manor, in an extremely luxurious presidential suite, Song Yunying was pleasurably enjoying herself. She was leaning back on the large bed, smoking high-grade tobacco imported from the foreign west coast. There was also high-quality white flour by the table that she had yet to enjoy. As the smoke rose, Song Yunying felt like she was on the verge of becoming immortal, as if her entire body was floating in the air. The expression on her face could tell she was enjoying herself immensely. The feeling of being so cool that she was about to take off.
Next to her, there were several other fat-headed middle-aged men who were lying down and enjoying massages from high-end technicians. They were the most honored guests here. This luxurious to almost extravagant presidential suite was specially prepared for them. And just as several people were enjoying themselves, the sound of a quarrel suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the door of the suite was slammed straight open with a bang. The attendant who was watching the door covered his chest in pain and slumped on the ground. Obviously, slamming the door with his body was a very painful thing to do. Behind him, dozens of soldiers instantly rushed in, surrounding the inside directly. Only then did Chen Wuan step in with quick steps. Looking at Song Yunying, who was leaning on the bed with a face of enjoyment as she gulped down clouds and mist, Chen Wuan's gaze was incomparably cold. Then looking at the several fat-headed people beside him, his complexion became even more ugly. "Get out, who let you in? Roll." Having her pleasurable enjoyment interrupted, Song Yunying's brain was a little confused as she looked up at the people who had entered and shouted angrily. The several middle-aged men beside her were equally furious. However, as soon as they raised their eyes, they directly froze on the spot in shock after seeing Chen Anwu's appearance. There was a loud bang inside their brains, as if the world had stopped spinning. And just as several people froze, Song Yunying spoke again. "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly get out of here?" Her voice was incomparably grumpy, not treating Chen Wuan as a human being at all. Of course she recognized the uniforms of these soldiers, but she didn't care at all. There were people here who were much more powerful than the soldiers. She guessed that it was again someone's people sweeping pornography into her place, and had no brain to barge into her room. Song Yunying cursed, not recognizing the man in the suit standing in the doorway. But the few guys next to him were clear as day. Chen Wuan, the minister of the Tianxin Department, had no ordinary power in his hands. Offending him would be the same as being directly finished. One by one, they immediately tumbled down from the bed, hurriedly pulling the clothes to their own body sets. At the same time, they piled up smiles and wanted to greet and get close to Chen Wuan. "Minister Chen, it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding." The man's face was piled with smiles as he repeatedly opened his mouth. But Chen Wuan didn't pay any attention to it at all. Looking at the man who walked to his side, he directly kicked him over on the ground. "That said, go back and tell the commander-in-chief," said the man with a wave of his hand. The soldiers immediately came forward and handcuffed him. Seeing this scene, Song Yunying finally came back to his senses. "Who are you guys?" Song Yunying said and sat up from the bed, while immediately touching towards the cell phone next to her, wanting to call her husband to report. But the imported tobacco was just strong, making her hands not listen to her brain. After touching it for half a day, she couldn't touch it, and when she managed to touch her cell phone, her hands were shaking so much that she couldn't even unlock the screensaver. "Grab it!" Chen Wuan gave an order, completely cutting off her thoughts. In the next second, two soldiers directly tackled both her arms, and the cell phone was even taken away directly. "You bastards, let go of me, you don't have this right." Song Yunying roared loudly, struggling desperately, "I want to call a lawyer, I want to call a lawyer." But in the next second, the soldier's slap viciously slapped her face, directly physically making her close her stinking mouth that couldn't stop spraying. Afterwards, 5 bright red fingerprints bulged high on her face. Silver handcuffs were then placed on her wrists. Immediately afterward, she was escorted out by the soldiers. As she walked to the door, Song Yunying's face was so painful that it was twisted and hideous. However, it was still incomparably resentful as she glared at Chen Anwu. "Just wait, you're finished." Her words carried a considerable amount of hatred. It was evident that she really wanted to get Chen Anwu killed at this moment. Chen Anwu didn't bother to say much to her and directly waved his hand for the soldiers to all escort them out, leaving behind a few soldiers to blockade things here. Only then did Chen Anwu turn around and leave. Walking to the hall, the place was already squatting with handcuffed people. As expected, the guests of such a luxurious place were either dignitaries or business tycoons. Among them, there were going to be quite a few that Chen Anwu could recognize. Although these people didn't enjoy themselves with Song Yunying, it was definitely not a good thing for them to come here. At the moment, a piece of them were all taken away and escorted onto a military vehicle. The 234th team will stay here and blockade the area. No one is allowed to enter or leave, and nothing is allowed to be taken away. The others, escort these people away and go back to examine them one by one. After giving the order, only then did Chen Anwu get on the military vehicle to sit at ease. The convoy returned again. Chen Anwu's heart was also quite emotional. Catching so many people at once, and there were quite a few of them in high positions of power, really surprised him. This Song Yunying was truly not simple. Chapter 65 Painful Torture. Xinjing City Military Prison. In the deepest interrogation room, Song Zirou was tied to the interrogation chair, unable to move. At this moment, her entire body was covered in bloodstains, bruised patches, and scars that had solidified and torn open. There wasn't a single spot on the entire person's skin that was intact. Her legs, on the other hand, were placed in an ice basin, bone-chillingly cold. The wounds on her upper body were fiery and painful, her lower legs were ice cold to the bone, and the ice and fire punishment was excruciatingly painful. This kind of horrible operation that she had never seen before made her wail in pain. Around her, there stood 5 or 6 personnel holding strange implements, each looking at her with cold eyes. Those things in their hands were all unique tools used to sanction spies back then. Each one of them could make a person suffer so much that life was worse than death. For 3 days, all kinds of good things greeted her on her body, letting her have a good taste of what is called real pain. The current her. The pain she had endured physically and mentally definitely far exceeded those who had been hurt by her. Lu Yongping just sat on the side and quietly watched. This kind of trashy thing, the scum of the scourge of society, being tortured, he was not heartbroken at all. Without letting her feel the pain of her heart, he felt sorry for Yi Bei. Just at this moment, the nearest interrogator delivered another hard blow towards Song Zirou. Ah! The slender soft whip lashed at her body at once, causing Song Zirou to howl out in pain. Bright red wounds instantly opened up, and her hideous face twisted up. The body was even more like a worm that had been placed on a red-hot iron plate, writhing madly, having the ability to proceed with arrogance. The interrogator coldly cursed, followed by another swipe on her body. Song Zirou twisted and struggled madly in pain, but she was immobilized and had no way to break free at all. She could only cry out in pain, but no one cared. I'm going to kill you all, I'm going to kill you all, I'm going to kill your whole family. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family. You are using violence, you shall not die, you will all be sentenced to death, you will be shot. Song Zirou shouted incoherently, her voice shrill with curses. Rushing at the interrogators in front of her, she hissed frantically. She was the same as Song Yunying, dead set on refusing to soften her mouth even a little. In her opinion, sooner or later, these people would be completely killed by her own mother. But listening to Song Zirou's shouting, the interrogators laughed. How many criminals had they interrogated, but they had never seen such a tough talker. However, since her mouth was hard, then she would receive 2 more lashes. A few strokes down, Song Zirou once again screamed in pain. You guys can't fight me, my mom is here, my dad is here, they will definitely make you guys pay for your lives. I'm going to make each and every one of you suffer, I'm going to make you not die well. Ah! Song Zirou was still hissing frantically, her shrill voice echoing ceaselessly in the interrogation room. The current her was really at the point of breaking down. In 3 days, a total of 2 such interrogations had been conducted. These tactics that were worse than death made her spirit on the verge of collapsing. Asking for it. Lu Yongping stood up and spat, stepping forward and directly slapping her face. And right at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Glancing at it was Yi Bei calling. Lu Yongping answered it in a hurry. Yi Bei, what's wrong? Lu Yongping opened his mouth very gently and asked. Dragonheart is still missing the last material. The material office said that it is very precious, and you have to sign to confirm it before it can be issued. Yi Bei's voice was very soft, sounding a little tired. Good, I will take care of it right away. Lu Yongping hurriedly nodded his head in agreement when he heard this. At the same time concerned about the advice, you also pay attention to rest. Do not boil out of the problem. I am fine. Yi Bei said with a strong spirit. Listening to Yi Bei's words, and then looking at Song Zirou next to him, this gas in his heart rubbed upwards. If it wasn't for her, Yi Bei would have finished the design drawings long ago, and would have been able to sleep beautifully for 2 days. Which need to be so nervous, rushing to produce another drawing. He and the research experts wouldn't have been unable to sleep for 2 days in a row. How many people had to suffer for her evil deeds just because of her? And this thing, still tough talking, won't even say sorry. Relying on her background, she is so arrogant that she is flying to the sky. Looking at her, Lu Yongping really felt like he was going to have a myocardial infarction. Damn, what a... Lu Yongping pushed aside the interrogator in front of him, stepped forward again, and slapped Song Zirou's face hard. The force of this slap could be said to be riveting. There was a snap. The crunching sound of the slap echoed in the interrogation room. Several of Song Zirou's teeth were thrown out of her mouth by the direct hit, and blood even flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Dean Lu? What are you doing over there? Yi Bei heard a crunching sound even through the cell phone and asked suspiciously. Hearing Yi Bei's question, Lu Yongping hurriedly let someone stuff Song Zirou's mouth, preventing this guy from scaring Yi Bei by ghostly howling there again. At the same time, Lu Yongping's face instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. Nothing, I hit a fly here. Lu Yongping said with a smile, you first busy, I will immediately get the material thing done. I'll get the material done right away. Yi Bei did not think much, answered, and then hung up the phone. Hanging up the phone, Lu Yongping turned back to Song Zirou. Speaking to a few interrogators, he said, lock her up first, make sure to keep her under strict guard, never let her die, I'll come back and try again. Yes. The several interrogators immediately responded with respectful voices. After giving the order, Lu Yongping pulled open the door of the interrogation room and walked out with large strides. At the same time,
Lin Tianlei arrived at the prison and prepared for Song Yunying's arrival. P.S. I've really absorbed everyone's advice. I know everyone reading ahead is pissed off, and I'm pissed off too. But the back, trust the author fungus, will be able to give everyone a satisfactory answer. All the plots are deduced inside the author fungus outline. The back will be more and more beautiful. Thank you for your support, love you all. Today 4 more 9K words. Finally, ask for a wave of small gifts. Chapter 66 Shocked. Pulling out the big tiger. Old Lu, what are you doing in a hurry? In the prison, Lin Tianlei stopped Lu Yongping, who was walking fast with his head buried in his hands, and asked, I'm going to sign a list. Lu Yongping raised his head and stopped to answer. How was the arrest? Did it go well? And then asked, Don't worry, the Tianxin Department will not have a problem. Lin Tianlei had a confident face. After saying that, his words turned and brought up another thing, but then found a weird thing. Song Yunying's husband, his life is very strange. Hearing this, Lu Yongping's face stared. Is the identity very special? No, on the contrary, his identity is mediocre, like a grain of dust, unobtrusive. Lin Tianlei shook his head and said, The information about him is almost blank, but the more so, the more I feel that this person is not simple. Is he still in the country now? Lu Yongping asked suspiciously. Dead, has been dead for 20 years. Lin Tianlei shook his head, dying inexplicably, revealing strangeness everywhere. The more elusive this kind is, the more worried Lin Tianlei is in his heart. After all, Song Zirou Song Yunying how to toss, they people in the summer country, in any case cannot turn over the palm of his hand. So Lin Tianlei wasn't particularly worried that they would cause any harm to Yi Bei. But Song Shui cannot even see a shadow, do not know the real death, fake death, hidden in the darkness let a person always fear. The more mysterious and unpredictable this is, the more likely it is to give you a stab in the dark. Therefore, he had been feeling uneasy in his heart ever since he learned about this. Don't think too much, what if he is really dead? Lu Yongping looked at Lin Tianlei frowning and patted him on the shoulder and said, Let's put this mother and daughter on trial first. I went upstairs to the office to find a computer to sign a list, you first interrogation to go. Lu Yongping said and hurriedly ran up to the second floor. Lin Tianlei also shook his head and walked deeper into the prison. 20 minutes later. Chen Anwu excitedly rushed into an office deep in the prison. Lu Yongping and Lin Tianlei, who had finished signing the order, were discussing about the interrogation sanction. Seeing Chen Anwu enter, they raised their heads in unison. Grand Commander, Dean, I really sped all the way here. All of the people have been captured, and some of the related corrupt officials have also gone to be arrested, but this time, the situation is very serious. The Manor Hotel caught out a particularly large number of bureaucrats, among them there are also a number of state-level executive power figures. Chen Anwu excitedly opened his mouth. Coming in, he reported the information from his trip. After all, there was a lot at stake, and some of the people caught made him feel shaky. A state-level power holder? Hearing this, Lin Tianlei's face immediately clouded over. This Song Yunying, he even knows the big tigers. You tell us the situation in detail, what kind of people are there, let us understand the specifics. Lu Yongping's brow also wrinkled, and hurriedly said. Seeing this, Chen Anwu quickly nodded his head and opened his mouth to tell what had just happened one by one. Among them, those big bureaucrats that he knew, also reported their names one by one for the two to hear. Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping all took a deep breath after hearing this. No wonder this mother and daughter were so arrogant and domineering, so there was a big umbrella for them to hold. Lu Yongping nodded his head thoughtfully and analyzed. The summer country there is such a pest nest, actually allows so many assholes there to indulge in pleasure, simply lawlessness. In charge of such a high power, but doing things that harm the country and the people, these corrupt bastards must not be lightly forgiven. Lin Tianlei was even more angry, loudly cursed. He was a man who followed the army and gambled his life to defend the motherland. He knew how difficult it was for his predecessors to throw their heads and spill their blood in exchange for the prosperity of Xia today. These stand on the shoulders of the forefathers, nibbling on their blood of corrupt officials' pests. He is hated to the bone. Yi Bei has been dragging this matter for so many days, is not to uproot this nest of poison? Now, the tigers and flies have all been knocked out, and this time they will be eliminated. This is the only way to do something for the people of Xia, but also to leave a cleaner Xia for the future generations, and to give Yi Bei a satisfactory explanation. Lu Yongping nodded his head, similarly abhorring these corrupt officials. These rotten moths, early removal, in order to return a peace to the Xia kingdom. Just as the three of them were talking, several military vehicles stopped in the prison compound. Song Yunying and a few fat-headed corrupt officials were then escorted down from above by soldiers towards the prison. An hour's time. Song Yunying's sanity had cleared up. The fuzziness from the imported tobacco earlier disappeared, but the fiery pain on his face could still be felt. The slap from the Xian ministry soldier could be imagined how much it hurt. The few corrupt officials who were behind her all had panicked faces and were muttering in their hearts. It was not at all clear what had happened. Why were they suddenly arrested at the door? Don't be afraid, nothing big will happen.
Song Yunying looked at a few people look panicked exit comforting, presumably which is not long for the eyes and do not want to live. Her tone is very tough, did not put the prison in front of the eyes. Shut up, quickly go. The soldiers shouted angrily and escorted them to speed up their pace towards the inside. In the prison cell, Su Dehua was on edge with a group of school leaders, his heart incomparably anxious. 3 days had passed since they were caught in. In this place it was difficult to sleep and eat, every day was like living in torment. Just one day in the heart to think of the chaos can put themselves in a hurry to die. Everyone is now worried and looking forward to. Worried that this time to provoke the Yi Bei is a tough stalwart, really put them all to the end, that life can be finished. Thinking about the young girls outside those clubs, thinking about the bank card has not spent the huge amount of money from unknown sources. Su Dehua was frantically looking forward to the appearance of the savior. As long as she came, they would all be saved. Next to them, a group of school leaders had gathered together at the moment to chatter and speculate about various possibilities. They were all already frightened, their hearts pessimistic and sighing. What was said was so loud that Su Dehua felt hairy in his heart. Everyone stop talking, there's no need to be so scared, even if Yi Bei is really powerful, he's definitely not as powerful as Mr. Song. She knows people with a lot of energy, this thing is nothing, surely she will be taken care of. Besides, her daughter is still locked up here. For the sake of her precious daughter, we must be rescued. Everyone be patient, Mr. Song is probably dealing with it now, it won't take long for us to be released. Su Dehua exited and comforted the crowd, doing his best to stabilize people's hearts. Looking at his frank expression, the crowd also nodded their heads. After all, it was better to have hope than no hope at all. For a while, the hearts of the crowd were eagerly looking forward to Song Yunying's appearance. And just at this moment, a burst of footsteps came from the middle of the corridor. It immediately caught the attention of the crowd. One by one, they stretched their necks to look in the direction where the footsteps came from, only to see several figures coming this way. The soldiers were tightly escorting a woman. The woman had silver bracelets on her hands and her head was lowered with her hair blocking half of her face. The moment she raised her head, she clashed with the gazes of the crowd and they all froze. When Su Dehua looked at the familiar face, he was petrified on the spot. How was it that Song Yunying was also brought in? Just moments ago, he had blurted out that Song Yunying would definitely be able to save them. Now this out meeting was completely different from what he had envisioned, it was a world of difference. Everyone froze in place. Countless gazes crossed in the air, and the air became a little awkward. Mr. Song, what's going on with you? Su Dehua looked at the approaching Song Yunying and opened his mouth with a trembling voice to ask. Song Yunying scanned a circle of the school leaders in the cell, unable to say a single word, her heart extremely embarrassed. She was usually a high and mighty person, but now she appeared here in such a sorry state, disgraced. The crowd had just finished fighting, Song Yunying and the others were thrown directly into the cell next door. Looking at Song Yunying, who had become a prisoner just like himself, Su Dehua completely despaired. The hope in his heart instantly vanished. He couldn't even imagine what kind of person could even arrest someone as powerful as Song Yunying. A group of school leaders were even more fearful, all of them were so scared that their faces turned green. They had vaguely thought of what horrible consequences would follow. Panic spread rapidly in everyone's hearts. It hadn't even been a minute since Song Yunying had been locked in. An incomparably shrill hissing sound came from the aisle. All of you are going to die for me, I'm going to skin you with my own hands and torture all of you with my own hands. I will kill Yi Bei, I will let you all know what it means to be in pain, ah. Song Zirou's roar pierced through the copper walls and echoed in the aisle. Her lower half of her body was already frozen off and she could only be dragged by 2 soldiers holding her arms. But even so, suffering from the pain, she was still hissing non-stop. And just a short distance after she was dragged, in the cell in front of her, a man was picking at the iron bars of the cell, staring at her in death. The person escorting her interrogator glanced at the person on the railing and opened his mouth with a cold smile. Your mom is here waiting for you. Song Zirou and Song Yunying looked at each other with 4 eyes. The hissing stopped instantly, and Song Zirou's entire person froze directly. And the people watching from the next 2 cells were all stunned and frozen by this scene. Song Zirou's body was covered in bright red bloodstains. With messy hair and a swollen face, she looked incomparably miserable. This miserable state caused everyone's hearts to be drenched in ice. They couldn't imagine what Song Zirou had gone through in these 3 days, but the horrifying thought had spread to every cell of their bodies. Su Dehua looked at Song Zirou and finally became completely disorganized. He inexplicably felt that there was a sword hanging over his head, and that the dust had settled on his fate. As for Song Yunying, who saw Song Zirou in such a state, at this moment, his eyes turned red and instantly exploded. P.S. Answering the most commented message question. Thanks for the anticipation, but it's impossible to instantly advance to the end of this episode. The laying of the author fungus will be laid out, the riot must let everyone cool explosion. The previous protagonist's life, the domestic situation, the international situation, and the situation of the scientific research community are gradually explained. This layout is perfect as possible, is to run to right along go, do not let everyone down.
Believe the author bacteria, the outline is complete. Stick to read on, the back will become more and more exciting day. In addition,
yesterday, the first big brother of the list, write more points, actually rewarded the gift of a full $124. The second big brother of the list, EXIN, who loves to eat steak and rice, the third big brother of the list, the shrewd and strong GXIN, also rewarded a lot.
There were also a lot of small gifts from everyone.
Really super shocked, also super touched. Today and tomorrow, the author bacteria will be more than 10,000 words of updates to give you all additional.
Chapter 67, The Judgment of Justice.
How could she not expect her daughter to become like this?
Didn't Su Dehua tell her that she had been sent back to school? Why would she be tortured into this miserable state?
She was enraged and furious.
You guys actually dare to touch her, you're looking for death. Song Yunying growled at the two soldiers, I will make you pay, no one will be spared.
Song Zirou was her favorite daughter, the whole of her life. As long as she could let her daughter grow up happily for the rest of her life, it was enough for her to watch.
For Song Zirou, she would do anything, but would never allow anyone to hurt her.
Every wound on her body you must pay back tenfold, the pain she suffered you need to hundredfold.
Pa!
Before Song Yunying could finish a sentence, the soldier had already slapped her in the face.
What a lot of words,
said the soldier as he pulled open the cell door and directly threw Song Zirou in. Song Yunying didn't say any more and rushed forward to hold her daughter in her arms. Her body was covered with wounds, those soft whiplashed wounds, bright red flesh turning outwards, dots of blood dripping down the ends of the wounds.
What kind of person did this? We have never been the only ones to hit others, no one has ever hit us.
Song Yunying looked at Song Zirou's heart filled with anger and opened his mouth to ask.
Yibei, it's that damnable Yibei. It's all because he sent someone to do it.
Song Zirou struggled to lean against the wall, red eyes, viciously said. The two words Yibei popped out of her mouth, biting her teeth and cackling. The thing that doesn't know how to die, I must make him pay the price in blood. To make him kneel and beg me to spare him. Song Yunying's eyes were filled with hatred and said with the same viciousness. The seed in his heart to take revenge on Yibei had been planted deeply and was growing rapidly into a huge tree. Then he turned his head to look at the surrounding crowd. A few corrupt officials had already been scared out of their wits and looked at Song Zirou with fear in their eyes. Having been in power for so many years, they knew that some of the tactics of the military department were terrifying. Unexpectedly, they actually did see such a case with their own eyes today, and fear made their hearts tremble madly. Su Dehua, Zhang Jiajings, and the others were also so frightened that they huddled in the corner, not daring to squeak. Scanning these people, Song Yunying knew that they all came in because of this incident.
This was not the time to blame them, they might be useful in the future.
The most important thing now is to appease them, stabilize these people's hearts, and then think of another way later. With a little thought in her heart, Song Yunying opened her mouth and spoke. Don't be alarmed, I have worked with you for many years, what storms have not passed through? Today this thing must be what ungrateful things do, Xingjing City bullet place still no one can take me how. Besides, once I disappear, Mr. will soon know about it, he only needs to contact the bigwigs in Kyoto, and we can leave right away. These things with eyes that don't recognize him Natai, I'll have them make good amends to everyone. Song Yunying spoke with a confident face and certainty. Her appeal was still strong, and after a few words, the crowd's expressions immediately changed. They nodded their heads in agreement, and hope once again rose in their hearts. On the other side, Lin Tianlei had thoroughly gone through all the arrest lists from this incident. Without checking, it really was a shock. It had taken 5 whole days. The list of arrests was dozens of pages long, so it was obvious how powerful this time was. In addition to those corrupt officials above, there are also a large number of various clowns who vilified Netstorm Yibei, as well as the crazy female Fist V blogger who brought the rhythm. Of course, pulling out the carrot brought out the mud, and there were also some people who had nothing to do with this matter, but were also heavily tainted, all of whom were arrested together. Except for those important big tigers who were with Song Yunying. The others had been directly handed over to the Ministry of Justice for trial and conviction. With Lin Tianlei's personal order, the sentencing of each of these dogs should be comparable to Zhang San. Closing the arrest list. Lin Tianlei's face was also very ugly. Days busy with international events, did not expect this behind so many rotten assholes, in the future must always be vigilant rectification. Sighing, Lin Tianlei alerted himself and said. Yes, these rotten shrimps cleaned up, the environment of the summer country can be clear up. Lu Yongping listened to Lin Tianlei's words and also opened his mouth to sigh. These years to strengthen the rectification and clean up, and so we retired, handed over to Yibei their hands, but also a clean and good summer country. Yes, have to give Yibei a good scepter, can't have it covered in filth. Prepare for the arraignment of Song Yunying. Lu Yongping put down the information in his hands and said, this big devil, today is her end. Lin Tianlei sniffed and nodded. Then he moved to go downstairs. At the same time, 10,000 miles away across the ocean,
in a luxurious villa with a beautiful environment.
In the study on the second floor, a middle-aged man with a hard face was unpacking a sealed document on the table. The item in front of him had been secretly transported from the Summer Kingdom by a special person from a long distance. The man's expression was grave as he stretched out his large hand and took out all the things inside the large file bag. The things inside were many and varied. In addition to all kinds of handwritten paper information, there were also all kinds of data printed out. It was densely filled with things that unusual people would not recognize. And there were also a lot of high-definition photos in it. If someone from the Empty Sky base came to see it at this time, they would be able to recognize it at a glance. Some of the things on this photo were exactly the corner of the base. With Madame and Xia as a cover, Mr.'s plan was progressing really fast. The thinly built male secretary next to him poured a cup of tea for the man and said respectfully, "Indeed, everything has been useful lately." The man took a sip of the tea made from the pure Xia Alpine de Hong Pao and nodded. However, in order for Prime Technology Group to climb to its current position, it also took a lot of effort and money. Compared to those inputs, these returns seemed slightly insufficient. The man's voice was light, but deep and smooth, making it impossible to understand his mood changes. The secretary stopped speaking and stood respectfully by the side, waiting for instructions at any time. Putting down his teacup, the man continued to scrutinize these materials sent to him. After reading them all, this was once again put back into the document bag. "Moses, make a copy and tell someone to send it to the family immediately." "Yes, I'll go and do it right away." The secretary named Moses picked up the document bag and respectfully answered. He then turned around and left the study. After dealing with this, the man then unhurriedly continued to pick up the tablet computer on the table and flip through the domestic internet platforms in Xia. In the last few days, his daughter's matter had still left him with palpitations, and he uneasily continued to check out the internet in Xia. Under the flip of his fingertips, a post advisory appeared before his eyes. The genius scientist, Yi Xia, is a loyal son of a hero, with a passion for his country. Bernard's invitation to Yi Xia was unsuccessful, and he was so angry that he showed his ugly face, putting heavy pressure on Xia again. The campus molestation incident is still going on. Boys should learn to respect women. I heard that a lot of female boxers have been captured. This time, the fishing boat is in big trouble. The Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation aircraft is 25 days away from liftoff, and the world's air and space patterns may change significantly. Stars and Stripes Space Agency's latest announcement will reveal an important notice affecting all of mankind next month. SMARC released the latest news: human development needs more satellites to guide them, and will continue to pursue the space dream. Scrolling through one post, the man mostly just skimmed down the title and scratched through it. Just as he was about to prepare to close his computer, suddenly, the next post caught his attention. It was the Manor Hotel. The man looked at the scene on the picture and recognized it at once. On the picture, a large number of soldiers held the place in a regiment. Some of them could even be seen being escorted onto military vehicles to be taken away. Taking another look at the title of the post, "Is the Manor Hotel combating pornography? So many people, it's so lively." This was a post taken by a passerby. However, a trace of uneasiness appeared in the man's heart. After all, this place was a very important den with a rather large backstage. It was naturally impossible for the anti-pornography and anti-piracy crackdown to sweep here, and it must be a heavyweight force that could move this place. Then check the content of the comments in the post. The man put down the tablet computer and dialed the secretary's phone. "Moses, immediately give me a check on the matter of the Manor Hotel in Xingjing City, be quick." "Yes." Moses immediately responded. Just when the man's heart was disturbed. At this moment, in the military prison in Xingjing City, Lin Tianlei led Lu Yongping, Chen and Wu and many people from the Ministry of Justice towards the interrogation room. This time, it was a formal trial, a just verdict. Chapter 68 Fear. No, this would never be possible. All the preparations had been made in the interrogation room. Everything was in place, just waiting for Lin Tianlei to personally come over for interrogation. At this moment in the prison, there were all sorts of important suspects regarding this matter, and hundreds of them were already locked up. And that wasn't even counting those who had crazily slandered Yi Bei. As a result, Li Minghui had also urgently mobilized 200 soldiers to guard and strengthen the control of the prison inmates. He was also on tenterhooks. This matter was on his own territory in Xingjing City, and if something went wrong, he would be the first one to be held accountable. Feel free to send people day and night to closely guard everything here to prevent accidents. As for the interrogation, it's not something he can be involved in anymore. Commander-in-Chief, the preparation for the interrogation has been completed and the arraignment can begin at any time. Li Minghui saluted Lin Tianlei, who was walking towards the interrogation room, and said. Lin Tianlei merely nodded, then walked past him and entered the door of the interrogation room. This interrogation room was much larger compared to before, a completely enclosed space. Inside, there were tables and chairs set up, as well as all sorts of materials needed for the interrogation, as well as several personnel specially assigned by Lin Tianlei.
Walking inside, the atmosphere in the interrogation room was very serious, allowing one to clearly be able to feel the importance and specialness of this interrogation. Lin Tianlei and Yongping were sitting side by side on the main seat. On the other seats on the side, people from Shangjing City's Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Law, and Ministry of Supervision were seated in turn. As for Chen Anwu, the interrogators from the Prison Management Department all stood behind them, ready to act on command. This interrogation gave off a rather oppressive feeling. The solemn scene made everyone not dare to breathe a single breath. And besides the two top big shots, Lin Tianlei and Yongping, there was also a person sitting next to them. This person's face was expressionless, and he sat calmly on the left side of the main seat in all directions. With so many people from the various ministries and academies on the scene, no one knew where he had come from. But Lin Tianlei and Yongping knew. This person was an inspector commissioner sent down directly from Kyoto, specializing in assisting in the investigation and trial, and had the right to participate in any process. After everyone had arrived and taken their seats, Lin Tianlei then looked at the information in front of him and opened his mouth to announce the start of the trial. The arraignment of Confronting Yunying and all the heavily corrupt personnel. Immediately after his words fell, someone walked out of the interrogation room, directly heading to the cells where the suspects were being held. Don't worry, everyone, there's nothing that can't be solved with Mr.'s hand. With me in Shangjing City, he'll never be able to turn the tables. In the cell, Confronting Yunying was still pumping chicken blood into the crowd to keep their hopes up. But footsteps suddenly came from the aisle. This caused the nerves of the crowd to tense up once again, and one by one, they all looked outside. Any movement of the wind here now made their hearts shake. A few seconds later, 6 or 7 soldiers walked over, their gazes sweeping over the crowd in the cell. Afterwards, they opened the cell door and directly took Confronting Yunying and a few others out. Including Su Dehua inside the next cell, he was also taken away together. Several people were escorted out of the cell by the powerful interrogator, and each of them turned pale with fear. What is this taking us for? Someone was so scared that he answered the question in succession. To be interrogated. Someone opened his mouth and coldly responded. Hearing these words, the faces of several large corrupt officials instantly became panicked. They were all important people in this interrogation, and so was Su Dehua. As for the other school leaders, and those small corrupt officials, they were all small fishes and shrimps that didn't have a chance to be interrogated by Lin Tianlei. All of them had been handed over to the Ministry of Justice to be specially tried. Collective trial? Confronting Yunying didn't panic much and was the first to react, wondering. Her words instantly woke up the few big corrupt officials next to her. They were all people who had seen this kind of thing before, and all of them felt a bit unbelievable at this moment. After all, collective interrogation is a chance for collusion. Interrogation is almost never a collective arraignment. What's going on today? Several people were confused, all of them didn't know what this interrogation was up to. But it was not their turn to think too much. The soldiers had already escorted them quickly towards the interrogation room. Soon, several people were brought into the interrogation room. Pushing them all to the center of the interrogation room, the soldiers retreated to the back once again. The several corrupt officials were still quite frank when they first entered the interrogation room. But when they turned their heads and saw the person sitting on the interrogation seat, their faces instantly changed drastically. Commander Lin. Someone was so frightened that their voice trembled as they directly screamed out. There was no one among them who didn't recognize this kind of top-tier figure. Grand Commander Lin Tianlei of the Summer Kingdom's Air and Sky Army. This name was a name that ordinary people felt heavily when they heard it. Not to mention the fact that they were veterans who had been in the official world for many years. For Lin Tianlei's strength position, it was absolutely clear to the point where it couldn't be any clearer. He was an authority that could never be questioned. In just one look, a few corrupt officials were scared out of their wits. Their mental qualities were already good enough, but at this moment, they still instantly collapsed. The original slightly panicked faces suddenly turned white, and the hopes they had previously placed in Confronting Yunying shattered on the spot. They finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The Grand Commander of the Air and Space Army was personally interrogated, and the President of the Supreme Scientific Research Institute accompanied the trial. This was simply the rhythm of death. This Hebei's matter was far beyond their expectations. This matter had blown up the sky. Just this 1 or 2 seconds of time, just a glance at each other. A few corrupt officials only felt their legs soften, and then they directly fell to their knees with a thud. This surprising move made Confronting Yunying, who was still observing the surroundings next to him, immediately realized that something was wrong. When she turned back to look at Lin Tianlei, she felt bad in her heart. This man with a majestic face in front of her, she actually couldn't recognize him for a moment. Over the years, she had been in contact with things in the scientific research world, and had very little involvement with the military, so she had never paid any attention to the affairs of the military department. At this moment, looking at Lin Tianlei, she eagerly searched her mind's memory, but she didn't have the slightest impression. Su Dehua looked at the figure in front of him and couldn't recognize who he was either. After all, even military enthusiasts who usually read these often Suddenly, someone asked you who the commander-in-chief of the Air and Space Army of Xia was? Who is the commander-in-chief of the Ocean Army? You wouldn't be able to tell. Not to mention Song Yunying and Su Dehua, who had never been in contact. But although he didn't recognize Lin Tianlei, Su Dehua knew these corrupt officials in front of him. These were all big leaders at the state level, with a lot of power. But the fact that they just took one look at the person in the main seat and directly fell to their knees in a paralyzed state, that meant that this person must be in existence higher than them. That would be the high-level figure from Kyoto. With a slight thought in his mind, Su Dehua was struck with a cold shiver of fear. Then he immediately followed them and knelt down together. He was the most powerless and lowly person within these people. All this time, he had been scared to death, and at this moment, when he thought that the one who had come was a big shot from Kyoto, he was completely terrified. Kneeling down on the ground, he directly began to kowtow frantically. While kowtowing, he wailed loudly, wrong sir, spare my life, sir." This godlike operation of Su Dehua happened without warning. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Song Yunying was even dumbfounded on the spot. After doing half a day's thought work, she never expected the Su Dehua to be so timid and incompetent. As soon as he came in, he was directly scared into this appearance. Looking at their appearance, her heart felt even more intense uneasiness. While Su Dehua opened his mouth to cry out for justice, Lin Tianlei looked at it and ignored it. This kind of waste stuff, he was really too lazy to clean up. Next to him, however, Chen Anwu directly stood out and opened his mouth with a cold smile, shouting for injustice? "What have you wronged?" Said, "Will table information a hand pick up, directly read out." Su Dehua, 20xx years and Song Yunying acquaintance 5 years time, all the way to rapid promotion, in the Song Zirou into the Shangjing University reading a year before, coincidentally transferred to the president of Shangjing University. In July 20xx, shortly after the end of the college entrance examination, Song Yunying, in the name of congratulating your son on his new marriage, had people give you a share of $8 million, and put forward a request to agree to Song Zirou's enrollment in Shangjing University as a special student. You accepted the $8 million and showed up at Morton's apartment in Shangjing City that night to celebrate the night with your lover named Tao Shouwan. Is that right? Chen Anwu asked with a cold voice, looking down at Edward Su. His words were not loud, but when they fell into Su Dehua's ears, it was like a thunderous explosion. How could they know so clearly? Even knowing what he went to do at night and who he was with, this was simply too unbelievable. It was as if everything, all of it, was under their surveillance. Su Dehua was horrified, but then immediately and loudly defended himself. "It's not my fault, it's all Song Yunying, it's all because she forced me, my son is getting married, I can't help it if I don't accept it." But Chen Anwu didn't care about his defense. Rather, he went on to open his mouth. Song Zirou arrived at Shangjing University just 10 days ago and clashed with a member of the student council and beat the student and hospitalized him, fracturing his ribs and forcing him to take time off from school for treatment. But the matter is changed in your hands. Song Yunying donated 300,000 yuan to you in the name of building a library, and you once again used your authority to bend the law, expelling the student on the grounds that he was the first to take the initiative in bullying the freshman and causing a negative impact. The third-year student council member, more than 10 years of hard work, all the future all in vain, and finally suffered from severe depression. This matter was suppressed by you, even the slightest ripple did not provoke, and even the whole school cannot be known. After all, when it happened was late at night in the classroom, and even the monitoring are gone. You this favoritism, a single hand, the ability to mutilate students is very powerful. Chen Wuan said coldly with a cold face and a bit of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Su Dehua's face instantly changed drastically, staring in horror. No, it can't be, this is never possible. Chapter 69 Scared Mad Principal. Gift Plus. Su Dehua looked at Chen Anwu in horror, his heart panicked. Hurriedly shaking his head and waving his hands in denial. He was really scared this time, this matter they actually knew? A few years ago, that student was the one who he had specialized in solving this matter privately, and no one knew about it except Song Zirou, the person in question, and him. There wasn't even half a whisper in the school. It was only later that he sent out a notice himself and expelled the student. No one but them knew the truth. That student also died of depression long ago. But now, Chen Anwu actually told the truth in such detail. How could his heart not be afraid? In addition to this matter, during Song Zirou's school years, you handled a total of 30 times for her. Every single thing was not a good thing: bullying classmates, torturing and hurting others, damaging all sorts of things, anything and everything. But as the president of Shangjing University, you actually ignored the facts. Will be all black and all dealt with, not at all put the fairness and justice, not put the law and morality in the eyes. Every time something happens, Song Yunying's donations are delivered on time, and occasionally there are special programs for you to earn some extra money, which you gladly take over, and have been doing ugly things for her, hurting innocent students. Over the years, you have received more than $16 million in bribes and 7 or 8 large and small projects from her. This money buried your conscience all into the intestines. Chen Anwu said, his eyes incomparably cold, looking at Su Dehua.
A handful of information in his hand with evidence all smashed on his head. The papers and documents were scattered all over the place. Su Dehua was terrified to the extreme, frantically turning over the information and evidence on the ground, just like a dog. This can't be, this must all be fake, this is someone who is victimizing me. Su Dehua screamed shrilly, the whole person was terrified to the extreme. Wide-eyed, he lay on the ground and kept talking, saliva falling from the corner of his mouth onto the ground, like a mad dog. He rejected all this evidence, all these facts. But with everything just laid out in front of his eyes, his heart completely collapsed, and his entire being was completely desperate. Next to him, several corrupt officials watched it all happen. Hearing Chen Anwu say everything in such detail, they all stared in shock. Now they completely understood. The military hadn't been afraid of them colluding on their confessions from the start, so it didn't matter if they were locked up together. The reason for such a bold collective arraignment was because they didn't need to be interrogated at all. But looking at Lin Tianlei's stance, looking at the people from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Supervision next to him, they came to a realization. Instead of an interrogation, it was more like a trial. There was no need for any of their sophistry or lies. All the evidence had already been nailed to the iron plate, and when they opened their mouths, it was a righteous judgment. They were arraigned here to directly face the judgment of the law. The panic in the eyes of several corrupt officials was magnifying. The gazes towards Lin Tianlei were filled with endless fear. A rare fear began to appear in Song Yunying's heart as well. Su Dehua was the one who pulled out to break down their psychological quality, making them completely despair and collapse all their defenses. And before she could continue to think deeply, Su Dehua, who was lying on the ground, suddenly began to go crazy. For so many years he was a person who was greedy and afraid of death, and at this moment, faced with so many serious crimes, he collapsed. His fragile psychological defenses completely collapsed. Suddenly turning around, he hugged Song Yunying's calf and screamed loudly. All because of her. If it wasn't Song Yunying, if it wasn't her bribing, how could I have gotten into so many things? If it wasn't for her sending her daughter to my school out of necessity, how could so many people be hurt by her daughter? It's all her fault, it's all Song Yunying's fault, she forced me to do all of this. I really didn't commit any crime. If I didn't do it, Song Yunying threatened to hurt my family, I really had no choice. All of this was Song Yunying's idea. She deliberately dragged me into this. She made all the mistakes, she took all the blame. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault. I didn't want the money. She forced it on me. She threatened me if I didn't take it. She's the one who's been hurting me all along. Let me go. I really don't want to do this. Su Dehua was madly spilling his guts and roaring, going all out to put all the blame on Song Yunying's head. Shouting, he suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at Chen Wuan standing next to him, and hurriedly begged, I can be a witness, I can identify all of Song Yunying's evil deeds. I'll be a witness, I want to prosecute this despicable bad woman, give me a chance, I want to atone for my sins, I want to atone for my sins. Su Dehua pleaded eagerly towards Chen Anwu. But Chen Anwu looked at him and was not moved in the slightest. Seeing that Chen Anwu was not dynamic, Su Dehua hurriedly pointed at a few corrupt officials next to him and called out that he is a total bad guy, he has received much more bribes than me. Song Yunying treated him like a superior guest. This guy, he had a drug deal with Song Yunying, I've seen their white powder deal with my own eyes. And him. Su Dehua was incomparably frantic, pointing at one corrupt official after another and frantically prosecuting and identifying them. At this moment, he only thinks about how to keep himself alive. He didn't care about anything else. As long as he could be sentenced to even 1 year less, he was willing to betray everyone. But before his crazy bite could start for a few sentences, the corrupt official next to him instantly became anxious. Jumping up directly, he kicked Su Dehua out and rolled several times on the ground. He was really going to be pissed off and scared out of his mind as well. Nonsense, there is no such thing as those things, you are slandering our innocence. You're going to be sentenced, it's useless for you to bite the bullet. The corrupt official roared loudly in a hurry. Su Dehua, who was kicked out, lay on the ground, covering himself and grimacing in pain. The other corrupt officials were scared half to death. Their hearts raced as they looked at Su Dehua in anger and horror. One of them looked at the corrupt official who kicked Su Dehua with extreme dissatisfaction. This behavior of his was tantamount to a weak heart, directly equivalent to letting them confess without a fight. He was immediately angry and cursed at this guy, that guy is sick in the head, nonsense, Commander Lin will find out clearly, why do you need to talk more? We are clean and innocent for the country and the people, everything will be proved, the Department of Justice will not absolutely wrong us. The other corrupt official next to him also hurriedly followed to stand out and shouted curses. At once, several people stirred into a ball and imploded in the interrogation room. Song Yunying looked at these guys, and in his heart, he really hated being able to kick them to death. What a bunch of stupid pigs. Just as these corrupt officials were desperately arguing, suddenly, there was a loud boom. The table of the main interrogation seat was directly kicked over. Lin Tianlei, who had been silent all this time, stared angrily at these assholes to the extreme, lawless things, and couldn't bear it any longer at all. His eyes were filled with unrivaled rage, directly kicking over the interrogation table and roaring angrily.
Brainless thing, wanting to cover up your heinous crime like this? I tell you, no one can escape today. P.S. Today broke 10,000 words plus more. Super touched by everyone's gift support for the author bacteria. Give the list a big brother, write more points, again raise the card. The plot has already given everyone relief, cool up. In front of the gas how long, we behind the cool how long, believe me. Finally. Begging for everyone's small gifts Chapter 70, there's plenty of evidence you want.
Lin Tianlei roared, directly shocking everyone present. The few corrupt officials all trembled in fear, and the noise instantly disappeared. The kind of aura emanating from Lin Tianlei's body, the kind of pressure that only military people had, made them fearful in their hearts. All of them immediately closed their mouths, not daring to make a sound. However, a few people's hearts began to calculate at this moment, and it could be said that they each had their own agenda. Song Yunying had been silent, quietly observing everything. Looking at Lin Tianlei, she had some doubts in her heart. She always felt that all of these things were done to her, to try and dismantle her psychological front. Making her mindset, which was still stubborn to fight, collapse amidst all this intimidation. In this way, she would not be able to attack herself and become a lamb for them to slaughter at will. Thinking about all this, Song Yunying had some inferences in her mind. They seemed to be coming on strong, but I'm afraid that they simply didn't have any evidence of her in their hands. After all, everything she had done had been cleaned up. Wanting to catch her traces and handles would really be harder than climbing up to heaven. To do so was to let her reveal her own cracks. Or maybe they just had another purpose. Several corrupt officials were also muttering a bit in their hearts at the moment. Because they had also all cleaned up their hands and feet quite cleanly, even if they copied the house, they couldn't find any traces of evidence. However, this situation makes their hearts tremble, and for a while they all have their own thoughts. In this whole scene, only Su Dehua really kneeled down. All of his everything was revealed, the evidence was conclusive, there was no room for half a bit of sophistry. The way Song Yunying was looking at him at the moment, she didn't treat him as a person at all. The meaning in that gaze seemed to be that it would be better for him to die right now. Su Dehua despaired, completely and utterly seeing through the ruthlessness and cruelty of Song Yunying and the others. In a real crisis, he would be kicked away immediately. Even if they were implicated, they would be secretly exterminated at any time. The despair in Su Dehua's heart was magnifying infinitely. Finally, at a certain critical point it all turned into bitter remorse. Over the years, materialistic desires had blinded him. For the sake of money and power, he did countless bad and evil things against his conscience, and helped Song Yunying wash the ground countless times. And today, retribution came, bringing his life to an end. Everything he was obsessed with is gone. He's completely finished. It's my own fault. I'm the one who's obsessed. I'm guilty of helping such a vicious person do so many harmful things. In order to curry favor with Song Yunying, I flattered Song Zirou and went along with everything, hurting those innocent students in order to make her life better. I'm sorry for them. Song Zirou, a brainless trash, relying on Song Yunying's power to do wrong. When the slightest thing doesn't go her way, she brutalizes her students and acts recklessly. It's her, it's all her, she provoked Yi Bei, causing me to fall into this situation. If it wasn't for her, I would never have offended this person who I can never offend. I should have thought that Yi Bei is not an ordinary person. Why did I touch him? Why? I hate myself, it's all my fault. If I wasn't greedy in the first place, I would still be my faculty advisor now. How could I not have gotten to this state? Su Dehua kneeled on the ground and cried bitterly, regretting everything he had done, angrily slapping himself. At this moment, he finally understood everything. He regretted the evil things he had done in the past, and even more regretted that he had provoked the mysterious and unpredictable Yi Bei. The sound of crying echoed in the interrogation room, as if it was the last confession of a condemned prisoner before his execution. That sound made the hearts of the few corrupt officials present feel hairy and panicked. The gazes that looked toward Su Dehua all carried a deep fear. Although Song Yunying was also a bit flustered in her heart, she was obviously much better than the others. After walking on this road for so many years, and having fought in lawsuits for I don't know how many times, her psychological quality was exceptionally strong. At this moment, coldly looking at everything around her, her heart remained steady. At this current scene, the few corrupt officials had obviously started to get scared. She knew that to preserve herself she had to stabilize them, otherwise if they opened their mouths and confessed, they would have to be one more threat to herself. This more than 20 years, she has done those things, every one of them cleanly wiped out the evidence, has always been careful, she believes that she absolutely will not have problems in handle. With that, she immediately put on an attitude and opened her mouth to cheer them up. Also let Lin Tianlei see that he is definitely not that good to deal with. There is no need to be like this, you kicked over the table cannot scare me, I am not afraid of you with a righteous heart and body. I also want to tell you first, we are legitimate common people, we have not done anything illegal and disorderly, please do not sling labels and slander.
Song Yunying sank his heart and looked straight at Lin Tianlei without fear.
Opening her mouth with a straight face, she looked quite courageous. But as soon as she said this, Lin Tianlei shook with rage. A despicable villain who had used his power to harm the country and the people, and had done countless unlawful things. Now actually in front of him, so righteously saying that she was a kind and lawful citizen, a good citizen of society. These words coming out of her mouth were truly enraging.
Audacious!
Lin Tianlei shouted in shocking anger, frightening the corrupt officials all to withdraw a step backward, nearly falling to their knees again with weak legs. Staring at Song Yunying, Lin Tianlei spoke with incomparable anger. In 24 years, you have committed 36 cases, big and small. Offering and accepting bribes, colluding with foreign forces, illegally transferring state-owned assets, and participating in cross-border huge money laundering. Manipulating the media to smear others, damaging the international image of Xia, buying and killing people, smuggling and selling drugs, tax evasion.
How dare you say you haven't committed any crimes? You've committed countless crimes. Lin Tianlei said everything, one by one.
At this moment, he was staring at Song Yunying with a murderous aura in his eyes. He was a soldier, a person who couldn't see anyone harming the Xia kingdom the most. Everything in Xia was not easy to come by, and every time he saw someone hurting him, his heart was like a knife. As for Song Yunying, just one person had committed so many heinous crimes and was so aggressive.
If it wasn't for her single-handedly indulging the spoiled Song Zirou, how could Ji be smeared by so many people?
A simple molestation slur had instantly swept away his squeaky clean reputation, cursed by countless people, and had his name linked to molesters.
Even now, all the news of everything was gone, there were no more things about Ji on the internet. But in people's hearts, Ji was still that molester, still that bastard who molested his schoolmate.
Even these things were circulated to the extranet, and it made the image of Xiagua suffer. That was also the image of a great nation that countless diplomats, countless scientific research experts, countless soldiers, and countless people had built up step by step with their own hands. All of this, deep down the reason behind it, was all done by Song Yunying's own hands.
At this moment, in the face of this vicious person, how could he not be angry?
A murderous aura boiled in his eyes, and a few corrupt officials were too scared to raise their heads again after just one look. They were truly scared in their hearts. A reckless man like Lin Tianlei who had fought in a war, if he was really angry, I'm afraid he would really pull out his gun.
Moreover, many of Song Yunying's crimes that he had mentioned were unknown to them.
Just pick out a collusion with foreign forces, that is a crime that can really be shot off.
Several people looked fearful, and their legs couldn't stop trembling.
Song Yunying listened to these but was not the slightest bit moved, and even looked calm. These were indeed there, she knew it very well in her own heart.
But what about the evidence?
She was confident that she had cleaned up all the evidence, they couldn't find it. Now that Lin Tianlei was so furious, it showed even more that they had no backbone. The more there was no evidence to prove that they had committed a crime, the more incompetent and furious they would become. After all, in her opinion, if she really had evidence, she would have already been sentenced, which would still engage in this interrogation thing. Song Yunying thought, her heart growing more and more confident. Looking at Lin Tianlei's gaze without the slightest bit of fear, even snorted, and opened her mouth, having said so much, where is your evidence? Her face was arrogant, completely carved out of the same mold as Song Zirou. The law of the summer country speaks of evidence. Without evidence this is a false accusation, I can completely go to the Department of Justice to sue you. Lin Tianlei was originally furious. But now looking at such a rampant Song Yunying, the whole person laughed.
Just this kind of thing, but also backwards to sue him? Lin Tianlei laughed. Evidence? There is plenty of evidence that you want. Chapter 71 this time is really dead. Bring me up.
Lin Tianlei shouted to the outside.
Immediately afterward, someone left the interrogation room and flew off.
It didn't take long to escort a stocky man in. The man was wearing handcuffs and shackles, and walked in from the interrogation room with a series of clanging bells. The moment the man came in, Song Yunying's gaze moved over. In the first instant of seeing him, Song Yunying was confused.
Scar. She thought of many people, how could she not expect this guy to appear here as a witness?
Her heart was quite shocked. After all, the relationship between Scar and her could all be very special.
Lin Tianlei looked at Scarface as he walked in and indifferently opened his mouth. Speak.
Scarface had a look of fear on his face and nodded repeatedly. Glancing fearfully at Song Yunying, he opened his mouth with a trembling voice and, I met Song Yunying 7 years ago. At that time she was already the chairman of the board of directors. At that time, I was desperate. Song Yunying gave me $150,000, let me kill Lu Origin. After the person killed, Song Yunying sent someone to deal with all the things behind the clean. From then on I followed her to do things. Over the years in Shengjing City, I have helped her do a total of hundreds of things of all sizes, many of which are threats to force others. Each time, I was able to get more than $100,000 in payment. And Song Zirou also often looked for me to do things for her. Before and after the beating of more than a dozen times Shengjing University students, every time Song Yunying will more or less treat point me and brothers. Just a few days ago, Song Yunying also looked for me to let me help her to create a kidnapping case of the son of the chairman of the Cologne Group, promised to give me 500,000 yuan of compensation. Just things have not been done. I was arrested in. That thing you guys asked me about, the murder case in 15 years, is indeed my hands to do. That thing Song Yunying is the mastermind. Scarface recalled the things that happened before and told all that he knew one by one. The moment Scarface said this, his spirit seemed to be in a bit of a trance. In the past few days, his mind had already been thoroughly messed with by the interrogators. Everything that should have been said and shouldn't have been said had been said. As Song Yunying listened to his words, the expression on her face gradually began to grow angry, and her heart began to become alarmed. She had thought about which people would betray her, but she had never thought that this guy who had sold himself out would betray her. Her betrayal made Song Yunying furious. Over the years, Scarface had taken at least $20 million from her, sucking on fine, good flour that he himself had provided. Moreover, he had been given all sorts of secret things to do over the years and trusted him quite a bit. Never in a million years did she expect that it was this kind of person who actually betrayed her in the end. Song Yunying glared at Scarface with an angry gaze as if she wanted to kill him. Nonsense, what are you babbling about? What connection do I have with you? You're a street gangster who can cross paths with the chairman of my big conglomerate? It's a joke. Are you trying to frame me to atone for your sins? Do you think a punk like you deserves a penny of my money? Don't talk nonsense here, street trash, go away. Song Yunying cursed angrily, not recognizing that she was related to him in the slightest. Song Yunying was not a little cutie. She was truly angry, or else she wouldn't have even cursed him. She knew very well that if she said the wrong thing here today, she could be caught in the act. She was definitely not going to give Lin Tianlei a chance. There wasn't any physical evidence yet, which meant that they didn't have any evidence at all. This made her heart feel even more at ease. If she wanted to use these people to blackmail her, don't even think about it, she would die without admitting it. Lin Tianlei had been closely watching Song Yunying the entire time. Seeing that she was still composed, he pulled out the gun on his waist and pointed it at the scarred face next to him. Committing murder and killing, you don't have to wait much longer, you can go to hell now. After saying that, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud and powerful gunshot rang out in the interrogation room. Then, a thumb-thin hole was punched out of Scarface's heart. The bullet that hit him this time was no longer a Frigga bullet with an anesthetic effect. The 556mm steel cord bullet directly tore his heart into pieces. A large amount of blood gushed out from his chest, instantly staining the entire upper half of his body. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nostrils. He didn't even make a sound, the pupils of his eyes rapidly dilated, and he fell straight backward onto the floor. The body smashed against the floor with a dull sound. This scene scared Song Yunying so much that she retreated several steps backward, her eyes in a state of shock. How could she not expect Lin Tianlei to actually directly pull out a gun and kill someone? This was too terrifying. The few corrupt officials next to her screamed out in terror. One by one, they retreated even faster than Song Yunying, afraid that if they leaned too close to Lin Tianlei, the next bullet would shoot into their chest. With a single shot, Lin Tianlei waved his hand. Several soldiers pulled up Scarface's body and dragged him out. Not dying? You won't be able to wash away your sins. Lin Tianlei turned his head to look at Song Yunying and spoke with incomparably icy coldness. This time, in the face of Lin Tianlei's words, there was no longer the same arrogance in her eyes as before. The intimidation of this shot made her heart tremble with fear. However, it was a matter of her life and death, so she still summoned up her courage and exited to retort, I didn't commit a crime, how could I be guilty? This gangster punk's side of the story can't convict me yet. Song Yunying's voice with a little imperceptible trembling, still incomparably confident. 15 years of murders, one of your most brutal cases, conspiring to brutally kill the old boss of Chidong Technology Group, what Chidong? Do you think the law will spare you as a murderer? Lin Tianlei still said coldly. I'm murdered? Simply a fantasy, that matter has long been tried in the Ministry of Justice, all those things have nothing to do with me, you do not believe in the mouth, blood. Song Yunying faced Lin Tianlei's questioning and still responded confidently. This matter, she is the most confident. Everything she had cleaned up, not even a fingerprint or a hair was left behind. It was absolutely impossible to find any traces, let alone evidence. Now facing Lin Tianlei, she had absolute confidence. Listening to her words, Lin Tianlei didn't pay any attention. Instead, he picked up the documents on the table and looked at the several corrupt officials next to her. The moment Lin Tianlei's gaze fell, the several people's complexions visibly panicked. That shot just now was really about to scare the piss out of a few of them. The only person who dared to use the power of life and death like this without fear of punishment was this top-tier big shot in front of him. In his eyes, if they also committed a capital offense, they could likewise be shot directly. Several people were terrified in their hearts. In the next second, Lin Tianlei's strong voice entered their ears. Geng Jingyuan, the Minister of Justice of Jianzhou, has been in office for 10 years, taking bribes of 68 million yuan and creating 37 cases of various types and sizes of injustice.
Knowing the law and violating the law, the offense is aggravated.
Lin Tianlei, the Minister of Trade of Jinzhou, smuggled high-grade foreign luxury goods in collaboration with many people in 3 years, sold confidential customs information, and also smuggled 3 tons of prohibited drugs, distributing them all over the country for profiteering.
To be an official and harm the people is an unforgivable crime.
Gu Haiyang, the director of the Jinzhou Project Department, accepted a bribe of $130 million. Using the name of another person, he actually controls the operation of the Zhuangyan Hotel, invites false bids, buys and sells all kinds of projects, and colludes with people from outside the country to shelter them. Corruption of the law, collaboration with the enemy, and harm to the country.
You think you can't find out all these things? You and Son Yunying have been enriching yourselves for years, harming the country and the people. How many times do you think you can be shot according to the law?
Lin Tianlei finished angrily and slammed a huge pile of evidence and information in his hand on their heads. Inside were all detailed records of crimes. In addition to photos, there was also some video evidence stored on a flash drive.
Now all of them were directly placed in front of them.
The several people who had been lucky just now, at this moment, their complexion changed drastically, and they were all confused.
All of their asses were wiped very clean. How could so much evidence be found out?
This was simply impossible. Deng Jingyuan was completely paralyzed with fear, looking at the evidence all over the ground with fear in his eyes. The hearts of the other two had also been filled with fear. Deng Jingyuan, Lin Tianlei, and Gu Haiyang. With every sound that fell from Lin Tianlei, a few people trembled in fear. The 3 of them fell limply to their knees, their hearts beating at a rapidly accelerating rate, causing their faces to redden and cold sweat to flow unceasingly. The 3 people's fear was truly extreme at this moment, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. No one dared to raise their heads to look at Lin Tianlei for even a single glance. As a state-level governor, he was using his authority to harm the country and the people, and he hadn't put the Xia state in his eyes at all.
What crime should be committed?
Lin Tianlei stared at the 3 people who had fallen to their knees and questioned angrily. Lin Tianlei was shaken by the sound and directly fainted on the spot, instantly collapsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. The other 2 people's bodies were shaking more and more, drops of sweat falling down the tip of their noses to the ground non-stop. They were fearful and desperate in their hearts.
At the same time, they were also very puzzled and confused. Why was there so much evidence?
And Lin Tianlei looked at them as if he could guess what they were thinking. Smiling coldly, he opened his mouth and said, "To know your crimes so clearly, Son Yunying has taken credit. In addition to the huge amount of cash on the ceiling of her house, there is also your information, all organized into a book for me to prepare. Thanks to her, otherwise it would have taken a lot of time to find out about you bastards," Lin Tianlei said, pushing the other evidence on the table to the ground as well. Listening to Lin Tianlei's words, looking at the clear and detailed evidence all over the floor, Son Yunying panicked. But on the surface, he still tried his best to smooth himself out. After all of this evidence belonged to them, the corrupt officials, and was recorded by herself as a handle. The things above are not related to her in the slightest. What bribery? She wouldn't be stupid enough to write down who gave them bribes. Who did she collude with to smuggle drugs? With whom did they join forces to create wrongful convictions? Son Yunying would never make such a low-level mistake. If she hadn't prepared in advance, she wouldn't have been caught with all this information. This time the incident happened suddenly, she didn't even prepare to clean up and prepare, it was considered a serious mistake. So at this moment when the 3 were revealed, she didn't panic too much. As for the 3 people kneeling on the ground, at this moment, listening to Lin Tianlei's words, they completely understood everything. They themselves had indeed wiped everything clean, but Son Yunying hadn't, and had specifically collected it all. She must have wanted to use them to threaten them in times of crisis. This evidence was the best handle, her city and mind were really too deep. The 3 of them were deceived. Understanding this, the 3 of them were almost heaving with rage. Turning their heads to look at Son Yunying, their faces were livid. Chapter 72, Sinking the Injustice. Nothing would have happened to any of them originally. But Son Yunying had actually hidden the evidence and let them all be directly finished. The 3 of them were completely enraged and frantic. "You snake, you actually hid evidence and tried to get us all killed. It's all your fault. We'd never be like this without you. You'd have to die first. After all I've done for you, you still want to kill me and us, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Son Yunying, I'll kill you, you've caused me so much misery." The 3 men looked hideous and cursed angrily. At this moment, they looked like Su Dehua, who had just gone crazy and biting. However, Son Yunying's face did not change, not listening to a single word of their words at all. No matter how much they cursed, they still had an icy and merciless gaze. Several people knew that scolding her would not be of the slightest use other than to vent their anger. At that moment, they all turned to look at Lin Tianlei on the interrogation seat, and one by one, they all excitedly pointed at Son Yunying and opened their mouths. "I know a lot of things about her, I want to be a tainted witness, I want to expose her. This is all because Son Yunying made me do it, she is a demon, not only has she done more bad things than she can count.
Her crimes are far worse than mine. She should die first. I'm going to sue her. I'm going to report you, you smuggled white powder, you're going to die with us, you won't get away with it. The three men looked incomparably terrified. Obviously, they already knew they were finished this time. So they wanted to take Song Yunying away with them, to die together. But in the face of all this, Song Yunying had a calm face. She had already experienced being betrayed a long time ago, so she was never afraid. Evidence? You're all talking about prosecuting me? Where's your evidence? Without evidence, who are you to say I broke the law? Crazy dog-like thing, garbage. Song Yunying opened her mouth to question with incomparable candor and confidence. She was now completely convinced that she hadn't been caught in the act. Slowly a smile actually began to appear on her face. It was a ruthless arrogant sneer. Looking at this gesture of hers, Lin Tianlei's brows frowned slightly. This was different from what he had planned in his mind. However, with things having come to this, he wouldn't be ambiguous about bringing witnesses. With an order, immediately, a soldier brought in the witnesses. In the past few days of investigation, quite a few serious things were found out. The most serious and tragic of them all is the tragic murder of Gui Qidong in 15 years. This time, they brought in the people involved in the Gui Qidong case to give them justice and fairness today. Let the injustice be cleared, that's what they're going to do. The door to the interrogation room was pulled open and several people walked in. Song Yunying looked in the direction of the doorway, but it was only a glance that made her immediately move her gaze away from the incoming people. She remembered all of these people, and it was inevitable that her heart was a little weak against them. The people who walked in were the wife of Gui Qidong, the chairman of Qidong Technology Group, and the lawyer who had been a part of this matter. Several people came in. Lin Tianlei did not hesitate. Straight away, he nodded his head and let them begin to restore the entire incident of that year. The murderer is here, boldly, no need to be afraid. Lin Tianlei had only finished speaking when Song Yunying immediately opened his mouth. Don't just slander, I'm not some murderer. It's not your turn to speak yet. Lin Tianlei's gaze was icy cold. His heart hated this guy more and more. If not for other purposes, he would have already shot this guy. Speak up. Lin Tianlei glanced at the few people next to him. The two witnesses nodded and opened their mouths to speak. I'm Gui Qidong's widow. After he was killed in 15 years, the group has been on a downward spiral, having been squeezed out and robbed of more than 90% of the customer market by the Prime Technology Group, and is now completely relegated to a small, unimpressive company. On September 14, 15 years, on the day he was killed, a very large state-owned trade in Xia needed investment cooperation. At that time to participate in the full hundreds of large technology companies, after all, this huge cooperation order worth 30 billion, will completely leap into the largest domestic technology company giant. One of the most competitive is our startup group and Prime Group. My husband those days day and night for this matter to do program, made a very excellent program design. There is an extremely large hope to reach this time the cooperation. And Song Yunying learned of this matter after quite read, in order to be able to not let us press on her head to steal this good opportunity, in the cooperation will start the day. On the road that my husband had to take to go to the cooperative meeting, a cement tanker was sent to run the red light on purpose, and my husband was killed directly on the spot. Without my husband's competition on the day of the cooperative meeting, Song Yunying took this huge cooperative opportunity very smoothly. By the time we recovered from the pain of losing our loved ones, Song Yunying had already made a dashing leap. And we went to the security bureau to pursue the murderer, and the result of the investigation was also the driver's DUI, running a red light accident and hitting a person. DUI crash accident, even the death penalty cannot be sentenced. The driver directly on the spot pleaded guilty. Was the security bureau directly take away sentencing to prison? Soon after the incident, I specifically went to investigate a trip. This driver or poor people should have been in this incident after the loss of all the money is right, but his family but instead became rich. He was in jail, but his family moved to the city. It's so unusual. And in this case, I went on to file a complaint to reopen the case, but the end result was still a DUI hit and run, and the sentence could not be changed. I again reported the suspicion of their family's outrageous wealth to the Justice Department for review. The result was that their family suddenly found an ancient painting which was sold for a full $6 million and got so much money. I continued to track down. That painting is not at all valuable. Ancient paintings is a pair of late Qing dynasty things. Experts told me that at most worth 100,000 yuan. How could all this be so coincidental? Wasn't this created by Song Yunying? Wasn't it her secret murder? She is the real culprit who killed my husband, the mastermind behind the scenes. She's the one who bought the murder and used the ancient painting and the DUI to cover up the truth of the purchase. What I'm saying about all this is the real truth. Gui Qidong's widow stared at Song Yunying and spelled it all out. This truth that had been buried for years was finally being told in the open at this moment. But as her words fell, Song Yunying's face did not show any semblance of panic, but instead carried a faint sneer. Your storytelling is very good, but this is not the place for you to tell stories. Where's your evidence? If you have evidence, bring it out and let the Department of Justice overturn the case and sentence me now. If not, then get lost.
The smile at the corner of Song Yunying's mouth carried a hint of smugness as she sneered. With these words, the furious Guochidong's widow's face turned a point paler.
Song Yunying, on the other hand, had an arrogant and cocky face. She liked this feeling of you trying to get me but not being able to do so.
Song Yunying was too smart, she had calculated everything clearly, everything was arranged by her.
Without evidence, no one can do anything to her.
As long as she waited for her to go out, she was going to make the Xia kingdom suffer, she was going to make these people pay. At this moment, Lu Yongping looked at the situation and was anxious in his heart. He glanced at Lin Tianlei, who had a calm face, and wondered what kind of medicine he was buying. If this continued, Song Yunying was afraid that she would really have to escape the law.
Old Lin, what's going on? Is there really no way out?
Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was focused on the scene, Lu Yongping approached Lin Tianlei's ear and asked anxiously.
Lin Tianlei glanced at the watch in the interrogation room. The hands on it were moving second by second.
At the moment the needle turned to the whole point, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile.
It was time, the evidence she wanted had come.
His words fell, and the door of the interrogation room was then pulled open.
Chapter 73 I Plead Guilty. Gift Plus. The door to the interrogation room was pulled open.
A prisoner with a bare head and a prison uniform on his body, who hadn't had time to change his clothes yet, was brought in. As soon as he came in, he saluted Lin Tianlei and the others in a very disciplined manner. It was obvious that he hadn't spent all these years in prison for nothing, and had learned a lot of rules. 10 years in prison, sentence reduced by 2 years and 6 months, just released.
Let's handcuff him, he's not a criminal anymore.
Lin Tianlei glanced at the man and said to the soldier next to him. Song Yunying, who was standing next to him, saw the man's appearance and his complexion changed, but then immediately returned to his original state. When the man saw Song Yunying, his eyes were filled with complexity and fear. The widow of Guochidong, who was standing on the side, recognized the man at a glance. Immediately pointing at the man, she screamed, 15 years, it was him, who ran over my husband with his car. Her voice made the man next to her fearful in his heart. Hurriedly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the woman.
I'm sorry. Come on, say what you have to say. Who ordered you to do it? How much money did you take? All honestly explain.
Lin Tianlei swept a glance at the man and said indifferently. His words carried the commander-in-chief's own pressure, and the man immediately nodded like garlic. Right now, he was very clear that everything had been found out. If he didn't say anything, he would be concealing the crime of escaping, and would definitely be added to the crime. At once, without hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, in 15 years, my hometown Scarface found me, said to introduce me to a single business to do, done can earn the whole family to eat and drink without worrying, this life can enjoy happiness. Originally my life is very difficult, pull a butt of foreign debt, not to mention, daughter-in-law every day to divorce. At that time, I heard the Scarface let us go to crash, but also in jail, I was directly scared and shook my head. But it turned back, I heard my daughter-in-law at home and cursed the street, and then looked at the courtyard broken house, I hard across directly agreed to him. Then he took me to meet Song Yunying, the boss of Prime Group. She told us all the details of the crime and promised to give my family a huge sum of $6 million. When I left that day, she gave me $200,000 so that I could go and enjoy a few days. Going home and lying in bed, I looked at the 20 stacks of money and my daughter-in-law's long-lost smile, and my heart was even more determined to do this one. Waiting for the appointed day, I drove a rented cement tanker and ran over the man under their remote control. Then later, I went to jail and was sentenced to 10 years. The man knelt on the ground and told everything in full. After saying this, he once again faced Guochidong widow Kaout again and again. I'm sorry, is that I have no conscience to do bad things. I'm so blinded by wealth that I've harmed your family, I really regret that I shouldn't have done it in the first place. I have not slept a single day in prison in the past few years. I really know my mistake, sir, spare my life, sir, I will be a good person after I get out and repay the society. The man said, not forgetting to turn his head towards Lin Tianlei to plead for mercy for himself. But after hearing this, Lin Tianlei was already furious. Next to Guochidong widow was howling, grief. It was impossible to imagine how painful she had waited for this justice all these years. And just after the man's words fell, Song Yunying laughed, really wonderful, really too wonderful. In order to convict me, you even went so far as to find someone to sing a double act. Is this the skill of your military? Where's the evidence I want? Without evidence all your talk is for nothing. She smiled smugly, not putting the crowd in her eyes in the slightest. I have evidence, even though it's been so long since then, everything has been preserved by me, just for fear that she will backtrack and not give me the money. Before Song Yunying's words even fell, the man shouted excitedly. These words caused Song Yunying, who was originally smiling smugly and coldly, to directly freeze. In the next second, Chen Anwu took out a flash drive from his pocket and plugged it directly into the computer next to him. An audio clip then rang out in the interrogation room. The words inside were exactly the voice of Song Yunying telling the man the detailed plan 7 years ago. You and me.
Hearing the familiar voice, Son Yunying's complexion changed drastically as she glared angrily at the man and screamed shrilly. Who knows if you give money or not, I always have to leave some evidence to blackmail you. Without hesitation, the man directly disliked him. These words made Son Yunying directly choke, and all the words on the edge of her mouth could not be said. The face that was originally full of smiles was completely flustered. Fear and anger in his heart, reddening his face, his eyes constantly flickered over the bodies of the people at the scene. A few corrupt officials fell on their knees and laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to have this day, right, ha, you deserve it. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, how you scourge others, one day retribution will eventually fall on your head. Ha, you'll be caught one day too. You can't escape. They were happy and excited. How could they not be happy to see Son Yunying being ed to death by someone else using her most common methods? Even if they had to die, they'd have to drag her along with them. The moment Gui Qidong's widow heard this, she directly fainted and was hurriedly carried down. Abominable. Son Yunying was infuriated and let out an explosive cry. Raising her leg, she was about to rush over to give the man a kick. However, she was directly knocked over by Chen Anwu with a resounding slap. In the next instant, the slap marks on her face suddenly bulged. Blood threads filled the midst of that slap mark, and it was obvious how much it hurt. More deeds will bring about death, Son Yunying, admit your guilt or not? Lin Tianlei stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and said with his majestic eyes staring deathly into her eyes. Knowing that everything is finished, Son Yunying smiled miserably and slowly opened her mouth. In just 2 words, Son Yunying seemed to have been drained of her strength. She had been keenly observing everything, confidently playing with Lin Tianlei, completely paralyzed. Despair filled her heart, and fear began to grow wildly. Looking at her gradually lifeless eyes, Lin Tianlei knew that the opportunity had come. He had done so much, waiting for this moment. Letting her instantly fall from her highs to the bottom, shattering all of her mental defenses, the words could be asked. Very well, you only need to give another account of Song Shui's situation, and then you can eat the country's meal. Lin Tianlei's words weren't loud, but the moment they left his mouth, Son Yunying's gaze was instantly locked with his in a deadly stare. Then he began to let out a cold laugh. I said, what are you taking so much time for? It turns out that it was to get my words. Ha, you've given up on that. Even if I were to be shot by you, I would definitely not say a single word that you want to know. Son Yunying's gaze became incomparably cold. There was a kind of madness that looked straight at death in the eyes that looked at Lin Tianlei. Just you wait, if I'm finished, you Xia will wait to be finished together. He, for one, will never let you all go. You will pay a price for what you did today that you will regret for the rest of your life. Son Yunying gritted his teeth and finished these words, then twisted his head to the side and tightly closed his mouth. This unexpected situation made Lin Tianlei incomparably irritated. He just couldn't let go of that mysterious Song Shui in his heart. He always felt that guy would be a huge threat. After all, this time, he had messed up his wife and daughter all at once. How would that guy hiding in the shadows come to take revenge? And when will it appear? None of these were known to anyone, even if he couldn't recognize him one day when he was near Yibei. He shuddered in panic just thinking about it. Throwing Son Yunying out of the way as he did so, Lin Tianlei turned around and returned to the interrogation seat about to carry out his harshest sentence against her. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room was burst open. A soldier rushed in a panic. Commander-in-Chief, something big has happened. P.S. Yesterday and today, promised 2 days to break 10,000 words plus more are sent. The list of Big Brother, write more points, again reward a lot, super thank you. The second Big Brother of the list, kind-hearted Cold Ice Venerable, the third Big Brother of the list, Fried Sky Gang Full Level Monk, also rewarded a lot. There are also small gifts sent by everyone. The author Fungus super touched. Thank you for your support. Author Bacteria really want to exhaustion, tomorrow continue to wonderful ah. Chapter 74, The Great King Squid Hidden in the Deep Sea. Those who dared to trespass into the interrogation room like this, that meant it must be something extraordinary. Lin Tianlei's few people temporarily left things here behind and followed the soldiers to the prison office. The staff inside was busy processing various data. Then, a tablet computer was brought over. Commander-in-Chief, this is a video that was just received, sent from abroad. The technicians are doing their best to find the person who sent this video. Currently the IP address is locked in the Stars and Stripes nation of Decree State, but they use technical means and there's no way to decipher the detailed address. Lin Tianlei listened to the staff report the situation. Taking over the computer, he opened this video and viewed it. It was a short video of only a few dozen seconds. The video didn't have any one person showing the camera, it was a black color, followed by a low male voice coming out. You don't need to know who I am? The man's first words carried a hidden anger. I'll only tell you that if you dare to harm a single hair on their mother and daughter, I will definitely make your Xia kingdom pay a painful price. I know that the empty skybase is preparing a huge project, wait and see, I can stop this project from spinning today. The threat in the man's words didn't seem like a big lie, but instead carried total confidence.
I advise you to better let them go, otherwise I will definitely let Yi Bei come and pay for their lives, or rather, let your genius Yi Xia pay for his life."
The man's low and gloomy voice fell, and the video ended.
A few short sentences caused all the people present to change their complexion drastically.
The air in the silent office seemed to freeze.
A flash of deep scorn flashed through Lin Tianlei's eyes. He could hear that this mysterious fellow seemed to know a lot, and 9 times out of 10, what he said wasn't just empty words. After all, the matter of the empty sky base that was quite a secret existence.
He even knew about Yi Bei being Yi Xia. This made Lin Tianlei feel even more fearful.
This guy hiding in the shadows, if he didn't get rid of him, then Yi Bei's rest of his life would be in danger. After all, Yi Bei couldn't be under tight protection every second of his life, he had to have his own life as well. Once he was drilled, hidden arrows could appear from anywhere at any time, causing irreversible and tragic consequences. He was the future pillar of Xia's scientific research community, the successor in Lu Yongping's heart, the hope to lead Xia towards a strong future. Such a thing is absolutely not allowed to happen.
That's why this person must be gotten rid of no matter what. Commander-in-Chief, I know who he is.
Just as Lin Tianlei was thinking, at the moment when the entire room was silent, Chen Anwu opened his mouth. His words instantly attracted the gazes of several people.
Who is it?
Lu Yongping grabbed the first opportunity to speak and asked anxiously.
John.
Chen Anwu spoke with a grave gaze, the biggest anti-summer force in Stars and Stripes, and also the most well-capitalized super-oligarch in Stars and Stripes, the Sphere and Court family. Our agents have been tracking him for many years, but he's too mysterious, and the Court family has protected him very well, so we've gotten very little information. I've heard his voice, and it's exactly the same as the one in this video.
I've been staring at him for so many years, I'd never hear him wrong.
I just didn't expect him to be Song Yunying's husband, Song Shui.
Chen Anwu said, shaking his head somewhat incredulously.
John is from Xia, but we have never found his true identity in Xia. Now, it seems that he should have utilized Song Shui's identity more than 20 years ago to create the illusion of death and directly left the Xia kingdom. Since then he had evaporated from the earth, there was no longer a person like him in the world, and he became John completely. As Chen Wuan's words fell, the worry in Lin Tianlei's eyes deepened.
The Cord family. I didn't realize that it was actually the same group as them? Tricky.
Lin Tianlei, as a high-ranking figure in charge of the Xia kingdom, naturally knew about this kind of super-existence that jeopardized the Xia kingdom. Sphere, the Court family, the rise of the medieval era of the super-capital family. In the rolling river of history, their family has flourished, constantly accumulating wealth, influence, and power. They are present in countless industries around the world, and their various minions are spread all over the world. Even among the top echelons of the Stars and Stripes, there were still figures of the Court family. Those politicians who are high up and able to decide everything, there is no lack of disciples of the Court family among them. They have been eyeing Xia since the Middle Ages. In the era of Emperor Hangu of the Ming dynasty, they didn't dare to act out due to their powerful authority. But when it came to the weak Qing era, they were madly sinning in Xia. Even now, they still continue to create all kinds of trouble against Xia. It was enough to see how powerful they were. Although most people didn't know it, they were indeed hiding in the darkness. Just like that great king squid in the deep sea, once they appeared, they could roll the giant ship into the bottom of the sea of death. John's position in the Court family is not an ordinary one, and as far as the current intelligence that our Xia Security Department has in hand, at least 6 top experts in the field of scientific research in our Xia country have been secretly murdered at his hands so far because they wanted to go back to their home country, or participate in scientific research activities. I think that his comment about keeping an eye on Yi Xia is definitely not an empty word. This is a matter that the Commander-in-Chief must not take lightly. Chen Anwu spoke out all the memories he had rummaged through along with his worries. Hearing this, Lu Yongping's heart once again tightened. Isn't there any way to apprehend him and get rid of him to lift this crisis? Our understanding of John is too little, trying to catch him is as difficult as climbing into the sky. Chen Anwu shook his head and spoke helplessly. Lin Tianlei, who hadn't spoken again, finally spoke up at this time. We can't reach him, but there are people who know him incredibly well. A brilliant light flashed through Lin Tianlei's eyes. Song Yunying. No one knew John better than her. To find a way to pry words out of her mouth, this is the only way for us to grasp John the fastest. When he said this, Lu Yongping and the two of them immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Indeed, Song Yunying and Xiaoan were originally a couple and had children. They must have understood each other very deeply.
Moreover, Prime Technology Group must have been a tool in John's hands all these years.
Otherwise, how could he have known that there was a big project going on at the airbase and threatened to stop the project today? Other than that, there was no other explanation. Wanting to take care of this John who was threatening the Xia kingdom and threatening Yi Bei's safety and security. Only from Song Yunying to start. Song Yunying is soft and hard, operating such a large group, the city and mind are extremely deep, cannot see any weakness. Chen Anwu stroked his chin and frowned involuntarily, wanting to get rid of her, it was too difficult. But under those words, Lin Tianlei smiled slightly.
If it's a person, there must be a weakness. I think I've found Song Yunying's weakness.
After Lin Tianlei finished speaking, he directly turned around and left the office door.
Lu Yongping and the two looked at the confident Lin Tianlei confused. But still, they took a step and hurriedly followed. Chapter 75 Your retribution has come.
Lin Tianlei led the two of them straight to another interrogation room.
Now immediately arraign Song Zirou. With an order, Song Zirou was quickly brought in.
Inside the interrogation room, all of the personnel from the various courtyards were present, and the inspectors sent from Kyoto were following at all times. The interrogation scene was just as rigorous as Song Yunying's.
However, Song Zirou was clearly not as composed as her mom.
Covered in wounds, the anger in her heart was still monstrous. When she was escorted into the interrogation room, she was still roaring, "I'm going to kill you bunch of dogs." Chen Anwu didn't give her a chance to continue to be arrogant, went up and directly slapped her twice, smacking her so hard that she couldn't even say half a word.
The two soldiers locked Song Zirou in the interrogation chair before retreating. "Song Zirou!" Lin Tianlei shouted sternly, instantly silencing her.
Her eyes kept scanning the many people at the scene, and some fear began to grow in her heart. On June 16, 14, you joined with social workers to beat up a female classmate and forced her to shoot a video to show off, causing her to commit suicide by depression.
What is your crime in this matter?
Between the words, a strong murderous aura had surfaced in Lin Tianlei's gaze towards Song Zirou. Hurting such a small girl and being so nasty. This kind of trash, today, she must be made to know what it means to pay. Hearing this, Song Zirou froze for a moment, as if she recalled something, and a hint of a smile actually surfaced on her face. That matter has nothing to do with me, that was someone else's doing, I didn't even do it.
Don't bull here, I didn't commit a crime, quickly release me.
Song Zirou said, twisting her body, not admitting what she had done.
Deadly unrepentant. Lin Tianlei waved his hand behind him.
Immediately afterward, a soldier left at a quick pace and quickly brought in the witnesses brought in by the investigations over the past few days.
Several people walked into the interrogation room with different looks.
The two of them who wore glasses took one look at the majestic Lin Tianlei, and both of them were so scared that their legs went limp. And in the midst of this, a man with white hair came in and stared at Song Zirou dead in the face. The veins on his forehead bulged, even the top of those 60-year-old looking wrinkles.
His dry, thin hand lifted up and pointed straight at Song Zirou. "You are the one who caused my family to be broken up and my daughter to die without resting in peace. You murderous ghost, I will not let you go even if I die."
His voice was incomparably hoarse, like a zombie that had just crawled out of a coffin. The words didn't know how long the resentment had been accumulated, falling on people's ears made people's hearts hairy.
"I don't know you, don't talk nonsense."
Song Zirou glanced at the white-haired man and said with disgust,
"You always recognize me."
As soon as Song Zirou's words fell, a middle-aged man next to her stood out.
Said, also did not wait for Song Zirou answer, directly opened his mouth to say, "I was the principal of the school that year after this incident, Song Yunying with my whole family's life to threaten me, let me will be the truth all rotten in the stomach." Forced by her threat, I could only hide all the facts. Even when I knew it was Song Zirou's doing, I pretended not to know. But after all these years, I still kept all the evidence, waiting for the day when justice is revealed. The middle-aged man said as he pulled out a well-preserved pink flip phone from his pocket. And presented it directly to Lin Tianlei. At the moment the cell phone was taken out. Song Zirou was as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, her entire body was wide-eyed and terrified. She recognized this thing at a glance. That was her own cell phone when she was in school. In the era when 4G was not even born, this cell phone was her capital to show off in the circle of classmates. Only later, when something better came along, it was lost. But in the depths of her mind, this cell phone was still a wonderful memory. After so many years, she never expected that this cell phone would actually appear in the hands of the high school principal. This gadget that once made her proud. Now it made her hate that she couldn't immediately stomp it into pieces and throw it into the fireplace. It contained all the evidence. The chat logs of Song Zirou contacting the social workers to beat up the others, as well as the photos and videos taken, are all intact inside. "This is the flash drive I backed up, sir can view it directly." The middle-aged man fished out a piece of the flash drive from his pocket again and handed it over. Chen Anwu took the flash drive and without hesitation inserted it into the computer, quickly pulling out the data evidence inside and releasing it. The next second, the truth and facts of many years ago were revealed in front of everyone. In the shaky video, the skinny girl was slapped and grabbed by her hair by 7 or 8 girls older than her in turn. 2 of them grabbed the girl's arms, while Song Zirou laughed wildly and stepped forward to violently tear open the girl's collar. The tender skin covered in bruises was instantly exposed to the air. But she didn't stop there, but continued to violently tear the girl's clothes. The people filming the video laughed with unbridled cruelty. They combined to hurt the poor girl without the slightest bit of mercy. "Oh my child." The man with white hair suddenly collapsed to the ground in a paralyzed state, his fists hammering the floor as he let out a cry of pain. Seeing this, Chen Anwu closed the computer and directly interrupted the video. That cruel picture was painful torture for the gray-haired man in front of him. That was his dear daughter Ah. Being hurt like that, how helpless and pitiful she should be at that moment. How painful she was during the time of depression, and what kind of hatred she contained at the moment she finally left this world. Lin Tianlei looked at that father's pitiful appearance, waved his hand and let the people take him down first. Only then did he look at Song Zirou, who was already panicking. What else do you have to argue about? Surrounding others and taking videos, you are guilty of nothing. Lin Tianlei said angrily. Under the words, Song Zirou's body trembled. Meeting Lin Tianlei's gaze full of killing intent, she instantly shrank back. Her heart was panicking at the moment. Once she was convicted, she would have to be imprisoned, then she would really be finished. Song Zirou's mind was frantically thinking about what to do. The fear on her face was uncontrollable and all of it was on display. Shen Anwu, who was beside her, was already furious at the moment. His daughter was about the same age as the girl in the video. Seeing her being bullied by Song Zirou like this, his heart was burning with rage. He hated that he couldn't shoot this scum right now. You think this is the end? Looking at Song Zirou, who had already begun to fear, Lin Tianlei once again spoke icily. Your sins are deep, the people you victimized in the beginning have come for you today. He then beckoned to the door once again. As his words fell, the door to the interrogation room was pulled open once more. A girl in a wheelchair was pushed in. The girl looked at Song Zirou icily, her ghostly voice came from the doorway. Song Zirou, your retribution has come. Chapter 76, Only Blood Can Wash Away Wrongdoing. That ghostly voice made Song Zirou's complexion change drastically. With a face of horror, she looked towards the doorway. Upon seeing the appearance of the girl in the wheelchair, her eyes immediately and frantically averted. She panicked, completely panicked. The voice was like a nightmare, drilling into her brain from her ears. How could Song Zirou not expect Lu Xinyao to be found and brought here? Years ago, Lu Xinyao's words once again surfaced in her mind. It was still such ghostly words, you'll get your retribution sooner or later. Now, Lu Xinyao's words from back then were fulfilled. Her retribution had really come. Fear began to spread wildly from the depths of Song Zirou's heart, flowing into every cell. It made her hairs rise and chilled her bones to the bone. The soldier pushed the wheelchair in slowly, and all eyes looked over. Looking towards the girl who had been beaten by Song Zirou, who was deaf in her left ear and disabled in both legs. She was very pretty, very quiet, and at a glance it was obvious that she was a kind girl. The soulful eyes could see that she was too intelligent. But this is such a beautiful girl. At the moment, both legs are disabled for life, all her life can only sit in a wheelchair. Moreover, she can't hear anything in one ear. Lu Xinyao, today this case is retried, you can tell all your grievances, I'll make a decision for you. Lin Tianlei walked down from the interrogation seat and came to her right ear and said, Lu Xinyao nodded her head. Then she glanced at Song Zirou and opened her mouth to speak. There was no one in the classroom on Saturday, and I was reading and studying by myself in the classroom when Song Zirou brought her sisters to throw my book bag on the ground for no reason and verbally abused me. I didn't know why this was at the time, so I got into an argument with them, and that was the start of all the nightmares. Lu Xinyao's deep voice forcefully began her narration. Perhaps it was the bitter grievance buried in her heart for many years, each of her words carried full power. Because I opened my mouth to argue, Song Zirou directly slammed the cell phone on my desk, and then even more so, she directly slapped towards my face without saying a word. Immediately after, the other 6 girls followed suit, pulling my hand that was ready to resist, holding me down on the ground and hitting me hard. They hit me hard, punching me in the face one after another. My left ear gradually lost hearing, and I couldn't even hear their insults. I lost consciousness as they beat me, and it was only when I screamed out in agonizing pain from my legs that they stopped. They used the chairs in the classroom to hit my legs hard. The edges and broken bones of the chairs cut the flesh of my legs, and blood started to flow out. Lu Xinyao said, reaching up to pull up her plain white long skirt. The scars on her legs from the needle and thread stitches were still shocking. The scars were so painful to see. And this was the nightmare that accompanied Lu Xinyao throughout her life. Seeing this, anger surged wildly in Chen Anwu's eyes, and a murderous aura filled the air. Bright red blood kept flowing. The pain that drilled through my heart made me near fainting. I wailed in pain and shouted for help. Watching Song Zirou and a few of them run out of the classroom in a hurry, but they couldn't even move, and in the end, they could only faint from the intense pain. If it wasn't for the security guard who came behind to inspect the classroom and found me, I'm afraid I would have died in that classroom. Just like that, I was crippled by Song Zirou for no reason. Everything I had was ruined, and my beautiful life no longer had anything to do with me. As Lu Xianyao finished speaking, the tears in her eyes couldn't stop falling. No one was able to experience her pain, but they were all able to feel how sad she was at this moment. That cry was sad, filling the quiet interrogation room with sadness. Looking at Lu Xinyao, who was sobbing uncontrollably, Lin Tianlei waved his hand and asked someone to take her down first to calm her down. He then looked towards Song Zirou, who had already panicked to the extreme. The anger in his heart was already about to spurt out. If it wasn't for the sake of the greater good, he would really want to shoot this asshole right now.
Subsequently, Lu Xinyao's legs were treated to no avail, completely disabled for life, and her left ear was permanently deaf. But she appealed to the 7 of you, the other 6 were all sentenced, but only you were left in peace. Lin Tianlei held back his anger and told the follow-up. And all of this, all as you started, only because your mom smashed money to buy relations, only let you escape the punishment of the law, is not it? Lin Tianlei roared angrily, scaring Song Zirou into a jolt. She, who had been scared out of her wits by Lu Xinyao's appearance, had been thinking about how to weasel her way out of the situation. At this moment, she hurriedly opened her mouth and retorted, I didn't do this at all, the Department of Justice had long ago as well as sentenced it has nothing to do with me. It was the 6 of them, I didn't abet them, I didn't participate in the beating, she's talking nonsense, she must have misremembered. She's trying to slander me, I can sue her for slander. Song Zirou shouted hurriedly, desperately opening her mouth to retort, not admitting that she had done it at all. Hearing these words from her, Chen Anwu directly exploded. You still want to sue her? You seek death. Chen Anwu said that he was about to go forward and beat him up severely, but he was stopped by Lu Yongping. Take out the evidence. Lu Yongping restrained his anger and shouted to the side. The next second, a girl was escorted into the prison. With fear written all over her face, she tremblingly handed Lu Yongping a flash drive. Back then, she was one of the people involved in this incident. In order to show off, she took her cell phone and took all the videos. With the YouTube being inserted into the computer, the dusty facts were once again restored. Everything was clearly visible in the middle of the video. The violent process of how Song Zirou treated Lu Xianyao inside was exactly the same as what Lu Xianyao said. Song Zirou looked at the girl who came in and watched the video playing on the computer. Her eyes were wide open, her fear and terror were magnified infinitely. She didn't expect that everything was actually all recorded. She had long since forgotten all of this, had long since forgotten the details of the atrocities she had committed back then. No, this could never be. This is all fake, this can't be, it can't be. Song Zirou desperately shook her head, refusing to believe these hard facts. You! Shen Anwu couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward, directly slapping her face twice. The sound was loud and unmistakable, and the blood-red handprints instantly bulged high. Song Zirou screamed in pain, covering her face with fear in her eyes. The inspector commissioner next to her watched this in silence. Shen Anwu had also left the inspector behind. The scene when he first met Lu Xinyao, that pitiful look was still deep in his mind. Crying just now was even more heartbreaking. If he couldn't return justice to her, couldn't give her justice, couldn't avenge her, what could he do today even if he let the inspector commissioner leave happily watching the interrogation? This time, he must make Song Zirou pay the same heavy price. Lu Xinyao's crippled legs, he would make Song Zirou repay. He was also mentally prepared to go to Kyoto to ask for forgiveness from the Supreme Being after doing all this. Today, Song Zirou must pay the price of blood for her crimes. Only the flow of blood could wash away all the grievances. Song Zirou was already terrified to the extreme. Her pupils contracted as she looked up into Lin Tianlei's gaze. Song Zirou, accept justice. Chapter 77 Tragic. Blood splattered in the interrogation room. Lin Tianlei's voice fell as he picked up a piece of information from the table. His eyes were incomparably cold as he looked at Song Zirou and began the pronouncement of justice. Song Zirou ganged up on a classmate during middle school and filmed a video of the victim, causing her to die of depression. The facts of the crime are conclusive: violating the criminal law of the Xia state, committing the crime of intentional injury, murder, indirectly causing death, using the network path to insult others, spreading the privacy of others, and other crimes. Lin Tianlei's voice was cold and incomparable, and every word hit Song Zirou's heart hard. All of the surrounding personnel from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Supervision had all recorded this. Everyone hated this guy who had done wrong and had run amok to the bone. Lin Tianlei didn't pause and spoke again. On top of that, Song Zirou had also committed many crimes such as endangering the state, damaging state secret information, defaming important state personnel, bribing and accepting bribes, provoking trouble, premeditated crimes, kidnapping, false accusations, slander, spreading rumors, threatening and intimidating, abusing private power, destroying public property, destroying other people's property, abetting a crime, and insulting other people. In 12 years, Song Zirou had committed a total of 78 criminal offenses, violating as many as 5 parts of the Xia state laws, a total of 39 counts, with extremely bad circumstances, seriously endangering the society, and causing extreme adverse effects. Lin Tianlei's voice was like thunder falling from the sky. It echoed in the interrogation room, deafening, the words heavy. Each of these dozens of crimes were crimes committed by Song Zirou's own hands. These were the ones that happened to Yibei not long ago, as well as the old cases that had been buried for years. At this moment, all of them were made known to the world and put on trial. Listening to Lin Tianlei's cold voice, this one after another crime, the fear and panic on Song Zirou's face became increasingly huge. Locked in the interrogation chair she was, her face white, looking at Lin Tianlei with a gaze of fear to the extreme. In the end, Song Zirou slandered Yibei and broke Yibei's computer for no reason, causing the destruction of important national confidential information, seriously jeopardizing the interests of the country, committing the first paragraph of Article 1 of the Xia Penal Laws, a major crime, the crime of betraying the Xia state. According to the law, the penalty is death. Lin Tianlei's gaze lifted and the information in his hands fell to the ground. The ice-cold eyes almost condensed frost. Song Zirou shook her head desperately as she listened to those last few heavy words. No, I don't want to die. Ultimately chanting frantically, struggling intensely. Fear completely enveloped her entire body at this moment. She trembled violently, the shadow of death seemed to have appeared. She screamed out, almost going crazy with fear. However, not a single person in the scene looked at her with sympathy in their gaze. Instead, they were all filled with disgust and hatred. Because of her, how many people's families had been shattered? How many people's lives were filled with scars? Yibei's design plans, the hope for the rise of Xia's air sky, was destroyed into a piece of debris under her dominance. Every sin on her body was without excuse. A death that deserved it. The inspector couldn't bear to listen to so many charges and cursed. Song Zirou's gaze drifted around. She saw the eyes of everyone at the scene, eyes that were all out to kill her. The panic in her heart was once again frantically intensifying. She was afraid of dying, she was really afraid of dying, she wanted to live. No, you can't judge, this is not a courtroom, you can only judge in a courtroom. I want a lawyer, my lawyer can save me, he can definitely save me. Song Zirou panicked, rushing towards Lin Tianlei and screaming shrilly. The strong desire to survive caused her to panic. But listening to these words of hers, the killing intent in Chen Anwu's eyes was on the verge of solidifying into substance. She wanted to live, she wanted a good life. But what about those people she had hurt? What about the man who had blanched his hair and eternally lost his daughter? What about the poor Lucinia who has a disabled leg and a deaf left ear and has to live in the shadows for the rest of her life? What about them? Do they still have a chance? Listening to her voice, Chen Anwu could no longer hold back. He rushed down from the interrogation table and copied the heavy steel fork of the soldier at the door of the interrogation room. The 30-pound steel fork was like a steel rod in his hand. Give her legs back. Chen Anwu roared, the heavy iron bar in his hand directly smashed hard on Song Zirou's calf. The iron rod fell hard, Song Zirou's calf instantly snapped, the bones clicking and breaking like firewood, emitting a pleasant crunch. The immense force caused the interrogation chair to directly crumble. Song Zirou's miserable screams rang out at once. Ah! That sound was miserable and incomparable, and the pain that drilled through her heart made her eyes feel black before her eyes. The next second. Before she could regain her senses, the heavy iron rod fell once again. The pain elemental nerve almost instantly made every cell of hers tremble. This stick went down, or that calf. The already broken bones directly crumbled, and blood splattered as the flesh and blood on her calf crumbled. Under the stick, Song Zirou's miserable scream resounded once again, echoing throughout the interrogation room. Everyone on the scene was shaken by this horrifying scene. Chen Anwu didn't hesitate and crippled one of Song Zirou's legs with a direct strike. The brutal scene caused everyone to be shocked, their hearts beating violently. Everyone was stunned. Even the inspector commissioner sent from Kyoto was dumbfounded. How could he not expect that this minister of Xia and Chen Anwu would dare to be so unbridled? In front of him, disregarding the law, he directly punished the prisoner so cruelly. Even he himself felt that these two strokes were sound. Song Zirou's facial expression completely twisted up in pain, and her miserable wails were endless. Blood flowed unceasingly on her calves, her face turning whiter and whiter, her eyes growing more and more fearful. Lin Tianlei looked at Song Zirou, who had collapsed on the ground, and slowly stepped forward. Pulling out the matching gun from his waist, he directly pressed it against her head. Death penalty can be carried out immediately in my place. The cold voice and the threat of death caused Song Zirou's brain to directly and temporarily isolate the pain. The protective mechanism of the brain, at this moment, appeared unprecedented desire for survival. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm willing to atone for everyone's sins. Song Zirou's fear was extreme, and she hurriedly shouted. A trace of regret even appeared in her heart, regretting that she shouldn't have offended Jibei. Want to live? Lin Tianlei asked with a cold smile. Song Zirou desperately nodded her head, looking at Lin Tianlei with supplication in her eyes. Fine, I can give you a chance to live. However, you'll have to sell out your mom. As long as you listen to me, I can let you live. Lin Tianlei looked at her and sneered with a playful smile. He had long since figured out what to do with this fellow. It was too cheap to give her a peanut directly. How many cruel punishments had been invented in the world since the development of mankind? She hadn't even tasted them all properly one by one yet, so how could she be good enough to be sent to hell? Instead of dying numbly, it would be better to let her suffer for the rest of her life and live out this life in torture. Song Zirou didn't even think much at this moment. Immediately, she frantically nodded her head. I promise, whatever you want me to do, don't kill me. Watching her open her mouth and agree to decide to betray Song Yunying.
Lin Tianlei immediately had someone go and call the military doctor. The military doctor from the prison rushed in, and there was no time to do surgery or anything. First a shot of morphine for pain relief, followed by a direct emergency hemostasis to bandage the wound to prevent her from bleeding to death. After completing all of this, Lin Tianlei shook the matching gun in his hand and fitted her with a specialized wheelchair. Subsequently, opened his mouth and said, "Next, what I say, later on, you have to say it word for word. If you don't say it right, the bullets will immediately be able to." Just as Song Zirou nodded frantically in the prison. Air and Space Base. A handsome young man wearing a blue Air Force uniform walked towards Yi Bei. "Chief Master Yi, Pilot Wang Wei, number 81192, has come to report for duty." His voice was powerful and full of the aura that a warrior should have. Yi Bei nodded as he looked at the man in front of him with a stalwart demeanor and a hard silhouette. "The flight mission of the 6th generation aircraft, I'll leave it to you. P.S. Author Fungus is as good as his word, and he'll be happy for as long as he's angry. Tomorrow we have to continue to storm up together. In addition, thank you, Lonely North Hemisphere, Big Brother sent a lot of gifts." A mouthful of the second on the list, raised the card to thank. There is also everyone to support the author Fungus gift. Here is also very grateful. And finally, the most important thing. I'm sure you've all seen the final scene. The dream that the hero failed to fulfill. This time, together, we will help him fulfill it. Chapter 78 Deadly Strike. A few moments. Lin Tianlei nodded with great satisfaction. Turning around, he walked towards the interrogation room where Song Yunying was. Leaving for more than half an hour to come back again. Song Yunying watched as Lin Tianlei walked into the interrogation room and laughed coldly. "What? Prepared a new trick to trap me? Ha, don't dream here, I won't say a word of what you want to know." Song Yunying stared at Lin Tianlei with more than a cold smile. "You're just waiting for something to happen." And Lin Tianlei looked at her without any expression. Just beckoning to the outside of the door, "Bring it in." The next second, the door to the interrogation room was pulled open, followed by a wheelchair being pushed in by a soldier. Sitting in the wheelchair was none other than the fear-filled Song Zirou. Song Yunying, who had just been sneering, instantly froze when she saw Song Zirou appear. After looking at her carefully for a couple of moments, anger instantly erupted in her eyes. "What have you guys done to her? What happened to her legs? You crazy people. I won't let you guys off the hook." Song Yunying roared angrily at Lin Tianlei. Song Zirou was her only daughter and her most beloved daughter. Watching her get hurt made her heart sting, and she hated that she couldn't tear Lin Tianlei and the others to pieces. And while she was roaring madly, Song Zirou, however, was filled with horror and spoke in a trembling voice, "I'm prosecuting Song Yunying, she committed a crime." When these words came out, they instantly stunned everyone at the scene. Other than a few people from Lin Tianlei, everyone else was confused. What was this situation? The originally furious Song Yunying was even more shocked and stopped roaring alive. Turning her head sideways, she stared at Song Zirou with a puzzled expression. "Roar, what did you say?" She was completely confused, not understanding what had happened. The next second, Song Zirou didn't answer her question, but instead opened her mouth to speak on her own. "I'm prosecuting Song Yunying, she's committed countless crimes and done countless illegal things over the years. I've been studying and growing up in Xinjiang City since I was a child, and I've witnessed all the things she's done at home. Over the years, my mom would often host banquets at her home, inviting many corrupt officials to parties. They promised my mom all sorts of projects over the drinks table, and my mom would give them lots and lots of money, saying that the group would be better off and everyone's future would be better off. And, in addition to all this, my mom also practiced all sorts of illegal tactics on the executives of other group companies in order for the group to be able to capture more market share, forcing them to sell their information and even jump to their deaths. There was also a time when I heard her plotting with a few people on how to kill the boss of a big conglomerate, saying that this way she would be free of worries forever afterward. There are many things about her that are not known. You guys just need to log on to my netbook account to see all of it. There are a lot of photos and videos in there that I took at home when I had nothing to do. I guarantee that everything I said about this is true, all of it is true. My mom is guilty, Song Yunying is guilty." Song Zirou didn't even listen and said everything all in one breath. Her eyes were terrified as she desperately followed Lin Tianlei's arrangement and said everything. This scene shocked everyone present. No one had expected such a brilliant and wonderful scene. Song Zirou had betrayed her own mother and had shaken everything out without mercy. This scene left everyone looking a little dumbfounded. Song Yunying even froze in place, one finger pointing at Song Zirou, her body unable to stop trembling. She wanted to say something, but her mouth couldn't open. The panic and fear that she had felt when facing Lin Tianlei just now had dissipated, and the unmistakable sound of her soul shattering resounded in her ears. She didn't understand how she had never thought that one day her favorite daughter would become the one to prosecute her. At this moment, in just a few short sentences, her support was completely shattered into pieces. Everything she had was all shattered into crumbs at this moment. The soul crumbled inch by inch.
The one who had arrogantly sneered just a moment ago was now shaking her head in disbelief at what was in front of her. Her own daughter, in order to make her happy, how many things she had done over the years. So many years for her to spend, how much money, born and raised her 20 years, but finally betrayed her. Song Yunying completely couldn't stand anymore, her entire body directly collapsed to the ground. She was desperate, her entire body's strength was drained in a second. Why? Why? She stared at Song Zirou, her eyes wide, and asked with all her strength. It's Dad. Dad said that as long as I betrayed you, she would find a way to get me out. Song Zirou's voice trembled as she looked at Song Yunying and said. As soon as these words came out, Song Yunying was hit like a heavy blow, and her entire body trembled violently. It was as if everything had all despaired at this moment. One of the most trustworthy people she had ever had up to this point, the husband she had had children with, had actually sold himself so mercilessly. Lin Tianlei watched Song Yunying shrivel up a little like a wilted eggplant and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As long as one is a human being, there is bound to be a weakness. The person you cared about the most, betraying you, was a direct hit to your weakest weakness. That weakness was virtually defenseless and could defeat you in an instant. No matter how powerful Song Yunying was, under Song Zirou's fatal strike, she was still completely defeated. Lin Tianlei looked at her and revealed a hint of a smile. From the very beginning, he had prepared this entire layout. All for the sake of digging out that Viper John hiding behind them. Just as Lin Tianlei was about to step forward and pry open her mouth. After a brief moment of atrophy and despair, Song Yunying, who was paralyzed on the ground, suddenly erupted with unprecedented monstrous resentment. Snapping her head up, she looked at Lin Tianlei. Don't you want to know things about him? Now I'll tell you all of it. But I have one request, and that is to capture him and let him die with me. These sudden words shocked everyone. Lu Yongping also didn't expect Song Yunying to open his mouth like this. It's fine, even if you don't say it, I'll still do it. Lin Tianlei nodded his head and spoke indifferently. At the very top of the Prime Technology Group building, at the very bottom of the power system box, there is a dark layer that contains everything you want. Song Yunying looked at Lin Tianlei and spoke without hesitation. As her words fell, Lin Tianlei waved his hand and Chen and Wu immediately sent someone to get the stuff. I really didn't expect you to put up defenses against everyone, huh? Even your own husband you've memorized. Lin Tianlei looked at the woman in front of him, his heart somewhat shocked. Her city and mind were truly extraordinary. To be able to single-handedly bring the Prime Technology Group to such a large size can be described as ruthless and thoughtful. Ha! Listening to Lin Tianlei's words, Song Yunying laughed miserably. Profit is the only thing that drives us people to do things, anyone has to be on guard. Saying that, her gaze fell on the terrified Song Zirou. It's just that the only person I've ever absolutely trusted in my life, I gave her all I could, she had whatever she wanted, I hurt her and loved her and spoiled her. Pity in the end, but was betrayed by her, ha ha. Song Yunying laughed as she spoke. That laughter was like a magic sound, giving people an incomparably miserable feeling. Within that laughter, everyone could feel her heart dripping blood. I didn't lose to you, I lost to myself. Song Yunying looked at Lin Tianlei and said quietly. As the words fell, her eyes completely lost their luster. The entire person directly fainted due to excessive mental fluctuations. Watching her collapse, Lin Tianlei didn't stay any longer. The Ministry of Justice that pronounced her guilty did it. How to dispose of, wait for the information to get after I will make a decision. After saying this, he directly left the interrogation room. On the other hand, Chen Anwu sent soldiers all the way to the green light, unimpeded. Within 5 minutes, they arrived at the Prime Technology building at high speed. Riding the elevator to the top floor of the building, after breaking open the hidden compartment of the electric box, a heavy small safe appeared in front of them. P.S. To answer the question, powerful oligarchic families are able to train the elite and make politicians out of their own family members. At the same time, it can also use the family's strong financial power to infiltrate other politicians and get them to speak for them. It can, to a certain extent, sway some of the decisions of the Star-Spangled Nation. The Stars and Stripes also needs the financial and minion power of the dependent superfamilies. They have been around for all of human history to this day. Check them out on the internet for yourself. The two are intertwined and very complex. It's natural to threaten the Summer Kingdom for some common interests. Threatening doesn't necessarily mean that a sword on your neck can kill you in seconds, and a rambunctious wild dog can threaten you, and although it can't kill you, it can make you hurt and bleed. As for John, he has a certain position in the court family. With the resources and energy at his disposal, he has persecuted 6 top scientific experts. And has been hiding in the shadows, like a hidden viper that could bite you at any time in any scenario. A lot of people ask, here is a special explanation. Still do not understand. If you go back to read the 74th chapter, there is said very clearly. Chapter 79, the 10,000 Evil Court Family. In a short span of 10 or so minutes, a cracked open safe was presented to Lin Tianlei. The safe was opened. The information piled up inside gushed out directly. The crowd hurriedly organized the information while Lin Tianlei picked up the things on top and looked at them.
As expected, these things were all about John.
Everything on it was recorded in great detail, so it was evident that Song Yunying hadn't made much effort to preserve the evidence. I really didn't expect this Chow En to be so sinful. Lin Tianlei couldn't help but sigh as he looked through the various things on here. Chen Anwu and Lu Yongping, who had finished packing up the information next to him, both looked over as well. July 24, 20XX, Gigu's chief chip expert Lu Tongwei will be taking flight H328 on the 27th to the summer country's Mordor airport. I've already sent a few Grey Hands to carry out the assassination mission. Let the Grey Hands go directly to his home to carry out the mission. I need to create the truth that he drowned in the bathtub, so this time the Grey Hands must be professional, not hairy like last time. Lu Tongwei must stay, otherwise the Xiagua chip will rise, which will have a greater impact on the family's industry. March 24, 20XX, Cole's physicists meeting was held. Jiang Yuan will participate in this meeting. He is the current cutting-edge talent of the physical kinetic energy profession in Xia. Without him, Xia can't come up with a more sophisticated turbine core too. Tonight we'll be staying at the Moriko Hotel. I need a poison that can kill quickly. Have someone mix it into the breakfast provided by the hotel. If plan 1 fails, start plan 2 immediately. I want Shin to die tomorrow.
The family is already pushing me to do it.
Shin Jiandong wants to directly create a plane crash. I'll send my Grey Hands to do it. I've already paid off the airlines people, so it's not too late to kill him to silence him when it's over. There's a new shipment, put it into Yanjing City, create more addicts. There's no faster way to make money than that. Also, what to throw in for accurate customers? You need to find out who's reliable. Those addicts who can't afford it will go on to commit crimes. It's a double whammy for Xia. The family's business is far and wide. It's not something you can understand. You just need to cooperate with me to do what you need to do. I know you also want to leave Xia now, but the time is not yet right. Believe me, when the time comes I will let you come to Stars and Stripes. At that time Optimus Technology Group will be the bomb that destroys Shengjing City, and will also give Xia Kingdom an absolutely shocking financial fear. Have full confidence in the family.
Looking at so many various chat records, recording translations, several people's eyes were filled with anger.
Especially Chen Anwu. Some of the cases in here were what they had been pursuing all these years. Although they knew that these unnatural deaths were related to him, they just couldn't find any evidence. Now, all the information that had been plotted was all displayed in front of them, which made him incomparably shocked. Just one John had done such horrible and cruel things, harming how many aspiring people in our summer country? This court family is truly detestable. Shen Anwu couldn't help but punch at the table and said angrily. Their scourge in Xia has been as long as 200 years. From the weak Qing era, they have been crazily exploiting Xia, known as the Sixth Empire. Their power has long been rooted all over the world. Wanting to completely erase it is not something that can be done overnight. However, this John who is a threat to eBay right now must be gotten rid of. Only by getting rid of him can I feel at ease. Lu Yongping said with the same frown. Take this information and check it out. With this, I'm sure you'll be able to get to the bottom of John. I'll give you the right to directly mobilize large-scale foreign secret lurking agents. You can call on them when necessary. Be sure to apprehend this culprit who has plagued the summer country. I want to try him for his crimes in the summer country and give the people of the summer country an explanation. Lin Tianlei put down the information in his hands and looked at Chen Anwu with a grave and determined gaze and said, yes, promise to complete the task and live up to the expectations of the country. Chen Anwu straightened his body and saluted at Lin Tianlei with the same firmness. On this side, Chen Anwu had just left with the information. On the back foot, the person in charge of the prison walked in and, reporting to the commander-in-chief, the interrogation and sentencing has ended. May I ask how to dispose of Song Zirou and Song Yunying? Hearing this question, Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping glanced at each other and all smiled coldly. They had already negotiated everything 3 days ago. Listen carefully to what I say.
Lin Tianlei looked at the head of the prison and said,
the mother and daughter duo had committed a lot of sins, although the crimes they constituted were already enough to shoot them 10,000 times. But just feeding them a peanut is still too cheap for them. I want you to set up a special area in the prison for the two of them, and all kinds of punishments you can think of can be experimented on them. Including the development of all kinds of interrogation stuff for spies. They'll have priority in experiencing it. Torture them as much as you want, but you can't let them die. I want them to live their lives in pain. Besides, there's still one person left to be captured, so it's even more important not to let them die just like that.
Do you know what a human swine is? When their whole family is together, then they will be neatly made into human swine G, so that they can be reunited as a family.
Lin Tianlei spoke coldly, words that made the head of the prison tremble. Over the decades, he had never heard of such a horrible punishment. But when faced with Lin Tianlei, he immediately nodded his head and agreed to follow orders without hesitation. Human history is full of penal inventions, but just don't play them to death for me. Play them to death and I'll hold you responsible. Lin Tianlei said with a sneer, right, Song Zirou's leg is ruined, direct amputation. Yes, sir. The person in charge of the prison immediately nodded respectfully and agreed. After giving the order to dispose of the two, Lin Tianlei nodded in satisfaction. And just at this moment, Lu Yongping's phone rang coldly. After glancing at the call from the base, he immediately clicked answer. Dean Lu is not well, there is a big problem with the process of the 6th generation aircraft. As soon as the phone was connected, an impatient voice came over. Lu Yongping heard it right away, it was the voice of Yongping, the head of the RD workshop.
What's going on? What happened?
Locking eyes with Lin Tianlei, Lu Yongping hurriedly asked. Just now, Stars and Stripes cut off the export of engine turbine insulation materials, and a batch of goods specifically ordered the day before yesterday was re-withdrawn just as it arrived at customs. Dragonheart has now reached the most critical moment. Without this special heat insulating material, our assembly can only be halted. I don't know why Stars and Stripes suddenly cut off the supply of the material. I've already reflected the problem to the highest ministry in Kyoto, but I haven't received any news yet. Yongping hurriedly told the matter as it was.
Hearing this, Lu Yongping's heart instantly seized up. Lin Tianlei's brows even immediately furrowed. It must be John.
He was the only one who knew about the airbase project, so Yunying had utilized the Prime Technology Group to provide him with information. It had to be this.
Oops. Lu Yongping's complexion understood almost instantly when he heard this.
John had just finished saying that he wanted the project to be stopped today, and now that this had happened, it must be the work of the Cord family. They were fully capable of utilizing the Stars and Stripes Ministry of Trade to do this kind of suspension of supplies.
As the words fell, his complexion instantly became anxious.
The 6th generation machine was a matter of great importance, and Yibei had also put down his bold words to take off within a month. Time was already extremely tight, and everything was in a tense process. If there was a delay because of this little bit of insulation material, it would really be a serious blow to morale. This John really was tired of living. Anger instantly surged in Lin Tianlei's eyes and he gritted his teeth and cursed. Let's go to the base.
Lu Yongping couldn't even wait to curse and directly ran towards the door. Not a single second of time could be delayed.
There were only the last 25 days left if the Generation 6 unit couldn't be fitted out. That day will be the day that Stars and Stripes will hit Xia hard in the face.
Chapter 80. Attention! Dragonheart is born.
Lu Yongping and Lin Tianlei traveled all the way to the base at fire speed. In the research and development workshop, all the work was still going on in a blaze of glory.
Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary.
Only Yongping saw Lu Yongping come in and rushed over in a hurry.
What about the dean? Now there is no material.
Yongping said in a panic, special insulation material only the Stars and Stripes can now make, sell expensive I admit, but now there is no goods, I can only dry anxious
Don't panic.
Lu Yongping looked at the panicked Yongping drank, you are the commander-in-chief, cannot be messed up. Hearing this, Yongping hurriedly collected his anxious heart.
Seeing him stabilize, Lu Yongping then opened his mouth and asked, have you told Yibei about this?
Not yet, Chief Master Yi has been busy with all sorts of scheduling, I'm afraid he's too worked up, I haven't told him yet. Yongping shook his head and said, at the same time his face was overwhelmed with emotion, in order to be able to speed up the progress, he was all hands on deck. In these 5 days, the assembly speed of the 6th generation aircraft was accelerated several times faster than usual. But also tired and haggard, every time I went to take over the shift he insisted on working for another 2 hours, and came to shift change in the morning earlier than me, I couldn't argue with him. Yongping said and looked towards Yibei who was busy in the center of the workshop. Lu Yongping looked along, and from a distance of a few dozen meters, he could feel Yibei's busyness. Hands were constantly manipulating on the console, that was constantly optimizing the progress of each department. It was a very tiring act. Normally it wouldn't be like this at all, it was all arranged to be carried out normally. But in order to be able to put up the Generation 6 unit within a month, he once again enabled the console. There are problems to talk to him, he is the chief engineer.
Lu Yongping shook his head and walked straight toward Yibei.
If there is no way, I will immediately go to Kyoto to meet with the Supreme Being to see if I can directly seek the good offices of the Stars and Stripes. Hearing his words, Yongping and Lin Tianlei could only sigh and follow. In front of the central control console in the RD workshop, Yibei was busy with a grave expression. He didn't even notice Lu Yongping and the others coming over, his eyes were always on the display screen watching every detail. The progress of all the projects in the entire RD workshop, as well as their coordination, were all displayed in front of his eyes. Where there is a time difference in the docking, he immediately deployed according to the optimal solution. The entire single-handedly developed 6th generation aircraft. Every part, every detail of the design has been simulated thousands of times in his mind. Therefore, when faced with this kind of process where one step ended and the next needed to wait, Yibei could easily dissolve it. The reason why he dared to say that he would definitely succeed in a month was not purely just a passion. There was also his scientifically meticulous calculations for all of this. Yibei.
Lu Yongping walked up to Yibei and called out tentatively. Dean?
Yibei was a bit puzzled when he saw Lu Yongping, who he hadn't seen for a few days, suddenly appear.
Stop for now, there is something I have to tell you.
Lu Yongping looked at Yibei and said with a somewhat worried expression. Hearing this, Yibei was even more puzzled but still stopped his work. Looking at Yi Bei's black eyes, bloodshot eyes, and haggard face, Lu Yongping was a little heartbroken. But after thinking about it, he still opened his mouth. The engine's insulation material was pinched off by stars and stripes. Dragonheart might stop next. Hearing this, Yi Bei smiled and waved his hand.
I thought, what a big deal. I've thought about this matter for a long time.
The proposal for the brand new heat insulation material has already been taken to the materials department for synthesis today. Yi Bei had a calm face and said with a smile.
This statement startled everyone present. You've solved all the special heat insulation materials?
Lu Yongping looked at Yi Bei with a shocked face, somewhat incredulous. All along Xia had been in the middle of the road in material research and development, unable to develop something particularly high precision. There has never been a good solution for things like engines that require strict precision and extremely high requirements such as heat insulation materials. In the face of the absolute tight technological blockade by the West, we even have to develop the artificial snow on the skiing track on our own. Not to mention these special materials that can be used in the military. Specialized materials with superb insulation capabilities, the stars and stripes have always been stuck around our necks. The feeling of being stuck in someone's neck is very unpleasant. Instead of relying on imports all the time, why don't we make it ourselves? Yi Bei uttered a sentence that the Supreme Being had once said many years ago. Thermal insulation is the top priority of the engine core. Without good thermal insulation, the engine can fly for 2,000 hours at most. And the optimization of the new version of the engine for the 6th generation also needs better materials. I studied the new insulation material at school the other day, and now it can support at least 4,000 hours of flight time, which is enough to catch up with the excellent performance of the Xiongui engine. Yi Bei opened his mouth to the crowd and explained. The crowd present instantly boiled at these words.
4,000 hours? Chief Master Yi, do you mean that we have caught up with the most elite engines of the Bear Country overnight?
This is unbelievable. You really are a miracle in the physics world.
Your words reassure me too much. As long as the progress isn't delayed, then we're fine. Whether it was Lu Yongping or Jiang Ping, they were all excited.
How could they not expect that Yi Bei had not only developed a 6th generation aircraft in such a short period of time, he had even taken care of the heat insulation material by hand. This was really too shocking. Jiang Ping, who was originally anxious, instantly became excited as if he had shot chicken blood.
Right in between a few people's conversations.
An Empyrean machine expert ran over even more excitedly than Jiang Ping. Running to the side of the console, he swept a glance at the crowd and directly ignored everyone.
With an excited face, he looked at Yi Bei, gasping for breath and shouting happily, Chief Master Yi, the dragon heart has been thoroughly assembled successfully. The moment these words came out, the eyes of several people next to him were about to burst out with light. The most core component of the 6th generation aircraft, Yi Bei asked for the first to manufacture the existence on the first day. The most important cornerstone for Xia to safeguard the security of the air and sky. At this moment, it was finally born.
The first Dragon Xing in the history of Xia, with epic-making significance, how could they not be excited? Yi Bei nodded his head as he listened to this expert. Then he turned his head to look at the crowd and smiled, let's go, everyone. Several people immediately nodded their heads with smiles on their faces and followed Yi Bei deeper into the workshop. They were going to test this hard-won dragon heart. Test how strong it really was. Test whether it could carry the heavy responsibility of guarding the blue sky of Xia.
Thank you for the 198 gifts rewarded by the first Big Brother on the Big Brother list, Cat Fairy. A breath of air on the list of 1, for the universe of the super magnificent, Cat Fairy, Big Brother to raise the plaque. Also, thank you, 3 Nights Ghost Records, Big Brother rewarded 122 gifts. A breath of air to rush up to the 3rd on the list and raise a sign for 3 Nights Ghost Record, Big Brother. At the same time, thank you all for your continuous gift support. A dime a dozen also gave the author Fungus quite a lot of revenue. Author Fungus promises.
This week we'll arrange for everyone to break 10,000 words twice plus more.
Really super, thank you all. Love you all. Chapter 81, 10 Years of Honing a Sword, Successful. Is this the dragon heart?
Lu Yongping looked at the big guy in front of him, his eyes thickly filled with excitement. Only in front of the eyes of the people in the sea, displayed a body mechanical composition of high-precision equipment.
Nozzle diameter 16 meters. Engine total length 6 meters. Total mass 4 tons.
Thrust-to-weight ratio of 12:04. Cruise thrust 215 knots, about 22 tons. Maximum thrust 480 knots, about 490 tons. Jiang Ping could not help but sigh as he looked at this incredible big guy. As long as the test is successful, Xia will have the strongest fighter engine in the entire blue planet.
This is my lifelong dream.
Lu Yongping slowly walked over to the engine and reached out to touch it. But his trembling hand stopped when he was about to approach it. It was as if he was afraid that the moment he touched it, the dragon's heart would shatter like a dreamy bubble. At this moment, beside the engine, it was surrounded by the experts who had built it, as well as the best craftsmen in Xia. It was made by them one by one, steel fragment by steel fragment, one by one, thin copper wire by thin copper wire.
These 5 days, day and night, hundreds of people were frantically busy to create such a miracle. Each of them knew very well how important this engine was to Xia. It's not just an engine, it's the heart of Xia's blue sky. It is the propellant for the realization of Xia's great air and space strategy. Every scientific researcher present, looking at the dragon heart, had a gleam in their eyes, and their hearts were ablaze with exhilaration. Yongping withdrew his hand, spoke with an uplifted face, and immediately began to prepare for the engine testing work. At his command, everyone at the scene moved again. Hundreds of scientific research experts all began to carry out preparations in all aspects. The large delivery device slowly sent the 4-ton heart into the mountain belly test platform inside the airspace base. There was an extremely huge place in the middle of a large mountain that had been hollowed out. It was here that the base had the most secret test platform constructed. Yibei sat in the car, and at his side pilot Wang Wei followed in the same car. How is the flight training going? Can the 6th generation adapt? Yibei rubbed his temples and asked. Reporting to Chief Master Yi, the simulation training went well, and I don't feel uncomfortable even when the engine is pushed at full speed. Wang Wei answered directly without thinking. The 6th generation machine simulation test, the performance is extremely good, complete all kinds of strategic tasks is absolutely not a problem. His face is still as confident as ever, full of the masculinity of the men of Xia. Good, to strengthen the training, we are afraid that there is no test flight opportunity, so, out of the war that is the first flight. Yibei nodded and still opened his mouth to admonish. A month's time, wanting to lift off with the stars and stripes, they won't be able to make a test flight test in time. Chief Master Yi, don't worry, I will do my best and will never disgrace the motherland. Wang Wei immediately opened his mouth firmly and responded. Looking at his resolute gaze, Yibei nodded with the same firmness. He believed that the man in front of him would definitely be able to accomplish the mission. Reporting to Chief Master Yi, the engine has been installed and the monitoring equipment is in place. The car was parked outside the test platform in the belly of the mountain, and a soldier immediately trotted over to report. The car door was pulled open, Yibei rolled out of the car and quickly walked into the test platform. Can we start the test now? Another 15 minutes for the final test should be able to start. Yongping watched Yibei come over and immediately responded with a smile. As long as the test is successful, Xiagua Air Sky will no longer be afraid of anyone. Listening to Yongping's words, Yibei nodded. Across the distance of 20 meters, and the bulletproof thickened transparent glass, Yibei looked at the engine on the test platform, and the light of hope flashed in his eyes. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Under the fast and efficient preparations of many staff members, the pre-test preparations were done. A voice rang out from the radio that surrounded the entire venue. The test platform is ready, checking for errors. Engine ready, check. Fuel supply ready, check. Monitoring system ready, check. Alarm system ready, check. The Dragonheart engine is ready for testing. After a single message was reported, the engine's test preparations were completely finished. In the control room, a large number of Air Force researchers were excitedly guarding their positions, nervously looking at the data disk in front of them. Everyone knew. This was an incomparably important moment. Whether or not the test would be successful would determine the future of Xia's airspace. The test could begin. After Yongping checked all the inspection reports one by one, he turned his head to Yibei with an apprehensive mood and said, Chief Master Yi, this is your result, you give the order. Yibei nodded and said directly to the center console, start the test. He didn't have any nonsense. He had complete confidence in what he had researched. The countdown for the Dragonheart engine test began. 10, 9, 8, 0. Ignition. The moment the final voice fell over the radio, the controller at the main console pressed the test start button. Boom. The next second he pressed the button, an airburst rang out from the engine test platform. Immediately afterward, a fiery flame shot out from the rear of the engine, which was large enough to stand a man. Afterward, a huge sound began to roar. The entire test platform began to tremble slightly. The ignition was successful. Seeing the engine spew out flames, everyone's tense hearts relaxed a bit. This was the beginning of the engine's success. Yibei watched the ignition succeed and without hesitation, he ordered again, increasing the engine power and monitoring the changes in the engine's various data. As his voice fell, another voice immediately sounded and the engine power began to increase. The operator's hand quickly jumped and cranked up the engine power. As the power continued to increase, the flames that erupted from the rear of the engine became incomparably fierce, and the scorching flames looked quite dazzling. At the same time, the roar of the engine increased crazily, deafening the ears. The metal at the rear of the engine then began to change, turning red in the flames, but the redness stopped at a certain moment. This was the latest heat insulation material that Yibei used, able to withstand the terrifying temperatures of the Generation 6. All the staff in front of the console had their eyes glued to the data in front of them. Their hearts were all tightly lifted. Once a particular change in a certain data appeared, the test would have to be stopped immediately, or else extremely serious harm would occur.
However, all the values were growing steadily as per the simulated data, and no abnormalities appeared.
Engine power is at its limit. Engine temperature is normal. Engine speed is normal. The engine control chip is normal. Engine nozzle handling normal. All the data matched the simulated values. A series of sounds came out over the radio and landed in everyone's ears. The engine test was successful. After Lu Yongping carefully browsed through all the monitoring data, he exclaimed with an incomparably excited expression. In the next second, all the researchers in the entire control room erupted into an incomparably strong cheer. Success, we've finally succeeded. Great, Xiaogua finally has its own high-precision engine. Our engine can finally stand at the top of the world. 10 years of sharpening the sword, Chief Master Yi is mighty. The entire control room was filled with cheers of excitement, filling the large space in an instant. Everyone hugged and celebrated with excitement, and tears of joy flew in the air. It was a success. Xia finally possessed the super dragon heart that could crush all the engines in the entire blue planet. Chief Master Yi is mighty. Someone shouted out in excitement. Instantly, the entire control room of hundreds of people all shouted with incomparable vigor. Chapter 82, The Last Day is Here. Success, you have succeeded in creating the history of Xia's airspace, placing a powerful heart to Xia's airspace army. You are a great contributor to Xia's airspace. Lu Yongping looked at Yi Bei excitedly and gave him a big hug. The engine core had always been a huge resistance limiting the development of Xia's airspace endeavors. Over these decades, although it had been trying to make progress. But as the equipment requirements became tighter and tighter, the pace of catching up with Star-Spangled Nation and Bear Nation became much slower. This decade can even be said to have fallen into the dilemma of standing still in this piece. And Yi Bei, he completely solved this problem. The dragon heart is now in the world, the pattern of the blue star air sky will completely change, and the 6th generation will make the blue sky of the Summer Kingdom incomparably safer. Dean, if you use a little more force, I am going to be strangled by you. Yi Bei said faintly. Ah, too happy, sorry ah. Lu Yongping hurriedly let go of Yi Bei when he heard this and happily patted his shoulder and said. Although Yi Bei was just as happy at the moment, he was not excited and proud. After all, the 6th generation machine hadn't completely succeeded yet. Only if the 6th generation machine really lifted off, the Xia Air and Space Army could completely become the world's strongest air and space army. Everyone, go back to the workshop, we have to continue working. Yi Bei waved at the crowd, then got into his car and returned towards the research workshop. Everyone at the scene didn't hesitate and immediately put away their excitement and got into their cars to return towards the workshop. Yi Bei sitting in the car was thinking about more than just the 6th generation airplane in front of him. He also had a bigger dream of his own. He wanted to lead Xia to be the first to step into the great era of the universe. In the vast universe, the mysterious and incomparable sea of stars was the way for science and technology to move towards the supreme pantheon. The energy conversion of the controlled fusion reactor that he had researched, as well as the singularity data that he was working on, were the keys to the vast universe. But right now, the most important thing was the Generation 6. If he couldn't arm Xia into the most powerful superpower, without the power to protect technology, he wouldn't get far after all. Returning to the research workshop, Yi Bei continued to start frantically busy in front of the center console. The parts on the drawings were manufactured one after another. The latest type of fighter shell was also forged. The huge silver and black fighter plane figure began to gradually appear amidst everyone's efforts. Xia's 6th generation plane should not only be strong to the point of explosion, but also handsome to the point of explosion. After all, strong can only be strong for a while, but handsome can be handsome for a lifetime. Silver black paint, falcon-like streamline shape, sharp sides. A new era of violent aesthetics of the pinnacle of the war machine began to gradually take shape. At the same time, Wang Wei was also training himself devilishly every day. As Xia's most outstanding pilot, he had been selected by the Supreme Being along with Lin Tianlei, Lu Yongping, Yi Bei, and the others to take on this mission. His long-held dream and belief in defending his country made him go all out in his training. In 1 month's time, he had to adapt to all the flight training of a 6th-generation aircraft, including strategic mission execution, assault and counter combat, and aerial fancy shows. All of it, he had to learn all of it. This was the goal he had set for himself. In the training room of the Air and Space Base, 16 hours a day, his figure could be seen training hard. During the remaining 20 days or so, Lin Tianlei wasn't idle either. Apart from the necessary work, the rest of his time was all spent at the Tianxin Department. The missing library surveillance data from Qingbei University had finally been found. Fang Yao, who had been fearfully hiding in the school, was captured by the Tianxin Department, and the memory card was handed over without hesitation. But Lin Tianlei didn't rush to act immediately. Now that the information on the internet had just subsided, the 6th generation was at a critical moment. He didn't want these off-site factors to interfere with Yi Bei, and at the same time, he didn't want the large-scale online exposure to provoke John's anger and bring about other undesirable effects.
When he caught this guy who had bad intentions and attempted to harm Yi Bei, then he would expose everything in full. Let the world see the evil behavior of the Song family and completely shut all the mouths that attempted to oppose again, returning Yi Bei with a truly innocent reputation. At the same time, with the information provided by Song Yunying, the investigation of John had progressed by leaps and bounds. The overseas agents had roughly locked down the general location of Qiaowen's residence. But after all, it was another country where every move had to be made carefully. The agents were very careful in continuing to squat and observe, gathering more favorable intelligence and information. As for Lin Tianlei and Shannon Wu of the Xia Security Department, they had already started the first plan according to the situation. Capture this villain who had brutalized Xia's top researchers and attempted to harm Yi Bei. This time, it must be a one-strike victory as much as possible. After all, once it failed, this viper would instantly hide and it would be much harder to catch again. While marching hard on all fronts, 25 days flew by. The air and space. All the researchers were incomparably busy. The last remaining components were being rapidly assembled, while the various components that had already been successfully assembled were also being synchronized and inspected. In the center of the research and development workshop, a huge silver and black fighter was incomparably dazzling. The fighter was 25 meters long, 5 meters high, and had a wingspan of 16 meters. Its violent and handsome appearance gave people an incomparably strong sense of oppression. Yi Bei, who was in front of the main console, looked at this national weapon that took a long time and countless efforts to forge, and a glint flashed in his eyes. It's so handsome, sci-fi has become real. Yongping couldn't help but sigh as he looked at this soon-to-be-completed warplane. Not only was Chief Master Ye's D capability demonic, this aesthetic taste was also amazingly good. The 6th generation plane he designed was so much more handsome than the Star-Spangled Kingdom's caress. Really looking forward to the moment it lifts off. Behind him, quite a few research experts who were seeing a warplane for the first time were shocked by this steel behemoth. The full body design of the 6th generation aircraft was incredibly silky where it should be smooth, and sharp as a sword where it should be hard. This kind of appearance design, which was close to the ultimate violent aesthetics, stunned everyone. Just look at the face value that is absolutely hanging all the sci-fi movie and television warplanes. While everyone was admiring it, a soldier rushed in a hurry. Reporting to the Grand Commander, an urgent telegram from the Supreme Ministry's Strategy Division, please check it out for yourself. Lin Tianlei didn't hesitate and took the tablet in his hand. Stars and Stripes had newly deployed 22 5th-generation aircraft in the Bug Kingdom. Their intentions were very clear, attempting to compress our air and sky strategic space once again. Looking at the information on it, his brows immediately furrowed. Star-Spangled Nation's actions are getting more and more rampant, not putting us in our eyes in the slightest. But before he could think more, another soldier rushed in even more excitedly. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, latest news, 10 minutes ago the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation aircraft has lifted off and is flying towards our waters. Intentions are unknown, the Supreme Command has mobilized the offshore armed forces to deploy for protection. The Supreme Ministry requests that you speed up the liftoff of the 6th-generation aircraft. When this news came out, the scene was in an uproar. Chapter 83 Sharp Sword breaks the sky, fighter aircraft takes off. No wonder they deployed 5th-generation planes to the Bug Kingdom, this is to completely carry out suppression in the air and sky. Star-Spangled Nation has evil intentions, we absolutely can't take it lightly. Lu Yongping heard the news and immediately opened his mouth. The Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation planes are actually so fast. I expected to arrive over our waters in an hour and a half. Yongping was also quite marveled and directly gave an approximate arrival time. Hearing this, the other research experts beside him also spoke up. How much longer until the assembly was complete? Lin Tianlei didn't think much about anything, he just turned his head to look at Yi Bei in front of the main console. 1.5 hours. Yi Bei opened his mouth without hesitation. Is it loaded with ammunition? Lin Tianlei then opened his mouth to inquire. No. Yi Bei replied equally directly. Hearing this, Lin Tianlei immediately opened his mouth and ordered the ammunition department to load ammunition immediately. Yongping immediately nodded without hesitation and went to execute the order. This is the first flight, we haven't been tested yet, I'm afraid it's not right to load ammunition into the sky, right? Lu Yongping looked at Lin Tianlei and spoke with a somewhat worried expression. I don't know what the Stars and Stripes are thinking, I can't let my soldiers go to war with guns that don't have bullets. If the Stars and Stripes country dares to make a move to provoke, then we will directly fight with them. Lin Tianlei opened his mouth without anger, incomparably domineering. These words caused everyone around him to be shaken. Worthy of being the Grand Commander of the Xia Air Force, he didn't have the slightest fear in the face of a strong enemy. A few minutes later, a large amount of ammunition was transported over by a carrier. The final assembly work on the fighter continued. Various kinds of ammunition were hooked into the ammo bay under the fighter. All the staff were desperately rushing to make time, and they were well aware that Stars and Stripes was about to arrive to flaunt its power.
Now that it was the last moment, they were even more afraid to relax for even a second. Just at this moment, a craftsman who was welding by the cockpit suddenly fell straight down from the ladder. Fortunately, there were many people below, and he was caught, which prevented him from falling directly to the ground. Master Lu fainted, quickly called a military doctor. Someone shouted loudly, and a crowd of people carried him at speed towards the infirmary. At the same time, without any orders, a welder picked up his torch and directly climbed up the ladder again. Everyone's expression was grave, refusing to spare even a second. If someone fell, then the next one would be replaced. Just like the Battle of the Guardian, they went forward and backward, vowing to fight to the death. A short hour and a half flew by. A soldier rushed in a hurry. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation planes have arrived at the border of our waters, the 5th-generation planes are being ordered to expel, and the frigates are following throughout. Hearing this news, Lin Tianlei was furious and pounded the table. In the face of the huge increase in the performance of the 6th-generation aircraft, the 5th-generation aircraft simply cannot play a half role. As for the offshore air defense force, that is even more of a sham. Radar can't catch this kind of stealthy fighter, not even a chance to lock the target. Moreover, even if they do, with the speed of the 6 generations of aircraft, it is much more difficult to strike. The only hope now is the takeoff of our 6th generation aircraft. To drive out this thing that's ready to come to our airspace to show off its power. Reporting to Generalissimo Yi, all units are loaded. The moment the soldier's reporting voice fell, the staff quickly ran to make their report. Then another voice followed. Reporting to Chief Master Yi, the entire aircraft has been inspected, no faults, ready for takeoff. Hearing these words, all the people's complexions were revitalized. Lu Yongping's eyes also let out light. It's finally done. Lin Tianlei was even more excited. After waiting for so long, he finally waited for this moment. Pilot! Under a loud shout, another even louder voice followed. 2. Wang Wei looked resolute, his gaze incomparably determined, saluting at Lin Tianlei and shouting. Boarding ready for battle. Lin Tianlei took a few steps forward and saluted him similarly. First flight is combat, no mistakes, understand? Understood. Your mission is to expel the Stars and Stripes 6th generation aircraft from Xia's airspace. Copy that. I promise to complete the mission. Don't disgrace the motherland. Wang De shouted loudly. Two pairs of equally resolute eyes, one old and one young, looked at each other in all directions, as if they were making some kind of contract. A second later, Wang Wei withdrew his saluting hand and directly jogged and climbed into the 6th generation. At the moment he stepped into the cockpit, he looked back at the crowd below the ground. All of them were looking at him with burning eyes, and each of them carried full expectations in their eyes. He knew that this time, he absolutely could not lose. A maiden flight that had not been tested could have many unknown conditions. But, no matter what happened, no matter if he could come back or not, he had to fight for Xia. Even if he sacrificed, he must complete this mission. As he walked into the cockpit, various commands immediately began to be given in the control room. Open the workshop hatch. Fighter guides in position. Ground crew in position. Fighter fuselage data connection normal. Fighter flight control system data is normal. A series of data came out over the radio, the alarm sounded low in the workshop, and everything was incredibly serious. All personnel retreated to the sides. The staff came in front of Yi Bei to report, reporting to Chief Master Yi, all data of the fighter plane is normal, there is no bad situation, you can start ignition flight. Start! Yi Bei did not hesitate to give the order. Through the cockpit windshield, Yi Bei looked at Wang Wei sitting inside. Looking at this incomparably serious and hard training pilot, his heart was filled with trust. An order was given. In the tower control room, all the staff guiding were incomparably nervous. Everyone was incomparably aware of the significance of the first flight of the 6th generation aircraft. They also understood the tension and seriousness of the situation at this moment. At this moment, even Lin Tianlei's complexion was incomparably grave, his eyes glittering with anticipation as he looked towards the fighter. Lu Yongping's heart was even more tightly pinched. Yongping was apprehensive, his two hands clenched tightly together as he looked at the warplane and Wang Wei in the cockpit. Yi Bei was similarly gazing tightly at the warplane, a hint of blazing light in his tired eyes. Countless research experts and craftsmen, as well as the staff in the workshop, all looked up at the serious-looking Wang Wei in the cabin. Under the gaze of countless pairs of nervous eyes, Wang Wei on the fighter jet started up the world's strongest 6th generation aircraft. In the next second, the roar of the warplane's engine followed, like a powerful dragon's heart starting to beat. The fighter jet began to slowly glide out towards the cabin. Outside, the runway was clear, and the guides were waving their flags to guide the fighters forward. After pulling out of the workshop, the roar of the fighter's engine grew louder and louder. It eventually turned into a roar like a dragon, and scorching flames followed from the rear of the engine. The terrifying flames burned and distorted the air. Everyone took running steps towards the outside of the workshop, watching the fighters continue to move forward. Watching the flames from the tail get fiercer and fiercer, the engine roared madly, and the powerful thrust made it start to speed up on the runway.
That speed was getting faster and faster and faster. Finally, after taxiing out 60 meters, the front wheels left the ground. Immediately afterward, the entire fighter plane rose up, its nose pulling up at a rapid speed. The next second, in the sound of a sonic boom. It was like a sharp sword breaking through the air and plunging straight into the clouds. P.S. Thank you to List 3 Fairy, 3 Nights Ghost Record, for another gift. Thank you all for your gift support. Tomorrow, together, we will fulfill the hero's dream. Chapter 84 Dispute Rising. Global live streaming. It was too unbelievable. Lin Tianlei and the rest of the generals watched the Generation 6 break through the air. All of them were deeply shocked. How did this happen? Only 60 meters of takeoff distance was used. Can the initial power be that great? It was too unbelievable. Many of the people beside them were stunned by this extremely short takeoff distance. Only 60 meters. Watching that fighter plane rush into the sky, a shocked glow surged through everyone's pupils. And this was only the beginning. After watching the plane take off, all the top brass all went straight to the tower's general control room. On the huge display screen, all sorts of data were showing up in real time. All of them looked at the data, and one by one, they looked uplifted. The fighter jet was continuing to accelerate. Mach rings appeared, and the fighter jet broke the speed of sound. The fighter jet breaks through double the speed of sound. The fighters have broken through 2 times the speed of sound. It's tripled the speed of sound. Everyone in the control room cheered as they watched the fighter's speed increase. This proves that the first flight of the Generation 6 is correct, and it's now in the sky. Chief Master Yu was too strong. All the data was basically the same as what the computer had simulated in advance. Yongping carefully looked at the data above, checking it against this theoretical simulation data, and couldn't help but marvel out. This made everyone's gaze towards Yibei become even more shocked. There was no one who knew more about the 6th generation aircraft than him. Just when everyone was excited about the successful first flight, over the southern waters of the Summer Kingdom, a pitch-black giant warplane flew in amidst sonic booms. Behind him, a parade of 8 Caress 5th generation planes followed. An entire formation flew in through the air, and from a distance, the scene could be said to be quite imposing, with a considerable deterrent effect. But they were clearly not the main characters of the day. The Stars and Stripes 6th generation aircraft soaring at the very front were the true protagonists. The 8 caressing maidens were only used to follow the camera, showing this powerful fighter from all angles in all directions. The emergence of the 6th generation was a scientific feat that shook the entire world. The Stars and Stripes naturally wanted to show the world their powerful force, using the terrifying oppression of the 6th generation machine to deter the world and maintain their position as the world's hegemon. And in the airspace above this Generation 6 plane, there was another identical Generation 6 plane following it. It was not only to increase the power of deterrence, but it was also specialized in following the camera at the same time. After all, at absolute high speeds, only a 6th generation plane could catch up with a 6th generation plane. Stars and Stripes, who had issued a notice months ago, even issued another notice a month ago. The fact that the 6th generation aircraft was going to lift off today was already a household name all over the world. Not only was Xia paying constant attention, but the rest of the world was also closely watching Stars and Stripes' every move. After all, the 6th generation aircraft represented a new world air and space pattern and strategic pattern. No country would miss witnessing it today. And with the frantic coverage from many media outlets in the Stars and Stripes and the largest media outlet, Global, the world's media was abuzz. Under the frantic coverage in just one day, it drew the attention of hundreds of millions of people. The news of mankind's first 6th generation aircraft lifting off could be called global attention. 1:20 p.m. The major Western mainstream media, represented by the Global Network, began to release the news that had already been prepared. All the news was published on the front page. Humanity's first 6th generation aircraft takes to the skies. The airborne overlords will be broadcast live around the globe. Rare. The Stars and Stripes announced a global live broadcast of the 6th generation aircraft's liftoff. Stars and Stripes unveils its 6th generation aircraft to be broadcast live around the world today. Rare. With these news releases, the global populace was completely sensationalized. Countless netizens were completely shocked. The Global Network, which announced the platform for this live broadcast, was even experiencing server lag due to the horrifying log in speed of millions of netizens per minute. This unprecedented situation completely set off a frenzy of global netizens watching. And as the Western media began to release news, Xia's domestic is also a panic. The major media began to speak out one after another. Stars and Stripes pointing their swords at Xia's airspace. This is the most panicked moment in Xia's airspace. The pressure is immense. Stars and Stripes' move will seriously undermine Xia's international influence. 6th generation aircrafts consolidate the position of world domination, and the Stars and Stripes may usher in a brand new moment of heyday. The news flew all over the sky, causing countless netizens to tremble. Especially after the news of the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th generation aircraft appearing in the airspace of Xia's waters appeared. It even completely triggered a considerable amount of panic among the public. A large number of domestic netizens began to flock to the global network, wanting to take a look at the Star-Spangled Nation's sixth-generation aircraft. At the moment when countless media outlets were frantically reporting and making loud noises, Western countries also took a stance and spoke one after another. Gilly Nation, the takeoff of the Star-Spangled Nation's sixth-generation aircraft is a boon for mankind. It proves that the Star-Spangled Nation has led the world's aviation research technology to a new height. Lanshi country, all mankind should look up to Stars and Stripes. Technology is the future of mankind, and Stars and Stripes, which has mastered cutting-edge technology, is our forerunner towards the universe. Uranus, Stars and Stripes is the most powerful country in the world. Learning from Stars and Stripes is the foundation of our strength, and we send our sincerest congratulations to Stars and Stripes for the liftoff of the sixth-generation aircraft. Take the great powers. The Western countries stood up and spoke out, cheering and shouting for the Stars and Stripes. No one paid any attention at all to the fact that they had intruded into the airspace of Xia's waters. After all, it was a major event that concerned the world's strategic landscape, and almost all the countries were watching the shocking show from afar. The countries that were allied with the Stars and Stripes had begun to take sides and make their voices heard, while other countries such as the Bear Country were watching from a cold perspective, wanting to see how strong the Stars and Stripes really was. Just at the moment when the entire network was shocked. At the highest ministry in Kyoto, Xia, a middle-aged man with a dignified face, was frowning as he looked at the latest information sent to him. The Star-Spangled Nation's sixth-generation planes had already entered the airspace, but he was at his wits' end, unable to do anything at all. Just then, the assistant who had been standing by suddenly became excited. Supreme, Commander Lin reported that the first flight of our sixth-generation aircraft has been successful. It's on its way to the Southern Sea at full speed. At these words, the middle-aged man's brows instantly stretched. The corners of his mouth even surfaced with a hint of a pleased smile. This Yubei, living up to the expectations. At the moment his words fell. Oceanside. In the Star-Spangled Nation Research Center, Bernard announced the opening of the live broadcast. In the next instant, the official media of the Star-Spangled Nation's Air and Space Ministry on the global network opened the live broadcast. Subsequently, within a second, the hundreds of millions of netizens who were guarding the front of the live broadcast room flew in. Immediately afterward, the first image appeared on Bernard's body in the research center. Today's Bernard was wearing a straight suit, Titanic, and looked quite grand. Today was a special day in human history, Bernard said, with a solemn face to the live camera. From 1903, born in Stars and Stripes, the world-famous scientists Ritter brothers developed the first aircraft. Stars and Stripes led all of mankind began to embark on the dream of flying in the blue sky. In this more than 100 years, our warplanes changed 5 generations. Today, the Star-Spangled Nation's sixth-generation airplane lifts off, representing a big step forward in the field of air and space for all mankind. I once said that Xia's research technology was still in the backward age, and that the real future of research lay with the Stars and Stripes. This has proved to be true, as the Star-Spangled Kingdom's sixth-generation aircraft has already lifted off at a time when Xia's fifth-generation aircraft is still imperfect. Today, we deliberately selected the airspace close to Xia to display. I hope that Xia's scientific research staff can seriously study, and soon build a decent warplane, Bernard said as a smug smile appeared on his face. The look was as if he was mocking Xia across the live broadcast. Alright, without further ado, let's enjoy the majestic stance of the Star-Spangled Nation's sixth-generation fighter. As his words fell, the camera of the live broadcast turned. A pitch-black colored warplane appeared in the eyes of everyone around the world. The sound of the fighter jet breaking through the air came from the live broadcast room. The Star-Spangled Nation's sixth-generation aircraft spun rapidly in the air, performing extremely difficult maneuvers and displaying its heroic stance. In the airspace of Xia's waters, they flaunted their might towards the whole world, exerting unprecedentedly great pressure on Xia. The screen switched from time to time between the cameras of the 8 fifth-generation planes. The stance of the Star-Spangled Nation's sixth-generation aircraft was perfectly presented in the live broadcast, causing a clamor around the world. Was this the Star-Spangled Nation's fighter jet? This is too handsome, isn't it? Oh God, this is so unbelievably real. With the sixth-generation fighter, the Stars and Stripes would completely occupy the position of the air and sky hegemony, never to be shaken again. The Xia Kingdom simply didn't have the capital to compare with the Stars and Stripes. They were the weakest. The Xia Kingdom that had always called itself a great power technology now seemed to be truly vain. Big country technology? Dude, are you being funny? Stars and Stripes is the real big country technology. That's crazy. Star-Spangled Nation is the strongest. I'm so proud to be a Star-Spangled Nation. Stars and Stripes is violating the rules. It's stirring up trouble and disrespecting another country's sovereignty. Xia airspace is no place for Stars and Stripes to make trouble. It's a provocation to the World Federation. Ha! Backwards Xia is worthy of talking about sovereignty. What can you do to us when we're here? In front of the sixth-generation aircraft, the Xia monkeys had better shut their mouths.
Mocking these Xia monkeys hard. Do you come to the live broadcast to humiliate yourselves? Technologically backward summer monkeys, you don't have the capital to talk, get out. Waves surged through the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room. Countless people were being shocked by the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation aircraft, and all kinds of shocking voices rose and fell. At the same time, there were some Xia netizens who wanted to defend justice for their country. However, they were directly sprayed with pop-ups by more Western netizens. In the face of absolute strength, these patriotic netizens could only clench their teeth and clench their fists, trembling with anger but unable to do anything about it. The other more Xia netizens were completely disappointed. Without the strength to fight against, they were doomed to be humiliated today. In this mood, everyone fell silent. And just at the moment when everyone was feeling disappointed and sad, suddenly, over the southern sea, in the airspace where the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation planes were strutting their stuff, an incomparably cool silver and black fighter jet appeared with a bang. With a loud sonic boom and scorching tail flames, it surged out from 10,000 meters of clouds surrounded by Mach rings. Toward the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation fighter it raced. Chapter 85. Xia has a 6th-generation plane too. Boom! 10,000 meters above the sky. The roar of the Dragonheart engine was like the roar of a divine dragon, resounding in all directions. Wang Wei looked calm and pushed the throttle, pushing the joystick forward at the same time. The nose of the Generation 6 fighter jet was immediately directed diagonally downwards, and with the gravitational effect coupled with the strong power provided by the Dragonheart engine, the entire fighter jet completely entered a state of ultra-high speed boost. Overload. Crazy overload. In just a few seconds, the 6th-generation fighter quickly entered a state of overloading 7G. And this number was still increasing by leaps and bounds. The storm clouds caused by the supersonic speed coalesced around the fighter's half of its body, as if it was cloaked in a white battlesuit, completely enveloping the fighter. A speed of 1,500 meters per second, nearly Mach 5 supersonic downstroke. Descending from 10,000 meters to 7,000 meters diagonally below where the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation plane was located. It only takes a mere 7 seconds. Unimaginably terrifying speed. It's too fast. So fast that in the blink of an eye several kilometers are left behind. Holmes, the pilot of the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation plane who was performing fancy maneuvers over the sea to show off his powerful force, only heard an ear-shattering sonic boom from above him. The next second, a silver and black fighter plane coalescing with a pure white sonic boom cloud rushed past above him like a divine sword descending from the sky. The distance between the two sides was only less than 500 meters apart. This distance may seem long, but it was a rather dangerous distance in the speed of a 6th-generation aircraft. That silver and black warplane flew past Holmes, and a thunderous warning sound came from the air. Your warplane has intruded into Xia's airspace. Xia's air and space forces have initiated a warning to you. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. The sound exploded in the air, rumbling like thunder. All of this was thanks to eBay's overloaded broadcasting device that was loaded to produce such a shocking effect. As the sound fell, it was only then that all the people watching the live broadcast reacted. What was that? I saw a black shadow. It seems like it's black and white and it's flying through. What kind of fighter plane is this? How come it's so fast? This speed is at least Mach 3. When did Xia have a fighter plane with this speed? What's going on? The Xia Air Force has come to warn the Stars and Stripes of their behavior. My God, this is so fast, I didn't even see what happened. This sudden scene shocked everyone. The hundreds of millions of netizens who had just been immersed in the awesome scene of the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation aircraft were all attracted to it. The pop-up screen was instantly active, all talking about what happened in the last second. Bernard, who was in the middle of his live explanation, praising the performance of the Generation 6 to the world, was also interrupted by this sudden intrusion. On the other side of the room, the countless executives of Stars and Stripes were also confused. When did Xia produce such a high-performance fighter jet? How come there was no news at all? Could it be an improved 5th-generation aircraft? Almost at the same time, all the top brass, including Bernard and other researchers, all came up with this explanation. And before they could open their mouths to mock. In the next instant, Wang Wei, who had swept past Holmes' head, turned back again. With a speed of nearly Mach 5, it would still take some time for him to come down. When he turned back again, his speed had already dropped significantly, but he was still sending signals to expel the Star-Spangled Nation's fighters. Your warplanes have invaded the airspace of the Summer Kingdom. The Summer Air and Space Force has issued a warning to you. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. In the midst of this rolling warning, only then did everyone get a thorough look at the warplane that had just swept over the head of the Star and Stripes country's 6th generation. With its silver and black paint job, its sci-fi shape of absolute violent aesthetics, it looked simply dazzling to the point of explosion. With just one glance, everyone was completely shocked. This was a 6th generation aircraft? Inside the strategy room of the Supreme Ministry of the Bear Country, Abraham saw it at a glance.
Just the caliber ratio of the engine, the full body ratio of the fighter, he immediately saw it when he compared it to the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th generation fighter. But it made him really unable to believe it, and somewhat questioningly opened his mouth to exclaim out in shock.
6th generation machine? Can't be, Xiaogui can never have any rumors of a 6th generation aircraft.
Next to him, the supreme person of the Bear Country, Pulse, glanced at Abraham and said in doubt. This scene, likewise, happened in all the major countries. All of them cried out in shock when they saw the fighter plane piloted by Wang Wei appear. There was simply no way to explain its speed that fast anymore other than a 6th generation aircraft. The top brass of the Stars and Stripes were equally shocked. The 5th generation planes on the scene immediately captured the relevant information and began transmitting it for measurement. Under the high-speed computer's arithmetic, an accurate piece of information was quickly determined to be a 6th generation machine from Xia. When this news came out, everyone at the scene was shocked.
Bernard's expression even changed greatly.
He had never expected that Xia could also develop a 6th generation airplane. What's more, he didn't expect that it would actually take off with them today to expel them.
Calculate his speed just now, that was the impact of his full speed, calculated immediately. I need to know what their full speed is. Bernard shouted loudly to the researchers next to him. Inside the Summer Kingdom's highest strategy ministry,
all the top brass cheered happily the moment they saw the warplanes appear.
I'd been looking forward to it for days, but it's finally here.
Ha, this time I'll see how arrogant the Stars and Stripes can still be.
Yi Bei is really good, the pillar of the country. He's done us a great honor. Without Yi Bei, we don't know how much humiliation we'll have to suffer today.
With his 6th generation aircraft, we'll have to hit him in the face of the Stars and Stripes.
Too shocking, so fast, really is my country to rise. All the executives cheered happily and many of them applauded excitedly.
A rather proud smile appeared on the face of the Supreme Emperor of the Xia country as he watched the appearance of his own fighter jet on the live broadcast of the Star-Spangled Nation. Just as the countries were shocked, the live broadcast had completely exploded.
Hundreds of millions of netizens were watching simultaneously in it.
Countless netizens from all over the world, with pop-ups in a dozen or so languages converging, surged wildly like waves.
It was too handsome. Was this Xia's 6th generation airplane? An incomparably majestic feeling.
This kind of shape design is even more sci-fi than all the sci-fi movies and TV shows I've ever seen. Unbelievable. It's so fast, it must have a super speed of 1,000 meters per second. It's crazy.
Absolute violent aesthetics, simply God's creation. This is the best looking warplane I've ever seen. Countless netizens were deeply shocked and couldn't help but praise it in the live broadcast room.
But in the midst of this, the Star-Spangled Nation netizens and the Xia Nation netizens fought once again.
How did the Summer Country also have a 6th generation aircraft? How could Xia Country have a 6th generation plane? Weren't they not even good at 5th generation planes? How could this be possible?
It was impossible for Xia to have a 6th generation plane.
Their scientists are all losers. A 6th generation plane is not something they can build. Off. You Stars and Stripes are nothing. You're still clamoring in Xia's airspace.
This time, I'll show you what a Generation 6 is. The Air Force is mighty, the 6th generation is mighty.
Let's teach the Stars and Stripes a lesson.
Your 6th generation planes are nothing more than a modification of the 5th generation.
It's just a modified version of the 5th generation?
Well, the Xia monkeys have made a good one, so let's see what they can do.
Your airspace? That's our showcase, huh? We'll see who's better.
Although they were sprayed again, this time the netizens of Xia were able to counterattack. The emergence of the 6th generation aircraft gave all of Xia's patriotic netizens a sense of confidence and self-assurance. Their eyes were no longer only able to gaze at the Star-Spangled Nation's Generation 6. Instead, they had a new warplane of their own to gaze at and look forward to.
Director, I've calculated it. The highest speed of Xia's 6th generation aircraft was Mach 41 just now. Just at the moment when countless people were shocked, the staff in the Stars and Stripes Research Center rushed over with the data. Mach 41. Hearing this answer, a light sprang up in Bernard's eyes.
A full-speed maximum of Mach 41 in a semi-swooping state was really still a waste. Bernard took it for granted that Wang Wei was rushing to expel at full speed. After all, evicting the enemy usually came at full speed. At this moment, looking at the data of Mach 41, his eyes were filled with contempt.
Then he opened the microphone again and spoke in the live broadcast. Is this the 6th generation machine of Xia?
The appearance does make people a bit surprised. It's a pity that the speed of Mach 4 is still too slow. I know that this is the Summer Country smashed pots and pans, built the most top technology, but compared with the Stars and Stripes country is still too far away.
Bernard despised the tone of his voice and mocked with a sneer.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's all enjoy the speed of a real Generation 6, instead of being attracted by this kind of defective product that we, the Stars and Stripes, are going to phase out. The world's strongest 6th generation aircraft in the air and sky belongs to Star-Spangled Nation, and the future of scientific research also lies in Star-Spangled Nation. As his words fell, the Stars and Stripes High Command immediately gave the order.
Holmes, who was in the air, received the order and glanced through the cockpit glass at the Dragonheart fighter that was flanking him. Although he could only see the fighter's figure, he couldn't see the pilot inside. However, it seemed as if his and Wang Wei's gazes had collided together across thousands of meters. Also a pilot of a 6th-generation aircraft, a sense of victory instantly flared up from his heart. "Xiagua, come and chase me." A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as Holmes muttered to himself. Then he pushed the throttle, and the fighter jet violently increased its speed. It reached Mach 3 in just a few seconds. Then it turned its nose and flew directly towards the deeper reaches of Xia's airspace. P.S. Thank you all for your gift support. In order to write this storyline in an absolutely wonderful riot, author Fungus has to spend a lot of time and brain cells, woohoo. Let's keep fighting tomorrow. Chapter 86 Shock. The battle dragon roars. Holmes' warplane whistled past and flew straight towards Xia's internal sea airspace. Seeing this without thinking, Wang Wei directly pulled the nose of the plane and similarly followed. The speed of the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation aircraft had already increased to Mach 3 at this moment, while Wang Wei was just starting to catch up. Although Yubei's design Generation 6 speed increased quickly, Wang Wei's reaction speed was also fast. But in these few short seconds, the distance between the two sides had already widened by 1,000 meters. The two fighters sped through the air one after the other. Behind them, another 6th-generation plane from Stars and Stripes was following closely. This kind of scene, he was bound to be filming. In just 10 seconds or so, the three fighters completely left the current airspace. Those 5th-generation planes of the Star-Spangled Nation were left far behind, and the camera could not capture the shadows of the three of them at all. The live broadcast screen shifted and appeared to show the 6th-generation planes. In front of the fast-flying 6th-generation plane, the silver and black fighter plane was frantically chasing another pitch-black fighter plane in front of it. The two fighters were circling left and right in the air, with the other one right behind them. "Brian, get me a good shot, this is the highlight of my career." While continuing to pick up speed, Holmes said through his headset to the pilot of the other six at the very back. "Don't worry, I'll be right behind you." Brian spoke with a hint of excitement and a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "This is a magnificent moment, just watch me tease the Xia pilot, ha!" Holmes said with a big smile. "No problem, please start your show, I'm looking forward to it, ha." Brian opened his mouth with the same smile. The tone of the two men could be heard to be quite relaxed, not putting Wang Wei and the Dragonheart fighter in the slightest bit in their eyes. The two men's words fell. A cold smile emerged from the corners of Holmes' eyes as he glanced back at Wang Wei, who was in hot pursuit behind him, his speed gradually drawing closer. Afterward, continuing to push the throttle, the speed of the warplane completely began to surge. At the same time, behind him, Wang Wei was also pushing the speed with all his might. Brian, who had been following behind him, was likewise eating tightly at this distance, clearly filming everything in front of him. The three fighters were at an altitude of 7,000 meters, all of them rapidly increasing their speed. After a few seconds, they successively reached the extreme speed of Mach 5 one after another. A speed of 1,800 meters per second. In the camera of the live broadcast room, the clouds in the air below the fighters were pulling back at an extremely fast speed. The silver and black warplanes and the pitch-black warplanes in front of them were chasing each other closely in the air. This scene was in no way inferior to the luxury car chase in The Fast and Furious, and even visually, it gave a more impactful feeling. The netizens in the live broadcast room watched such a chase between the warplanes, and each of them felt incomparably stimulated. Really too shocking, 6th-generation aircraft debut on the stage, this kind of chase, really exciting. This is 100 times more exciting than me playing strip video games at the arcade. Both pilots are very skillful, their reaction speed is unrivaled. Yes, when the Stars and Stripes fighters turn their heads, the Xia fighters can immediately synchronize with them, and they simply can't get rid of them. This short distance, but just cannot catch up, to see me too anxious. A large number of pop-ups were swiped in the live broadcast room. Hundreds of millions of viewers were closely watching every move in the live broadcast. In the sustained high-speed flight, the speed of the three fighters were all at the extreme speed of Mach 5, maintaining an almost relatively static state of motion. Even the 6th-generation plane piloted by Wang Wei could not catch up with Holmes, and Holmes could not shake off Wang Wei. However, Holmes in the front was not in the least bit anxious, but instead was full of smiles. He was satisfied with the feeling that Wang Wei could not catch up with him. "Brian, I'm going to release the colorful smoke pull, the real show is starting now, pay attention to the shooting," Holmes said happily. "Okay, here we go." Brian, who was at the end, responded with the same smile. As his words fell, colorful smoke suddenly began to appear from the tail of the foremost Holmes fighter. Immediately after that, the Holmes fighter jet began to spin and flip sideways in the air. The multicolored smoke circled in the air, drawing out extremely long trajectories. As Holmes performed his fancy maneuvers, he laughed happily in the cockpit. "I'm teasing Xia, ha, it's simply too painful." It wasn't only him. In the live broadcast room, countless Stars and Stripes netizens similarly snorted in their pop-ups. "Is this Xia's 6th-generation aircraft? It seems like it can never catch up with us, it's too weak." Your airspace is the stage for our performance, Major Holmes is too strong. Ha, this live broadcast is a joy to watch. Xia's scientific research is trying to compete with our stars and stripes, a joke. Looks like the Xia fighters are being played. Are they eating farts behind us? Ha! You're not only bad at space, you're even worse at spaceflight. Mr. Smucker is going to give the world a surprise today, huh? Spaceflight? How dare you talk about spaceflight? They're always at our feet. In the face of these countless taunts and snickers, Xia's patriotic netizens clenched their fists fiercely in anger, but there wasn't the slightest thing they could do about it. They were indeed inspired the moment Wang Wei came out in his 6th-generation aircraft. But at this moment, being left behind by others and hanging all the time, unable to catch up and repel is really hard. Air and space base. In the tower control room, Lin Tianlei and the others were also incredibly annoyed. But now, is still only over the sea, this time to open fire that will certainly cause the world's fishing wheel sanctions. Even the stars and stripes can use this as an excuse to directly unite the entire West to carry out economic sanctions against Xia. Reality is like this, obviously they have no reason, but they just can mess around. If this really happened, it would definitely be a loss of face for Xia. But seeing how arrogant Holmes' fighter jet was, he also pounded the table in anger. Pilot, if it dares to fly one step into the inland airspace, immediately open full fire and hit me. Command received. Wang Wei listened to Lin Tianlei's voice coming from his earpiece and immediately opened his mouth to respond. In his heart, he also knew very well that firing now would definitely not do Xia any good. It was also a 6th-generation aircraft, and the difficulty of trying to shoot it down was immense, and could be said to be almost impossible. In all respects, firing now would definitely be a disadvantage. As Lin Tianlei had said, once they flew into the inland airspace, it would be a truly serious incursion with the intent to attack. If they opened fire at that point, even if Stars and Stripes was the world's hegemon, the whole world would have nothing to say. However, it wasn't time for that yet. Wang Wei would also never let Holmes just fly into Xia's inland airspace. Such a rampant provocation of Xia's dignity. If he really let him fly into the inland airspace, then Xia would lose face all over the world. He would never allow this to happen at his own hands. There were still 120 nautical miles ahead to reach the inland airspace, and there were still 2 minutes to go. Through the headset, Wang Wei said to the tower, now in a state of stalemate pursuit, I request to open the battle dragon state. Wang Wei's voice quickly rang out in the tower's general control room. Hearing this, Lin Tianlei was directly confused. Battle dragon status? He directly turned his head to look at Yi Bei with a puzzled expression. After all, Yi Bei was the chief designer of the 6th-generation aircraft. What battle dragon state? He wasn't clear, but Yi Bei must be clear. So he directly looked at Yi Bei, hoping to get an answer. Yi Bei was too late to answer. Without hesitation, he took 2 steps forward and spoke directly into the microphone. Can you withstand the overload pressure of the battle dragon state? You can't show off. Yi Bei was incomparably calm. Although the situation is now urgent, the face of Xia is incomparably important. But in his eyes, this top pilot was the most important. What makes a big country grow strong is never face alone, but these people who work hard to the death. Face Xia had lost it before. Yi Bei's 1-month build of a 6th-generation plane this time was to try to fight for the chance to not be slapped in the face by others. But when he really can't fight for it, he'd rather not, and he doesn't want the country's talents to get hurt. With him around, he was confident that this face would be recovered 100-fold sooner or later. Chief Master Yi, you don't have to worry, trust me, I can withstand it. Wang Wei's voice was as confident as ever, and he said in an absolutely firm tone. Hearing this, Yi Bei nodded and directly opened his mouth to order. I'll allow you to turn on the battle dragon state, but be careful. Command received, please rest assured at headquarters. Wang Wei responded in a deep voice. The moment the words fell, his left hand opened the plastic casing on the side of the fighter console. Then, without hesitation, he pressed that red button inside. A refined light flashed in his eyes, with his motherland in his mind. Without hesitation, he pushed the throttle again. In the next instant, more fuel surged towards the engine, and several fire systems ignited one after another. Boom! In a deafening engine roar, the speed of the Dragonheart fighter suddenly surged. The extreme speed of Mach 5 was broken, and the speed of the fighter began to continue to rapidly increase upwards. As Wang Wei maneuvered the fighter, his brain clearly began to feel a severe strain. The overload began to rise crazily, and a kind of pain that was difficult for human flesh to endure began to appear in his brain. However, his gaze was firm and he continued to push the throttle without hesitation. The terrifying 7G overload quickly rose to 8G overload, and continued to increase towards 9G overload. It became difficult for Wang Wei to raise his hands, his eyes filled with blood, and his facial muscles deformed and sagged. The fighter breaks through 5 times the speed of sound. Fighter breaks through 6 times the speed of sound. The fighter plane breaks through 7 times the speed of sound. Fighters break through 9 times the speed of sound. Inside the tower control room, the nervous and apprehensive voices of the staff rang out one after another. Everyone was deeply sweating for Wang Wei, who was pushing the limits in the air. In the live broadcast room, Wang Wei's fighter jet steeply picked up speed after a pop of the engine. Flying forward at a super fast speed, the relative stasis that had been sustained was suddenly broken. The speed was hardened to a terrifying Mach 9 in a very short period of time. Flying towards the front, it was pulled far away from the camera. Holmes, who was arrogantly in the air, could only hear the terrifying roar of the engine from behind. 2 seconds later, the silver and black fighter jet swept past his flank and slammed straight into his nose. This scene shook the world. Chapter 87 Now, give me a fight. The Battle Dragon State opened. The Dragonheart warplane soared from a speed of Mach 5 to a terrifying speed of Mach 9. In just 10 seconds, it caught up with the arrogant Holmes. Wang Wei's consciousness under the 9G overload state began to blur, but he still fought to keep his bloodshot eyes open, controlling the fighter with all his might as he slammed into Holmes on the right side. The airborne fighter's engines roared and sonic booms cracked and exploded in the air. Wrapped in the storm clouds, the Dragonheart fighters were like generals charging with swords, charging away without fear of life and death. This terrifying scene left the world completely shocked. The hundreds of millions of netizens in the live broadcast room all forgot to breathe at this moment. Their eyes stared at the 2 warplanes on the screen with death. The executives of various countries also stood up from their chairs in excitement. Bernard was even more by this scene, completely shocked off his jaw, frozen in place, unable to say a word. Could it be that Xia really wanted to crash the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation aircraft at all costs? Right at this close call, Holmes, who was the top pilot of the Star-Spangled Nation, made the most correct choice. Frantically pulling the joystick, he crashed downwards. 1 second later, the silver-black fighter swept past the head of the pitch-black fighter. The 2 fighters were separated by a very short distance of less than 50 meters, narrowly avoiding this rush. Crazy, the Xia people are all crazy. Holmes, who had survived, quickly maneuvered the fighter back to its normal state while cursing loudly in the cockpit. His whole body was shocked out of a cold sweat in these few short seconds. The god of death's scythe had just swung past his head, almost taking his head directly off. No one expected Wang Wei to do such a horrible operation in defense of his country's dignity. Inside the tower control room, the staff's voices were still ringing out. The speed of the fighters dropped to 8 times the speed of sound. Fighter speed down to 7 times the speed of sound. Fighter speed constant 65 times the speed of sound. Continuous overload 7G status. The pilot's heart rate is stabilizing. But all these data are just echoing in the empty chamber. Everyone was shocked by Wang Wei's amazing operation. To defend the dignity of the motherland with one's own life, how brave is this? How patriotic was this? Lin Tianlei's eyes almost looked straight, his heart incomparably shocked. This is a hero who defies all odds. Lin Tianlei muttered and opened his mouth. The state of 9G overload was something that only the best pilots like him could withstand for a short period of time. To maneuver a fighter plane to block an enemy plane under such circumstances, this willpower was superhuman. Lu Yongping was also shocked by this move and opened his mouth to exclaim. Too thrilling, he just gambled with his life. Jiang Ping was equally shocked, his heart was still beating wildly at this moment. He had won the bet. Star-Spangled Nation was afraid. Yibei stared at the silver and black fighter plane in the video with both eyes and said in a deep voice. At the same moment, the top brass of all the countries were all shocked. The Xia people really weren't afraid of death, these people dared to use their lives to defend their dignity. This was too crazy, the first encounter between the 6th-generation planes, almost rubbing sparks between the electricity. The performance of Xia's 6th-generation aircraft was actually so terrifying, that was a speed of at least 2,500 meters per second, it was horrible. It was simply not something that the Stars and Stripes 6th-generation aircraft could contend with, it was too fast. It's hard to imagine how much pressure the Xia pilots are under, devilish willpower, unbelievable. The Stars and Stripes are going to miscalculate this time, let's see how they clean up the scene next. In the midst of these countless voices, their country's highest strategy department, the supreme one-purser who had been closely watching couldn't help but clap his hands. Ola, this is a true warrior, the Xia Kingdom people are this fierce. Luckily, the Stars and Stripes pilot was afraid. If he had bet that the other side wouldn't dare to crash, then he would have died in Xia airspace today. Next to him, Abraham had a shocked look on his face. He was completely shocked by the terrifying speed. The fastest fighter speed in the world today was none other than Xia's 6th-generation aircraft. In the live broadcast room, the netizens completely boiled after a short silence. The summer pilot is too brave, he is using his life to defend the sovereign dignity of the summer country. This is the best pilot I've ever seen, kudos to him. To the heroic soldiers who defend their country, the Stars and Stripes are leaving Xia's airspace quickly. Xia's warplanes are probably going Mach 9. They're really the future of warplanes in sci-fi movies. Xia is too strong. This speed hangs Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation plane. We Indians must work hard to surpass Xia in the future. A large number of foreign netizens praised in the live broadcast pop-ups. Almost everyone was stunned by the strength of the 6th-generation machine and Wang Wei's valor.
At the same time, countless patriotic netizens of Xia who had just been suppressed and mocked all popped out.
What's so crazy? Now come out and see, your grandfather just flew over your Major Holmes' head. You're not even a pilot, you might as well go to Mississippi and herd sheep. What do you mean, 6th generation? How can you show off a piece of like that? What's the point of showing off a piece of crap like that? A piece of junk? You want to be ashamed of yourself in summer airspace? Our airspace is a great stage. The Stars and Stripes sent a clown to entertain us? Where's the ing arrogance? What a bunch of assholes. Simple mouth stinks, ultimate enjoyment. Rubbish things, hurry up and go home, ha!
Amidst the curses of countless Xia's netizens. This time, the Star-Spangled Nation's netizens were dumbfounded, all too angry to speak. However, the situation at the scene still hadn't been completely reversed. After being shocked by the terrifying speed of the Dragonheart fighter jet, Bernard's eyes were not only shocked, but more furious. Letting the warplanes travel to Xia's airspace today was to strike at Xia, and at the same time proclaim the force of the hegemony to the world, and completely master the power of the air and sky. Showing off their muscles was also a way to add more leverage when selling weapons to other world countries next. But this maneuver of Xia's stirred all that up. It made Holmes turn around and continue to intrude into Xia's inland airspace. Their pilots must be in very bad shape right now, there's no way they can make a second block. We mustn't be slapped in the face by Xia this time. This will seriously reduce our country's influence and status as the Blue Star overlord in the world. Bernard called out sharply to the staff around him. The Grand Commander of the Star-Spangled Nation's Air Force next to him had the same idea. Immediately, he ordered Holmes to move on. Summerland Sea airspace. Holmes, who had managed to avoid the fatal impact, had just pulled his fighter's status back up. Preparing to conduct a return flight, an order was once again conveyed to him. Holmes, once again proceed to the inland airspace of the Summer Kingdom, you must not disgrace the Stars and Stripes. An absolute order from the Grand Commander of the Stars and Stripes Air Force. Holmes had no reason to refuse. In the air, Wang Wei had already maneuvered the fighter jet back again. An ear-splitting warning sounded in the air once again. Your fighter has intruded into Xia's airspace. Xia's Air and Space Army has initiated a warning to you. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. We have warned you many times, if you don't leave Xia's airspace again, we will use force to expel you, and you will suffer the consequences. At this moment, Wang Wei smoothly maneuvered the fighter jet. The speed of the fighter had been reduced from Mach 9, but his eyes were still bloodshot and red, and the black vision caused by the positive overload was still continuing. The bright red nosebleed that had flowed out at some point dripped down his lips and fell onto his chest, but he didn't notice it in the slightest. The adverse condition caused by the horrible pressure of the 9G overload just now had not yet gotten better. And Holmes, who had gotten the order, did not hesitate and turned a deaf ear to Wang Wei's warning. Quickly turning the nose of the plane under his watchful eye, he once again rushed towards the inland airspace of Xia at full speed once again. Behind the two of them, Brian had already caught up to continue filming. Reporting to headquarters, enemy fighters are intruding again. In Wang Wei's blurred vision, he saw Holmes' fighter jet once again speeding towards the east and immediately opened his mouth to report, I request to turn on the Battle Dragon status once again for a secondary pursuit. His voice resounded in the tower's general control room. Yi Bei almost instantly opened his mouth to reject, this request is not allowed. The Battle Dragon state could reach a maximum super speed of Mach 10. It could be used to pursue, escape, or quickly execute strategic missions at critical moments. It was that the requirements for pilots were extremely high, and the load caused to the pilots was relatively large. In addition, the only cost is that the damage to the engine, fighter shell, and articulated parts is quite serious, which will greatly shorten the life of the fighter. Once it exceeded Mach 7 or more, it was a big load for both the pilot and the fighter. This was a killer application that he had specifically designed, and it was something that could never be used twice in a short period of time. Even if Wang Wei was the best pilot in Xia, he wouldn't be able to withstand 2 consecutive injuries in a short period of time with such an intense load. It can never be activated again until his condition has recovered. I am pursuing at level speed. The enemy aircraft is currently 60 nautical miles away from the inland and is expected to invade the inland airspace within a minute. Wang Wei didn't get bent out of shape and followed Yi Bei's orders. Listening to the information he fed back again. The already enraged Lin Tianlei had flames of anger in his eyes. Wang Wei's desperation ignited his killing intent. Over the years, he had grown older and more mature, thinking more and more about things and becoming more and more composed. At this moment, he absolutely stopped enduring. My soldiers, I can't just sacrifice them for these bastards. Lin Tianlei gritted his teeth and finished in a deep voice. In the next second, with a wave of his big hand, he directly opened his mouth to give orders. All defense forces offshore immediately open full fire. I want you to form an absolutely tight firepower network, not letting enemy planes rush an inch into the inland airspace. Let all the battleships of the Sea Blue Army short-range missiles enter a state of readiness, ready to fight at any time. As his words fell, he once again opened his mouth to give orders to Wang Wei.
Now, I give you permission to open fire immediately to expel the enemy planes. His voice was like thunder, and he almost roared into the microphone as he gave the final command, "Give me the shot." Command received. Wang Wei, who was pursuing in the air, responded in a deep voice. The next second, his right thumb pressed down hard. A PL-15 air-to-air combat missile instantly shot out from the bottom compartment. Like a bolt from the sky, it shot directly towards Holmes. At this moment, the whole world, completely shocked. Charge him. The author's going to the hospital tomorrow. Hoo-hoo. The doctor said it costs over $1,000 to have my wisdom teeth extracted. Wow, I'm really going to be heartbroken. But I'll still try to update you all tomorrow with at least 6K words. Thank you all for the gifts you've sent me and thank you for your support. We'll keep fighting tomorrow. Chapter 88 Shining Sword. Xia's Mighty Kingdom. The PL-15 air-to-air missiles shot out from under the dragon hearts like arrows from Deletion. The tail jetted with blue and red flames, and in the sound of whistling wind, it chased forward at a speed several times that of the Star and Stripes 6th generation aircraft. Once hit by it, it would be the end of the plane. This scene shocked the entire world. Xia actually opened fire for real. Things have escalated. Once it fires, it's serious. Is Xia crazy? In an instant, countless shocked and excited voices resounded in the highest strategy rooms of various countries. Everyone hadn't expected that Xia actually dared to open fire for real. Before the PL-15 air-to-air missiles were even fired, this was just an ordinary provocative friction. It was just a minor friction between the Stars and Stripes and Xia. But with the firing of this missile, the situation instantly escalated. The friction turned into a battle, and the provocation turned into an incident. The supreme emperors of the various countries that had been continuously paying attention to this matter were all a little alarmed in their hearts at this moment. If it was said that they were just watching the drama before, then now this drama had the possibility of pulling them into it. The key is, in addition to those military power, a few big countries are the main actor. Most of them have to play the role of the dragon set, or even cannon fodder. It's really shameless for Xia to do this. It's like trying to start a new world war. It was enough to drive the Stars and Stripes out, doing so was undoubtedly to pull the whole world down. Xia was despicable to the extreme. This is irresponsible to all of mankind, and they still claim to be a peaceful nation. It's pure nonsense. Strongly condemns Xia's behavior. Using weapons is just like killing oneself. He can't beat the Stars and Stripes. Lanchi, Gili, Nadiet and many other Western countries spoke out almost simultaneously. All of them strongly condemned the behavior of Xia. They began to label Xia with all sorts of serious labels and hats. The Western media's overwhelming news swept right through in the next few short minutes. But apart from them, there were quite a few other countries that were doing just the opposite, all supporting Xia's heroic behavior. It was reasonable for Stars and Stripes to take the initiative to stir up trouble and be fired upon and expelled. If the Star-Spangled Nation used this as a reason to start the War of the Worlds, that would truly be irresponsible to all of humanity. The barbaric state unconditionally supports the Summer State's behavior, and defending the dignity of sovereignty is a right that the Blue Star Summer State absolutely legally possesses. The Indian country strongly condemns the Stars and Stripes. The 6th generation machine is not the capital of flaunting. Next year the Indian country's 6th generation machine will give the Stars and Stripes to prove everything. Betrayal, India, the Black State countries have all spoken out in support of Xia. In the midst of these voices, the always silent Bear country also stood out. In the largest ice and snow daily, the front page news was released. The Star-Spangled Nation is to blame. The Summer Nation has done a good job, so he should be taught a hard lesson. Pewers clapped his hands in excitement in the Supreme Strategy Department and immediately had someone send a direct message to celebrate. Xia is fierce, just up as the real hero. Immediately sent 3 5th generation planes to the open sea. Their mission is to film the scene of the Star and Stripes 6th generation planes fleeing in a hurry. Persis waved his hand and opened his mouth to give the order with a smile. When other people could not even hide in time, he was rubbing his fists with excitement and wanted to go and join in the fun. Perhaps this kind of thing is only something that a fighting nation can do. The countries spoke out one after another and then fell silent again. But only the Bug Nation and the Stick Nation have been frantically clamoring for more. Launching missiles in the local airspace to expel the Star-Spangled Nation's warplanes, this behavior of Xia was an incompetent move. In addition to speed, Xia's warplanes are unable to compete with the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th generation planes in all aspects of performance. Strongly condemns Xia's behavior, a serious violation of the World Federation's peace agreement. Xia's willful provocation of war is an enemy of all mankind, and the Stars and Stripes will be the first to open economic sanctions against Xia. However, these remarks of theirs did not cause the countries to care in the slightest. The command center of the Star-Spangled Nation's Research Institute. A group of executives were completely shocked by Xia's firing behavior. "You fools, play big." Pu Chuan watched the missile shoot through the air on the live feed and roared furiously. He was just trying to show off his muscles in someone's yard, not trying to fight them.
Of course, it was undeniable that they had just attempted to break into someone's living room and properly roll up their sleeves to show off their biceps. But all of that was just a show, no intention of trying to fight at all. Now, having twice tried to break into someone's living room, their hosts got angry and just picked up their guns and pulled the triggers. Immediately tell that damn pilot to retreat and pull out of Xia's airspace. All of the things beyond his expectations, Puchuan angry roar. If they didn't leave, according to his understanding of Xia, there was a real possibility that this time they would have to destroy the 6th generation aircraft in their home. The 6th generation plane was their big muscle, the absolute representative of their strength. If this was destroyed, it would be like picking your tendons. Then the Stars and Stripes' dominant position in the world would see an unprecedented and horrifying collapse. At that time, Xia will directly take over half of the world's military market with the help of this majestic battle of the 6th generation aircraft. Bernard, who had been giving orders from the main seat, had been so shocked that he sat paralyzed in his chair, unable to utter a word. His mind was filled with the horrifying scene of the Summer Country's 6th generation aircraft speeding at Mach 9 just now. That kind of powerful performance had completely crushed the 6th generation aircraft he was so proud of. The commander-in-chief of the Stars and Stripes Air Force couldn't think any longer. He had the same concern in his heart as Puchuan, and then immediately ordered into the microphone that, "Holmes, this mission is terminated, now evacuate Xia airspace immediately. I repeat, evacuate Summer airspace immediately." Holmes, who was in the air at the moment, did not have time to answer any of his questions. With his hands nervously maneuvering the fighter, he twisted and dodged in the air, and behind him, the PL-15 missiles were already coming towards him at high speed. With a terrifying speed of 1,700 meters per second, it had already approached the inland airspace of the Summer Kingdom in a very short period of time. Through the gap in the clouds, not far ahead, the land of Xia was clearly visible. It only took another 10 seconds for him to fly into it. But now, it was clear that he didn't have that chance. The Grand Commander's order had already been given, and he had to return. Moreover, directly in front of him, extremely dense fire coverage intertwined in the air to create a mega-fire network that was 1 kilometer deep. At 7,000 meters down, the Summer Country's offshore. Countless offshore defense forces were all turned on. One anti-aircraft gun and missile interceptor gun all fired wildly into the air at the same time. With Lin Tianlei's order, they didn't even think about the loss of bullets at the moment, they were completely open to fighting. Thousands of various types of cannons were firing at the same time. Each gun was firing fiercely into the air at a rate of several thousand to 10,000 rounds per minute. The thinnest shells were as thick as an ordinary person's wrist as they weaved through the air. A tracer light was like an artificial meteor shower pulling out thin threads in the air, flying in the sky. This terrifying network of firepower was a little too late the moment Holmes saw it. And the Chancellor's order also arrived at the same time at this moment. Without any half-hearted hesitation, Holmes' superb reflexes were completely unleashed at this moment. The top pilot's practical combat ability was by no means inferior. The joystick in his hand was pulled upwards. The 6th generation aircraft flying at full speed at Mach 5 had its nose cocked up and turned back toward the sky with a 90-degree vertical bend. With a distance of less than 300 meters from the fire net, it narrowly escaped from above. At the same time, the PL-15 missile in hot pursuit also cut through his tail flames at the same moment and rushed into the fire network. In an instant, though, he was hit by countless bullets. Before it had time to turn, it exploded in the air. Huge flames shot up into the sky, and as smoke rose, Holmes' fighter folded and rushed out to the rear. If it wasn't for the world's top pilot, Holmes had used his powerful abilities to dodge the blow. It would have taken less than 3 seconds for him to dash into the fire net. Then it's highly likely that the one that just exploded would have been the 6th generation plane he was piloting. Of course, his flesh and blood would have likewise been shot to pieces. Fark, the Xia people are crazy, all of them. Holmes, who had escaped from the deadly raid, cursed angrily. With all his might, he maneuvered his fighter jet towards the outside of Xia's airspace and fled at high speed. At this moment, the live broadcast was abuzz. It was too terrifying. Who would have thought that Xia had actually set up a firepower network at the inland gate? If it wasn't for Holmes' quick reaction, he would have died here today. This is really crazy. Isn't Xia really afraid of a war? With this kind of mess, I feel like a world war will break out next. Xia is really determined to keep its dignity this time. I'm shocked. Xia is a powerful nation. Drive out all the enemy planes. Showing off your muscles in our house? I'm sorry, but my muscles are bigger than yours. Get out of here. If you don't, I'll destroy you in the airspace. Xia's mighty and domineering, the 6th generation planes are invincible. Countless people were posting pop-ups in the live broadcast room. The netizens of the Summer Country finally took a deep breath at this moment. However, there was still some unwillingness in their hearts. After all, this only scared the enemy away, and their revenge for flaunting themselves in our airspace has yet to be avenged. Keep an eye on the enemy planes and drive them all out of our airspace. Lin Tianlei's voice rang out in Wang Wei's earpiece.
It also rang in the ears of the 12 fifth-generation pilots taking off from the rear. Command received. Wang Wei responded in a deep voice.
At the same time, he maneuvered his fighters to closely follow Holmes, driving him all the way out of the airspace. Holmes, who was flying in the front, had an unwilling heart. Turning his head, he glanced through the cockpit towards Wang Wei, who was in hot pursuit behind him, his vicious eyes filled with anger.
"I'll let you know the price of chasing me."
Holmes gritted his teeth and muttered fiercely to himself. Afterwards, his right thumb was placed on the button that triggered the rattlesnake missile.
Chapter 89 Pursuit. Superstar Chain Program. Air. Wang Wei maneuvered the Dragonheart fighter to expel the Star-Spangled Nation fighters incomparably smoothly.
In front of him, Brian and Holmes flew one after another. In his rear, the fifth-generation planes from the Star-Spangled Kingdom that came to photograph were also being evicted by the warplanes sent by the Xia Kingdom. 7,000 meters in the air, several fighter planes were keeping a relatively stationary speed in flight. Although he had seen that the Stars and Stripes had completely decided to retreat, he still didn't take it lightly. He would never relax a bit until they had left the airspace over the Xia waters. Once Holmes and Brian in front made the slightest move, he would immediately take measures to respond, especially to prevent them from turning back again and flying towards the inland airspace again. However, after they did it this time, they should not dare to do it again. The first 3 sixth-generation planes to appear in human history. The one piloted by Holmes was at the front. Brian, on the other hand, was still filming behind him. Only after their 2 fighters were the Dragonheart fighters of the Summer Kingdom, responsible for the expulsion mission. The Star-Spangled Nation's warplanes that had flaunted their power just a moment ago were now gray and defeated. It was quite a shame. The 3 fighter planes thus flew all the way beyond the sky over the Xia country's waters. Inside the highest strategy room, the Supreme was very satisfied, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "How come the Stars and Stripes didn't expect us to have a 6th-generation plane this time? Ha, Yi Bei is giving the Xia country a great honor this time, catching them off guard."
At this moment, he even couldn't help but praise Yi Bei repeatedly.
The appearance of the Dragonheart 6th-generation aircraft to the Summer country's air and sky completely installed the most powerful heart. With it, no matter who it is, they won't be able to make a move in Xia's airspace in the future. Moreover, the strategic deterrent significance it created would give a strong deterrent to all those who were hostile to Xia. Inside the tower control room,
everyone had a smile on their face. "Chief Master Yi, you're too good.
A 6th-generation aircraft in the state of Battle Dragon is simply invincible. When I apply for a high-performance decompression chamber from the Space Ministry to come over, the next batch of Generation 6 planes will completely dominate the world," Yongping said excitedly, already thinking of a bright future. The terrifying strength displayed by the Generation 6 just now could be said to be an eye-opener for him. Before the Generation 6 machine had taken to the skies, it could only be seen through simulated data. When it really took to the skies and was put into actual combat, the scene was simply too shocking. "Yi Bei, you've really done Xia a favor this time. The Generation 6 aircraft is really too much of a disgrace. I'll see if he, Stars and Stripes, dares to step into our airspace again in the future."
"Ha, that's a relief." Lin Tianlei was even laughing.
Obviously, this battle has completely vented all the fire that he had been harboring in his heart for many years.
Wang Wei should be awarded the Medal of War Hero. Lu Yongping even asked Lin Tianlei directly without hesitation. Wang Wei's heroic performance showed the world the fearlessness and patriotism of the Xia people.
Must give, not only a combat hero, but also a hero of the defense of the country, but also a special merit, excellent pilot.
Lin Tianlei nodded his head without hesitation and laughed happily.
For the performance of this most powerful soldier under his hand this time, he all felt very much in awe. This kind of fearless spirit of fighting for the country was something that was worth honoring for all Xia people forever.
In the live broadcast room,
the netizens of Xia were thoroughly excited to the extreme.
"Rubbish thing, this is running away. If you have the ability, you guys continue to fight off? Ha, how dare you show off with broken brass? Shame on you."
That's it?
That's what I'm talking about, running away at the sound of gunfire? That's too much. You see that plane on the air? It's like a defeated dog, running away, huh? Why can't we see any of the dogs that were barking just now? Rubbish. Next time you come to our house, I'll unload the dog's legs on you. This countless years of pent-up anger, at this moment completely vented out. How they laughed and mocked before, now these patriotic netizens doubled back. The pop-up screen of the live broadcast room was filled with the soothing remarks of the netizens of the summer country. And just at the moment when everyone was all cheering, in a few minutes' time, Holmes' fighter jet completely flew out of the airspace of Xia's waters. But in the next second, his long-planned thumb was immediately pressed. A rattlesnake missile instantly slid out of the fighter's undercarriage, shooting backwards at Mach 4. The target was pointed directly at the Dragonheart fighter piloted by Wang Wei. Crisis came in an instant. Wang Wei's Dragonheart was traveling at Mach 5 forward, while the rattlesnake missile was traveling at Mach 4 backward.
Both sides are running relative to each other, equating to a direct speed surge to Mach 9. According to this distance, it would only take 3 seconds for the fighter to collide with the missile. And Brian, who had long been informed, immediately pulled his fighter to the left and dodged away the second before Holmes fired the missile. The missile passed a few dozen meters below his fighter. Wang Wei, who hadn't made any advance preparations, only heard the missile locking alarm ringing out from the cockpit. In the next second, the rattlesnake missile had appeared 3,000 meters in front of him. Wang Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his reflexes reached their absolute peak at this moment. Following Brian, he pulled the fighter toward the left side. Wang Wei went from reacting to pulling the fighter toward the left side. A mere 17 seconds. The rattlesnake missile had already slid in front of the fighter's eyes. In the next instant, it crossed under the Dragonheart fighter's undercarriage. The two were less than 10 meters apart. In such a high-speed movement, this distance was almost equivalent to walking on the blade of death. Then, a series of firing sounds came from right behind Wang Wei. The 3-5 generation planes of the Bear Country that had just been taking pictures on the side of the road to get along, opened heavy fire directly after seeing the missiles. The rattlesnake missiles that were preparing to turn around and pursue again were directly shot out of the sky. Summer Country great. Summer Country great. Xiaogui is great. Not knowing where they had learned the bulk Chinese language, the 3 Bear Country 5th generation planes simultaneously greeted with a cry. They were then left far behind by the 6th generation planes. And this thrilling situation stunned everyone. Can Wang Wei hear me? Have there been any accidents? Inside the tower control room, Lin Tianlei called loudly into the microphone. The moment Holmes shot the missile, Brian's cameras all captured it. At this moment, everyone's hearts were pinched tightly. No one had expected that Stars and Stripes would actually use such a sinister and despicable tactic. This kind of shameless sneak attack behavior made everyone shocked and angry. It wasn't just them. All the netizens watching the live broadcast, as well as the top brass of the various countries, were all stunned. At this moment, everyone didn't know what was going on back there. Whether or not Xia's 6th generation aircraft had dodged this fatal blow. Reporting to the general control room, the fighter plane is unharmed. A few seconds later, Wang Wei's voice finally sounded in the tower control room. This voice made all the stones hanging in everyone's heart all relax. Give me return fire, damn it. Lin Tianlei was completely enraged by Stars and Stripes' move, and angrily yelled into the microphone, Thunderbolt 15s, throw them all out. Command received. Wang Wei's still composed voice came through. The next second. Above the sky, 4 PL-15 air-to-air combat missiles slid out of the Dragonheart's undercarriage one by one, shooting straight toward Brian and Holmes in front of them. The sound of the fighters being locked on by the missiles rang out instantly in the control room of the two men. Quickly avoid it and throw decoy rounds. Brian shouted loudly into his headset while immediately pulling the fighter to the side to dodge. 2 decoy rounds were thrown without hesitation. Damn, that was close. Holmes cursed in exasperation while operating as urgently as Brian. On the live feed, 2 missiles shot straight toward Holmes. A large number of decoy rounds in the sky collided with the PL-15 like burning scattered white phosphorus and exploded in the air. Huge flames rose into the sky, smoke filled the air, and debris flew wildly. The scene shook everyone in the broadcast room. This kind of trashy thing, expel at 10,000 nautical miles to teach them a lesson. Lin Tianlei was shaken with rage and continued to open his mouth to give orders. Receiving the command. Wang Wei immediately opened his mouth to respond. At the same time, he also didn't hesitate to open his mouth again towards the tower to request, I request to turn on the battle dragon state again and fly steadily at a maximum speed of Mach 7 to prevent enemy planes from sneaking up on us again. Hearing this, Lin Tianlei looked sideways at Yi Bei. Agreed to open it, pay attention to safety. Yi Bei thought about it and spoke. Received instruction. As Wang Wei's words fell, the speed of the fighter jet increased once again. With the speed that surpassed the enemy aircraft, his evisceration pursuit was completely at ease. Moving from side to side in the air also didn't affect in the slightest the ability to maintain a suitable distance from them traveling in a straight line. And there was no longer any need to worry about such dangerous things as being assassinated by enemy planes. The 5th generation planes behind them had already been completely thrown off. After chasing out thousands of nautical miles in one breath, Wang Wei, who was bored, directly maneuvered the fighter jet to the front of Brian. Afterwards, he turned on the colorful smoke, and the sky instantly became colorful. Immediately after, the incomparably cool silver and black fighter jet in the live broadcast room began its first performance show. All sorts of difficult and fancy maneuvers were displayed in Wang Wei's hands. The live broadcast room once again boiled. Is this Xia's 6th generation airplane? It was really too skinny. Obviously it was the Stars and Stripes country's display site. Why has it now become the stage for Xia's 6th generation machine? Ha, I really have to laugh so hard at him. Morning gone heart to sick Piao Mad Liang. What is called operation? See, this is called operation. Xiaogui's 6th generation machine YYDS. Give me a Stars and Stripes camera and I can show off the whole blue sky, ha.
I feel like he's so happy, this is clearly a show, it's so good. The netizens in the pop-ups are completely and wholeheartedly happy.
Star-Spangled Country's home field was hard to be made into a full-scale display of Xia Country's 6th-generation aircraft is really outrageous to the home. At this moment, Bernard no longer had any hope for the 6th-generation aircraft. However, in order to save the lost face, he still had another killer app. Adjusting his state, Bernard once again opened the microphone in the live broadcast room. Xia's 6th-generation aircraft did give us a surprise, but the direction of the world's scientific research has always been pointing towards aerospace.
The airspace is just the small space of the blue star. The vast and boundless universe is the place where human science can play out.
Who can open the door to the interstellar universe? Who can lead mankind to the real future?
Obviously, so far Xia's aerospace science and technology have remained only a few decades ago.
They are still celebrating a few kilograms of moon soil when we have long since given up collecting it.
On behalf of NASA, I'd like to tell the world a big message. We will send the last 3,000 satellites into the sky in 5 months. With an overwhelming 40,000 satellites, the stars and stripes will create a superstar chain that will blanket the entire blue planet.
Bringing convenience to the world with satellites in outer space is our first step in leading mankind into the universe. Bernard's voice was impassioned and filled with unrivaled confidence and power.
The stars and stripes will continue to lead Blue Star and lead all of humanity to the forefront of scientific research and the top of the world.
As his words fell, the world was in an uproar.
The Super Star Chain program. A super monopoly plan for human outer space.
Not only were the top echelons of the various countries shaken, even the upper echelons sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside the tower control room, Lin Tianlei was shocked beyond measure as he listened to Bernard's arrogant and cocky, deliberately mocking Xia's statement.
What a bully!
Lin Tianlei roared in anger, directly addressing Wang Wei. He opened his mouth to order that.
Fly me over the territorial waters of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, make sure to give them a good lesson before you come back. P.S. Thank you all for your gift support. The more gifts we have, the more fun we'll have tomorrow. The ones who bullied us, all of them will return the favor. I'm begging you all for small gifts. Chapter 90 Song Dome Divine Sword, Sally returns to sheath. Lin Tianlei's voice fell, and Wang Wei immediately opened his mouth to agree.
For these arrogant villains who repeatedly intruded into the airspace of the Summer Kingdom's waters, it was indeed necessary to teach them a lesson. The 3 fighters flew at full speed all the way. They flew over 10,000 nautical miles in an hour and a half. From one side of the ocean, they flew to the other side.
At high altitude, across the distance, the inland borderline of the Star-Spangled Nation loomed. Holmes and Bryan, who didn't dare to make any more mistakes along the way, thoroughly flew into their territorial airspace. Both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. However, a few seconds later, the Summerlin 6th-generation aircraft did not turn back and leave as they had expected. Instead, it rushed straight into the Star-Spangled Nation's territorial airspace. The powerful Dragonheart engines spewed scorching fireworks in the air. With a roar like a dragon's roar, Wang Wei piloted the fighter jet at a speed of Mach 7 directly over Holmes' head, flying deeper into the airspace of the Stars and Stripes waters. What is he doing? Holmes' eyes widened in utter shock. No one had ever dared to trespass in the airspace of the Stars and Stripes over the years. Not even the Bear Country, which had always been their enemy, dared to let their fighters enter Stars and Stripes airspace like this. Of course, if you want to be honest, the Bug Kingdom did come here once back then. But the return gift that Star-Spangled Nation gave them was a full 2 large firecrackers. It wasn't just him. At this moment, the whole world was shocked by Wang Wei's move. The live broadcast room completely exploded. Countless pop-ups from netizens came in like a tidal wave of madness. Crazy, too crazy. Xia is going to fight for its face back completely. My god, Xia is too tough this time, right? They've actually broken into Stars and Stripes airspace, a feat unparalleled in history. Summer's 6th-generation planes have already blown up the Stars and Stripes 6th-generation planes, and they won't even let that happen? This time, the Summer Kingdom is not only storming its own home, but also going to the Stars and Stripes country to smash the scene. The first one in the entire blue planet to dare to rush directly into the airspace of the Stars and Stripes like this, it's too scary. Even the Bear Country wouldn't dare to do that. The Summer Country is too strong. I feel my blood boiling. I hope the Xia pilots can accomplish their mission. Hard as steel. Xia has really stood up in the blue planet. Netizens from countless countries around the world were all shocked. Wang Wei had done something they didn't even dare to think about. It had always been the Stars and Stripes just flying around, and no one dared to stand up and say a word. Now, Xia's 6th-generation aircraft, the world's strongest air-to-air fighter, rushed into the airspace of the Stars and Stripes with absolute splendor. The status of the airspace hegemony was shattered by Xia's warplanes at this moment. The Dragonheart fighter plane was absolutely powerful. The status of Blue Star's airspace hegemony was taken over hard. Although their country was still a humble existence that looked up to the top. But now, it was no longer the Stars and Stripes country that they looked up to, but the Xia country.
Not only them, but the top echelons of the countries were even more shocked to the point of speechlessness. The summer country was going to get back all that it had lost this time. Countless pairs of eyes stared tightly at the silver and black fighter jet that flew into Stars and Stripes airspace on the live broadcast screen, not daring to relax for a moment. Intercept him, expel him. Tushin's irascible voice roared in Holmes and Brian's earphones. But nothing could be changed at all. No matter how much the two of them maneuvered their fighters to catch up at full speed, they were left far behind by the Dragonheart fighter. Yi Bei's redesigned Dragonheart fighter was equivalent to a 20th version of a 6th generation machine. The terrifying speed of Mach 10 alone was completely different from them. Not to mention the horrifying combat radius that was still in use right now. Watching Wang Wei speeding up and slowing down in the air, swinging left and right as he teased the two Holmes, Bernard cursed angrily in anger. Turning the microphone of the live broadcast room on, he cursed without any shade. Xia ignored the sovereign dignity of other countries and trespassed into the airspace of the Stars and Stripes. In the end, what is the intention? Severely condemns Xia's disregard for the peace agreement and violation of the World Federation's regulations. Please ask Xia to immediately order the warplanes to withdraw from our airspace, otherwise we will sue Xia for this retaliatory behavior in the World Federation. Bernard screamed in anger, frantically condemning Wang Wei's behavior. But Lin Tianlei, who was in the tower control room, laughed out loud when he heard this. Ha, just to make him furious. Lin Tianlei said and once again gave Wang Wei the order to show your skills and start retreating after giving them a souvenir. Receive the order. Wang Wei responded calmly. Then once again, he pulled the fighter to Mach 7 speed and sped through the airspace of the Stars and Stripes. But behind him, Holmes and Brian gasped and pressed the fire button repeatedly. One rattlesnake missile after another was fired. But these low-speed rattlesnake missiles couldn't do anything at all. Before taking off, they hadn't even anticipated the existence of a 6th-generation aircraft in the Xia Kingdom, so they hadn't carried any high-speed air-to-air missiles at all. The rattlesnake was enough to counter all the 5th-generation planes, but it was useless against the 6th-generation planes at Mach 7 speed. Fark. This is the most humiliating day of my flying career. Holmes screamed and cursed angrily, venting his anger. For the rest of his life thereafter, the silver and black 6th-generation fighter piloted by Wang Wei became a nightmare that he would never be able to erase. Wang Wei drove all the way at high speed and pulled away a distance of dozens of nautical miles before lowering his speed. Afterwards, he turned on the colorful smoke and flipped back and forth in the airspace of the Stars and Stripes. Tens of seconds later, a large 5-pointed star appeared above the Stars and Stripes sky. At the same time, it was only then that Holmes and Brian, who had been in hot pursuit, finally caught up. This huge colorful 5-pointed star was broadcast live to hundreds of millions of viewers around the world at this moment. At this instant, Xia completely won the hemp. Wang Wei, well done, now start the return flight. The tower's voice appeared in Wang Wei's headset, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile. It was the smile of confidence, the smile of victory after fighting for the country. This time, Wang Wei didn't rush to respond. Instead, he pulled back the warning speaker without anyone ordering it. With a firm gaze, he opened his mouth and said, I hope your party knows that Xia has regained its national glory and is by no means a weakling that can be bullied at will. A loud voice rumbled through the air. It caused both Holmes and Brian below to involuntarily look upwards in the distance. Everyone in the live broadcast room, including the top brass of hundreds of countries around the world, the top brass of the Stars and Stripes, the top brass of the Summer Kingdom, and hundreds of millions of netizens. Everyone, all of them, heard the voice coming from the Dragonheart fighter. At this moment, everyone's eyes were locked onto that silver and black fighter jet. In the next instant, the thunderous voice descended again. Please keep in mind that those who commit crimes against Manhwa will be executed even though they are far away. The voice fell on everyone's ears, deafening. Everyone was as if they heard the true words of the Heavenly Lord, their bodies and minds were shaken. In the countless pairs of terrified gazes, the Dragonheart fighter jet drew a perfect arc in the air and flew towards the Summer Kingdom amidst the roar of its engines. That back was like a celestial divine sword, valiantly returning to its sheath in the final victory. 81192 received and is returning. As he returned, he left a final thunderous sound in the air. That voice pierced through the heavens, pierced through the endless darkness and mist. It pierced through the whole of China, piercing through the heart and soul of every person with the bloodline of Yin Huang. It resounded for a long time in the light of the East. P.S. Thank you to everyone who has been following the book until here. Together, today, we have come full circle for our hero. May we remember him for eternity. And finally, thank you to every pretty boy and girl for the gifts. Gifts received lately have been few and far between. The gifts are small, but students don't charge for them. There are free videos available, so please give the author Bacteria more motivation to move forward. Love you guys. Chapter 91 Space-Based Weapons Satellite Cluster. A thunderous sound echoed through the air of the Stars and Stripes. With the roar of the Dragonheart's engines, the silver and black fighter jet headed towards the sun in the east. It gradually disappeared from the broadcast and disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. But the words he left behind resounded in everyone's hearts. The entire world was shaken by his words. The huge 5-pointed star had yet to dissipate, and the ones in the live broadcast room were already going crazy.
Countless people cheered at this moment.
Regardless of ethnicity or country, they were shouting for this hero. This was Xia, this was the spirit of an ancient country that had lasted for 1,000 years.
This is the first time I've seen such a shocking scene. Kudos to the heroes of Xia. Anyone who offends my Huaxia will be executed even though he is far away. I really got teary-eyed. This is a hero that belongs to Huaxia and deserves the world's admiration. Xia is no longer the weakling that could be bullied before, his power is noticed by the world. The Star-Spangled Kingdom deserved it this time for lifting a stone and smashing its own foot. This time, I choose to support Xia, to support the righteous side. Countless people were deeply convinced by the Xia kingdom. They were praising Xiagua, Wangwei, and the 6th generation machine. This spirit of defending the dignity of one's homeland and daring to fight the enemy to the death. On this day, it left an incomparable impression on everyone around the world. The disgraced Stars and Stripes, looking at the completely one-sided pop-ups and public sentiment in the live broadcast, hastily cut off the live broadcast. Without even saying a final message, they directly shut down the live broadcast. At this moment, the crowd of Stars and Stripes Nation's top executives, their high emotions had long since completely disappeared, and all of them hung their heads in shame. The Star-Spangled Nation's highest-ranking person cursed a few times in anger, and then directly left the research center. Immediately afterward, the Star-Spangled Nation's Ministry of Speech immediately stepped forward to make a statement. Xia's move was an attempt to provoke a new war, and was taking the lives of people all over the world as child's play. Hiding a highly advanced 6th generation aircraft, it was presuming to do something that would harm all of humanity without everyone knowing about it. If it were not for the emergence of the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th generation aircraft, such an unknown move might have kept all of mankind in the dark. Cutting-edge technology should be the commonwealth of mankind.
And Xia should have made a statement in advance to tell the world about the plans for the Generation 6. For the retaliatory behavior they committed by forcing their way into the airspace of the Stars and Stripes, it had caused a bad impact all over the world. The Stars and Stripes would immediately report to the World Federation to charge and sanction Xia. Xia was requested to apologize immediately and give an explanation to the Stars and Stripes and the world. On the world's largest media outlet, The Globe, the Star-Spangled Nation's Statement Department strongly condemned this act of Xia Nation. But this statement was instantly attacked by countless netizens from various countries after it was issued. You really have to come out to show your face after losing someone. I really have to laugh my ass off. Who is really starting the war? You really have the nerve to open your mouth. Is this what Stars and Stripes is capable of? Just rest when you get hammered and blown up. It's good that Xia doesn't get the World Federation to appeal to you. Who are you two with here? You went to Xia to act like a pussy, but you got punched in the face, and you're blaming someone else for that? You're killing me. Little trash. Is that all? That's it? Can't you do something useful? What are you barking at? What are you barking at? Countless netizens snickered madly at what Stars and Stripes had done below the statement release. You can't pretend to be a bully but you get hit in the face, and you have to bark here. It is simply a big joke. A few minutes after Stars and Stripes released the statement, the Ministry of State speech of the summer country also did not have the slightest fear to come forward to respond publicly. Xia's possession of a 6th generation aircraft was Xia's own affair, and there was no need to report it to anyone or any country. Stars and Stripes intruded into Xia's airspace for no reason to show off its strength and violated Xia's sovereignty and dignity in the first place, and the public live broadcast was clear to the people of the world. The people of the world can see clearly that this kind of behavior that undermines the dignity of Xia has the right to self-defense, and to fight back, and even to recover their own lost interests and dignity. The people of the world can see very clearly the intention to provoke a war, and it is irresponsible of Stars and Stripes to try to blacken the facts and distort in sophistry. Here, Xia advises the Stars and Stripes to mind their own business, and not to find anyone to touch when their own fists are not hard enough. So that you don't hurt yourself and then have to jump and scream in a hurry, so that people can pay for your medical expenses to take responsibility for you. This short speech, but also let countless people completely snicker Star-Spangled Nation. A large number of patriotic netizens are even more excited. How many years or the first time so raised eyebrows? They rushed to the Globe's post to leave comments in celebration. Yao's fans came here to clock in, wishing Xia to become even more prosperous. Reader XXXX came here to punch in, wishing that Xia will revive and rise soon, standing proudly on top of the world. Didn't expect it, we have a 6th generation plane too, ha. Ignore them. Leave him alone to bark. Come on, the Stars and Stripes 6 is really weak. It's still our 6 that's fast and furious. Handsome, fierce, and cool, Xiaogui 6th generation machine YYDS. Below the statement, countless netizens commented and left messages, clocking in to celebrate. That strong sense of pride filled everyone's chest. There was nothing that made people's blood boil more than a strong country. And just at the moment when both sides had finished releasing their statements, Star-Spangled Nation entrepreneur Smack similarly released an updated post on the globe. What a day of world attention. The powerful military forces of the two countries have left people in immense awe of the power of technology. But as Professor Bernard said, the blue sky is ultimately just a small place for humans to temporarily reside. In the constraints of gravity, in the confines of space, the power of technology is ultimately minimal. My life has been dedicated to the great dream and cause of aerospace, for the future of mankind must lie in the universe. The resources of the blue planet will be depleted, and the landmass of the blue planet will not be able to carry more and more human beings. One day we will have to step out of the blue planet, out of the solar system, towards the Milky Way, towards the vast ocean of stars. But before that, we need to make the blue planet perfect, so that all human beings can really enter the era of high-speed informationization. In the past 10 years, we have sent more than 37,000 satellites into the outer space orbit of Blue Star. The Great Super Star Chain program has already begun in outer space. Next we will send the last 3,000 satellites into the outer orbit of the blue planet. In 5 months' time, this great program will be completely finished. When that day comes, the Star Chain Era app will appear on everyone's cell phone, allowing you to see everything in the world at any time. But what makes me regret is that Xia actually has only 400-odd satellites, so I hope that I can continue to work hard on the scientific research of spaceflight. Stars and Stripes spaceflight stands at the top of the blue star, so it is incumbent upon Stars and Stripes to lead mankind on the road to the future. As soon as this post appeared, all eyes were drawn to it in just half an hour. The news that the Super Star Chain program was about to be completed came out of Smack's mouth. This shocked the entire world. Countless executives from various countries who were still having emotional ups and downs over the encounter between Xia and Stars and Stripes just a moment ago left it all behind. Instead, they were thoroughly concerned about Smack's Super Star Chain plan. This plan had been proposed 10 years ago, and had been running very low-key all along. If it wasn't for Smack opening his mouth today, I'm afraid that many people wouldn't have noticed it here. While everyone was still busy with all sorts of things on the blue planet, the entire blue planet had already been completely surrounded and caged by the Stars and Stripes. Nothing you do can escape the seamless monitoring of 40,000 satellites. Everything will be completely exposed. Every time a fighter jet lifts off and a battleship's oceanic movements will be tracked and exposed in real time. It would be like God's eyes staring 3 feet above your head at all times. That kind of terror makes everyone shudder just thinking about it. Once the Starlink program succeeds, the world will be completely controlled by the Stars and Stripes. No one will be able to escape their surveillance, and with 40,000 satellites, there will be no privacy on Blue Star. While we're still working on our modern military, the Stars and Stripes have already taken control of outer space. That's the gap, isn't it? The future of technology is inevitably in space, but the Stars and Stripes are moving this too fast. I thought Xia won hemp, now it seems that this is just a trivial little struggle. Above that empty sky, the deep and distant outer space is where the great powers really play. In 5 months' time the star chain will be completed, and then the Stars and Stripes will completely dominate the world. Time is running out, no one can stop this from happening anymore. Xia seems to have won the present but lost the future. The top brass of each country let out the same sigh. That deep sense of powerlessness appeared in their hearts. It was as if the terrifyingly tall figure of the Star-Spangled Nation was already standing behind them. In the Bear country's highest strategy department, Perse's complexion was unprecedentedly grave. As an existence of a similarly large country, he knew the terror of the Super Star Chain program better than the average country's supreme being. Once the star chain was completely finished and an incomparably perfect system was constructed, any strategic action, the Bear country's various open air bases would be completely exposed. The Star-Spangled Nation would be able to grasp everything about Blue Star at any moment. At that time, everyone would completely lose the ability to fight against the Star-Spangled Nation. When that day came, the Star-Spangled Nation's warplanes would once again roam every piece of the blue planet's sky. Such victories for Xia will also become a thing of the past. 5 months was too late for anyone, Pulse said with a hard punch to the table. Inside Xia's highest strategy room, Xian Yuan Hanwu frowned tightly. The news of the Dragonheart fighter's victory obviously couldn't outweigh his worries about the future. This victory might just be a flash in the pan. His voice carried a hint of heaviness as he said slowly, "This may seem like a victory in the air and sky exchange between us and the Stars and Stripes, but in fact the real battle has just drawn to a close. It's just that this time, we don't have 10 years to delve into ways to crack it," Xian Yuan Hangu said, his voice becoming heavier and heavier. "This time, I'm afraid that geniuses like Yibei won't be able to defuse it even if they have heavenly aptitude." As his voice fell, the crowd of senior officers also lowered their heads. Everyone appeared to have a hint of despair towards this super star chain that was about to be completed. On the other side, this incomparably terrifying news also shocked the people in the Airsky base. Once the superstar chain was built, it could be more than just monitoring the globe. Lu Yongping looked at Smack's post on the globe and said with a nervous expression. In addition to the 40,000 satellites such as meteorology, scientific and technological experiments, remote sensing of resources, navigation and positioning, and other such conventional satellites, military satellites definitely accounted for the majority. Moreover, with the style of action of the Stars and Stripes, there are definitely unknown, more terrifying existences in here. Even space-based weapons satellite group construction may exist. Lu Yongping said to the crowd, his voice slightly trembling. A space-based weapons satellite cluster? Lin Tianlei was incomparably shocked when he heard this. If this construction was completed, it was entirely possible for Star-Spangled Nation to rule the world. Terror was written all over his face, and it was unprecedented. It was even more terrifying than the first time he had killed someone on the battlefield. Because this was about the future of the Xia Kingdom, about the survival of each and every one of them. In the entire control room, the cheering and joyous sounds from earlier had vanished. The scent of fear began to rapidly ferment in the air. A powerful sense of crisis surged into everyone's hearts. It was as if what had been achieved in the battle just now was not a victory, but rather a catastrophe that had brought about the end of the Xia Kingdom. For a while, everyone hung their heads low, unable to speak with worry. Only Yi Bei had been very calm. His gaze looked around at everyone present. Looking at the deflated appearance of the crowd, he shook his head and smiled blandly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chapter 92 Space Battleship Program. Yi Bei's calm voice resounded in the control room. It made the air, which was quiet to the point of being a bit dead, suddenly flow. Everyone raised their heads to look at him. Does Chief Master Yi have a solution? Someone almost exclaimed in shock, but in the next second, he immediately deflated, shaking his head and dropping it down again. It wasn't just him, most of the people at the scene lowered their heads once again. Yi Bei's voice did give a moment of hope. After all, he had been contributing to Xia's scientific research since he was less than 15 years old. What with the missile precision guidance system, the super digital man portable system, and the high-precision close defense gun for ocean-going battleships. A series of weapons that were rare by various countries all came from him. In a few years' time, he had made a lot of contributions to Xia's military power and scientific research development. Completing the design of the 6th-generation aircraft in more than half a year was a miracle that the whole world witnessed. He had the ability to create miracles, the ability to turn defeat into victory. This month's time had even given everyone the opportunity to witness his powerful unifying force. He did what he said he would do, leaving an incomparably deep impression on everyone. It was precisely for this reason that when he opened his mouth, the crowd couldn't help but feel hope in their hearts. However, this point of hope was fleeting in their hearts. With just a little thought, one could clearly know that this time, a miracle was afraid to be impossible. If you want to create a miracle, you have to have certain prerequisites. Just like a big truck crushed a mother's child, in order to save the child the mother lifted the truck with both arms. But this kind of miracle can happen only if there are arms that can generate power. And this time they had nothing, let alone arms that could generate power. Smucker's Superstar Chain program was to use 40,000 satellites to form a dense network of star chains in near-Earth orbit. In order to accomplish this plan, even the rich and powerful Star-Spangled Nation had spent a full 10 years to complete it. And Xia had only 400 satellites so far. To catch up with a star chain of 40,000, that was a full 100 times more. This time, even if the gods came down to Earth and were able to rub out 100 satellites a day, it would simply be too late. Not to mention the rockets to be manufactured, the bases to be built, the orbits to be preset, and all the complicated calculations to be made. 5 months, that is absolutely impossible. Yi Bei, after all, was just a human being, a mortal flesh. He was able to make the 6th-generation machine in a month, but that was still because in the 6 months that he had designed it, all kinds of parts had already been made. As long as the engine was taken care of and the shell was re-improved, it would be able to be assembled quickly. Moreover, the 10-year layout of the 6th-generation machine, all kinds of hardware equipment, resources, manpower, and drawings were all complete. It was possible to do it in a desperate situation. But catching up with the Superstar Chain program, even if one spelled out 100 lives, it could not be done. Everyone knew that Yi Bei was bent on serving the country, bent on making Xia powerful. But this time, I'm afraid that with the greatest determination in the world, I'm afraid that there was nothing I could do. For a while, the crowd once again lowered their heads in despair, and the scene fell into dead silence again. From time to time, there were lamentations and shallow miserable laughter. The pressure in everyone's hearts was incomparably great. At the moment when almost everyone was in despair, Lu Yongping slowly walked over. His complexion wasn't good either, and the pressure in his heart was even more immense than the others because he was the director of the Supreme Academy of Xia. However, there was still hope and confidence in his eyes as he looked at Yi Bei. He understood why these young researchers were desperate and disillusioned. In front of such a huge blow, at the moment when no solution could be found, many people would lose their self-confidence. But the man who had come from that era of researching large firecrackers, the man who had participated in researching large firecrackers, He had experienced moments far more desperate than this, and had experienced even more tremendous pressure. So he knew that no matter how difficult or incredible something was, he had to try it. Perhaps, that so-called despair and impossibility would become it. Moreover, Yi Bei's performance over the years, the abilities he had shown over the years, he had seen it with his own eyes. His heart had long taken Yi Bei as the future inheritor. He believed in this heavenly divine talent of Xinhua. He also believed that his aging eyes would not misjudge anyone. No matter how impossible it was, he had to give his hope and confidence to this young man who was only 18 years old. Anyone could disbelieve, anyone could despair, but only he could not. This world had never been a world where a brave man rushed into battle with thousands of cowards and fought to kill the enemy. He believed that Yi Bei was that brave man, and as he stood up, millions of people behind him would follow him. Lu Yongping walked to Yi Bei's front, the trust in his eyes remained the same. Yi Bei, if you have any thoughts, just say them. Listening to Lu Yongping's words, Yi Bei smiled slightly and nodded. Afterwards, he pulled a chair and sat directly in front of the long table, reaching out to take a pen and paper and drew on it. As he drew, he opened his mouth to explain that the superstar chain program seemed terrifying, but it was actually not without a solution. Yi Bei's calm and collected voice rang out. All the surrounding research experts raised their heads and slowly leaned over. Even though they felt despair in their hearts, everyone still wanted to see what kind of solution Yi Bei was going to give to solve it. We just need to build space battleships that sweep everything. What with superstar chains and space-based weapons, all the problems will be solved. Yi Bei said with a confident face, quickly drawing a quick sketch in his hand. As his words fell, he pushed the sketch in his hand to the center of the table. All the scientific experts at the scene all looked down at his sketch. On that scribbled picture drawn with a pencil, an incomparably huge warship soared through the outer space of the blue star, and as it sailed past those star chains, its powerful weapons destroyed all the satellites that blocked its progress in no time at all. Just as he had said, what superstar chains and what space-based weapons had all become broken pieces of metal. Looking at the picture on the sketch and listening to Yi Bei's words, the scene was in an uproar. Chief Master Ye's approach was to build a space battleship? The idea was beautiful, but it was almost impossible to realize. According to the space battleship drawn on the picture, it would have to be at least 10 million tons in weight, and mankind didn't have such a strong energy power to propel it yet. Even if everything was fulfilled, the amount of money that would need to be spent to build such a battleship would be an unimaginable amount. Chief Master Ye's vision is good, but it's not realistic. The superstar chain will be completed in 5 months' time. We can't build a space battleship. The many research experts were all elites in the industry. Between mere words, they listed out the numerous impossible conditions of this plan. Hearing this, Yi Bei wasn't surprised in any way, but nodded his head in great agreement with them. That's right, everyone is right, we really can't build it in 5 months' time. The energy problem is still to be solved, and the huge consumption of funds is also a problem. But this space battleship is what I will use to open the interstellar gates and lead Xia to be the first to step into the universe. Completely destroying the superstar chain program is just a small function attached to it. In 5 months' time, it's obviously impractical for us to use it to defuse the star-spangled nation's problem of controlling near-Earth satellite orbits. But there is another practical and feasible way. What other way is there to be able to crack the superstar chain program in 5 months? Yi Bei's words fell. The gazes of the crowd looking at him were filled with puzzlement. Chapter 93 Near-Earth Orbit Missile Program. Chief Master Yi, what else can be done? Yes, Chief Master Yi, quickly tell us, I'm dying of anxiety. The crowd looked at Yi Bei and said anxiously. The pressure of the superstar chain program was like a big stone pressing on their chests, making them breathless. What's the rush? All be calm and listen to Yi Bei slowly. Lu Yongping looked at the anxious crowd and opened his mouth to drink. His words made the crowd close their mouths and calm down. Yi Bei was not in a hurry and once again picked up a piece of paper and drew on the table. That chesty look looked a bit puzzling to the crowd. A minute later, another scribbled diagram was drawn. Yi Bei once again pushed the sketch to the center of the table before he opened his mouth to speak. The superstar chain program was brought up by the Star-Spangled Nation as early as 10 years ago. 2 years ago, I had already conducted an in-depth study of this plan. The core of the superstar chain program is to cover the entire near-Earth orbit. Not only is it able to monitor the globe to implement various strategic missions, but more importantly, it can completely block the liftoff of another country's rockets. That's what's most terrifying. With 40,000 satellites in near-Earth orbit, any rocket liftoff that breaks free of gravity in near-Earth orbit is bound to collide with one of them. The satellites in the Starlink program, counting the cost of the rockets to send them into the sky, are worth at most $2 million each. Of course, special military strategic satellites, as well as possible space-based weapons satellites, may cost more per satellite, but will never exceed $5 million. And all kinds of satellites made by various countries cost at least tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of billions of dollars. So if they collide, our losses and the losses of the Stars and Stripes are absolutely disproportionate. Therefore, the Stars and Stripes will never be afraid to go with us to loss. This kind of vicious loss, the final loss must be us. When the superstar chain is completely formed, all the rockets in the world will have to buy the right to use the near-Earth orbit from the stars and stripes, so that they can open up the gap to launch rockets into the air. This will be an incomparably lucrative income that will make the whole world send money to the stars and stripes in a steady stream. Compared to these windfall revenues, the resources and property consumed to build the superstar chain were simply insignificant. Therefore, the best way to crack it was to build something cheaper than the Star-Spangled Nation's satellites and still be able to take it out. After Yibei finished speaking, he pointed at the drawing on the table and a light flashed in his eyes. Without a doubt, that was the Near-Earth Orbit Missile. As long as the Near-Earth Orbit Missile system was constructed, the result of exchanging $500,000 for their $2 million could be realized. With this system, the superstar chain is nothing more than a living target in our eyes. It can't pose any threat to us at all, just shoot it down. Yibei's voice fell, the eyes of the crowd were about to shoot out light. This economical and practical approach was indeed very effective. As long as the attrition was reduced, then it was perfectly fine to do so. This way, the superstar chain wouldn't pose any threat to Xia even if it was completed. Chief Master Yi is truly admired to the core. It's incredible that you actually thought of not going after them, but knocking them down. As long as we can build this system, then we'll never have to fear them again. However, with 5 months, I'm afraid it's still too late for us to not only design the drawings, but also set up the missile system. And building the missile cluster also requires energy that breaks free from gravity, otherwise the cost of the missiles will definitely be high. Someone in the excited crowd spoke up. At these words, the crowd immediately deflated like deflated balls. Yes, the plan is indeed moving, but the practical maneuver is too late. Quickly tell us about it, I know you definitely have a method. Lu Yongping looked on the sidelines and hurriedly said to Yibei. He believed that if Yibei could say it, then he could definitely do it. Otherwise, with his character he would never talk on paper. His words also made the crowd cast their eyes on Yibei once again, on this demonic genius who had proposed all the solutions. Everyone, feel free to rest assured, no matter if it's the space battleship or the near-Earth orbit missile system, I've already taken care of them 2 years ago. It's just that these things weren't used back then, so they haven't been taken out, now it's time for them to come in handy. Yibei smiled. Standing up and speaking frankly to the crowd, he said. The reason why I have been researching the issue of controlled fusion energy conversion and analyzing singularity data all these years is to prepare for this day. Whether it's a space warship or a near-Earth orbit missile system, controlled nuclear fusion is used as a powerful energy source. I've already prepared the drawings for both, but the only problem now is that I need a huge amount of money to start these 2 programs. The construction of the space battleship is enough to be completed within 10 months if the funds are sufficient. This is not a joke, this is a truly accomplishable goal. On that day, everyone could imagine that Xia would completely stand proudly at the top of the world. Yibei looked serious when he said this, without any hint of a joke. His voice was so grand that it made people's minds and bodies tremble. He was determined to take Xia to the top of the world. Therefore, his words at this moment were incomparably sincere words. Everyone at the scene was also very clear about this. At the same time, they could also imagine what a spectacular sight it would be once the space battleship was built. On that day, the Summer Kingdom would truly be completely invincible to the Blue Planet. What star chain program, what space-based weapons will become dust that can be extinguished with a snap of a finger? Chief Master Yi, can this really be realized? I don't know who trembled his voice and asked in a low voice. The scene was silent, and everyone's eyes were locked on Yibei's body. Their eyes were glittering, but they were equally filled with disbelief. Yibei scanned everyone gathered around the table and nodded heavily. Everything I said is true, it's just that the amount of money, manpower, and material resources needed to be spent on a space battleship is quite huge. If you want to build it out, you need to raise the entire nation's strength to be able to accomplish it. Each and every one of us in Xia might have to tighten our belts to be able to build this sci-fi national weapon in 10 months. But all of it is worth it, and on that day, the world will tremble under Xia's feet, and domination of the Blue Planet will be completely out of the question. Yibei's eyes flashed with a fiery light. The words he spoke were like an ancient Austrian mantra that made people's hearts tremble. Everyone's mind appeared that alien technology like super battleship at this moment. It was arrayed horizontally above the blue star, enveloping the entire world and causing everyone to feel an unprecedented shock. Just when everyone was shocked by Yibei's crazy plan, suddenly, Lu Yongping's phone rang. Chapter 94 Shock. 3 Great Plans. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yongping picked up the phone. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, his expression became surprised and then excited. A phone call of just 10 seconds or so had made Lu Yongping become much happier than before. Hanging up the phone, he looked at Yibei again and his gaze became even more excited. Tell everyone a good news. The time for this World Scientist Summit in 10 months has been finalized. As soon as his words came out, a hint of eagerness appeared on everyone's faces. It was important to know that the World Scientist Summit would only be held once every 10 years. Each time it was held, countries from all over the world would be invited to attend, and each country could send a certain number of scientists. But this number was not much. After all, there were limitations in all aspects of the participating venues. In addition to bringing together top scientists from all over the world, the summit will give them the opportunity to exchange various academic issues. It will also allow countries to display their strongest scientific and technological or academic achievements in the past decade, to highlight the strength of each country. All of this contributed to the extraordinary nature of this summit. In the world of scientific research, the World Scientist Summit has always been quite an important existence. Every scientist dreams of being able to participate in one in their lifetime. But apparently, this news alone was not enough to make Liu Yongping, who had participated in several summits, happy like this. The gazes of the crowd were all still eyeing him. I guess someone has already guessed it. Liu Yongping looked at the crowd and laughed. The site of this scientist summit has been determined by the World Federation and the World Commission for the Development of Science, and it has been decided that it will be held in our summer country, Kyoto. His words fell, everyone's faces rose with joy at the same time. Am I hearing it right? Is it really being held in Kyoto? Great, it's finally being held in Xia. To be able to see it in my lifetime, it's really too exciting. The crowd clapped and shouted. After all, this was the first time that the World Scientists Summit had been held in Xia since it was organized 17 times in the history of the Blue Planet. This showed that Xia's scientific research had gone to the top of the pyramid in the world and had been recognized by the World Scientific Development Committee. This time the sixth generation has made a great achievement for us. Liu Yongping looked at the crowd and laughed happily. An old friend of the committee told me that the appearance of our Xia's sixth generation machine was the deciding factor for this site selection, otherwise it would definitely be held in Stars and Stripes again. As his words fell, his eyes towards Yibei were filled with relief and appreciation. Everyone present also cast reverent gazes at Yibei. It was because of him, who had built this world-renowned sixth-generation aircraft, that Xia had such a chance to shine in the world. If it wasn't for Master Ye's design of the sixth generation, we really wouldn't have had this opportunity. Chief Master Yi is mighty, an incomparably strong sixth-generation aircraft has brought us two good news for Xia. To have the World Scientists Summit held in Kyoto, it's really a great honor for our country. Chief Master Yi is really a great benefactor of our Xia country. With him, we can do anything. The crowd opened their mouths to praise Yibei without hiding it. Because he deserved this praise from everyone. Thinking about what Yibei had just said, the hearts of all the people were gradually filled with strength. They were filled with confidence that the space mothership and NEO missile system could be completed. The emotions that were previously covered in gloom also gradually dissipated at this moment. This time you have made a great achievement. Liu Yongping walked to Yibei and patted his shoulder and said, "The World Scientists Summit once every 10 years, it is not easy to come to Xia. I hope that 10 months later you can represent Xia to participate in this summit." Liu Yongping's eyes burning, looking at Yibei said, "To the world to see the spirit of the summer country researchers, to the world to see the real great rise of the summer country scientific research." As his words fell, everyone looked at Yibei with the same hopeful eyes. Of all the people here, other than the highly respected Liu Yongping, Yibei was the most qualified first candidate to participate in this summit. Looking at everyone's expectant gazes, Yibei smiled and nodded, "No problem, I'll participate. Since this summit is being held in our summer country, let the world see what is called a true great country's technology. By attending this summit, I hope to let the world see that Xia's scientific research is the absolute number one." Yibei raised an index finger and said to the crowd with firm eyes. His words always gave people a powerful force every time he exited. If Xia's scientific research is number one in the world. These words infected every scientific research expert present, and everyone's heart felt quite shocked. If these words did not come from Yibei's mouth, it would really be like nonsense. But when Yibei said it, everyone's heart was filled with anticipation. This is a super event that the world is watching. We must let the world see Xia's card face and the scientific research strength of the big country no matter what. Yibei opened his mouth again after a pause and said, "Back then, when the Olympic Games were held in our summer country, we showed a truly strong national strength and gave the world a glimpse of the atmospheric summer country. This time we have to work harder and show the world the real Xia technology. Since it's being held in Kyoto, I think we should make Kyoto a capital of future technology before the summit." Yibei stroked his chin, thought for a moment and then said, "I had once conceptualized the plan for the future technology city, but didn't go into detail to make any fine print. But next I will gradually improve it and create a sci-fi capital that is even more splendid than cyberpunk. This time, no matter what, I have to show the world the absolute great country's technology, and I have to make every person who comes to the conference be shocked by it." As Yibei's words fell, everyone at the scene froze. The Sci-Fi Metropolis program? To shock all the world's top scientists attending the conference? How sci-fi does it have to be? How futuristic? How ahead of its time? Only then could these top people be shocked. They couldn't imagine what was going through Yibei's mind at the moment, but just the words alone were shocking enough. For the next 10 months, we will do 3 things. As if Yibei had thought of everything, he raised his head and swept his eyes over the crowd, and said with a firm gaze that, "Finish cracking the star chain programs near Earth orbit missile system. Create a future sci-fi capital with the scientific research of a great nation. Create the space battleship that will lead Xia to the universe. As his words fell, everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. Everyone was deeply surprised by Yi Bei. Even Lu Yongping was looking at Yi Bei with an incredulous expression. His words were really too frightening, it simply made people feel like they were dreaming. 3 plans unfolding at the same time? Each one of these was a planned project that cost a huge amount of money. Is it really possible to carry them out at the same time? My God, this really sounds too scary. Master Yi, you're not kidding, right? Is this really something we can accomplish? Everyone's eyes carried a look of disbelief. However, the teenager in front of them who proposed everything made them not dare to open their mouths to retort. The near-Earth orbit missile system is something that must be completed within 5 months, it is the guarantee for everything in our future. The other 2, both must also be completed within 10 months, we want the world to witness the shining moment when Xia's science and technology stands at the top of the world. Let the world see what it means to be the true capital of sci-fi, and also let the aerospace battleship shock every country. These 3 plans may seem far-fetched, but what we in Xia can think of we can certainly do. Xia's prosperous population is not lacking in people, the land is also not lacking in materials, the only thing lacking is the huge amount of money. As for this high amount of money, everyone can rest assured that I will find a way to solve it. After Yi Bei finished speaking, he scanned everyone present and spoke loudly. Don't be afraid of any difficulties or obstacles, the blueprint vision of Xia's future is right in front of us. I hope that we can accomplish all of this in one go, just like making the 6th generation machine. His voice was thick and powerful, penetrating deeply into everyone's heart. These words caused everyone present to feel their blood boiling and their hearts pounding. Since Yi Bei said that he could, then he definitely could. If Chief Master Yi has confidence, we have confidence. Who cares, just do it. Even if I die of exhaustion, if I can make Xia stand on top of the world, I have no regrets in death. Chief Master Yi's blueprint is so ambitious, there's no reason not to support it. I joined the scientific research to serve my country, this time I must fight for Xia. With one drum, Xia will win. All the scientific research experts in the control room shouted excitedly. Yi Bei's words thrilled the hearts of the people, and the powerful appeal made Lu Yongping deeply shocked by them. At the same time, in the middle of a huge European-style castle in the star-spangled nation, a group of people of different ages and genders were gathered in front of a long table, quietly waiting for the man in the main seat to speak. Chapter 95 Evil Claws Revealed, John's Revenge. Stars and Stripes. For Scythic State. A mountain covered with lush greenery and a beautiful environment was halfway up a mountain. An ancient European-style castle building was quietly hidden within it. The structure of the castle was completely in the architectural style of 500 years ago, and walking into this place was like walking into the medieval era. And this castle built in the middle of the mountainside was the headquarters of the Sforcord family. The winding mountain road leads from the bottom of the mountain to the castle. The absolutely smooth asphalt highway was set up with checkpoints everywhere. The castle, and even the road leading to it, was protected by absolutely sophisticated armed forces. In the castle, inside the auditorium-like council room, 12 people sat on both sides of the heavy conference table. These 12 people were old and young, male and female, some were wearing suits that looked out of place with the style of this place, while some were wearing old-fashioned robes, as if they were old monsters who had lived in the Middle Ages until now. Among them, there was even a little girl who looked no more than 12 or 13 years old, observing everything around her with wide eyes. Behind her, the stoic butler looked after everything with unblinking eyes. Family Master, the elders of the 12 gate clans have all arrived. The young man next to the main seat opened his mouth and said respectfully. In the next second, the man who had been sitting and taking a nap opened his eyes. His hair was already pure white, and his pale face was covered in wrinkles, but his eyes let out a sharp light like that of an eagle the moment they opened. The eyes scanned the room, sweeping over everyone's face. Let's begin. The man opened his mouth and a thick, old voice came out of his throat. As his words fell, a middle-aged woman closest to him spoke first. After the fall of John's wife Song Yunying in the Summer Kingdom, all the assets of Optimus Technology Group had been frozen by the Summer Kingdom, including all the small and medium-sized industries under them, and all of them were now entering the judicial process for review. Everything about Prime Technology Group and John has been exposed, with direct losses exceeding $18.6 billion, and other losses could be even greater. And the exposure of the family industry has also caused alarm in Xia, has been in the beginning of corporate mapping searches in all parts of the country. Several sensitive industries have recently encountered trouble. The middle-aged woman ably finished the information she had at hand. Next to another man then opened his mouth to report, all aspects of Western Europe is stable, the latest expansion of the tobacco and hemp industry is expected to be able to increase revenue next year at least 10 billion. After the man finished speaking, the other sect elders behind him opened their mouths to report on the situation in the regions they belonged to. 12 people were in charge of the industrial income of the 12 regions of the world, and information on all aspects of the situation. From the development of the court family until now, the 12 Gate clans had always been hereditary. They were dependent on each other, constantly expanding and developing. It was only then that they had been so stable all the way to the present, and together they formed this huge to terrifying court family. At this moment, the news report was finished. Other than the middle-aged woman speaking out about the problems in Xia, there were no major events in all the other places. For a while, all eyes turned to the problems in the Summer Kingdom. John had made a major mistake and caused such a big loss to the family. John should be removed immediately and replaced with a new person on. The middle-aged man at the very front opened his mouth without hesitation. The exit was about to directly dismiss John. However, these words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of that little girl on the opposite side. Or rather, it was the dissatisfaction of the butler standing behind her. The butler whispered a few words in her ear, and the little girl immediately opened her mouth in the same manner. John's faults will be discussed later. I think what is more important now is to withdraw part of the family's industry. Since we have already caused the alarm of Xia, then we can't delay it any longer, or else we will lose even more. The tone in which she said this was very inconsistent with her childish voice. However, there was not a single person on the scene who dared to not take her words as words. After all, the little girl was the Stana sect clan that was in charge of all the industries in the Bear Country. If it wasn't for the sudden death of her father not long ago, it wouldn't have been her who came here today. The Prime Technology Group had consumed a lot of the family's efforts, and was our important eyes and ears in controlling the scientific research movements of the Summer Kingdom, and for it to fall because of a small matter, John's faults were already enough for the family to depose him. As the little girl's voice fell, another person spoke next. Immediately after his voice, someone else followed to help cheer. The family master's plan was imminent, but John had created such a mess. I'm afraid that he had already had second thoughts about the family. This caused a trace of fear to immediately grow on the little girl's face. But the butler behind her held her shoulders to dispel her fear. Miss, don't be afraid, just listen to me. Then whispered a few words in the little girl's ear. It is for the great plan of the master of the family, so John cannot be removed. The Summer Country has moved. Need him to create some illusion to relax their vigilance. The little girl spoke calmly. As these words came out, a few other people's brows furrowed and they were about to retort again. But the man on the main seat known as the head of the family opened his mouth. Don't argue, do as Stana says. Pull back all the risky industries one by one to reduce the losses, and let all the Dragon Kingdom's ears and eyes act cautiously. Don't make any more messes. The family head's old voice slowly said. As for John, first stay to wait and see what happens. In addition, let Mo Yulong find a way to reset the industry in the place after the withdrawal of capital. Give him some exercise. All the mobilization must not affect the layout of the family plan before the World Scientist Summit begins. I don't want any more chaos. His voice fell, and his sharp gaze swept across everyone's face again. Everyone agreed with respectful voices. Then one after another, they left the council room and followed the orders to carry out their tasks. At the same time, in the villa on the other side of the star-spangled kingdom, John was looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window in his study, frowning in agony. Optimus Technology Group, the family industry that had taken all his efforts to run up, through which he had gained a place in the family. But it was only in the twinkling of an eye that it collapsed. All the assets have not yet had time to transfer and withdraw, has been frozen by the Summer Country. After operating for more than 10 years, he hadn't even taken a single penny. And now his daughter and wife had been captured by the Xia military, and their whereabouts were still unknown. Coupled with the fact that the previous sanctions against the airspace base had not achieved the slightest result, this made him feel like he was about to explode. However, he hadn't been idle in the slightest during this month's time. Instead, he used the power he could have to check out all aspects of Yibei. At this moment, looking at the flowers and grass outside, his mind was incomparably heavy. All the hard work has been wasted. The family is afraid that they will have to replace me. Mo Yulong has been eyeing my position for many years, and several large clans want to remove me. This time, I'm afraid that Stana won't be able to save me. John sighed and muttered. In the family for so many years, although he also had a place, but in front of the 12 Gates clan is just a relatively large chess piece. This was still very clear in his heart. Once he lost his role, according to the family's icy hand, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape his fate of being removed. But the headquarters was still too far away for him to qualify to enter it, so he can only speculate. Sir, perhaps worrying too much. Your ability is outstanding. The family will surely consider it carefully. The secretary behind him, Moses, still spoke in a warm voice. Ha! John heard this and laughed coldly. A thick resentment appeared violently in his eyes. If it wasn't for that what's-his-name Yi Xia and Yibei guy, how would Xia manage this kind of thing? Yibei's old home was in Hong County, with only a grandfather to depend on. John said lightly and turned to look at Moses. Might as well kill his grandfather to avenge my wife and daughter. Before the family dismisses me, I can at least take revenge. John's voice was cold and clear, making people feel a bone-chilling chill. As his words fell, the face of Moses, who had been wearing a smile, instantly changed drastically. Chapter 96 Raid. Arresting John. Moses was panicked like never before. How could he not expect John to say something like this? He actually wanted to kill Yi Bei's grandfather in order to avenge his own personal revenge. No, this was absolutely not okay. Moses almost didn't hesitate to open his mouth to block it. Although he was sent by the family, he did not have the actual right to govern John. For the sake of the family's interests and the greater good, he could only try to dissuade as much as possible. Sir, killing that old man who was on the verge of dying is useless, it's simply an unhelpful move. To kill is definitely to kill Yi Bei. Killing that old man would not only fail to lure Yi Bei to appear, but would instead make the Xia military protect him even more closely. Moreover, sending a Grey Hand to kill Yi Bei's grandfather in Xia's territory will surely enrage Xia, making Xia more vigilant, and the impact on the family will be extremely bad. If you do this, you will definitely displease the family head when the time comes. Sir, think about it, this will not benefit us in any way, but will instead cause a lot of trouble for the family. For the sake of the family's grand plan, this absolutely cannot be done. Moses quickly analyzed all the pros and cons, clearly speaking to John. But what they didn't know was in between the two men's conversation. Downstairs in the villa, a team of Xia agents directly sent by the Xia Security Department had already quietly infiltrated, starting to carry out the capture mission for John. The guns loaded with frigga bullets in their hands had silently put down all the personnel guarding the villa in just a few minutes. And little by little, they were feeling their way deeper into the villa. While in the upstairs study of the villa, John listened to Moses' words but sneered. Why would I not want to kill Yi Bei? But after investigating for a month, I can't find out any information about him at all. He has long been protected by the Xia military now, and there is no telling when the next opportunity will come. John said and looked to the side with a nervous look. Moses. You also know very well that I don't have that much time to wait for this opportunity. Once the family dismisses me, I won't have any chance or power to take revenge anymore. John said and dialed the phone in his hand. Amidst the beeping of the phone, he spoke again to Moses. The matter of killing Yi Bei, I believe the family will find the opportunity to do it sooner or later, but before that, I want him to taste the pain of losing his loved ones first. Yi Bei's grandfather, I will definitely kill him. You can go and report back to the family, my operation has already begun. John finished speaking just as the call connected. His expression was grim as he coldly spoke into the phone, the operation has begun. Moses looked at John's determined look and was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that this guy would actually put the family's big picture at risk in order to avenge his wife and daughter. And he had long known that he would reject it all. So all the plans of action had already been set up long ago within this month without his knowledge. Moses didn't bother talking to John anymore. While opening the phone and pressing the number of the family headquarters, he rushed out of the villa at a fast pace. But just after coming out of the study on the second floor of the villa, Moses saw the team of agents who were rushing towards the upper floors with quiet steps. Someone had invaded. Moses shouted out almost without hesitation. The next second he was hit by several frigga bullets and instantly fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing that they were exposed, the secret agent team members immediately stopped covering up and quickly rushed at a fast pace towards the study where Moses had come out. And this cry of alarm had already startled John in the study. As if he had rehearsed beforehand, he quickly drew a shotgun from the closet, along with a belt of bullets. Then took out 2 incendiary bullets from a drawer. Then as soon as he tore off the study wall painting, a doorknob appeared above it. John pulled the 2 incendiary bullets apart and threw them in the middle of the study, then struggled to pull open the small thick metal door, leapt into it with one step, pressed the button on the door with his backhand, and the 10-centimeter thick metal door then closed and sealed. His whole person then quickly stepped down the stairs inside, and after descending below 10 meters, a straight and unobstructed passageway appeared. There were light bulbs every few meters inside, and John ran forward at a fast pace with his gun in hand. This passageway was what he had prepared for his day of escape. The passage wasn't very long, just under 600 meters, probably not as long as the prison breakers had dug. Instead, the other end of it led to another villa in this villa complex. Both villas were bought by him. That villa not only had all kinds of weapons capable of defense. There was also a small private helicopter that was always parked and was able to evacuate the place directly, which was quite thorough. As John's metal door slammed shut, the Secret Service agents had only just rushed over to Moses. 2 of them dragged Moses to evacuate directly, while the others were about to rush towards the study. But in the next second, a violent explosion roared out of the study. The blazing fire instantly set the entire study completely ablaze. The pounding heat wave came directly towards the crowd. Several team members rushed inside the study against the flames, but John had long since disappeared. Immediately after that, the fire alarm sounded suddenly inside the villa. The leading agent captain cursed through his teeth, then immediately led his team to evacuate. Because the fire department would arrive here in 5 minutes. That way, none of them with special status would be able to leave. In the villa where the blazing fire was burning, a group of agents brought Moses and flew away from the scene. At the same time, at dusk in the summer country, the skyline was staging the beauty of burning clouds. Next to the chess stall at the entrance of the small mountain village in Hong County, 4 or 5 old men past their prime were sitting on small horses and playing around the chessboard. Yi Hongyuan stroked his beard and lifted up a chess piece and slapped it vigorously on the opposite board. Then he laughed out loud. "This army will you dead, old Lu head, you lost again. Oops, I shouldn't have lifted that knight just now." Old Lu too, who also has white hair, slapped his head and said with remorse, "Ha, old Lu didn't win a single game today. It was a good game, but next time you can't play like that." Several other old men also laughed loudly, and the atmosphere was joyful. And just at this time, an unimpressive Wolling car slowly appeared at the entrance of the village and stopped a dozen meters away from the chess stall. Yi Hongyuan raised his head and glanced at this strange car. He exchanged a glance with the person in the car from a distance of more than 10 meters. With just this one glance, he withdrew his gaze, looking flat and unperturbed. The few other old men also raised their heads to glance towards the car behind them. "It's no fun to play with you, that's it for today." Yi Hongyuan put the chess on the board into a plastic bag, waved his hand and said, "I have to go back to make dinner. I have to go back to make dinner. Going away, this chess time long time do not play, rusty." Old Lu had a few people saw Yi Hongyuan put away the chess, also held the old waist stood up. Together with Yi Hongyuan, they picked up their ponies, leaned on their walking sticks, and slowly walked towards the village, each going back to their own homes. And shortly after they left, the moment the sun went down, 7 or 8 men wearing masks with cold eyes came down from that strange car. Following their direction, they stepped towards the village. Chapter 97: The Gamble of National Fortune. Yi Bei did not know the slightest bit about what was happening in the mountain village. At this moment, he and Lu Yongping and the others were discussing matters at the highest ministry in Kyoto. The huge conference room was filled with the top personnel of Xia. Dozens of people were sitting around the conference table, all looking at the drawings Yi Bei had put on the big screen. Everyone's complexion was very serious, even Xianyuan Hangwu was looking at the drawings above with unblinking eyes. The space battleship and the near-Earth orbit missile system. Both drawings were absolutely complex existences. Yi Bei explained one by one to everyone present. The near-Earth orbit missile system, as long as it is augmented with an anti-gravity system, the cost can be reduced from $3 million apiece to $600,000 apiece. I have already made this very clear. I believe that all the commanders here understand it very well. After Yi Bei finished speaking, he didn't stay here any longer, but directly flipped to a drawing at the back. The moment it appeared on the big screen, there were quite a few clamoring voices in the room. The moment the huge drawing simulation of the space battleship was displayed in front of everyone, the impact made people couldn't help but let out a gasp. This was the top priority of the 3 major programs, the space battleship. Yi Bei pointed at the drawings with his whip and said aloud, "The national weapon that will lead our Xia country to completely go to the top of the world. The battleship can carry at least 300,000 people, enough to carry 100,000 various types of missiles, including 3,000 large firecrackers. There are also 2,000 new types of battle cannons, and 1,000 various types of shipborne warplanes, along with a perfect ecological supply system. Of course, these are just the rough figures I listed. The battleship is quite complex, with a lot of subdivisions, and a lot of places still need to be perfected with the cooperation of each part. What I can tell you is that all of this adds up to a total weight of 65 million tons. Yi Bei's words fell, and almost everyone at the scene exclaimed in shock. 65 million tons, you want to send it up to the sky? This was really unheard of and unimaginable. A space battleship, I dare not imagine that this is something that can be built in our time. Is it possible to realize Master Ye's ideas? Instead of pressing the nation's luck to build it, we should continue to develop modern military power. I don't think it's possible. Once it's activated, everything that needs to be consumed will be a huge amount. The many high-ranking officers on the scene opened their mouths, unabashedly saying what they wanted to say. Almost everyone was shocked by this plan. At the same time, they couldn't believe that this was something that the current Xia kingdom, or even the current human race, could realize. However, in the face of the crowd's doubts and disbelief, Yi Bei was not in a hurry. Instead, he proceeded to open his mouth and explain to them. Creating a space battleship is indeed quite a huge loss, and it can even be said to be a big move to gamble on the nation's fortune. But what I can clearly tell you is that this is indeed something we can build. I've heard some people say continue to develop a modern military? That is indeed the way to go. But with the 6th generation aircraft that we just spent tens of billions of dollars developing, it won't be long before the Stars and Stripes and the Bear Kingdom catch up. Fighters with the same performance will inevitably take off again, and then we'll need to continue to spend huge sums of money to develop even stronger fighters. Not to mention the fact that we've only gained a small advantage in the air and the sky, and the Stars and Stripes still have their carriers waiting in the wings. We still have a long way to go to catch up with them in every way. The modern military in Blue Star is ultimately limited. Instead of spending tons of money and wasting time year after year competing with them, it is better to build a super weapon that truly transcends the times, crushing everything to reach a long-term solution once and for all. The space battleship is the future technology of our country.
By building it, we will not have to worry about military development for at least 50 years. As Yi Bei's voice fell, some people on the scene began to rub their chins and nod their heads. But amongst them, there were still people who shook their heads and couldn't agree. Shen Yuan Hongwu was not in a hurry either, but looked at Yi Bei on the stage as he continued to observe and think. After all, this plan was too risky. It was okay if it succeeded. If it fails, it will be a big blow to the Xia kingdom, and it may even be devastated for several years. As the inheritor of Xia, he naturally didn't dare to make a decision easily. Before Yi Bei had completely convinced him, he would not nod his head. Sweeping around the crowd and looking at Shen Yuan Hongwu, who still did not nod his head, Yi Bei once again opened his mouth and spoke. I know everyone's worries, but in fact, this adventure is just like when our forefathers made big firecrackers. Before the big firecrackers were made, we will always have a sword hanging over our heads, and we will be pinned down everywhere. Therefore, we have to be afraid to do everything. The development has been very slow. But when the big firecrackers by the forefathers out, the sword is gone, the clampdown failed. We let go of our hands to develop, and in just a few decades we caught up with the world's development of nearly 200 years. And we are now at precisely the same moment as our forefathers were at back then. If we continue to develop according to the current state of affairs, it will be at least 50 years before Xia is truly on top of the world. And with the creation of space warships, we will be able to surpass the world's military power for hundreds of years in one breath. And next, we'll be able to let go, and Xia will develop at an unprecedented rate. We don't need 50 years, we will be able to completely lead the globe and become the center of the world in 5 years' time. Yi Bei's voice was impassioned and echoed in the empty chamber. His heart couldn't help but be excited when he thought about the future of Xia. Many of the executives at the scene were overwhelmed by Yi Bei's words, as if they had already seen the Xia kingdom a few years later. What you said is indeed correct, but I am afraid that the cost of building a space battleship is quite horrifying. Shen Yuan Hongwu, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth. To be honest, he was already moved by what Yi Bei said. After all, he was able to once and for all pull Xia to the top of the world in just a few years. This kind of temptation was not something he could resist. Or rather, it could not be resisted by any country in the world. But a heartbeat was a heartbeat, acting on it was another matter. His heart was still firmly tied to reality, and he opened his mouth to ask the most crucial question. The 3 plans to be implemented at the same time would require a total cost of precisely estimated $32 trillion. Yi Bei turned his head to look at Shen Yuan Hongwu and opened his mouth without hesitation, of which the space battleship cost 28 trillion. As soon as his words left his mouth, the scene was silent. The venue of dozens of people was silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. The word panic was written all over everyone's face. They were all shocked by this terrifying offer from Yi Bei. 32 trillion, you're not kidding, right? Last year, the nation's GDP totaled only 118 trillion, and after removing all the expenses such as military and livelihood expenses, the total amount that went to the national treasury was only 18 trillion. This project is to empty the treasury. And even so, there is still a difference of 14 trillion. The Minister of Finance opened his mouth trembling, almost fainting at Yi Bei's words. This amount. Even Shen Yuan Hongwu stared at Yi Bei with wide eyes, incredulously. That's why I said from the beginning that once the future blueprint plan is opened, our Xia kingdom will have to tighten its belt once again and raise the entire nation's strength to fight. I've already planned the future plan as well. Xia is going to first pull out $16 trillion from the national treasury to top 5 months to produce all the basic big parts of the things. When the 5 months are up, I'll take out the remaining 16 trillion to support everything behind it. Yi Bei looked at the crowd with a confident face and said his final words. As soon as these words came out, the panic on everyone's faces intensified. Taking out 16 trillion in 5 months? Xia, the second largest economy in the world, only made 18 trillion in a year. Yi Bei's words were really too terrifying. Please believe me, I won't gamble with Xia's 1,000 years of inheritance. Yi Bei looked at the crowd and opened his mouth sincerely. I hope we can make up our minds to accomplish this. After saying that, his gaze went to Shen Yuan Hongwu. Shen Yuan Hongwu's gaze similarly looked at Yi Bei. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. Looking at Yi Bei's confident and sincere eyes, Shen Yuan Hongwu slowly nodded his head. In the eyes of everyone, Shen Yuan Hongwu stood up. I announce that the future blueprint program now begins. His voice was majestic and solemn as he opened his mouth. A plan that shook the world and gambled on the several thousand years of national fortunes of the Xia kingdom had completely begun. By the time the decision was made, night had already enveloped the Xia kingdom. At the time when everyone started to prepare for the various actions with a serious look on their faces. In the small mountain village of Hong County, 7 or 8 figures that were the same color as the night silently appeared in the small courtyard of Yi Bei's house. Their actions had also begun. Chapter 98, The Great Sword is Sheathed. Night fell in the small mountain village. The courtyard of Yi Bei's house was surprisingly quiet this evening, not a sound at all. 8 gray hands wearing black tights and masks on their heads walked slowly towards the only lighted hall in the courtyard.
Professionally trained, they walked without the slightest sound, as if they were one with the night. The door to the hall where the Yi family's martyrs were displayed was hidden, and a sliver of light was revealed through the cracks of the door. The grey hands looked grim as they took a few steps from the courtyard to the door of the hall. Several of them exchanged glances, and one in the center nodded slightly, stepping forward and reaching out to slowly push open the hidden wooden door. At the shallow creaking sound of the wooden door, everyone didn't react for an instant. A white flashing tip of a knife stabbed out from the door and plunged into the throat of the person who opened the door. The speed of that was like a violent arrow that could not be defended against. Bright red blood quickly flowed down the grey hand's throat. In that instant, he didn't even feel the pain, he just felt a coldness in his throat and his pupils suddenly dilated. In the next instant, the knife that pierced his throat was withdrawn. The other 7 grey hands beside him saw this and reacted with incomparable swiftness. One of them kicked open another door, and then all of them dodged back a step. The grey hand in the doorway had obviously been dumbfounded by the stabbing. Reaching out to cover his throat, blood flowed out of his fingers like a spring along the wound. Drops of blood fell to the ground making a dripping sound, like a faucet that hadn't been tightened and kept dripping. His eyes were horrified as he looked into the middle of the hall where the door was open, struggling to raise his hand to go forward. But the suffocating sensation of oxygen deprivation made his whole body powerless, and before he could take a step, he collapsed limply on the ground, twitching unceasingly. The other 7 didn't look much at the grey hand, but instead, their gazes were vigilant as they looked into the hall. Only to see that in the middle of the hall, 4 stalwart-looking old men stood side by side, their figures straight, standing upright like undefeatable pines and cypresses. Each of them carried an old-fashioned greatsword from the war era in their hands, the tattered red silk on the handle fluttering in the evening breeze. The tip of one of the swords was still stained with blood, and dots of blood dripped down the tip. The 7 people in the courtyard recognized these old men at once. All of them were the old men that Yi Hongyuan had seen playing chess with at the entrance of the village today. The one who had just killed with a knife was the old Lu Tu who had lost the game. However, at the moment, they were not wearing the clothes they wore during the day, but rather the uniformed old Zhongshan military uniforms. The neatly organized uniforms looked inexplicably powerful on the 4 of them. "Don't break my furniture, go to the courtyard and compare." Yi Hongyuan looked at the 7 people and laughed aloud, without the slightest fear in his eyes. Saying that, several people walked out from the hall in unison, and Yi Hongyuan smoothly pulled open the lights in the courtyard. Walking to the middle of the courtyard, the 7 grey hands also kept a vigilant distance, observing the 4 people. The lights in the courtyard were dim, and the evening breeze with a hint of coolness blew through the old acacia tree at the bottom of the steps, and the leaves made a clattering sound. 4 veterans over 80 years of age faced off against 7 professional grey hands only in their 20s and 30s. Everyone's gaze was incomparably grave. The 7 people stared at the 4 Yi Hongyuan for as long as half a minute. Then almost simultaneously, they put away the 3-pronged thorns in their hands and pulled out the slender and bright ruler 5-ringed head knives from their waists. Can be solved with a knife, they will not use a gun. In the summer country with a gun problem cannot be simple. After all, if you leave a bullet, there will definitely be traces when you trace it. They would not shoot until they had to. They thought that Yi Hongyuan was the only one, but they didn't expect a few old men to be here. However, these old men were all old and dying. Even if they were physically tough, they would never be able to beat their 7 strong men. So all of them didn't hesitate to draw their swords and prepare to directly solve the problem, and quickly finish the matter and leave. Wail 4 meters Buckleson. The man in the center eyed Yi Hongyuan and opened his mouth to the people around him. A single mouth was a pure language of the insect country. As soon as this familiar voice came out, a look of excitement immediately appeared on the faces of the 4 people standing opposite them. After decades, I didn't expect the brats to come to my door. I don't know if this is Yamamoto's grandson or Sakata's grandson, ha. Old Lu had laughed and opened his mouth, not putting a few people in his eyes at all. The old Li head next to him, however, had anger in his eyes. Dog day thing, still come here to seek death. Since you are here, don't leave. Your grandfather Yamamoto is also a dead soul under my sword. Old Zhang Tu said with the same interest. Take it easy, don't flash your old back. Yi Hongyuan, eyes calm, still calmly opened his mouth and said to a few people. The moment their words fell, the opposite side of the 7 grey hands similarly closed their mouths. In the next second, without warning, they swung their swords towards the 4. The 4 roared with fury, and also fearlessly charged towards the several people. The steel swords interlocked, making loud metal clashing sounds in the courtyard. The sound of clanking bells and clanging clangs, each knife going down was a fatal attack. The knives are old, chopping the little devils are strained off. Old Lu Tu said, tangling with a grey hand. Let's show you Grandpa's knife skills. Old Li had roared, and fought with a grey hand, but did not lose. Yamamoto grandson is not strong enough. Old Zhang Tu opened his mouth loudly to taunt while holding on to the fierce attacks of the 2 grey hands. It was as if they had no fear of life and death, treating this fight for their lives as a show. While fighting, they were still able to laugh and open their mouths. However, the remaining 3 grey hands killed Yi Hongyuan in a straight line.
Their goal was very clear, to stall the other three and kill their target Yi Hongyuan first. 3 against 1, although Yi Hongyuan's body was indeed tough and his sword skills were quite exquisite. But after all, he was old, and it was difficult to resist the 3 violently attacking ring-headed swords. In just 3 or 4 rounds, he began to retreat towards the other side of the courtyard in a series of defeats. When your grandfather was young, one of me beat the 3 of you like cutting tofu. Yi Hongyuan said as he struggled to fight, while retreating. Old cannot kill ghosts like before. His voice had a hint of trembling in it, and his tone was mixed with a hint of helplessness. The moment his words fell, the ring-head knife of the left grey hand slashed through his waist. With a bared sound, the whitewashed uniform instantly broke open with a long gash. Dots of blood seeped out from the shirt inside. But this is not even his turn to think. The next instant the center of the long knife is toward his brow, straight stabbed in. Yi Hongyuan hastily drew his sword to block this blow. The young grey hand vigorously slashed down. The powerful impact made him withdraw a step backward. The veins on his arms were bulging, and his wrists couldn't stop trembling slightly. The left leg that was retreating backward was even close to losing its strength, causing him to fall to the ground. And just as this knife fell, the grey-handed long knife on his right slashed straight down towards the top of his head. At this moment, his eyes stared straight at the long knife that chopped down. The aura of death spread quickly from his heart. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. His dry lips slightly opened as he mumbled out 2 words, Xiaobei. Chapter 99, I'll scrape him alive. An hour before the grey hands made their move. In a dimly lit basement in stars and stripes. The agents tied Moses to the interrogation chair, and the agent next to him splashed a basin of ice water directly onto it. Under the stimulation of the ice cold, Moses, whose bullet drug effect had already dissipated, instantly woke up. The 7 or 8 agents at the scene looked at Moses, all with icy expressions. The captain of the agents, who was sitting opposite him, saw Moses waking up and was ready to open his mouth to ask about John's whereabouts, wanting to take advantage of the situation. Moses, who was tied to the interrogation chair, immediately shook his head to get rid of the ice water on his head after he woke up. Then, looking up at the agent captain as if he knew what he was going to ask, he was directly the first to speak. John had escaped through the secret passage. After Moses finished speaking, he paused as if he thought of something. Suddenly sneered, John, you can't catch up with. I think you should now call the people from the military and ask them to go to Hong County to collect Yi Bei's grandfather's body. As soon as Moses' words left his mouth, the agent's complexion changed. Shut your mouth, any more nonsense and I'll whip you. An agent said that he was about to go forward to give him a slap. But he was stopped by the captain of the agents. Secretary Moses, don't play any tricks, honestly explain where John went, you can suffer less. He was used to seeing such guys who played tricks to divert their purpose, so he was not in a hurry. But Moses shook his head repeatedly. John has run away from Villa 43, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourselves. And just a moment ago John had someone go to Yi Bei's old home to kill his grandfather. Estimating the time, it should be over by now. You guys cannot believe me, but I have no need to lie to you guys. The reason I'm telling you all this is to let you know that this is something John did to avenge his own personal hatred, and has nothing to do with the family. Moses spoke very plainly. As his words fell, the face of the agent captain across from him changed. He could see that this guy didn't look like he was telling lies. What kind of character Yi Bei was, the other agents didn't know, but he still had some understanding. If this really happened, the trauma to Yi Bei would definitely be incomparably severe. Heartless thing. The agent captain cursed angrily and got up to kick Moses directly to the ground. Amidst Moses' agonizing wails, the agent captain ran and left the place. He was going upstairs to call Cheyenne's department to make the notification. A second sooner was a second sooner. Cheyenne Ministry. The 2 of them, Lin Tianlei and Chen and Wu, who had learned that the capture mission had failed, were having a headache. The clues provided by Song Yunying were all that was available, which was already quite good for them. In order to make a precise capture of John, they had done a month's worth of investigation and plan design. However, they never expected that this Chowan would actually have secret passages that were unknown to them. It was really prudent to make people's scalp numb. Now that the capture failed, wanting to capture him again would be a much more difficult situation. Having John in the shadows posing a threat to Yi Bei was really unsettling. Lin Tianlei looked at the pile of information on the table and was quite annoyed. The saying that he could hide from the first day but not the 15th was clear to him. The only solution was to get this guy killed. The court family's minions in all areas had recently tightened up a lot and were so peaceful that people were terrified. Chen Anwu was also similarly distressed. I always feel that something big and unimaginable will happen next, and my heart has been very worried. Have to let all aspects of the country pay close attention. Once there is any movement we can also react in time. As his words fell, Lin Tianlei also nodded. Indeed, I also always feel like there's going to be a big crisis coming these days. The court family being quiet is too abnormal. At this moment in his mind, Xia was like a big ship traveling on the sea. And he, the first mate, always felt that the big king squid that had been lurking underneath the ship was going to cause trouble. Xiagua had the ability to cut off a few of its tentacles, but the price paid for fighting it would definitely not be small.
The more invisible it was, hidden in the deep sea, the more uneasy and fearful it was. Just as the two of them were speaking, suddenly Chen Anwu's phone rang. It was Luo Jin calling. Chen Anwu took out his cell phone and glanced at it, then as soon as he connected it, the two men listened together as Luo Jin opened his mouth to speak, and the complexion on their faces changed greatly at the same time. Going to kill the old leader? Lin Tianlei was so shocked that he froze in place and lost his mind. Chen Anwu was scared silly, holding the phone and unable to say a word. Secretary John said that the assassination was probably over by now. Luo Jin's voice came again on the phone. But Lin Tianlei was simply too late to answer him. He copied the landline on the table and directly connected to the Supreme Ministry bus. This is Air Force Grand Commander Lin Tianlei, connect me to the Hong County Security Bureau. Quickly, it has to be quick. Lin Tianlei took the phone and shouted with incomparable anxiety. The military's special fiber optic cable, with Lin Tianlei's identity command, the communicator almost didn't hesitate to operate at the first opportunity. Within seconds it was through to the Hong County Local Security Bureau. Hello, Hong County Security Bureau. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. I am Lin Tianlei, now order you all the police officers of the whole bureau to mobilize loaded guns and ammunition to me to go to the small mountain village, the home of the first-class merit house Yi Hong Yuan. On the way, wherever you find any suspicious people, you can immediately arrest, rather than wrongly arrested, cannot be spared. Now immediately give me to set off, the road I will give you detailed instructions, action must be fast, must be fast. When Lin Tianlei finished speaking, the middle-aged man on the opposite side of the table was startled. Lin Tianlei, he knew very well, he had come to him last month to borrow a car to go to the small mountain village. At that time, he was really flattered. At this moment, when he heard the order, he immediately opened his mouth and agreed. Afterwards, he immediately pulled the alarm and began to execute the order without hesitation. At the same time, Lin Tianlei also immediately dialed the phone of the military department of Yuanshui City, to which Hong County belongs. Mobilize all of your local military forces, fully blockade all entrances and exits of Hong County, escape a murderer, I will only ask you. Lin Tianlei ordered through the highest ministry cable, almost didn't scare the leadership of the military department to death. They rushed into action. In just a minute's time, thousands of people were mobilized. A large number of military vehicles and police cars whistled and sped to Hong County, and began blocking all the major and minor roads. The Hong County Security Bureau and all the police officers from the town's police station were mobilized. Full speed toward that inconspicuous small mountain village. Lin Tianlei, who had finished giving the order, still had his heart beating like a drum, thumping rapidly. This time, he was really scared by the news. Yi Hong Yuan, what kind of person is he? What he said even Xian Yuan Hangwu have to listen to. Although he is now the commander-in-chief, but me'd also have to respectfully call the old leader. The old man spoke, he is not dare to refute a word. Just since 10 years ago after leaving the military department, the old man never asked the world. More like eBay, do not allow the military to send anyone to protect, and even do not allow people to disturb him. He was determined to live a clean life in a small mountain village. In the past few years, the military department had repeatedly proposed to build a post near the small mountain village, but all of them were strictly rejected by the old man. During this time he had also sent people to secretly protect it, all of which were keenly discovered by the old master. He gave him a scolding and drove everyone away. Since then, everyone could only let him live on his own. It was a good thing that nothing had ever happened over the years. But never thought that John this would actually hit the old man's body. Really heartless. Lin Tianlei angrily cursed, anxiously pacing back and forth in the room. If something really happened to the old man, how could he explain to Yi Bei? Yi Bei and the old man are dependent on each other. If the old man dies, he can't believe how big a blow it will be to Yi Bei. Commander-in-chief, I now immediately send people to Hong County to see a trip, no matter what must catch the murderer. Chen Anwu saw that Lin Tianlei was in a hurry and quickly spoke. No, I will personally go to Hong County. Lin Tianlei shook his head repeatedly. Saying this, he immediately walked towards the door. You're here to keep an eye on it, torture that secretary properly, no matter what, you must catch John this for me. Walking to the door, Lin Tianlei turned back to his eyes and said ferociously, if something happens to the old man, the ends of the earth will catch him back, I personally cut him alive. After saying that, Lin Tianlei slammed the door and flew out of here. Chapter 100 Fearless of Life and Death, Fighting with Courage. At the moment Lin Tianlei left the Xi'an ministry. In the air and space, Yi Bei had already formed a research team and started working on the formalization of the future blueprint plan that was to follow. The Supreme Ministry had already sent out a notice to all the major departments to cooperate in the program. The relevant departments had already started posting notices on major national recruitment websites to recruit various types of artisan talents according to the personnel data estimated by the research team. In addition to this, all places have also started posting recruitment notices, seeking all kinds of talents to contribute to the program. As the program unfolded, many places had already begun to have many talents submit their resumes. The screening and vetting work was also being carried out around the clock. In addition to this, materials and resources for the construction of space warships were also being acquired and delivered.
All state-owned factories were put into production.
Researchers from all over the country were mobilized. All the major bases stopped researching on current military products and instead all redirected their direction to the future blueprint program. Under the calculation and distribution of the headquarters scientific research team, the drawings were unpacked into quite a few small pieces and distributed to the major bases and factories for further improvement in manufacturing. All kinds of hardware facilities that were needed were also being imported from overseas in rapid orders. The resettlement of personnel and the construction of temporary housing likewise began to move. The National Treasury's funds were mobilized to the tune of $500 billion on the first day. At the same time, even more funds of $1 trillion were allocated to the several major bases in charge. Nearly 10 million people moved on this day. The vast majority of them didn't know that they were already in the ranks of building a national weapon for Xia. Every screw built from their hands would constitute this world-shaking behemoth.
In the powerful call and dominance of the Supreme Ministry,
a storm that truly swept through the entire Xia kingdom began.
Yongping was appointed as the general director of the entire program,
carrying out all the coordination and arrangement work of the researchers, as well as all aspects of the drawings and assembly.
Bei was still in charge of the entire future blueprint program as the chief master.
He had the right to intervene in everything, and even had the privilege to handle emergencies without applying to the Supreme Ministry.
However, Bei didn't have to laboriously do it himself this time.
With the senior Lu Yongping as the general in charge and Zhang Ping and the others as support, he was very relieved. The drawings had been handed over to them with particular clarity, and there was no need for him to worry about the manufacturing. He was very relieved once the whole of Xia was up and running. For the next month, he was going to concentrate on parsing the singularity data and fixing the anti-gravity system. This was the most important power core of the missile system.
It was also a very important part of the future technological city.
Of course, the most important thing was,
this is an important means he used to earn $16 trillion.
I have explained everything clearly, Dean, all over to you. Bei listed all the matters that needed attention in terms of drawings and said to Lu Yongping, "You can rest assured that the package in my body absolutely no problem." Lu Yongping opened his mouth with an excited look and said confidently to Bei. Hearing this, Bei nodded his head, ready to go to the retreat now and start to busy himself.
You can really make $16 trillion with this thing?
Lu Yongping, after hearing Bei say that he made money with the anti-gravity system earlier, his heart was still full of doubts and he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask,
16 trillion, I'm just talking about a more conservative number.
Bei stopped his footsteps and said with a smile, "Don't forget to help me set up the company."
Definitely will not forget, so much money, how dare I forget? Lu Yongping quickly nodded and said, I will do everything you say. Okay, see you in a month.
Bei smiled, picked up his backpack and turned around to leave the place. He already had a plan for everything in his mind. Now that it was developing in the direction he expected, he only hoped that nothing would go wrong. But not more than a few steps out, Bei's heart violently seized a pain. It was like a thorn had suddenly pierced his heart for a moment.
Xiao Bei. Yi Hongyuan's voice muttered out.
The smell of death spread from his heart to his entire body. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his mind, only the regret of not yet seeing his grandson's fame shake the world. How he wished to see Bei's name one day, filled with pride and honor when it was mentioned. How he hoped that one day, the world would not be able to stop trembling when it heard this name. The ring-head blade brought up the sound of biting wind, and in the flashes of cold light, it zoomed in his pupils. Your grandson is not here, if you want to call it, go and call it face to face. Old Li Tu appeared on Yi Hongyuan's right side at an unknown time. His big knife was stained with bright red blood, and he blocked it straight before the gray hand's knife slashed at Yi Hongyuan's body. With his left hand, he pushed Yi Hongyuan away, and with his right hand, he raised his big sword and fought to block. The retracted left arm was also against the back of the sword to block with all its might. This strike was the young gray hand's full-strength slash. He knew that he could not block it, but he still blocked it without any hesitation. In the next second, the two blades clashed together. Loud metal clashing sounds rang out in the courtyard. Immediately afterward, Old Li Tu's great sword was directly split apart. The powerful force directly chopped through his left arm viciously in the next instant. Bright red blood flew through the air. Old Li Tu's left arm was chopped off hard from his shoulder. Taking a life to pay for it. Old Li's eyes were red, and at the same instant he broke his arm, he let out an explosive cry, and swung his right hand's large sword horizontally and circularly. The powerful inertia made the gray hand unable to retreat in time. In his incomparably terrified eyes, his neck slammed straight into Old Li Tu's fully swung large knife. Crack! The sound of the knife chopping through bone resounded in everyone's ears. In the next second, the head crashed to the ground. Blood spurted out like a spring from that gray-handed, headless neck. Kill! Yi Hongyuan roared explosively, the large sword in his hand slashing straight towards the two gray hands in front of him.
He just glanced at old Li Tu and charged up again without hesitation. Kill! Kill! Without even returning, old Zhang and old Lu heads similarly roared out. Taking advantage of the Grey Hand's moment of surprise, they violently began to counterattack. At this moment, they were as if they were once again on that cruel battlefield. Looking at the casualties of their teammates, it was too late to rescue them, too late to grieve, too late to think of anything. With flames in their eyes, they continued to swing their swords. Fearless of life and death, they fought bravely. Chapter 101, the sound of gunfire breaking through the night sky. This moment was like a rewind to decades ago. They were young and brave, and in the charge after running out of ammunition, they drew their greatswords and charged towards the enemy with fury. Valor and fearlessness were written on every face. The machete slashed down, the bayonet poked out, and blood splashed in the air. The horn of death wailed in the wind. Every second, a teammate fell beside them. Bright red blood soaked through the land that grew them. There was no sadness in their eyes, only anger. The long sword of the officer's first sergeant chopped down, the hot blood of the charging bugler was thrown out, and the bugle sound came to an abrupt end. But their steps did not pause in the slightest. The fearless charge continues, and behind them thousands of their teammates go forward. In the light of the sword, young eyes and old faces flashed and changed. In the dim light, they fought to kill on a battlefield without a charge. Loud songs rang out behind them. Big swords slashed at the heads of the devils. Old Li Tu's voice was hoarse, but full of infinite power. The veins on his head with his broken arm bulged, and with wide eyes, he waved the big sword in his right hand and charged again. Patriotic compatriots of the nation. Old Zhang Tu sang along loudly. The big knife in his hand slashed fiercely at the Grey Hand in front of him. The day of resistance has come. Old Lu Head also sang along loudly. Holding his sword in both hands, he slashed 3 times at the Grey Hand in front of him, and the light flashing in his eyes was shocking. The 4 men fought side by side, as swift and invincible as the great sword squad of that year. The 6 Grey Hands on the opposite side were horrified by this unimaginable spiritual power. They had carried out many missions, killing many young and physically strong people. But never for a single day had they met an existence as fearless of life and death as these old men. They couldn't see the slightest bit of fear in their eyes, instead, they were burning with flames and filled with a killing intent that shocked the hearts of the people. The moment they rushed up, an overwhelming murderous aura almost coalesced into substance. The Grey Hands held their ring-headed swords in their hands and desperately resisted. However, when they looked at them, they were dazzled to see endless figures rushing up behind them. They were also dressed in military uniforms, but each face was young and resolute. They didn't have names, but the flames that erupted from their eyes blended together like they were going to burn them to ashes. Withdraw! Someone called out sharply. Each Grey Hand quickly retreated backward with terrified eyes. The powerful aura that erupted from Yi Hongyuan's 4 was something they had never seen in their lives. In particular, old Lu's head was fighting with a broken arm, and his face, which was slightly grim from the pain, made their livers crack. Come and don't leave! Yi Hongyuan shouted explosively, his feet exerted force, and directly leaped up to slash down viciously with a knife. The Grey Hand that turned around and fled heard the voice and his heart shook, and when he turned around, he saw the large knife slashing towards him. Ah! In an extremely short scream, his head was directly split open. Red blood and white brain matter splattered in the air the moment the sword was drawn. Yamamoto's grandson was just as wimpy as his grandfather. Old Lu Tu caught up with the Grey Hand and laughed aloud as his merciless greatsword plunged directly into the Grey Hand's heart. Blood instantly sprayed out along the blade. The Grey Hand that fought with old Li Tu just now and was cut by old Li Tu knew that he couldn't run away and turned around to strike back. However, he was chopped by old Li Tu again and injured a leg, directly kneeling in the center of the courtyard, and was chopped off by old Li Tu's fearful head with a knife. Yi Hongyuan and the others didn't hesitate for a second and chased straight after the remaining 3 Grey Hands. The 3 of them listened to the screams that rang out behind them one after another, and their hearts were filled with fear to the extreme. Shoot them dead. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the leading Grey Hand, and he said in the language of the insect country. He then drew his gun from his waist and violently turned around to shoot towards Yi Hongyuan behind him. But in the same instant that he turned around and raised his hand to shoot, old Lu Tu's large knife chopped down the crook of his arm as if he had predicted it in advance. In the next instant, old Zhang Tu's knife came one after the other, spilling and slicing through the Grey Hand's neck. Another terrified head was tossed off in a flurry of blood. The remaining 2 men similarly raised their hands and fired. The moment one of them raised his gun, he was instantly slashed twice by Yi Hongyuan. Broken arm and beheaded, he died violently on the spot. Going to die. While the remaining one pulled the trigger in a roar of rage. Outside the small mountain village, the ear-piercing sound of sirens broke the silent night. Dozens of police cars, with hundreds of officers heavily armed, rushed down from the cars at a rapid pace. Quickly, hurry up and get on me! Lu Yon, the director of the security bureau, shouted loudly, urgently rushing at the police officers. Everyone's footsteps were swift, running towards the house of first-class merit. Suddenly, a gunshot that cut through the night sky came out from the dimly lit courtyard.
The tranquility of the entire small mountain village was completely shattered at this moment. The lights of countless small farmhouses were lit up, and people hurried towards the direction from which the gunshot came. Lu Yong was startled by the sound of gunfire. He twisted his head and stared blankly at the courtyard with the small two-story building, the branches and leaves of the acacia tree swaying with a clatter in the evening breeze. He couldn't wait to scream again, and desperately took steps toward that small courtyard. Panic raced through his mind. In that instant, it was as if time had slowed down. The door that was so close at hand was as far away from him as a century. It was like the distance between life and death. Father! Running through the alleyways of the village, tears flew from Lu Changgen's eyes as he ran furiously towards Yi Bei's house. I said, what are you going to do in a military uniform, father? He ran hard and tripped over a road canal under the dark night. Hurriedly getting up, he took another step and ran wildly. Behind him, the young and old of the village came out. Their steps all went in the same direction. At the same time, a modified version of the AC-352 military helicopter was flying towards the small mountain village at a speed of 680 km per hour. Lin Tianlei on the helicopter was distraught and kept praying for safety. How far is it? Along the way, Lin Tianlei didn't know how many times he had asked this question. But the pilot still calmly opened his mouth and responded, reporting to the commander-in-chief, there are still 28 minutes to enter Hong County. Faster, faster. Lin Tianlei glanced at his watch, his heart growing more and more anxious. And just at the moment when he was anxious, Lu Yong, the director of Hong County's Security Bureau, took a step into the gate with a plaque of first-class merit. Like a battlefield after the fight was over, a strong smell of blood hit his face. The already somewhat blackened blood was a bit sticky to step on. A few steps into the courtyard, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. P.S. The previous description took a lot of time. Author Fungus wrote every sentence as well as he could with as much penmanship as he could muster. To pay tribute to all the unsung heroes. Their thousands of troops, their valor and courage, and their invincibility before and after them. Chapter 102, The Hero's Return. The courtyard was dimly lit. Blood flowed all over the ground, all about to converge into a small stream. Dismembered limbs and headless corpses were scattered in the middle of the courtyard. The tumbled heads were still looking at the sky with their eyes open in terror. The movements of the grey hands struggling before death were still set in stone. The ringed head swords were scattered on the ground, and the aura of death made one feel breathless. Lu Yong was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Although he was the director of Hong County's Security Bureau, he had never seen such a brutal and horrifying scene. It was like a battlefield that had just ended. All the police officers controlling the place were scared pale by the scene. Several female police officers nearly fainted. Some college students who had just gotten into public office directly vomited and collapsed limply on the ground and were dragged out without even stepping through the gate. And on the right side of the courtyard garden edge, a large knife was stuck straight into the wall, and the grey hand wearing black clothes was nailed to it. Without a head, he stood straight up, a blackened pistol still held in his hanging hand. Beside him, old Li Tu sat crouched on the ground with a large knife in one hand. The cloth pulled off casually had already bandaged the wound of his broken arm casually. The loss of blood made his face incomparably pale. Old Zheng Tu and Yi Hongyuan crouched on the ground and eased old Lu Tu against the edge of the garden. He was shot in the abdomen and blood gurgled from it. I didn't expect to be able to kill so many devils even when I was old. Old Lu had covered his chest with one hand and held Yi Hongyuan's hand with one hand and said with a smile. He laughed with some effort. Don't talk, save your strength. Yi Hongyuan said with one hand supporting his head behind his head and one hand holding his hand tightly. Just now, the moment Grey Hand's shot, old Lu Tu rushed up without hesitation. Sticking to the Grey Hand, he stabbed a knife directly into his chest. At the same time, he also used his own flesh to block this bullet that was shot at Yi Hongyuan. Hurry up and call the doctor. Looking at Lu Yong coming in, old Zheng Tu immediately opened his mouth and roared. Lu Yong came back from his daze, glanced at Yi Hongyuan's and the others, and immediately yelled and rushed out. A dozen seconds later, a dozen or so paramedics rushed in. Old Li Head has lost blood, some about to pass out. He was immediately put on a stretcher and carried out, with someone still holding his broken arm in his hand. And old Lu Head but reached out and pressed the doctor's hand ready to stop the bleeding in an emergency. Don't waste these white gauze. Old Lu Tu glanced sideways at old Zheng Tu, and then looked at Yi Hongyuan. General, I want to leave. His voice carried the melancholy of returning home, making one's mood instantly low. I've been dreaming about Sanwazi and the others lately, for decades now, and my dreams are always still on Three Claws Mountain. Sanwazi wants to ask for a wife, said that the baby born is called long root. The root is long in order to grow into a big tree, in order to grow into a person. The old Lu Head said. A smile sprang up on his face again, holding Yi Hongyuan's hand even harder. I really do not want to block this shot for you, just that you still have not completed the task entrusted to you by the organization. Chang Zhen has already started a family, I have no regrets. But you have to live well, see our grandson get married, Xiaobei can't be alone when he starts a family. Old Lu said, coughing violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of black blood. General, I will go down there first to reunite with my brothers. Can kill a few ghosts before leaving. I go down there to have bragging rights, more or less let them envy. Ha cough. Old Lu Tu's voice gradually weakened. In the last laugh, he coughed even more violently. Yi Hongyuan held his hand tightly, and their eyes stared at each other. There were no melodramatic tears, just silently looking at old Lu Tu with a smile at the corner of his mouth and silence. He didn't know how many times he had experienced this. His tears had long since dried up, and he looked at old Lu Tu as if he were looking at Sanhua. The doctor couldn't get to the stretcher in time and bandaged his wounds directly on the spot in an emergency. Scissors cut open the clothes, set in the wrinkles of the knife scars and bullet wounds, covered every part of his body. Father ah! Lu Changzhen stumbled through the gate and rushed in, falling to his knees in front of old Lu Tu's eyes. Don't cry. Old Lu Tu struggled to open his mouth. Watch over Xiaobao and cough your life away in peace. After saying that, he completely closed his mouth. A pair of previously bright eyes began to become cloudy. Looking up at the shining stars in the sky, he slowly closed his eyes. The acacia trees in the yard clattered in the evening wind, and the corners of old Lu Tu's mouth still carried a faint smile. Hurry up on the stretcher, call the hospital to immediately prepare the blood source. The doctor said. Next to the medical staff immediately will be old Lu head on a stretcher, quickly rushed out of the courtyard. Yi Hongyuan stood up with old Zheng Tu and watched him being carried away. His heart couldn't tell what it felt like. Neither was it sadness, nor was it pain. Why did your father vomit black blood? Yi Hongyuan pulled up Lu Changzhen, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked. Last month to the hospital physical examination he was diagnosed with lung cancer. The doctor said that at most 2 months to live. Lu Changzhen wiped his tears and answered to Yi Hongyuan. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yi Hongyuan patted his shoulder, turned around and pulled out the big knife from the wall. Put it away, your father will wipe it every day. Lu Changzhen stretched out his hands and took the big knife from Yi Hongyuan's hands. Rolling up his own clothes, he wiped the blood stains on it. Yi Hongyuan slowly followed from the courtyard. Standing in the doorway, he watched several ambulances disappearing at speed at the entrance of the village, and there was a hint of despondency in the bottom of his eyes. A large number of police officers surrounded the area. The villagers who rushed here looked at Yi Hongyuan, who was standing in front of the door. His body, his face covered with spots of blood, stood in the evening breeze. Still as firm as a pine and cypress, gazing straight into the distance. Lu Yong, the director of Security Bureau, stood next to him, not daring to say a word or clean up everything at the scene. In addition to shock, there was deep admiration in his eyes. Facing the ferocious professional grey hands, he couldn't imagine how these 4 aged lords fought. The severed arms in the yard, the heads hacked off, the blood splattered all over the ground. Old Li Tu, who still sat upright with his sword even though his arm was broken, and old Lu Tu, who had no fear even though he was shot. He couldn't imagine how grueling the battle was. He couldn't imagine what kind of surging power was hidden in this seemingly old body in front of him. 10 minutes later, the sound of a rumbling helicopter came from the sky. It landed at the wheat field at the entrance of the village. From the airplane ran down a dozen investigative commissioners from the Xi'an ministry. Lin Tianlei was even rushing towards the yard without stopping. On the way the airplane flew, he also received an order directly from Xianyuan Hangu. This order concerned the old master and the future blueprint plan. Chapter 103 Future Blueprint, Open. Lin Tianlei, who had rushed into the village with quick steps along the way, looked at the old master standing at the door, and his tense heart completely loosened up. There were many people at the scene, and the police officers blocked off the large area. In addition to Lu Changzhen and a few other families, the people on the sidelines have been dispatched back. Lin Tianlei rushed to Yi Hongyuan, watching him look into the distance in silence, and did not dare to open his mouth to disturb him. Having followed the old master for more than 10 years, he knew that at this moment the old master was thinking about something. Lu Yong watched Lin Tianlei finally arrive and hurriedly greeted him. Lin Tianlei listened to Lu Yong report on the situation while he stepped towards the courtyard. The moment he entered the courtyard, he was equally shocked by the scene before him. This tragic situation left him somewhat appalled in his heart. It was already like this when you guys came? Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I just asked old Zheng Tu. All of what I just told you is what happened just now. Lu Yong immediately opened his mouth to answer. The shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was still trembling. This is really beyond my cognition. Emperor Xianyuan is right, the hero has not aged. Lin Tianlei sighed and asked the commissioner of the Xi'an Department behind him to immediately start investigating. Walking out of the courtyard door, looking at the old man still standing there motionless, Lin Tianlei did not dare to disturb. Looking at his somewhat whitewashed uniform stained with blood, Lin Tianlei's heart was still shocked. No one present other than him understood their history. Yi Hongyuan and the 3 old men were all true heroes of the world. They had all been heroes who had charged into battle and fought for their country, and each of them had chopped off at least hundreds of enemy heads under their swords. These brainless professional grey hands, though young and strong, But against these old men, it was definitely the biggest mistake. Just their murderous aura that was hard to find in normal people, that unrivaled aura, could press the gray hands to the point where they couldn't breathe. The terrified eyes of those gray hands before they died corroborated all of this. The commissioners of the Tianxin Department quickly investigated the scene and immediately had the place cleaned up. All the relevant clues were instantly sent to the headquarters by the top commissioners of the Tianxin Department for investigation. In 10 minutes' time, all the bodies in the courtyard were all taken away. Even the bloodstains on the ground and the walls were cleaned up. Except for those knife marks on the wall that proved everything just now. At this moment, looking at it, it seems like nothing ever happened in the courtyard. Old leader, it's cleaned up. Lin Tianlei watched as everything was all cleaned up before he stepped forward and spoke softly. Yi Hongyuan turned his head to look at them and walked directly towards the courtyard. There is something tomorrow. Said backhandedly closed the door. A few seconds later the lights in the courtyard also went out. Guard the perimeter, all guard here tonight. Lin Tianlei took a seat towards the doorway and said to Lu Yong. He was afraid that something would happen to the old man again, so he was sitting in the doorway so that he could immediately respond if something happened. This night, the entire mountain village had no sleep. The next morning, the news that old Li Tu had been hospitalized with his broken arm attached and old Lu Tu's ashes were sent back. Lin Tianlei, who had spent the night in the doorway, received the ashes of this hero with a heavy heart. Under the arrangement of his own hands, a funeral was held for this hero of the country. Eldest son Lu Changzhen also followed his father's wishes before he died, allowing Lin Tianlei to bury old Lu in the mausoleum. Let him and those who once fought in blood brothers long sleep together. Subsequently, funds were allocated to subsidize each of the heroes' families. After handling everything, Lin Tianlei pushed the door into Yi Bei's house. The courtyard was as quiet as usual. The sunlight shone into the living room, spilling over the photos and the gold glittering medals. The old master was still sitting on a mahogany chair, smoking a pot of tobacco. Old leader. Lin Tianlei walked into the hall and carefully opened his mouth to call out. Come in and sit down. Yi Hongyuan seemed as if he was fine, still speaking calmly. Already sent Senior Lu away, Senior Li is in a stable condition and his injuries are good. Lin Tianlei did not sit down, but stood and opened his mouth to report. Yi Hongyuan nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Tianlei. Lei Zi, if there is anything, just say it. Lin Tianlei froze for a moment, but didn't hesitate much. He took out a drawing of a space battleship from his pocket and presented it with both hands. This is the space battleship designed by Yi Bei, and the entire nation's strength will be used to build it. Emperor Xianyuan wishes to ask you to return to the military department. The Xia Kingdom has now reached a special moment and needs your support. Lin Tianlei finished looking at the old man with incomparable nervousness. Aerospace battleship? Yi Hongyuan said blandly as he looked at this huge and mighty battleship, which did look extraordinary. He wasn't much surprised, he just nodded appreciatively. Seeing this reaction from the old man, Lin Tianlei's heart thumped and he hurriedly continued to speak. Old leader, this time, we're really betting on our country's luck to throw ourselves away. Whether it's Emperor Xianyuan or the entire Supreme Ministry all believe in Yi Bei with one heart and are determined to accomplish this great action. We all hope that you can come back to lead us again and help the Xia Kingdom, as well as help Xiaobei. Lin Tianlei's voice was sincere and even carried a pleading tone. Yi Hongyuan looked at the battleship simulated on the paper in his hand, pondered for a moment, and nodded. He then got up and went to the bedroom to pack up his things. A few moments later he walked out carrying an old-fashioned suitcase. Lin Tianlei hurriedly went forward to catch it. Go wait for me outside. Yi Hongyuan finished, turned around and grabbed the sandalwood incense on the table. Slowly lighting it, he looked at the photo on the wall and inserted it into the incense burner. I will go to help Xiaobei, I will come back to see you in the new year. After saying that, he walked out of the hall and locked the door. Taking Lin Tianlei's helicopter, he left the small mountain village that he hadn't left in 10 years. The news of Yi Hongyuan's departure quickly reached Kyoto. Shenyuan Hangu brought personnel from the Supreme Ministry directly to the airport to greet him. The future blueprint plans to mobilize tens of millions of people, and if they want to get it done properly within 10 months, only Yi Hongyuan can take on the heavy responsibility of mobilizing people. In the past, he had countless soldiers under his command and was invincible. The former founding general and commander of the three armies is back to command his new warriors. And, in addition to the reassignment of the entire program staff, the generals at the helm of the space battleships likewise needed Yi Hongyuan to choose them. For so many years, the people who had led the Xia Kingdom to strength had basically all been his subordinates at one time or another. Lin Tianlei was a representative of them. With his eyes, he had never looked at a single person wrongly. Only he, who had once commanded the three generals, knew best what kind of person would be able to step onto a space battleship and faithfully fight for the Xia Kingdom. Everyone was waiting for his arrival at the airport. Thinking about this old-timer that he hadn't seen for many years, Shenyuan Hongwu's heart felt a hint of nervousness. At the same time, Yi Bei, who had fought fiercely all night in the lab, finally parsed out a key piece of information from the singularity data. The anti-gravity technology that concerned the future grand plan was completely mastered by him.
Chapter 104 Anti-Gravity Technology.
Sitting in front of the computer, Yi Bei's eyes were fixed on the virtual model that had been successfully experimented on the screen, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Finally, it had found its rules. Yi Bei's mood felt slightly excited at this moment. The parsing of singularity data was something that Yi Bei had already started to study a few years ago. Quite a few of his previous scientific research products were the result of parsing from it, and now he had successfully parsed up to 3. The anti-gravity technology had finally been thoroughly mastered by him.
Coming over from last night, he followed up on his previous research and utilized Xia's supercomputer to successfully complete the final quiz. Failure always made progress. Yi Bei exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and saved everything. It wasn't all that smooth. He had failed over and over again before succeeding. But that's how science was. A little bit of it clicked in a certain moment of inspiration.
Anti-gravity technology. One of the 8 challenges for mankind listed in Future Scientists. The term first appeared in the theory of relativity.
To date, there is no real anti-gravity technology.
Many of the so-called anti-gravity technologies were still utilizing huge thrusts to achieve this. Instead, what Yi Bei cracked out today was a true anti-gravity technology. It was able to obtain energy directly from the gravity field, realizing a propellant-less drive technology. Through structural science, it came to enable human-made tools to reach true anti-gravity.
The specialized explanation of this technology was quite complex.
Simply put, it utilizes the gravity conversion of blue star to obtain internal energy, and then successfully generates electrical energy through shaft torque.
It was possible to realize the superb technology of allowing matter to levitate in the air without the need for any fuel or magnetic field.
This transgenerational technology possessed the ability to change the entire world.
Right now, it was firmly in Yi Bei's hands.
This technology was the core technology of the near-Earth orbit missile system, and with it was able to build cheap missiles to fight against the star chain. At the same time, it was also an aid for the huge space battleships to go into space, utilizing anti-gravity and controlled nuclear fusion.
Supported by these two powerful dynamics,
that 65 million ton steel behemoth would be able to flexibly land and lift off at will on all planets. Landing on Mars in the future in a battleship will all be a breeze.
Chief Master Yi, dinner is ready.
The girl specially dispatched to serve Yi Bei called outside.
Braised beef, it smells so good.
Yi Bei listened to the voice outside, put down the mouse and walked out with a smile. As long as he had taken care of the anti-gravity technology, it was a lot easier for him. Next, he only needed to design the first anti-gravity car within these 2 days. The rest of the majority of the month would be spent designing the missile launch system and the blueprints for the construction of the science fiction capital.
After this month's busy schedule, all the design work for everything would be completely finished. All that's left to do is the actual work. I've been stewing it since morning, it's absolutely flavorful.
The girl watched Yi Bei savor the food she had carefully made and her face was filled with a happy smile.
Awesome, it's deliciously made.
Yi Bei praised with a thumbs up while eating.
There are even more delicious ones.
The girl smiled even more as she listened to Yi Bei's praise and hurriedly ran out again. Serving Chief Master Yi was something she felt honored and excited when she thought about it these days. At the moment when Yi Bei buried his head in dry rice,
Yi Hongyuan finally arrived in Kyoto under Lin Tianlei's watchful eye.
Xianyuan Hongwu and a group of executives who had been waiting here long ago hurriedly greeted them.
Old General. All right, let's dispense with it.
The old man walked down from the airplane on his crutches and waved his hand to interrupt Xianyuan Hongwu's etiquette. How many years haven't come to the capital, it's much broader than before. The old master scanned the surroundings and nodded his head in praise. These years Hongwu didn't dare to forget your teachings and has been working hard to build the new Xia kingdom. The always majestic Xianyuan Hongwu was facing the old master at the moment like a humble student, without any semblance of a stance. After taking a closer look at him, the old master also nodded in satisfaction. 20 years ago, Xianyuan Hongwu was really just a student in his military strategy class. After becoming a supreme being all these years, he hadn't forgotten what he had been.
Nor did he say that holding power in his hands made him disrespectful.
This kind of mentality was appreciated by the old man. A lot older than before, I can see that you have worked hard all these years. The old master smiled and opened his mouth, taking his own steps forward. Although this place had changed a lot, he who had lived here for decades was still incomparably familiar. Xiaoer Liang's store is still open. I asked someone to prepare the dishes that you used to love to eat. Xianyuan Hongwu walked next to the old master and said with a smile. He was quite happy to be able to invite the old master back to the military department again. With him around, the plan would go much smoother. The old master remembered something in his mind as he listened to his words, and the smile on his face intensified. But in the end, he still shook his head. Forget it, we'll go back later. After saying that, with a twist of his head, he directly got into the car himself. Going to the highest military department, walking on the horse to do business first. Spreading out the pile of information directly on the back of the car seat, the old man's expression turned serious in seconds. The car door closed, the driver stepped on the gas and drove directly towards the Supreme Military Department. Xianyuan Hanggu and Lin Tianlei looked at each other, and with a bitter smile, they also immediately got into the car and followed closely.
Grandparents and grandchildren are all of the same nature. Not busy with business, that is resolutely will not rest. Yi Bei can be like this without the influence of the old man's habits. 7 o'clock in the evening. Yi Bei told Lu Yongping about the successful mastery of anti-gravity technology. That night's summer evening news. A full 8 minutes were dedicated to the news that Xia had mastered the anti-gravity technology and that the developer, Yi Xia, had set up the Force Science and Technology Company to release the world's first anti-gravity car next week. According to Yi Bei's instructions, Xia didn't hesitate to create momentum. Let this extraordinary news appeared on the front page of the world's major media headlines that night. Xia Evening News: Force Technology Corporation will release the world's first anti-gravity automobile in 7 days, and it will be tested globally on the globe. Ice Times: Teenage genius Yi Xia actually mastered high-end technology again. Anti-gravity technology will open the door to a new era for Xia. Stars and Stripes: Xia's scientists have mastered the advanced anti-gravity technology. Perhaps it's just another headline hype. The public should keep their eyes open and question. Global Automotive News: Anti-gravity car, a product of the concept of subverting the times, an empty speculation by Force Technology Corporation. Lancashire Evening Post: almost overnight, the news of anti-gravity cars swept across the world. When this news came out, the whole world was shocked. Chapter 105: Global Public Test opens. Overnight, the news spread throughout the world. The Xia network was boiling over this fresh anti-gravity car. Have I traveled across the world, or is the world progressing too fast? Anti-gravity technology has become a reality? It's that genius Yi Xia again. I really didn't expect him to master new technology again so quickly. Awesome. Yi Xia is really super cool. This is going to start a new era of automobiles. Global beta in a week? Reserve a hand on the global network now. Many netizens who never watched Xia's evening news also ran to watch the news replay after learning the news. Everyone was shocked by the news and their scalps went numb. But it was a different story when these news appeared abroad. Anti-gravity technology? The summer country recently. This is technology on the head. What the hell to say? Laugh me to death. If they really have this technology, absolutely more exaggerated than this. Blow awesome, future technology. How can they have it now? It's really nonsense. The news media must be trying to hype up this company. Countless foreign netizens simply don't believe that Xia possesses this kind of over-the-top technology. Those Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ferrari, and many other leading car companies all laughed like crazy after seeing this news. Many big car companies directly posted posts under their official numbers to mock. Force Technology Company, a company that has only been registered for 1 day, actually dares to say such words? Anti-gravity car, the biggest joke of the year in the automobile industry. Summer car companies are trashy, but to engage in this kind of brainless hype really puts the world to shame. And a global public test in a week? Really hype no limit. Summer car companies are also using showbiz play? It's not going to be another power levitation car, right? Don't bring out that kind of old antique to make the world laugh. A week later, Ferrari's new sports car was released, but would like to be compared with the anti-gravity car in Xia. Countless ridicule and shame filled the network. Almost none of the big car companies believed this news. Even the car companies in Xia felt that it was a bit sensationalized. Countless people began to look forward to the global public beta test a week later, waiting to see the Force Technology Company disgrace Xia. In the midst of this anticipation, a week flew by. In the laboratory, Yi Bei was designing the low base device for launching near-Earth orbit missiles. The Superstar Chain program had a total of 40,000 satellites to launch. So if you want to open the gap that belongs to us and destroy the Star-Spangled Nation's monopoly, then you need at least 10,000 missiles as well. And, immediately after the program was open, the Supreme Ministry intervened with the Bear Country. After learning that Xia was going to build a near-Earth orbit missile system, Purser came directly to Xia's Kyoto for a secret visit. A consensus was reached with Xianyuan Hanggu. No matter what, the Star-Spangled Nation's Superstar Chain plan should not be allowed to succeed. At the same time, $1 trillion of cooperation funds were provided to Xia to jointly build this system. Under the coordination of both sides, it was finally decided that 3 missile systems would be constructed in the icy polar regions, the border between Xiongxia and the interior of Xia. In this way, the threat posed by the Superstar Chain could be dismantled from the North Pole to the equator, within a super large area. It was a very good decision for both countries. With the union of the Bear Country, the construction of the orbital missile systems became faster. When this launch system unit is done, a full installation could be started completely, and it wouldn't be long before a huge cluster of missiles would be established. It was specifically used to deal with the star chains in the air and provide temporary containment to them. And just as Yi Bei maneuvered the computer to simulate the design run, Lu Haoyun, the general manager of the Force Technology Company, appeared in Yi Bei's lab. Chief Master Yi, the first anti-gravity vehicle has been built. Listening to the voice behind him, Yi Bei nodded his head to finish operating this stage of testing without slowing down. This was followed by turning to look at the other party. Lu Haoyun was Lu Yongping's grandson and was already 28 years old. However, he didn't engage in scientific research like his grandfather, but instead dove headfirst into finance. His achievements over the years had been equally extraordinary, building up several large state-owned enterprises for Xia. When Yi Bei built the company, Lu Haoyun grabbed the management and was scolded by Lu Yongping. But in the end, after weighing the situation, he still let him help Yi Bei manage the company. After all, he was experienced, while his financial management skills and operational acumen were extraordinary. You should call me chairman. Yi Bei took off his white coat, looked at Lu Haoyun and laughed. I am not a scientist in the company. Yi Bei is not a scientist in the company, said Lu Haoyun. Lu Haoyun smiled, immediately changed his tone. Go and take a look at it, all according to your drawings designed out, must package your satisfaction. Lu Haoyun said, also bowed to Yi Bei to make a please action. Okay, give you a little sunshine, you will be brilliant. Yi Bei straight toward the door, to see the car. Good look, chairman. Lu Haoyun's still brilliant promise, then followed Yi Bei went out. In a workshop in the base, several assembly workers were carrying out the final overhaul work. By the time Yi Bei walked in, all the work on everything was completely finished. A brand new car was parked on the ground in front of him. The car's appearance couldn't be said to be cool and good looking, but rather short and ugly. Its appearance was not at all related to luxury cars and future technology, but instead, it was like the twin brother of the Cherry QQ, a purely tie shape. Lu Haoyun looked at this car, and in his heart, he somewhat questioned the aesthetics of this genius scientist chairman. Obviously, he had designed a 6th-generation airplane that was so cool that it exploded, but how could he design a car that was also cross-generational and so ugly that it exploded? He didn't understand, really didn't understand, and could only attribute it to the fact that the aesthetics of people who became bosses plummeted. And next to the car, a man with a 3/7 center parted hairstyle and a slightly chubby build leapt into action. This is the driver you picked? After Yi Bei looked at the car, he looked at the slightly chubby man next to him and said suspiciously to Lu Haoyun. Before Lu Haoyun could open his mouth, as soon as the man touched his hair and patted the roof of the car, he already opened his mouth with a confident face. I'm the most professional driver in Bayenbrook after having taken 1,462 curves in a row. Although this car is not very durable, but hand it over to me, it can definitely speed up, he said, looking at Yi Bei with a raised eyebrow, the corner of his mouth showing a hint of a confident smile. Can you drive fast? Yi Bei asked as he looked sideways at this somewhat out-of-tune man. When these words fell, the man's expression instantly became serious. Finally, in 5 years, someone is willing to tell me that you can drive fast cars. Although the car you designed is ugly, today, I will make it magnificent. Yi Bei looked at this nonsense and then looked at Lu Haoyun. Finally, he looked at the time and said with some helplessness, prepare to start the live broadcast. Both come and go, after all, the focus is not on the driver, in the car. Chapter 106 Limited Edition of 100 Units. Globe. The official account of the Force Technology Company. In just 6 days from the last time after releasing the news to today, it had already accumulated a full 30 million fans, more than Yao's 20 million fans. But the vast majority of these people came to see the joke. The Force Technology Company said it was going to conduct a public test of the world's first anti-gravity car today. So a large number of netizens were already active under the account early in the morning. In the discussion threads posted by the netizens, they were filled with all kinds of mocking and shaming sounds. The most numerous of these were the Star-Spangled Nation netizens. Having been severely slapped in the face by Xia's netizens on the 6th generation last time, they had been holding their anger in their hearts. This time, when they saw such an outrageous anti-gravity car, they naturally surged over again. Not letting go of the slightest opportunity at all, their mouths were even more unforgiving. Isn't it going to be a global public test today? Where is the car? Where's the car? Let's see how the Force will end up this time. Ha, awesome, blowing big. Those who speculate in Xia are shameless, just watch the joke. Why don't you bring out the car? Shouldn't be nothing, right? Summerlin garbage. Xia's technology will always be garbage, and our superstar chain hangs all of you. In the midst of these curses, under the official account of the Force Technology Company, the live broadcast room was suddenly opened. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, millions of people flooded into it. At the same time, more people were joining one after another. The news of the opening of the live broadcast was quickly spread, attracting more people to come and watch. The major car companies that had nothing to do also ran to join in the fun. In the live broadcast room, Lu Haoyun was explaining the car aloud as if it was a launch event. Next to him, the Thai-looking anti-gravity car was quietly parked. Behind it was a straight highway. This was a section of the highway leading to the base that had been closed off. It was exclusively used for today to conduct a live broadcast. Although the anti-gravity car did not use the highway at all, but after all, everyone's existing concept, if the car does not appear on the highway, is really strange. This is Xia's anti-gravity car? Ha, I really want to be laughed to death. BMW was the first to open its mouth and snorted without hiding its laughter. Immediately afterward, other major foreign car companies spoke up in pop-ups. I thought it would be some kind of futuristic technological styling, but I didn't expect it to be a head model. Xia's technological power seems to be very limited, otherwise it wouldn't make such a compact model. It still needs to work harder. Why don't you guys go check out our launch and copy a styling out tonight overnight? Ha! Is the aesthetic design of Xia so trashy? This is too ugly. This thing is for fun, right? Add 2 power pumps and it seems to be able to fly casually, right? Xia's hype really has a hand. The so-called black and red is also red, really eye-opening. The major car companies snorted madly. Just the sight of this ugly model had already given it the death penalty. But Lu Haoyun looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast but was not the least bit impressed. Still very professional commentary, the performance of the car, the ability to say all clear. A few moments later, Yibei looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded more than 40 million, and all the major car companies had basically appeared. Even some of the country's researchers had appeared in the live broadcast. He stood behind the camera and nodded, signaling that he could start the test of the anti-gravity car. The man who had been waiting by the car, dressed in the usual racer's uniform of a takeout driver, nodded in understanding. He ruffled his hair and laughed. "I'll show you all what it means to be the god of the Akira mountain cars." Said this before pulling open the door and sitting in this car without wheels. Pulling on the seatbelt, he raised his eyebrows at the worried Yibei. Afterwards, pressing the fingerprint car key, the lights in front of the car flashed and instantly levitated slightly from the ground. Within a second, it was 10 centimeters off the ground and came to an incomparably smooth stop. The scene had already left many people in awe. But in the next second, the driver pulled the lever and the car flew vertically overhead. Quite a smooth action, it looked as if a crane was hoisting him upwards. The camera shone on the underside of the car, smooth and without the slightest hint of jets. This scene made the car companies who were laughing in shame in the live broadcast room shut their mouths. One by one, they looked serious. The anti-gravity car lifted all the way up to a distance of 4 meters, then, with shallow flames ejected from its tail, it flew out from its original position like a catapult with a brush. With a 15-second 100-kilometer start, it used the latest fuel-air compression power injection technology and could reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour within 3 seconds. Lu Haoyun watched the car fly out and opened his mouth in the live broadcast. This is the advantage of anti-gravity technology, able to maintain a smooth glide in the air, requiring very little thrust to move around, and can also move laterally. As he spoke, the car in the sky began all sorts of rather flashy maneuvers. The ugly-looking head car spun around in the air, circling back and forth like a fighter jet. Yibei felt a bit wonderful even watching it. He didn't expect that this unassuming man's car skills were actually really not bad. The super-fast speed moved through the air at a rapid pace, and breaking up was also quite swift. The display of various abilities made the live broadcast room boil at this moment. This is actually true, the summer country is awesome. Ha, these stupid foreign devils, dumbfounded. Sorry, this time the Force Technology Company really won hemp. The new technology that subverts the automobile industry is too incredible. The pop-up screen was completely dominated by summer netizens. Those Star-Spangled Nation netizens who had been gabbing just now had long since closed their mouths. They were stunned by this horrible technology, and many of them even had the idea of owning one. The major car companies even felt their scalps tingle. A feeling of panic spread rapidly in their hearts. The researchers from various countries who had been watching in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. In the Star-Spangled Nations Research Center, Bernard, who was holding a tablet computer, stared with eyes full of incredulity. Anti-gravity technology they really mastered? Bernard opened his mouth in horror. Was this Yi Xia a devil? Why does he know so much? With that, he picked up the phone and called the highest ministry of the Stars and Stripes. This was another shocking news, no less than controlled nuclear fusion. Meanwhile, the leaders of the major car companies panicked. Immediately calling all the top leaders to hold an emergency meeting. Call all the shareholders and directors, this time it's a matter of corporate survival. Every foreign car company CEO was constantly making phone calls in the company. Excited voices echoed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of dozens of high-rise buildings. At the moment when everyone was shocked by this, the test of the anti-gravity car was completely over. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Haoyun continued to speak. Thank you all for participating in this global public test of the world's first anti-gravity automobile launched by Force Technology Company. Our company will be putting on sale a limited number of 100 similar anti-gravity automobiles within this month, limited to purchase by citizens of the Xia domestic lands.
Each anti-gravity car will be priced at 100 million summer dollars and will be booked in advance on a first-come, first-served basis, while supplies last. Of course, in order to cater to the general public, we will be releasing a new batch of 3 million summer dollars worth of affordable models after next month. This affordable model will strive to penetrate the global market so that everyone in Blue Star will have the opportunity to drive an anti-gravity car.
Thank you all for watching. This company live broadcast ends here. Lu Haiyan said aloud with a smile on his face. He memorized every sentence that Yi Bei taught him.
At the moment, in front of more than 60 million viewers, he said it with the same clarity. When his words fell, the live broadcast was cut off.
However, the entire world was set off by this. Chapter 107 Crisis, coming.
The news that the Force Technology Company would be putting a limited edition of 100 anti-gravity cars on sale this month instantly exploded across the globe. Pricing a car at $100 million apiece seemed expensive. But compared to the limited edition supercars and luxury cars of those big car companies abroad, this price was already very little. After all, this is a brand new technology, the future product of a new era.
It is not at all comparable to a fuel car.
The news of limiting the purchase to citizens of the summer country made countless foreign tycoons gloomy.
100 million summer dollars in their eyes is not a lot of money.
But looking at such a good thing, but the feeling of holding the money and sighing makes them very troubled. But it was just troublesome. The major car companies had already panicked to the extreme. This time the Force Technology Company is not only going to put on sale a limited edition car, and it was about to launch a global-oriented anti-gravity car next month, directly penetrating the global market. This new type of car, which was completely incomparable to fuel cars and new energy cars, would definitely eat up a large amount of the market in a very short period of time. Only those sinking markets were left, unable to be digested because the pricing of 3 million summer dollars was too high.
However, they could envision that it wouldn't be too long before these markets would also definitely be eaten up by the Force Technology Company.
They, the old-fashioned car companies without new technology, would be completely left behind.
This was something they could not accept.
The top management of every automobile company gathered at the company on this day and held an emergency meeting. They united the global car companies to boycott and suppress Force Technology in the name of antitrust.
Someone in Ferrari's board of directors angrily opened his mouth to propose.
Force Tech is pushing us to the brink of extinction by doing this, fight him to the end.
Either we sell the technology or we can't let him enter the global market.
Many shareholders followed suit and opened their mouths in solidarity with this idea.
But they, the investors, didn't understand the real inner workings of the automobile industry. The CEO at the head shook his head without hesitation when he heard this.
This time it was obvious that Xia was behind it, and such a powerful technology was definitely state-owned. It's impossible for us to boycott an entire Xia country. My proposal is simple: instantly have the manager of the enterprise in Xia go and negotiate with Force Technology. Find a way to see if we can buy the technology or patent usage rights with them, either that or cooperate and invest, to first ensure that our car company can survive. His words were very impatient, but the reasoning in them was not at all bad. The crowd nodded their heads as they listened to these words. The few people who opposed it just now also felt that this proposal was quite feasible. It wasn't just the Ferrari car company that thought this way, the other major car companies were also thinking this way. After a short 2-hour meeting, all of the major car companies immediately sent people to the Force Technology Company. Every enterprise manager's face was filled with trepidation, and they were on fire, wanting to be the first to walk into the middle of the Force Technology Company. And behind these car companies, it was the major countries that were the most shocked. A few days ago Yi Xia had just published a paper on controlled fusion energy conversion. That would have already opened the chapter of a new era of energy. But it had only been a short time since then, and the anti-gravity technology had been brought up again by him, and even the anti-gravity automobile had already been put on sale. The speed of this technological advancement has shaken all countries.
Can you guys be sure that that is the real anti-gravity technology?
In the highest ministry of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, Puchuan watched the testing process of the anti-gravity car in the video, and his scalp was a bit numb. In front of him, Star-Spangled Nation's current top scientist, Bernard, nodded without hesitation. I can't be sure until I get the car for research. But such a technology is definitely too much higher than any modern pseudo-anti-gravity technology, and it's almost as good as the real concept of anti-gravity technology.
Bernard opened his mouth very rigorously.
This technology, if we allow Xia to monopolize it, their development speed will definitely accelerate again, which is very unfavorable to us.
Puchuan nodded repeatedly as he listened to this.
Then without hesitation, he ordered to the commander-in-chief next to him. Military office, immediately transfer those minions of Xia to find a way to get one over here, and the funds needed to do so will be transferred directly from the national treasury.
No matter what, he could not let Xia monopolize this kind of technology.
Although 100 million summer dollars did feel expensive, but such a good technology to get the absolute blood money. His order quickly reached Xia. Some traders and tycoons who had served the Stars and Stripes and were lurking and hibernating in Xia came forward. They began to use all sorts of relationships to snatch up the limited edition of these 100 anti-gravity cars. Just at the moment when the world was on fire over this matter. Star-Spangled Nation. For Scythic State. In the huge castle hidden in the middle of the mountainside. The white-haired, old-faced Lester Cord was leaning back in his chair and talking to the middle-aged man in military uniform in front of him. As the current head of the Cord family, he had already reached his twilight years. Behind him, a handsome young man stood with his arms folded, quietly listening to the two men. In the large study, there were only the three of them. The 5 stars on the shoulder badge of the military uniform of the middle-aged man sitting across from Leicester represented his proud status. General Coles, the Summer Kingdom seems to have made a new big move recently. Artisans and professionals are being drawn from all over the world, and the qualifications are being scrutinized quite strictly. You guys should be more vigilant, lest Xia Kingdom comes up with something amazing again. Lexter's voice was a bit hoarse as he spoke slowly. Let the head of the family worry about it, but I expect that Xia can't come up with anything impressive. After 4 months or so the superstar chain will be completely built. The space-based satellite weapon cluster and the space anti-nuclear strike system will render all the world's destructive killing weapons ineffective. At that time, the Bear Country and the Summer Country will no longer have a chance to jump around, and we will be enough to firmly control the entire world, with no one jumping out to oppose it anymore. Cole spoke with a bemused expression and a smile. Hearing this, Lecter nodded. Looking at the family's pale appearance, Coles then spoke. This time, I came to disturb the family head, also because of Xia's recent perverse behavior. The success of the Superstar Chain program is imminent, and the Supreme Ministry is very cautious and does not want any mistakes to be made at this juncture. Therefore, it was hoped that the family head could complete the withdrawal of funds as soon as possible, and it would be best if the plan could be implemented next month, so that the Xia Kingdom would be completely plunged into a crisis. That way, whatever they were doing would also be forced to stop, and the Star Chain program would be able to be completed securely. Lexter still nodded his head calmly. But an eagle-like cold gaze once again appeared in his eyes. Lay off for 30 years, this time the Summer Country will not be able to avoid it no matter what, you guys can rest assured. After 30 days, the family will implement the plan, and will definitely make the Summer Kingdom suffer an unprecedented heavy blow. Coles had a satisfied face. When he thought of the scene a month later, he felt excitement in his heart. This time, it would surely cause the Xia Kingdom to be completely thrown into a storm. No matter what flood of power they had, they would be devastated. And the Superstar Chain would follow suit, completely trampling the Xia Kingdom underfoot from then on, and even bringing them back to a time when they were even more downtrodden than the late Qing dynasty. The family head recuperates at ease. I'm leaving. Cole stood up and saluted, turning around and walking towards the outside of the study. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and looked over again. There is still a small matter that I want to ask the family head. That person called John is now hiding in the federal military office. How to deal with it? I will have someone pick him up. He is a useful pawn. Leichhardt looked calm and closed his eyes when he finished speaking. Chapter 108, Bernard's Revenge. 2 weeks later. Yi Bei in the laboratory was constructing the design plans for the sci-fi capital. In front of him, a huge high-tech holographic projection table. The sci-fi world-like metropolis shone in it, and the exteriors of the skyscrapers were all changed. The overall construction was even more full of sci-fi than the city in Cyberpunk. Yi Bei was stroking his chin, studying the places that needed to be changed. Trying to make a city into a metropolis filled with a sense of futuristic technology was quite a huge amount of work. Yi Bei had to weigh all aspects to ensure the feasibility of the plan. For this reason Yi Bei had put in a lot of effort. Many sci-fi scenes from movies and television were fused and simulated. One of the most classic bird's nest was transformed into a high-altitude holographic projection. The scene can only sit hundreds of thousands of people, but in the sky above the steel bird's nest, everything on the track will be holographically projected. Standing outside was also able to see the exciting and thrilling performances inside. As for the many tall buildings, Yi Bei designed the air elevator, building air elevators between the major tall buildings. This bold design could greatly reduce the traffic pressure in the city and increase the efficiency of the urban crowd. This design utilizes anti-gravity technology. Besides these, there were more fun things that Yi Bei had gotten into. As for the design of the near-Earth orbit missile system, it had been completed 2 days ago. Everything had been handed over to the military for implementation long ago. This highly confidential operation. It was the most closely guarded military of the Xia and Bear countries that carried out the construction. And just as Yi Bei's side was busy, an anti-gravity automobile, shipped out from customs through heavy barriers, traveled across the ocean to the Star-Spangled Nation on the other side of the ocean. I really didn't think that Stars and Stripes was so willing to spend money. Not only did they spend this $100 million for an anti-gravity car, shipped out of customs to those corrupt guys even spent more than $200 million to get out. Lu Haoyun took the official investigation all the way over the report, said to Yi Bei. $1 trillion is also a hair to put together, a car to earn a few hundred million, mosquitoes and then small is also meat Yibei said to Lu Haoyun while busy with the design of the science fiction capital. Everything was arranged by him. The development of things was also moving forward towards his expected thoughts in no time at all.
How much of the new model has been produced? We need to speed up and strive to produce 100,000 units next month. Yibei sipped the tea poured by Lu Haoyun and asked. Chairman, rest assured, 100,000 units is absolutely not a problem. Lu Haoyun said with a confident face and patted his chest. At the same time, Star-Spangled Nation's highest scientific research center. The anti-gravity car designed by Yibei was clearly presented in front of Bernard and the others. Numerous scientific research experts at the scene were working on dismantling the car. In just an hour's time, the anti-gravity car was disassembled into small pieces. And the most important electronic chip and anti-gravity chassis appeared in their eyes. Bernard didn't hesitate and immediately led people to start conducting research. Half a day later, Bernard had completely unraveled the core mystery of the entire anti-power car. Although this device was very clever, it wasn't a true anti-power technology. Bernard, holding a palm-sized green chip in his hand, smiled and opened his mouth. The summer people are really smart enough to use this pseudo-anti-power as a gimmick, a car to buy $100 million, it is really a blood money deal. Pseudo-anti-power technology? Puchuan looked at Bernard and asked with some doubt. Bernard nodded, once again opened his mouth to explain to him in more detail. Yes, all rely on the bottom of the new aerodynamic technology to realize levitation. The entire car and all aspects of control rely on this electronic chip. If there is no chip, this is a pile of scrap metal. The cost of construction is worth at most $300,000, but sold $17 million. A Xiaogui is now more and more bottom line. However, this chip is really powerful things, so small to be able to realize the new pneumatic chassis all-round control. This is really I cannot do. But thanks to the summer country to give us this big gift. Bernard said, looking at the hands of the chip, eyes light. Then he turned his head to Puchuan and opened his mouth confidently. Give me 3 days, I'll build an anti-gravity car that belongs to Stars and Stripes, so that Xia's plan to open up the global market will be ours. Hearing this, Puchuan's face filled with a smile. No one understands Xia Kingdom better than me, ha, you can start researching now. With that, Puchuan turned around and left the research center. Having cracked it all, his heart was completely relieved. Moreover, he, who was also a businessman by birth, was happy to take the market in other people's hands for himself. This time, Xia's plan was going to go down the drain. At the moment when Yibei was busy in the design of the science fiction capital. In the Star-Spangled Nation's Research Institute, Bernard was also building a replica anti-gravity car. This ungrateful Yi Xia refuted his invitation in front of everyone. This time, he was going to make Yi Xia lose. Bernard's mind always remembered the scene when Yibei opened his mouth to him in the courtyard of the small mountain village. The look that directly ignored him after saying it haunted him. A newcomer who was unknown and had never had a highly sophisticated scientific research product. Relying on his little genius talent, he was so unruly. Bernard had already included him in his blacklist since his return. Under the tutelage of the father of Star-Spangled Nation's scientific research, he would never allow anyone to surpass his position in the scientific research world by even a fraction of a star. Although Yibei was more than 20 years younger than him, he still belonged to his enemies. Over the years, all the major old titans had died and retired. After the older generation of scientific research figures fell silent, he stood at the top of the pyramid of today's world's scientific research community with his top-notch scientific research capabilities. Only Abraham of the Bear Country and Mary of the Wool Country were they able to stand on the next rung of his ladder. In his mind, the future pinnacle of Blue Star's scientific research world should belong to him. A genius like Yi Xia who came out of nowhere should be defeated at his feet and look up to him. In the midst of night and day research. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a workshop of the Star-Spangled Nation's Research Center, a sports car with a sci-fi atmosphere appeared in front of everyone. Now, it was notified to the world that the Star-Spangled Nation's independently developed anti-gravity car was undergoing public testing. Bernard looked at his product and laughed in his heart. Yi Xia, let's see if you can still be complacent this time. Chapter 109, Everything has just begun. The news of the Star-Spangled Nation's public test of the anti-gravity vehicle had been sent out, directly triggering the world. It had only been a short while, and Xia's first batch of anti-gravity cars had only just started selling. Stars and Stripes had already followed suit and launched a brand new anti-gravity automobile, and this speed of following suit attracted the world's onlookers. With the last competition in the air and sky still fresh in their minds, everyone didn't want to miss out on the battle for the anti-power cars this time around. On the globe, the Stars and Stripes account was already packed underneath. Without much of a warm-up phase, in just a few short hours, there were already over 80 million netizens watching. Among them, there was no shortage of researchers from various countries. They were also quite excited about Stars and Stripes' anti-gravity car. After everything was ready, Bernard opened the live broadcast.
A global live broadcast was conducted for the public test. In order to make a comparison with Xia, they even shot from almost the same angle. Behind Bernard, a phantom black, sports car-styled anti-gravity car was parked. The body alone was filled with a sense of sci-fi and high class at a glance. It was not at all on the same level as the ugly styled car introduced by Force Technology. Bernard briefly introduced the car's condition. Then he directly opened the actual test. As the cool sports car lifted off, everyone was once again shocked. The performance of Star-Spangled Nation's anti-gravity car was not the least bit inferior to the new car of Xia's Force Technology Company. And this styling was even more of a crane to the other side. But thinking that the luxury cars of the Star-Spangled Nation were usually expensive, everyone just looked inside. But Bernard's next words completely brought the live broadcast room to a boil. His look was quite natural, stretching out a finger to the live broadcast room to speak aloud. Xia's anti-gravity car, a selling price of 100 million summer dollars, can be said to be the existence of heavenly prices. Cars are tools in our lives, and the latest model of the Star-Spangled Nation's anti-gravity cars sell for as little as 1 million summer dollars each. A price that is 100 times lower than the Xia Kingdom is what is truly going to give everyone in the world the opportunity to drive a new age automobile. It will go on sale globally from now on, and all major car companies around the world are welcome to come and cooperate. His words fell. The live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Priced at 1 million summer dollars, did I hear that right? This is a bit scary. Star-Spangled Nation is practically practicing charity. Compared to the Force Technology Company, this price is so cheap that it's unbeatable. Summer's anti-gravity cars are ugly as hell. I'll buy Stars and Stripes. I'm going to buy the Stars and Stripes car. I don't know about aesthetic design, but the Stars and Stripes car is so cool. I hope the car companies will hurry up and place the order. I want to be the first to drive the anti-gravity car. The Stars and Stripes is awesome, and it's a great way to beat Xia's ugly anti-gravity cars. And outside the live broadcast room, the world's major car companies have gone crazy. They had gone to Xia a few days ago to try to cooperate with Force Technology, but they had all been rejected. Lu Haoyun simply didn't even see them and didn't cooperate with them in the slightest. After they went back, all the car companies were panicked to the extreme and were trying to figure out what to do in the past few days. Now, Stars and Stripes had actually directly started selling new anti-power vehicles. And it also welcomed global car companies to cooperate. This was simply a heavenly good thing. This move of the Stars and Stripes was like a life-saving blessing to them. At one time, a large number of car company leaders who had been panicking for several days flew to Stars and Stripes and personally inspected the car. Afterwards, they immediately signed large orders with Stars and Stripes. In just a few days, the Stars and Stripes announced to the public that it had signed more than 600 car companies around the world. The total amount of orders was as high as $22 trillion. The conditions in these orders, in addition to the supply of the next large number of cars for sale, there was also the ability to prioritize the sharing of technology after the release of new models in the future. In the face of such a lucrative deal, Stars and Stripes simply had no reason to refuse. Soon, it had eaten up more than 90% of the world's large market. Immediately afterward, the major car companies in the Stars and Stripes nation had begun to urgently manufacture anti-gravity cars. Every day, at least tens of thousands of anti-gravity cars were exported far and wide across the globe from the Stars and Stripes. Under this state of affairs, Lu Haoyun, who had been responsible for helping eBay take care of all affairs in the Force Technology Company, couldn't sit still. He hurriedly ran to the base to find eBay. "Chairman, why are you still so calm? This is all a big deal." Lu Haoyun hurriedly ran into the laboratory. Looking at eBay, who was drinking tea and debugging the design drawings, he said, "What's all the fuss about?" EBay put down his teacup and looked at Lu Haoyun in a very bland manner. "You take a look at it." Lu Haoyun handed the information in his hand to eBay. His face was full of chagrin. "The Stars and Stripes country copied all of our things, preempted the global market, and directly ate 22 trillion market orders in one breath. Our plan has gone down the drain. I'm afraid those cars you asked me to produce won't be sold." eBay listened to Lu Haoyun and carefully looked at the information he summarized over. Stars and Stripes had already sold out more than 300,000 anti-gravity cars in just a few days. Moreover, the two countries in the ocean next door to the summer country were even more involved, not only signing large orders, but also helping the Stars and Stripes country to produce and sell cars. On top of that, almost all of the world's large and medium-sized car companies had reached cooperation with Stars and Stripes. Among them, SMAC, who is also in the automobile industry, even made a public statement, calling on the whole world to work together with Stars and Stripes towards a new era of anti-gravity automobiles. In this countless information, the Force Technology Company became a laughingstock, being scoffed at by foreign countries. The global car companies had even never come to them to seek for cooperation since the last time. Looking at these, eBay nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, to be this effect, you did a good job." eBay put down the information in his hands and looked at Lu Haoyun and said. These words made Lu Haoyun even more confused.
He didn't even understand what Yibei was pumped up about, being robbed of the market and making all the money and still so happy. I've already been able to call the top and disallow any car company in Xia to cooperate. You just wait and see, everything has just begun. Yibei looked at Lu Haoyun's expression full of doubt and shock, took a sip of tea, still calmly said. As he said, everything has just begun, the real storm is still behind. Chapter 110, The Latent Storm Coming. 1 month later. At this time, Yibei had already thrown himself into the construction of the future blueprint. Meanwhile, the free time was spent continuing to parse singularity data, as well as the development of various other aspects of new technology. The road of science and technology was endless. On the road of scientific research, Yibei had never slacked off for a single day. There was still a long way to go for the true rise of Xia. The vastness of the starry river could not be seen at a glance. The vast and boundless depths of the universe, human beings do not know too much. There was the avenue that Yibei really wanted to travel. All these plans were paving the way for the future, were building for his future. Instead of simply just leading the rise of Xia and making it the center of the world. Chief Master Yi, the first test of the near-Earth orbit missile was successful. Just as Yibei was dealing with some of the matters that had piled up under him recently, someone ran in and reported loudly. Let the military speed up the construction. Yibei had a hint of a smile on his face as he nodded his head and said that he had to rush to complete everything before the Star Chain program succeeded. Yes. The man responded aloud and then left the place with another quick step. But just as he left with his front foot, Lu Haoyun rushed in with his back foot. Chairman, I'm really going to be pissed off. Take a look at this dog-like face of Star-Spangled Nation. Lu Haoyun was holding a tablet in his hand, and the anger on his face was obvious. During this recent period, Yibei and Dean Lu's grandson were getting along very well. The affairs arranged by the company were all taken care of by him in a well-organized manner. Although he didn't understand what Yibei meant by many of the actions, he still did what he was told. Even if sometimes he couldn't help but spit out a sentence, when he really did it, he still did it beautifully. At this point, Yibei still appreciated him. The Force Technology Company was definitely going to shine in the future. Being able to have a good manager was a great thing for Yibei. Ha, come show me. Yibei smiled and took the computer from Lu Haoyun. On it was none other than one of Stars and Stripes' latest postings on the globe. Yibei briefly skimmed through it and a playful smile floated up at the corner of his mouth. Another 5 trillion orders were signed so quickly, this was eating up all the remaining small market. It seems that the global anti-gravity automobile can drive a market value of about 27 trillion, much more than I expected. Listening to Yibei speak, Lu Haoyun couldn't help but hold his forehead. Chairman, this 27 trillion is earned by the Stars and Stripes, it doesn't have anything to do with us. And if you look down, they actually mocked us so openly. I really hate that I can't fly to Star-Spangled Nation right now to give them 2 hammers. The anti-gravity car thing has now caused the morale of the country to be very low, and everyone has lost more confidence in domestic cars. Listening to Lu Haoyun's words, Yibei continued to scroll down. Sure enough, just as he said, Stars and Stripes was already openly mocking their company. The Star-Spangled Nation netizens in the comment section were even more frantic in their attacks. Star-Spangled Nation has penetrated the global market, and the Force Technology Company hasn't produced 100 anti-gravity cars until now? Force Science and Technology Company, would you look at this $27 trillion and see if it smells good? Ha! They really don't deserve it with cars that ugly, bankruptcy and closure is their destiny. Is there any good cars in the Summerland? I don't think I've ever seen one. Is there a Xia in the world's top car companies? Summer is all garbage cars, but also want to lead the world to a new era, is simply a joke. A piece of mocking curses and the ordinary people look really angry. Domestic demoralization is also really normal, all aspects of the mood is not good in Yibei's expectations. But these are not able to make any impact on him. Everything is still following his plan to develop downward. How the 27 trillion Stars and Stripes country ate in, behind Yibei will let them how to spit out. Moreover, it will also make them lose their influence in the world, and even cause their domestic turmoil and conflicts. Face so much effort, around such a corner, Yibei is for these. Now just need to wait for things to develop. The real storm is coming soon. And just as Yibei was thinking about all this, there was a quiet movement within Xia. Almost in a state that no one had noticed, a huge crisis had quietly unfolded. Star-Spangled Nation. For Scythiac State. That huge castle was suddenly extraordinarily crowded today. The people of the 12 gate clans were gathered here. Deep inside the castle. Inside a huge information processing room, a large number of computers were displayed, and in the room inside, a server was placed. Dense wires were entangled, and red and green photoelectricity flashed non-stop. The computers in the information room were filled with the technicians in the family. Everyone had a dozen or so web pages open on their computer screens, and each web page was clearly an internal account of a company. Leicester sat in the center of the information room, and behind him the patriarchs of the 12 gate clans all stood respectfully.
The evacuation of all funds was over, except for some of the company's security deposits. In front of everyone's eyes, in front of the mainframe console, watching all the white dots on it turn green, the technician opened his mouth. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at Lester. This family head who was on the verge of dying, but still held the power of the family. As the patriarchs of the 12 gate clans listened to the voice, a greedy gaze appeared in each of their eyes. Their hearts were already planning how to divide all the funds next. Only the handsome man standing at Lexter's side had a wild flame in his eyes. "Family master, the time has come." The man bent down to Lexter and respectfully reminded him, "I am not dead yet." Lexter turned his head sideways to look at the man with a hawk-like gaze and said coldly. The word scared the man so much that he shuddered and hurriedly shut his mouth. The 12 gate patriarchs behind him all looked at the man with a hint of contempt in their eyes. They could say that they were all dissatisfied in their hearts for this fellow who might inherit the throne. However, there was no way to change this, so they could only secretly disdain it in their hearts. Lester, who turned back to the mainframe, looked at those green dots on the mainframe and nodded, "Start." As soon as his words fell, the technician pressed the enter button. At the same time, every computer in the information room all operated at the same time. The funds held in the company account on the screen were instantly zeroed out. One web page flashed rapidly, and tens of thousands of companies were all declared bankrupt at this moment. But in just 30 seconds, the proud economy of the entire summer country that had developed over the past 30 years collapsed at this moment. A financial storm that swept through the entire Xia kingdom began instantly. Chapter 111 Collapse. The Edge of Destruction. It was 12 o'clock noon summertime. At the moment when hundreds of millions of families were all enjoying their lunch, an unseen and unknown crisis had appeared. Nationwide in the Summer Kingdom, the funds on the books of tens of thousands of companies, large and small, were zeroed out in half a minute. Some companies that were ready to use the funds opened their accounts to find that not a dime was left. Calling to the banks to check their accounts, they found that all of their money had already been gradually transferred away in various ways within the last month. The money had been lost in small, low-profile ways through various channels and in various forms to accounts in countries all over the world. Many of them were transferred away in the case of company orders. And the money on their company's books was just an empty shell of a number sitting there. They used the creditworthiness of the company to directly overdraw the banks out. So the economy had quietly collapsed over the course of the month. But Xia's digital economy was so overdeveloped that a small flower shell was enough to leverage $2 trillion using 30 billion. This powerful credit system payment became the biggest loophole in the implementation of the court family's plan. They only used a guaranteed fund of $200 billion to directly leverage up to $28 trillion in Xia. Slowly and silently pulling these funds out of Xia. All the people in Xia used on the network were just numbers that had no real meaning. And at this moment the numbers cleared, this collapse finally revealed itself. A horrific financial crisis swept across Xia in a very short period of time. More and more companies realized that the funds in their accounts were gone. Call after call was made into the banks, and the banks panicked. A large number of users began to flock to the banks wanting to take out their deposits, but the pool of funds was empty. Together, the major banks had hundreds of trillions of dollars in debt loans on hand. But they didn't have a few dollars of funds on hand, and together they couldn't even come up with $2 trillion. This time, the credit of users collapsed on a large scale across the entire network. The financial system that had been built up with great effort began to collapse. The Xia economy turned around and collapsed. The economy of the digital bubble caused unprecedented chaos to begin to appear in the entire Xia society. Prices began to skyrocket. Hundreds of millions of people lost their jobs, and millions of small and medium-sized industries began to go bankrupt and close down. Countless people couldn't shell out a dime to pay their mortgages and became homeless on the spot. All sorts of problems ensued in just a few hours. The horrific consequences of the economic collapse were unimaginable. A series of phone calls were made to the highest financial ministry in Xia. The Ministry of Finance and Economy quickly tallied up the financial collapse that had occurred nationwide, and quickly calculated the approximate figures. A full $28 trillion were gone. It had evaporated from the Summer Kingdom. This directly drained the summer country of 60% of its dryness. This incomparably horrifying news soon appeared in the conference room of the Supreme Ministry. The source has been investigated, and all the funds from the accounts have ended up in the hands of the court family. The Minister of Finance said with a trembling voice. This kind of financial collapse, that could no longer be counted as dereliction of duty. He could have just received a peanut rice and gone to rest. Shen Yuan Hongwu looked at the information that had been organized and for the first time, his dragon face was furious. The nation instantly lost 28 trillion in credit savings. This is the biggest financial crisis ever. How are you all in office? First lock up these rice buckets. You guys have buried the future of Xia. Shen Yuan Hongwu's face flushed red, veins popping out on his forehead. All the executives at the scene were all too frightened to say a word.
How much money was needed to re-establish the financial credit system and the social situation could be restored to what it was before? His gaze swept over all the top brass at the scene and he loudly opened his mouth to ask. The collapse of the credit system has already caused nationwide withdrawals by the people. A minimum of $36 trillion is needed to be able to re-stabilize. Someone trembled and opened his mouth. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air as this figure was exited. 36 trillion. It was a full 4 trillion more than the Future Blueprint program. Now that the Future Blueprint program had been opened, even with the emergency pause, they had already spent out over 6 trillion. Such a large hole simply could not be filled. Xianyuan Hangu sat back in his chair again as he listened to this figure. But in everyone's eyes, he aged with the naked eye. It was as if a person had aged 10 years all of a sudden, and the worry in his eyes was obvious. No one could imagine just how much pressure he was carrying at this moment. Finding a way to find money. Xianyuan Hangu propped his forehead with both hands and said to the crowd in a deep voice, "Dismiss the meeting." As the words fell, the executives, although their hearts were not in the right place, but they all understood that the most important issue at this moment was money, and then they all hurriedly left the place to look for the funds they could find. At this moment, the fear and harm caused by the financial crisis was still spreading rapidly. The crime rate in various places began to rise gradually on this day. Almost every minute, one could hear that some big boss in some city had been bloodied under some building. Financial fear spread in everyone's heart. After pondering alone in the conference room for a long time, Xianyuan Hangu got up and headed to the airbase. He didn't have any effective methods left now. He remembered the 16 trillion that Yi Bei had promised him earlier. Being able to get that money would at least save the day. In the middle of the empty sky base, Yi Bei was parsing the singularity data. The current him had already parsed it to 5, and he had recently discovered 2 new high-end technologies. Just at this moment, Lu Haoyun rushed in and called out with incomparable anxiety. "Chairman, something big has happened in Xia. What's all the fuss about?" Yi Bei stopped his work and turned his head to look. He hadn't seen Lu Haoyun so flustered. "Look, something big has happened. An unprecedented financial crisis has broken out in Xia. The entire financial system completely collapsed at noon today, causing a chain reaction that has spread throughout the country and a national panic." Lu Haoyun sent the information he got from his grandfather to Yi Bei in a hurry. Listening to Lu Haoyun's words, Yi Bei's complexion also gazed up. As soon as he took the information he handed over, he carefully examined it. $28 trillion had evaporated? Tens of thousands of companies had declared bankruptcy and collapsed at the same time. More than 100 million people were unemployed, and the bank vaults were in full deficit. Yi Bei looked at the information displayed on it, and the further he looked down, the more unsightly his face became. His brows gradually furrowed, his forehead clouded over. An undisguised anger began to surface in his eyes. Chapter 112. 1 week. The final engagement. Seeing such a huge loss, Yi Bei's heart was pounding. He didn't expect something like this to actually happen. This was something that was simply beyond his expectations. The impact of this matter on Xia was too great, and it was possible that everything would be suspended as a result. The Future Blueprint program was forced to end, not to mention the collapse of Xia's economy would leave the country gasping for air for years to come. It could even be devastated for years. This would completely change everything, and all of Yi Bei's later plans would become empty talk. What kind of person did this? Yi Bei put down the information in his hands, and his heart had already ignited with rage. The one who could make such a huge financial system in Xia instantly collapse was definitely not an ordinary existence. This layout had definitely started from many years ago. And this kind of move had shaken Yi Bei's foundation. The summer country was Yi Bei's foundation, Yi Bei's root, and he definitely wouldn't let go of those who dared to move against the summer country like this. In all these years, even Song Zaira hadn't made him so angry. It was the court family. They had always been a hostile force to the Xia kingdom. Lu Haoyun hurriedly opened his mouth and replied to Yi Bei. Looking at Yi Bei's angry eyes, he inexplicably felt fear in his heart. All along for this young scientist, he had always felt that he was approachable. There had never been a day when he would get so angry. The Cord family? Yi Bei didn't search for any impression in his mind as he listened to this name. Just then, Lu Yongping rushed in hurriedly. Looking at his grandson standing here, Yi Bei's complexion was tinged with anger, and he already knew roughly in his heart what to do. Never would have thought that this Cord family would have such a plan off. The Supreme Ministry was already preparing to stop the Future Blueprint program, to withdraw funds to save the people first. Lu Yongping looked at Yi Bei and said more anxiously, "Tell me about this Cord family first." Yi Bei was not in a hurry, but opened his mouth to inquire about the culprit that made the Xia economy collapse this time. Lu Yongping froze for a moment, but still hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Everything he knew about the Cord family was all explained to Yi Bei. Many of them were what he had learned from Lin Tianlei. At this moment, after Yi Bei heard all of this, the anger in his heart grew even more. Something that was looking for death. A rare intense killing intent surfaced in Yi Bei's eyes.
Everyone had not told Yi Bei about the old master's assassination for fear of affecting him.
Now that Yi Bei asked, Lu Yongping didn't dare to hide it. He told Yi Bei everything.
Looking at the killing intent in Yi Bei's eyes, Lu Yongping's heart felt a bit chilly. Yi Bei, who has always been gentle and elegant, at this moment looks like a killing god who is about to start slaughtering. Jonkered family stars and stripes, snakes and rats, a nest of things. The cold light in Yi Bei's eyes flashed, and his heart had already made up its mind. But now is not the time to really start implementing it. The people of Xia are in deep water, hundreds of millions of people are facing danger. Yi Bei would not seek revenge on them now for the sake of a personal vendetta. This account, now written down, in the future he will return it 100 times. The future blueprint plan could not be stopped. Saving the people was important, but the grand plan of the country could definitely not stop there either.
Yi Bei looked at Lu Yongping and spoke. Right at the moment his words fell, Xianyuan Hongwu walked into the lab.
If we don't stop the future blueprint program now, our Xia's economy will completely collapse, and nothing will exist at that time. We have to save the populace before we can even think about the plan. Xianyuan Hongwu walked towards the inside while speaking loudly. Of course the people must be saved. Without the people there will be no Xia, but the plan cannot be stopped. I mean, both aspects should be taken into account. Yi Bei looked at Xianyuan Hongwu who walked in front of him and opened his mouth without any hesitation. Even if the other party was the supreme person of the Xia kingdom, he did not have the slightest fear. What he thought in his heart, he directly said.
Money is not enough.
Xianyuan Hongwu handed over the bill budget in his hand to Yi Bei and said, the total expenditure out of the treasury has been 8 trillion, and the remaining 10 trillion I am already allocating to the country for economic stabilization. And the collapsing holes in the nation's finances still need 26 trillion to be filled. If we include the program, we'll need 40 trillion to take care of both. That's still the minimum budget. How could Xianyuan Hongwu not want to capture both aspects just like Yi Bei in his heart?
But now this situation no longer allowed him to do so. On one side is the country's great plan, on the other side is hundreds of millions of people. How can he choose? He has no choice. If the financial loophole cannot be filled, the national economy into pieces, then want to fill again will be too late. Xia will be completely finished, not to mention on top of the world from now on. It will fall to the bottom of the world in a very short time. A camel is bigger than a horse, but a camel can no longer become a camel. He won't be much bigger than a horse. You say you made $16 trillion, can you get that money out now? The people really need it. People are dying every day. The country's crisis is imminent. Xianyuan Hongwu looked at Yi Bei too late to say anything more. Now first take the money to save the people is the most correct choice. This time, if Yi Bei couldn't take out the money, then I'm afraid that Xia's national fortune would really decline.
Looking at Xianyuan Hongwu's anxious eyes, Yi Bei knew that he was thinking about the country. But right now, it wasn't the time hadn't come yet. Hold on for another week, I will definitely bring the money after a week. The moment he said this, Xianyuan Hongwu's eyes had dimmed. Is there really no way to hurry up? 10 trillion won't last a week. Have to believe me, the time is not yet right. Yi Bei gritted his teeth and spoke. Xianyuan Hongwu gave Yi Bei one last look with complicated eyes and did not say any more. Turning around, he walked towards the outside of the lab with another quick step. I will find a way to keep the program running, you only have a week. His back disappeared in the door of the lab, and Yi Bei's gaze became incomparably complicated. Lu Haoyun watched as the two men's conversation ended and the air in the lab froze. His heart was also filled with mixed feelings. Yi Bei was bent on serving the country, he also wanted to save the people, he also wanted to take the dangerous path for the future of the country. Xianyuan Hongwu wanted to save the people first and wait for everything to stabilize before embarking on the plan, taking the steady path. Both of them who were right, but also for each other to give a step. Yi Bei originally planned to start the action after a month, but now it was directly advanced to a week. Before Xianyuan Hongwu left, he still believed in Yi Bei this time and found a way for him to go for a week. If, after a week, there were still no funds coming, for the sake of the overall situation of the entire Xia country, the plan can only be stopped. I still have a few companies, I sell out can also be worth a few tens of billions, more or less first top it. Lu Haoyun looked at Yi Bei and threw down a sentence with a clench of his teeth. Then turned around and left the lab. Relax, I believe in you, go along with what you want. Lu Yongping patted Yi Bei's shoulder and said in a deep voice. I will also go and think of a way, after being the dean for so many years, 80 billion or 80 billion is still manageable. After saying this, he directly turned around and left the laboratory. In the empty laboratory, Yi Bei was soon left alone again. Only this time, the air was inexplicably depressing and lonely. Chapter 113 Counterattack, Descent. 1 week. After Xianyuan Hongwu left, he allocated all $1 billion to stabilize the financial system. Barely able to maintain the panic in the Xia market no longer appearing to grow. But this kind of action was only a reprieve. In addition, in order to continue to maintain the implementation of the future blueprint program, Shenyuan Hongwu had no choice but to ask the Bear Country for assistance. For this reason, he even personally flew to the Bear Country and had a full day of exchanges with Pulse. In the end, PERS decided to provide $4 trillion to the Summer Kingdom for working capital. This money was already considered more than enough for the Bear Country, which had the 9th largest global economy and only 10 trillion in annual treasury earnings. And it was at moments like these that both the Bati Kingdom and the Black State countries also lent a helping hand. Although they were all relatively backward, their own economies were in quite a predicament, and even unable to unravel from time to time. But they still voted for Xia to join the World Federation like they did back then, and all of them didn't hesitate to take out as much money as they could. Altogether, they brought $3 trillion to Xia. The other Western countries not only did not give a helping hand at this time. Instead, they fell on the well and followed the stars and stripes to issue economic sanctions. A new wave of sanctions on all aspects of Xia's industry. Shenyuan Hongwu sat in the conference room all day long, either in meetings or discussing more favorable solutions with the top brass. This wave of funds from Jinhai City could not be saved. In the conference room, the executives listened to Shenyuan Hongwu's words and hurriedly opened their mouths. Jinhai City's real estate industry was almost washed out, and if this 100 billion wasn't taken to maintain stability, it wouldn't take 3 days for it to be completely finished. At that time, the entire Jinhai City will completely collapse, and the influence of the first-tier city circle that has been established for so many years will immediately break down. Listening to these words, Shenyuan Hongwu rubbed his brain head is almost fried. Since he took office, there has never been a day when he would be so worried because of money. Save, at most transfer to 70 billion, let the cadres of Jinhai City to think of their own way, I do not believe that they cannot find out 2 or 3 billion. Shenyuan Hongwu quickly filled in the numbers on top of the spaces. Directly stamped with a red seal and pushed this material out. Without any further ado, he directly looked at the next one. The various petition documents presented by the nation made his brain ache these days. This. The senior who was holding the documents had a difficult face. But before he could proceed to whine, Shenyuan Hongwu had already opened his mouth and Yibei said 1 week, but what if something goes wrong, we have to buy in 2 weeks. Saying that, he also raised his head to look at the other party. For the sake of the future plan, everyone has to work hard. We have this amount of money, 1 point still has to be broken into 2 halves to spend. With half a month's time, I believe Yibei will definitely not let us down, said Shenyuan Hongwu and continued to bury his head and corrected the documents. Even though he said this on his lips, he still had no bottom in his heart. One could only hope that Yibei wouldn't let everyone down this time. In the midst of a panic in the outside world, the highest ministry of the summer country was doing its best to maintain stability. This week finally came to the last day. It was like climbing a mountain with a huge rock on your back and looking up to see the top of the mountain. The hearts of all the people were tense. They knew that they were at the top of the mountain right in front of them. But they didn't know whether the back of that mountain was purgatory or the brightly rising sun. Empty sky base. Yibei's exclusive laboratory was packed with people today. Shenyuan Hongwu was here with a few of the higher-ups, as well as Lin Tianlei and Lu Yongping, all of them. Lu Haoyun was hurriedly directing all the staff to monitor all aspects of data. In front of one computer, every staff member was nervously inputting data. If one looked carefully, one could see that on each computer, there was a large amount of data information pouring in from various countries at all times. And as the data gradually became less and less, after a few minutes, all the information, one by one, was locked on the computer. In front of the huge electronic screen, Yibei had his hands propped up on the console, his eyes staring tightly at the virtual world map in the screen. The densely packed green dots on it were distributed amongst countless countries. Shenyuan Hongwu and Lu Yongping, Lin Tianlei and the others stood just a meter behind Yibei. Their gazes were equally tense as they looked at everything on it. Chairman, all the data from around the globe had been fully locked, including those that hadn't left the factory, and none of the anti-gravity cars had been missed. After Lu Haoyun checked everyone's computers one by one, he said to Yibei with a serious look. Yibei nodded and glanced sideways at Shenyuan Hongwu. He then opened the touch panel and simply tapped his finger on it a few times. At that moment, on the electronic screen, those green dots within the scope of the Stars and Stripes country, the Worm country, and the Gang country started to turn red in large swathes. At this moment, a data command on several computers was firing out to the outside world at an extremely fast speed. It was like 1,000 threads that instantly traveled to the corners of the countries. An alarm then sounded inside the lab. You are in the middle of an emergency maneuvering command, please pay attention to safety. You are in the middle of an emergency maneuvering command, please pay attention to safety. Amidst the sound of this alarm, Yibei once again clicked a few times. All the green dots within the world all started to turn red, and one after another looked quite spectacular on the electronic screen. It was as if terrifying locusts had instantly invaded the whole world. In just a few tens of seconds, the entire world map had all turned red. The red light shooting out from the huge electronic screen shone on everyone's face. Get ready to watch the news. After doing this, Yibei turned around to look at the crowd behind him. His face was expressionless, and there seemed to be a hint of vengeful flames looming in the depths of his eyes.
At the same moment,
the globe underwent a huge change. The Stars and Stripes, the Bug Country, and the Gang Country were the first to react. A data command was sent from nowhere, like a point of light into all the anti-gravity cars that were in the process. On the green chip inside the car, a current wave picked up the signal. Then without hesitation, it sent an electric wave signal directly to the chip's general control according to the instruction. Immediately afterward, regardless of whether it was running, or parked at home, or just assembled an energized anti-gravity car in the factory, all of them directly stopped running at this instant without warning. The anti-gravity cars that were traveling in the sky above the three countries instantly lost their anti-gravity function. Immediately afterward, they began to follow the direction of inertia and were pulled down by Blue Star's enormous gravitational force.
Screams resounded in the air. The scythe of the god of death was swinging wildly at this moment.
Chapter 114, Death of the Dead, Panic of the Panicked. The anti-gravity cars in the air, each one of them was falling at extreme speed. Some directly crashed straight into the skyscrapers in front of them. The glass was instantly shattered by the impact. In the midst of more people's terrified screams, they plummeted downwards at great speed, like murderous swords. But more of it flew down to the ground. It smashed into other cars with a loud bang, or crashed directly into the driveway. The body made of steel was instantly twisted and deformed, and was squeezed into a large mass of scrap metal.
The passengers inside even became mincemeat on the spot.
Blood burst out from the windows of the car, and white bones poked through the roof of the car. Other vehicles braked urgently, and traffic immediately became congested. Pedestrians on the side of the road screamed, and the drivers who came down from their cars were scared half to death as they watched the horrific scene in front of them.
And just at the moment they watched, boom!
Another anti-gravity car fell from a high altitude, smashing straight into a car next to it. At this moment, everyone on the road all looked up into the air. It was a sight like a falling meteor. An anti-gravity car fell straight towards the ground. The cars that hit the ground, their fuel tanks leaked and exploded. At this moment, everyone panicked to the extreme. Frantically scattering in all directions, they left their cars behind and ran towards the building they thought was safe. The crowd near the explosion had blood on their faces. Some even screamed in terror as half of their faces were struck by the blastidon flying out of their bodies.
The atmosphere of death surrounded everyone.
The originally calm city became the home of the death show at this moment. Each swing of the scythe took away a large number of lives. Blood stained everyone's hearts red. On this day, the Stars and Stripes, the Bug Country, and the Gang Country were collectively dominated by this fear.
It happened unexpectedly and ended very quickly.
In a matter of minutes, all the anti-power vehicles all stopped functioning. Other than these three countries, the other countries did not have this horrifying scene. All of the anti-gravity cars had turned on their autopilot mode after receiving the command and landed smoothly on the ground. Then they turned off their engines and finished in a state of confusion for the car owners. No matter how it was started, it didn't respond in the slightest. Angry curses and grumpy roars resounded in every corner of the world. All the people who owned anti-gravity cars were blown up. More than 600 automobile companies were also confused on this day.
1 hour later.
It was only after an hour that the consequences of this incident completely exploded.
With Stars and Stripes being the most serious, traffic jams appeared on the main roads of almost every major city.
A large number of car owners abandoned their cars and fled.
There were so many cars left behind that the tow trucks couldn't even finish dragging them out.
The anti-gravity cars that were damaged at the scene were even more than enough to make them panic. There were crashed cars and cold corpses everywhere. All aspects of the cleanup work were almost too busy, and the entire Stars and Stripes nation was in disarray on this day. Learning that the anti-gravity car had crashed out of control, the families of those dead car owners erupted. Millions of people assembled in major cities to begin a truly horrific parade. The $0 purchase event was even more sensationally staged again on this day, and it was even more crazy than before. Because it was the entire Star-Spangled Nation, almost all the big cities all appeared this kind of situation. The capital, the Black Palace, was even surrounded by more than 100,000 angry people. Return my family's life, the dog of the Star-Spangled Nation rolled out to be responsible.
The anti-gravity car is a scam. Stars and Stripes is harming people for profiteering. Break into the Black Palace and let them shoot us here today. Charge in. Make those politicians pay in blood. Charge in.
The shouting was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. The people, cranky over the deaths of their loved ones, charged at the instigation of the leaders.
The Black Court was shaken on this day.
Not only the Black Palace, but all the other countries had the same scene. Only relatively not as terrifying. But all of them were also holding signs, and thousands of people paraded the streets, launching protest marches against the importation of Star-Spangled Nation's anti-gravity cars.
The event quickly exploded on the internet. A large number of international media outlets clamored for coverage. Major newspapers and large internet platforms were swept up by the news.
Stars and Stripes, the anti-gravity vehicle has suffered a serious malfunction, or a technical reason, and has now caused at least 20,000 casualties. Ice Times, the Stars and Stripes anti-gravity vehicle is a holocaust for all mankind. All vehicles around the world are all unable to start, or are a fraud. Lancey Daily, this anti-gravity vehicle malfunctioning incident has caused a large-scale strike, which has had an extremely negative impact on society, and the Stars and Stripes should immediately step in to solve all the problems. Journal of Scientific Research, some experts have researched the Stars and Stripes anti-gravity vehicle and found that its anti-gravity technology may be part of the cost of construction. There were all sorts of negative news then when Stars and Stripes had just launched the anti-gravity vehicle before. It permeated the globe in an instant. Countries were also enraged by this incident, and they all pointed their fingers at Star-Spangled Nation, strongly accusing it of immediately coming forward to make a statement. More than 600 automobile companies all spoke out jointly on the same day, seriously questioning the technicality of Stars and Stripes' anti-gravity automobile. Various requests for the return of orders and compensation for losses followed one after another. At this time, Bernard was still studying how to make the anti-gravity technology more realistic in the research room. However, the door of the research room was viciously kicked fast. Puchuan had a grumpy face, and that look almost wanted to eat Bernard on the spot. "How the hell did you design this?" Puchuan walked up and yelled angrily at Bernard. "At least 160,000 people were killed or injured today because of this. You know what? Look at all this, it's all you're doing." Bernard, who had sold billions of dollars, was still happy, but he didn't expect Puchuan to come in and give him a scolding. The whole person froze in place, a face of confusion. After picking up the information and checking it out, the confusion on his face turned into horror and finally became fear. How could this be possible? Bernard's mind instantly went blank. There was no way this could happen. How could he not expect this to happen? "You're waiting to be condemned." Puchuan looked at Bernard, who had no idea what the problem was, threw down a sentence and directly turned around to leave. At the same moment, the major car companies responsible for production in the Star-Spangled Nation, their branch stores all over the place were smashed to pieces. The headquarters of the car companies in the Stars and Stripes country were even completely set on fire. The top management of the car companies were still celebrating in the restaurants for making a lot of money these days. The phone call directly made them panic. Some of the car company executives who learned about what happened directly fainted on the spot. At the same time, representatives sent by various countries arrived at Stars and Stripes in droves, demanding that the huge orders be refunded and compensation be made. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't stop this time. For a time, no matter if it was the inner populace or the outer car companies of the various countries, all of them drove the Stars and Stripes to the wall. This time, the Stars and Stripes country was in a big mess. Chapter 115, The Dragon has reverse scales, touching them will lead to death. A large number of car companies in Stars and Stripes were forced to start paying out. Insurance companies followed suit. Faced with more than 100,000 casualties, there were also millions of anti-gravity cars. Just the compensation work alone directly emptied all their family funds. Many medium-sized car companies directly declared bankruptcy, and some of their bosses didn't hesitate to leap off the rooftop to become Spider-Man. And that was just the situation within the Star-Spangled Nation. Representatives from various countries arrived in Star-Spangled Nation one after another. They were the real showstoppers. Everyone flocked to the Black Palace en masse. At this time, the Black Palace was already surrounded by soldiers, expelling all the marchers from the Black Palace. Because the situation was too serious, 10,000 people were directly mobilized for guarding. The representatives of various countries were brought to the Black Palace in a crowded manner, and all of them had more or less angry expressions. Puchuan, who was informed of the news, had his scalp tingling and had already ducked to the side. The ones who came out to greet them were some of the higher-ups. "Return all the orders we signed, give us a reasonable explanation, and compensate us." These representatives walked into the Black Palace seat without even sitting down. Facing the Star-Spangled Nation's senior staff, they directly made their demands. Many countries are up to trillions of orders, such a huge loss not to mention the serious adverse social impact. The indirect losses caused by the strike in the next few days alone were incalculable. Anti-gravity car such a big failure, you Stars and Stripes country without testing perfect directly out, this is clearly pit people. We won't leave until we are dealt with properly this time. I should have known that I would have gone to order Xia's anti-gravity car. Their anti-gravity car didn't have the slightest problem and is still in normal use today. Yeah, I've just finished watching the news, only your Stars and Stripes country's anti-gravity car has problems. Give us a statement, now immediately let the finance department give us a refund for compensation. The representatives of the various countries chattered. The 7 mouths of one more than one emotionally excited noise. This time it can be said that there are a lot of people, even the always strong Stars and Stripes had to bow down. After all, if you offend so many countries, then the next road will not be easy to walk. Then Puchuan quickly ordered the countries to sign the order for a refund. As for the compensation issue, it was put into the future to discuss. The representative of each country is also very sensible, can return the order money is already good. Compensation, that is only used to pressure the stars and stripes. After sending these neighbors away, the matter of their own family still hasn't been resolved. A large number of car companies have declared bankruptcy, without even a payout from the people. Cars crashed, not to mention, even people died, not even a penny compensation, this who can bear. A large number of marchers were sitting on their knees outside the Black Palace, playing horns and holding signs, not leaving at all. Puxian looked at the overwhelming crowd through the window of the Black Palace, and his head hurt. Reparations, money from the treasury to compensate them. He had no choice, it was breaking out all over the country, and if he didn't compensate them this time, the consequences would be immense. And Bernard in the Scientific Research Institute was still red-eyed at the moment, studying exactly what had gone wrong. Over and over again he cracked the main control system which might have gone wrong. Finally, after a few hours of research, he found the answer. Ah! Yi Xia! It's you again, it's you again. Bernard looked at the red string of unchangeable program instructions on the computer and roared angrily, "You backstabbing villain." That was an incredibly simple line of program, but it was the key in the entire main control system of the anti-gravity cars. Without it, these anti-gravity cars could not operate. That's why when it was first reproduced, he had directly copied the main control program over. I'm going to sue you at the World Federation for causing this murder. I want you to lose your reputation and go to the World Court. Bernard roared in a somewhat frenzied rage. But at the same time, Yi Bei inside the lab had a bland face. Everyone inside the lab had seen what happened today. Not only Shen Yuan Hangu, Lu Yongping, and the others all looked at Yi Bei with some horror. They knew what was going on with those red dots just now. That was Yi Bei forcibly paralyzing all the anti-gravity cars around the world through a command from the electronic system. But for what Star-Spangled Nation did, it really kind of made them feel a bit scared. Stars and Stripes was the world's #1 hegemonic empire anyways, and they had more carrier formations than the whole world combined. In modernized warfare, their military combat capabilities and concepts were world-class. To give people over 100,000 casualties in one go, and to cause huge economic losses that could not be estimated, this was horrifying. Now that Xiao was in trouble both internally and externally, in case a new war broke out, then it would really be the moment of adding insult to injury and the survival of the country. But the blandness on Yi Bei's face told everyone that he didn't care about this at all. The time has come, Manager Lu, go ahead with the plan. Yi Bei looked down at the series of moves made by Stars and Stripes and waved his hand to Lu Haoyun, who was standing respectfully beside him. Lu Haoyun now looked at Yi Bei's eyes with more reverence than for his grandfather. This kind of vengeful move, reckless and horrible behavior, only he dared to do so. Every one of these old men present was quite calm and sophisticated, how could they not dare to go so far? In his eyes, Yi Bei really was the new generation of strong men. It was the rising man who was bound to take Xia to the top of the world. This really won't be a problem? Yi Bei, let's just play it safe. Lin Tianlei, who has always been irritable, is beginning to hesitate in his heart at this moment. Don't worry, the Superstar Chain program is on the horizon. The Star-Spangled Nation is not going to make a move, they will definitely hold back. They will only retaliate madly after the Star Chain program is completely successful. The corner of Yi Bei's mouth revealed a cold smile, like a prophet who was in control of everything. With regards to this old rival, Yi Bei knew everything in his heart. Moreover, this time it was also this group of dogs that forced him. They actually dared to snipe the summer financial market and make the summer economy collapse overnight. Moreover, what made him even more angry was that he also sent someone to assassinate the old man. This matter directly poked his pain point and lifted his scales. The time he had been in contact with his relatives in his life had always been very short. The dad in his memory had only appeared 2 or 3 times, and every time he appeared, he was still the image of being out of tune. And mom has also been busy with various criminal investigation matters, making it difficult to see. Only grandpa had been with him these 18 years. He had lost a lot in the past 18 years, and he only had this one and only relative. Whoever dares to touch him, he dares to make whoever disappears directly from this world. Not to mention a small family, a small country. Even if it was the entire Blue Star, if it harmed his loved ones and crumbled his homeland, then one day, he would definitely make Blue Star disappear from this universe as well. Yi Bei's eyes were deep, gazing at the news advisory on the computer, and his mind was already calculating a big event in the future. And on the other side, Lu Haoyun had already followed Yi Bei's instructions and utilized the news media to send a circular to the whole world. As soon as the circular was sent out, the entire world shook. Chapter 116: Incompetent Rage. An anti-gravity automobile launched by Force Technology Company was stolen and disappeared from the customs of the Summer Kingdom 34 days ago. The courtship may have been stolen. Xia has initiated an investigation program. Once the stealer is found, it will be immediately pursued for legal responsibility. and require them to compensate for all the economic losses caused to Force Technology Corporation. This notice, under the coverage of the major media, quickly spread around the world. When it appeared in front of Puchuan's lungs were about to explode. This was a plot by Xia. He was not a little cutie. Immediately understood all that was going on here. Everything had been arranged by Force Tech from the very beginning. That Xia had counted on the fact that they, the Star-Spangled Nation, would try their best to steal an anti-gravity car to study the technology in it. So they spent hundreds of millions of dollars, used a lot of minions, and thought they were very secretive. In fact, all of them were under the surveillance of others. Subsequently, the matter of Bernard reproducing an anti-gravity car that belonged to all of the Stars and Stripes and then putting it on sale globally was also all something that they had long predicted. They had calculated everything in order to use the chip to control the global anti-gravity cars on this day. Following that, it would cause a huge wave of impact on the society and world influence of the Stars and Stripes. Everything had been arranged in a clear-cut manner. He, who thought he was smart, had actually fallen into the trap that Xia had set up long ago. Xia was looking for death. Puchuan's face reddened with anger, hammering the table and roaring angrily. And now that this notice came out, they didn't even have a chance to open their mouths to complain. Originally, they were the ones who stole it in the first place, and if they came forward to accuse Xia, it would be the same as admitting that their anti-gravity technology was stolen from Xia. This would completely let the world know that Stars and Stripes didn't have anti-gravity technology, it was all Xia's technology. It was tantamount to giving Xia a wave of advertisements in disguise, increasing the influence of Xia's scientific research. At the same time, it also let the world see the face of their Stars and Stripes, and it would also lower the technology of the big country that they had been touting. No matter how they did it, Star-Spangled Nation wouldn't be able to reap half a penny of benefits. Thinking about it, Puchuan was almost on the verge of passing out from anger. At the same time, all the countries of the world had similarly understood all of this. Stars and Stripes had fallen for a big pussy. This time, it was purely letting the Xia Kingdom play a trick on them for nothing. And now they were still mute, unable to speak of their suffering. Many people clapped their hands for Xia's move. This kind of scheme, only the Summer Country people can play so powerful. After all, other people's old ancestors had already started using the 36 stratagems to fight thousands of years ago. They were still charging and slashing with crossed swords back then. Whoever was ruthless was powerful. This time, Xia had not only sniped the financial market of the Stars and Stripes, causing many car companies to be directly finished, but also causing serious social unrest. In addition to these, they have been through the Stars and Stripes. This move to detect the global market cake. The next will certainly be incomparably precise asking price sales, drain all the money that countries can take out, to ensure that it will not be sold at a low price. Pulse watched the news with immense awe in his eyes. This old neighbor of theirs had had its glories and its downfalls, but they had never fallen. This crisis, surely, would be survived without a hitch as well. Just as he had said. Shortly after the first announcement was made. In a short moment's time, another announcement was sent out by Lu Haoyun. We examined the anti-gravity cars of the Stars and Stripes, and found that their anti-gravity technology is false, and they are only using a new type of aerodynamic technology to reach the illusion of anti-gravity. The Force Technology Company, on the other hand, has always used real anti-gravity technology. In view of the current situation in the global market, Force Technology Corporation has withdrawn its anti-gravity automobile and made a brand new design. This afternoon at 1400 hours summer time, we will be using a teardown to globally publicize the new anti-gravity car. This time, the anti-gravity car has received a significant performance boost and will definitely provide a true sci-fi experience for its owners. This afternoon at 1400 hours summer time, the official account of the global network, a global live broadcast, do not wait to see. The sensation caused by this announcement was even more terrifying. It drew the attention of over 100 million netizens within an hour. Star-Spangled Nation's anti-gravity car was a fake? No wonder their cars suddenly stalled. Inferior product, victimizing us. Nothing has gone wrong with Force Tech's cars. I'm looking forward to their new products, hopefully at a lower price. Disassembled for public testing, looks like Force Tech is really confident. I wonder what this one will look like again, hopefully it will look slightly better. Star-Spangled Nation, that's to blame for selling it without developing it and killing so many people. Below the notice, a large number of netizens are talking here. Air and Space Base. Shen Yuan Hangwu and the others watched this maneuver of Yi Bei, and each of them marveled. They didn't expect Yi Bei to make such an amazing move. His goal was more than just probing the market and earning more revenue. He also wanted to use this to snipe the financial market of the Star-Spangled Nation and give them a hammer blow as well. A large number of car companies in the current Stars and Stripes country had gone bankrupt, and millions of workers had lost their jobs and were in the middle of parading the streets. At the same time, the same scale of families victimized by anti-gravity cars are also parading around seeking compensation. On top of that, there's the $0 shopping campaign that's spreading across the globe, as well as a huge increase in crime that's traumatizing society quite badly. These are all negative impacts that Stars and Stripes is suffering from at the moment. How the Summer Kingdom had been hurt, how Yi-Bei was going to make them savor it. In Yi-Bei's eyes, he would definitely avenge any grudges. Especially this kind of existence that hurt his loved ones and harmed his family's country could not be tolerated in the slightest. If we can absorb all those orders that the Star-Spangled Kingdom spit out, we will be saved. Xian Yuan Hongwu's face had surfaced with joy and said to Yi-Bei, "That's $27 trillion of revenue, able to go up to a large extent to fill the deficit. Coupled with the subsequent income from force technology, Xia would be enough to tide over this disaster. Less, those capitalist countries' pockets are still full, these orders alone are not enough." Yi-Bei shook his head, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The dissatisfaction in his tone made even Xian Yuan Hongwu startled. "Get ready to start the live broadcast." Yi-Bei looked at his watch and said to Lu Haoyun. Lu Haoyun nodded without hesitation and immediately went to arrange matters. Let's go make a lot of money." Yi-Bei put down the computer in his hands and smiled at the crowd. With that, a crowd of people left the lab in great numbers and headed towards the venue of the live broadcast. Chapter 117, Draining Their Wallets. The closed road outside the Air and Space Base. The testing site of the new anti-gravity car. Yi-Bei had already gathered here with Xian Yuan Hongwu and the others. In the center of the spacious road, a container was quietly placed. What was contained there was the latest model of anti-gravity automobile designed by Yi-Bei. Next to the car, a small platform had been temporarily built to display the real anti-gravity technology. The technicians were conducting simulation tests to ensure that nothing would go wrong with the next live broadcast. Lu Haoyun, on the other hand, was happily watching, his face full of smiles. "Chairman, we're going to get rich this time, ha." Following Yi-Bei to complete a series of planned initiatives, he now understood everything. Has not yet begun global sales, he is already thinking about countless riches. What does Fussy look like? Lu Yongping didn't wait for Yi-Bei to open his mouth, he directly reprimanded first, "The company has just been established, where is this?" Being reprimanded by his grandfather, Lu Haoyun put away the smile on his face and nodded his head. Yi-Bei looked at the grandparents and grandchildren and smiled, "The dean is right, this is only the beginning of our company. In case we go out into the universe in the future and start doing business with aliens, you won't be overjoyed." Hearing this, the crowd laughed. Lu Haoyun also scratched his head in some embarrassment. A few moments passed. Everything was ready and the time came to 14 o'clock. Still on the original website, the global public beta test for the new anti-gravity car was once again opened. This time, it was Yi-Bei who took out his family's best stuff. The real anti-gravity technology developed a car that was several times stronger than the previous kind. As the live broadcast opened, hundreds of millions of netizens flooded in. Lu Haoyun, who had already organized his state, immediately turned to the camera and started talking. First, he showed the world the true anti-gravity technology, giving everyone a guarantee of credibility and safety. At the same time, it also proved that the Summer Country now truly possessed this cross-generation cutting-edge technology. Subsequently, this was followed by opening the live broadcast of the actual test. Looking at the somewhat mysterious container, netizens from all over the globe were filled with anticipation. In the midst of these countless pairs of eyes full of anticipation, the container opened. An incomparably cool, technology-filled future car appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The design of this one was the masterpiece that truly matched the human aesthetic of speed. Compared to the Star and Stripes Nation's kind of design of a completely run-of-the-mill car, Yi-Bei's conception carried more of a sense of future technology, and the appearance alone made people feel like they had traveled into the future. And the driving effect inside is an absolutely top-notch experience. A holographic projection of the front windshield, real-time display of all the data. Even if you don't know how to drive, after enabling the automatic driving, you can immediately experience the excellent experience of human vehicle unity. And just when all the netizens were marveling, the scissor doors opened automatically. This time the slightly chubby man in a handsome uniform walked out. Taking big steps, he sat on the driver's seat. The confident look, the six-parent pace, gave people the feeling as if driving this kind of car made them a man of the world. Ignition start, the car slowly stretched out 4 tires underneath. You can move freely on the ground. Exactly the same as an ordinary car. And by putting away the wheels and activating the anti-gravity device, the car instantly levitated. Amidst the shocked eyes of countless people, it moved rapidly in the air. The speed was obviously up a notch from before, and it looked even more silky and smooth. When it fell, it could likewise open its tires and glide just like an airplane. This design gave the car more possibilities. In the middle of the city where the airspace is narrower, in the environment that restricts high altitude, it can still be used normally as a car. All of this live broadcast situation made the entire live broadcast room still boil with excitement. Everyone was shocked by this design. This is the real anti-gravity car, what the hell is that from Stars and Stripes? Grandma's leg, I really want an anti-gravity car like this.
With such a complicated design, I guess it's ridiculously expensive, not something we can afford. It's not a limited edition, is it? I've got $10 billion in assets, but I can't get it. Land and air dual use, this car is simply, how to buy will not lose. A car double experience, can Imperial Sister can lowly, sorry wallet, this time I really want to buy this fun thing. Give me a chance, it's really not too expensive, okay? I really want it. Hoo-hoo. Force Tech is awesome, over the stars and stripes garbage anti-gravity car and make the world fly. The outcry from the netizens of various countries was quite high. Enthusiastic voices rose and fell in the live broadcast pop-up screen. But what everyone was most concerned about was the price. After all, such an automobile, just by looking at it, one would know that it was not a mortal object. Still, they hoped to hear a bit of possible good news. The actual test of the automobile soon ended. Lu Haoyun smiled and opened his mouth based on the previous setup. The anti-gravity car developed by our company will be put on sale for the world starting this day, and all car companies around the world are welcome to come and order it. As for the price that everyone is most concerned about, we will reveal it to you in a slightly later step. Next, I will first tell you an even more shocking and amazing new news. Lu Haoyun finished speaking to the camera. He then turned around and pulled back the curtain on the platform with one hand. A model of a small city then appeared in the live broadcast. But what was different from an ordinary city was, in the midst of the skyscrapers, an elevator suspended in the air crisscrossed the city. When Lu Haoyun then flicked it, the lines of these elevators changed. Just like wooden planks suspended in the air, with a casual flick, they changed direction and connected to other buildings. Anti-gravity elevator. Utilizing our company's self-developed anti-gravity technology, we are constructing a new mode of transportation for the sci-fi era. Transportation in major countries around the globe has always been overwhelming, but if we can make good use of unused airspace, build a future sci-fi anti-gravity elevator and combine it with the anti-gravity car developed by our company. No matter how crowded the city is, it will become smooth and unobstructed. Our company will start the cooperation booking for the construction of anti-gravity elevator from now on. This cooperation is limited to 1 week, and this is the only chance. If you miss it, you will never be able to build an anti-gravity elevator city again. All countries around the globe are welcome to come and cooperate. The opportunity is not to be missed again. Lu Haoyun said and pressed the remote control button in his hand. The anti-gravity elevator in the simulated city immediately began to run. Various strange combinations and matches were able to be changed at any time. Even if the city's buildings changed location, the elevator was able to change on its own. The powerful flexibility made everyone marvel. Many researchers from various countries who were watching the live broadcast had immediately started to contact the political bureau. After all, this was a 1-week limited cooperation, and it would never be built again. Chapter 118, 499,000, Make a Friend. The proposal of the anti-gravity elevator not only shocked the countries. The hundreds of millions of people in the live broadcast room were equally shocked by it. A high-tech device that was erected in the air and could change its connection position in real time according to demand. Imagine going from this building to that building every day with a distance of only a few dozen meters, and being able to go there in minutes. The feeling is simply exhilarating. Coupled with an anti-gravity car. Some places can even realize the ground and air within 2 areas of the city construction. This really will allow human city construction to enter a new era. The leaders of the countries that have learned this news have rushed to the live broadcast room to watch. After seeing the situation in the simulated city, every one of them was stunned. This is completely the future technology. Unbelievable, this kind of technology applied to city construction, what a great idea. The Force Technology Company would only give it one chance, and it was estimated that the asking price wouldn't be low. Even if the price is sky-high, Lancashire must be taken. This technology can greatly improve the efficiency of our work. In the long run, the benefits earned and the impact on the development of society, far more than his current asking price. What others have we can't do without. Several key cities in the Bear Country must have anti-gravity elevators. After a short period of consideration, the leaders of the countries almost all slapped their hands on the decision without hesitation. Although it was not yet known what the price given by the Force Technology Company was. But this kind of cross-generation technology was worth the money they would drop in exchange for it. And more importantly, this construction Force Technology Company only gives one chance. If you don't build it and another country builds it, you'll fall behind. You don't want to go backward, you have to have it. In that case, everyone will have to buy this construction. Yi Bei had already counted them all into it long ago. An anti-gravity car alone wasn't enough to drain their wallets. It was the attached deadline city construction that would make them willingly shell out all their money. Lu Haoyun finished his introduction. Only then did he shift back to the anti-gravity car. The hundreds of millions of netizens in the live broadcast room were about to get impatient. Give me a price to die for, don't torture me, okay? I'll say a number, $99, 1 million units on the shelves now, and the world is open for grabs. I reckon I can't get it without $30 million. What are you thinking?
This is a brand new upgraded version of the anti-gravity car. According to the last public test, this is estimated to cost over 100 million, or even 200 million summer dollars to purchase. Yeah, and I have a feeling it's still a limited edition. This flying height and flying speed is far beyond what it was before. We'll probably have to wait for the next batch of the shortened version of the Sticky Flyer if we want to buy the Pro version. Alas, my wallet is very empty, but my heart really wants it.
The netizens in the live room were more anxious than one another.
But all of them also already had their predictions in terms of price. Lu Haoyun in the live broadcast room, however, finally opened his mouth to say the price at this moment.
The interlude is over, let me reveal the final selling price of this anti-gravity car behind me. Lu Haoyun reached out and patted the anti-gravity automobile, the corners of his mouth hooking into a smile.
Then facing the live broadcast room, he opened his mouth loudly.
This anti-gravity automobile, for all the people of the world, make friends with everyone, the lowest matching anti-gravity automobile selling price is only 499,999 xia yuan. The high configuration on the bottom is not capped. Our efforts are to let all mankind feel the progress of science and technology. The Force Technology Company aims at the world's technological future.
Lu Haoyun opened his mouth aloud. The voice fell in the ears of every netizen, leaving them completely shocked.
A price of $499,009. This was simply a figure that no one had even dared to think about.
They originally thought it would be 100 million, 200 million, or a lower price of tens of millions. And they didn't expect Force Tech to directly give a super low price of less than $1 million.
I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Just $500,000? My goodness, the Force Technology Company, this is really a big loss of money to give away? I'm so stupid, I can't even buy it that cheap. $1 million for a piece of car from the Stars and Stripes? If I ever buy anything from Stars and Stripes again, I'll eat it live. Car companies, promise me you'll order Force Tech's anti-gravity car right now, okay?
I love Yixia, he's a model for the world's researchers. Yixia is 10,000 times stronger than the Star-Spangled Nation's Bernard. The Star-Spangled Nation's garbage scientists can't snatch Yixia and turn their backs on him. It's disgusting.
Countless netizens excitedly sent pop-ups in the live broadcast.
Lu Haoyun cut off the live broadcast in the midst of a chorus of voices. The live broadcast was over, but the world's shock was still frantically continuing. There was a great deal of chatter from the people of various countries. It was strongly hoped that their own countries would be able to enter into cooperation with Force Tech.
The major car companies were even incomparably anxious to send representatives to Force Technology.
Only $500,000 summer dollars, less than $100,000 sales price of the anti-gravity car.
This kind of low price will directly subvert the entire automobile industry completely.
The previous fuel gas vehicles and electric new energy vehicles will all be declared out of this era. All human beings will step into the new anti-gravity car era in the near future. This is a huge step forward, and all the patents are owned by the Force Technology Company.
1700 hours p.m.
Inside the company in Kyoto, summer, it was already crowded with managers from all the major car companies based in summer. All of them nodded their heads and bowed their heads, incomparably respectful as they dealt with the personnel in the company. eBay's regulation was a globally unified sales price, without any geographical map difference, all unified 499999.
The price for them to export is 299,999.
Car companies can earn away which 200,000 gross profit, in addition to all the taxes and so on. Each car can earn at least 70,000 or 80,000 summer dollars. Although compared to the previous fuel car profit is much less. But this was the rules set by eBay, and there was nothing they could do if they didn't want to abide by them. The representatives who scrambled to sign large orders forced those who hesitated to do so to sign as soon as possible, lest they arrive too late and lose the market. In addition to these car companies, some countries directly sent people to sign orders. One of the most representative is the landlord Saudi Arabia, out of the $3 trillion of orders. Although they are few, but they want a good car ordered more than a high configuration of anti-gravity car, anyone is billions of ultra-high configuration. Followed by the Bear country, Beishiatsu country, also in the name of the country to cooperate with the Force Technology Company. At the same time, representatives from various countries quickly arrived in Kyoto, Xia. The building of the anti-gravity elevator was one of the most important things in their trip. And eBay, who had already drawn up the price long ago, was having Lu Haoyun waiting for them in the conference room. This time, he would never rest until he drained the pockets of these capitalist countries in the West.
Chapter 119 Overnight.
World's Richest Man. Force Technology Corporation. In the huge conference room, Lu Haoyun sat alone in the main seat and waited quietly. In order to welcome the representatives from various countries, the conference room chosen was quite large enough to accommodate over 100 people. The chairman was truly a man of God, nothing could escape him. Lu Haoyun couldn't help but sigh as he browsed through the information in his hands that he had already read several times.
From the inception of the company.
Although Yi Bei had never come to the company once, his instructions were guiding the development of the company at every moment. Lu Haoyun had followed everything he said, and the revenue that it was bringing in now could simply be described as terrifying. Even as he watched Stars and Stripes eat up all of the anti-gravity automobile market. In the end, it ended up spitting it out in its original form. And the amount of money that Star Spangled Nation lost in order to close the deal, that's even more uncountable. Follow him, is my 10 years career, have done the most right choice. Lu Haoyun sighed to himself. Suddenly a large footstep sounded outside the door. Immediately afterward, under the leadership of the staff, the representatives of various countries walked in great numbers. Looking at the appearance of these people, a hint of a smile surfaced at the corner of Lu Haoyun's mouth. Welcome to all of you. He stood up and said to the crowd with a smile, please take your seats on your own. The representatives of the various countries didn't make any pretense and found a seat and sat down. There were only about 50 to 60 representatives in attendance. These were the countries that were a bit stronger in all aspects of the Blue Star. As for the others, they couldn't even build the most basic ground facilities well, much less think of spending heavy amounts of money to build air transportation. So they simply didn't come, still minding their own business. Watching everyone take their seats, Lu Haoyun then proceeded to speak. The Force Technology Company welcomes everyone to come and cooperate with us. This cooperation has more representatives, so we will proceed directly in the form of a meeting, so we won't discuss with you one-on-one slowly. The Force Science and Technology Corporation treats all countries in the world equally, and the anti-gravity elevator project will not have any discrimination or preferential treatment. Lu Haoyun said and pressed the remote control in his hand. The PPT made in advance on the huge projector was displayed. Regarding the benefits of the anti-gravity elevator construction I had already mentioned during the live public test, he was able to provide the crowded commercialized metropolis with space for secondary growth. Constructing the entire city into 2 levels, upper and lower, air and ground, reduces traffic pressure and increases the efficiency of work. The anti-gravity elevator is a shortcut for the rapid development of future metropolises. Building it can be said to be a one-off, bringing benefits to the development of the city for at least the next 30 years, able to increase the city's benefits by at least 70 or more per year. Feasibility. We have done a test in the summer country of Kyoto. Everyone please look at the screen, this is the actual scene in Kyoto. Lu Haoyun spoke with confidence. Then released the actual test video of the 3 anti-gravity elevators that have been constructed and appeared in Kyoto. This is a 28-story high air elevator, 2-way elevator widened stairway, can pass at least 500 people per minute. The video played on the big screen, and a large number of people were moving up there driven by the elevator. This unbelievably shocking scene looked at all the representatives present in an uproar. Lu Haoyun was absolutely confident in what Yi Bei had designed. After showing the real live test scene, he even casually manipulated and directly mobilized an anti-gravity elevator to his company building here. The original floor-to-ceiling window had been replaced with an elevator pass. As the huge curtains were pulled open, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Fellow delegates, you can now personally experience the anti-gravity elevator of the future era. All the delegates were stunned by this operation. With Lu Haoyun taking the lead in stepping on it, all of the people also curiously walked up. There were 3-meter-high glass guardrails on both sides, able to protect pedestrians from accidental falls. At the same time, the speed of the elevator was also faster compared to the automatic elevator in the supermarket. In less than 10 seconds, it crossed one building to another. The time saved could be said to be at least 100 times greater. Moreover, the new transportation system would give rise to more industries. Instead of having to go down to the first floor to eat, the middle floor of the building could also become a restaurant. And all sorts of other spin-off industries will grow one after another. These representatives are not cuties. They can see the commercial value of this at a glance. After writing in person, they felt the shock of this advanced technology. Looking at the expression on each of their faces, the corner of Lu Haoyun's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Back in the conference room, he finally opened his mouth and said the price issue that everyone was most concerned about. Our company has already made projections for all major cities around the world and finally determined a uniform price. The construction of the anti-gravity elevator project cooperation at a price of 15 trillion per city, everyone can start considering it now. The moment he said this, the complexion of all the representatives on the scene immediately changed. Although they had thought that the price would be high, they did not expect Lu Haoyun to open his mouth with a price in trillions. This price was too high. A first-tier metropolis would take at least 4 years to pay back its capital even if it doubled the revenue it generated every year. $15 trillion can only build one city. This bid is really unacceptable. We are sincere in cooperating with your company, and we hope that we can continue to negotiate on the price. This project I have to consult the highest ministry. This is too high. I'm afraid our country cannot afford. The conference room was immediately filled with voices. All the delegates wanted to press the price. However, Lu Haoyun had long been prepared for this. This price is already the most favorable. Anti-gravity technology is currently the only company in the world to master our company. We promise at least 30 years of warranty protection. 30 years for the countries is absolutely only profit, not loss, but also help you to create a financial metropolitan area. Moreover, the research and development cost of this technology is really incomparably high. The selling price of 15 trillion, we earn very little profit. His words fell, directly silencing their voices. Regarding the research and development cost of high technology, the representatives of various countries were naturally very clear about it, and it was definitely not a small number. Moreover, there was a full 30 years of warranty protection. 30 years of metropolitan benefits, that was definitely much more than what was spent today. Thinking like this, quite a few people nodded their heads. Thinking about the low price of only 499,999 yuan for the anti-gravity car put on sale by Force Technology, they felt even more that the price was fair. Looking at them, Lu Haoyun's heart was already about to burst with joy. The cost of the anti-gravity technology was Yi-Bei's time. The real cost drain, there really wasn't much money, and it was also a part of his planned project. As for the construction of the city project, the total price was actually just 100 billion. The bid of 1.5 billion was an accurate price calculated by Yi-Bei based on each country's treasury revenues from previous years and the distribution of large cities. Not too much, not too little, just enough for them to be able to afford it. But in their hearts, although they felt it was fair, many people still wanted to keep thinking about it. Lu Haoyun didn't hesitate to continue to make up for it. There is only a week's time for consideration. The cooperation opportunity for the anti-gravity elevator is only this once. You all need to think and make a decision as soon as possible. Hearing this, many people hurriedly called the Supreme Ministry again for confirmation. However, the representative sent by the bear country did not hesitate. He directly opened his mouth to sign a cooperation agreement for the 3 cities with Lu Haoyun right now. Hearing this, Lu Haoyun naturally agreed with a smile on his face. Taking out the contract, he immediately proceeded to sign it. In a matter of minutes, $45 trillion of revenue came directly into the account. We will next immediately send people to the bear country to carry out the construction of the anti-gravity elevator. After saying that, he then looked at the crowd. I hope everyone will consider hurrying up, otherwise the orders that are lined up at the back of the line, that construction might be a whole year slower than others. Once this was said, many people immediately came forward and started signing agreements. The representatives of the other countries, looking at this, also didn't want to be left at the end of the line. Even more eagerly, they hurriedly confirmed with the Supreme Ministry, and then followed closely behind to sign the cooperation agreement. This hand came down, but in half an hour's time. Lu Haoyun had signed 50 cities cooperation projects and got a full $75 trillion. And at the same time, on the other side, the cooperation between the major car companies and the company had also ended. More than 600 car companies around the world all came to Xia for order signing. And the Star-Spangled Nation, which was being toyed with, ordered a ban on cooperation with the Force Technology Company. Once this ban came out, all the car companies in the Stars and Stripes Nation were all enraged. They were already at the end of their rope. The small car companies had gone bankrupt, and the big car companies were on the verge of dying. At this moment, when they saw the opportunity given by Xia, they couldn't wait to sign up. In the face of this ban, the car company bosses brought their workers directly to the Black House to cause trouble. More huge parade let Puchuan headache, and finally can only let go. But the Star-Spangled Nation car companies that came to Xia were dumbfounded. The car priced at 499,999 was exported to other countries at 299,999, but the price given to them was actually 399,999. In addition to the various taxes down, the profit of each car was almost less than 20,000 summer dollars. The meagerness made their hearts go cold. If this is the start of the global sale, their original car companies that stood at the top of the world will fall. Because the income was too small, they would completely become second-rate car companies. But in the face of the trend of anti-gravity cars, they could only be forced to accept this fact in the end. Signed an order with Force Technology. Anti-gravity cars signed 30 trillion orders in one day. That night, a large amount of money started pouring into the account of the Force Technology Company. The originally penniless Yi-Bei. Overnight, he became the richest man in the world. Chapter 120 Saving the Day. Chairman, 105 trillion Lu Haoyun excitedly took all the copies of the order. Enough 2 big boxes appeared in front of Yi-Bei and shouted excitedly. The biggest dream of my life is to create a big group with a market capitalization of $500 billion. Chairman, you are simply a god. Not only have you accomplished my dream, you have done it 200 times over. I've really never seen so much money, 105 trillion What a horrible concept. It would take at least 6 years for the whole of Xia to make that much money. It's only been a few days. Let me worship you. Lu Haoyun couldn't help but be overjoyed. His eyes were already filled with admiration when he looked at Yi-Bei. Not to mention him, even Xianyuan Hanwu was shocked when he learned of this news. He also repeatedly confirmed with people that this was not false news.
After all, 105 trillion, this is not a half a star difference from the 16 trillion Yibei said. The summer country is saved, Yibei is simply a heavenly divine talent. Regulus Hanwu, who confirmed the news in the conference room, was so excited that tears were coming out of his eyes. Many of the top brass were also stunned by the news. At this moment, their previous distrust of Yibei had long since completely disappeared. If Yibei now proposed to travel to the fairy galaxy to look for aliens, they would also immediately agree without hesitation. No reason, just because Yibei had done something that no one would dare to think of. He had created something that no one could create. Empty sky-base laboratory. Yibei looked at Lu Haoyun in front of him and cried and laughed. Okay, not just 105 trillion, you to you? Although this number sounds exaggerated. But Yibei had already been psychologically prepared. Now that a large amount of money had poured into the account, Yibei could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With this money, all the problems will be solved. Prepare, I want to immediately hold a press conference for the people of the country. Yibei pondered for a while and said to Lu Haoyun. Let all the central media help to broadcast it together. I want everyone to open the internet and open the TV to see this press conference. Also, let all the newspapers in the country publish it overnight tonight. Within a week I want the whole country to be united and work together to contribute to the future plan. His words carried a powerful aura. Lu Haoyun nodded repeatedly and immediately began to prepare the relevant matters. Liang Yuan, the minister of the Ministry of Heavenly Information, was informed and immediately began to send a message to all the media outlets in the country. With the full support of the Supreme Ministry, Yibei's live broadcast started an hour later. This time he still wore a mask to cover his face and appeared in front of the camera. At this moment, hundreds of millions of Xia people clicked on their cell phone software or turned on any of the TV stations. The same scene appeared on all of them. Yibei's eyes were serious and his eyebrows were firm as he opened his mouth and spoke to all the people of Xia. The Force Science and Technology Company was founded on the soil of Xia and had earned a total of $105 trillion in cash proceeds from the sale of the current anti-gravity car and anti-gravity elevator projects. Just last week, the summer country, because of the sphere, the Cord family's backroom operation, resulting in the national market instantly lost 28 trillion, huge amount of money. The financial system that our country has worked so hard to build was destroyed by these pests on this day. Tens of thousands of people were displaced, hundreds of millions of people were unemployed and laid off, and all major industries were hit by an unprecedented shock. And all of this is the work of foreign evil forces. It is they who destroyed our homes and created this financial crisis, which is tantamount to a terrorist attack. But we cannot lose our confidence in our motherland, let alone infighting and hurting our own people's behavior. I have decided to invest $50 trillion in our markets in all sectors to rebuild our financial system. Please keep your faith in the future, believe in the motherland, believe in us. The Force Technology Corporation will be with all of you, with the Summer Kingdom. All that has been lost will be rebuilt. As long as we are united and work together to prevent the infiltration of hostile forces, then the Summer Kingdom will surely rise at a faster pace. We, the people of Xia, will definitely stand on top of the world and become the brightest crowd at the center of the world. Yibei raised his arms to the live broadcast. At the same time, more than 700 million people of Xia were watching this scene at the same time. Yibei's confident and firm voice penetrated everyone's heart. Everyone was infected by this power of his. He didn't have grandiose empty talks, but took out $50 trillion of real money to save the people of Xia from the fire. This practical action gave everyone reason to believe in him. That night the bank's withdrawal operations were fully opened, and for the first time, there was no rest at night. After more and more people succeeded in withdrawing their money, they completely believed in what Yibei said. The funds were then stored into the bank once again. Originally, it was expected that $40 trillion would be needed to bail out the market, but in the end, under Yibei's incentive, less than $30 trillion was used. Meanwhile, the people who had learned the truth were even more united in their hatred. A denunciation and protest was launched against the Coeur d'Alene family on the internet that night. It was a unity never seen before in decades. Everyone was energized by Yibei. The hearts of the people who had let their guard down were activated again on this day, and they began to be careful of those suspicious people around them. Mo Yulong, who had just arrived in Xia and was preparing to set up a market, encountered obstacles at every turn. In the end, he was reported by the public, allowing the Xia military to capture him outright. Moreover, spies like him were arrested one after another in the next few days. The entire Xia kingdom had seen unprecedented unity and endeavor. This kind of scene also made Shen Yuan Hongwu's heart greatly energized. Immediately, he deployed personnel to start taking over the mess that was left by the Cord family. Although those companies were drained of funds, the basics were still there, they just didn't have the money to run and declared bankruptcy. At this moment, the Summer Political Bureau injected money again to restart them, and these companies came to life once again. Unemployed and laid-off employees were recalled, and the social order once again regained its former vitality within a very short week. Moreover, because of Yibei's abundant funds, the speed of development had even doubled.
Xianyuan Hangwu also sought Yibei's advice and took out a full $10 trillion to subsidize people's livelihoods, making the people's lives more peaceful. But this thriving everything fell in the eyes of the court family but let them annoyed. As Lester watched Yibei's speech, his entire body trembled with anger. The plan that had been laid out for 30 years was originally intended to make Xia's economy completely collapse and greatly hurt. But never thought that this Yi Xia actually made $1 billion in just 1 week. Even more, he took out half of it and completely revived the Xia kingdom.
Did you hear his speech? He is a madman. Lester looked at the handsome man next to him and roared angrily. He exposed the family. This is to make the entire Xia kingdom beware of us forever from now on. Moreover, this speech of Yi Xia made the people of Xia country more united against the enemy, which was quite frightening. Decades ago they had used the most trashy millet plus rifles and won the war all by being united. Everything the family has done in Xia over the years has all been for nothing. A large number of minions have been captured by the Xia military, and there is no way we can establish a huge industry in Xia in the future. Lester hammered the table fiercely. The anger on his face was clearly visible. Roaring as he roared, the entire person trembled violently and his breathing became rapid. It was as if he was about to die. Family master, you calm down, don't hurt yourself. The man looked at Leichhardt's agitation and quickly squatted down and patted his back and said. It was only after half a minute that Leichhurst came to his senses. Forget it, I've already done what I need to do. As for the back, I don't want to care anymore. I hope Puchuan can complete his plan. If his plan fails, there will no longer be anyone who can stop the rise of Xia. Lester took a sip of water and sighed as he shook his head. All blame on this Yi Xia. If not for him messing up in it, we would have already trampled the Xia kingdom under our feet and wantonly taken their wealth. A flash of resentment flashed in the handsome man's eyes as he opened his mouth. We can't implement the grand strategy, but the ability to figure out how to get this Yi Xia killed is still there. Since he has contributed so much to the Xia kingdom, it means that he must be very important to the Xia kingdom. Saying that, the corner of the man's mouth revealed a grim smile. There is still a short time before the World Scientist Summit will be held in Xia. With Yi Xia's current popularity, he will definitely represent Xia at that time. All we need to do is send out Deadpool, make a well-thought-out plan, and have them infiltrated to do away with Yi Xia directly. In this way, we can also deal a heavy blow to the Xia kingdom. Without Yi Xia as a genius demon, let's see what capital they still have to fool around with. Listening to his words, Lester thought about it and nodded silently. This was a feasible plan. The World Scientist Summit would be an excellent opportunity. Although Yi Xia would definitely be guarded by many people, as long as he appeared, there would definitely be an opportunity. Just as the Cord family side was plotting. On the other side, Puchuan in the Black Palace was already furious. His hands pressed the information, and the anger in his eyes almost set it straight on fire. I'm going to make the Xia kingdom perish in the next month. They shouldn't exist in this world. Blue Star belongs to us. I don't want to see them continue to bounce around any longer. Puchuan sank his face and gritted his teeth viciously. An incomparably extreme revenge mentality had already appeared in his heart. Saying that, he turned his head to look at the Minister of Military Mechanics next to him and opened his mouth to give an incomparably terrifying order. P.S. The final contest is coming. Thanks to the pretty boys and girls for the gifts. Thank you all for your support. The author has been updating for 31 days straight. Every day is at least 6k words of updates. Check out the free video and ask for a wave of small gifts. Chapter 121 Revenge has just begun. Puchuan's face was ironic. Throwing away the information in his hand, his eyes looked grimly at the Minister of Military Machines. I want the star chain built within a month. His words carried a vengeful resentment as he coldly said. Transfer $2 trillion out from the National Treasury to accelerate the star chain program. I don't want to see them continue to bounce around. Yes, sir. The Minister of Military Mechanization opened his mouth to agree without hesitation. There was no reason for him not to follow Puchuan's words. The star chain program actually has everything ready, it's just that the launch speed is a bit slower. It was mainly to save money and proceed as normal. If it had gotten $2 trillion earlier, it would have been completed a few months ago. Getting it now, with the rest of this, was enough to build it successfully in a month on the fly. The Cord family's action was merely to delay a bit of time for us, and since it's failed now, we'll have to do it ourselves. Puchuan scanned the many executives at the scene and opened his mouth. Some people heard this and hurriedly followed the opening. Xiao's recent actions were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed to be a rather large project. The few agents who infiltrated it didn't get any useful information, but judging from the size of the parts they're making in their factories, it's at least something on the level of an aircraft carrier. I suspect that Xia is trying to build something in response to the Star Chain program, or else they shouldn't be making such a big deal out of it. At the side, there are other top brass also reporting the latest news out. Accelerating the process of the Star Chain is the best decision so far. We can build the Star Chain within a month. Whatever skill he has in the Xia kingdom won't be able to make a difference. Puchuan listened to the words of the many high-level sneer said.
As long as the establishment of the space-based satellite weapon cluster as well as the space anti-nuclear strike system is completed, everything will be in our hands. At that time, we will make Xia and Xiong completely fall into the blue star on the waste of the country.
Pu Chuan waved his hand and pointed at the world map on the table.
As his words fell, many of the Eagle faction's top echelons already had excited gazes in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the rooster-like territory that Pu Chuan pointed to on the world map. This world originally belongs to us. We, the people of these noble races, are the leaders of the world, and the human race will only develop and grow under our leadership.
Ha! Exterminate them and let those lowly dust folk give us eternal service.
Slaves are born slaves, they revere us, but they will always be nothing but trash in our eyes. In a month's time, give the world a great show and show them the power of the stars and stripes. Prepare to gather the globe, the blue planet is about to be ours. A group of executives gathered around and spoke, each of them laughing. Theirs was full of confidence, and they were ready to slaughter Xia and dominate the world.
Pu Chuan's cold laughter even echoed in the Black Palace for a long time.
The Minister of Military Mechanics didn't stay much longer. He left the place with orders. $2 trillion of cash from the National Treasury would be allocated, and the scale of the launch would be increased, sending the last 2,000 satellites into outer space. And the Superstar Chain program, which was originally planned to be completed in 5 months, was brought forward by a full double.
A month and a half had already passed.
It would only take 2.5 months if the plan was completed next month. With such a short period of time, almost everyone's mind had already decided that it was too late for Xia to make preparations.
At the same time,
in the Cord family, the new plan had already been completed. This time, they were targeting all the Xia scientists who were attending the World Scientist Summit.
Lexter had named this plan the Dragon Slayer Plan,
because these scientists who led the rise of Xia were the dragons, and the leader, Yibei, was the leader who controlled everything.
And their goal is to cut down that dragon head.
On the other side,
the construction of all aspects of the summer country was proceeding at a feverish pace.
The future blueprint plan had once again accelerated. Yibei held a large amount of money in his hands and was no longer afraid of running out of money. He directly spent a huge amount of money to start accelerating the construction of the near-Earth orbit missile system. The current him, in addition to his daily research, the identity of the chief master was also utilized. Matters concerning the advancement of the program were given some options from time to time. In particular, the near-Earth orbit missile system was something he had been continuously focusing on recently. He had not only made Stars and Stripes lose face internationally this time, and also directly and ruthlessly implemented retaliatory actions in their cities. In the end, he even used those car companies to extort money from them. With this series of things, he believed that it would definitely provoke the Star-Spangled Nation's anger, causing them to make a revenge counterattack plan against Xia. And the most likely of these was to secretly accelerate the Star Chain program. Although the word on the mouth was 5 months. But Yibei was well aware of the virtues of those guys from the Stars and Stripes. It was likely that the construction would be completed in 3 months. Therefore, he had to accelerate this pace, lest they didn't have the power to counterattack and defend when the Star-Spangled Kingdom struck.
As for the money spent, he actually didn't care at all. With this $100 trillion in hand, it would be spent when it was spent.
Once the space battleship was completed, the money would naturally come towards Xia.
Not to mention $1 million billion, half of the entire world's wealth would become Xia's.
At that time, he wouldn't lack the funds to carry out the various programs. The blue planet would then become his base, and his gaze would completely fall in the vastness of the universe. On this side, the near-Earth orbit missile system accelerated its speed. On the other side, Yibei invested $10 trillion into the manufacturing of space warships. More and more craftsmen and talents were transferred to the major factories. New military factories were rapidly being established and more people were being drafted in. The space battleship that was originally planned to be completed in 10 months, Yibei wanted him to be faster.
The faster, the sooner he could enter the universe. Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye.
The aerospace battleships were under hot construction. Yibei was also improving the combat performance of some of the carrier fighters in detail. He hoped that these fighters would be able to fight on the outer planets as well. That was why a brand new design was being carried out in some parts. Suddenly, a phone call came over. But it wasn't to Yibei, but to Lin Tianlei next to him. Looking at the phone call from the Xian Department, Lin Tianlei pressed to connect.
Commander-in-Chief, we found out Zhang's whereabouts.
As soon as the call was connected, Chen Anwu's excited voice immediately came over. These words made Lin Tianlei feel excited as well. There hadn't been the slightest trace of Zhang since he escaped last time. The Xian Department's search for him, however, hadn't stopped. He was a thorn in Lin Tianlei's heart, and he would never feel at ease until he was recaptured. As long as Zhang could fall into the net, then Yibei's identity he would also reveal to the world. This hero who fought for his country, he must make him appear in front of the world in the most honorable manner. Where was Zhang now?
Lin Tianlei eagerly opened his mouth to inquire.
He had absconded from the Stars and Stripes to the Bear Country and defected to the Stanagate clan. According to the information he had learned from Secretary Moses, John was able to come this far without the support of the Stanagate clan. So John was considered a pawn arranged by the Stanagate clan in our country, and also a pawn of the court family. It was only that John seemed to be involved in everything else behind the scenes, and this Moses didn't have enough of an identity to be clear about it.
Chen Anwu quickly reported what he knew.
Listening to his words, Lin Tianlei nodded thoughtfully. He then turned his head to look at Yi Bei. The mastermind behind the assassination of the old general had been found. As his words fell, Yi Bei stopped his busy hands. Turning his head to look at Lin Tianlei. Lin Tianlei didn't hesitate and recounted the situation he had just learned to Yi Bei as it was.
Stana sect clan?
The oldest existence among the 12 gate clans. Yi Bei nodded his head as he listened to Lin Tianlei and said that it was now Stana Vi's eldest daughter who was in charge of all the clan's properties. Yi Bei calmly said all this, causing Lin Tianlei to be shocked. He didn't expect Yi Bei to actually know the basic situation of the court family in such detail. However, the shock flickered on his face. He knew that what happened last time had a big impact on Yi Bei. This teenager appeared to be gentle, but the means to take revenge was quite ruthless. The tragic situation in the Star-Spangled Nation was bloody still in front of his eyes. Lin Tianlei didn't dare to say much and listened to Yi Bei continue to speak. Since the people are now in the Bear Country, let the Bear Country send troops to deal with them. I don't care about the Stanagate clan, but John must be brought back to me. Yi Bei stroked his chin and said intently. That gaze was like that of a monarch. Lin Tianlei next to him looked like Yi Bei's general, not Shen Yuan Hongwu's general. In return, I can give them 100,000 anti-gravity cars for free. Let the Bear Country consider it on its own, and if it doesn't work, then send international police officers to make an arrest.
No matter what, we can't let John escape this time.
Yi Bei finished speaking and looked sideways at Lin Tianlei.
Lin Tianlei immediately nodded. I think so too. The Bear Country shouldn't refuse this offer.
John is dispensable to them, and the Stanagate clan is an obstacle to the Bear Country. They have no reason to refuse. After saying that, Lin Tianlei turned around and left the lab.
And behind him, Yi Bei stared at the void in front of him, his eyes icy cold to the bone. This time, John couldn't escape him no matter what. He would make this guy take his life to pay for the evil he had done. Although Grandpa had survived the assassination, old Lu Tu, who had blocked the gun for him, was dead, and old Li Tu, who had blocked the knife for him, also had an arm chopped off. These two old grandfathers had also taken care of Yi Bei as a child. This revenge must be avenged. Moreover, the court family that hid behind the scenes, crashed the economy of Xia and attempted to bring the country to an end is even more to die for. None of the 12 sect clans can be left behind, and everyone will have to pay the price in blood for this. John was just the beginning. Chapter 122 Strike. Revenge of the Sky-Based Weapons. The Summer Kingdom just called, saying that a wanted criminal called John has come to the Bear Kingdom's territory and is now hiding in the Stanagate clan, hoping that we can catch this John. Inside the Bear Country's highest ministry, someone opened his mouth to purses and reported. The one who could make the Summer Kingdom pay so much attention should not be an ordinary person. A hint of interest rose in Paul's heart. Hanging out with the Stana family, it really should be caught. Xia is willing to give away 100,000 anti-gravity cars to us, as long as we can catch this John. As these words left his mouth, Persa's eyes lit up. 100,000 anti-gravity cars, the total profit would be roughly 8 billion summer dollars. With a simple calculation in his mind, a figure appeared in his mind. What a big deal, using $8 billion to designate a bounty for this John. This guy seems to be more important than I expected. Send a letter back to Xia, we will leave immediately, this deal is taken. Perses waved his hand and directly opened his mouth to agree. The Stanagate clan is a thorn in the side of the Bear Country, and he has always wanted to get rid of this guy. The relevant plan has actually been put on the agenda, just not yet done. Now since the Summer Kingdom had taken out such a large gift to do this, then he naturally wouldn't miss it. Not only did he take the opportunity to clean up the Stanagate clan, but he was also able to earn $8 billion, and at the same time, it was also considered to be a gesture of goodwill with Xia. This time, they had a triple harvest. It's just that capturing this John alive is indeed a bit difficult. Paul scratched his head a bit worried. If what Xia wanted was total annihilation, then he was happy as hell. But this capturing alive was really a bit difficult. Those elite hostages of the Ministry of War have all given you a raid. Capturing this matter alive is really difficult to deal with. After thinking for a moment, Pools opened his mouth to give the order. The Costa Column squad as a capture team, strictly order them not to kill that John, this is my highest order. All other commando squads wipe out the Stanagate clan and try to capture as many core members as possible. Saying that, Pulse still felt a bit uneasy. Shaking his head, he turned around and headed directly to the Coastal Column squad to go give them orders personally. Bear Country. Stanagate clan. In the middle of a huge castle. John was facing the elders of the Stanagate clan in it. They had also anticipated John's arrival. It was only that Stana 6, who had single-handedly promoted him back then, had already died. The elders present did not have much respect for this John who had fallen from grace. The clan still has some hidden forces in Xia. I am able to call on them, but I need some financial support from the clan. As long as I can kill Yi Xia, I can credit the clan for this credit. I've done quite a few similar things over the past few years, you guys have to trust me. Getting rid of a scientist isn't that hard. John continued to speak bitterly, hoping to get financial support from the Gate clan. But the eyes of the elders were incomparably indifferent, not putting what he said in their minds at all. They no longer believed that this person in front of them had this ability. Looking at the gazes of the elders, John's heart felt harder and harder. Right now, he was almost at a place of desperation, and if Stana didn't help him, then his chances of revenge would be very slim. John, the head of the family wants to see you. Just when everyone was silent, the butler came out from behind the door inside and said. Hearing this, John's heart was overjoyed and he hurriedly followed him. Yi Bei had destroyed everything he had, his wife and daughter, as well as more than 10 years of hard-earned industries were all gone. The last assassination mission had actually failed as well. Now that the old man had been taken away by the Xia military, his target could only be Yi Bei. Although he didn't know Yi Bei's movements yet, he already had a plan in his mind. No matter what, he had to kill Yi Bei for revenge. And just as he was heading inside, no one in the entire castle knew that a large number of Bear Country soldiers had already touched up from outside. Thousands of them surrounded the entire castle on all sides. All the entrances and exits of the city where the castle was located had been blocked by the military. The special assault team had already sneaked into the castle without realizing it, preparing to carry out the capture mission. The other soldiers, led by the commander, had drawn up battle lines around the area and prepared a layout. Squad 3 prepared for battle. The commander watched as everything was ready and opened his mouth in a deep voice to give the order. The members of Squad 3 who received the order immediately pulled out grenades from their belts. One person, one grenade, at the commander's command, threw them in towards the castle. Within 3 seconds, explosions rose to the sky. A large number of soldiers began to move according to the plan, rushing towards the various directions in the castle. The battle started immediately. Gunshots instantly rang out violently inside the castle. This group of big hairy men who were hot when they fought were truly terrifying when they charged. But the people of the Stana Gate clan weren't vegetarians either. Hearing the sounds of battle, a large number of escort forces began to make defensive counterattacks. And the top executives of the Gate clan inside were preparing to escape through secret passages. John even hurriedly followed the little Stana girl and ran towards a secret passage in the castle basement. And at the same time when the battle broke out in the Bear Country, Stars and Stripes Nation, the last satellite was successfully sent into orbit. Sitting inside the Black Palace, Puchuan looked at the image displayed on the large electronic screen with a smile on his face. An azure blue planet, outer space was filled with dense, neatly arranged clusters of satellites. These satellites were interconnected and controlled by the same system. When viewed from space, it was like a large net completely enveloping the entire blue planet. Very good, very good. Puchuan happily clapped his hands and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. This is the true weapon of the nation. What carrier battle group, what fighter formation, what millions of soldiers, those are just tools to play the game in Blue Star. This is the ultimate power for us to dominate the blue planet. Puchuan said, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Next to him, the Minister of Military Mechanics looked equally incomparably excited. This plan had been going on for a whole decade, costing trillions of dollars. Today it was finally completely constructed. The space-based satellite weapon cluster has been linked to the system and has begun normal operation. The Space Defense Nuclear Strike System has been linked to the system and has begun normal operation. The global strike capability has been perfected and can launch strike operations at any time. The global surveillance system has been constructed and can be accessed at any time to monitor the perspective. A series of electronic sounds rang out in the huge console. Puchuan couldn't help but be overjoyed as he listened to these as if he was hearing heavenly music. Gather all the top brass and prepare to start the plan, Puchuan said to the assistant behind him. The assistant immediately called and notified all the senior members of Stars and Stripes. However, in a moment's time, dozens of people came to this highly confidential control room. Looking at the scene displayed on the electronic screen in front of them, all the people who came in had some shock in their eyes. Before the Superstar Chain program was completed, they were all just fantasizing and guessing. But when it was truly presented in front of them at this moment, the shock was unrivaled. Entering the global surveillance view, looking for the location of the special event. The Minister of Military Mechanics knew this best. Speaking directly, he said to the system's artificial intelligence. Entering surveillance view, please wait. A mechanical voice without any emotion came out. A few seconds later, the blue planet on the large electronic screen disappeared and was replaced by a super high-precision live shot. A total of 14,500 special event locations were detected. The sound of the electronic system reappeared.
A large number of video windows folded up in the upper right corner of the electronic screen. Displayed on the screen was then a border war being fought in a geographical area of the Black State. Tushin watched these, then clicked to switch to the next scene. In the Atlantic Ocean, 3 Gilead State battleships were cruising, with everything on them exposed to satellite footage. In a casual switch, the battle at Bear Country's Stana Castle also appeared on the big screen. Super precision cameras were filming the ground of Blue Star directly from outside of space. The picture didn't look like the HD experience of cell phone TV, but it was just slightly lower than SD.
It's amazing, nothing escapes our observation. The entire blue planet is now under our control.
With the star chain, no one will be able to pose a threat to us from now on. Xia and Bear Kingdom, it's time to let them taste what high-tech warfare is called.
The many executives couldn't help but open their mouths as they watched the scene on the big screen.
Puchuan turned his head to look at the crowd. That's right, it's time to let these two grasshoppers who love to jump around break their legs. After saying this, he turned his head to look at the Minister of Military Mechanization next to him and activated the space-based satellite weapon cluster to lock onto the Bear Country and Summer Country's military strategic targets. Hearing this, the Minister of Military Machines did not hesitate to start maneuvering in front of the console. However, the expressions of some of the higher-ups on the scene became somewhat worried.
I'm afraid it's not a good idea to do this, right?
If they directly struck the targets of the Xia and Bear countries, I'm afraid that it would brew a new war.
Satellite weapons aren't invincible forever. It would give the world a bad name.
We haven't considered whether or not they have the weapons to counter it, so it's better to test the waters first.
Many people opened their mouths to propose.
But what greeted them were more opposing voices. A large number of hawkish executives retorted, strongly supporting Puchuan's plan of action. In the midst of a chorus of supportive voices, they too slowly lost their momentum.
Hearing their voices lower, a smile appeared on Puchuan's face. The strategic goal had been locked.
The argument ended at the same time as the voice of the Minister of Military Machines sounded. As the words fell, Puchuan waved his hand and spoke with incomparable seriousness to begin the strike.
Chapter 123 Battle is on the verge of breaking out. Xia Country. Air and Space Base Laboratory. A design on Yibei's computer screen had just been finished being drawn.
This was the new thing he had recently researched this month, the half-curvature engine. This discovery would arguably change the course of human civilization's history. It was capable of reaching a third of the speed of light.
That is to say, a vehicle using the half-curvature engine would only take 0.43 seconds to fly around the blue planet.
It takes only 4 seconds to fly from the blue planet to the moon. Flying out of the solar system from the blue planet takes only 18 hours. This kind of speed, just thinking about it was terrifying. What Yibei had researched at the moment was the most basic data design logic of the engine. Right now, he was immediately able to develop a semi-curvature flying machine as long as everything was enough. But the biggest problem now was the material. There were no durable high-hardness materials on Blue Star to support such a fast flight. Even if the highest hardness aerospace materials were currently available, the craft that was built would only be used twice at most before it would be scrapped. So Yibei didn't immediately start working on the design of the flying machine drawings. But this technology was bound to be useful. With a semi-curvature flying machine, the battleships would have a larger detection radius when sailing through the universe in the future.
The detection of various missions and planets would also become fast and convenient.
After all, in Yibei's perception, he had always believed that there was more than just one civilization, humans, in the universe.
There might be other intelligent beings or even civilization systems on alien planets.
In his opinion, carbon and water were not the elements necessary to make up life, they were just the basic elements that Blue Star humans relied on to survive. Perhaps those alien intelligent creatures were like the Transformers, and the elements they relied on to survive were iron and copper. These were what Yibei was going to study in the near future. This was the future of the development of human civilization, and it was also the future that the development of scientific research was bound to move towards.
After all, by the time the space battleship went out of the universe,
Blue Star would no longer have the separation between countries, it would be the unified human civilization, or Blue Star civilization. Yibei looked at the model of the engine running in front of him. In his heart, he was already thinking about the near future. Driving his own battleship and stepping onto the starry sea that truly belonged to his life's home. Chief Master Yi, good news, the NEO missile system has been built, we have succeeded. The soldier who hurriedly ran into the lab said excitedly to Yibei. He looked at Yibei with incomparable reverence in his eyes. In this base, Yibei had become a god-like existence in everyone's eyes. Not only had he single-handedly designed the 6th generation machine, he had also launched the vast future blueprint program, and he had even earned a huge cash income of a full $105 trillion in a month's time. All of this that he had done made everyone in the air-sky base treat him with respect. When many people chatted behind their backs, they passed Yibei off as the savior that superstition said he was. Very well, the talents of the NEO missile system, let the Supreme Ministry grasp all of them and transfer them to the manufacturing of space warships.
Yi Bei nodded and ordered. Yi Bei nodded his head and opened his mouth to command. Even though Yi Bei did not turn around, the soldier still saluted in a standard manner and responded aloud. Sliding his chair, Yi Bei slipped from the computer directly to the console. With a simple operation on it, the near-Earth orbit missile system opened up on the large screen. This system was deployed in the Supreme Ministry's military general control room. Of course, Yi Bei here was casually able to connect into the system. After all, this was something he had designed himself. The system opened. The 3 missile cluster locations appeared in front of him. There were a total of 10,000 launch silos from the interior of the Summer Kingdom to the interior of the Bear Kingdom, and then to the Ice Poles. Every single launch silo was in a state of standby. Yi Bei looked at the data transmitted in real time and nodded with satisfaction. With this system, the Star-Spangled Nation's superstar chain plan could be declared a failure. And just as he was about to go back to continue his research with peace of mind, suddenly, the ear-piercing air raid alarm sounded throughout the entire airspace base. On the system in front of Yi Bei's eyes, several places lit up with rapidly flashing red dots. Switching the monitoring perspective, Yi Bei directly opened his mouth to give the command. In the next second, amidst the voice of the artificial intelligence system, the map of the small half of the blue star from the Summer Kingdom to the polar regions was displayed. A large number of red dots appeared at various locations on the map. Some of them were within the Bear Country, and some were within the Summer Country. Several of these airstrike warnings were targeted at the location where the air and space base was located. Yi Bei looked at these fast-moving things in the system monitor and immediately guessed what it was. Sky-based weapons. His eyes were icy cold as he watched those red dots coming towards the ground from outer space at breakneck speed and muttered, "So soon?" At the same time, the air defense early warning system set up at the Supreme Ministry's military command post also sounded a loud alarm. Xianyuan Hanwu, who was busy in the conference room, was startled and hurriedly rushed to the military command post. Reporting to Emperor Xianyuan, 76 unknown objects are rushing towards the major military strategic targets within our country at breakneck speed. They are expected to enter the escape layer of the Blue Star in 15 seconds and strike the ground targets in 30 seconds. The staff's voice rang in Xianyuan Hongwu's ears. His expression instantly became grave. It must be a space-based weapon. Lin Tianlei glanced at the data of the airborne target in front of the console and spoke. Other than a space-based weapon, nothing could move this fast. It was several times faster than a meteor. If this had been 3 months ago, Blue Star wouldn't have had any military force that could effectively intercept it. But now, the near-Earth orbit missile system was right in front of us. Screw space-based weapons, Xia was not afraid at all. The Stars and Stripes superstar chain was built so quickly? It only took 2.5 months to complete, it's really out of this world. Xianyuan Hanwu couldn't help but sigh. It was thanks to Yi Bei speeding up the construction in advance. Otherwise, if they really waited until 5 months to complete the missile system, then this moment would be a huge disaster for Xia. A large number of their military facilities would be destroyed, not to say completely paralyzed. But the next fight against Stars and Stripes would become very difficult. If the other side had 2 more strikes like this, not to mention any future blueprint plans, everything will be in vain. By then, the Star-Spangled Nation's fleet would land on Xia's shores just like 100 years ago. And having seen Xia's horrifying capabilities that have grown by leaps and bounds over the years, I'm afraid that this time they'll make Xia disappear completely. Yi Bei has saved us once again. It really makes people wonder if he is a heavenly savior. Lin Tianlei also couldn't help but exclaim. If it wasn't for Yi Bei coming up with the idea of NEO missiles from the very beginning. If it wasn't for the fact that he was adamant about not allowing the suspension of the stopping program. Had it not been for him spending huge sums of money to speed up the construction of the missile system. Next, their eyes would be filled with devastated Xia. A large number of military targets would all be reduced to rubble in an instant, and millions of talents and soldiers would die. The smell of blood and gunpowder would fill the entire Xia kingdom, and the country would be filled with tragic scenes. Countless families would grieve, and tears and despair would epitomize all the people of Xia in this era. And all of this was what the Star-Spangled Kingdom was implementing at this very moment. It was a scene that they were incomparably eager to see. Thinking about all this, Lin Tianlei's anger rubbed upwards in his heart. Damn bastard, this is a deliberate attempt to mess with us. Xianyuan Hanwu was equally furious. Stars and Stripes didn't even say hello and raised their hands to launch a direct attack. This was already provoking a new war. But since they're here, let's teach them a good lesson. Activate the near-Earth orbit missile system and shoot down their satellites for me. Xianyuan Hanwu shouted angrily. Bear country. Purser and a group of senior officers were looking at the scene in front of them just like Xianyuan Hongwu's and the others. Everyone's eyes were raging with anger. These fighting nation guys, once they encountered a war, their bloodline would automatically activate like that. Everyone didn't have any opposition at all, and the entire group was unanimously in favor of Purser launching a counterattack. In front of the main console, anger rose to the sky in Purser's eyes. Puchuan was not abiding by the rules, the peace agreement was still sitting there, and now he was actually firing directly at the bear country. This was taking the initiative to dissolve the agreement. Wanting to start a new war, good, fight me now. Hit their satellites, make their space-based weapons incapable of attacking, to let stars and stripes know how powerful we are. Pulse opened his mouth and gave orders. The general next to him opened his mouth in agreement. His eyes were already filled with a look of impatience. He couldn't wait to directly press the button of the black weapon case with one hand now and add a few more mushroom clouds to this world. But it was obvious that he didn't have this opportunity. Because that case was in Pulse's hands at the moment. It was the first time in years that he had picked that case up. Inside that held the fate of the entire world. But there was not the slightest fear in the eyes of the many executives present. The spirit they followed through with was always the same. Fighting is fighting, so what if they fight to the death? When it came to the stars and stripes, the bear country was the one that was truly ready to fight at any time. At this moment, Stars and Stripes has clearly angered Perses, rattling his nerves of rage. With the two countries' supreme beings giving orders one after another. The staff in front of the main console looked grave and their hands were busy. One by one, the targets that fell from the sky were locked on by them. The voice of the artificial intelligence system rang in their ears all the time. And just at this critical moment, suddenly, the control buttons in everyone's hands all failed. The staff eagerly pressed them, but there was no response. Instantly, everyone shouted anxiously. The main control system has failed, the control has been transferred. I can't control the launch silo. The target trajectory is locking on, but I've lost control. The voices of the crowd rang out, and it wasn't just Xianyuan Hangwu and the others who were frightened. Even more panicked was Bear Country's purser. What's going on? Why is this happening? Immediately contact the Xia Kingdom, this kind of problem shouldn't have happened, they must have taken away the control. Pulse shouted in agitation. Some people were already on their hands and knees and started to call the highest ministry of Xia. The space-based weapon above the sky also entered the blue star escape layer at this moment. It wouldn't be long before it would fall into the stratosphere and finally hit the strategic targets on the ground. And just at the moment when everyone was excited, suddenly, an image that shocked them all appeared on the large screen inside the main control room. Chapter 124 White Mist Battle Cannon and Flaming Red Armor. Star-Spangled Nation. Puchuan stood in front of the main control console, looking at the scene on the big screen with some madness in his eyes. The many executives behind him also had some frenzy on each of their faces. On that huge electronic screen, the superstar chain was filming every scene in ultra-high definition. Hundreds of space-based weapons were launched from among the weapon satellites. From a height of thousands of kilometers, they crashed down towards the ground. Pulling out long trailing lines in the air, it looked like a black needle sticking into the ground. It was moving very fast, and it was getting faster and faster with the acceleration of gravity. It could cross a distance of more than 10 kilometers every second. Space-based weapons. Each space-based weapon satellite can only carry one weapon. The weapon was built from a tungsten rod of such great mass that it looked like a black pencil lead. But each one weighs over 10 tons. They were released by the satellites and would fall from a height of thousands of kilometers, and could reach a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per second. Everything that touches it will be instantly destroyed and disintegrated. When it crashes to the ground, it will be inserted hard under the surface of the Earth, and then explode under the ground. Gravitational potential energy into a huge kinetic energy penetration triggered by the fluctuations directly detonated within a radius of 12 kilometers of the ground, and then instantly disintegrate and collapse. Subsequently, it will directly cause a strong earthquake. Ground buildings will be destroyed into ruins in a few tens of seconds. If it is near the sea, it will also cause a huge tsunami. Of course, the detonation of the volcano is no doubt. This kind of horrible weapon is cast with the powerful energy of Blue Star itself. Using the simplest gravity as a trigger. It triggers earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other terrifying forces of the blue planet itself to achieve the target strike. It was an absolutely destructive attack, without any humanity at all. At this moment, as it gradually entered the inner atmosphere of the blue star, sparks began to appear in their heads, and in half a second they quickly wrapped around the entire body. It was like a meteor smashing down towards the blue star. Puchuan and a group of executives all felt immense excitement as they watched this scene. Finally waiting for this day, the Summer Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom were about to decline from now on. He laughed wildly, his undisguised, wild laughter echoing within the control room. The executives behind him all followed suit and laughed. Every one of those hawkish politicians was even more excited than Puchuan. I'm ready to set foot on that ancient land with the fleet, ha! The world belongs to us, and they will be complete slaves. Blue Star was never meant to have just one overlord, not a messy mess, and that overlord is destined to be us. Their victories are all short-lived, but ours will be eternal. Quite a few people shouted happily, and one by one, they let loose with grandiose words. It was as if they were about to build a brand new era. 10 seconds to go, the weapon was about to hit the target.
The AI's voice echoed icily within the control room. Puchuan licked his lips, his eyes staring at the screen with dead eyes, expecting that scene to happen. At this very moment, Xia Kingdom, Bear Kingdom, the highest ministry's military strategic command room. Xianyuan Hangwu and Perses were both in a hurry. With 10 seconds to go, the space-based weapon was about to hit its target. The main control system is still paralyzed, and control has been lost.
Emperor Xianyuan, what should we do? What do we do now?
The staff at the scene shouted loudly. Some were so excited that they were all asking excited questions to Xianyuan Hangwu regardless of their status.
The situation was critical. Pools was even more anxious and got on the phone with the Supreme Ministry.
In a few words, he knew the situation over here.
His heart became even more desperate.
If it wasn't Xia taking away the control, then it was Stars and Stripes interfering.
It was too late to find the hacker now.
Damn it, if I'm going to die, I'm going to drag Star Spangled Nation down with me.
Pools roared angrily.
Then without hesitation, he began to unlock the heavy combination lock of the black weapon case. The generals and executives next to him looked incredibly serious.
They knew that the great emperor was coming for real this time. And just at this moment,
suddenly, the picture on the large electronic screen turned violently. The staff members on the scene who were staring intently at it instantly shouted in excitement. It's launched, it's launched! The missile was launched. Amidst their voices, the gazes of Xianyuan Hangwu and Perses and the others looked towards the large screen in unison. Only to see that thousands of missiles rose up from the screen. Under the super strong force of the anti-gravity launching device, they surged into the sky at a speed of 50 kilometers per second. A green point of light was heading high above the sky. Their orbits were not neatly organized, but rather skewed and misaligned. Some were heading towards the red dots that were descending down. Some were shooting straight in the direction of outer space. In 1 second, a full 1,000 missiles rose into the air at the same time, and the scene was shocking beyond compare. Everyone's eyes were fixed at this moment. Deadly staring at the countless green dots on the screen, their hearts seemed to have stopped beating at this instant. Not a single person in the control room spoke. If it wasn't for the sound of the AI and the alarms, the silence of the air would have made people feel as if time and space had stood still. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the high-rise buildings in the summer country, beside the endless flow of traffic light intersections. Vast and sprawling countryside ridgeside, the northwest steepless hillside. Some of the common people who were taking a short break looked up at the blue sky and soothed their necks. Suddenly, in the midst of their gaze, dozens of missiles rose up from the ground. Like a bullet, they shot towards the sky above. The tails of these missiles cut out white rolling smoke, and their heads were shrouded in the white mist that broke through the sky. Like a gyroscopic drill, they flew high into the sky. White-collar workers standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and enjoying their coffee, pedestrians ready to rush by the traffic lights. Children looking into the distance by the ridge of a field, old farmers smoking dry cigarettes on the hillside. At this moment, all the people who looked up at the sky saw this amazing scene. Their mesmerizing behavior drew others to look up as well. Someone shouted out, drawing even more gazes. A large number of people saw the scene in front of them, saw the slightly smaller missile that was soaring up in the sky. What was that? It seems to be a rocket. It should be a rocket. How could a rocket launch so many at once? It's not a rocket. Then what is it? Is it a missile? It looks like a ING missile. Only a missile can fly this fast. Yeah, if it was a rocket, it would fly much slower than this. The people couldn't help but talk about it. Most of these ordinary people living in a harmonious society have been at peace since they were born. In their entire lives, they had never even seen a real gun, that had never seen such a scene at all. At this moment there were speculations. And right in the middle of their murmurs, suddenly, above the sky, a red light broke through the clouds. They were like meteors falling from the sky, their entire bodies wrapped in flames. It was even bigger than the size of those missiles. 1 point faster than the speed of those missiles, falling down towards the ground at breakneck speed. This even more shocking scene caused everyone at the scene to clamor. Look, that's a meteor. Did the meteor hit the blue star? What's going on here? It's over, a meteor hitting a blue star, a cataclysm is coming. What are you afraid of? Our military's missiles are up in the air, we can't hit a few small meteors. Boy, so this is a meteor hitting missile, no wonder there are so many? I've been filming the whole thing. This is definitely more shocking than a UFO today. Grandma's leg, this can't be aliens attacking Blue Star, right? The ignorant populace loudly murmured. Many people who reacted quickly had already raised their cell phones and aimed at the skyline to shoot up. Star-Spangled Nation. Inside the strategy room of the Black Palace. Puchuan, who was in front of the main console, looked at the scene on the big screen and his entire body was dumbfounded. Not only him, but all the top brass were all stunned by the scene. What is that? What is that thing? The Minister of Military Mechanization was the first to speak out, shouting in excitement. Under the superstar chain's full high-precision filming, several missiles wrapped in white mist were shooting towards the space-based weapon at a rapid speed below the shot down. The speed was almost as fast as the gravity acceleration of the space-based weapon. The distance between the two was shortening rapidly. The crowd of executives were all dumbfounded. It was a missile from Xia. What kind of damned missile could have such a fast speed? This was impossible. Xia is resisting the enemy, that could be some kind of secret weapon. It's useless. The mass of the tungsten rods can destroy everything. They're holding out for a fight, they don't know what they're doing. Whatever it is, no one can stop us. Numerous executives opened their mouths. Some questioned, some were confused, and some were full of concern. All were useless moves. Puchuan only froze for a moment before laughing maniacally once again. There was disdain in his eyes as he looked at the missile that was speedily rushing towards him in the screen. But just at the moment when he and many of the higher-ups finished those words, the NEO missiles wrapped in white mist battle robes and the space-based weapon in flaming red armor ruthlessly collided together. At this instant, everyone's hearts trembled. Chapter 125 Panic Reversal. A huge fire exploded in midair. Huge smoke and flames rose, wrapping everything inside. Rumbling sounds exploded in all directions. A huge layer of energy ripples swept away from the center of the explosion, disintegrating the surrounding mass of clouds directly. Subsequently, such scenes appeared one after another. The entire sky above was like a mega fireworks party. Firelight filled the sky, and everyone was stunned by this scene. The people of Xia on the ground. They held up their cell phones to capture this shocking scene. At the same time, their eyes widened and their hearts beat wildly. My goodness, this is an explosion. What in the world is that thing that exploded so powerfully? It was so spectacular, my heart was pounding from watching it. I filmed it. It was amazing. It was like a modern war. I'm ready to watch the news tonight. It's definitely going to be reported. A large number of people were talking about it. They had witnessed everything from the missile's liftoff just now to the explosion produced now. The explosion that suddenly arose in the sky also caught the eyes of many people who hadn't paid attention. They were filled with shock as they looked at the ball of fire that appeared in the sky. What is that thing? Quickly look quickly. Someone pulled his friends around him and shouted hurriedly. Mom, yeah, that's not an atomic bomb explosion, is it? My goodness, that big explosion. What is that thing? How just do not know anything. Quickly record down, this I want to send a circle of friends, too shocking. More and more people saw these. Not only the summer country, some people in the bear country also saw the sudden explosion in the air. There were even some people who were only 20 or so kilometers away from the explosion. The explosion startled them with a jolt. However, their reactions were very different from the people of Xia. Many of them couldn't think too much and rushed straight back home, grabbed their shotguns, had their wives and daughters hide in the basement, and were already prepared to fight. But the ones who were truly shocked were those sitting in the control room. Pulse was staring at the big screen at the moment. Those red lights clashed with the green lights, incredulity written all over his face. Who was operating all this? How did these missiles get launched when both the Xia and bear countries had lost control? And they also hit their targets so accurately. Watching the red dots and green dots cancel each other out, everyone in the control room was shocked beyond words. Until after all the red dots disappeared. Warm cheers instantly erupted. Ula! Ula, we've succeeded. All the targets were all destroyed, the attack of the space-based weapons disintegrated. Dry crushing them, we won. The staff chanted excitedly. The entire bear country control room was in chaos. On the other hand, it was a completely different story inside the highest strategy room of the Summer Kingdom. Call Yibei, this must be his doing. Xian Yuan Hanwu looked at the scene on the big screen and spoke to the operator. The moment the missile lifted off, he already had an answer in his mind. The only person who could directly take away the control of all the systems was Yibei. This was a system that he had developed himself, and there was no one who understood the operating procedures of this system better than him. It was just like the anti-gravity car. Only one command was needed to be able to control all the cars. He didn't understand why Yibei was doing this, but there must be a reason for him. However, as long as the Star-Spangled Nation's attack was neutralized, nothing would be a problem. It was too thrilling, it had already entered the stratosphere and was less than 40 kilometers away from the ground. Lin Tianlei said as he wiped a cold sweat of shock from his forehead. He was almost scared to death when the system failed. If the missile launch had failed, he wouldn't have been able to bear the responsibility even if he had taken out his life. All targets have been destroyed, and there are still 1,326 missiles flying towards outer space at a speed of 45 kilometers per second. The missile trajectory is on a straight upward trajectory and is expected to collide with the Star Chain satellite in 30 seconds. Control has not yet been restored, the system is functioning normally. Xia's staff members were incomparably professional and calm as they opened their mouths to report everything. Although they were equally shocked, they never forgot their job.
On the other side, also by the phone ringing inside the lab. But he didn't even bother to pick it up. Instead, his gaze coldly looked at everything on the large screen, while standing in front of the main console without haste and maneuvering everything. It was not a good thing to come and go. Yi Bei watched those green points of light speeding towards outer space and muttered to himself faintly. Star-Spangled Nation. The strategic control room of the Black Palace. In front of the eyes of all the top executives, on that huge electronic screen, a mass of explosions was incomparably clear in their eyes. The missiles that rose up from the ground collided with the space-based weapon at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye in front of their eyes. The violent explosion that followed was instantly visible. Amidst the huge flames and smoke, the hearts of all the Stars and Stripes executives were pinched with sweat. Even those who were confident in the tungsten rods before likewise had their eyes wide open, staring at the screen in death, wanting to see the tungsten rods penetrate through everything and crash down. But before the flames of that explosion could dissipate, pieces of black tungsten rods splashed out of it, scattering in all directions. Weapon intercepted, explosive device has been destroyed, target strike failed. Weapon intercepted, explosive device has been destroyed, target strike failed. Weapon intercepted, explosive device has been destroyed, target strike failed. The AI's icy voice kept resounding in the control room. Everyone's expressions froze at this moment. Failed? The Minister of Military Mechanics sat paralyzed in his chair, incredulity written all over his face. He was skeptical that his ears had misheard him. But the system voice that sounded over and over again told him that this was the case. All of the space-based weapons they had struck against the Xia and Bear nations had been destroyed. Impossible, this could never be. No more powerful missiles could have destroyed the tungsten rods. What exactly has Xia developed? How can it be so strong? They've joined forces with the Bear country. All the missiles lifted off almost simultaneously. Damn it! Strike again. I don't believe they can destroy all the space-based weapons. The executives exclaimed out in a chorus of shock. Pushin stood dumbfounded, feeling like he was dreaming. Throwing all the space-based weapons down. His voice overpowered all the top brass, roaring out in anger after a brief moment of stupefaction. The Minister of Military Mechanization trembled with shock. Their missiles were coming at the star chains, destroy them. His words fell, and only then did the crowd realize it. The view on the screen switched, and a green dot of light was moving towards the star chain at a rapid pace. There were more than 1,300 of them, and the scalps of everyone present went numb as they watched. What are they going to do? Is the Summer Kingdom crazy? Has the Bear country gone crazy too? Quickly activate all the space-based weapons and make sure to block their counterattack. Several Star-Spangled Nation admirals of the same rank as Lin Tianlei were all in a hurry. They hissed, their voices as loud as Puchuan. The arrogance from earlier had all but dissipated. The Stars and Stripes executives who had originally thought that Xia was panicking them had in turn panicked themselves at this moment. How could they not expect Xia Gui to not only be able to dismantle their offensive? It was also able to launch such a terrifying counterattack against the Super Star Chain. They had only dropped 76 space-based weapons on Xia. Xia was turning around and lifting off over 1,000 missiles. This was going to make 1,000 holes in the star chain. The Minister of Military Mechanization was in a cold sweat as he anxiously directed his staff. If it wasn't for the fact that the crisis was now imminent, he felt like he would have fainted from exhaustion. This is too scary. While Stars and Stripes was panicking. Inside the Bear Nation's highest strategic command room, Pulse looked at the big screen where all the missiles were destroyed. The dense red dots above the sky and the green dots that were heading towards them were infuriated. He hadn't been so terrorized in many years. The fact that Stars and Stripes had dared to attack so without warning had provoked his bottom line. These assholes, Puchuan was looking for death. Pulse cursed angrily and turned his head to resume his position. Retaking the black weapon case from the hands of his personal assistant. The case that had just been locked by the assistant was unlocked with another layer of passwords in his hands. After 10 seconds or so, the case finally opened. Contained inside was a device similar to a laptop, except that there were rather few buttons on it. Great Emperor, think carefully. A stable senior stepped forward and spoke. Do you think I'm not prudent enough? Stars and Stripes has already hit us at home. Pulse turned his head and called out to the executive standing a few meters behind him. The computer was then activated. A simple schematic of the blue star globe on it. All those black weapons hidden in the shadows were all shown standing by. Some of them had already marked several major cities and strategic targets in the Stars and Stripes. The line trajectory was incomparably clear in front of his eyes. With a serious look on his face, Pulse reached out and pressed that red button. A command that also shocked the world was issued at that very second. A few seconds later. In the middle of the icy polar region in the northern part of the Bear country, the several-meter-thick ice layer violently crumbled. A huge gap of more than 10 meters was instantly burst open. The launch silo popped open underneath the ice. Then, with the rumbling sound of ignition, the surrounding ice layer crazily crumbled. Immediately afterward, a rocket shot up into the sky.
In the Bear Country's inland Lake Bega, a 10-meter long and wide launch silo popped open at the bottom of the silt-covered lake. Tempered glass at the mouth of the silo blocked the penetration of seawater. The indicator light below lit up with a reddish glow, illuminating the lake water in the depths and turning it red. The next second, a rocket broke out of the lake. In the eyes of the tourists who were dumbfounded, it jetted rolling black smoke straight into the sky. Chapter 126: The Fires of War. At the moment when several near-Earth orbit missiles were shooting towards the star chain, 36 intercontinental missiles equipped with black weapons rose up like rockets from all over the Bear Country and shot straight up into the clouds. Following the trajectories they had set from the beginning, they struck towards the many military strategic targets and large cities of the Star-Spangled Nation. It wouldn't take more than an hour for these rockets to appear in the skies above the Star-Spangled Kingdom. Their power and the deterrence they caused would definitely immediately drive the world to break out into a new war. Mobilize all fleets and prepare for battle. Pulse closed the case and said to the generals behind him, the nation immediately opened the first level of war readiness for the war that could come at any time. There was some madness in the composure of his eyes. He looked young, but he was actually old. After him, he didn't dare to guarantee that the Bear Country's inheritor would be able to lead the Bear Country on. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest hesitation in waging this battle. No matter what, the Xia Kingdom was already on a united front with him. He just had to take this opportunity to have a real fight with the Star-Spangled Kingdom. In the past, Xia and he only had relatively good diplomatic relations. But at this moment when the space-based weapon strikes came down, they still became inseparable allies. When war broke out next, he didn't have to fear that he would be isolated. After all, with this kind of horrific action, Stars and Stripes would surely think that it was a decision made by himself and Xianyuan Hongwu after a joint discussion. Just like the synchronized strike against the super star chain at this moment. No matter how stupid Stars and Stripes was, they knew that the Bear Country and the Summer Country had joined forces. Pulse was more than just a reckless man, he was more of a control of the situation. This name, Great Emperor, was never called for nothing. The relationship between the Bear Country and the Summer Country was going to end here. Purrs silently sighed in his heart. Inside the highest military command room of the Xia Kingdom, another series of alarms sounded. These alarms weren't like the usual ones, but were alerts of the appearance of black weapons. What's going on? Why are there black weapons? Lin Tianlei was the first to notice the sound and hurriedly rushed to the main console to check. Although it seemed like each country had airspace that belonged to them. But the satellites of each country were actually monitoring the global movements of black weapons at all times. After all, this was something that concerned the fate of the country. As the Bear Country's black weapon ICBMs lifted off, the first time the satellite sensed it, they launched an alarm. 36 ICBMs had been launched from the territory of the Bear Nation, nuclear energy fluctuations had been detected, and it was confirmed that they were carrying black weapon warheads. The staff hurriedly maneuvered, and columns of data were quickly displayed. Immediately afterward, the trajectory of the ICBM monitored by the satellite also appeared on top of the screen. Looking at this scene, Lin Tianlei was dumbfounded. Was Bear Country crazy? Launching black weapons directly at Stars and Stripes. This was a real attempt to start a world war. Attacks and counterattacks between NEO missiles and space-based weapons were all just constraints on each other. Although Stars and Stripes moved ahead, launching a black weapon, that event is about to go up a notch. Bear Country is trying to pull us down with them. Looking at the 36 fast-moving ICBMs on the screen, Xianyuan Hongwu's brows furrowed and the anger in his eyes was obvious. Him making a move is the same as us making a move, a new world war, we can only be forced to side with the Bear Country. Purser, this asshole, he wants to use this opportunity to make the world chaotic. Only in this way can we gain a glimpse of the future for the Bear Nation, whose economy has been declining now. The moment these words came out, all of the executives present all sucked in a breath of cool air. They hadn't thought of this layer yet, but Emperor Xianyuan had already understood it. This could be the mutual understanding between the supreme beings. Regarding Purser, Xianyuan Hongwu must know more than the others. All generals listen to the order, the entire nation will now immediately enter a state of first-level war readiness and prepare for a new war. Xianyuan Hongwu didn't hesitate and directly opened his mouth and said to all the generals behind him, mobilize all current military forces and prepare for battle. All the generals behind him immediately agreed aloud without hesitation. They then left the control room one after another and began to carry out their orders. Xianyuan Hongwu, who had turned back, looked at the scene on the screen and was already worried in his heart. This attack by the Bear Country, if the Star-Spangled Nation couldn't stop it, even if one of the black weapons hit its target, world war would break out. War was the most inopportune for the current Xia Kingdom. The future blueprint program was in the middle of construction and implementation. The nation's economy had just recovered. It was the exact moment when it needed to develop smoothly and get through this most important year. If war broke out, then the plan would definitely be halted passively, and the country would follow in chaos. Xianyuan Hongwu stared at the large screen, his gaze incomparably grave. At this moment,
The many executives in the Star-Spangled Nation's control room were incomparably anxious.
A large number of missiles had already broken through the Blue Star escape layer and were shooting towards the satellite at extreme speed.
Quickly release another batch of space-based weapons down. Pu Chuan roared loudly, his reddened face showing how agitated he was. The other executives panicked, all nervously watching the staff operate. In the midst of Pu Chuan's roar, a tungsten rod was dropped from space.
The entire cluster of space-based weapons satellites totaled 3,000 satellites, carrying 3,000 space-based weapons. Throwing away the 100 or so in front of them, there were more than 2,800 left. At this moment, a large number of tungsten rods were released from space in unison.
It was like a large swath of black needles stabbing towards Blue Star.
The remaining 1,000 weapons in the cluster, the second batch of 1,876 space-based weapons had all been released, all strategic targets were fully covered, and the major cities of the Xia and Bear countries had been fully covered. The staff's voices rang out as well, reporting back to Pu Chuan and the higher-ups.
How many missiles were intercepted?
The Minister of Military Mechanization eagerly opened his mouth and asked. A total of 1,241 missiles have been retrieved that are coming towards the star chain.
The staff opened their mouths to respond without hesitation.
As soon as these words came out, the faces of the many top brass at the scene immediately showed joy.
Ha, they don't have as many missiles as our weapons.
In other words, if every single one of them was intercepted, there would still be at least 635 space-based weapons that would be able to hit their targets. Launching more than 1,000 missiles at once to intercept more than 100 weapons and attempting a counterattack, that must be all the missiles of the Xia and Xiong Kingdom. We still have a third strike capability. Even if they intercepted a second time, they must not be able to stop it a third time. Ha, there's a chance to hit them hard. As long as we can hit them hard, we've succeeded. All the executives who were panicking just a moment ago were all of a sudden happy again.
A hint of a smile appeared on even Pu Chuan's face. However, his heart was still worried. After all, what if that fire-phobic guy from Xia had more missiles? But a little thought made him think that it was impossible. This kind of missile that could shoot into space was itself incomparably expensive. Moreover, it was only recently that Xiagua had made these big moves. There was no way they could have produced so many high-intensity missiles in 2.5 months. Unless one took out trillions of dollars to do so at all costs. But with his knowledge of Xia's impoverished treasury, that was impossible. Let me see who is stronger. Pu Chuan thought with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and muttered. On the big screen, 1876 space-based weapons flew downward. 1241 near-Earth orbit missiles were shooting upwards at speed. The scene was incomparably spectacular when viewed from under the high-precision star chain shot. All the top brass of the Stars and Stripes were watching closely. The Summer Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom. Everyone in the strategy room was similarly staring closely at the screen. That one red dot and one green dot were getting closer and closer. Many people's hearts clenched tightly once again. Damn it, Star-Spangled Nation had actually constructed so many space-based weapons, it really wanted to rule the world. Lin Tianlei cursed angrily as he looked at the dense red dots that had once again appeared on the screen. But this time, he didn't have the same kind of worry he had earlier. The Summer Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom's near-Earth orbit system had a full 10,000 missiles constructed. He didn't believe that Star-Spangled Nation had built more space-based weapons than that. In the midst of everyone's attention, 10 or so seconds passed in a flash. The NEO missiles and the space-based weapons were about to collide at a speed of tens of kilometers per second. Just at the moment when everyone thought they were about to collide, suddenly, all of the orbital missiles began to run in an unruly trajectory deflection, brushing shoulders with those space-based weapons. In just 1 second, the two exchanged positions. The space-based weapons continued to fly downward at high speed, crashing towards the Xia and Bear countries. The NEO missiles, on the other hand, went upwards, shooting straight towards the star chain satellites once again. The scene stunned all the higher-ups in the Stars and Stripes. What was Xia Nation doing? Their missiles bypassed the space-based weapons and had to destroy the satellite. Crazy, they're crazy, all we lose is the satellite, but their country will be completely finished. Ha, hell knows what Xia is thinking, they don't have a chance to regret it. Many of the top brass all laughed out loud after being stunned for a moment. The thing they were most afraid of was the destruction of satellites. A satellite was only $1 million, and they would be able to continue investing after it was destroyed. But if these 1,876 space-based weapons were to be smashed in Xia, the scene would be unimaginable. And just as they were laughing, alarms suddenly sounded. 36 intercontinental missiles had been launched from the Bear Country and were on their way to our homeland. The urgent voice of the staff violently followed. A nuclear energy fluctuation has been detected, confirmed to be carrying black weapons. His voice fell. The Star-Spangled Nation executives present looked over in unison. But their gazes carried a wave of contempt and disdain. Chapter 127 The People's Panic. Pu Chuan looked at the several red lines that were being cast out on the big screen, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Black weapons? Ma Xiong was still as usual. These 36 black weapon ICBMs seemed to pose no threat to him. Many of the surrounding executives also snorted after seeing it. What kind of era is this, still playing those old-fashioned? The hairy bear is incompetent and furious, waiting to be finished together. In the midst of these words, the Minister of Military Mechanics ordered without hesitation. Open the space anti-nuclear strike system and intercept all black weapons. As his words fell, the staff immediately operated. The many satellites in space began to move up one after another. After briefly gathering the stored energy, several lasers were violently fired towards the blue star. The speed of the lasers far exceeded everything. Hundreds of lasers shot out at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the blue star. The scene looked like aliens were about to descend. A pillar of light the thickness of one person hit those ICBMs carrying black weapons with incomparable precision. The missiles that had just recently risen from the ground and had yet to reach the Pacific Ocean exploded at a height of several dozen kilometers. A huge mushroom cloud, unseen in decades, rose high in the sky. A huge cloud is stirred up. Fires several kilometers in diameter rise to the sky. Deafening sounds spread out towards the surroundings. One mushroom cloud after another exploded in the air. The blinding light shone thousands of kilometers away. On this day, the entire populace of the Bear Country and the northern part of the Summer Country all saw the incomparably shocking scene in the sky. Within seconds of the explosion, the sirens of an air raid resounded through every city in an instant. For the first time, people living in the new era felt an unprecedented panic in their hearts. People in cars were running in the streets. Shouts rang out. A large number of people hurriedly ran toward places they thought were safe. People who couldn't find a bomb shelter hurriedly opened their cell phone maps to check. The original idea of enjoying the strange sights in the sky was gone. Now they only thought of running for their lives. It's war, run. That's a black weapon, that's an atomic bomb. Dozens of mushroom clouds. My God, it's a war. Take the kids and go to the bomb shelter first. I'm going home to pick up the others. The streets are filled with shouting. Panic spread in everyone's heart. A large number of people ran while taking out their cell phones to call their families. Mom, hurry up and take Xiaoya and run to the air raid shelter, there's a war going on. Let everyone in the company run, there's a ING war, hurry and run for your life. Do you know what's going on? Don't you work for the security bureau? What is going on here? Dad, I'm at Kaxing Plaza, come and help me. In just a few minutes, all the police cars were deployed. A large number of normally rare military vehicles have also appeared on the streets. Evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. All the people are heading to the Sanhantai Air Defense Shelter. The entire country is on a state of first-degree war readiness, everyone evacuate to the air raid shelter immediately. The tweeters shouted urgently, resounding through the city streets and alleys. Countless people in their sleep were awakened. Pulling open the curtains, what met their eyes was a huge mushroom cloud in the skyline. The ring-shaped cloud swung out in all directions, the large mushroom rising high into space. The fire and smoke were slow to clear. Holy? It's a ING atomic bomb. Knock you dead. How did I wake up from a nap to fight a war? Get your ass up, bring water and food, and follow the police car. I don't mean to smack you, it's a real ING war, run. More and more people are running out of the neighborhood. With backpacks on their backs, and suitcases whose zippers aren't even closed, they hurriedly follow the lead of the police cars. Running towards the Sanhantai Air Defense Shelter that they had only heard of, but had never been to. Countless people were still in a daze. All along the war had been so far away from them, but at this moment, it was so close that they could hardly breathe. Old Li too, who had been resting his arms at home for the past few months. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud appearing above the distant sky, he once again pulled out the old single-shot rifle similar to his own age from the bottom of his obsolete box. Behind him, his son had a large knife strapped to his back. A number of old men and young men had gathered in the village's small square. The devils won't stop, they're going to fight again. Atomic bombs are coming to our homes. I'm afraid it's going to be millet and rifles again. The people are carrying grain for thousands of miles. What are they afraid of? They'll fight to the death. It's as if those things that were sealed up decades ago have been awakened again. Everyone's eyes are firm, ready to resist the stubborn enemy. Sa! Inside the highest strategy room. What kind of weapon is that? It actually destroyed all the ICBMs. Shen Yuan Hanwu couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise as he watched the red points of light on the screen disappear. He didn't expect Star-Spangled Nation's reaction speed to actually be so fast. Before the black weapons had fully shot out from the Bear Country's territory into the middle of the Great Flat Ocean, they had already completed their interception mission, allowing these exploding mushroom clouds to appear above the airspace of the Bear Country. This kind of defense strength that could be called absolutely crushing was quite shocking to him. Detecting a super-energy laser weapon, what intercepted the ICBM just now was a laser shot from the Star-Spangled Nation Starchain satellite. The staff reported the monitored information at the first opportunity. These words shocked everyone present. The Star-Spangled Nation had actually really developed a laser weapon. No wonder it dared to strike so decisively against us this time. It turns out that it wasn't afraid of a black weapon backlash at all. With the global monitoring capabilities of the superstar chain, utilizing space electronic systems for nuclear defense, this kind of idea is truly extraordinary. Quite a few top brass similarly marveled and opened their mouths. With this wave, the Bear Country's offensive was instantly dismantled. Their nuclear strike could be declared scrapped. Bear Country. Inside the highest strategy room, Pulse sits paralyzed in his chair as he watches the scene. How was this possible? How could a laser weapon bring down an ICBM? His eyes were filled with incredulity. Because he hadn't expected the Stars and Stripes to have this kind of power. All of this was beyond his expectations. The laser weapon only took 3 seconds to ignite the missile's fuel compartment with high temperature, and it was the missile's explosion that caused the black weapon to explode. The staff had already quickly analyzed the anomalous data monitored before the missile exploded. By the time these words left his mouth, Pulse had despaired. He realized. The Bear Country had completely fallen. From the time that huge dynasty disintegrated, they were destined for this day. For so many years, without realizing it, the Bear Country had withdrawn from that top stage. The world now. It was the stage of the battle between the Xia Kingdom and the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. Chapter 128. Sorry, there are missiles. Above the huge mushroom cloud, more than 1,800 space-based weapons were coming towards the Xia and Bear Countries. But even faster than them were the near-Earth orbit missiles. At this moment, they had already reached less than 100 kilometers from the outer edge of the star chain. Amidst the gazes of countless people, 2 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. These missiles rammed into the satellites they were aimed at with absolute speed. The subsequent explosion arose above the sky thousands of kilometers away. Looking down from the space station, it was like a firework blossoming in the outer space of Blue Star. One by one, the satellites were blown into pieces, with some of the space-based weapons that hadn't been launched yet blowing up directly in outer space. In the midst of the flames, debris flew everywhere. More than 1,000 missiles hit the satellites, and the scene was spectacular just thinking about it. Alarms sounded in the control room of Stars and Stripes' Black Palace. On the satellite map that covered the whole world, one green dot went out. The originally intact net was riddled with holes in a matter of seconds. But not a single one of all the Stars and Stripes executives present was sad. Instead, a number of them burst out laughing. Ha, prepare for the judgment of the space-based weapons. The Xia Kingdom is going to be destroyed. 1,800 space-based weapons, and all of the major cities in the Summer Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom are all doomed. I can't wait to see the devastated Xia. If the satellites are gone, they're gone. It's only 1,000 satellites. It won't take long to replenish them again. They had already prepared themselves for the destruction of the satellites. So at this moment, there is not the slightest worry. On the contrary, they were full of excitement, looking forward to the complete destruction of Xia and Xiong by space-based weapons. The debris in space was falling towards Blue Star at this moment. They entered the inner atmosphere of the Blue Star and ground out sparks in the air. Countless pieces of debris fell through the air at great speeds, looking like a grand meteor shower. The vast majority of these fragments were rubbed out in the air. Only a very few were larger, but they all fell into the great flat ocean and sank into the deep sea. On the ground, the vast majority of people had run for shelter in bomb shelters. But there were still some journalists who were not afraid of life and death, setting up cameras on top of buildings and filming everything in the sky. The space-based weapons were expected to hit our cities and military bases in 14 seconds. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest strategy room, staff members eagerly opened their mouths to report. On the large screen, densely packed extremely fast flashing red dots were falling downwards at a rapid pace. Looking at these things, Xian Yuan Hongwu's scalp also went numb. What was this Yibei doing? Why wasn't he still conducting a defense interception? Is he still going to be too big for his britches at this kind of moment? Once the interception failed it would be a horrible disaster when it fell to the ground. Lin Tianlei was also clenching his fists tightly, with some fear in his heart. Although he had always trusted Yibei very much, Yibei's actions at such a time really puzzled him. In one breath, he called Yibei several times, but there was just no answer. At this moment, inside the airspace base laboratory, Yibei was sitting in front of the main console looking at those red dots on the big screen, precisely calculating the time. The reason why he kept putting it down before intercepting it was because he wanted to show it to the world to go and see. He wanted to let the people of Xia know the fear of war. He wanted to let these people who grew up in a life of comfort know to think of danger in peace. Use words to teach, use movies and television to show, use songs to inspire. These are all just fleeting things. 1 minute you may be feverishly watching movie clips of your predecessors' bloody battles in a doo-wop, but the next minute you're lost in a double ponytail bounce. None of this is useful. What's really useful is for them to see it all with their own eyes, to put themselves in the situation and experience it for themselves.
It's like a soldier who has just arrived in the army and is full of enthusiasm and fearlessness. But on the battlefield, next to the talking comrade suddenly died violently can scare him half dead. As the mentor said, teaching is useless, broken bones is the best textbook. Yi Bei's move this time was to take advantage of the Star-Spangled Nation's offense to awaken the souls of the people. Only fear and trembling would make them desperately want to be strong. The time had come. Yi Bei's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and the long-prepared button in his hand was directly pressed. Instantly, more than 4,000 near-Earth orbit missiles popped out of the launch silo and rushed towards the air at an extremely fast speed. Rumbling sounds boomed out at the missile launch site. Amidst a streak of red light, a single missile rose up into the sky as if it didn't want any money. The reporters who were filming from the top of the building. The people who were urgently fleeing. Many people once again saw the shocking scene in the sky. The people of Shengjing City were able to see a full several hundred missiles shooting up into the air. It was even more shocking than the scene they had just seen. This is even more violent than the last fight. That's hundreds of missiles, right? Run! I think we're going to die in this city. What country's attacking us? I'd like to kill them. Don't talk, just run. Amidst the hasty running of countless people, and the shouts of panic, the Stars and Stripes are as terrified as ever at this moment. 4,000 interceptor missiles detected traveling towards the space-based weapon, collision expected in 3 seconds. The staff looked at the thousands of red dots that suddenly appeared on the big screen and spoke hurriedly. These words caused all the executives who were in the midst of their joy to instantly freeze. How many? How many interceptor missiles did you say? Tushin questioned with wide eyes. 4,000 interceptor missiles. The staff's voice came out again without hesitation. Everyone's eyes had moved to the large screen. Looking at the densely packed red dots, they only felt their scalps tingle. The scene was silent, not a single person spoke. The air was as if it had frozen, and only panic was spreading rapidly in their hearts. Is there any way to stop them? Pu Chuan somewhat unwillingly opened his mouth and asked. But the answer he received was clearly not what he thought. They had only built 3,000 space-based weapon satellites. The ones that had been consumed and destroyed were already most of them, and there was no power left to fight back. And just as Pu Chuan's heart stuttered, finally realizing that something bad was happening. Suddenly, a large number of light dots flashed on the large screen once again. Once again, 3,000 missiles were detected. Another batch of missiles had been launched by Xia. The staff were all shocked and shouted in excitement. Those words caused the scene to instantly go into an uproar. Chapter 129 Shock. The end of the War of the Worlds. The moment the staff members' words fell, Pu Chuan's entire body directly fell to the ground in a paralyzed state. His heart was completely desperate in this instant. The superstar chain had taken 10 years to build. It had consumed trillions of dollars of Star-Spangled Nation's money, and how much manpower and material resources had been spent. The space-based weapons satellite cluster and the space anti-nuclear strike system, these two super trump cards made him think that he would definitely be able to dominate the world. But at this moment, in front of these 7,000 missiles that Yi Bei threw out in one breath, they all seemed so childish and fragile. 3 seconds passed in an instant. Terrifying explosions were once again staged above the sky. This time it was even more spectacular and shocking than before. A full 1876 space-based weapons wrapped in red flames collided with the missiles in the white mist. The explosions rumbled over all the cities in the entire Xia and Bear countries. The people of every city looked up above the sky at this moment. Fire covered the sky, the white clouds had dissipated, and dark smoke filled the air everywhere. Amidst the flames, debris flew everywhere, falling from the sky to the ground. It smashed on top of the building and crumbled into the middle of the road. The fragments of tungsten rods that had already lost their great potential energy didn't produce much damage. However, it was still shocking in people's eyes. A fragment of a tungsten rod that was half the size of a large man directly collapsed 100 meters of the road. If it had landed in an unsuspecting, normally functioning city, how many innocent lives would have been lost? How many of Xia's compatriots would perish in an instant? Stars and Stripes hadn't considered any of this and went crazy as they directly unleashed nearly 2,000 space-based weapons. They wanted to dominate the world. But Yi Bei wiped out their delusions mercilessly. After accurately intercepting these 1,876 space-based weapons, the remaining missiles were still shooting towards space at an extremely fast speed. Behind them, 3,000 missiles were neatly organized and followed closely. All the missiles had targets that belonged to it, those satellites in the star chain. Yi Bei had already targeted those space-based weapons satellite clusters in these 2 waves of battle, as well as the Space Defense Nuclear Strike System satellite clusters. The targets of these missiles were those 2 things that posed the greatest threat to Xia. Inside the highest strategic chamber of the Xia kingdom, Shen Yuan Hangwu looked at the thousands of missiles that had risen up from the ground, his eyes somewhat complicated. Yi Bei had released almost all the missiles in one breath. Less than 1,000 were left for defense, and all the rest were shot into outer space. This was the rhythm of directly drying out the star chain. More than $10 trillion are gone, less than 10 minutes all gone. Shenyuan Hangwu watched those green dots move rapidly on the big screen, his eyelids jumping wildly.
He is really some neat pain.
He had never fought such a bold battle in his life, and it was only Yi Bei that this kid dared to be so brutal.
He shook his head and couldn't help but sigh.
From 100 years ago until now, almost every battle in Xia was impoverished. The country was in shambles, and there was a lack of money everywhere.
Ammunition had to be saved somehow when fighting a war.
A war takes several years to fight down. Spending a few $100 billion, nearly $1 trillion is already very impressive. Yi Bei, this 10 minutes more than $1 trillion gone battle, he was shocked from the bottom of his heart. The loss of missiles is not a system. 10,000 missiles hit and hit. Near-Earth orbit missile system is still there. The 10 trillion is still there. Lin Tianlei looked at Shenyuan Hongwu's physical pain and hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort him. The smile on his face could tell that he was quite satisfied with Yi Bei's move. The Star-Spangled Nation's loss is the biggest. The superstar chain that took 10 years to build up used not half an hour to collapse.
I think Puchuan should be crying in the toilet by now, ha!
Lin Tianlei laughed loudly in the control room.
Couldn't suppress his inner ecstasy at all. You guys from the Ministry of the Army and the Ministry of Scientific Research, every one of you is not a light that is not easy to deal with, not treating money as money, Shenyuan Hangwu shook his head and cursed as he looked at Lin Tianlei's happy appearance. Not to mention that a few days ago to buy time for Yi Bei, guilty of money consumption. Over the years, every time Xiaoguo encountered a crisis, which time he did not commit money consumption. Hey, to fight the Stars and Stripes, it is necessary to have full coverage of firepower, to give him back all the beatings we have received. Lin Tianlei heatedly smiled and said. In the midst of their laughter,
the remaining 5,000 or so missiles had quickly scurried out of the blue star and shot towards the star chain satellite. After a dozen seconds, one after another, they crashed into those satellites. A truly spectacular and shocking show was staged. The satellites of the super star chain crumbled madly at this moment.
Large swaths of satellites disappeared into the star chain's layout.
On the big screen in the Star-Spangled Nation's general control room, large swaths of light dots disappeared one after another, and the star chain system, which was already riddled with holes just now, completely collapsed at this moment.
Large gaps and holes appeared.
The space-based satellite weapon cluster and the space nuclear strike prevention system satellite cluster, totaling 4,000 satellites, all collapsed. The remaining satellites of various types also experienced link point collapses.
Alarms sounded frantically in the room.
The voices of the artificial intelligence all became jerky, and the system completely collapsed in just 10 seconds or so. The superstar chain that took 10 years to build could already be declared finished.
Puchuan lay straight on the ground, his eyes staring at the ceiling as despair buried him completely. The entire Star-Spangled Nation hierarchy was completely deflated.
Their will was crushed, their self-confidence was shattered.
Xiao won, in just 10 minutes, they won completely and utterly. At the same time,
the populace of the Summer Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom had gone crazy. They had just witnessed the shocking scene and witnessed an epic battle. Countless people had uploaded the captured videos to the internet. All the major media outlets and platforms also published heavy news one after another. The top front page headlines instantly swept across all the netizen platforms and major newspapers and media in the entire world.
This battle is over.
But things had just begun. Yi Bei, who was inside the laboratory, was currently leaning back in his chair and looking through the posts and inquiries that were all over his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. The effect he wanted had already appeared. In another hour, this war panic would reach its extreme. Everything was going according to his vision. A plan in his mind began. Prepare a press conference at Globe, I'm going to give a speech for the whole world. Yi Bei sent a message to Lu Haoyun. Afterwards, the phone at hand, which had never been answered, rang once again. P.S. Thanks for the gift support from the pretty boys and girls. Love you all, Mua. John is on his way to reunite with his family. We'll continue the charge tomorrow.
Chapter 130, an opportunity in name only.
Picking up the phone, Lin Tianlei's voice immediately came from the opposite side.
My Chief Master Yi, you're scaring people to death. Yi Bei's operation just now was really making all of them nervous. Don't worry, I have a measure.
Yi Bei smiled blandly and said, after the matter is over, I just have to call you for a press conference. This matter doesn't end here, so hurry up and come to the empty sky base.
Good, I will come over right away.
Lin Tianlei hurriedly agreed, then hurriedly left the Supreme Ministry. With this great battle coming to an end,
Shenyuan Hangwu didn't take it lightly either.
Instead, he ordered the defense fleet and all of the nation's defense systems and radars to be fully deployed, always preventing Stars and Stripes from striking again in any other way. The first level of war readiness had not yet been lifted, and the entire country was still under a state of alert.
All the people had basically gone into hiding. The city was in a rare state of silence. The internet was also in a rare state of activity. The internet has exploded about this matter. All online platforms were filled with various posts about the war.
Several missiles had appeared in the sky above Xia, intercepting a large number of unknown weapons. Someone had used a black weapon, and the mushroom cloud that was triggered could be seen from 100 kilometers away. Did a war really break out? Which country is attacking the Xia kingdom? A live video has been revealed of laser weapons falling from the sky to destroy the black weapons. All sorts of posts were published by netizens. Whether it was domestic or foreign, they were all spreading like crazy. This incident happened too suddenly. It only took 10 minutes from start to finish. But the video that was captured by the netizens became eternal. In addition to the summer country and the bear country, all the major countries around the globe had also learned about this matter. All the supreme beings were all shocked. Just when they were still living normally, an incomparably fierce battle over in the summer country had already ended. Even something as heavyweight as a black weapon had been moved. And out of the blue were 36 of them. There was literally no difference from a world war. Who the hell else could it be but Stars and Stripes? It's definitely a war between Stars and Stripes and Summer and Bear. I don't know who started the war. I didn't realize it would erupt so violently. Hurry up and contact our people. We need to pay close attention to the state of the scene and send reporters to the Xia kingdom itself. The supreme emperors of all countries were shocked by this news. Various decrees were issued to the nation at the first opportunity. The nation entered a level 2 state of war readiness, ready to enter a level 1 state of war readiness at any time, and the nation began military intervention for control. All soldiers must be on standby at all times, all vacations are cancelled, entering a state of war readiness. All weapons and equipment in the country are on unlocked standby, ready to respond to external airstrikes. All intelligence officers are mobilized to grasp the war and all aspects of useful information as soon as possible. I'm afraid a world war is about to break out. Panic is spreading like crazy. With the exception of the Black State, which remained peaceful, all the countries on the other continents panicked. Orders were issued, and countless countries entered a state of control. What happened in just 10 minutes would next directly affect the mental tightness of the countries for at least half a year. And the people also began a frantic rush to buy activities. Supermarkets had a rare fortune on this day. Almost all the food and water, as well as all kinds of daily necessities, were all snatched up. All kinds of chain reactions were happening. The online discussion about this matter also became more and more intense. Many official media published news one after another. Xia Daily, war broke out in the airspace of Xia and Xiong. Unknown missile weapons attacked major cities and were intercepted by Xia and Xiong's interceptor missiles. Ice Times, Stars and Stripes intends to start a war. The black weapons launched by the Bear Country are only tools used for self-defense. Global Times, no casualties have been reported in any of the countries yet. According to the latest news, all airstrike missiles have been intercepted, or a new war will break out. Stars and Stripes has not yet issued a statement on this matter. The initiator of the incident has not yet been clarified, and the public is asked not to listen to rumors. United World News, suddenly big country dispute. Please do control work in all countries. Call for safety precautions in the city. The situation is being actively contacted for investigation. There is a cacophony of voices from all sides. Outside of these official media, many military bloggers have come out to analyze the video on the internet. The speed of the skydropping weapon is at least 40 kilometers per second or more. The shape is rather peculiar. It is not an air attack missile, and it is likely to be a never-before-seen space-based weapon. The power of a space-based weapon could easily destroy an entire city, and it was currently possible to calculate that the entire country of Xia had been struck by more than 1,400 such weapons, covering all cities, an inhumane act of attack. This large-scale air attack was a premeditated attack rather than a sudden encounter of frictional fighting, and there was a possibility of a world war breaking out. Currently, through video counts, it is calculated that over 20 ICBMs carrying black weapons have been launched by the Bear Country, and it is possible that a new world war has begun. Everyone is urged to listen to the government's arrangements, never go out privately, protect their lives and wait for new news to emerge. Alien rhetoric is even more wildly rampant in this. Many people blamed this incident on an alien invasion of Blue Star, drawing a lot of people to believe it. There were also people who believed that it was a joint military exercise staged by the Xia Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom. In short, all sorts of strange and bizarre remarks were frantically fermenting. But of these, the World War theory could be said to be the most deeply rooted. Panic continued to fill the air, and the side effects of the attack were constantly occurring. And it was at this moment. Yi Bei had already prepared a draft and was ready to speak to the world. Lin Tianlei was right beside him holding the draft Yi Bei handed over and carefully looking at the contents on it. You can think so deeply in such an emergency situation, ah? Unbelievable. Lin Tianlei couldn't help but exclaim after reading all of Yi Bei's drafted manuscripts. In a moment like that, when an air attack suddenly descended, the first thing that came to their mind was to intercept it immediately. It was simply too late to think much about the rest. But Yi Bei had actually thought of using this matter to achieve more. He was too confident in the orbital missiles he had developed. Who would dare to be so arrogant as to launch a missile when a space-based weapon had already entered the troposphere?
I'm afraid it was only Yi Bei who dared to do so. He only left himself a few seconds in order for everyone to see this scene. This is an opportunity for us to stand on top of the world in name only, so naturally we can't let it go. Yi Bei said blandly with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chief Yi, Commander Lin, the press conference can begin. Lu Haoyun had already prepared everything and ran into the lab to say to the two, "Go!" A glint flashed in Yi Bei's eyes and he took a step towards the outside. Chapter 131, the press conference begins. Bear Country. In the castle of the Stana Gate clan, the fierce battle continued. A large number of soldiers flooded into the castle indiscriminately and frantically shooting the people inside. The defenders of the Stana Gate clan could only resist for a moment in the face of hundreds or thousands of soldiers. They were killed one by one as they gradually retreated. The huge castle was littered with corpses. Some died in the courtyard, some in the doorway, and some were still sitting on chairs in the rooms. Blood flowed in this castle that used to be filled with power and wealth. The scent of death filled the air. Eventually, the resistance was completely dismantled. The clansmen and servants of the fleeing Stana Gate clan were all arrested. But on the other side, John and the little girl Stana, who had escaped from the middle of the secret passage, were moving towards the exit at a fast pace. This path was the only way to escape from the castle. Damn it! Escaping to this place could be discovered by them. John spat and cursed as he walked. It was so hard for him to find a chance to travel far away from the Bear Country, wanting to use the power of the Stana Gate clan to seek revenge once again. But it was once again spoiled by this sudden attack. Now, not to mention helping him, Stana was already struggling to protect herself. In front of him the butler ran forward with the little girl at a fast pace. This is the above wanting to wipe us out in one fell swoop. Next we have to leave the Bear Country immediately and go to the family for a while to avoid the storm. The butler said while running. After being in the Bear Country for so many years, he was very clear about the situation in all aspects. He had expected this day to come, so he had been preparing for it. It's just that he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. I won't go with you to the family, give me a sum of money, I want to go to the summer country. The clan can no longer accommodate me now, all the credit I have made goes to the clan, give me money. John followed behind and spoke without hesitation. His goal was very clear, and his mind was quite clear. Shut your mouth, sending the lady out of here first is what you should do. The butler twisted his head and cursed angrily. Obviously this kind of bent idea of John's made him incomparably angry. I'm going to kill that Yi Xia, I have to avenge this. My wife and daughter were all planted in his hands, I won't be satisfied until he dies. John continued to talk behind him, but the butler didn't pay a single more attention. Instead, he accelerated the pace of his escape. Finally, after 10 minutes of running, they reached the end of the secret passage. Climbing up the tiny stairwell, the butler fought his way through the flaps and tumbled outside. It was a tiny attic, built specifically to conceal the existence of this secret passage. The butler looked around carefully for a few moments to make sure no one was there before pulling the little girl up. John also climbed out in 3 or 2 steps behind him. There's something you want there, take it and roll it. The butler uncovered the carpet and pried a piece of the floorboards open, from which he pulled out a pistol and 2 large stacks of cash, which he slipped into his jacket pocket. He then pointed to a cabinet not far away and said to John. Without further ado, John rushed over in 3 steps and pulled open a drawer. As expected, it was neatly lined with cash. But just as he was about to load up the cash with both eyes, a cold touch suddenly appeared on his temple. Who? Before he could react, a dozen special forces suddenly rushed out of the tiny attic from the rooms on all sides. Everyone had rifles in their hands, their guns aimed at the 3 people at the scene. Damn it! The butler cursed angrily and raised his hand to raise the pistol in his hand to counterattack. However, his arm was instantly broken by a shot. Immediately after that, the special forces swarmed up and directly controlled the 3 people. I'm not from the Stana Gate clan, let go of me. John twisted his body and hissed in sophistry. But the special forces didn't pay any attention to him at all and escorted him to the military vehicle. The moment the cold handcuffs were placed on his hands, he was completely desperate. His eyes were filled with resentment and anger, but there was no more room to turn around. His only prayer now was that he wouldn't be sent to Xia by the Bear Country police. Even if he was sentenced as a member of the Stana Gate clan, he was willing to do so. John was arrested at the time. On the other side, Lin Tianlei and Yi Bei happened to open the press conference. It was broadcast globally on the globe using Xia's official account. It didn't go through any warm-ups. It was just the major media outlets making a network-wide news announcement 10 minutes before the live broadcast opened. Just like that, over 1 billion netizens arrived in unison. All the people who cared about this war came to the global network at the first moment. The top echelons of various countries, and even the supreme beings, all came to this live broadcast in unison. They all wanted to know the truth and the latest situation as soon as possible. The cloud of the World War loomed over everyone's heads. Amidst the anticipation of countless people, the live broadcast room finally opened.
An extremely simple scene with an all-black backdrop. Behind a row of tables sat Yi Bei and Lin Tianlei, as well as some other staff members. Everyone's complexion was quite serious. The moment the audience saw it in the live broadcast room, they felt the oppression that came to them. Nama, look at the expression of fear is really out of the big event. Finished, ing old man sleep asleep up World War. What is this thing Not a lot of people died, right? They look so serious. Don't scare me, tell me it's just a drill so I can go home right now. I saved up a month's allowance, just ordered barbecue a bite hasn't even been eaten yet. Oh. Xiao's reaction speed is very fast. The press conference was held so quickly, the situation is not optimistic In the live broadcast room, a large number of pop-ups filled the sky. The netizens were talking about it. Finally, after 10 seconds or so, Lin Tianlei opened his mouth with a sullen face. This live broadcast is open to the entire world and is only meant to tell everyone about the true situation just now, as well as the terrorist attack from the Star-Spangled Nation that the Xia Kingdom suffered. His words fell, and without even looking at the script on the table, he directly opened his mouth and spoke. Just 1 hour and 24 minutes ago, the Star-Spangled Nation utilized the Super Star Chain to launch an indiscriminate attack on many military targets in the Xia Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom, as well as the cities where a large number of residents were located, utilizing the space-based satellite weapons that had appeared for the first time in history. Star-Spangled Nation used a total of 2,000 space-based weapons to strike Xia and Xiom, a devastating attack move with the intent of wiping Xia and Xiom off the world map, an act that was infuriating to both God and man. Lin Tianlei's voice fell, and the live broadcast instantly exploded. Countless netizens were stunned by this news. Chapter 132 Cyber War Rises. Sky-based weapons. This thing that they had once only seen in movies and TV dramas or novels had actually become a reality today. And it was put into actual combat. It was even dropped in large numbers into cities where innocent civilians lived. This kind of behavior caused all the netizens in the live broadcast room to fall into an even greater panic. No way, 2,000 space-based weapons? Stars and Stripes was truly insane, they wanted to destroy the world. It's scary. If this hits the city, how many people will die today? It's over. I've seen the signs of World War. I'm afraid the real World War will start later, and I'm afraid it'll only get more intense then. Countless people in the pop-up screen were stunned. Even the higher-ups of the various countries who were watching were dumbfounded. They knew the terror of this space-based weapon even better than the people. A full 2,000 space-based weapons, that was a truly devastating blow. If all of them hit their targets, the Summer Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom could be declared extinct tomorrow. Lin Tianlei finished this opening statement and glanced sideways at Yi Bei. Yi Bei had long been prepared. As usual, he wore a mask and spoke facing the world. His eyes were serious and resolute. This terrorist act of the Star-Spangled Nation was launched without warning and without everyone's knowledge. It brought great panic to the people of Xia and Bear Country, as well as to the entire world. The Star-Spangled Nation's move had the extremely serious intention of provoking a world war, wanting to bring an irreversible terrorist disaster to all of humanity. However, it was fortunate that the new near-Earth orbit missile system developed by the Force Technology Corporation had recently been put into use, monitoring the Star-Spangled Nation's air attack and intercepting it. In order to give the people of the world a guarantee of safety, Xia spent a full 8,000 costly missiles to destroy and disintegrate the Star-Spangled Nation's superstar chain. The Stars and Stripes had always claimed to lead the world into the future, to lead all of mankind into the universe. But their real deeds were to destroy the world, destroy humanity, and dominate the blue planet alone. Their actions today had proved everything, and if they really completed their strike against the Xia and Bear nations, then countries around the globe will surely suffer the same invasion. All of us will fall in a pool of blood, with no national sovereignty to speak of and no semblance of human rights. If Star-Spangled Nation starts a world war next, I call on all countries to be able to unite as a front and resist together the enemy that harms all of humanity. Stars and Stripes has always labeled itself as a great nation's technology, but they don't deserve to be called a great nation's technology at all. 6 generations of aircraft took off to directly invade Xia's airspace, but Xia's 6 generations taught them a hard lesson, showing them what it means to be an airborne fighter. Space-based weapons attempted to cause a catastrophe of destruction, but Xia's near-Earth orbit missiles dismantled all of their plots. The superstar chain, which they called a miracle and the first step of mankind towards the universe, was just as easily destroyed by Xia. These facts proved that Star-Spangled Nation's scientific research could not even be called number one in the world, much less a great power's technology. Xia has been keeping a low profile all these years, developing scientific research to benefit the world and all of mankind. The super low-cost anti-gravity car, the anti-gravity elevator that drives the secondary development of big cities, these are all gifts from Xia to the world. Xia maintains the peace and security of the world, protects its sovereignty from infringement, and protects the weak and small countries that are developing in the neighborhood. Xia never invaded, much less carried out such horrific attacks. While Stars and Stripes was attempting to utilize high-end technology to harm humanity, Xia was already adding to the well-being of humans all over the world.
The universe is vast and infinite, and the star-spangled nation wants to use the superstar chain to blockade us and the blue planet. That way they can dominate the blue planet on their own and monopolize all alien exploration rights outside the universe. But the goal of our Xia kingdom is never just the starry sea of the Xia kingdom, but the starry sea of all mankind in the whole world. To bring the entire world towards the universe, to bring everyone to step into that vast river of stars with us. The world's scientific research is in Xia, the world's future is in Xia, and the people of the world should follow Xia's lead. Abandon the star-spangled nation that only coaxes us into harming us, and follow the Xia kingdom into the universe and into the future. Yi Bei's voice was impassioned. Everything was all said in a speech of just a few minutes. This was his layout, this was his plan. And these, too, deeply infected the hearts of over 1 billion people at this moment. They came from different countries, but they were all awakened by Yi Bei at this moment. Thinking back to those videos of space-based weapon attacks that they had seen on the internet, thinking about the horrors of a world war breaking out. The hot blood of all the people also boiled. Many people were enraged at this moment, enraged because of the atrocities of the star-spangled nation. Devils, they are a bunch of devils, wanting to enslave us in hell. Never trust the words of the star-spangled kingdom. The Xia kingdom is the existence we should truly follow. Xia's technology has proven everything. The star-spangled kingdom is simply inferior to Xia. The universe belongs to all mankind, and the blue planet is definitely not a place for the star-spangled kingdom to reign supreme. Mr. Yi Xia is right, and what he has done has told us everything. Cooperate with Xia, reject everything about the stars and stripes, and refuse to buy any of their products. The villain who started the world war, the whole world will be against him. Countless angry voices resounded in the broadcast room. Everyone was incomparably agitated. Even the executives of various countries were shocked by this magnificent speech of Yi Bei. All of it was indeed caused by Star-Spangled Nation. Space-based weapons striking civilians indiscriminately, this kind of horrifying act, they felt scared just thinking about it. Just as Yi Bei had said, with the Xia kingdom gone, they would inevitably be destroyed by the stars and stripes as well. Amidst these countless voices, the live broadcast was cut off. Although the live broadcast ended, Yi Bei's influence was spreading rapidly. More and more people began to support the Xia kingdom and began to support Yi Xia. The voice of boycotting the Star-Spangled Nation appeared in the mouths of hundreds of millions of people. Countries had begun to take the initiative to contact the Summer country. The Lanxi country and the Jili country, which had been allies with the Star-Spangled Nation before, all showed their goodwill to the Xia country. Yi Bei's plan was starting to work. This step of his was to stop Stars and Stripes from starting a world war. As long as all the countries are united, the Stars and Stripes can't defeat the whole world even if they are strong. So it wouldn't dare to hastily continue to provoke a war. And with this time, the plan can continue. When these few months passed, the space battleships were born. At that time, even if a war broke out, Yi Bei wouldn't worry anymore at all. At the same time, this speech. Yi Bei had another purpose, which was to pull the hearts of the world's people to Xia, and make all the preparations for the next construction. But what he didn't know was that the Star-Spangled Nation that had watched all of this. At this moment, anger was rising, and it was already on the verge of exploding. The court family, who had been silently observing, also launched the same cyber offensive immediately after Yi Bei's speech. A news post was uploaded all over the net. This terrifying impact caused Yi Bei's plan to collapse in an instant. Chapter 133 Global Outrage. Pervert Yi Bei. Stars and Stripes, Court Family. Yi Bei's press conference. Lester watched all of it. However, he did not say much. After the failure of the financial storm program, he no longer wanted to get entangled with Xia. He had reached the point of decline. Wesley, you can handle it as you see fit. Lexter exhaled a cloudy breath and waved his hand for all of them to retreat. As he watched Leichhurst close his own eyes tiredly, a smile appeared at the corner of Wesley's mouth. He knew that his own time was finally coming. After so many years of growing up in the Cord family, how much he had longed for this day. After mastering the family, everything he had in mind could be realized unhindered. All his life, Lester had laid out his plans cautiously and done things carefully. The hands and feet he wanted to let go of had always been bound by restrictions. Now, he could finally relax and do everything he wanted to do. Yi Xia, who doesn't know how to die, be the first loser under my Wesley. Wesley said and had left the study. In the middle of the family's hall, he sat recklessly. The several elders sitting below were listening to him arranging a new plan. In just a few moments, several orders were given out. Many sect clans, as well as a large number of media outlets, had all obtained a copy of the information about Yi Xia. Looking at the various information in the data, everyone was shocked. Stars and Stripes' largest media outlet, White Boy Times. Chairman Craigie looked at the information and danced with excitement. What a heavenly explosion! He was well aware of Yi Xia's current popularity. His popularity and strength had now swept the globe. When this news was blown out, it would definitely cause an unprecedented storm of fishing wheels.
This was not only a heavenly opportunity to make money for their group, but likewise a great opportunity for the Stars and Stripes to gain the right to speak. Liz, take this information downstairs, and in half an hour, get me the most explosive news. This news is incredibly important. Mobilize the entire company to focus on this news. I want it to explode worldwide in an hour. Craigie said to the secretary behind him. He also shoved the information in his hand directly into her hand. Understood. The secretary nodded her head and immediately ran out of the office. After all, they were the top media in the world, and they were quite knowledgeable about this kind of breaking news. In just 20 minutes, dozens of press releases were handed over to Craigie's office. It's okay, it looks like they weren't raised in vain, just write it. Release the news immediately, let's make this eBay an infamous existence. Craigie nodded repeatedly as he reviewed the draft. At the same time, all the other major media outlets were doing the same thing. As a press release was reviewed and approved, it was quickly uploaded to the entire network in a matter of minutes. Less than half an hour after the press conference had just ended. It was at the moment when the global public was swarming with excitement over eBay's speech. Suddenly, the overwhelming posts and news instantly filled all the online platforms and a large number of news media around the world. The people who were already holding their cell phones at all times to get the latest news because of the panic. After seeing the news appear in the pop-up window of their cell phones, they immediately clicked in to check it out. When they first read the first news, many people didn't believe it at all, and even felt that it was a deliberate attempt to discredit Yi Xia. But when they swiped their phones and realized that the entire internet was full of this kind of news, and quite a few official media outlets had published it, they began to be shaken. And immediately after various bloggers came out to speak and analyze the news, they completely believed all of this. The original favorable image of Yi Bei in their hearts instantly collapsed. This person who talked about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, who wanted to contribute to all of mankind, who wanted to take the world to the universe. He was actually a molester. If this had happened to an ordinary person, even if this ordinary person had not only molested, but also raped and killed, even then, it wouldn't have caused much of a ripple on the internet. But this incident happened to Yi Bei, who is on fire nowadays. He had always stood for justice, for being pro-people, for bringing benefits to the people of the world. Who could tolerate a person like that being a molester? Just like that old man who invented seawater rice, touching a limousine would be met with anger. If he is reported to be a molester, even if his contribution is great, I'm afraid he will be cyber-violated like crazy by everyone. That's the way the world is. The reversal came so suddenly. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people on the internet were enraged. Their anger was even more terrifying than before. The incident was frantically fermenting under the frantic reports of various media outlets. In just less than an hour, the news that Yi Bei was a molester became common knowledge. Under the packaging of various well-intentioned people, Yi Bei became a sinful devil. He was labeled as a molester, molesting a girl, suspected of forced annihilation, and colluding with the powers that be on many trumped-up charges. Yi Xia's disguise as Yi Bei also completely became a public fact. But the one who had merged into one had now become a villain who was guilty of the most heinous and unforgivable crimes. Beneath a large number of posts, netizens were commenting vehemently. For Xia to condone such a criminal, it was infringing on the world. This girl was too pitiful. After being indecently bullied by Yi Bei, there were officials who came out to protect this criminal. It was simply shocking. In the summer country, women are tools to have children and men control all the power. Is this the same Yi Xia who said in a grand manner that he would take all of humanity to the universe? It's just a disgusting businessman with that disgusting face. Why did Yi Bei not receive any punishment and was still able to speak so wildly to the world? His words cannot be trusted. Xia has no qualifications to talk to us about anything. They are a country with no human rights or laws. They are trash. Countless netizens were furious. It was as if they had been cheated by Yi Bei, and at the moment, they were frantically venting their anger. Countries also began to scrutinize their relationship with Xia, avoiding getting themselves caught up in this kind of thing. After all, the power of such a large number of people united was definitely extraordinary. And with that, the rapid fermentation of events. Things had begun to rise from Yi Bei into a slam against the Xia kingdom. More and more people began to loathe the Summer Kingdom. Under Wesley's covert operation, statements denying all of Xia's statements and suspecting that Xia was the initiator of the war began to appear. The Xia kingdom is colluding with people like Yi Bei. Can their words be trusted? I suspect that this war was secretly instigated by Xia, and that they wanted to use it as a show of force and a threat to the world. The war ended less than an hour before the speech. It is clear that everything was premeditated. Never trust Xia. This is not that simple. We have to wait for the final result. What a disgusting country, trying to deceive our entire world. The matter was expanding at a rapid pace, getting more and more intense. Moreover, with the rapid fermentation of the global network, some female boxers had just been looking for exciting videos of white and black fighting bare knuckle on the extranet. After seeing Xia deceiving the world, Yi Bei molested a girl and was harbored.
title post, their gazes instantly shifted. Subsequently, a post was reproduced by the girls who had flipped over the wall onto Xia's internet platform. Instantly, the entire Xia country once again set off monstrous waves. The large number of female boxers who had been detained and released all went crazy. Seeing that this matter had been unearthed again, making the whole world go crazy, the female boxers were excited. They were already holding their anger in their hearts and directly joined the battlefield, starting to smear Yibei in various ways. And as soon as this kind of negative news appeared, it directly triggered the entire Xiagua network. Hundreds of millions of netizens began to hold the Xia officials accountable, demanding that justice be done and Yibei be severely punished. At this moment, a battle that swept the world and targeted Yibei appeared. Pervert Yibei is the enemy of the whole nation. We can't not punish him for the crimes he committed just because he has high-end technology in his hands. We demand that Yibei be clearly and squarely typecast immediately. What is the world saying about Xia, do you know? If we ourselves can't even manage this kind of thing well, how can we convince the outside world the official should not harbor a molester anymore? I hope the state officials will immediately punish Yibei. Don't let us common people get cold feet. The law is definitely not a tool to serve power, it is the existence of justice. Yibei deserves to be sentenced to at least 1 year. I'm really sick of this kind of person. How did he get to this position? I'm so sick of it. Off, Yibei is full of nonsense, those meaningless words deceive all of us, the truth can't be buried like this. The country was inundated with curses, and there was still some restraint. After all, the platform has been very strict in censorship after the last control. But the extranet was completely different. A large number of female boxers know that they can't make it big on the domestic internet, directly registering small numbers to travel to the extranet. Underneath those posts where foreigners mocked Xia and slammed Yibei, they followed the comments in protest. In this kind of place, they completely opened their hearts and said whatever they wanted to say. Trash Yibei was the epitome of the male of Xia, and such people were all over the place in Xia, as plentiful as dogs. Song Zero has not been turned over to this day. What a poor girl she is. Yibei is really not even close. Yibei has not been punished by the law. This is the patriarchal society of Xia, disgusting to the extreme. Luckily I've left Xia to settle in Stars and Stripes, trashy place, won't come back for the rest of my life. A large number of female boxers spoke on the extranet. This drew countless foreigners to be even happier. They never thought that summer people scolded their own people more ruthlessly than them. With this wave getting bigger and bigger. Seeing that the time was right, Stars and Stripes finally held a press conference. This opportunity in their favor, they would never let it go. With a face of anger, Puchuan similarly opened a live broadcast on the global network. Instantly, hundreds of millions of netizens flooded into it once again. Chapter 134 Reversal. Writing Yibei's name. The environment of fishing wheels on the internet gave Puchuan the hope of escaping from his guilt. A crime like starting a war might be something no one could care about in the past, but this time could be completely different. Because Xia had destroyed all their offenses in a crushing manner. Moreover, Yibei's remarks had mobilized the hearts of people all over the world, causing everyone to panic about the Stars and Stripes. If they were really allowed to establish a new pattern of the world centered on Xia, Stars and Stripes would be on the road to decline. This was a sight that Puchuan was unwilling to see, and it was a sight that everyone in the entire Star-Spangled Nation was unwilling to see. The live broadcast room opened. More than 1 billion people similarly rushed to watch. The live broadcast room was ablaze with fire, and Puchuan opened his mouth with an angry look. The Star-Spangled Nation has never thought of waging war on the whole world, much less persecuting our compatriots. The evil people of the summer country opened their mouths first, rumorizing those false facts to the whole world, confusing the public, and making the people of the whole world fall for it. Everyone has already seen very clearly what Yibei is like, a molester, a criminal who harms women but is not sanctioned by the law, who actually mixes with the Xia military and speaks loudly and openly to the world in a dignified manner. Can we believe the words of such a person? Can the world believe it? I believe that every member of the public is wise, and the eyes of the public can see through the truth. The Xia kingdom deliberately stirred up disputes and attempted to strike at the super star chain that benefited mankind, and we were forced to fight back. But even then, most of the star chain's satellites were still destroyed by Xia's secret stash of weapons that really hurt the world. And the Bear Country, which is in cahoots with the Summer Country, actually directly launched black weapons that are banned worldwide. It was their actions that wanted to start a world war. As long as Yi Xia has this stain on him, we can never trust Xia's words. The future of the world lies in the Stars and Stripes. We have to unite together to fight against this horrible attack by Xia. Puchuan raised his arms and shouting loudly in the live broadcast room. After a passionate speech, many Western people were directly compelled on the spot. Yibei's matter had already made them quite annoyed and distrustful in their hearts. It was only now that Puchuan's words made them believe even more. The public is like this: as long as someone says something convincing enough to hook up that bit of emotion within them, they will immediately change their mind. This network war without smoke was even more intense than the struggle between militaries. This was the final battle between Xia and Stars and Stripes. It is also the last step of Yibei's future plan. At this moment, Yibei is holding a tablet computer and watching Puchuan's speech. His plan crumbled to pieces. In just over an hour's time, the people's minds were changing rapidly. However, Yibei at this moment was not in the slightest hurry. Instead, he directly dove headfirst into the manufacturing and development of the space battleship once again. He wouldn't care much about what happened next. As for whether or not he could turn it all over, that would depend on the actions of the Supreme Ministry. Lin Tianlei, who had just left from the empty skybase not long ago, sitting in his car and looking at the situation on the internet, he was trembling with anger. He didn't expect the Stars and Stripes to actually use such despicable means to discredit Yibei to give them a chance to get off the hook. Contacting the Bear Country, he asked if John had been captured yet. Lin Tianlei put down his cell phone and said to his assistant that it was time to give Yibei a proper name. Star-Spangled Nation is playing with fire this time. Trying to use such cheap tactics is purely suicidal. With a large amount of evidence in hand, as long as John arrives, all the truth of everything would come out, and the Star-Spangled Kingdom would die an ugly death. The assistant quickly drove to the Supreme Ministry. Xianyuan Hanwu all saw this matter at this moment. Xia's international image was slipping like crazy. The Stars and Stripes had already utilized their years of media tactics to start manipulating the minds of the people. Black is good. Star-Spangled Nation is really unscrupulous now. Such a little thing that can't stand up to scrutiny wants to be utilized in playing schemes and mind tricks. Xia is their ancestor. Let people immediately prepare to give Yibei the right name. I would like to see a finger poking through the mask of the Star-Spangled Kingdom. How ugly their ugly face will be. Xianyuan Hanwu understood Yibei's matter very clearly. They now held evidence in their hands and could write Yibei's name anytime they wanted to. According to Lin Tianlei's idea was that he wanted to unveil it after John was captured without too many concerns. He was also prepared to let Yibei shine during the World Scientist Summit. With a strong contrast, he would leave an absolutely deep impression on the world. Now, it seemed like it couldn't wait for that time. Emperor Xianyuan, John has been captured. Let's immediately give Yibei a proper name. Just at the moment when Xianyuan Hanwu gave the order, Lin Tianlei suddenly rushed in with an angry face. This Star-Spangled Nation is really bullying people too much and doesn't want any face at all. If not for the fact that the space battleship is in a tense moment, I really hate to fight with them and let these ghosts know how powerful they are. Xianyuan Hanwu laughed as he watched Lin Tianlei's exasperated appearance. You arrange the matter of the rightful name, and make sure to hit the face of the Stars and Stripes hard. The people who had experienced a reversal, when they realized this time that the Stars and Stripes had lied to them, that hatred would be unparalleled. Lin Tianlei nodded and turned around to head to the data room. All the information and evidence regarding the Song Zirou incident was all included here. Being brought out again at this moment, there were already more things. A press conference would be held immediately. Lin Tianlei said to his assistant while personally organizing the information. Soon, a large number of media outlets were mobilized and began to make a big deal out of the fact that the official Xia state had held a press conference. Countless people waiting for the official exit of the Xia kingdom instantly gathered. Clarification? Xia said that they were going to give a clarification of this incident? They actually want to harbor criminals. I'd like to see what reason they can come up with. It's really shameless. Xia has completely lost its integrity. A country without integrity, then every word they say cannot be trusted. The matter of Yibei being a molester has long been a nail in the coffin. Can this still be changed? The live broadcast room has not yet opened. Among the posts below, the netizens were already talking heatedly. Netizens from all over the world, more than 1 billion people were waiting for the press conference to be held. In the midst of these countless voices, the live broadcast room opened. But this time, the live broadcast room was different. Instead of a pure black background, it was a huge screen. Lin Tianlei sat at the bottom of the screen, holding the remote control in his hand, with the prepared script in front of him. Looking at the hundreds of millions of people pouring into the live broadcast room, his expression was even angrier than Puchuan's. The internet suddenly erupted with slanderous remarks against Mr. Yibei, and Star-Spangled Nation was even using this side of the story to try to pin the blame on Xia and Bear Nation. This kind of irresponsible behavior of confusing the people around the globe and getting away with their own terrorist acts was extremely shameful. Star-Spangled Nation Supreme One Puchuan said that Yibei indecently assaulted a girl and was covered up by Xia's military. May I ask if they can produce any evidence? The indignant people on the internet, have you seen any evidence that can confirm all this? This kind of one-sided statement is a way for the Stars and Stripes to utilize everyone's righteousness to achieve their ulterior motive. They don't have any evidence, but we do, and we have all the evidence we need. Please look at the big screen. This will be the moment to do justice to Mr. Yibei, and a historic moment to witness the ugly face of the Stars and Stripes. Lin Tianlei spoke angrily in the live broadcast. A few rhetorical questions made all the people who were just about to open their mouths to spew their anger all freeze. Evidence? It seems like we really haven't seen any evidence? It can't be that Star-Spangled Nation is lying to us, right? What the hell is going on here?
All sorts of questions poured out on the pop-up screen, and for the first time, the angry people were awakened. And just as they were wondering, Lin Tianlei had already pressed the remote control and began to show the world all the evidence.
Everything was like going back to the very beginning. Blue Star, Summer Country. Qingbei University.
At 9:40 p.m., the lights were still on in the classroom on the third floor of the library. Yi Bei was staring at the computer in front of him, carefully modifying the design drawings on it. Every scene was presented clearly and incomparably in the camera's screen. Every scene of how Song Zirou framed Yi Bei, how she arrogantly broke the computer, and how she called people up to hurt Yi Bei, all of them were clearly shown. These scenes were seen with everyone's eyes wide open, and each one of them was horrified.
They didn't expect that the news that was all over the internet was actually fake.
And many of them didn't believe it at first, but those official media outlets were also reporting it, and only then did they believe it all. But now it seemed that all that news was all fake. Yi Bei hadn't done such a bad act of molesting a girl at all. When the evidence was revealed in front of their eyes, all of them were confused. Thinking of the scene where they had just angrily scolded Yi Bei online, many of them instantly felt ashamed. Those Xia netizens who had been accumulating grudges were even feeling like they were all over the place. Right at this moment, Lin Tianlei's voice sounded once again. Song Zirou was doing wrong in the school on the basis that she was the daughter of the old boss of Prime Technology Group. The thing that slandered Yi Bei was just one of the bad things she had done. Yi Bei had never done a single bad thing, and every word he had said earlier in the press conference was from the bottom of his heart. What had just happened online had made him very sad. It wasn't fair or just for him to share a high-end technology like anti-gravity technology to the world, with the intention of working for the well-being of the people of the world, only to be hurt like this. However, Mr. Yi Bei didn't blame everyone for being under the spell of the stars and stripes and doing things that were out of their minds. And what I want to tell you is that Song Zirou was a spy, a villain deliberately sent by the stars and stripes to harm Mr. Yi Bei.
As Lin Tianlei's words fell, the scene in the live broadcast room instantly changed drastically.
Chapter 135, I want the most magnificent proper names. Lin Tianlei's words shocked the more than 1 billion netizens in the live broadcast room.
Song Zirou was a spy sent by the Star-Spangled Nation? My God, could it be that everything she did was premeditated?
I really didn't think that the Star-Spangled Nation would actually be so despicable.
No way. A college student becoming a spy is simply too unbelievable. I don't think so. Xia is talking nonsense. Do they have proof that it's a spy? They're just trying to cover up Yi Bei.
There was an uproar amongst the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Everyone was shocked by this news that Lin Tianlei had said. However, there were still some voices in this that had been questioning it since the beginning. In the face of the people's comments, Lin Tianlei didn't hesitate for a second. Pressing the remote control once again, a series of things about Song Yunying and Xiaoan were shown on the large screen. In order to create chaos in Xia and steal our military secrets, the Sforcourt family had specialized in training a whole bunch of spies. John was one of the most typical of these, using the power given to him by the Court family to run the Prime Technology Group in the city of Xingjing in the Summer Kingdom. He let his wife Song Yunying manage it, and cooperated with the Xia military, handing over a large amount of our military secrets to the Stars and Stripes military. All the evidence is on the big screen. Xia will never believe in slandering a good person, but will never let a bad person off the hook. The many scientists who have died in Xia over the years for no apparent reason have almost all been assassinated by the Kodak family. The Court family not only laid out in the Summer Country, creating a horrible financial crisis. It also has a large number of industries in various countries around the globe, ready to carry out new terrorist actions at any time. The Court family's so-called support from the Stars and Stripes behind them is indispensable. This time, in order to exonerate themselves from waging war, they have deceived the entire world and all of us. How can we trust this kind of country that is secretly in chaos? Is the Star-Spangled Nation still worthy of the world's people's trust? Lin Tianlei raised his arms and said to the hundreds of millions of people. At the same time, all the evidence on the screen appeared one by one in front of the eyes of the world. Those voices of skepticism just now instantly disappeared. Countless people were completely enraged by the shamelessness and despicability of the Star-Spangled Nation. The Stars and Stripes Nation was truly unconscionable, actually capable of such disgusting behavior. On the surface, it appeared to have a decent face, but in fact, the bad things behind its back were all done by the forces it had cultivated. The Court family is the dark side of the Star-Spangled Nation, doing all the things that can only be done behind the scenes. Damn, so all those scientists were killed, and the Stars and Stripes actually called it an accidental death in a dignified manner. Deceiving all of us, this kind of country's words can never be trusted a word. A large number of people were enraged, shaken by the behavior of the Stars and Stripes. At the same time, there were also quite a few people who felt quite sad about what happened to Yi Bei. A martyr's son who had lost both his parents since he was a child, yet he had to endure such an injustice, alas. In order to protect the face of the country, he wore a mask every time he appeared, such a hero, admirable. How much contribution has Force Technology Corporation made to the world, and Star-Spangled Nation actually wants to harm him? It's really too vicious. Being smeared and vilified by Song Zirou so much. An innocent person being called an obscene criminal. Lao Zi really wanted to chop up this spy. As the emotions of the people in the live broadcast began to tumble, Lin Tianlei continued his output, shaking out all the various bad things that Star-Spangled Nation had done over the years. Without hiding a single star, all of it was exposed to the world. This one thing overlapped together, and at this moment, it directly crumbled the image of the Stars and Stripes nation. It also completely ignited the anger in the hearts of hundreds of millions of people. A large number of protesting voices began to appear on the internet. More and more people spontaneously began to boycott the purchase of Star-Spangled Nation's products. There were even people who had already organized people to start marching on the streets, demanding that the national authorities immediately reduce the cooperation and exchange with the Star-Spangled Nation and strengthen the exchange with the Xia country. Demanding that the country unite to resist the war that the Stars and Stripes may start. This kind of voice is not just a little bit. Rather, it was the entire country, tens of millions of people launching simultaneous marches and protests in all major cities. In just a few moments, it had already created an extremely huge impact. The countries were forced to make some measures to boycott Stars and Stripes to stabilize the people's hearts. Moreover, many hacker organizations also announced that they would launch a network war against Stars and Stripes at the same moment. Many private businessmen also spoke out, saying that they would stop cooperating with the Stars and Stripes. More and more people began to boycott. Looking at how agitated the public mood was, Lin Tianlei rode the wave of victory. Just now, Yibei's plan had been collapsed by the Stars and Stripes, and now he was going to bring it back together again, and this time it was going to be indestructible. Leading the people of the world into the future was Mr. Yibei's wish, and it was also the wish of the Xia Kingdom. The Xia Kingdom is with the world, and Mr. Yibei is likewise with the world. Anti-gravity technology, energy conversion for controlled fusion, these are all topics that Mr. Yibei has solved. And I have to tell you all. The Dragonheart that drove the Star-Spangled Nation's 6th-generation planes that flaunted and invaded his country's airspace out of Xia's airspace was also Mr. Yibei's masterpiece alone. He is a well-deserved world scientist, an existence that all of us should honor. Lin Tianlei's words fell. Everyone was completely shocked. They never expected that all of this was accomplished by Yibei alone. Every single technology was world-changing, and they actually all came from this teenager who was only 18 years old. This was a genius, and the world's scientific research community would surely grow by leaps and bounds with him. Stars and Stripes is trying to control cutting-edge research, that's why they're trying to sabotage Yibei. It's really disgusting. That's right, we should follow Mr. Yibei's lead in order to get better and better. Following Mr. Yibei towards the universe is the trend of the world's development. The Star-Spangled Nation will never be able to lead mankind into the future, only Yibei can do it, we have to believe in Yibei. Under Lin Tianlei's words. In just a few moments, the situation just now was completely reversed. Hundreds of millions of people were now completely convinced of everything Yibei had said earlier. The Star-Spangled Nation, on the other hand, was reduced to the most despicable existence in everyone's mind. Everyone believed that only Yibei could lead mankind to the future, to the universe. People's hearts were gathered together like never before, and a force in support of Yibei had quietly formed. But that wasn't enough. Lin Tianlei wanted to make it all culminate. To make everyone not look forward to Yibei's every appearance all the time. He wanted to make the world look at Xia, to make everyone's eyes gather on this talented young man. Just as he had said in the beginning, he was going to give Yibei a magnificent rightful name. Chapter 136, This Vengeance, to be personally repaid. Facing the more than 1 billion people around the world who were watching the live broadcast in real time, Lin Tianlei spoke aloud. Mr. Yibei belongs to Xia and to the world. He is the future of the world's scientific research, a pioneer for our humanity to step into the universe. The World Scientist Summit, a once-in-a-decade super event, Mr. Yibei will bring his brand new scientific research creations to the event. I hope that on that day, everyone will come to witness history, to witness the beginning of Mr. Yibei leading mankind into the universe. His voice landed in everyone's heart and invigorated them. A wave of unprecedented anticipation ignited in their hearts. This unknown freshman had become the most talked about scientist in the entire world at this moment. Countless people began to look forward to the day when the World Scientists Summit would be held. All began to look forward to the appearance of that scientific creation that could lead mankind into the universe. I'm looking forward to Mr. Yibei coming out to speak to us again. I want to hear his insights on the future of mankind and look forward to the start of the World Scientists Summit. The world needs such a responsible scientist. Kudos to Mr. Yibei. What kind of scientific creation will it be? It's really exciting to see what will be the beginning of the human race's journey into the universe. Amidst the waves of pop-ups in the live broadcast, Lin Tianlei snuffed out the live broadcast. However, the impact of this one was still frantically continuing. Yibei's popularity had surpassed all of Blue Star's current scientists in just one day. His name was as famous as Einstein. However, the public's expectations of him far exceeded all the scientists in history. Countless people looked up at the starry sky that night, and their hearts were incomparably looking forward to the World Scientist Summit. Looking forward to the day when Yi Bei would lead mankind to the universe. And on top of that, the people's anger towards the Star-Spangled Nation was growing with each passing day. In just one day, the Star-Spangled Nation had lost more than $30 trillion in various types of huge orders. Many of the import and export industry chains had suffered a severe shock, and many of the Star-Spangled Nation's local companies had declared bankruptcy overnight. On top of that, all countries didn't dare to get involved with Stars and Stripes. The information that the superstar chain had been dismantled by Xia in a single breath was confirmed by the satellites of all the major countries. This terrifying military power of the Xia Kingdom caused the world pattern to change drastically for the first time in 100 years. The Star-Spangled Kingdom was no longer the center of the globe. More and more Western countries began to show goodwill towards Xia, throwing out all sorts of favorable cooperation to establish initial relations with Xia. All aspects of the situation are leaning towards Xia. A feeling that Xia is going to become the center of the world is born. In the face of everything, Xianyuan Hangu gladly accepted. Everything Yi Bei did was so that he could make Xia stand on top of the world and become the center of the world. At this moment, all these things he did were starting to materialize. On the other side, the Star-Spangled Nation was already furious. Not only had they lost the war, they had also lost their voice in the world. Now they didn't even have the capital to make a big bet on starting a world war. Because once the war started, all the countries would side with Xia. Then at that time, even if their modernized military power was incomparably strong, they simply couldn't fight against the entire world. Therefore, starting a war would be suicidal for the Stars and Stripes. But it had lost time and time again, and had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xia again and again. Starting from the 6th generation machine, to the anti-gravity vehicle, to the later wars, and the cyber war. They never won even one round again from start to finish. Every time, they were led by the nose and hammered on the ground by Xia, and this feeling made them furious. In the Black Palace, Puchuan was trembling with anger after watching Lin Tianlei's speech. Yi Bei, it's all this Yi Bei, it's all him. Starting from the 6th generation, every single time, it was him who played a role in it that made us lose so completely. Without Yi Bei, how could Xia be able to defeat us? Puchuan roared hysterically, venting his anger. One by one, the following group of executives didn't make a sound, but they were holding a fire in their hearts all the same. Killing Yi Bei would solve all the problems. While everyone was silenced against Puchuan's anger, Minister of Military Mechanization Harris stood out. His eyes were incomparably cold and filled with unprecedented killing intent. The Superstar Chain program was ostensibly done by Smack's company, but behind the scenes it was all led by NASA. And this program was all his responsibility. But it was this thing that he had spent 10 years of his own efforts to create, but at this moment, it was so quickly destroyed by Xia, the anger in his heart was not less than Puchuan's. As his words fell, all the executives at the scene looked at him. Puchuan's also paused his voice. He looked into the eyes of the Minister of Military Mechanization, Harris, and his angry eyes turned grim. That's right, we should kill him. Puchuan coldly opened his mouth, contact the court family, raise the country to execute the Dragon Slayer program, Yi Bei will die. This time, he was truly ruthless. Yi Bei had completely provoked his nerves. Not only had he touched the Star-Spangled Nation's reverse scale, he had also torn this reverse scale right off. He was going to use the power of the Stars and Stripes Nation to unite the court family to accomplish this task. Not only for revenge, but also to bring back the international status of the Stars and Stripes. Among their contacts, a large number of minions were sent out to begin investigations and layouts. To kill a person with the power of the whole country. At this moment, the summer country hadn't thought about the unprecedented huge crisis that was already surging in the shadows. The first death crisis in Yi Bei's life was brewing. Commander-in-Chief, John has been escorted to Xingjing City. The assistant reported to Lin Tianlei. Hearing this, Lin Tianlei's gaze flickered. This guy who had absconded outside had finally been captured today. He was now going to immediately head to Xingjing City to meet this untouchable John. Little Lu, let's go to the military prison in Xingjing City, the family will finally be reunited. Lin Tianlei said, turned around and headed downstairs. The assistant behind him hurriedly followed. As the assistant walked, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Commander-in-Chief, should we notify Chief Master Yi? These words caused Lin Tianlei to faintly freeze. Yes. It seemed like this matter should indeed be notified to Yi Bei. After all, John wasn't just a wanted criminal who had harmed the interests of the Xia Kingdom, he was also the enemy who had assassinated Yi Bei's grandfather Ah. From the beginning, Yi Bei didn't care about Song Zirou's matter at all. The back involved out of the Song Yunying these, Yi Bei also never asked a question. Because in addition to Song Zirou slandered him, broke the computer, the other things have nothing to do with Yi Bei personally. Rather, it has to do with the summer country. Song Yunying is a worm of the summer country, but not Yi Bei's enemy. This matter was not until after John assassinated the old man that Yibei became furious and made a series of retaliatory actions. And also took out 100,000 anti-gravity cars to be captured by the Bear Country. All this can be seen that in Yibei's heart, John has become his enemy.
You're right, it's necessary to inform Yibei.
Lin Tianlei nodded his head in affirmation after a little thought. John is not only the public enemy of Xia, but also Yibei's enemy. We absolutely cannot ignore him. Thinking about Yibei's icy cold eyes before because of this matter. The killing aura in his eyes he still remembered clearly. In order to retaliate against Star-Spangled Nation, Yibei had directly let the anti-gravity car go out of control, causing more than 100,000 casualties. This time, if he disposed of John without authorization, it might be reasonable, but in case he made Yibei dissatisfied, it would be a serious problem. Thinking about this, Lin Tianlei's heart was once again somewhat shaken. Hurriedly taking out his cell phone from his pocket, he called Yibei.
This matter must not be hasty. Commander Lin, what's the matter?
The phone was connected and Yibei still spoke plainly as usual. John has been captured, and has now been escorted to Shengjing City. I will give you a word. Lin Tianlei didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. As his words fell, Yibei's eyes violently flashed with a murderous intent. Okay, I will come over right away. Yibei hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking. Lin Tianlei, who was holding the cell phone, and his assistant Xiaolu looked at each other. Both of them felt an inexplicable coldness. It seemed that Yibei was really holding a grudge. This revenge, he was going to personally come to avenge it.
Chapter 137: Yibei's killing intent.
Summer Country, Shengjing City. John walked down from the special airplane that flew directly from the Bear Country to the Summer Country. A dozen military vehicles were waiting in the airport, and hundreds of soldiers surrounded the airplane waiting to escort him. This incomparably important prisoner, the commander of the military department of Shengjing City, Li Minghui, did not dare to take it lightly at all. Being escorted by the special police officers, Li Minghui walked towards the military vehicle step by step. Breathing in the air here and looking at the skyscrapers in the distance, John shook his head with a miserable smile. He was then escorted onto the military vehicle and hurriedly headed towards the military prison in Shengjing City. The current him no longer held any hope of escaping. Being captured by the Xia country's military in such an elaborate manner, unless the heavens sent heavenly soldiers and generals to rob the prison, there was no half-hearted possibility of escaping. Moreover, the Stana Gate clan had also been taken care of by the Bear Country, which even more so had ended his future path. Going out from here, after all, he has to return here. Looking at the scenery along the way through the car window, John couldn't help but sigh. It had been many years since he traveled to Stars and Stripes, and returning to this place again, he still felt familiar. It was a pity that he wasn't able to kill this guy with his own hands. John sighed darkly, still holding a grudge against Yibei in his heart. He had exterminated all his enemies in his life, but he had fallen into Yibei's hands. Even at this moment, the heart still wanted to kill Yibei handily. 1 hour later. At the entrance of the military prison in Shengjing City, 2 anti-gravity cars arrived at the same time. After turning off the anti-gravity devices, the cars slowly descended to the ground. Li Minghui had already been waiting in the prison compound. The door of the first car opened and Lin Tianlei stepped down from it. But before Li Minghui could go forward to greet him, in the second car, Yibei also walked down with an expressionless face. The one who opened the door for him was none other than the somewhat slightly chubby man. His face was respectful and likewise had a touch of pride on it. Looking around, the corners of his mouth carried a smirk of overconfidence. Obviously his car skills had conquered Yibei and had become Yibei's exclusive driver. And the car for him to drive was by no means ordinary. This was one of the few top configuration anti-gravity cars in Xia, each costing up to tens of billions of dollars. It was exclusively for the use of senior personnel in Xia. It is several times stronger than the previous red flag cars that the top management of the country rode in before. Yibei's car is the top of the top. Shi Fi Yi. Li Minghui looked at Yibei, who came down from the car, and called out with a trembling voice. The previous him didn't know what kind of character Yibei was. Now he couldn't even think of not knowing. Let's go, don't stand here. Lin Tianlei glanced at Li Minghui and said directly, has John arrived? Arrived, the commander-in-chief can now immediately arraign. Hearing this, Li Minghui hurriedly opened his mouth and agreed. Several people led by Li Minghui walked into the prison straight toward the interrogation room. At this moment, John was sitting on the interrogation chair with a bemused face, quietly waiting for the figure who would judge him to arrive. Inside the interrogation room, a dozen interrogators stared at him, preventing him from making any dangerous moves. Bang! The door to the interrogation room was suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, Lin Tianlei, Yibei, and the others walked in. Lin Tianlei waved his hand and everyone immediately retreated. All of a sudden, only Yibei and Lin Tianlei and his assistant were left in the interrogation room, as well as John, who had a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Unexpected, unexpected, such a small person like me actually needs the Grand Commander of the Summer Kingdom to interrogate me. John opened his mouth with a cold smile, a hint of teasing in his words.
Oh yeah, there's also this top scientist of the Xia kingdom. Is it called Yi Bei or Yi Xia? Ha, it's all the same. Shut your mouth, this is not the place for you to be reckless.
Lin Tianlei's assistant heard John disrespecting the two leaders and immediately opened his mouth to scold them. And Yi Bei didn't care in the slightest, still looking at him expressionlessly as he slowly stepped closer to John. He stopped at a position 2 meters away from him.
What do you want to know?
John looked at Yi Bei, still smiling coldly, and opened his mouth to ask.
Why did you send someone to assassinate my grandfather?
Yi Bei asked as he looked at John with cold eyes.
Ha, you're asking me why? Shouldn't you ask yourself why? John laughed out loud and stared at Yi Bei and asked back.
You can let the Xia military kill my daughter and kill my wife, why can't I send someone to kill your grandfather?
You should be thankful that the Xia military protected you, otherwise the first one to die would be you.
The first time the two of them took a look at each other, Lin Tianlei had already sensed the killing intent floating vaguely on their bodies.
John wanted to kill Yi Bei, and Yi Bei also wanted to kill John.
They looked at each other with 4 eyes, as if they were the tips of knives stabbing each other, their sharp edges pushing straight to their brows.
Your wife and daughter are not dead. Just as the two men's words fell, Lin Tianlei took 2 steps forward and spoke indifferently. These words caused John's gaze to instantly turn away. Tell us the hidden secrets of the Cord family and I'll reunite your family, you don't have a choice. Lin Tianlei still opened his mouth indifferently and said to John.
Of course. John smiled again and opened his mouth, with a frank face, like he hadn't even thought about swearing to conceal everything for his master.
Not only will I tell you many of the hidden secrets of the Cord family,
John said, turning his head to look at Yi Bei, and will also tell you exactly how your mother died. As his words fell, Lin Tianlei's originally calm demeanor instantly changed. Yi Bei's brows also snapped together and his eyes became even more unkind as he looked at John.
Cherish the chance that you can live to talk. Yi Bei spoke in an icy tone.
His gaze towards John was filled with killing intent.
His left hand was even already touching the dagger pinned at his waist. Ha, I knew you would be interested. John laughed once again.
He saw the killing intent in Yi Bei's eyes, but did not have the slightest fear. Bring my wife and daughter to me, otherwise, you won't be able to know the cause of your mom's death in this life. His words fell.
The interrogation room immediately fell into silence.
Chapter 138, True and False, Winning and Losing. As Lin Tianlei listened to John's words, he already felt something was wrong in his heart.
John, don't play tricks here. Lin Tianlei angrily rebuked, any more nonsense and I'll shoot you in the face.
But those words didn't arouse half of John's emotions. Instead, he looked at Lin Tianlei with a bashful expression. Want to kill me, anytime you want. That expression was like he wasn't afraid of death at all.
Or rather, he was convinced that Lin Tianlei wouldn't even dare to kill him directly and easily.
But when he turned back, Yi Bei had already taken a step in front of him. The dagger glistening with cold light in his left hand was already tightly gripped, and with a raised hand, he stabbed above John's collarbone. The sound of bones clicking and cracking was crisp and clear.
Ah!
The intense pain caused John to scream repeatedly, and his expression immediately twisted.
It doesn't matter if you know or not, you don't have the qualifications to threaten me, Yi Bei said coldly.
Between the words, the dagger in his hand once again fell and directly plunged into the top of his arm. The drilling and piercing pain made John grimace. The eyes that looked at Yi Bei were filled with resentment, but he was simply unable to break free from the restraints of the interrogation chair.
Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Bei's gaze full of killing intent looked straight at John. The dagger in his hand lifted again and stabbed straight towards John's brow. With this strike, he would definitely die. Looking at the cold light in front of him, the dagger that came straight towards his eyes, John panicked. Slowly, he shouted and spoke hurriedly, I can tell you everything. In the midst of his words, Yi Bei promptly withdrew the dagger in his hand. It slowly drew back from 10 centimeters from John's eyebrows. You only have one chance. The knife in Yi Bei's hand was not put down, but he pointed at John and said in a cold voice. Looking at this cold-blooded and ruthless guy in front of him, John felt for the first time that he had made a mistake in judgment. He had thought that Yi Bei would compromise because he wanted to know everything. That way, he would be able to lead them by the nose step by step. But he didn't expect that this guy actually didn't care at all, as if he didn't care how his mom died. Without letting him share one more word, he just went straight for the kill. What you want to know I can say, but after finishing let me see my wife and daughter. John looked at Yi Bei and said, this is my last condition, if you do not agree, then kill me now. After saying that, his neck crossed and he did not say another word. Say it. Yi Bei put away his dagger and coldly agreed. In the first round, between just a few words, the psychological battle between John and Yi Bei ended in a miserable defeat. But this also made John want to kill Yi Bei even more in his heart. Turning his head, John glanced at Yi Bei and Lin Tianlei, then opened his mouth to speak. The real base of the Cord family was in. John recalled all the things he had done over the years and opened his mouth to speak. A large number of unknown things were slowly spat out from his mouth being recorded by the audio. Chen Hanwu had also rushed over from the Xian Department. It was in front of the computer outside the interrogation room, recording everything John said. This was a rare opportunity to grasp more intelligence and information about the court family. This evil force that had been working on infringing on the Xia kingdom was an existence that the Ministry of Cheyenne had been trying to uproot for a long time. With this, it would naturally be much more favorable to their actions. A few moments passed. John had finally finished saying everything about the court family. This was followed by turning his head to look at Yi-Bei. "You've waited for a long time, haven't you? I'll tell you all the facts now." John sneered and opened his mouth. 10 years ago, your mother, the most outstanding criminal investigation expert in Xia, Lu Crescent, in order to solve the case of the disappearance of 100 people giant ship, went to the team to the other side of the ocean to investigate, but the plane accidentally crashed. I think you should know about this big event that stirred up the world back then. Do you know why the plane crashed? And do you know how that huge ship carrying 100 people disappeared? Listening to John's words, Yi-Bei's gaze condensed and stared at his eyes. John paused and then opened his mouth to speak. 10 years ago, the Cord family attempted to secretly restart the slave trade, wanting to transport some people to the mountains of Stars and Stripes to do labor for drug production. And this giant ship of 100 people was their first experiment. But it was discovered by the World Federation. This kind of behavior that was banned globally and could even bring serious consequences made the World Federation incomparably concerned. In order to avoid the World Federation's tracking, the Cord family eventually blew up the ship directly. Originally thought that this was the end of the matter, but did not expect the World Federation to bite the bullet, and after searching for a long time to no avail, they found Willow Crescent to pursue this case. At that time, Lu Crescent never missed, cracked countless big cases of the Lu Crescent world-renowned, with the title of Criminal Investigation Prophet. In order to prevent the discovery of this serious matter, the Coeur d'Alene family spent a lot of money to create this shocking airplane crash. And your mother, that's how she died, on the explosives that the Cord family single-handedly placed on the airplane. John directly closed his voice after saying that and entered into silence. However, these words instantly startled Lin Tianlei. He knew what John was trying to do by saying this. Originally, he thought that he should have died to take revenge on Yi-Bei when he was captured, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually come up with such a whole hand. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to find the truth about whether what he said was true or not, but these words had already been buried in Yi-Bei's heart. As long as Yi-Bei wanted to pursue the truth, he would definitely make a grudge against the Cord family. Facing a huge family with the support of the Stars and Stripes, the more Yi-Bei wanted to take revenge, the more dangerous it would become. This move Lin Tianlei didn't expect. This cunning John, in his desperation, actually did something like killing someone with a borrowed knife. How could he not be shocked by this? Lin Tianlei's heart tightened and he just wanted to open his mouth to retort. However, Yi-Bei spoke first. His expression was still icy cold, the corners of his mouth carried a faint sneer as he gazed straight at John, stirring up trouble. "Do you think I'll believe what you're saying?" "Ha!" Yi-Bei coldly laughed and threw down a sentence, then directly turned around without looking back and walked towards the outside of the interrogation room. This sight that was out of John's expectation made him instantly angry. He hadn't fathomed Yi-Bei's mind and thought that his last plan had fallen through as well. For a moment, he roared hysterically, "You cannot believe what I say, but your mother's murderers are on the loose and they will not pay any price in this lifetime." Yi-Bei glanced back at John with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I'll trouble Commander Lin to dispose of him, I have to go beforehand." Yi-Bei finished speaking and pulled open the door of the interrogation room and walked out. John watched the door of the interrogation room close, his eyes filled with killing intent and heartfelt hatred. But what he didn't know was that outside the door, Yi-Bei's eyes were filled with the same crazy killing intent. There were some things that once one started to suspect, they had already become facts. Yi-Bei would go and find out about these, but no matter what, the Cord family would die. The Star-Spangled Nation will be destroyed. Chapter 139 Song Family Reunion. The battleship sets sail. Inside the interrogation room, Lin Tianlei watched Yi-Bei turn around and leave. His heart was equally puzzled. He didn't know exactly what Yi-Bei was thinking, but with his understanding, he always felt that it wouldn't end so simply. If Yi-Bei really wanted revenge, then he was afraid that it would really cause a catastrophe. "Bring it down." Lin Tianlei turned his head to look at his assistant and said, "What I said before, deal with it." After saying that, he hurriedly turned around and chased out. Soon, the interrogators walked in and escorted John towards the depths of the prison. "Your commander-in-chief promised me to meet them." John opened his mouth while following them. "Don't worry, I will take you to see them now, so that your family can be reunited in one piece." The interrogators sneered and opened their mouths. Escorting John quickly arrived in a huge underground cage. This was a special holding point constructed at the bottom of the prison. It was specially built for Song Ziwei and Song Yunying. From dozens of meters away, John could already smell the stench coming from the air. The stench that looked like a pigsty smoked him. Do they still keep pigs inside the prison? John couldn't cover his nose with his hand and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. This comment, however, caused the group of interrogators to laugh maniacally. Ha, your guess is really right, it is indeed raising pigs. Immediately let you see how well we raise pigs, ha. A few people laughed and escorted John into the cage. The cage, which was more than 20 meters in diameter, felt quite empty and spacious. On the side of the doorway was placed a common pig food trough in the countryside, and the foul-smelling food inside was disgusting. And inside the cage, two bald men whose faces could not be seen and whose bodies were covered in scabbed wounds, with only their large arms and thighs left, were lying prone inside. Hearing the sound coming from the doorway, they alertly stood up. Like pigs, their arms and legs all stood on the ground, crawling on all fours. With considerable fear in their gazes, they stared at the person who appeared at the doorway and let out a terrified grunt. Like two pigs grunting in fear there. John looked at the two existences that had been tortured beyond recognition a dozen meters in front of him, his entire eyes wide with fear written all over his face. Zirou! John yelled out, trying to break free from the interrogators. But the arms that had already been pierced by Yi Bei couldn't exert any strength at all. And the two pigs in the distance, who were frightened by his screams, grunted in shock and squirmed towards the back. They were Song Ziwei and Song Yunying, who had already been made into human swine. John recognized them at the first sight of them. These former dearest wives and daughters of his had now been tortured and lost their minds, becoming walking corpses. They couldn't recognize their former loved ones and were no different from the pigs kept in the pigsty. John looked at them, and this time, he was completely enraged, his heart was racked with pain, and a monstrous rage and hatred swept his entire being. Ah! Yi Bei, you shall not die. John roared towards the sky, as if he had used up all his strength, the veins on his body were bulging. But before he could vent his anger, a heartbreaking pain surged into his heart. The sound of bones breaking echoed in this cage. John lowered his head to look, and in his eyes, which were grim from the pain, a familiar palm was pumping his fingers on the ground. Blood was pouring from his wrists and someone had already sprinkled potent hemostatic powder on the wounds. The more intense pain made him almost faint. But the next second someone directly pinched hard on his human center. Immediately after, as he roared in pain and anger, a piece of cotton cloth was stuffed into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Don't worry, we are all very professional. The interrogator next to him held a half-meter-long machete in his hand, and opened his mouth with a cold smile, and, "Your wife and daughter are good teaching materials, this set is simply flowing, I appreciated myself. He, we will make you into an even more perfect human swine, live well, your family will live long into old age." The man finished and waved his hand. A few interrogators then directly escorted John, who was in extreme pain, down. This evil-doing family finally reunited at this moment. As spring turned to fall, 7 months flew by. During these 7 months, Yi Bei, apart from his normal daily work of parsing singularity data and developing more new technologies, it had been closely accelerating the construction work of the space battleship. Grandpa was also as if he had returned to his youth, and every day he was energetically helping Yi Bei with the mobilization of personnel in all aspects. It allowed the construction of the entire space battleship to advance steadily and quickly. Under the leadership of their grandparents and grandchildren, the whole country of Xia was in full support. Tens of millions of Xia artisans and countless hard-working people who responded to the call, as well as a large number of Xia's top scientists and experts of all kinds. All of them cooperated with all their might, and finally the Xia space warship was built 5 days before the World Scientists Summit. Yi Bei named the bronze space battleship in the general construction base. The incomparably huge bronze space battleship was quietly docked on the construction platform in the center. At this moment, all the staff members had all walked down from the space battleship. Yi Bei was standing on the platform at the edge of the base construction center, looking at the space battleship that was like a big mountain. His eyes were shining with excitement. This was his years of hard work, the starting piece of his dream. 10 months, the efforts of the nation, and it had finally succeeded. It took 10 months, a huge $40 trillion, and tens of millions of manpower. Such a vast project, such a feat that spanned a century, this key that could open the door to the universe was really presented in front of his eyes. How could he not be excited? At Yi Bei's side, Xianyuan Hongwu and a group of Xia's top management, as well as many scientific research experts, were looking up at this behemoth. Each and every one of them had an exhilarated look, and their eyes were filled with a blazing light. The 70-million-ton space battleship had gathered countless efforts from each of them. During these 10 months, each of them had exhausted themselves, contributing their entire time to it. Many times they couldn't even sleep well, often waking up excitedly in the middle of the night. All they had done was to be able to build the bronze space battleship successfully at an early date. Now, they had finally completed all of this project and had finally succeeded in building Xia's national weapon. In the midst of countless people's expectant eyes, Xianyuan Hongwu turned his head to look at Yi Bei. "Chief Master Yi, when do you plan to test sail the battleship?" His words fell. Brush. All the scientific research experts at the scene all looked over, countless pairs of eyes filled with anticipation all stared at Yi Bei, waiting for his answer. P.S. I'm begging you all for a little gift. Oh, yesterday's gift history first less. Give the author Fungus a little support. Chapter 140 Countdown to the Summit. All the researchers were eager to see the bronze battleship take off into the air, wanting to see it become the guardian of the Summer Kingdom. Yi Bei was naturally able to feel the intense anticipation in each of their hearts, because his mood was just as eager to see this behemoth fly into the universe. 5 days later, Yi Bei looked at the crowd and without thinking for one more second, he directly opened his mouth to give his answer. The day the World Scientist Summit was held was the moment he would reign over the world, Yi Bei said with a hint of blaze in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, everyone instantly became excited. Everyone's complexion became invigorated. This world event was a scientific research event that attracted global attention. It was only held once every 10 years and was a reporting summary of Blue Star's scientific research development. It had always been highly scrutinized by the global public, especially this time. Because of Yi Bei, there was no one in the billions of people around the globe who was no longer looking forward to the summit. Emperor Xian Yuan, let's arrange for the personnel to board the ship for a break-in test. Yi Bei looked back at Xian Yuan Hongwu and said, 5 days later, let the world see my Grandxia's strongest legion. Xian Yuan Hongwu nodded heavily as he listened to this. Then facing all the research experts, he spoke aloud, everyone go back and rest well, 5 days later, we will witness the rise of our Grandxia together. As his words fell, Yi Bei was the first to lift his steps and leave the place. Everyone was also leaving one after another. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles, their hearts incomparably looking forward to the summit 5 days later. 3 days later in the morning, just as the 300,000 generals on the space battleship were grinding in training, outside the laboratory of the space base, Lu Yongping hurriedly arrived with big steps. At this moment, Yi Bei had just finished working on the matter at hand for himself. Turning his head, Lu Yongping walked in. Chief Master Yi, how are all the preparations for the summit going? Lu Yongping asked smilingly. Looking at Yi Bei, who had fully rested for the night with a much better face, his mood was also clear. During this period of time, in order to be able to build a better national weapon, Yi Bei had made many more improvements to the space battleship. Although it had cost more than $12 trillion more and the total weight of the battleship had increased by a lot. However, the strength of the battleship could now be said to have risen another level. Working night and day every day made his face look worse all the time. After a little rest in the past 2 days, Yi Bei did look a lot sunnier, with the vigorous vigor that a teenager should have. Just finished, the dean came to take a look. What are the shortcomings of the instruction? Yi Bei responded with a smile. He took out all the things he had already prepared on the table. In addition to the script for the speech, there was also a half-meter-sized model of the research product. Lu Yongping took 2 steps forward and took Yi Bei's speech and read it. A script wasn't long, but reading it in one breath made his heart pound. It's amazing, this speech shows the style of a great country, it's really amazing, it's so well written. He didn't expect that Yi Bei not only did well in scientific research, but this literary talent was also extraordinary. The smile on his face grew even more after reading the script, and he turned his head to look at the small model on the table again. It was a miniature model of a mechanical battle armor. According to the proportions above, it was dozens of meters tall and looked mighty and domineering. It was several times more handsome than those commercially bought Gundam figures. Incredible, you actually want to design this kind of mechanical battle armor? If you want to put it into use in actual combat, it can be even more difficult to get than a battleship. Lu Yongping carefully looked at every part of this model and sighed in admiration. He really didn't know how Yi Bei's brain grew. While he was busy with the battleship, he still had the time to design a new gadget. How did he have so much energy to engage in all sorts of research, and his intelligence was like endless, there was no creative bottleneck at all. Lu Yongping nodded his head happily and flipped through the model. Suddenly, when he saw the words engraved on the back of the model, his complexion changed violently. The entire person's heart boomed, and he couldn't help but directly exclaim out in shock, "Great Xiaotai Air Force!" Shock was written all over Lu Yongping's face as he twisted his head to look at Yi Bei. You are trying to create a legion of mechanical battle armor? Yi Bei, who had been silent, smiled and nodded. Manpower was ultimately limited. The Space Legion was the main fighting force belonging to the space battleship. If you want the battleship to have a stronger ability to fight on an alien planet, the Space Legion is essential. These words made Lu Yongping feel a bit incredulous. This one mechanical battle armor was nearly 100 meters tall. I'm afraid Yi Bei didn't design this kind of thing to deal with the humans on the blue planet. As if he knew what Lu Yongping was thinking. Yi Bei paced and opened his mouth to speak. The universe was so big that human civilization was by no means the only one that existed alone. If one day we encounter an alien civilization with hostile intentions, the Space Legion is our powerful fighting force. The mechanical battle armor I designed has an automatic oxygen supply system, which can completely support the warriors to fight in outer space, said Yi Bei and turned around, patting Lu Yongping's shoulder. The dragon soars in the sky. When the space battleship sets sail, it will be the moment when our Xia kingdom gets rid of the tiny blue star and goes into the universe.
Our eyes will touch the deep and boundless universe. The sky in the eyes of our old ancestors is our new path. Yongping was a bit out of his mind by Yi Bei's words. It was as if he had already seen that battleship interacting with a new civilization in the vast and boundless universe. The vast space legion, waving the huge Dasha battle flag, was majestic. The dragon soars in the sky. Yongping muttered and repeated these words. His aging cognition was already somewhat unable to keep up with Yi Bei's thoughts. However, these simple words shocked him beyond measure. You are right. Yongping slowly came back to his senses, carefully put the model back on the table, and nodded with incomparable satisfaction. There was a rather pleased look in his eyes as he raised his head to look at Yi Bei. The future of the Summer Kingdom was about to go to incredible proportions in the hands of this young man in front of him. Or rather, the future of mankind was all about to undergo a heavenly change because of him. You will be the center of attention at the summit no matter what this time. The summit is going to start in 2 days. I've already asked people to prepare matters about attending. Is there anything else you need? Yi Bei smiled and waved his hand. The dean will just arrange it. For the summit, Yi Bei didn't care too much. Yongping had attended several times, and these issues handed over to him didn't need him to worry about half of it at all. Then, you should get busy first. Yongping nodded, then turned around and left the lab. Not long after he left here, the Summer Academy of Science released the list of participants for this scientist summit. The countdown to the summit was 48 hours. Chapter 141 Global Surge. The post released on the official website of the Summer Academy of Sciences attracted countless netizens in a very short period of time. For the first time, Xia was organizing the World Scientist Summit. In this month's time, it had already been a fiery affair that had been rumored by word of mouth. None of the billions of people around the world were looking forward to this event. The entire Xia country had even begun to cheer during this week. Everywhere in the lights and colors, congratulate the summer scientific research has finally come to the forefront of the world. Under this kind of anticipation, this post from the Summer Academy of Sciences was like a match that ignited the gunpowder, directly detonating the whole network. The fact that all the participating members from all the countries in the world have been confirmed shows that everything has been completely prepared. Now we are just waiting for the official convening of the summit in 48 hours. As the official website post was sent out, a large number of scientific research bloggers had long been eyeing this wealth code. They carefully analyzed the list of scientists attending the conference and found all the powerful big shots inside. Because of the special nature of this event, because of Yi Bei. Among the delegates from various countries, there was a titan of the scientific research world who hadn't appeared for many years. This made the scientific research bloggers excited and immediately made videos to be released all over the net. Their popular science videos that were close to civilians were able to be watched by a large number of people as soon as they were sent out with such a high level of attention. Millions of likes could be accumulated in just a few hours. And on all the major online platforms around the world, 8 out of 10 posts that people swiped were World Scientist Summit related. Among these 8, there were 4 that were even more related to Yi Bei. As the most visible scientist of this summit, Yi Bei could be said to be overpowering everyone. Even those titans of the scientific research world were less than a tenth as hot as Yi Bei. Moreover, it had been said before that Yi Bei was going to come up with a scientific research product that would lead mankind towards the universe at the summit. This matter had even become something that everyone was looking forward to. And in the midst of this anticipation, all the major media officials were constantly releasing news to warm up for the summit. Penguin, the list of participants of the World Scientist Summit is exposed, quickly poked to check. UG, shocking. The titans of scientific research announced their participation in the World Scientists Summit. T, the global scene, the things you don't know about the World Summit of Scientists. Scarf, 40-hour countdown to the summit. Latest advice. Douyin, follow me to experience the Scientists Summit event from the first perspective. Arrangement. Beihu, thanks for the invitation. I just got off the plane in Xia, and I'm heading to the special hotel for the summit. All the platforms within Xia were all pushing posts about the summit, and the traffic was explosive. Hundreds of millions of netizens commented under the post. My God, I read the list of summit participants. The living scientific research Nobel Prize winners are basically here. This is too shocking. The summit in Xia is really the first luxury lineup in history, and all the participants in the big country are top people. I guess all these people are here for Yi Bei. After all, he is going to show the world the key to open the door of the universe this time. It is said that Xia is quite well prepared, and Kyoto has made a huge construction for this. Expect our scientists to shine. The home of Xia, it's going to be dazzling. Did you see that? Mr. Yongping, the president of the best science academy in Xia, is also attending the conference, and Yi Bei's name is on the list, so I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to Yi Bei. He's the main character of this event, the youngest person in the room. It's true that there are so many scientists, almost everyone is over 40 years old. Only Yi Bei is 18, it's really incredible. What kind of scientific artifacts do you guys think Yi Bei will bring? Keys that can open the gates of the universe. I'm really looking forward to it too much. Boy, Mary from the Wool Country and Abraham from the Bear Country are all here. This summit is really too much to look forward to. The Bear Country and the Stars and Stripes Country have the most people. I wonder what cutting-edge technology they brought this time. I'm looking forward to it. It has always been the Stars and Stripes that have the upper hand in the summit. This time I wonder if it will change because of eBay. Damn it, hang those Star-Spangled Nation losers and show them what is called a great country's technology. That's right, I haven't forgotten about the last time I attacked my country with a star chain. I want to see eBay ruthlessly blast them. On the major platforms, countless netizens are vocalizing. The countdown to the summit is 24 hours. The major mainstream media outlets were already releasing news in a near frenzy. Every little bit of new information would be immediately notified out. The World Scientists Summit will begin at 8 a.m. on September 23, summertime, and there will be a total martial law in Kyoto, summertime. The details of the summit process are revealed. Summer's new summit concept. This time we will witness the world's advanced science and technology together. The scientists attending the summit have already arrived in Xia. Xia warmly welcomes the scientists who have made great contributions to the development of mankind. The supreme ruler of Xia, Xianyuan Hongwu, will attend the summit to welcome scientists from all over the world and announce the start of the summit on the same day. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., the Global Focus Xia Daily will witness the latest developments in world science with the entire globe in a brand new live broadcast format. A large number of mainstream media voices had netizens all abuzz. Especially when it was announced that the summit would adopt a brand new form of live broadcasting, allowing the global public to participate in it. This news even pushed the public's anticipation for the summit to a climax. Countless netizens were thrilled beyond measure. They didn't expect Xia to actually give the world such an opportunity, directly subverting the previous summit tradition. Moreover, Xianyuan Hongwu was even going to attend the scientist summit. This kind of Xia's respect for the world's scientists and respect for human science made everyone admire it. After all, in the past, all of the scientist summits of various countries' leaders basically would not participate. They were all led by the United World Science Association. This time, it could be seen that Xia had put in enough effort in this regard. What's more, the pattern of this summit was completely elevated to a higher level. Billions of people traveled to the Xia Daily on this day to click on the reservation for tomorrow's live broadcast. Everyone was looking forward to seeing the great man of scientific research standing at the top of the world. Even more so, they were looking forward to seeing the appearance of Yi Bei and his mysterious scientific research creation. But in the midst of these countless expectations, there were pairs of unsuspecting eyes that were watching everything in the dark. There were even some that had already brightly appeared within the Xia country. They, likewise, were looking forward to Yi Bei's appearance. Chapter 142 Capital of Science Fiction, Opening. These people were mixed amongst all types of people with a unified purpose. During these 7 months, the Cord family and Stars and Stripes had joined together to do quite a lot of work for the Dragon Slayer program. It could be said that all aspects had been perfected. Their target was Yi Bei, the super genius who could lead the rise of Xia. Behind the scenes, the Cord family was fully docked and everyone was in a state of readiness. This seemingly huge event was a thriving scene, but in fact, the undercurrent behind it was already raging. Even though Xia had already done considerable martial law and preventive work in this regard, it was impossible to resist the infiltration and ambush of the Star-Spangled Nation, which was bent on getting Yi Bei killed. The entire Kyoto was incomparably safe on the surface, but danger had actually entered it long ago. Some of them have even stayed in the hotels that are exclusively for the summit. At the moment of great anticipation and global attention, Yi Bei packed up the things at hand and laid down on his bed to prepare for sleep. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, he was going to Kyoto to attend the summit, and he had to raise enough energy to show the world the elegance of the Xia people before he could do so. This made it unprecedented for him to go to bed at 10 o'clock at night. At the table above the bed, all the things that he would bring tomorrow were already prepared. But Yi Bei, who was looking at the ceiling at the moment, wasn't thinking about the summit. For all this fame and fortune, he didn't care at all. What he was thinking about was the future, what he was going to do next. Over the years, he had done his best for the Xia kingdom, taking out all of his heart and soul. It was also for this reason that the Xia kingdom had seen a huge metamorphosis in such a short period of time. Looking at his own hand to help the rapid rise of Xia, Yi Bei's heart was really touched by it. However, with the successful creation of the space battleship, his heart had begun to detach from the planet that had nurtured him. For some time now, he had been preparing a new action in his heart. That was to have the space battleship land on Mars. This planet that mankind had had many probes but had always known a little bit about it interested Yi Bei a lot. Because according to the probe launched up by Xia, it was found that there was indeed water on Mars. And there were also some more peculiar things. All of these make Yi Bei very much want to board that planet to seriously explore some. Perhaps there could be new scientific discoveries. Super meteor cannon, Mars matrix. In the midst of countless thoughts, Yi Bei slowly entered dreamland, mumbling as if he had already appeared above Mars. September 23, 6 o'clock in the morning. Yi Bei had already had everything loaded onto his own car. Changing into the formal clothes that Lu Yongping had specially tailored for him, Yi Bei ate something and directly took the car to Kyoto. The anti-gravity car sped through the air at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. It flew close to the city that had been made into a sci-fi capital. Today's Kyoto was exceptionally noticeable. Since last night, countless people had already appeared all over Kyoto with their cell phones, carrying all sorts of photography and live broadcasting equipment. Although they were unable to enter the inner ring at all due to the state of maximum martial law throughout the city. But even that couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the people. They came from all over the country without hesitation, and after going through heavy scrutiny, they opened up a large number of live broadcasting rooms in the city's outermost ring. The billions of netizens around the world were even more excited. Countless people had already taken their cell phones and turned on their televisions early in the morning, ready to participate in this grand summit. The original cutting-edge meeting that the people had not been able to see at all since the previous sessions. This time, but because of Xia's new initiative, it gave all the people a chance to participate. And because the most mysterious scientist, Yi Bei, was present to report on it, it was even more exciting for everyone. All the mainstream media around the globe had been counting down to the opening of the summit since early in the morning. Many journalists had already come to Kyoto, the summer country, from various countries around the world. At this moment, if you go online and click into any software, basically all of them are pushing the news of the summit. These platforms are opening all kinds of warm-up live broadcasts. A random mainstream anchor live room have tens of thousands of people to watch. This kind of spectacle can be completely described as 10,000 people. As you can see, this is the location of this World Scientist Summit, and the site is still currently on lockdown. Can see the entire venue within a kilometer standing full of soldiers. They are Xia and Ministry of Defense forces deployed over. The strict defense can really see the importance of the summit of Xia. This visit to Xia has given us a very big surprise, and I believe that everyone has already seen the various videos about Kyoto on the internet. This kind of future sci-fi construction element really makes people very shocked, but it is said that the real sci-fi capital of Xia has not yet opened. Reporters from abroad were being excitedly introduced in the live preview broadcast. To be allowed to enter the scene of this summit for a follow-up interview, they could be said to be honored. Every reporter's face was filled with excitement and vigor as they were broadcasting live. And the netizens watching the live broadcast were even more excited than them. My god, I just watched an aerial video of Kyoto. This is literally in the city of the future. Xia's city designers were really admired to the core. The fusion of future sci-fi elements and the historical ancient style of Xia's Kyoto was perfect. Ancient buildings are well preserved, adding a new technological image to the history of Shenyun, making people feel that this once imperial city has come to life. Other than that, I really want to see the sci-fi capital open up. I can't even imagine what a stunning scene that would be. It's the last hour, 60 minutes to go. I've been looking forward to this summit for a whole year. Summer's defenses are really top-notch enough that I don't think anyone within a 5-kilometer radius will be able to get in with a pair of nail clippers. This must be prudent. After all, the world's top scientists are present. This if something happens, Xia's trouble can be big. Foreign friends don't panic. Accidents like this happen in free foreign countries you can worry about, but Xia is not to worry at all. I'm so looking forward to seeing Yi Bei soon. I love his face. He's so handsome. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Yi Bei and his mysterious scientific research products that will open up a new world for mankind. Hundreds of thousands of viewers were talking in the live broadcast room of the official foreign media. The pop-up surged like a tidal wave, and countless people's anticipation was at its peak. The countdown to the summit was 30 minutes. As today's main live broadcast, the Summer Daily was conducting the final equipment debugging inside the summit site. This was the only media in the room that was able to enter the venue early. Prepare to open the live broadcast room. In 5 minutes, the science fiction capital opens. A serious and calm voice rang out in Sabanin and Wang Xiaobing's headsets. This caused both of them to take a deep breath and start adjusting their state for the final preparations. Chapter 143: The Future. Shocking the world. The time on the timer passed by second. There were still the last 26 minutes before the summit was officially convened. However, the official live broadcasting room of the Xiaogua Daily entered the 60-second countdown to the opening of the summit live. The hosts of this summit's global live broadcasting room, Sabine and Wang Xiaobing, both felt unprecedented pressure in their hearts. Even though they had been preparing for this summit for a full 7 months, they were still a little hard to restrain their nervousness at this moment. Cheer up! Sabanin and Wang Xiaobing looked at each other sideways and nodded to each other in a cheering manner. Afterwards, the moment the 60-second countdown ended, they pressed the start of the live broadcast. The servers that Xia had specially built for this live broadcast were running at a rapid pace, and with less than a few milliseconds of delay, the live broadcast was synchronized and opened. In the next second, the uncountable number of viewers looked like they were squatting here every second, instantly pouring in. But in just 2 seconds, more than 200 million netizens flooded into the live broadcast room, and the server that had just been running was instantly filled up. At the same time, the major media outlets that had already been waiting immediately began to broadcast. Viewers from all over the world swarmed in, and the live broadcast room surpassed 1.5 billion viewers in a matter of seconds. The live broadcast room immediately lagged, and even some netizens were squeezed out. And this lag was only maintained for half a second before the live broadcast screen became blank. Hurry up and repair it. The general guide of the global live broadcast watched the live broadcast room collapse. People were numb and roared loudly. It was good that the staff had already prepared for this. In just 3 seconds, the live broadcast screen returned to normal. The live broadcast room opened again. This time, more netizens began to enter. In those media live streaming rooms outside of the summit grounds, the number of viewers dropped by leaps and bounds. Just now there were hundreds of thousands of netizens watching online, and in less than a dozen seconds they had been able to give less than 100 people left. And at this moment, in the global live broadcast room of Xiagua Daily, a full 3 billion people were watching online. Welcome compatriots from all over the world, here is the 18th World Scientists Summit's global live broadcast room. 3 seconds after the live broadcast was open, Cyberbullying spoke aloud with a smile on his face. Xia responded to the expectations of the global compatriots, in order to be able to allow the global public to participate in the summit together, so the use of a new form of live broadcast to allow everyone to participate in the summit together. On behalf of the state of Xia, I would like to warmly welcome you all to pay attention to this scientific conference that concerns the development of mankind. The progress of human science and technology cannot be separated from each of us. The future development of the world, the future direction of mankind cannot be separated from the advancement of science. This summit will lead you to appreciate the charm of science, visit contemporary scientists together, and witness the latest achievements of world science. Sabine said, with an incomparable affable smile on her face. Each word is very clear, powerful voice with this atmospheric opening statement. None of them are showing the decency of the summer country. The venue for this World Scientists Summit is the largest meeting venue in Kyoto, Xia, the Xia State Assembly Hall. But before the meeting is held, we would like to lead you first on the ancient capital of civilization with thousands of years of history in the summer country of Kyoto, together to appreciate the intermingling of future science and technology and human history, and take a look at the city where we will live in the future. Cyberbullying finished speaking. The screen of the live broadcast room then turned and appeared at the entrance of Kyoto City. Amidst the attention and anticipation of billions of people, the directive from the highest ministry of the Summer Kingdom was given, and the future sci-fi capital that had cost $2 trillion and had been built for a long time was instantly opened. This existence that had always been hidden as mysteriously as possible by the summer country was now displayed in front of the eyes of everyone in the world. Only to see that at the entrance of Kyoto City, the giant dragons coiled on the huge pillars violently opened their eyes, and the layers of gold paint on their bodies began to peel off. Their bodies twisted, and they actually came to life with the naked eye. In the next second, they hovered up from the pillar and flew towards the sky above. The camera in the live broadcast room also followed them as they flew up into the air, heading towards the inside of Kyoto. The next scene presented in the live broadcast room was the truly shocking scene. The city that was originally just a sci-fi element seemed to have come to life, with countless skyscrapers taking on a life of their own. Anti-gravity elevators flowed and hovered between the high buildings. On the buildings, the holographic 3D projection advertisement of the Force Technology Company was breathtaking. A scene of historical images flashed above the originally stale and old imperial city. Spirit dragons passed through it, and the holographic 3D projection made it seem as if people were really in that ancient era. Anti-gravity cars sped over the city's roads. All kinds of robots capable of flight rolled and jumped over the floors, overhauling the electrical equipment on the top floor of each building. While they were working, they even raised their hands to greet the spirit dragon as if they had seen it in the air. As the spirit dragon continued to go deeper into Kyoto City, the water cube, the bird's nest, and other buildings had all undergone radical changes. An extremely strong sense of technology came out. The billions of people in the entire live broadcast room were deeply shocked at this moment. The pop-ups were like a tsunami, and everyone went crazy. My God, is this the capital of science fiction? How did Summerland do this? It's incredible. My God, it's like being in heaven. The Xia City designers are truly amazing. I can't imagine that this is something humans can create. I had a feeling that a city like this wouldn't appear until at least 50 years into the future, but I didn't realize that Xia had already accomplished it now. Living in such a city is like experiencing a sci-fi blockbuster every day. I've changed my travel plans this year. I'm going to come to Xia. I'm going to come to Jingdu. I must come to Jingdu to have a look. If I don't come to Jingdu in this life, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. I'm afraid my country can't wait for a city like this. A trip to Kyoto is the same as having traveled to the future. Countless people were enthusiastically posting pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Their moods were more excited than one another. The future science fiction capital. It exceeded everyone's expectations. After 20 minutes, this perfect sci-fi capital appreciation tour came to an end. Billions of people were still immersed in the sensation they had just experienced and hadn't yet regained their senses.
But the convening of the World Scientists Summit was about to begin. Chapter 144 Global Scientists. The summit site.
All the participating scientists were already waiting in the hall on the first floor of the building opposite the venue. Sabine and Wang Xiaobing were in the venue speaking the preparatory words before the opening of the summit.
A few minutes passed by in a flash.
Looking at the last 10 seconds on the timer, the two spoke at the same time. Let's count down the last 10 seconds together and jointly welcome the convening of this world event. With smiles on their faces, the two men said in a glowing manner.
10, 9, 8, 1.
At the moment the last sound fell, the golden doors of the Summer Country's assembly hall slowly opened. Immediately after that, the floor tiles surrounding the entire assembly hall in a 1-kilometer radius violently cracked open in a neat opening. A piece of transparent tempered glass rose from that brick crack, more than 50 meters high.
It surrounded and defended the entire venue perfectly.
That screen also interpreted the precious images left behind by the previous scientist summits. It was like the flashing runes on the defense spell formation built by the immortal cultivators. It looked quite gorgeous. This scene stunned all the participating scientists. Many of the scientists who were in the front walking towards the venue couldn't help but set their feet. If it wasn't for the scientists behind them reminding them, they would have forgotten to hurry to the venue to attend the meeting. And the live broadcast room was even crazier.
There were already as many as 4 billion netizens watching the summit online.
And this number was still in the midst of rapid growth.
The summit officially began. The camera you can see is the scene of the summit.
A total of 144 countries around the world are participating in this summit, with a total of 1,233 scientists attending, which can be said to be an unprecedented event in the past and present. As Wang Xiaobing spoke, the screen in the live broadcast room had turned to the other side along with the camera. 1/3 of the netizens in the live broadcast room were from Xia. They could be said to be the most looking forward to the summit being held,
because it made them feel proud and honored.
At this moment, listening to Wang Xiaobing in the live broadcast room making an introduction, each one of them was excited.
Just at the moment when the pop-up screen was buzzing.
In the Great Hall, 2 teams of honor guards marched in with their heads held high from the gilded gates with a proper march.
Immediately afterward, grand celebratory music boomed out.
Xia's honor guard could be said to be the #1 presence in the world.
Straightening their stance, they walked towards the inside amidst the loud music. Each step down was unrivaled in its grandeur.
The decency of a great nation could be said to be on full display today. Only after they stood still did the scientists outside the venue walk in along the red carpet. The first to enter was academician Lu Yongping, president of the Summer Academy of Sciences. Academician Lu Yongping was the founder of the rise of Xia's science and technology, as well as the pioneer who led Xia's science and technology into the future. He has been honored countless times in his life, and has participated in the research and development of a large number of world-shaking scientific research projects, and is one of the rare scientific research greats in the current era, and today it is academician Lu Yongping who will preside over the convening of this summit. Wang Xiaobing spoke in the live broadcast.
Lu Yongping walked in from the assembly hall with a confident stride.
Dozens of cameras on both sides of the hall were filming everything, and every frame of the scene was clearly and unambiguously displayed.
Countless netizens were talking excitedly.
Since the founding of the World Scientists Summit, it was only Xia that made it so grand. This kind of great country demeanor and the importance placed on the scientific research event made everyone admire it.
Moreover, countless netizens were amazed by Lu Yongping's appearance.
He had participated in the research and development of Xia's large firecrackers throughout his life, as well as the moon landing spaceflight, Xia's space station, as well as the 5th-generation aircraft and the Dongfeng Express, all of which he had single-handedly taken charge of as the chief engineer and participated in the research and development of. Such a great man, the netizens do not marvel is strange. In the heated discussion of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Lu Yongping had already walked slowly to the podium of the venue. Setting his feet, Lu Yongping opened his mouth aloud. Now, please ask the participating scientists from various countries to start entering. Beneath his words, even more grandiose music sounded.
Subsequently, a team of scientists began to walk in.
They didn't have the same neat pace as an honor guard, but rather, they casually walked towards the inside. However, such a loose stance did not affect their respect by the global human race in the slightest. The Star-Spangled Nation's participation team walked at the front, and we could see that Star-Spangled Nation's current participation members were 38 people, and they. As Sabine spoke, the netizens in the live broadcast pop-up screen were already talking excitedly. Good Lord, several of the top people from the Star-Spangled Kingdom are here. My God, Professor Schneider, this is the highest renowned figure in Star-Spangled Nation, a titan of the scientific research world. Bernard even had to walk behind him. It's really something, this kind of character hasn't appeared for 30 years. I guess it's for eBay, otherwise how could he show up here? It's so rare. Luckily today is a live broadcast, I can see it all. Today's live broadcast will be a lifelong talking point for you to blow to your grandchildren later.
This is really the grandest I've ever seen in my life. Countless netizens marveled in the live broadcast. And in the venue, the second team had walked in next. This time, the Bear Country's scientific research group has a total of 44 participating members, and every one of them is a famous scientist in the Bear Country. As Sabanin spoke, the camera in the live broadcast room also turned from the Stars and Stripes Nation's scientific research group. At the moment of seeing them appear, the live broadcast room became even more boisterous. This was because the Bear Country's scientific research group walked in with a proper stride. These scientists looked like they had all been in the military, and their steps were quite neat. Many of them had big beards and strong physiques, and they didn't look like scientists at all, but rather like warriors. Boy, see, or fighting nation's great Yes, the Bear Country has also sent its top men this time. Professor Mendeleev is here. Interesting, too interesting, another Titanic scientist who hasn't been seen for decades. This summit is really full of surprises and definitely very interesting. I feel like I've gone back to the days of the Steel Flood. The Bear Country's lineup is so strong that it can completely PK with the Stars and Stripes. I hope they can come up with top-notch scientific products. In the midst of countless netizens' comments, another scientific research group walked in. But their appearance made the originally harmonious live broadcast room instantly cranky. A team of scientists from the Bug Kingdom, a total of 16 scientists from the Bug Kingdom are attending this meeting. Welcome, Sabine said, but the live broadcast room erupted with incomparably fierce sounds. Grandma's leg, is this the little Bug Country? How come all these scientists are so short? This is not even enough for 1.5 meters, right? See that guy at the front? The devil who experiments on human beings. He's not the only one, there are 2 more behind him. I'm so pissed off at these guys, I want to chop them up. See, Takagi Kazuo is here again. This dog was hammered hard by the old man, and he's actually here again. He's really shameless. I am really grassed up. Does he want to seek death by coming here today? For a while, as the identities of many of the Bug Country scientists were exposed, there was an explosion of gunpowder inside the pop-up screen. Countless netizens wanted to kill these Bug Kingdom scientists immediately. Wang Xiaobing and Sabaining, who were hosting the live broadcast, didn't pay the slightest attention to the pop-up screens. They raised their hands in favor of scolding these trash. After these people entered, another team then walked in below. Now often is the Indian Country Scientists team, a total of 23 people. Their joyful expression can be seen that they come to the Summer Country to participate in the meeting is very happy. Well, Country Scientific Research Team totaled 9 people, although the number was not large, but everyone who entered the field was. Valgelia. In the live broadcast room, the two kept introducing the scene. But after a few of the last look big countries entered the scene, the netizens' interest quickly fell. After all, the scientists sent to the conference by these small countries in the back really made people hold their foreheads. Many of them hadn't shown any academic results internationally, and the number of people who came was either 2 or 3, or 3 or 4, which seemed rather sparse. There were even a few countries that were at war, and the scientist they sent was only 1 person. Everyone felt a bit saddened by the sight. As they entered one after another, billions of netizens began to eagerly look forward to Yibei's appearance. Chapter 145 Top. Xia's Scientific Research Corps. In the live broadcast room, a large number of netizens were already impatient, eagerly sending messages in the pop-ups. Why hasn't Yibei come out yet? I'm waiting to see him. Please ask the organizers to fast forward 5 times. I want to see Yibei come out. He's the most handsome scientist in the world. Yibei. I want to see Yibei. So looking forward to Yibei appearing. I wonder what kind of costume he will be wearing today? I don't know what Yibei looks like. I really want to see him. He won't wear a mask today, right? He's a true genius. This is the kind of talent I'd like to see. Summer did a good job this time. The whole conference is divided into several activities. Maybe we can see a different style of scientists. God, I've been waiting to death. Why doesn't Yibei show up yet? I want to see that mysterious scientific research product now. What on earth can open the door to the universe? It's too intriguing. Don't worry everyone, Xiao's arrangements are absolutely proper and won't let you down. Wait patiently. Amidst the anticipation of everyone in the live broadcast room, the entrance ceremony for the summit's more than 1,000 scientists came to a close. Next, please invite Xia's scientific research team to enter. Sabanin spoke aloud. As his words fell, the gazes of everyone in the live broadcast room tightly looked towards the door of the assembly hall. In the assembly hall, all the scientists who were already seated also turned their heads to look behind them. Their gazes all carried unprecedented anticipation. Anticipation for the appearance of that world's most mysterious scientific genius. In the midst of their gazes, Xia's scientific team walked in with firm and confident steps. Each scientist wore a smile and held their heads high, and the aura of a great nation was displayed on them. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. The long-awaited netizens were all excited with their eyes, excitedly sending out pop-ups. My goodness, see, that's the godfather of modern physics, Mr. Yang Ning.
It's so shocking, such a titanic figure has also appeared, he's a legend in the physics world. And there's Mr. Tu, the Nobel Prize winner who developed a life-saving medicine for the world, Xia's top scientist. Mr. Yuan and Mr. Zhong are also here, one to fill hundreds of millions of people's stomachs, one to save countless people's illnesses, two of Xia's heroic scientists. There's more, so many top scientists, I can't even count them all, it's so shocking. Xia's card this time is really big enough, the home is the atmosphere, come all the world-class characters I'm dumbfounded. Did you see the one in the third row? Xia's most military scientific research, this I guess many people do not recognize, he is more than Lu Yongping top of the existence of Boy, you don't really know, you don't say not really know, only 3 times in a few decades the character of low-key news. Xiagua this is the top pillar of the family are moved out, this is to support the functioning of Xiagua god-level characters. This summit is really a gathering of heroes, definitely something to see. Where's Yi Bei? Why is it that I looked through all the scientists and didn't find Yi Bei's existence? Yeah, didn't I say Yi Bei would be at the summit? Why didn't he show up at all? What? Did Xia change its mind? No way, how can a big country go back on its word? Yi Bei shouldn't have failed to show up. What's going on? What's going on here? What's going on here? I don't get it, I don't think it's true that I won't come out, right? In the live broadcast room, although many of Xia's top scientists appeared to give the crowd an incomparable shock. But Yi Bei's delay in revealing his figure made everyone talk. Not only the netizens, but even the scientists in the live broadcast appeared strongly skeptical. Many people had come here for Yi Bei this time. If this Yi Bei didn't show up, everyone was afraid that they wouldn't feel comfortable in their hearts. Many people had questionable thoughts in their minds. They began to think that Xia was going back on its word and playing with them with this gimmick. On the podium, Lu Yongping watched as the discussion arose under the stage and did not say anything. He knew that many of these people were rushing towards Yi Bei. He had a paper on nuclear fusion, the development of an anti-gravity technology, and the leading liftoff of a 6th-generation aircraft. All of these things had attracted huge attention in the scientific research community after they were exposed. A large number of Titanic scientific research seniors had emerged from their seclusion and directly approached the government to request to attend the summit. That was why there was such a grand scene today. However, Yi Bei wasn't appearing like this. He, the future of the Xia kingdom, was also the future of mankind. His identity was already quite special, so he naturally had to appear in a higher position. Looking at everyone on the scene, he sat down. Lu Yongping scanned the crowd and spoke aloud into the microphone. Welcome to all the elites of the global scientific research community to participate in this summit, and the Summer Kingdom extends a warm welcome to all of you. Next, let's invite our Summer Kingdom's supreme being, Emperor Xianyuan, to announce the official convening of this summit. As Lu Yongping's words fell, the scene instantly quieted down. Everyone looked towards the back of the podium, the rather huge golden door. Chapter 146, today, it's the home ground of the Summer Kingdom. Amidst the gazes of billions of people, the golden gates slowly opened to both sides. 2 silhouettes appeared under the illumination of the lights, walking towards the podium with their steps. Those steps were absolutely incomparably solid and confident, each step carrying an aura that was absolutely impossible to simulate. These 2 people were none other than Xianyuan Hongwu and the belatedly appearing Yi Bei. The camera on the scene pulled the camera closer in a split second, giving the 2 of them the tallest close-up possible. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked to the extreme the moment they saw the 2 appear. Xia is so plain and simple, the atmosphere and simplicity others can never learn. As soon as the golden door opened, the strongest person stepped out of the door, declaring everyone with just an aura. Today, it's Xia's home court. The shutter sound of the cameras on the scene never stopped, and in the flash, Yi Bei and Xianyuan Hongwu had already taken their respective seats. The World Scientist Summit is of great significance to the scientific community. It's a traditional meeting of our Blue Star for many years, and it's one of the most important meetings in the development of mankind to date. Xianyuan Hongwu didn't make the slightest ink after sitting down and directly opened his mouth to deliver a speech. Now, I announce the official start of the 18th World Scientist Summit. After saying everything, Xianyuan Hongwu opened his mouth aloud and announced, while being the first to applaud and celebrate. The scene then resounded with a warm applause. And at this time, the live broadcast room had long since boiled and exploded. Although none of them had ever had a word or two about Yi Bei. But everyone knew clearly that the incomparably handsome young man sitting on the podium at the moment was the Yi Bei they had been waiting for. To be able to appear together with Xianyuan Hongwu, the supreme person of the summer country, who else could it be but him? It was too unbelievable that he actually appeared with the Most High. The Xia Kingdom has really praised Yi Bei to the highest point, and it's not an exaggeration to say that he is now the #1 scientist in the Xia Kingdom. Too young, looking at him I'm afraid he's not even 20, 19 at most. Too handsome, I'm really going to faint. Why is it even more handsome than those Oba? From now on, I'm only going to be a fan of Yi Bei. All the candies are too sweet, and all the guineas are too beautiful, all of them are out of the way. Genius, really a great genius, no wonder Xia is so attached to him. The netizens in the live broadcast room were talking madly.
The scene.
The scientists on stage were equally quite shocked. Their gazes only lingered briefly on Xianyuan Hangwu before they all gathered on Yi Bei. Quite a few of them carried considerable excitement and fervor in their eyes. This god-level genius that had never appeared in the thousands of years of ancient human history. They had been looking forward to it for too long, and they simply couldn't control their emotions at this moment when they saw it. Some of the scientists even exclaimed in shock. Unbelievable, a young man who was less than 20 years old actually had so many scientific achievements again. Was this Yi Bei? He looked very confident without the slightest hint of childishness. Finally, I've met him, this time I'll definitely ask him for some advice. It's been 30 years since I've had such a big mood swing, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. I can't believe that Xia's 6th generation plane came from him. Compared to the Generation 6, I feel that the anti-gravity technology and controlled nuclear fusion are what he has really shocked the world with. Yeah, the technology he has in his hands now is the core of future world development. It's crazy, I'm afraid he's the protagonist of this summit, no one in the 10,000 person hall doesn't want to have a word with him. All the scientists on the scene were talking to each other. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Bei. Facing the gazes of thousands of the world's top scientists, Yi Bei didn't have the slightest panic and his expression remained calm. Yi Bei already had an extraordinary temperament and a steadiness that surpassed his peers. And then after the highest level national ceremonial group of the summer country to carry out a comprehensive package. Today's can be said to be the brightest presence in the whole field, from clothing modeling to form and demeanor, every place is not showing a confident and full of spirit. Yi Bei had a faint smile on his face as he looked at all the scientists below. This look was simply the best face of Xia. Not only the foreign scientists and netizens were shocked by Yi Bei's calm and confident look. Even the countless netizens of the summer country felt immensely proud. It was as if the moment Yi Bei sat down in the venue, their faces were plastered with gold, and they had become human beings by being born in Xia. After the summit started. After Lu Yongping gave a simple process explanation of the summit, the scientists in the room got up and turned to a hall on the side. This was a 10,000 person hall in the Summer Congress Hall that was specifically used for large-scale gatherings. This humanized event was to allow the scientists to communicate on their own. 3 hours of time gave them, the perennially busy scientists, a rare opportunity to gather. Some strictly scrutinized reporters from various countries also entered it to be able to conduct interviews and live broadcasts. As this event began, the Hall of 10,000 was quickly divided into circles. The Star-Spangled Nation's Titan Schneider, the Bear Nation's Titan Mendeleev, and a few godly figures from other countries were surrounded by many people. And those scientists from the Bug Country were all following around the Stars and Stripes scientists, licking their chops to strike up a few words with them once in a while. Of course, the most numerous among them was Yi Bei's side. A large number of scientists were all rushing towards Yi Bei, so they naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity at this moment. Surrounded by thousands of people, there were 18 translators standing around Yi Bei. Listening to what they said, Yi Bei also responded with ease. He took care of every single scientist to a greater or lesser extent. Even those scientists who came from backward areas and had not even published a single paper in Nature. As usual, Yi Bei was smiling and answering some of their questions seriously. Even though these questions were very simple, and many scientists at the scene were somewhat disgusted by them, Yi Bei was not the slightest bit impatient. After this exchange, it could be said that the crowd had completely seen Yi Bei's toughness. It was difficult for ordinary people to chat one-on-one, let alone with hundreds or thousands of people. However, Yi Bei was able to communicate with all of them without revealing anything. Especially when he was communicating with Mendeleev and Schneider, the leading scientists in the scientific research field. Yi Bei's calm and collected appearance was even more breathtaking to all the scientists. In the last half hour of the 10,000 people hall event, Xia provided all the scientists with an exquisite lunch, and it was also according to the tastes of each country. Even the masala that the Indians couldn't eat without at all times was enough. During this time, Mary took advantage of Yi Bei's free time to approach him. Mr. Yi, Before Mary could finish his words, Yi Bei nodded. When the summit is over, I'll come with you. Hearing this, Mei Rua froze for a moment, then nodded and left Yi Bei's side. Yi Bei hadn't forgotten about Andre's matter. Those human secrets sealed in history were always on Yi Bei's mind. After lunch was finished, the time came to 1300 hours summer time. All the scientists went to the previous summit venue in Lu Yongping's arrangement. According to the flow plan of the event, there was still half an hour left for the summit to officially convene. The scientists from various countries also took advantage of this time to start checking the information they had brought with them to prepare for the next. This unprecedented event, the real collision between the country's science and technology competition. The latest progress of human scientific research is about to open the curtain. Chapter 147 Choking. The summit kowtowed. In the meeting hall, more than 1,000 scientists were seated individually.
They divided their seats according to their countries. Yibei also walked over to the location of the summer country's scientific research group and sat down. The dozens of scientists from the Xia country surrounded Yibei in the center, like the stars were holding the moon, or like all the old-timers were placing their hopes on the teenager. Billions of netizens had been watching the whole time. Although a few hours had passed, their fervor had not diminished at all, but instead, they had become more integrated into the summit. Inside the pop-ups, all sorts of words kept appearing. Amidst these voices, the needle of time reached 1,330 second by second. Sabine and Wang Xiaobing, who had been conducting the hosting, closed their voices at once. The screen shifted to the podium, where Lu Yongping looked at the scientists on the stage and opened his mouth to deliver a speech. Human science has been developing for thousands of years, and from the time the first ape began to utilize tools, we humans have begun to develop in the direction of science and technology, step by step. Lu Yongping read the script that had been written long ago, and then the summit officially began. Next, please ask Professor Lex to summarize the scientific development of the Arcadian nation over the past 10 years, and show their most representative advanced scientific research products. The host of the scene opened his mouth. In the next second, a man in the corner of the stage stood up from his seat and walked quickly towards the podium. Then, the large screen behind the podium had projected Lex's personal profile. The scientists on the scene all immediately applauded politely as well. But not many people cared about his speech, even the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't care much. After all, the Arcadian nation was really too backward. Their level of technology really had no advancement to speak of in front of these top scientists on stage. Walking onto the stage, Lex immediately began to give a speech while playing their country's latest scientific products on a large screen. The model was magnified dozens of times in holographic projection. Everything was clearly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Lex was still self-aware, and only used a short 2 minutes to finish everything. Afterwards, he hurriedly walked off the stage again. This way, even the audience in the live broadcast room were quite bored. In their hearts, the more they looked forward to the speeches of the several big countries, especially Yibei and his mysterious scientific research product that claimed to be able to open the gates of the universe. After Lex stepped down from the stage, the host didn't waste any time and immediately proceeded to announce, "Next, please invite the scientist from the bug country, Kazuo Takagi, to the stage." As the host's words fell, in the audience below the stage, a man with the face of a Xia country stood up and walked towards the stage step by step. As he walked towards the podium, Takagi Kazuo also glanced sideways at the direction of Xia. His eyes swept over Yibei's body and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. And Yibei also raised his eyes to look down at this traitor who had been caned by his grandfather, and the chill in his eyes was deep. In the live broadcast room, the netizens had all exploded. Everyone was shocked by this move of the Bug Kingdom. What does the Bug Kingdom mean by this, letting this dog traitor on stage? Is this a ing slap in the face of the Summer Kingdom? Really shameless to the extreme. The Bug Kingdom is really looking for death. I don't understand why this kind of traitor can be in power. Is the Bug Kingdom out of its mind? Damn it, blow this dog down. To come and give a speech on behalf of the Bug Kingdom on Xia's turf, I'm spitting out a mouthful of old blood in anger. Takagi Kazuo, the traitor of Xia, last time he was caned by the old man, it seems that he really did not rise a little less in awe. Can't stand it, really can't stand it. If the summer country can't even compare to the insect country, then it will really be slapped in the face. In the live broadcast room, more than 1 billion people were frantically cursing. When the netizens of Xia saw this traitor, the fire in their hearts rubbed upwards. But they simply didn't have a single thing they could do other than angrily cursing a few times. The current Takagi Kazuo was the scientist of the bug country, and no one could stop him from doing so. Under the gaze of all the scientists, Takagi Kazuo took a step and walked to the podium. After fiddling with the microphone for a bit, he then spoke directly in the language of the Bug Kingdom. I am very honored to be able to represent the Bug Kingdom to participate in this summit, and today, on behalf of the Bug Kingdom, I have brought a newest technological product to the world. With a smile on his face, Takagi Kazuo opened his mouth and said loudly. Then, on the big screen, a huge model was holographically projected. As it slowly rotated, every detailed part could be seen by the scientists. The scientific development of the Bug Kingdom has been advancing by leaps and bounds, and this year, we have newly developed this spacecraft, which breaks through the kinetic energy settings of previous spacecraft. This spacecraft is equipped with a nuclear power engine and is capable of converting nuclear energy to a maximum rate of 25. Furthermore, this spacecraft is capable of performing many difficult missions in outer space, and can travel for more than 1,200 days without maintenance. As Kazuo Takagi's words fell, the scene was in an uproar. Many scientists were shocked by this spacecraft he was talking about. Nuclear-powered drive that was also able to effectively convert 25 of nuclear energy. This technology was already the world's top existence at the moment. According to this caliber he was talking about, it was already completely comparable to the current top spacecraft of the Stars and Stripes. This made the scientists from various countries have to be amazed by it.
I, Takagi Kazuo, am able to contribute to the world's scientific research and do my part in the development of human science, all because the Bug Kingdom has given me this opportunity. After introducing the products of scientific research, Takagi Kazuo turned his voice and spoke again. In this grand summit, I sincerely thank the Bug Kingdom, thank this world's great country for giving me help, which is something that I have never gotten in the first half of my life in Xia. After finishing his speech, Takagi Kazuo flopped down and directly knelt on the stage. He then kowtowed 3 times in a row towards the scientific research group of the Bug Country under the stage. The scientists who had just been applauding the spacecraft displayed by Takagi Kazuo all froze. How could they not expect such an outrageous thing? The scene was silent, no one applauded or spoke anymore. All the scientists were not cuties. They knew what Takagi Kazuo meant by this. It was already very bad behavior for a Xia country person to join the Bug Country's nationality and work for someone else. Now, actually kneeling and kowtowing directly to the insect country people above the Xia country's home ground. This was completely telling everyone that Xia was really inferior to the Bug Kingdom. He couldn't get the development of scientific research in the Summer Country, but he got everything in the Bug Country. This was tantamount to slapping Xia's face hard in front of the whole world. This awkward situation left the scientists at the scene at a loss for words one by one. It was at this awkward moment that Takagi Kazuo but spoke once again. I still remember that Jibei, a scientist from Xia, published a paper on controlled nuclear fusion, and I wonder if it has become a reality now. At present, the highest transformation efficiency of nuclear energy in the insect country can reach 30, although it can't be talked about as controllable, but it is always a reality, not a paper. As his words fell, the atmosphere of the scene completely froze. Many people's gazes were directed towards the Summer Research Corps seated in the center. Chapter 148 Landing on Mars Program. Takagi Kazuo's words were simply slapping Yibei's face in front of the whole world. After all, up until now, Xia had yet to launch any scientific research product with high-efficiency nuclear energy. Being mocked by Takagi Kazuo like this, everyone wanted to see how Yibei would react. However, when their gazes were cast, the Yibei they saw still had a flat face, as if he didn't care about what Takagi Kazuo had said at all. And in this extremely awkward atmosphere, the scientists from the Bug Country directly applauded. As if they were expressing strong support for what Takagi Kazuo said. In the entire venue, there was just this small group of people clapping vigorously. This scene was difficult for all the scientists to understand. They didn't clap along, after all, they weren't cuties. And wouldn't mess with the Summer Kingdom in a place like this. Mendeleev, a scientist from the Bear Country, looked at the actions of the Bug Country's scientific research group with disdain in his eyes. It seems that the cold winds of Siberia did not blow their brains awake. Really should let them plant more potatoes there for a few years. Mendeleev sighed, but Star and Stripes Bernard was watching with considerable vigor. While it was true that the Bug Kingdom's scientific research corps was at their service, this kind of damaging tactic of inviting the Xia Kingdom didn't have half a thing to do with them. Who would have thought that these fools would actually be able to pull off such a stunt? But watching Xiagua being teased his heart was quite exciting. Don't know how to die. One of the seniors in Xia's research group cursed coldly. Yibei looked at Takagi Isham on the stage with a hint of killing intent floating in his eyes. Even if he was a traitor, now he was actually a clown inside the Summer Congress Hall. This kind of trash, Yibei would definitely make him pay a heavy price next. The Xia Kingdom was not something that could be mocked by just any trash. Thinking in his heart, Yibei looked towards Lu Yongping on the podium. Lu Yongping also looked towards Yibei, and the two of them looked at each other. He already knew what was in Yibei's mind and nodded slightly without hesitation. This kind of trash, it was time to clean up properly. As the applause of the Bug Nation fell, Takagi Kazuo also saw fit to leave. Walking down from the podium with his head held high, he glanced at Yibei with eyes full of sarcasm. Next, please invite Professor Schneider and Professor Bernard to the stage to give a speech on behalf of the Star-Spangled Nation. The host's voice rang out in the venue. The many scientists of the Star-Spangled Nation immediately sat up straight in spirit. As the titan of the scientific research world, Schneider had not appeared in front of the world for 30 years. At this moment, he was once again at the World Scientist Summit, and being over 90 years old, he might be here for the last time. Countless scientists in the audience had studied his writings to a greater or lesser extent. At this moment, the entire venue applauded, for the world's scientific research development has made great contributions to the scientists to pay tribute. Although he hadn't participated in the Dynamic Summit for decades, Schneider's vigor was still there. Walking to the podium and looking at all the scientists below, the old man's eyes brightened somewhat. After many years of absence from the mundane world, it is already very difficult for the old man to still appear here. This is the last time in my life, so don't mind me rambling on here. Originally, I thought that I would be able to meet a few old friends today, but I didn't realize that only a handful of them would be able to come. I've been fighting with Mendeleev all my life, but I miss my old rival Andre the most. Unfortunately, he's not as good as I am, and he can't even leave the ICU anymore.
I think today's live broadcast you will watch, across the TV to say a few words, the next life have the opportunity, I will continue to fight with you, will be able to win your heart to convince. Schneider looked at the camera in front of him and said. And this scene, along with the live broadcast, was transmitted to the country of Wills 10,000 miles away. Andre, who was sitting in the intensive care ward, could only sit in a wheelchair with an oxygen tank inserted. Looking at Schneider, who could still walk so freely, he was also overwhelmed with emotion. A few of them have been fighting for their entire lives since the Second War, and the fight hasn't even ended yet. Our era is over. Your era has begun. Andre said with some exclamation to the students behind him. I'm glad that there are still people in my life who can fight with me, but you guys don't even have the qualifications to fight with anyone. The students next to him, as his words fell, had a blank look on their faces. Bernard, Mary, Abraham, this era originally belonged to the three of them to fight. But Yi Bei's appearance had obliterated their future. The world of the future must belong to Yi Bei. Even if Bernard has great ambitions, it's useless. Your senior brother, Mayuri, also has the intention to revitalize the empire, but you must always advise him not to go and fight with Yi Bei. No one will be able to fight him. Andre fell completely silent after he finished speaking. His eyes were cloudy, but he still tried his best to stay awake. He had to wait for Yi Bei's arrival. He had seen too many people and things in his life. He was able to clearly foresee everything in the future scientific research world. The future world didn't even have the chance to be a three-legged world. Yi Bei would definitely dominate the entire world. And only Yi Bei could help him realize those secrets. In a few short minutes, Schneider said something about future scientific research. He didn't have many words, but they were the most quintessential words, making many of the scientists present applaud them. Amidst their applause, Schneider walked off the stage, leaving the speech to Bernard. At this moment on the stage, Bernard stood alone, a smile on his face. Pressing the remote control in his hand, all of a sudden the holographic projection's big screen appeared on the scientific research product that Star-Spangled Nation had prepared on this trip. But it could not be described as a product, but rather an abbreviated diagram of a spaceflight trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, today I bring to the world the extremely shocking news of the Star-Spangled Nation's latest plan to land on Mars. This is the trajectory of the Forerunner rocket that we have developed. And our landing program will be launched just 3 days from now, when the world will see a new advancement in human spaceflight. The Stars and Stripes were the first to land on the moon, taking a huge step forward for mankind. This time, we will also be the first to land on Mars, taking a new big step for human spaceflight. Bernard said with a joyful expression that wasn't even the slightest bit concealed. That confident to the bone smile was the strongest interpretation of their Star-Spangled Nation's technological capabilities. It had been decades since the moon landing. No one knew how long Star-Spangled Nation had been brewing the plan to land on Mars. But opening their mouths at this moment did shock all the scientists present. Once that red country with their space race has disappeared, now the bear country simply cannot carry out such a huge game. At a moment when countless countries didn't even have the technology to land on the moon yet, Stars and Stripes announced that they were going to land on Mars. The planet that was 55 million kilometers away from the blue star at the shortest and a full 400 million kilometers away at the farthest. This was truly a huge step for mankind into the universe once again. The scientists on the scene all froze when they heard this. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. They knew that Stars and Stripes had really come up with a killer weapon in order to be able to fight for scientific hegemony with Xia. Many people's gazes once again turned to Yi Bei. There had never been a moment in their hearts where they were looking forward to Yi Bei's scientific research products as much as they were now. I wondered if he had a fighting chance with the Star-Spangled Kingdom. Chapter 149 Summer Country Appearance. Looking at Yi Bei's still calm demeanor, the scientists couldn't guess what this teenager was thinking in their hearts. But everything Bernard had said had shaken them to the core. The emergence of the Mars landing program represented that the Star-Spangled Nation's scientific and technological capabilities had entered a whole new stage. From the development of human history until now, other than the Star-Spangled Nation, the once Red Bear Nation, and the Xia Nation, no human had ever entered space again. It was as if in the entire village, only these 3 people had gone through the trouble of going to the county town. They all went through a lot of trouble in order to go to the county town. And just when everyone was still looking up to these 3, one of them suddenly stood out and said, I'm not only the first to go to the county town, now I have to be the first to go to the provincial capital. Ask me when I'm going, I'll leave in 3 days. This kind of words even in the ears of those 2 who have been to the county town feel incredible. Then in the ears of this group of people who have never been out of the village, how shocked they would be. This historic moment made the scientists on stage gasp in amazement. Thousands of scientists were shocked by the technological prowess of the Star-Spangled Nation. Without realizing it, they could no longer keep up with the development of modern technology. They hadn't even dug up their family's 2 acres of land when others had already started heading towards the provincial capital. Compared to the Stars and Stripes, we're already too far behind. At this rate, I'm afraid the Stars and Stripes will be out of the solar system by the time we get the technology to land on the moon. The superstar chain is still fresh in our minds. I'm afraid there's no place for us in the future. The era of the Stars and Stripes technological supremacy is really coming, alas. Once the Mars landing project is successful, the world pattern will definitely change drastically, and then the Stars and Stripes will completely become the center of the world. I don't know if eBay can come up with a stronger technological product than this, but from my point of view, it's going to be hard for Xia to get it right this time. The summit was organized in such a grand manner, but the Stars and Stripes country took all the limelight. I'm afraid that the Dragon Kingdom will be doing someone else a favor this time. The scientists on the scene were talking. All sorts of words resounded in the venue. The Bear Country's scientific research group under the stage, however, all frowned, and everyone was silent. The Bear Country thought it had brought a very strong scientific research product, but now it was nothing but garbage compared to the Mars landing program of the Stars and Stripes. Everyone was instantly deflated. The atmosphere of the entire scientific research group dropped to freezing point all of a sudden. Bernard on the stage finished his speech and left the podium with a confident face. Facing all these thousand scientists in the room, other than eBay, he had never thought that there was anyone who could compare to him. Moreover, this time he expected that Xia could definitely not compare to him either. Even if he came up with an even more astounding scientific research paper, it wouldn't be able to compare to this great plan to cross the stars. As he walked off the stage, all the scientists at the scene began to acquiesce in their hearts that the name of the strongest scientific research country in this summit would be taken away by the Stars and Stripes again. The audience in the live broadcast room had also completely exploded. They hadn't expected that today's live broadcast of a summit would actually allow them to witness a historic moment. Landing on Mars. This would surely be an existence that many great powers would look up to in the future. With this kind of scientific research technology, Stars and Stripes was enough to continue to lead human scientific research and securely occupy the throne of the world's scientific research hegemony. It can continue to absorb talents from all over the world, and the Black Palace will still be the center of the world. My God, this thing is the existence of super-age scientific research. How far away is the moon? How far away is Mars? To try to land on Mars is unimaginable. The Stars and Stripes are going to lead the world to a deeper universe once again. The future of world research is the universe. The Stars and Stripes is the future of world research. We Stars and Stripes are the strongest. The future of the world will be dominated by us. This plan is so shocking that I'm afraid eBay can't even compete with it. Xiao's proud eBay, even if he's strong, he'll definitely be outmatched this time. We have to look forward to eBay. Maybe he'll give us a surprise. No surprises here, only real technology. Forget it, he hasn't even developed controlled nuclear fusion yet. What's he going to compare with Stars and Stripes? Countless netizens debated heatedly in the pop-up screens of the live broadcast room. Many people were shocked by the Stars and Stripes nation and had a following for them. There were also quite a few who lamented that eBay was still too young and was definitely going to fall behind this time. And just as they were talking, the host of the scene spoke again. Below, please invite the representative of the Bear Country to the stage to give a speech. Under his voice, the somewhat noisy scene suddenly quieted down. All the scientists looked up at the podium. Abraham walked up to the stage step by step, his slightly disheveled pace already letting people know that they had lost their confidence. If Bear Country was like this, then Bernard's victory could already be decided. Amidst the applause from the crowd, Abraham struggled to bring up a smile, but there was no hope left in his heart. If he hadn't already been here, he wouldn't even want to be on this stage. Bear Country's scientific research and development is still steadily progressing, and in recent years there has been a huge advancement in the research and development for fighter engines. This is the core of our upcoming new engine. The highest kinetic energy can reach a speed of Mach 10. Abraham said and finished detailing everything. He then hurried off the stage. He could see that the scientists from various countries on the scene had already been mesmerized by Bernard's Mars landing plan. They were simply not interested in his kind of scientific research that was still in the air and sky. In front of this kind of technology comparison that crossed the level, Abraham simply had nothing more to say. Although the stage as usual applauded, but he knew that it was only polite. The other countries came on stage one after another next. But they were even more crummy, and the things they brought out were all old antiques. The atmosphere of the scene became even more depressed. The thousands of scientists had basically become distracted. Some of the scientists from some small countries were still whispering down below while they were giving their speeches up there. Finally, after the successive speeches from hundreds of countries had ended, the host opened his mouth. Next, please invite the scientist Yibei, on behalf of the Xia country, to go up to the stage to show the scientific and technological development of the Xia country in recent years. As his words fell, the crowd present finally lifted their spirits. For this most mysterious scientist Yibei, their hearts were still full of expectations. Chapter 150. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Amidst the gazes of all the scientists, Yibei got up and walked towards the podium. His pace was still so confident, and that unrivaled aura was incomparable to anyone. The applause under the stage was thunderous, everyone was applauding Yibei. Lu Yongping watched Yibei on stage, the appreciation in his eyes unconcealed. After so many years, today he would let the world know who was the real king of scientific research. Standing on the podium, Yibei looked at the more than 1,000 scientists under the stage with an incomparably calm and relaxed expression. Being able to represent Xia to participate in this summit is an honor for me. Today, I am bringing you one of the latest scientific research products of Xia. As Yibei's words fell, the scientists all perked up. Many of them looked at Yibei with anticipation. They hoped that Yibei would be able to fight for Xia, not to say overwhelm Star-Spangled Nation, but at least be able to fight others to a draw. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more nervous. They had been looking forward to this moment for too long, and their eyes were wide open wanting to see Yibei's key that could open the door to the universe. Under the gaze of countless people, Yibei pressed the remote control. Immediately a model was holographically projected. Its appearance caused everyone at the scene to be a bit stunned. This was the space mechanical battle armor that Xia was about to produce and put into use. Their main role was to perform various tasks in outer space, a single. Yibei introduced the mechanical battle armor word by word. However, it made all the scientists at the scene freeze. Mechanical battle armor? Was the Summer Kingdom out of its mind? How could it research this kind of thing? Almost everyone's mind popped up with such thoughts. This kind of thing was simply not what humans were using now, and even the ships that could freely soar in space hadn't even been researched, and they were already researching the weapons carried on them. This approach of Xia was simply so stupid that they couldn't even think straight. Many scientists had already begun to have a look of contempt in their eyes. Xia was going to lose face at the summit today. Although this thing looked quite powerful, it wasn't even halfway useful. It really was hit by the Bug Kingdom in a nutshell. Sure enough, I still expected too much from him. He was still a child after all. Looks like the winner of this summit is still the Star-Spangled Kingdom. I'm a bit disappointed. If Xia Kingdom calls this thing the key to unlocking the gates of the universe, it's really unbelievable. As countless scientists looked at Yibei with contempt. Star-Spangled Nation's Bernard's mouth was going to be crooked with laughter. He was still a little nervous in his heart earlier, afraid that Yibei would come up with some high-end technology. But now, it seemed that he was really overworried. Even though Yibei was a genius that would not be encountered for 10,000 years, he still needed time to grow. Landing on Mars was a scientific research program of what scale? With Yibei's current age, he was still far from being able to reach the threshold of such cutting-edge scientific research. Not only them, the netizens in the live broadcast room were even lamenting. Xia is deceiving us. What about the promised scientific research product that could lead to the universe? What is a mechanical battle armor? The Gundam looked cool, but it wasn't even used by humans nowadays. They're using outer space as a gimmick to deceive people, but they want to carry out missions in outer space? Xia is so disappointing. What's the point of building these things? Are they going to fight aliens? It's a joke. This is not at all what I thought. It seems that I am self-satisfied. Yibei is just a person. If he's not a man, is he a god? It's good enough to be like this. That's right, the Stars and Stripes country is what scientific research strength, landing on Mars program that is not at all the present Yibei can touch. I think he is purely trying to cheat people, borrowing the scientific gimmick to advertise their force technology company. Amidst the countless netizens, an argument inevitably arose again. Some people in the pop-ups sympathized with Yibei, while others were disappointed by this. After all, his previous style was too high, always making people feel that he was either taking out cutting-edge scientific research products or emerging technologies. But this up-and-down mechanical battle armor was too flashy. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The mood of billions of netizens at this moment perfectly explains this sentence. If this mechanical armor is carried out alone, Yibei's design will surely be able to win a round of applause. But because there was the Bernard landing on Mars program in front of it, this strong contrast made people lose their minds. Because in the global debate over the past few months, Yibei had been compared to Bernard by everyone. The atmosphere on the stage was low. However, Yibei was still lighthearted, talking about this new product in an endless stream. He knew that at this moment, a huge steel beast was in the process of being ignited and launched. The moment it rose into the sky, the world would boil over. Hey, let's get real. Just as Yibei was halfway through his speech, a voice suddenly came from below the venue. It broke through the air and directly attracted everyone's attention at the venue. Yibei's voice also came to an abrupt end, and he looked sideways in the direction where the voice came from. The development of the world's scientific research needed to be tangible and able to benefit mankind, not this kind of flashy toys that did not have any practical significance. Takagi Kazuo shouted with a smug, disdainful face as he looked at Yibei on the stage. His voice was not loud, but it was quite harsh in the silent venue. All the Xia scientists instantly frowned. Everyone in the venue was also silent as they watched this sudden good show. Benefiting mankind? Yibei looked at Takagi Ishome. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a playful smile and asked rhetorically, "What qualifications do you have in the Bug Kingdom to say this?" Yibei's voice was not loud, but it was resounding without the slightest bit of cowardice. He hadn't expected this kind of thing to happen today, but since he had come, Yibei wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The jumping clown who had been jumping around under his own nose, it was time to let him learn a lesson. Being asked such a rhetorical question by Yibei, Takagi Kazuo froze. Before he could think of how to answer, Yibei's voice had already resounded in the venue once again. "You, the Bug Kingdom, put the safety of the people of the world at risk and discharged millions of tons of black power plant wastewater into the sea, polluting the ecosystem of the entire world. Now every ocean fish consumed by all mankind is overloaded with radiation. What face do you have to say here that you are benefiting the world?" Yibei's voice came out from the microphone and echoed throughout the venue. A domineering aura was born. This sentence directly and instantly triggered the entire live broadcast room.